Welcome back everyone. Today we're kicking off an exciting new series titled What If Goku Remembered the Saiyans? This adventure promises to be an epic saga, potentially spanning 20 or more episodes, so get ready for an exhilarating ride. Let's aim for 350 likes on this episode. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the Time Chamber series. Crafting those episodes takes time to ensure they're packed with interesting ideas. Now, let's dive into our new story. Bardock looked down at his sleeping son, Kakarot, lying peacefully before him. The betrayal by Dodoria had left him seething, and he knew that Frieza would soon move to wipe out the Saiyans. The tyrant's power was overwhelming, but Bardock couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He had to act, even if it seemed hopeless. "Where's Kakarot being sent to?" Bardock asked the attendant, lifting the infant from his crib, ready to start his son's journey. "Some planet called Earth," the Saiyan attendant replied. "It's a planet of weaklings. Even an infant Saiyan won't have trouble taking it over. I haven't put him through the programming yet, but that's next." "Do me a favor," Bardock said, handing the attendant a box. "Forget the programming, just put this in the pod with him." "What's this?" the attendant asked, eyeing the box curiously. "Some items he might find useful on his mission," Bardock explained. "There's a scouter, some training materials, and a message explaining what he needs to do." "Isn't that what the programming is for?" the attendant questioned. "Yes," Bardock admitted, "but the programming turns them into mindless drones. I want my son to be a warrior, not a drone." "Whatever you say, Bardock," the attendant shrugged, placing the box and the infant into the pod. "Goodbye, my son," Bardock whispered as the pod shot off toward Earth, hoping his boy would have a better future. Grandpa Gohan looked up and saw what he thought was a meteor streaking across the sky. As it crashed nearby, he approached the crater only to find a space pod instead of a meteor. Inside the pod was a naked baby with a brown tail. "Well, this is unusual," he murmured, picking up the baby, who promptly punched him in the face. "You've got quite the arm, little guy." Grandpa Gohan chuckled warmly. He then noticed a box inside the pod. "What have we here?" he wondered, picking it up and carrying both the baby and the box back to his house. Once in the privacy of his home, Grandpa Gohan opened the box. The first thing he pulled out was a suit of green-plated armor with a black undersuit and a green scouter. "You're a bit young for armor, aren't you, little fella?" he said to the baby with a smile. The next item he retrieved was a small cube. Pressing a button on it, a hologram of a man appeared. The hologram flickered to life, revealing a man in armor much like that in the box. He wore a scouter over his right eye and bore numerous scars on his face, a testament to the many battles he had fought. Grandpa Gohan couldn't help but think this must be the child's father. A few seconds later, the hologram began to speak. "This message is for my son, Kakarot, when he's old enough to see it," the hologram of Bardock said. "If you're watching this, it means I was unable to stop Frieza and you are likely the last Saiyan alive. You were sent to this planet to eradicate all life so it could be sold to the highest bidder. We Saiyans have served as planet brokers and slaves under Frieza for years. We are a warrior race, growing stronger after every battle. That's why Frieza decided to destroy us. But you, my son, will someday be strong enough to defeat him." Grandpa Gohan listened, eyes widening as Bardock continued. "My mission for you, Kakarot, is not to destroy life on this planet, but to protect it as you train to become strong enough to avenge our people. Seek out strong individuals on Earth. Often, you can learn much from those who seem weak. Have pride in being a Saiyan, but don't let it blind you like it has some of our race. Enclosed here is armor and a scouter for when you're old enough, as well as information about the Saiyan race. Never forget where you came from, my son. Someday, I hope you'll show Frieza what a Saiyan is truly made of." 5 years later, Grandpa Gohan ducked as the young boy in front of him threw another punch at his head. "Not quite strong enough to hit me yet, Kakarot," he teased, sending a punch back at the boy. Kakarot dodged deftly and countered with a roundhouse kick. Grandpa Gohan caught the boy's leg, using his momentum to send him flying into the bushes. Kakarot stood up, dusting off his white karate uniform. "No fair," he grumbled. "It seems like no matter what I try, I can never hit you." "You've only been training with me for a few months now," Grandpa Gohan reminded him. "You'll improve with time. I've been training my whole life. You can't expect results overnight." "Mr. Gohan," Kakarot started hesitantly, "is everyone as strong as you?" "No," Grandpa Gohan replied. "Most people aren't even as strong as you are now. I've studied martial arts my entire life to gain my strength. Don't be discouraged that you're not winning. It takes time to become the best, but eventually, I know you will surpass me." "How do you know that?" the skeptical child asked. Grandpa Gohan sighed, realizing it was time to reveal the truth. "I guess it's time I told you. As you know, I'm not your father. The truth is, I found you as a baby in a spaceship and raised you as my own. You are a member of a proud warrior race called Saiyans. Is that why I have a tail and you don't? Kakarot asked, waving the furry brown appendage behind him. Yes, Grandpa Gohan replied. That is also why you're not allowed out during a full moon. Saiyans have the ability to transform into a giant ape under the full moon. This transformation makes you 10 times stronger, but it's difficult to control. Last time you transformed, I barely managed to knock you out before you caused serious damage. Kakarot looked taken aback. This was a lot for a boy to take in at once. Grandpa Gohan knew it was overwhelming, but he felt that Kakarot had a destiny to be a great hero someday and needed to know about his heritage. Come inside. Your father left a message for you as well as details about your people and what happened to them. It's time you knew the truth. 7 years later, Kakarot threw another punch at an imaginary opponent as he continued his workout. He wore Saiyan-style armor with a black undersuit and green plating. His brown tail was wrapped neatly around his waist. Dinner's ready, Grandpa Gohan called from the house. Before he could finish, Kakarot had already sped through the door and was inhaling the food at an alarming pace. In seconds, the food was gone, and Kakarot looked up at the old man. Will you spar with me this evening? He asked eagerly. I suppose I could make time for that, Grandpa Gohan replied with a smile. Promise not to hold back this time, Kakarot asked, his eyes shining with determination. You know I could never go all out on you, Grandpa Gohan replied. I could seriously hurt you. But how am I supposed to get strong if you hold back all the time? Kakarot countered, frustration evident in his voice. There's more to fighting than being strong, Grandpa Gohan reminded him. First, you have to have good technique. If you're a sloppy fighter, it doesn't matter how strong you are. But I can handle it, Kakarot insisted. Grandpa Gohan had to admit the boy was strong, probably twice as strong as the average human, and at only 12 years old. You have your scouter, Grandpa Gohan reminded him. Does it say you're strong enough to fight me at full power? Kakarot hit a button on the side of the scouter and watched as the reading appeared on the device. 80, he said, reading Grandpa Gohan's power level. Now what's your power level at? Grandpa Gohan asked. 12, Kakarot answered without even consulting the scouter. He knew about how strong he was at all times, a side effect of constantly measuring his power level. That's why I can't go all out on you without holding back, Grandpa Gohan explained. You wouldn't stand a chance, and it wouldn't be fair. You wouldn't gain much from being knocked unconscious. Kakarot scowled, but he knew it was true. I could transform, he said, brightening up. You know that's not a solution, Grandpa Gohan said, frowning. You don't have the control to fight in that form, and what you gain in power is lost in control. Kakarot sighed deeply. He knew Grandpa Gohan was right, but it was frustrating being young and impatient. He couldn't wait to avenge his people, but he also knew he needed to learn and grow stronger before he could face a monster like Frieza. Bardock's message had mentioned his father's last known power level, 10,000. Even with such power, Bardock had feared Frieza could easily wipe out their entire race. Kakarot understood he had to be much stronger than he was now and stronger than Grandpa Gohan if he ever hoped to succeed. Let's spar already, Kakarot said, rising from the table with renewed determination. Grandpa Gohan wiped his mouth, having finished his meal at a much slower pace. All right, he said, getting up. Minutes later, the two stood outside. Grandpa Gohan wore an old martial arts uniform, while Kakarot was clad in his armor. Kakarot lunged forward first, aiming a punch at Grandpa Gohan's face. The old man quickly backflipped out of the way, then came up with a kick aimed at Kakarot's head. Kakarot knew he couldn't dodge the kick at that speed, so he crossed his arms to absorb the blow. He then swept his leg, trying to take out Grandpa Gohan's planted foot. Grandpa Gohan leaped above the kick and sent a fist flying toward Kakarot's head. Kakarot redirected the attack with minimal effort. Very good, Grandpa Gohan said, impressed. You are learning well. But before he could say more, Kakarot's fist was already heading toward his face in a counterattack. Grandpa Gohan was amazed at how quickly the boy had improved over the years. Their sparring was interrupted by a noise in the distance. A blue car stopped, and a girl with blue hair and a pink dress that said Bulma got out. If my tracker is right, the Dragon Ball should be around here, she said to herself. What are you doing here? Kakarot asked, puzzled by her sudden appearance. I'm looking for a Dragon Ball, Bulma answered honestly. What's a Dragon Ball? Kakarot asked, curiosity piqued. They look like this, Bulma said, pulling one out of her bag. The ball she held was orange with 3 red stars in the middle. This is the 3-star ball. If you collect all 7, you can summon a dragon that will grant you any one wish. Have you seen any others around? Grandpa Gohan looked at the ball with interest. I have one with 4 stars that I found a few years ago, he admitted. Can I have it? Bulma asked eagerly. I'm Bulma, by the way. What do you want to wish for? Grandpa Gohan asked, curious about her intentions. I want to wish for the perfect boyfriend, Bulma replied, smiling brightly. Sounds a bit selfish but harmless, Grandpa Gohan thought. All right, I'll give it to you. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you. By the way, what are you two doing? Sparring, Kakarot said simply. You're a fighter? Bulma exclaimed. That's so cool. You must be strong. Would two strong guys like you come help me find the remaining Dragon Balls? Why would I want to do that? Kakarot asked, puzzled. What else do you have to do? Bulma countered, her hands on her hips. Train, Kakarot replied, turning back to Grandpa Gohan. Now don't be rude, Grandpa Gohan said gently. This young lady out there by herself could end up in a world of trouble. You should go with her and make sure no harm comes to her. But Grandpa, Kakarot started, his voice tinged with frustration. I have training to do. Kakarot, Grandpa Gohan said firmly. What good is strength if you don't use it to help those who are weaker than yourself? Besides, the experience will be good for you. You can't spend the rest of your life in the woods training with me. Let's get started, Bulma said, getting back into the car and motioning for Kakarot to join her. With that, they drove off into the distance, looking for the next Dragon Ball and starting the adventure of a lifetime. After some time on the road, Kakarot looked puzzled as Bulma pulled the car over. Why are we stopping? He asked. I need to make a pit stop if you must know, Bulma shouted, her face turning red. All right, Kakarot said calmly. You didn't have to get that worked up. If you've got to pee, you've got to pee. I could use a stretch anyway. Traveling in this machine is kinda cramped. With that, the young Sen opened the door, got out, and started doing some simple stretches while Bulma went to the bushes to relieve herself. Kakarot, Bulma suddenly screamed. Geez, she screams a lot, Kakarot thought, covering his sensitive Sen ears. What is it? He called back. Receiving no immediate response, Kakarot wandered into the bushes where Bulma had gone. To his shock, he found her in the grip of a giant blue pterodactyl. Let her go, Kakarot said calmly, stepping forward. And why would I want to do that? The pterodactyl asked, its eyes gleaming with menace. Oh, I don't know, Kakarot replied, his voice steady. Maybe because you want to live. Funny kid. The pet pterodactyl started, but it was interrupted as Kakarot delivered a swift kick to its forehead. The young Sen didn't stop there. He pummeled the beast with several punches and kicks before grabbing its horn and snapping its neck with a powerful twist. Looks like we'll stop for dinner too, Kakarot said, dragging the pterodactyl into a clearing. You mean you're going to eat that thing? Bulma asked, her face pale with disbelief. Yes, it's food, Kakarot replied simply, and I am hungry. Do you want me to save you some? No, that's all right, Bulma said quickly. I have some food in a capsule, but I suppose we could stop for the night. Fine by me, Kakarot said, as he started to build a small fire and cook the pterodactyl. Bulma awoke the next morning and looked out the window to see Kakarot already up, doing backflips and punching and kicking the air. Wow, that kid really is amazing, she thought as she walked into the bathroom to start doing her hair. Outside, Kakarot continued his exercise, practicing the turtle combat style that Grandpa Gohan had taught him, and integrating some of the Saiyan techniques from the training materials in his space pod. Over the years, he had mastered most of the basic moves of the Saiyan fighting style and had become fluent in the Saiyan language. Several minutes later, the young Sen decided to halt his exercises to concentrate on something more challenging. He looked over the material his father had left for him, particularly the section about harnessing his energy. He'd been practicing this for years, even though Grandpa Gohan had advised him to crawl before he could walk. Kakarot was determined. He knew that most Saiyan warriors could harness their energy for various attacks. Grandpa Gohan had mentioned energy techniques but refused to teach him any until he was ready. Kakarot knew he needed to master this skill to become a formidable warrior. So far, he'd come close to harnessing his energy but hadn't yet succeeded. Closing his eyes, he scrunched his face in concentration, focusing on clearing his mind to bring out his energy. Several minutes later, a small white light appeared in his hands, and he grinned as he continued to hold the energy. That's a neat trick, a voice said from behind him, causing Kakarot to lose his concentration and drop his hold on the energy. And you are? Kakarot asked, turning around and taking a fighting stance, only to find himself facing a turtle. I'm a lost turtle, the turtle replied. I go by Turtle. I got into a foot race with a hare and managed to lose my way. I could use a ride back to the sea. And I could use some peace and quiet to train, Kakarot said, turning his back. You're lucky I already ate breakfast, or you'd be breakfast. I can help you train, Turtle said, changing his strategy. Sympathy wasn't getting him anywhere, so he decided to change tactics. Kakarot hit a button on his scouter, and the device beeped. Jawan Lu Wawan, he laughed, reading the scouter. You're so pathetically weak, how could you help me train? Well, I may not be that strong, Turtle said, but I do weigh quite a bit. You could get a good workout if you carried me to the sea, and besides, surely my master would reward you if you returned me to him. All right, Kakarot said, intrigued by the idea of getting stronger. I'll go get Bulma. Kakarot walked into the capsule house that Bulma insisted on sleeping in, finding her still doing her hair. We're leaving, but I'm not ready yet, she replied. Looking good when you find the Dragon Balls is just as important as finding the Dragon Balls. You're joking, Kakarot said. You've been doing your hair for the last 2 hours. If it's not good by now, it never will be. Alright then, fine, Bulma said, capitulating as she packed up the house capsule and got into her capsule car. Aren't you getting in? I think I'll run, Kakarot replied. And we're taking a detour to the sea. What? We don't have time for that, Bulma protested. Sure we do, Kakarot said, grabbing the Dragon Ball radar. There's a Dragon Ball toward where the sea is anyway, and I'd rather run than spend all day riding in that stupid car of yours. Besides, I'm pretty fast. Oh, alright, Bulma conceded, realizing she might need the young Sen's help if she encountered any dangers in the wild. Stop! A voice commanded as Kakarot carried Turtle on his back and Bulma drove behind him. Kakarot turned to see a giant orange bear with a mohawk, dressed in strange samurai armor and wielding a sword. Give me the Turtle, and I'll let you live, the bear growled. Kakarot hit the button on his scouter. 6, he laughed. What makes you think I need to listen to someone as weak as you? Weak? The giant replied. You're one to talk, little one. You'll pay for that, Kakarot said, taking a fighting stance. I'm sure, the giant said, drawing his sword and swinging it at Kakarot. The young Saiyan leaned his head slightly to the right, causing the blade to miss by mere inches. Enough of this game, Kakarot declared, launching off his right foot and landing a powerful fist in the giant's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. He followed up with a knee to the chin, toppling the beast and leaving him unconscious. Kakarot picked Turtle back up and continued toward the sea. Let's get moving, he said to Bulma. Sometime later, the three arrived at the ocean. Thank you so much, Turtle said. If you'll wait here, I'll go get my master, and he will surely reward you. Fine, Kakarot said, sitting cross-legged and focusing on bringing out his energy once again. What, you're just going to sit there? Bulma asked. I'm concentrating, if you haven't noticed, Kakarot replied with his eyes closed, forming energy in his hands much easier than before and holding it. Wow, Bulma said, amazed. How do you do that? It's energy manipulation, Kakarot replied. It's not too hard of a trick, he continued, lying slightly. In fact, it had taken him the last several years to master the technique. He'd been practicing it since he first read about it in the material his father left. Most Sens learn it when they are fairly young. I should have it mastered fairly soon, then I can work on making it useful. And how do you make balls of light in your hands useful? Bulma asked skeptically, wondering what a Sen was if they could make balls of light appear in their hands. Well, you can use it to attack your opponent in a fight, Kakarot explained. Or you can push it under you to fly. Fly? Bulma said, raising an eyebrow. That's impossible. No, it's not, Kakarot replied confidently. Most beings in the universe can do it, just not on this primitive planet. Oh really? Then you do it, Bulma challenged, laughing. Fine then, Kakarot said, letting go of the energy he'd formed. He began focusing on pushing his energy below him, hoping he'd be able to do it on the first try. Otherwise, he was going to look rather foolish. Fortunately for him, it worked, and the boy started floating above the ground, though with much effort, which showed on the Saiyan's face. After a few minutes, he floated back to the ground, sweat forming on his brow. You okay? Bulma asked, her voice tinged with concern. Of course I am, Kakarot said, not letting his pride admit that flying was much harder than it looked. That was a pretty good trick, an old man said, arriving on Turtle and stepping onto the shore. It was nothing, really, Kakarot said. Who are you, anyway? I am Master Roshi, the Turtle Hermit, the old man introduced himself. As far as I know, only Master Shen's students learn that, Roshi thought. How'd you learn that trick anyway? Let's just say I'm a quick learner, Kakarot replied with a smirk. No kidding, Roshi said, impressed. It took me nearly 70 years just to learn energy manipulation, and another 10 to do anything with it. Yes, Kakarot responded. Well, many people on this planet are weak. Weak? Roshi said, slightly offended. I happen to be one of the greatest martial arts masters of all time. Really? Kakarot said. Is that so? He hit the scouter. 126, he read but said nothing. He really is pretty strong, at least compared to those on this planet. He's even stronger than Grandpa Gohan. Well, Kakarot started. How about a spar for my reward then? I'll probably get beat pretty badly, he thought, but it'll make me stronger being a Saiyan and all. Wait, Bulma interjected, seeing the Dragon Ball hanging around Roshi's neck. Can I have that Dragon Ball? What, this old thing? Roshi said. Sure. He tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Turning to Kakarot, he took a more serious tone. Sure, I'll give you a spar, kid. I'll even go easy on you. Don't hold back, Kakarot said. Grandpa Gohan always holds back on me too. I need a real challenge. You know Gohan? Roshi asked, surprised. Yes, Kakarot said. He practically raised me while I was too weak to take care of myself. So you're the same baby he found, Roshi said. How do you know that, old man? Kakarot said, taking a fighting stance. No one really knew about his heritage, and he didn't want it becoming common knowledge. Gohan told me. Of course, Roshi replied. I was his master, after all. We still keep in touch from time to time. Wait, what's a Saiyan? Bulma asked. She'd heard Kakarot mention them a few times and was curious. Kakarot paused. He figured he might as well tell her. Over the past few days, they'd actually become quick friends. Well, a Saiyan is a warrior race from the planet Vegeta. Are you one of these Saiyans? Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes, Kakarot replied. Unfortunately, I'm the last of the Saiyans. An evil tyrant named Frieza destroyed my people when I was very young. My father sent me away as a baby and went to try to stop Frieza. Since I haven't heard from him, he didn't succeed. Oh, that's awful, Bulma said, engulfing Kakarot in a hug. You poor thing. Kakarot had to admit he liked the comfort Bulma brought. He wondered briefly what his father would think if he were here, seeing him show such weakness. He quickly pulled away and hid his emotions. Let's cut the small talk and get on with our spar, Kakarot said, turning to Roshi and taking a fighting stance. All right, Roshi said, taking his own stance. With that, Kakarot charged at the martial arts master, throwing kicks and punches with everything he had. The old man managed to block and dodge them all with ease. Roshi threw a punch at Kakarot almost faster than the boy could follow, and much faster than the boy could dodge. The blow connected with the Saiyan's face and sent him flying back to the ground. I think you've had enough, Roshi said. Kakarot got to his feet and wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. It'll take more than that to beat me, he said as he once again charged at the old man, throwing kicks and punches wildly, thrilled that he was getting a challenge. Grandpa Gohan never would have hit him that hard, always worrying about hurting him. Once again, Roshi blocked and dodged all the blows with practiced ease. The turtle hermit hit Kakarot with an uppercut, sending the boy flying into the air. He quickly jumped up and brought a double-fisted hammer blow down on Kakarot's back, sending him into the ground hard. Kakarot got up off the ground, holding his now injured arm. I'm not done yet. Yes, you are, Roshi said. You don't stand a chance in this fight, but you do show potential. If you want, I'll take you on as a student and help you become a better fighter. You're on, Kakarot said, excited about the prospect of an even stronger teacher than his grandpa. I'll return to train with you as soon as we're done collecting the Dragon Balls. The next Dragon Ball should be right up here, Bulma said, looking at the radar. Probably in that village up ahead, Kakarot said. Let's check it out, Bulma suggested. A few minutes later, the two were walking through the village. Looks deserted, Bulma commented. Kakarot hit his scouter. There are several power levels in the houses, he said, but apparently, they're all hiding. That's strange, Bulma noted. Why would they all be hiding? I don't know, Kakarot said, but I'm going to find out. He walked up to the door of one of the houses and knocked. After a few seconds of no answer, he yelled, I know you're in there. Open up. When there was still no response, Kakarot sent his fist through the door and kicked it open. Suddenly, an axe came swinging down at Kakarot's head. In an instant, the Sen's hand shot up and caught the handle. What were you planning on doing with that? Kakarot growled between clenched teeth. I thought you were Oolong. The old man on the other end of the axe stammered. Who's Oolong? Bulma asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. He's the monster that keeps taking our daughters, the man explained, his voice trembling. He's horrible. He can take any form. He usually comes in the form of a giant of some kind. He comes and destroys part of our town, then takes our daughters. Now he has his sights on my daughter, so when I thought you were Oolong, I wanted to protect her. You're lucky you missed, or I might have had to hurt you, Kakarot said, releasing the axe. What brings you here anyway? The man asked, eager to change the subject. We're looking for a ball like this one, Bulma answered, pulling out one of the Dragon Balls. That's odd, the man said, examining the ball with stars in it. I've never seen anything like it. I've seen it, an old woman said, stepping forward and pulling out another Dragon Ball. Bulma's eyes lit up. Can we have it? It's been in my family for generations, the woman replied, clutching it protectively. What if we defeat Oolong and get your daughters back? Bulma suggested. Sure, if you manage that, you can have it, the woman agreed. Okay, here's the plan, Bulma said, turning to Kakarot. We'll put you in a dress and let Oolong take you back to where he's hiding the girls. Then you can beat him, and we'll get the girls back. No, Kakarot said flatly. It's the only way, Bulma insisted. No, it's not, Kakarot said. How about I just beat him and make him tell us where the girls are? Fine, Bulma pouted, disappointed that her plan was rejected. A few hours later, the village was tense with anticipation. Where's my lovely bride? Oolong roared as he smashed his way into town. I'm your date today, Kakarot said, stepping out into the street to face the 20-foot-tall red giant with a pig's snout. You? Oolong replied. Sorry, kid. You're not my type. I'm not giving you a choice, Kakarot replied. I'm here to end your reign of terror. You beat me? Oolong laughed. You must be joking. You're nothing but a runt. Kakarot hit the button on his scouter and grinned. Only a power level of 4, he thought. This will be easier than I thought. Without hesitation, Kakarot leaped into the air and sent a kick at the giant's face. Oolong swung a fist at the tiny warrior but was too slow. Kakarot's foot landed right between his eyes, knocking him to the ground and out cold. An instant later, in a puff of smoke, the giant that was Oolong turned into a short, pudgy pig in army fatigues. Why did he shrink? Bulma asked from where she was watching. Oolong has the ability to transform, one of the villagers explained. This must be his true form. Kinda small, isn't he? Bulma said, laughing. Typical for such a weakling, Kakarot said, walking back into the hut. A few hours later, Oolong awoke, groggy and disoriented. Where am I? He asked, confused. And why am I tied up? Because you're weak, Kakarot said, answering both questions at once. Now, you're going to tell me where those girls are. Why would I do that? Oolong asked, his voice trembling. Because, I'm assuming you want to live, Kakarot replied with menace. While he had no intention of killing the pig, he could let him think he did. Oolong swallowed hard. Good point. But why are you helping these people? Don't get me wrong, but you don't seem like the hero type. There's a reward if you must know, Kakarot said, irritated. We're collecting some Dragon Balls, and they have one. Rather than having to kill them for it, I just had to beat you. Can I come with you? Oolong asked, hopeful. No, Kakarot said bluntly. Wait, Kakarot, Bulma interjected. He might be useful with his ability to change like that, and if he gets out of line, you can always knock him out. Fine, Kakarot said, walking away. Somehow, he still couldn't say no to the girl, and it was getting frustrating. Later that night, the three companions had stopped for the night and sat around a small campfire. We only need 2 more Dragon Balls, Bulma said excitedly. You have an amazing grasp of the obvious, Kakarot said, sitting off to the side with his eyes closed in a meditative position. The young Sen had a look of concentration on his face. What's he doing anyway? Oolong asked Bulma. Beats me, Bulma said. He's either sitting like that or working out since I met him. It seems like all he does when we're not busy. If you must know, I'm meditating, Kakarot said, his eyes still closed. What for? Oolong asked, confused. I need to learn to control my energy like a true Saiyan, Kakarot replied as he started to float a few inches off the ground. That's a neat trick, Oolong said, looking to Bulma. It's not a trick, Kakarot said. I'm holding myself up with my energy. I've been practicing it for the last few days. At this rate, I'll be flying within the next couple of days. Flying? Oolong asked, incredulous. That's impossible. Only for the weaklings on this planet, Kakarot said. I'm a Saiyan warrior, and all Saiyan warriors can fly. What's a Saiyan warrior? Oolong whispered to Bulma. I can't tell you, Bulma replied. It's up to him if he decides to trust you. He kinda has trust issues as it is. I don't want to make him mad at me by telling his secret. Kakarot just rolled his eyes and continued meditating. Did they really think he couldn't hear their conversation? The next day, Kakarot, Bulma, and Oolong continued their journey. They were in one of Bulma's boats, traveling down a river. We're really making good time using this river, Bulma commented. Where are we going, anyway? Oolong asked. Well, Bulma replied, checking her radar. The next Dragon Ball is just on the other side of the Diablo Desert. It shouldn't be too much farther. The Diablo Desert, Oolong said, his eyes widening. But Yamcha lives there. Who's Yamcha? Bulma asked, curious. He rules the Diablo Desert, Oolong explained. He's a master of martial arts. It's said he'll rob and kill anyone who comes into his territory. His Wolf Fang Fist technique is said to be invincible. Sounds like a decent challenge. Kakarot spoke for the first time in hours. The young Sen had been meditating most of the trip but was clearly aware of his surroundings. I don't think you understand, Oolong said nervously. He's a monster. I'm getting out of here. In an instant, the pig transformed into a fish and made to jump overboard. Before he hit the water, he was caught by Kakarot's hand. You're not going anywhere, but Yamcha will kill us, Oolong pleaded. Don't worry, Oolong, Bulma reassured him. Kakarot is really strong. He can protect us. He did knock you out without even trying, after all. Just how strong are you, kid? Oolong asked, still skeptical. My power level is 16, Kakarot replied. What's that mean? Bulma asked, puzzled. Kakarot hit his scouter. Well, you're only at 2, and the pig is only at 4. Does that clarify anything? I think I've got an idea now, Bulma said. Suddenly, the motor on the boat quit. We're out of gas, Bulma said, worried. Oolong, can you turn into some gas to get us to shore? Can't. I'd get used up, Oolong said. I've got it, Kakarot said, jumping into the water. A few seconds later, the boat began to move forward once again as the young Saiyan swam behind it, pushing it down the river. Just head to the shore, Bulma directed. Minutes later, the three got out of the boat on dry land. Oh no, Bulma said, giving herself a pat down. My Dinocaps. Guess we'll walk, Kakarot said. That's easy for you to say, Bulma yelled, hysterical. You're used to the outdoors. What other choice do we have? Kakarot said. Besides, it might be good for you. The sun shone down brightly in the depths of the desert as Kakarot, Bulma, and Oolong walked endlessly. I can't go on, Bulma panted. I'm not meant to walk in the desert. Kakarot just rolled his eyes. Let's take a break then. He didn't really care about how good of time they made through the desert. He'd use the time when Bulma needed to rest to train anyway. Bulma walked over to the shade of a rock and laid down to sleep. I'm going to go find some food, Kakarot said. Before he moved 2 steps though, he spotted a dust cloud in the distance. What's that? Oolong asked, quaking with fear. I'm not sure, Kakarot replied. In minutes, the figure that caused the dust cloud developed into a man on a hover scooter. The figure drew closer before finally coming to a stop in front of Kakarot and Oolong. The man stepped down off the scooter. He was dressed in green pants and an orange shirt and carried a sword sheathed at his side. Atop his shoulder sat a small, cat-like creature. Give me your money and any Dinocaps, and I'll let you live, the man demanded. Who are you to order me around, weakling? Kakarot replied defiantly. I am Yamcha, ruler of this entire area. Yamcha replied. Hey, the small cat said, interrupting. That's Oolong. He was in my shape-shifting class. He was always a big bully. Well, Puar, Yamcha said with a grin. It appears the tables have turned. I wouldn't say that, Oolong said with a smug look. My boy Kakarot here will take out both of you. Just like always, Puar said, eyeing Oolong with disdain. Having someone else fight for him. This is your last chance, Yamcha warned, his eyes narrowing. Give me your money, and you won't get hurt. No, Kakarot said simply, his voice steady. Your funeral? Yamcha sneered. I doubt that, Kakarot replied, hitting his scouter. You only have a power level of 12, the Sen said with a laugh. Weakling. I'll show you weak, Yamcha shouted, charging at the young Sen. In an instant, he had his sword out, swinging the blade at Kakarot. Kakarot leapt into the air, dodging the blow effortlessly. An instant later, he landed on the ground and rebounded, shooting back at the desert bandit and planting a foot in his back. Yamcha went flying forward across the ground but quickly rebounded himself, charging back at Kakarot. The bandit began throwing kicks and punches at the young Sen as fast as he could, but Kakarot managed to dodge or block every one of them. Minutes later, the two separated. Now you're going to get it, Yamcha panted. I'll show you my Wolf Fang Fist. Bring it on, Kakarot said, taking a defensive stance. Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha yelled, moving his hands in a complex motion. The tall warrior began to take the form of a wolf as he charged at Kakarot, throwing punches at lightning speed. Suddenly, he was stopped as Kakarot's fist landed in his stomach with tremendous force. The taller warrior bent down, clutching his stomach, and finally fell to the ground. Some attack, Kakarot said, laughing. It might have worked if you were stronger. You'll pay for this, Yamcha said, struggling to his feet. I doubt that, Kakarot replied coolly. What's going on? Bulma asked, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. A girl, Yamcha yelled, jumping back on his scooter and speeding away. Guess you showed him, Oolong said to Kakarot. And I was just getting warmed up, Kakarot said, somewhat disappointed. Kakarot, Bulma, and Oolong sat in Oolong's RV, which the pig had just remembered he had. So what do these Dragon Balls do anyway? Oolong asked, curious. Well, if you gather them all up, you get a single wish from the Eternal Dragon, Bulma explained. What are we going to wish for? Oolong asked. You mean, what am I going to wish for? Bulma corrected him. I'm going to wish for the perfect boyfriend. What a wasted wish, Kakarot said from the corner. Well, what do you suggest? Bulma retorted. A true warrior lives by his strength, Kakarot replied. And strength is what matters. Everything else is second. So you want to wish to be stronger? Oolong asked, trying to follow Kakarot's logic. Are you kidding? Kakarot said, shaking his head. Where's the honor in that? Strength gained through a wish isn't really yours. So what would you wish for? Bulma asked, genuinely curious now. I don't really need a wish, Kakarot said. I just decided to come along for the ride, hoping to find someone strong to fight. How's that going for you? Oolong asked. I have found one old master who is pretty strong, Kakarot replied. I'm going to go train with him when this is over. But I have to finish this first. It's not like you two would stand a chance on your own anyway. How nice of you, Oolong replied sarcastically. The truth hurts, Kakarot said, smirking. Yamcha's ears perked up as he overheard the conversation inside the house. He turned to his small, floating blue companion, Puar, with a sly grin. Did you hear that? He whispered. If we could get those Dragon Balls, we could wish for anything. Puar, always curious, tilted his head. What would you wish for, Yamcha? With a wistful sigh, Yamcha replied, I'd wish to never be nervous around women again. Puar nodded in agreement but then asked, but how are we going to get the Dragon Balls? Yamcha scratched his head, thinking hard. We need to lure them out of here, he said confidently. Before Puar could respond, a voice interrupted them from behind. And what are you planning to do after that? Kakarot asked, his tone sharp. Do you really think I'm inattentive enough not to notice a couple of eavesdroppers like you? Yamcha quickly turned, taking a defensive stance. I'm impressed, boy, Yamcha said, trying to keep his cool. You're really on your guard, but you won't win this round. Kakarot smirked, crossing his arms. Don't make me laugh. I was barely warming up last time, and you were already getting your ass kicked. Yamcha clenched his fists, anger rising. We'll see about that, he snapped. I'm going all out this time. Wouldn't want it any other way, Kakarot replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With a swift push off his left foot, Yamcha charged at Kakarot, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. But Kakarot was ready, blocking every attack with ease, his movements almost effortless. Is that all you've got? Kakarot taunted. I thought you said you were going all out. This feels more like a warm-up. Yamcha's face turned red with fury. How dare this boy mock him? He attacked with renewed vigor, his kicks and punches becoming even more frantic. Kakarot continued to block, but it was clear he was starting to take the fight more seriously. Finally, one of Yamcha's punches connected with Kakarot's face, sending him reeling back slightly. But Kakarot quickly recovered, his expression now serious. He decided it was time to go on the offensive. With a powerful punch aimed at Yamcha's face, Kakarot struck out. Yamcha managed to dodge by mere inches, but Kakarot followed up with a sweeping kick that took the bandit off his feet. Not wasting a second, Kakarot landed a solid punch to Yamcha's gut, doubling him over. An instant later, Kakarot's knee came up into Yamcha's face, sending him stumbling back. Yamcha, Puar yelled, his voice filled with worry. He had never seen his master lose to anyone, especially not this badly. The sight of Yamcha getting hit so hard was alarming. Kakarot paused for a moment, considering his next move. He had been working on a new technique and decided now was the perfect time to try it out. Concentrating hard, he gathered his energy, pulling it into his palm until a small ball of yellow light appeared. With a determined look, he hurled the energy ball at the downed bandit. However, the attack was slower than expected, and Yamcha easily rolled out of the way. The energy ball exploded harmlessly on the ground behind him. In an instant, Yamcha sprang to his feet, charging at Kakarot with renewed fury. His punches and kicks came with a ferocity Kakarot hadn't seen before. Kakarot managed to block most of the attacks, but a few got through, causing him some pain. He regretted using the energy attack. It hadn't done any damage and had drained him significantly. As Yamcha's fist flew towards his face, Kakarot leaned his head to the left, dodging by mere inches. He countered swiftly, aiming a punch at Yamcha's exposed stomach. The bandit raised his knee, taking the blow on his leg instead. They continued to trade blows, locked in a fierce stalemate. Kakarot flipped back, taking a moment to catch his breath and rethink his strategy. He lunged at Yamcha again, this time with even greater speed. He threw a left hook at Yamcha's face, but it was a feint. At the last second, Kakarot's knee came around to strike Yamcha's exposed side. The bandit moved to block but was too slow. Pain shot through Yamcha's body as Kakarot's knee connected. Seizing the opportunity, Kakarot pummeled the bandit mercilessly. Seconds later, Yamcha was on the ground, Kakarot standing over him. Yamcha looked up at Kakarot, his face and body covered in bruises from the intense fight. Kakarot gazed down at his defeated opponent. Part of him wanted to finish the fight and prove his dominance, but another part told him he had already won. He had nothing left to prove. Turning his back on Yamcha, Kakarot said, "Get out of my sight and don't let me catch you here again, or next time will be worse." "Wait," Yamcha called out, still desperate to get the Dragon Balls. He knew he couldn't win by force or stealth. "Maybe I could help you and your friends." Kakarot stopped, but didn't turn around. "And how do you propose to do that?" "I could help you train," Yamcha offered. "Maybe even show you a few techniques." Kakarot's interest was piqued. "Like what?" "I could show you my wolf fang fist," Yamcha said. "I've already seen that one," Kakarot replied, "and I wasn't all that impressed." "Well, I could at least give you someone to spar against along the way. Maybe even keep you on your toes," the bandit suggested. Kakarot considered this for a moment. "Fine," he said finally, "but any funny business and you'll regret it." With that, Kakarot, Bulma, Oolong, and now their two new companions, Yamcha and Puar, continued on their quest to find the Dragon Balls. Their journey led them towards the dreaded Fire Mountain, where the next Dragon Ball was believed to be hidden. "What's this Fire Mountain anyway?" Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. "Well," Oolong began, The entire mountain is covered in flames. It's also home to the dreaded Ox King. Who's the Ox King? Kakarot asked, his interest now fully engaged. Is he very strong? He's a killer, Oolong replied, his voice trembling slightly. He eats humans for breakfast and is incredibly strong. Yamcha snorted dismissively. It's just a legend. Believe what you want, Oolong said, crossing his arms. But count me out. Don't be such a coward, Bulma chided. With both Kakarot and Yamcha, we should be able to handle anything. Yamcha blushed at the mention of his name by Bulma. Though he had managed to keep his composure better after their first encounter, he still turned red whenever she spoke to him. We should probably stop for the night, Oolong suggested. Our great warriors will need to be well rested if they face off against the Ox King, he added sarcastically. Chu and Mei watched as Emperor Pilaf paced back and forth in his throne room. Why aren't we going after the Dragon Balls? Chu asked Mei. Because, Emperor Pilaf interjected, we already have one of the Dragon Balls. It's much more efficient to let them gather the other 6 and then trap them when they come for the one we have. Genius, Emperor, Mei said, actually approving of her master's plan for a change. But why the change in tactics? This isn't like you. There is a formidable warrior collecting the balls, Pilaf explained. From my spy cams, he seems to always be on alert. I figured it would be easier to trap them on my home turf. An excellent idea, Master, Chu agreed. Kakarot stood several feet away from the camper, calming himself and concentrating. He stretched his hands out and shot a small energy blast at a nearby rock, disintegrating it instantly. He repeated this process, sending blast after blast at different rocks. After 10 blasts, he heard a voice behind him. Impressive, Yamcha said. I've only heard of great masters being able to manipulate energy like that. All Sen warriors learn to do this at a young age, Kakarot replied, his tone dismissive. It's child's play. It still seems difficult for you, Yamcha observed. You're panting. I'll manage, Kakarot retorted. I did manage to beat you, weakling. Weakling, huh? Yamcha said, pretending to be hurt. Care to have a spar to prove how much stronger you are? Sure, Kakarot said, a smirk forming on his lips. I may be tired from using so much energy, but maybe you're good enough to give me a workout. Then put up, Yamcha said, taking a fighting stance. In an instant, Yamcha charged at Kakarot, throwing a kick at his head. Kakarot raised an arm to block the blow but found it more difficult than expected. Yamcha didn't relent, sending a punch towards Kakarot's stomach. The young Saiyan moved to block but was a split second too late. Yamcha's fist landed squarely in Kakarot's stomach, doubling him over. In the next instant, Yamcha's other fist connected hard with Kakarot's face, sending him flying back into the bushes. Kakarot got up, holding his stomach, and grinned. This was going to be interesting, to say the least. The young Sen charged at the bandit and threw a punch at Yamcha's midsection. Yamcha blocked with his hand but wasn't quick enough to stop the kick Kakarot aimed at the back of his knee. Yamcha's leg buckled under him. Kakarot, not wasting a second, brought the same fist that had been blocked seconds before up into Yamcha's chin. Yamcha staggered back from the blow. Before he could recover, Kakarot punched him in the chest, sending Yamcha flying back into his own set of bushes. Yamcha got up, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth, and grinned. This sparring session was turning out to be more exciting than he had anticipated. He had thought he'd have the upper hand after seeing Kakarot use so much energy, but it seemed they were evenly matched. Yamcha relished the challenge. It had been too long since he had found a worthy opponent, let alone one who could push him to his limits. In recent years, he had been content robbing the weak, but now he felt the thrill of a real fight again. His thoughts were interrupted by Kakarot's foot connecting with his face in a flying kick. The blow sent Yamcha sprawling, and in an instant, Kakarot was upon him, throwing kicks and punches like a whirlwind. Yamcha blocked most of the attacks, but some got through, and he retaliated with blows of his own. The two continued to spar intensely, trading punches and kicks until both were exhausted and covered in bruises. The next day, the group of travelers approached Fire Mountain. The heat is intense, Oolong commented as they neared the mountain, which was engulfed in flames. The Dragon Ball is definitely up there, Bulma said, looking at the bleeper. Probably in that castle up there. That's the Ox King's castle, Oolong said nervously. How are we going to get up there through the fire? Yamcha asked. There's no way through those flames. I'm going to look for a path, Kakarot said. Maybe the entire mountain isn't actually on fire. With that, he disappeared into the bushes to scout for a way through the flames. Who's there? A booming voice demanded behind them. Are you trying to steal my gold? The travelers turned to see a massive man, about 7 feet tall and covered in muscles. He wore a hat with horns and carried a giant axe. He was the Ox King. No, Bulma said quickly. We're just passing by. No way into that castle, Kakarot announced, emerging from the bushes. He turned to look at the Ox King. I take it you're the Ox King. I knew it. You're trying to steal my gold, the Ox King roared. He swung his axe at Kakarot, but the boy jumped out of the way before the weapon could hit him. We can take him together, Yamcha said, taking a fighting stance. Back off, Kakarot said, already in his own stance. True Saiyan warriors fight alone. He quickly hit his scouter. 50, he thought, reading the number. This could get tricky. The Ox King swung his massive axe at Kakarot again, and once more, Kakarot narrowly avoided it by jumping out of the way. He charged forward and landed a kick to the Ox King's stomach, but the giant didn't even flinch. You won't live long enough to steal my treasure, the Ox King ranted as he swung his axe at Kakarot once again. What are you talking about, you big oaf? Kakarot asked, dodging the axe yet again. I don't care about your stupid treasure. I'm just looking for a Dragon Ball, and I think it's in your castle. I'm sure we can offer some kind of payment if it's yours. Though Kakarot didn't like backing down from a fight, he knew this giant was stronger than him, at least for now. More importantly, he wasn't a thief. If the Dragon Ball was the Ox King's possession, it wasn't right to take it without offering some kind of payment. You mean you're not after my vast treasure? The Ox King asked, his tone shifting. No, Kakarot said firmly. We're just looking for a small ball with red stars in it. We think it's in your castle. Well, the Ox King said, there's no way into the castle until the fire is put out. I'll tell you what, if you can find a way to put the fire out, you can have your Dragon Ball. Sounds fair enough, Kakarot agreed. Any ideas on how to put out the fire? The Banshu fan is the only thing that can extinguish the flames, the Ox King explained. It belongs to the great master Roshi. I sent my daughter Chi-Chi to get it, but I fear she's been lost. I can find this Master Roshi, Kakarot said, tapping his scouter. Sure enough, the old man's power level showed up in the direction they had come from. Can I ask you one more favor? The Ox King said, his voice softening. Will you also find my daughter and bring her back safely? Sure, no problem, Bulma cut in. It'd be our pleasure. All right, Kakarot said, taking charge of the situation. I'll find Master Roshi and get the Banshu fan. Yamcha can go rescue Chi-Chi while I'm gone. What about the rest of us? Oolong asked nervously. You stay here until I return, Kakarot instructed. I'll be able to get there faster if I go alone. With that, Kakarot took off running in the direction they had come from. Does he have a jetcopter capsule somewhere? Oolong asked, puzzled. No, I think he's actually planning to make the trip on foot, Yamcha replied. I suppose I better go find this Chi-Chi. Surely she hasn't gotten too far, he added, taking off on foot as well. This could be a long wait, Oolong muttered to himself, watching them disappear into the distance. It had been 4 days since Kakarot left to find Master Roshi. Yamcha had returned fairly quickly with Chi-Chi, who seemed to adore the young bandit much to Yamcha's discomfort. After all, she was quite a bit younger than him. In the distance, a small figure appeared, approaching rapidly. Moments later, Kakarot arrived with the old master in tow. I found him, Kakarot announced, panting slightly from the exertion. He didn't have the Banshu fan, but he said he could put out the fire himself, so I brought him along. How'd you get back in just 4 days? Bulma asked, astonished. It's several hundred miles to where we met Roshi on the shoreline. Well, I did have to stop to eat and sleep, Kakarot replied, misunderstanding her question. To him, running long distances wasn't a big deal. In fact, the others had been slowing him down on this whole trip. Master, the Ox King exclaimed, running up to Roshi and interrupting any further conversation about Kakarot's quick return. I'm so pleased to see you. Now wait a minute, Ox, Roshi said sternly. What's this I hear about you killing a bunch of people over some stupid treasure? That's not the way I taught you when I trained you and Grandpa Gohan. Yes, Master, the Ox King said, bowing low. If you put out the fire, I promise I'll start being better. Very well, I'll put out the fire, Roshi said, tossing his shirt and turtle shell aside. He climbed up on the stone wall facing the torrent of fire on the mountain. He was a scrawny sight to behold, but Kakarot knew better. He knew the old man was stronger than he looked. What's he doing? Bulma whispered. Master's going to do his Kamehameha wave, the Ox King answered. It's a very hard move to learn, one that neither I nor Grandpa Gohan ever mastered. Kakarot watched with interest as the master readied to perform this mysterious technique. If it was powerful enough to put out this fire, he was definitely interested in learning more about it. Roshi readied himself and concentrated. In the next instant, his scrawny muscles suddenly beefed up as he became instantly buff. He then cupped his hands and began to chant, K, me, ha, me. Kakarot watched as blue energy began to form in the old master's hands. This technique wasn't all that different from the energy blasts he had been performing earlier, except with increased concentration, the blast was much more powerful. Even more powerful than someone with his power level should be able to muster. Ha! Roshi finished, shooting the blue beam of energy at the fire. There was a giant explosion, and when the dust settled, sure enough, the fire was out, but the mountain was gone and the castle lay in ruins. I guess I overdid it, Roshi said sheepishly. I must not be as rusty as I thought. That was amazing, Yamcha commented, wide-eyed. I wonder if I could do that, Kakarot mused to himself. That technique takes years to learn, Master Roshi said, hearing the boy. It took me 50 years to master it myself after I invented it. Kakarot took a stance and cupped his hands, focusing intensely. After making sure nothing important was in the way, he gathered his energy, concentrating it all into his hands. Ka, mi, ha, mi, he chanted. Blue energy began forming in his hands as he continued the technique. Ha, he shouted, launching a Kamehameha wave of his own. Though much smaller than Roshi's attack, it still packed a powerful punch and could have caused significant damage if it had hit anything. Very impressive, Roshi said, nodding with approval. You have a lot of potential to be a great warrior someday. I could teach you much. You've already agreed to train me when this is over, Kakarot reminded him. That I will, my boy, Roshi agreed. According to the bleeper, the Dragon Ball should be in this castle, Bulma said as the travelers walked up to a giant wooden door. Looks suspicious, Kakarot remarked, eyeing the imposing structure. Yeah, Puar said, floating near Yamcha's shoulder. No one good lives in a castle like this, so what do we do? Yamcha asked, looking uneasy. We knock, I suppose, Kakarot said. What if they're not friendly? Bulma said worriedly, remembering stories of an evil little emperor supposedly collecting the Dragon Balls. Could this be his castle? She wondered. Kakarot tapped his scouter. There aren't any high power levels in there, he said. If they're not friendly, we should be able to handle them. With that, the young Saiyan walked up and knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice asked from the speaker. We're looking for a small orange ball with a star in it, Kakarot answered, referring to the one-star ball they hadn't found yet. We're willing to offer payment for it, he added. Very well, the voice said. Come in, and we'll discuss it. With that, the door opened, allowing the travelers to enter the castle. Sire, Chu said, why are you letting them in? You idiot, Pilaf replied. There's no way we'd defeat that kid in a straight fight. That's why we need to trap them, and inviting them in is the best way to catch them off guard. Brilliant, sire, Mai said, nodding in agreement. Let's go, Bulma said, stepping into the dark hallway beyond the door. Wait, Kakarot cautioned. It could be a trap. Let's go slowly. With that, the travelers entered the castle and walked cautiously down the dark passageway to meet whatever awaited them. Now we've got them, Pilaf said with delight. Close the walls around them now. Kakarot turned as he heard a noise behind him. An instant later, a wall slid down, blocking their retreat. He jumped forward, but another wall was dropping in front of them. He was an instant too late to escape, and the young Sen was trapped along with his companions. Well, this is just great, Yamcha said, breaking the silence as he looked at the prison surrounding them. Maybe we can break the walls, Oolong suggested. After all, you and Kakarot are pretty strong. Not a bad idea to try, Kakarot admitted. He walked over to one of the walls and took a deep breath. Concentrating his strength, he slammed his fist into the wall. Unfortunately, the wall didn't budge, and all he got out of the experience was bruised knuckles. I'll try now, Yamcha said, attacking the wall with kicks and punches of his own. You're wasting your time, Kakarot said. If I couldn't punch through it, you're not going to get anywhere. Then what do you suppose we do? Yamcha asked, almost losing his temper. We wait, Kakarot replied calmly. Obviously, we're trapped in here for a reason. They probably want the Dragon Balls. They'll have to come and get them. That's probably our best chance of escape. Great, sire, Chu said happily. You have them trapped. Yes, Pilaf said evilly. Now we have them. But how are we going to get the Dragon Balls from them, sire? Mai asked, inadvertently spoiling her master's moment. Simple, Pilaf replied, clearly having thought this through. The room they are trapped in is equipped with knockout gas. All we have to do is knock them out, steal the Dragon Balls, and make my wish. Brilliant, Cho said, admiring Pilaf's cunning. Several hours later, the travelers woke up groggy and disoriented. What happened? Bulma asked, rubbing her eyes. Knockout gas, Yamcha said, shaking off the effects. So much for waiting for them to come and get the Dragon Balls, he added, glancing at Kakarot. Okay, so I was wrong, Kakarot admitted. We need to get out more urgently now. But punching the walls wildly won't help. We need a plan. Maybe you should try your Kamehameha wave, Yamcha suggested. It's worth a try, Kakarot agreed. He cupped his hands at his side and concentrated. Me, ha, he shouted, shooting blue energy out of his hands and into one of the walls. When the smoke cleared, there was a hole to the outside about 1 foot around. Not quite big enough to get out of, Kakarot said. But then something caught his attention. Down below were Pilaf and his minions with the 7 Dragon Balls, preparing to make their wish. We need to stop them, Bulma said urgently. He'll wish for something evil. I should have never started this quest, she thought. All I wanted was a boyfriend, and now look what happened. Oolong, Puar, Kakarot said. Transform into something small and get down there to try to steal one of the Dragon Balls before they make their wish. With that plan, Oolong and Puar transformed into bats and flew out of the hole, heading toward the Dragon Balls. Arise, Shenron, Pilaf said just before Oolong and Puar could reach the Dragon Balls. The sky suddenly became dark, and lightning began striking the area. Finally, a huge bolt of lightning struck the Dragon Balls and remained. After a short time, the lightning took the shape of a green dragon. Shenron was released. You who have summoned me, the dragon spoke, its voice echoing with power. I will grant you one wish. Pilaf smiled wickedly. I wish for a pair of hot girl's panties, Oolong yelled, cutting off the emperor before he could finish. To be the undisputed ruler of the world, Pilaf finished, his voice overlapping with Oolong's. Your wish is granted, Shenron said as his red eyes glowed brightly. The dragon then vanished, and the Dragon Balls shot into the sky, scattering in 7 different directions across the planet. In the place of the dragon, a pair of girls' underwear appeared and fell onto Oolong's head. I'll get you for this, Pilaf shouted furiously, activating the knockout gas in the room once more. And when the travelers awoke, their surroundings had changed. Instead of the stone walls of the castle, they were now in a room with steel walls and a clear ceiling. Oolong and Puar were also back with them, having been captured again while the others were unconscious. Greetings, a voice said. On a screen, Pilaf's face appeared. You may have ruined my plans, but you will die for your crimes. There is no escape from this room. The walls are triple reinforced steel, much stronger than the other cell I had you in. The ceiling is made of the same material. Now, to the death part. When the sun rises, this room becomes an oven, and you will cook in it. We're going to die, Bulma sobbed, hearing the evil plan. Don't worry, Bulma, Kakarot said in a reassuring voice. That was one thing she liked about him. He never panicked and always seemed in control of the situation. If only she'd met him before this quest, she might not have had to find the Dragon Balls to wish for a boyfriend after all. Yeah, Yamcha said. Kakarot's Kamehameha wave might still get us out. I doubt it, Kakarot replied, but I'll try. He cupped his hands and concentrated. Me, ha, he chanted, shooting another Kamehameha wave at the wall. Everyone but Kakarot gasped in despair when they saw the wall undamaged. Now what? Oolong said, his tone hopeless. We still have one chance, Kakarot said. Tonight is the night of the full moon. As a Saiyan, I have the ability to transform if I look at the full moon. What do you mean transform? Bulma asked, confused. I become my Uzaru form, Kakarot explained. It multiplies a Saiyan's strength tenfold. That's one of the reasons we're such feared warriors. It sounds like there's something you're not telling us, kid, Oolong said, suspicious. Well, Kakarot said hesitantly, I haven't completely mastered the form yet. So you can't use all its power? Yamcha asked. No, Kakarot replied. It's not that. I just don't have much control. It's getting better with each transformation, but it's still not perfect. That's why when I start to transform, I want you to grab Bulma and get as far away as possible. Is there any way to reverse this once it happens? Yamcha asked. I mean, if you go too crazy, the only way would be if I lost my tail, Kakarot admitted. But if you cut my tail off, I will kill you. Fine, Yamcha said reluctantly. We'll just keep our distance. All right, Kakarot said, sitting down and assuming a meditative posture. What are you doing? Bulma asked, puzzled. I'm clearing my mind before I transform, Kakarot replied. It helps with controlling the Uzaru form. Kakarot meditated for about 30 more minutes before he opened his eyes and looked up at the full moon outside. Suddenly, the pupils of his eyes disappeared and his heart started beating more rapidly. His face began to morph into a snout, and his body started growing. Hair covered his entire body, and he grew to about 20 feet tall. To the amazement of those around him, his Saiyan armor stretched to accommodate his increase in size. The walls around them crumbled as Kakarot's body became too big for the prison. Let's go, Yamcha said, grabbing Bulma, Puar, and Oolong and running out of the way of Kakarot's massive feet. The Uzaru ignored them for the most part, focused on destroying what was left of Pilaf's castle. Kakarot roared as his fist smashed through one of Pilaf's towers. Although he was aware of his surroundings, he was still filled with incredible rage and had to let it out. This was common during his Uzaru transformation, but he felt he had more control than he used to. At least he thought he had enough control not to trample anyone he cared about. We've got to stop him, Bulma said, watching the destruction in horror. Look at the damage he's causing. I'm not getting involved in that, Yamcha said, shaking his head. He was truly terrified of the beast Kakarot had become. To be honest, he was also scared of what Kakarot might do to him if he cut off the boy's tail. Suddenly, the Uzuru was distracted by a plane taking off from the ruins of the castle. Looks like Pilaf's trying to escape, Yamcha said. The plane climbed high enough to escape the monster, but Kakarot turned his head toward it, opened his mouth, and shot a blast at the plane, hitting the wing and causing it to spiral down and crash in the distance. Satisfied that he had taken his revenge for his imprisonment, Kakarot's anger subsided somewhat, making it easier for him to regain control. Look, he's stopped destroying things, Oolong pointed out as they watched Kakarot begin to wander aimlessly around the area, occasionally smashing something but relatively calm for the most part. The next morning, Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar looked around the rubble of Pilaf's castle. Kakarot had certainly done a number on the place. Yamcha hoped never to be on the receiving end of that kind of rage. There he is, Bulma said, walking over to a sleeping Kakarot. After a little shaking, the boy woke up. That really takes it out of you, he said groggily. That was scary, Bulma said, relieved he was back to normal. I know, Kakarot replied, and believe me, I'm working on better control. I'm glad to know I have enough control not to attack you. It would be terrible if you got hurt. Bulma blushed slightly. So where are you going now that we're done hunting the Dragon Balls? She asked, hoping to spend more time with him. I'm going to train with Master Roshi, Kakarot answered flatly. I need to get as strong as possible. I'm going to train too, Yamcha said, determined. I'll want a rematch someday. Kakarot grinned. I look forward to it. You're on, Kakarot said, actually smiling. How about at the next World Martial Arts Tournament? Yamcha suggested. Sounds good, Kakarot agreed. I'll come watch, Bulma added, blushing at the young Sen again. Kakarot stepped onto the island that housed the great Master Roshi. The old master's house was simple, painted white with a red roof, but it served the old man well. Hey old man, Kakarot yelled. I'm ready for my training now. Roshi poked his head outside the house. Well, if it isn't my young Saiyan friend. Finished with that task of yours, did ya? Where's that pretty girl companion of yours? She went home while I train, Kakarot answered. Now let's get started. Their conversation was interrupted as a small, bald-headed boy landed headfirst in the sand. Apparently, he had decided to make an entrance by jumping from his boat to the shore. He'd made an entrance, all right. Kakarot tried to suppress a laugh but couldn't quite manage it. A minute later, the old master and Kakarot had pulled the boy free of the sand and set him upright. Who are you? Kakarot asked in a harsh tone. For your information, the boy answered just as harshly. I'm Krillin. I have traveled a great distance to train with the great Master Roshi. Beat it, Kakarot replied. Master Roshi already has a much more promising student than you. The boy has a point, Roshi confirmed. I did promise to train him, and I don't usually take 2 students. I brought you some reading material, Krillin said, pulling out and handing the old master several dirty magazines. Roshi's eyes went wide at such a beautiful sight, but he quickly composed himself. You'll have to do better than that, he told Krillin. Your first task is to find me a beautiful girl for a date. That's not the task of a martial artist, Krillin protested. Do you want me to train you or not? Roshi replied firmly. Fine, Krillin grumbled. But are you going to make him find you one too? No, Roshi said. I don't think so. I already have an arrangement with him. Krillin turned and uncapsuled a jet copter and got in. Fine, I will return with one for you then. After Krillin had left, Roshi turned to Kakarot. Alright, before I train you, I have some questions for you. Go ahead and ask then, Kakarot said. Okay, Roshi began. Why do you want to learn from me? Well, Kakarot said, I want to learn any techniques that might be useful in a fight. That's what I was afraid of, Roshi said with a sigh. You know martial arts aren't just for beating up people and impressing girls. It's for defending those who cannot defend themselves. You mean like an entire race of people who were killed by an evil tyrant of incredible strength, Kakarot said, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Yes, sort of like that, Roshi admitted. Is there something you want to talk about? I'm the last of my race, Kakarot stated flatly. An evil being named Frieza destroyed my planet and my people. He rules most of this galaxy with an iron fist. I need to get strong enough to beat him. Are you sure that's even possible? Roshi asked, a bit surprised. I'm a Sen, Kakarot replied confidently. We're a warrior race. I will defeat him someday. I won't let what happened to my planet happen to this one. Let's just say I've become fond of it since I grew up here. That's all I needed to know, Roshi said, nodding. Your intentions are good, and it sounds like it's important that you become strong. You have the potential to become the strongest on the planet, and if something that bad really is out there, I'll do everything I can to help you be ready if it comes here. Let's get started then, Kakarot said eagerly. Let's wait a little while. I have a feeling our young friend will return soon, and we'll have to be moving before we start the training. There's not enough room on this island. Fine then, Kakarot said. walking over and sitting cross-legged on the sand next to the house. I'll just meditate a little while, I'm waiting. A few hours later, Krillin returned with a tall, skinny brunette woman in short shorts and a tank top. Roshi looked up and immediately fell over with a nosebleed. This is Launch, Krillin said with a grin. Very good work, my boy, Roshi replied, regaining his composure. You can train with us. Yeah, Krillin exclaimed, excited to be training with the great Master Roshi. Shall we have our first lesson then? Master Roshi suggested. Launch, would you like to join us? I don't fight, Launch said hesitantly. Martial arts is good for many things, Roshi replied. It helps with physical fitness and concentration. Okay, Launch agreed. Wait before we start, Roshi said, running into the house. A few minutes later, he came out with 4 boxes. We need training uniforms. He pulled out 4 sets of black lingerie with pink lace. I'm not wearing that, Kakarot said flatly, ruining the master's plans. It gives you unrestricted movement, Roshi said, still trying to convince Launch to wear the underwear. My armor is fine, Kakarot said. He knew full well what the old pervert was up to, and he wasn't going to be caught dead wearing something like that just so the old man could get a show. Fine, Roshi said with a sigh. The training gear is optional. He handed a pair to Launch and Krillin, leaning over to Krillin to plead. Just wear it and back me up. A few minutes later, the 4 were doing stretches. Krillin, Master Roshi, and Launch were all dressed in the special training gear while Kakarot remained in his sane armor. Ah, chew, Launch sneezed. Suddenly, her hair changed from brown to blonde, and her attitude shifted dramatically. So you dressed me up like a doll, she said angrily. Well, this doll comes with its own machine gun. The blonde girl pulled out a submachine gun and pointed it at the 3 martial artists. Before she could fire, Kakarot shot forward and pushed the muzzle of the gun up, causing all the shots to go into the air. Before she could fire again, Launch sneezed, turning back to her innocent self. Sorry about that, she said sheepishly. My personality changes when I sneeze. The next day, Roshi and his students had packed up everything and moved to a bigger island where they'd have more room for training. Roshi now stood outside with his 2 pupils. Launch had decided not to train with them and was instead inside the house cooking. Now first things first, Roshi said. I'm going to test your speed. How fast you run is a good indication of how strong you are. Krillin, would you like to start us off? Sure thing, Master, Krillin said with a smug grin. He went to the starting point while Roshi stood about 100 yards away with a stopwatch. Go, Roshi said. Krillin sprinted to the tree where Roshi was standing. 8.5 seconds, Roshi said, nodding. Not bad at all. All right, Kakarot, your turn. Kakarot lined up at the starting line. He'd traded his armor today for a loose-fitting pair of black pants and a white tank top, figuring the protection might hinder his training if they sparred. Go, Roshi said. Kakarot closed the distance to the tree in a blur. 7 seconds flat, Roshi announced, surprised. He hadn't thought the boy had that much potential. Now, I bet you boys want to see how strong the master is. It's all right, Kakarot said. I already know how strong you are. And how do you know that? Krillin asked sarcastically, still bent out of shape at having his time beaten. It's called a scouter, Kakarot said, pointing to the device over his eye. It measures a fighter's fighting strength. Moving on, Roshi said, breaking the tension between his 2 students. Your next test will be, he said, taking a small rock and drawing a symbol on it. To find this rock, he threw the rock off a cliff and into the trees below. The one that brings back the rock will get dinner. The one that doesn't will go without. If neither of you have returned within 30 minutes, you both will go without. With that, the old man walked into the house. How am I supposed to get down there? Krillin muttered to himself. Kakarot ignored the cocky yet clueless boy and jumped over the side. Using his energy to slow his descent, he landed lightly on the ground below and ran off into the trees. Wait up, Krillin yelled as he climbed his way down, knowing he was at a severe disadvantage now. Several minutes later, Krillin arrived at the bottom. To his surprise, he saw Kakarot walking toward him. Did you give up already? He asked in a cocky tone. No, I already have the stone, Kakarot said flatly, flashing the stone. How'd you find that so fast? Krillin asked in disbelief. Well, first, Kakarot replied, I paid attention to where he threw it, and it also has his scent on it. I'll make you a deal, Krillin said. How about we have a quick spar and the winner gets the stone? Kakarot grinned. Sure, if that's what you want. He placed the stone in a bag and tied it to his belt. Taking a fighting stance, he added, You know you don't stand a chance. We'll see, Krillin said. I've trained for 8 years under monks. They are great martial artists. The boy was interrupted as Kakarot shot forward and landed a punch squarely in his mouth. Krillin staggered back, but Kakarot never let up for a minute, coming around with a roundhouse kick to Krillin's head that sent the bald boy flying into a nearby tree. Krillin hit hard, then slumped to the ground. But he soon got to his feet, determination in his eyes. No fair, I wasn't ready, he protested. You proposed the fight, Kakarot said. You should have been ready. Angered, Krillin shot at Kakarot, hoping to catch him by surprise. He sent a kick at the boy's midsection, but Kakarot blocked it with an open palm. Krillin continued his offensive with a punch aimed at Kakarot's temple, but Kakarot leaned his head to the side and countered with a fist aimed at Krillin's stomach. Krillin brought his knee up just in time to block the blow, but he was amazed by the power behind it. Krillin wasn't going to let that stop him. He shot his head forward, surprising Kakarot with a headbutt to the face, bloodying the young Saiyan's nose. Taking advantage of the moment, Krillin kneed Kakarot in the stomach with as much strength as he could muster, doubling the Saiyan over. Finishing the move, Krillin sent a roundhouse kick at Kakarot, sending him flying back. Kakarot picked himself up off the ground and wiped some blood off his face. Not bad, he said, genuinely impressed. He shot back at Krillin, throwing a punch at the monk's face. Krillin moved to block, but realized too late that the blow was just a feint. Kakarot raised his other palm at point-blank range to Krillin's face and unleashed a small energy blast. Krillin was completely caught off guard by this move. He'd heard rumors of some of the great masters being able to manipulate energy, even about Master Roshi's legendary Kamehameha wave, but to think this boy could do such things seemed impossible. Yet he believed it when the blast hit him in the face, slightly burning him and sending him sprawling back. Kakarot shot forward again. He knew the blast he'd sent at Krillin wasn't powerful enough to hurt him badly. Hurting him wasn't the objective. The blast had been mostly a distraction. Kakarot kneed Krillin in the stomach, doubling the monk over. Then, bringing both hands down in an axe handle, he struck Krillin in the back of the neck hard, sending the boy into unconsciousness. All right, today we'll start training for real, Master Roshi announced to his two students as the morning sun rose behind him. He had been a little disappointed when he learned that Kakarot had already knocked young Krillin out in a sparring match, but Kakarot explained that Krillin had challenged him first. If that was the case, Krillin probably did need to be taken down a notch. The old master noticed that Krillin, the bald-headed student, was much quieter and more reserved today than before. We'll start off with a brief run, Roshi continued. After a few minutes of light jogging, they arrived at a small house where a goat man was stacking milk crates. You must be the one I talked to earlier, Roshi said to the man. We'll make sure to have all this delivered by breakfast. Excuse me, master, Krillin interjected. What does delivering milk have to do with martial arts? I don't know, Roshi replied with a hint of sarcasm. Maybe it has to do with having the discipline to do what you're told. Yes, master, Krillin said, slightly backing away from the master. Kakarot suppressed a chuckle. He wasn't exactly sure what delivering milk had to do with martial arts either, but he wasn't going to say anything, at least not until he had a chance to see what the training actually consisted of. After all, Master Roshi was incredibly strong, at least for a human. Surely that meant he was doing something right in his training. We'll start off easy, Roshi said. We'll skip the first 3 miles. Krillin's face dropped. Did he say 3 miles? He thought to himself, but managed to keep quiet. Several minutes later, the three arrived at a house and placed the milk at the door. Very good, Roshi said. Now for the next 2 miles, we'll zigzag through these trees down this path. Kakarot suppressed a smile when he saw Krillin's face drop again. He now understood the point of this training. It was to build physical endurance. While it might not be the most effective method of training, he would at least give it a chance. After arriving at the next house, Krillin panted heavily. Finally done. Not quite, Roshi said. We'll take a break from running with a few stairs. That'll be nice, Krillin muttered to himself. His face paled as he looked up and saw that a few stairs meant stairs all the way up a mountain. Let's get started, Roshi said as they began climbing. Kakarot relaxed in the cool grass outside the house. After delivering milk, they had plowed fields by hand, done construction work, and been chased by a shark while swimming laps. While the training was unconventional, Kakarot admitted to himself that he was tired from it. Now the old master had said to rest and they would continue training tomorrow. While Kakarot was tired, part of him was disappointed by this. He had hoped to get some good sparring in, but Krillin had been too exhausted to put up much of a fight, so the young Saiyan let it go. Several weeks had passed, and Kakarot and Krillin continued their daily routine, now with 50-pound turtle shells strapped to their backs. Master Roshi had avoided training them directly, insisting they stick to the routine and insisting they weren't ready to learn anything else. Man, I wish Master Roshi would teach us something, Krillin complained after one particularly grueling day of training. At least you're not almost dead after the routine now, Kakarot commented with a grin. It must be doing something. You do have a point, Krillin admitted reluctantly, but I'd like to make sure my fighting skills aren't getting dull. Well, why don't we spar a bit, Kakarot suggested, his eyes twinkling with excitement. I don't know. Krillin hesitated, remembering how easily Kakarot had beaten him the last time they sparred. "How about I wear my turtle shell?" Kakarot proposed. "That'll give you the advantage." "But you'll get creamed," Krillin said, concerned. "I'll just have to learn to be better then," Kakarot replied confidently. "Fine," Krillin agreed, thinking he'd get some payback this time. Krillin dropped his turtle shell and charged at Kakarot with newfound speed. He shot a fist at Kakarot's head, but the young Sen managed to dodge at the last second. Krillin was amazed at how much faster he was, even after only a few weeks of Master Roshi's training. Unfortunately, his moment of surprise was cut short as Kakarot's fist shot into his stomach. Krillin doubled over from the blow, not expecting Kakarot to be so quick even with the turtle shell on his back. Shaking off the pain, Krillin blocked another punch aimed at his head and countered with a sweeping kick to take Kakarot's feet out from under him. Kakarot jumped over the attack and backflipped out of range of the next punch aimed at his body. He shot forward with an uppercut aimed at Krillin's jaw, but the weight of the turtle shell slowed him just enough for Krillin to deflect the blow with his arm. Taking advantage of the opening, Krillin punched Kakarot in the stomach, causing him to double over. A small drop of blood shot from Kakarot's mouth and landed on his white tank top. Master Roshi watched the sparring match from the porch of his house. He knew this day would come when Kakarot would need more than just physical endurance exercises. The boy was impatient and felt the need to become the best as soon as possible. Roshi could sympathize with his sense of urgency. If there was an alien out there that had destroyed his people, it could come to Earth and strike at any time. It was no wonder the boy wanted to train constantly. While his original plan had been to have them defeated at the next tournament to keep them humble and motivated to keep training, Roshi decided he could help them more than he had originally planned. After all, Kakarot wasn't likely to lose his drive to train as long as there was still this mysterious alien out there, and Krillin wasn't likely to beat Kakarot if they trained the same amount. Roshi continued to watch the fight. No, they weren't quite ready, the old man decided. He'd let them train on their own if they wanted. If they got strong enough doing that, he'd start instructing them on more of the advanced techniques of the turtle style. Several months passed as the boys continued to train. Kakarot stood alone near the beach after their daily routine. He was hardly winded from the workout anymore, which he had to admit was an improvement. He knew he was much stronger than he'd been when he and Krillin had started the training. They had also been sparring every afternoon after their workout for the past few months. Today, Kakarot decided to postpone the spar and work on controlling his energy. Me, ha, Kakarot shouted as he sent his 20th Kamehameha wave into the ocean. "Very good," a voice said from behind him. Kakarot turned to see Master Roshi standing there. "Want some instruction?" "I think I've got it," Kakarot said. "It wasn't all that hard to learn." "You may have learned to perform the move," Roshi said, "but you haven't mastered it yet." "How's that?" Kakarot asked, curious. "You need to learn how to put more of your energy into it," the master replied. "Try holding the energy and putting as much of your energy into it as possible before releasing it. That will build your endurance faster and let you make stronger Kamehameha waves." "What made you want to start training me?" Kakarot asked. "You haven't really helped much these last few months." "You weren't quite ready," Roshi said. "Now I think you are." "I'll give it a try then," Kakarot said. Me. Kakarot gathered the blue energy in his hands. He continued to push more energy into his hands until he thought he had no more to give. "Ha!" he finished, releasing a much larger Kamehameha wave into the ocean. "Very good," Roshi said, impressed. "I'm amazed you've managed to channel so much energy into it so easily. It took me nearly 50 years to master that move." "It was nothing," Kakarot said, panting from the effort. "Now, if you do as many of those as you can every day, you'll get stronger in no time," Roshi said. "Now to work on your reflexes." "How are we going to do that?" Kakarot asked, intrigued. "Well," Roshi responded, "since you seem to like sparring so much, I figured we'd tune your reflexes by having you spar against someone stronger than you." "All right, let's do this," Kakarot said, taking a fighting stance. "Wait," Roshi said. "Krillin," he called out. "Yes, master," the monk said, running over from where he'd been quietly meditating. Since he'd seen Kakarot so easily use energy waves, he was determined to duplicate the move as well. "Come over here," Roshi instructed. "You two are going to both spar against the old master." "True Saiyans fight alone," Kakarot said, his voice full of determination. "Then true Saiyans are foolish," Roshi said sternly. "Having allies and working as a team against a stronger opponent is an important skill if you ever want to be a great warrior. Sometimes your opponent may be much stronger than you. At times like that, you must work together to beat your opponent." "All right, let's get started then," Kakarot said, getting into a fighting stance. "Right," Krillin agreed, also assuming his stance. The two boys charged at the old master, throwing punches aimed at his head. Roshi easily ducked Kakarot's punch and sidestepped Krillin's. The boys kept coming, but Roshi continued to block their uncoordinated attacks without too much trouble. Kakarot kept throwing kicks and punches at the old master, but Roshi still managed to stay ahead of the blows, even with Krillin attacking him at the same time. Suddenly, what Roshi had said sank in. Kakarot realized that if he wanted to win this spar, he'd have to work with Krillin and somehow coordinate his attacks with the monk. Out of the corner of his eye, Kakarot saw Krillin throw a left hook at Roshi. Seizing the opportunity, Kakarot shot his foot out, catching the master in the head with a kick as Roshi dodged Krillin's punch. Roshi went flying back from the blow but quickly recovered. "Very good," the master said, smiling. "You're starting to get it now, but now I'm going to quit going easy on you." With that, Roshi charged at his two pupils. First, he threw a punch at Kakarot that the boy managed to block. At the same time, Krillin came in with a kick aimed at the old man's stomach, but Roshi blocked it just in time, returning a punch to Krillin's gut for his trouble. Kakarot came in behind the old man with a left hook aimed at Roshi's head, thinking the old man was distracted, but received an elbow to the face for his trouble. Kakarot got up, wiping blood from his face, and grinned. Now, this was the kind of fight he'd been waiting for. He charged back into the fray, throwing kicks and punches wildly at Roshi while Krillin did the same. Roshi managed to stay ahead of most of the blows but couldn't block or dodge them all. To the old master's credit, he dealt out more blows than he received. Kakarot's endurance was nearing its limits as he continued to throw kicks and punches at the old master. Sensing this, Roshi went on the offensive, driving a fist into Kakarot's stomach, doubling him over. Without wasting a second, Roshi shot his knee up, catching Kakarot in the chin and sending him flying into the air. Roshi then dodged a kick from Krillin and jumped up, catching Kakarot with an axe handle and sending him crashing into the ground hard. Seconds later, he turned his attention to Krillin, sending a kick at the boy's head and launching him into a rock formation. The old man shot forward to follow the monk, but was interrupted by a small ki blast hitting the back of his head. He turned to see Kakarot standing in a small crater, one hand covering his ribs and the other outstretched from firing the blast. The boy's white tank top was ripped in several places, and his black pants had holes in both knees. The young Sen was also covered in scratches and bruises. "I'm not finished yet," Kakarot declared, charging at the old man and throwing a flurry of kicks and punches. Unfortunately for him, Roshi dodged them all effortlessly and retaliated with several powerful blows of his own. Minutes later, Roshi landed another devastating punch to Kakarot's face, followed by a sweeping kick to his ribs, sending the boy flying to the ground once again. Kakarot struggled to his feet, determination burning in his eyes. He cupped his hands to his side and began chanting, "Ka, me, ha, me." He poured as much energy as he could into the wave aimed at Roshi. "Ha!" he shouted, unleashing the powerful beam. "Kamehameha," Roshi chanted calmly, gathering his own energy and firing it back at Kakarot's beam. The old master's attack easily overpowered the boys, sending both beams back at Kakarot with tremendous force. The explosion that followed was immense. When the smoke cleared, Kakarot still stood, his clothes even more tattered than before. His body was now almost completely covered with cuts, bruises, and burns. The young Saiyan took a step forward but quickly collapsed, unconscious from the attack. Roshi grinned, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. "I've still got it," he said to himself, pleased at having beaten both his students. "Though if Kakarot keeps this up, I'll have to start training myself again," he mused. The day of the tournament finally arrived. Roshi stood outside Kame House with his two students. "Now you can take off your turtle shells," Roshi said. "You won't need them at the tournament." "Good," Krillin said, relieved. "I thought we'd look silly." Kakarot simply dropped his shell to the ground as if he'd never noticed the weight in the first place. "I've got something for you," Launch said, coming out of the house with a bright smile. "2 new suits to wear to the tournament." "No offense," Kakarot said, "but I think it'd be better if I just wore this to fight in." "Oh yeah, silly me," Launch replied with a smile, slightly embarrassed. "The suits are just to wear on the way," Roshi explained, handing the suits to Kakarot. "I'm not wearing that thing," Kakarot said, sounding irritated. "Well, all right then," Roshi said, a bit taken aback. "I was hoping to give you these at the tournament, but I suppose you can wear them now." The old man turned and handed his students 2 boxes. Krillin eagerly opened his first, revealing an orange martial arts gi with a blue undershirt and the turtle symbol on it. "This is awesome," Krillin said, excited about the new fighting uniform. Kakarot opened his box to find a green gi with a black undershirt. His also had the turtle symbol on the back. "The colors are to match your armor," Roshi said. The symbol is to show that you're my student. Kakarot didn't quite know what to say. He loved it. The Sen boy smiled, something he rarely did. Thanks, he said, taking the uniform inside to change. An airplane and taxi ride later, the warriors arrived at the World Martial Arts Tournament. We need to sign up for the tournament, Roshi told the attendant. How many are in your party? The attendant asked. There are 3 of us fighting, Roshi responded. Who are the people fighting? The attendant inquired. Myself and the 2 boys, Roshi replied confidently. Are you kidding? The man asked, incredulous. An old man and 2 children? No, I'm not kidding, Roshi yelled at the man. We're all going to fight. Originally, Roshi had planned to fight under the alias Jackie Chun but had decided against it. He knew that Kakarot would have no problem going all out against him even if he knew who he was. Kakarot, a voice yelled from across the way, interrupting Roshi's thoughts. Hey, I knew you'd come, an excited Yamcha said, approaching the group. Ready for that rematch? Sure, Kakarot said with a grin. It's your funeral. We'll see about that, Yamcha said confidently. I've been training extra hard just to beat you. Let's see how strong you are then, Kakarot said, fixing his scouter to his eye. Hitting the button on the side, he got a reading. 90, not bad, he said. That certainly is an improvement from last we met, a voice said from behind them. But my money is still on Kakarot beating the tar out of you. Hey Bulma, Kakarot said, turning to the girl who had just joined their conversation. I see you made it. Yeah, I wouldn't miss this for the world, she responded nervously. The night passed quickly with old friends catching up, and before they knew it, the next morning had arrived, and it was time for the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament to begin. An old man with a long gray mustache stood in front of the group of assembled fighters. Now listen up, the man said, because I don't want to have to repeat myself. We'll be playing single elimination in the qualifying rounds. You'll be divided into 4 groups, and the top 2 from those groups will go on to the finals. You lose if you are knocked out, thrown from the ring, or kill your opponent. After a few minutes and a few more rules being explained, the contestants drew numbers. What number did you get? Krillin asked Kakarot. I got 46, he said, holding up his number. 70, Kakarot said, showing his number to Krillin. What? Krillin exclaimed. That puts us both in Tier 3. Kakarot chuckled as he watched the fear on Krillin's face at the prospect of fighting him. Don't worry, he said. We're on opposite sides of the tier, but you'll have to fight me eventually if you hope to win. I'll be in the finals. And I'll be in there with you, Yamcha said, joining the 2 warriors. I'm in Tier 2, by the way. Will the first 2 fighters come up? The attendant announced. I need numbers 69 and 70. Kakarot walked up to the ring and stared down his opponent. He didn't have his scouter on for the tournament, but he wasn't worried. While the man towered over him in height and stature, Kakarot was sure he could easily beat him. Hey, it's Kakarot, Bulma said from the window where she was watching with the reluctant help of Oolong. Ready? Fight! The announcer declared. I'll smash you, Kakarot's opponent boasted. Not likely, Kakarot replied as he jumped over the man's fist and sent a roundhouse kick to the giant's face. The man flew out of the ring, through the wall, and out of the stadium, landing unconscious. We have a winner, folks, the attendant announced. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The announcer said to the crowd gathered to watch the fights. It's time for the 21st Annual World Martial Arts Tournament. The matches will be as follows. Bacterium vs. Krillin, Roshi vs. Yamcha, Lanfan vs. Nam, Kakarot vs. Giran. Now, can I have our first 2 contestants up to the ring? Krillin and Bacterium each walked into the ring, with everyone holding their noses as the stench from Bacterium hit. Finish him quickly, Kakarot advised. He's not that strong. Right, Krillin said, holding his nose with one hand. Ready? Fight, the announcer shouted. Bacterium stalked toward Krillin, causing the boy to back up due to the odor. How am I supposed to hit this guy if I can't even get close to him? Krillin thought as he backed away from Bacterium. Then the thought occurred to him. Pointing his hand toward Bacterium, he gathered his energy and shot a ball of ki at the smelly fighter. The ki ball exploded as it hit, carrying Bacterium from the ring and ending the fight quickly. Man, Krillin's good, Yamcha said as he watched the fight. You're easily impressed, Kakarot retorted. Just wait until we hit the finals, Yamcha said. We'll see how impressed you are then. Next up, we have Yamcha and Roshi, the announcer said, interrupting their argument. We'll see if you make it through this round, Kakarot said as Yamcha went up to the stage. Yamcha took a fighting stance as he stood across the ring from Master Roshi. While he'd breezed through the preliminary rounds of the tournament, he knew now he faced a real opponent. Ready? Fight! The announcer yelled, signaling the beginning of the match. Yamcha charged at the old martial artist and threw a punch at Roshi's face. Roshi leaned his head to the side and watched as the punch missed by bare inches. Yamcha followed up with a kick to the side, but Roshi quickly raised an arm to block the move. Yamcha flipped back to his side of the ring to regroup. Man, this guy's tough, he thought. Everything I've thrown at him he's dodged as if it were a joke. It's like he's not even trying. I don't remember him being this strong last time we met. He must have done some training too. Are you going to just stand there, or are you going to fight? Roshi said, taking his own stance. I'm going to fight, Yamcha declared as he charged at the old man again. This time, he feinted a punch at the old man's head and came around with the other leg, delivering a sweeping kick at the old man's legs. But Roshi was not fooled. The old man jumped over the kick before driving a punch into Yamcha's gut, sending the fighter sprawling back a few steps. Man, that hurt, Yamcha thought as he regained his composure. This guy's tough. I'll have to use my Wolf Fang fist against him. Yamcha took the stance of his famous move. Let's see how you like this one. Wolf Fang fist, he shouted as he charged the old man, throwing punches and kicks at a rapid pace. Roshi's hands moved like lightning as he blocked most of Yamcha's attacks. A few punches got through, but not enough to do much damage. Not bad, Roshi said after Yamcha had finished the attack. Now it's my turn. Roshi's hand moved so fast it created a wind that carried Yamcha from the ring and onto the grass. How'd you like that move? The old man taunted. What? Yamcha said, confused. How could I have lost so easily? Don't take it personally, Kakarot said, coming up beside his friend. The old man is pretty strong. The next match went by fairly quickly, with Nam making short work of Lanfan. Now it was Kakarot's turn to fight. Next up, we have Kakarot vs Gohan, the announcer said. Kakarot walked calmly up to the stage and faced off against his pterodactyl-like opponent. Gohan looked mean and menacing, but the Saiyan wasn't terribly concerned. Ready, the announcer shouted. Fight! Kakarot stood his ground and grabbed the appendage, swinging the beast around by his tail. Not bad, he said, but this fight is over. Kakarot let go of the beast, sending him flying into the distance. Gohan flapped his wings and slowed his descent. Not bad, kid, but I guess you forgot I could fly. Well, Kakarot said, so can I. The boy pushed his energy under him and shot at the flying beast, throwing punches and kicks in a furious attack. Gohan was caught so off guard that he couldn't even begin to block. The dinosaur continued to get pummeled by the young Saiyan until, with a hard punch to the gut, the giant coughed blood. Kakarot wasn't finished though. The Saiyan brought a knee up into the monster's face, sending him flying high into the air. This time, Gohan fell uncontrollably, coming down unconscious in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer said, we have a winner. Now ladies and gentlemen, the World Tournament announcer's voice boomed through the arena after Kakarot had triumphed over Gohan. We will take a few moments before the semi-finals to interview some of our younger contestants. Kakarot and Krillin walked up to the stage, standing beside the announcer. Now boys, the announcer began. Can I ask you a few questions? Sure, Krillin answered eagerly, while Kakarot stood silently, observing. So, Krillin, the announcer continued, I hear you are only 13 years old. How old are you, Kakarot? I'm 12, Kakarot replied. I'll be 13 soon, though. From what we've seen, you two are incredible fighters. How do you become so skilled at such a young age? Training, Kakarot said simply. I've heard you boys were trained by the legendary Master Roshi, who is also competing in this tournament. Is that true? Yes, Kakarot confirmed. But I also do some training on my own. And what does this training involve? Mostly physical endurance, sparring, and some energy manipulation, Kakarot explained. Energy manipulation? The announcer asked, intrigued. Well, Krillin began, trying to explain. You have to concentrate and bring out. It's like this, Kakarot interrupted, forming a glowing ball of energy in his hand. He swiftly shot it at a nearby statue, causing it to shatter, much to the amazement of the audience. Kakarot stepped down from the stage, ready to watch the upcoming fight between Krillin and Master Roshi. He doubted Krillin could defeat their wise and powerful master. Kakarot, Bulma's voice called out. The Saiyan walked over to the stands where Bulma was waiting. Before he could speak, she invited him. Kakarot, will you sit with me to watch the fights? Sure, Kakarot agreed. Bulma had secured front row seats, giving them an excellent view of the action. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice resonated again. The first fight of the semi-finals is about to begin. On one side, we have the incredible young fighter and student of the great Master Roshi. On the other side, we have the old master himself, Master Roshi. This promises to be an exciting matchup. Has the student surpassed the master? Do you think Krillin can beat the old man? Bulma asked Kakarot. Her curiosity piqued. She remembered how Yamcha, another friend, couldn't even touch Roshi. He won't win, Kakarot stated flatly. Roshi is much stronger than Krillin, but I think he'll do better than Yamcha. Ready, fight, the announcer declared, interrupting their conversation. Bulma and Kakarot turned their attention to the fight. Krillin focused on Master Roshi, searching for any gaps in his defense. He had sparred with Roshi many times, but always with Kakarot by his side. Now, facing the Master alone, he felt a surge of doubt. Before Krillin could fully process his thoughts, Roshi launched at him, throwing a punch with lightning speed. Krillin managed to raise his arm to block, but the impact still hit with earth-shattering force. Krillin countered the punch with a swift kick aimed at the old master's legs, but Roshi leaped over the attack, immediately launching another blow at his student. Within seconds, the two were exchanging punches and kicks faster than most of the audience could follow. A few minutes later, the two fighters separated, Krillin panting heavily, while Roshi seemed barely winded. Now that was a good warm-up, Roshi said with a calm smile. But now it's time to get serious. He was only warming up, Krillin thought, his heart sinking. Summoning all his courage, he charged at the old man with a fierce punch aimed at his face. However, his fist passed through Roshi's afterimage, which vanished instantly. Roshi reappeared behind him and delivered a sharp elbow to Krillin's head, knocking his student out cold. Looks like Krillin is out, Bulma observed from the stands. Can you beat the old man? She asked Kakarot, her worry evident. She didn't want to see Kakarot get hurt. I don't know, Kakarot answered honestly, but I won't fall for something that simple. Their conversation was cut short by the announcer. Now I need Nam and Kakarot up to the stage for the next match. Kakarot hopped over the fence and headed for the ring. Good luck, Bulma called out to him. Kakarot and Nam stared each other down a few minutes later. Ready, fight, the announcer declared. I have to win the prize money so I can buy water for my family, Nam thought desperately as he charged at Kakarot, throwing a barrage of kicks and punches. But Kakarot blocked or dodged them all with ease. Not bad, Kakarot said during a brief lull in the fight, but it's time I end this. With a sudden burst of speed, Kakarot drove his fist into Nam's stomach, making him double over in pain. Without missing a beat, the young Sen delivered a powerful uppercut to Nam's chin, sending him flying into the air. Nam crashed to the ground but quickly got up, wiping blood from his mouth. This kid is good, he thought, but I have to win. He charged at Kakarot once more, but his fist only struck an afterimage. The next thing Nam knew, Kakarot's foot slammed into his face, sending the tall fighter out of the ring and onto the grass. Well, it looks like Kakarot is the winner of this one, the announcer said enthusiastically. He will face off against Master Roshi in the finals. Yeah, Kakarot, Bulma shouted from the stands. I knew you could do it. Are you ready for the match of the century? The announcer yelled into the microphone. In one corner, we have the great Master Roshi. In the other corner, we have his very own student, Kakarot. Ready, fight. Roshi leapt toward Kakarot without wasting a second. The old master aimed a right cross at his pupil, but the young boy blocked the punch and retaliated with a kick, forcing Roshi to go on the defensive. Kakarot wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at his master. To his credit, Roshi blocked every single one and even managed to return some blows of his own. A few minutes later, the two separated. Not bad, Roshi acknowledged. Not bad yourself, Kakarot replied. But the warm-up is over now. Warm-up? The announcer exclaimed, astonished. That was a warm-up? Let's get serious then, Roshi agreed, cupping his hands at his side. Ka, mi, ha, mi, the old master chanted, charging his signature attack. Ka, mi, ha, mi, Kakarot chanted, mirroring his master's technique. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer exclaimed, you are about to witness not one but two masters of the legendary Kamehameha wave in one place. Ha! Roshi shouted, unleashing his fully charged Kamehameha wave at Kakarot. Ha! Kakarot yelled, sending his own energy attack to meet Roshi's. The two beams collided in the middle of the arena, struggling for dominance before exploding in a massive blast, sending both fighters flying back to their respective corners. Kakarot picked himself up from the ground and dusted off his clothes as Roshi did the same. He's strong, Kakarot thought, but not unbeatable. It's time I show him some techniques he's never seen me use before. Let's try that again, he said aloud, cupping his hands once more. K, mi, ha, mi. Nothing original? Roshi asked, quickly cupping his hands. K, mi, ha, mi, ha, he shouted, sending his wave at Kakarot. The beam only passed through the fading image of the boy as his afterimage vanished. Ha! Kakarot shouted, firing his Kamehameha wave into Master Roshi's back at point-blank range. The attack pushed Roshi across the ring, crashing into a statue and collapsing in a heap of rubble. 1, 2, 3, the announcer started counting. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Before he could finish, the rubble shook, and Master Roshi emerged, wiping a trickle of blood from his lips. Not bad, he said. You got me on that one. Before he could finish, Kakarot was on him, launching a flurry of kicks and punches with unprecedented ferocity. Roshi managed to block the first 2 blows, but the third struck deep into his gut. Kakarot wasted no time and drove a knee into Roshi's exposed face, sending him flying into the air. Summoning his energy, Kakarot flew up, passing the out-of-control master, and brought both fists down on Roshi's head in a double axe handle move, smashing him into the ground with earth-shattering force. Hovering in the air, Kakarot cupped his hands again. Me, ha, he shouted, sending the energy attack into the crater after Roshi. Roshi looked up just in time to see the energy wave descending upon him. This kid doesn't mess around, he thought. I'm going to have to give this my all. The old master quickly bulked up his muscles and cupped his hands at his side. Me, he roared, sending his most powerful Kamehameha wave to meet Kakarot's attack. The 2 beams collided in midair, and Roshi's wave quickly overpowered Kakarot's, pushing the combined force back towards the young Sen. Kakarot swiftly jumped out of the way, letting the energy beams fly past him and dissipate harmlessly into space. Roshi seized the opportunity, launching himself at Kakarot with a whirlwind of kicks and punches, hoping to catch the young Saiyan off guard. Kakarot blocked or dodged most of the attacks, but some blows managed to land. Undeterred, the young Sen began returning kicks and punches of his own, and soon the 2 fighters were moving faster than most of the audience could follow. After a few intense moments, the 2 separated, both panting slightly. Not bad, Roshi admitted, but you have no chance of winning this. You're all talk, Kakarot replied, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. This next technique will end the fight, Roshi declared. You have no chance of beating it. The old master's hands began to glow as he gathered energy for his next move. Before Roshi could finish his unbeatable technique, Kakarot shot forward, driving his boot into the old man's face. Roshi was sent flying across the stadium, crashing into one of the statues that decorated the ring. Kakarot wasted no time, launching a barrage of kicks and punches at Roshi before he could recover. Roshi managed to block Kakarot's fist from hitting his face and threw a punch of his own at the young Saiyan, but his fist passed through and after him. You really think I'm going to fall for that? He said, turning around and striking another afterimage. Kakarot hovered above the old master, watching as he attacked a 4th afterimage. He launched himself at Roshi with a flying kick, intending to deliver a finishing blow. Roshi looked up a second too late to see Kakarot's foot collide with his face, sending him flying across the ring toward the audience. Kamehameha! Roshi shouted, pointing his hand at the ground to propel himself back into the ring. Unfortunately, his energy was so low that the attack fizzled out just 6 inches from his hands. Roshi hit the ground outside the ring with a thud, skidding to a halt. Master Roshi is knocked out of the ring, the announcer shouted into the microphone. Kakarot is the new champion of the world. Kakarot, Bulma shouted, rushing to hug the newly victorious warrior. I knew you could do it. Thanks, Bulma, Kakarot said, hugging her back. Somehow, holding Bulma in his arms felt right. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed the sun setting quickly. Hey, Bulma, Kakarot said. Let's go find somewhere inside. Yeah, sure, Bulma agreed. What's the hurry though? It's a full moon tonight, Kakarot explained. I don't think anyone wants to see me transform in front of all these people. I don't have complete control yet. Right, Bulma said, looking concerned. And, Kakarot continued with a grin, I'm starving. After a hearty meal and a good night's sleep, Kakarot walked out to meet Master Roshi and the others. The morning sun was bright, casting a warm glow over the small island. Bulma approached the young San with a curious expression. So, what are you going to do now? Bulma asked. Train, Kakarot answered without hesitation. Don't you think you need a break from that? Master Roshi inquired, hoping for some downtime to pursue his own interests. More like I need a break so I can put the moves on launch, the old man thought slyly. No, Kakarot said firmly. I still need to be stronger. You're already the strongest in the world, Yamcha added, impressed. No offense, Kakarot replied, but that isn't good enough. I need to be stronger if I'm to have any hope of beating Frieza someday, he thought to himself. You can come train at Capsule Corp, Bulma suggested. I'm sure I can come up with some kind of training equipment that could help you get stronger. Maybe my dad could build a fighting robot or something. Sure, Kakarot agreed. I don't think there's much more I could learn from Master Roshi anyway. I'm already stronger than him. True, Roshi acknowledged. Going with Bulma to Capsule Corp to train could give you a good opportunity to see a part of the world you haven't seen yet. But, the old man continued, maybe you need a sparring partner while you're there training. Sorry, old man, Bulma said. You're not hanging out with us at Capsule Corp. I was talking about you taking Krillin, Roshi clarified. You could use a training partner. It may help you get stronger faster, and I'm getting too old to be sparring all the time. Then maybe I'll have some time alone without Krillin and Kakarot cramping my style, he thought. Well, if you're not going to have any students, Yamcha started, can I come train with you? Maybe then I can get strong enough to beat Kakarot, he hoped. Well, Roshi began. It might be a little cramped on the island. No it won't, Krillin said. Yamcha can take my room. I'm going to train with Kakarot. Fine, Roshi conceded. I'll train you. If you get where you can beat the old man, Kakarot said with a grin. Come find me and we'll spar a bit. You're on, Yamcha replied confidently. A few months later, Kakarot sat cross-legged, meditating at Capsule Corp. He and Krillin had sparred earlier in the day, but Krillin had tired out some hours ago. The progress Kakarot felt was significant, yet he craved more. Sparring with Krillin was beneficial, but it wasn't the same as facing someone equal to or stronger than himself. Kakarot, Bulma called, walking in with a glass. I brought you some water. Thanks, Kakarot said, taking the glass and gulping down the water. So, Bulma began, trying to start a conversation. You seem to be getting stronger. She picked a topic she knew Kakarot would enjoy. Fighting and training were always on his mind. You certainly did a number on Krillin today. Not really, Kakarot replied. I needed him to be able to spar tomorrow, so I went easy on him. Bulma decided to change the subject. I noticed earlier that someone is gathering the Dragon Balls. What's that? Kakarot asked, getting up from where he was sitting and walking over to Bulma. Bulma pulled out a small device and clicked a few buttons. Look, here are 4 of the Dragon Balls gathered together, and another 2 are moving toward them. They're close to getting them all and making their wish then, Kakarot said thoughtfully. Where's the 7th Dragon Ball? There's one not too far from here, Bulma said, pointing to a spot on the device's screen. Then we should go and get that one and see who comes for it, Kakarot decided. It's not too far from here. We can get there pretty fast in a jetcopter, Bulma said, already planning the trip. Meanwhile, Yamcha stood by the sea, panting after performing his 10th Kamehameha wave. Very good, Roshi said, nodding approvingly. You've made good progress in the month since you've been training with me. Yeah, this training has been good, Yamcha agreed, wiping sweat from his forehead. I feel stronger already. I think it's time for you to take your training to the next level, Roshi continued, his tone serious. All right, Yamcha said eagerly. I'm ready. For the next part of your training, Roshi explained, you need to travel to the land of Korin. Once you get there, you need to climb Korin Tower and get the sacred water from Korin. Once you drink the sacred water, you will be much stronger. Kakarot, Bulma, and Krillin landed in a clearing not too far from West City. This looks like the place, Bulma said, checking the device again. The Dragon Ball should be right ahead. It must be over by the base of that huge tower, Kakarot said as the 3 exited the jetcopter. Kakarot was now dressed in his Saiyan battle armor, ready for any trouble that might arise. So what's this all about? Krillin asked, still a bit groggy. The last thing he remembered was passing out after a sparring match with Kakarot. Now, he found himself on this unexpected adventure. We're looking for a Dragon Ball to make sure no one evil is gathering them, Bulma explained to the young fighter. She turned to Kakarot. So what's the plan? We go down there and get the Dragon Ball, Kakarot replied simply. Then we wait and see who comes for it. Sounds good to me, Bulma said, following the young Saiyan down a path toward the tower. Several minutes later, the travelers arrived at the base of the tower and saw a single teepee in front of it. A tall Indian man and his young son greeted the visitors. I'm Bora, and this is my son, Upa. What brings you here? Bora asked, looking wary as if expecting trouble. We're wondering if you've had any visitors lately, Kakarot replied. You're actually the 3rd group to come by here in the last few days, Bora said. The first to come was a man seeking training from the great Master Korin. Training? Kakarot asked, his interest piqued. Yes, one of Master Roshi's students was sent here to climb Korin Tower as part of his training. It is said that if you reach the top of the tower and drink the sacred water, you will become many times stronger. Though it may only be a myth, I don't think anyone has ever reached the top. That must be Yamcha, Krillin said, squinting into the distance. He's the only student Master Roshi has right now. What about the other visitors? Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. The others were men with guns, Bora replied, holding up the 4-star Dragon Ball for emphasis. They were looking for this. That sounds bad, Krillin murmured, his face darkening. Yeah, Bulma agreed, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Anyone who hires people with guns to get Dragon Balls by force isn't up to any good. Suddenly, she noticed something in the bushes. Bending down, she picked up an army hat with the red ribbon army symbol on it. This is definitely not good, Bulma said, her voice trembling slightly. From the looks of this hat, those men were part of the Red Ribbon Army, the most feared force on the planet. They will stop at nothing to get that Dragon Ball. Sounds like a challenge, Kakarot said with a grin. I say we stay here and guard the Dragon Ball and see if they send anyone strong to get it. What about the tower? Krillin asked, glancing up at the towering structure. Do you really think climbing it will make someone that much stronger? I don't know, Kakarot admitted. If Master Roshi sent Yamcha here, it must have some benefit. We should climb the tower and drink the water then, Krillin suggested, his voice brimming with determination. Then we'll be strong enough to take on whatever the Red Ribbon Army can send. Wait, Bulma interjected, worry evident in her eyes. What if they come while you're climbing this tower? All right, here's what we'll do, Kakarot said, turning to Krillin. You climb the tower first, and I'll stay down here and guard the Dragon Ball. When you and Yamcha come back down, you two guard the Dragon Ball while I climb the tower. Sounds like a plan, Krillin agreed with a nod. Kakarot sat meditating quietly, his mind focused and clear. It had been a week and a half since they'd arrived in the land of Korin. Bora and Upa had gone about their lives for the most part, like normal, while Kakarot had done some training. Bulma lived out of a capsule house for the most part. Krillin had started climbing Korin Tower the day they had arrived and had not yet returned. He also hadn't seen Yamcha come down from the tower either. So far, he hadn't seen any more of the soldiers that had attacked Bora for the Dragon Ball. Bulma stared out of the window, watching Kakarot meditating outside. It was kinda nice to get out away from the city for a bit. It was just like old times, searching for a Dragon Ball. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted as a pillar with a man on it crashed into the ground outside the capsule house. The man walked up to the teepee, and Bora came out to meet him. What do you want? The large Indian man asked the newcomer. I have come for the Dragon Ball you have, the man replied. He was a bit shorter than Bora, and not all that well built. He wore a pink robe with a fighting dojo symbol on the front and the words, "Kill you" on the back. Over my dead body, Bora said, his voice firm and unyielding. That's the idea, the man said with a smirk. My employer specifically said to eliminate you. Who are you? Bora demanded. I am Mercenary Tao, the man said, his tone chilling. And I will be your end. You'll have to go through me first, Kakarot declared, stepping between Bora and Mercenary Tao. No, Bora insisted firmly. This is my land to protect. I will fight to defend it. Kakarot quickly pressed the button on his scouter. Let's see, he thought. Bora's power level is 100 and this Tao guy is at 146. He turned to Bora. You can't beat him, the young Sen said. I have to try, Bora replied resolutely. This is my fight, not yours. Bora charged at Mercenary Tao with his spear, aiming to stab the fighter. Tao simply grabbed the spear, not allowing it to move. Ah, you can't move it. How about I try? Tao picked up the spear, Bora and all, and shook them. A moment later, he sent Bora flying into the air. I think you lost this. Tao hurled the spear at the Indian man. I don't think so, Kakarot said from above. What? Tao exclaimed in shock. How did you move so fast? I'm not going to let you walk all over people, the young Sen said, snapping the spear in half over his knee. He turned to Bora, who had since landed on the ground. I think I'll take over from here. I'll just have to kill you first then, Tao sneered. Doubtful, Kakarot replied confidently. You're horribly outmatched. Do you even know who I am? Tao demanded. I know that you're weaker than I am, Kakarot said calmly. I am the most feared assassin in the world, Tao said, charging at Kakarot with a flurry of kicks and punches. However, the young Sen blocked every one of them with ease. Tao backed away, panting. How can you be so strong? Not used to having someone stronger than you? Kakarot taunted. You insolent child, Tao spat. Just try and block this. Dodon Rei ha. The assassin shot a yellow beam of energy out of his fingertip, aiming right at Kakarot. Kakarot crossed his arms over his chest and braced for the assault. The beam hit the Sen head-on and exploded. No! Bora shouted, charging the assassin. You killed him. Tao blocked the punch that Bora threw at his head and delivered a deadly chop to the man's neck, ending Bora's life. Well, that takes care of that, Tao said, brushing his hands together. Now all I have to do is find the Dragon Ball. Not so fast, Kakarot said as the dust cleared from the attack. We haven't finished our fight. The young Sen looked to the side where Bora lay dead. I should have been able to stop him from dying, Kakarot thought. He turned to Tao. I won't let you kill anyone else. Try and stop me, Tao challenged. Without saying anything else, Kakarot charged forward and landed a knee in Tao's stomach, causing the assassin to double over. Not letting up for a second, Kakarot brought an elbow down on the back of Tao's skull. I'm going to finish this, Kakarot shouted, grabbing the assassin and throwing him up in the air. Me, ha, Kakarot shouted, sending a powerful blue beam of energy at his new enemy. The beam hit Tao with a resounding force, carrying him off into the distance before finally fading away. Kakarot collapsed to his knees, panting heavily. Are you okay? Bulma asked, rushing to his side. Yeah, Kakarot said, trying to catch his breath. I just overdid it a little. What if he comes back? Bulma asked, her voice filled with concern. I doubt that, Kakarot replied, shaking his head. I put everything I had into that last attack. I don't think he survived. Oh no, Bora, Bulma said, noticing the fallen warrior. She knelt beside Appa next to the Indian man. He's dead, she said softly. No, Appa wailed, tears streaming down his face. Don't worry, Bulma said, placing a comforting hand on Appa's shoulder. We'll get the other Dragon Balls and wish him back to life. Really? Appa said, his eyes wide with hope. Is that really possible? Yes, Bulma assured him. If you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, you can have anyone wish. Kakarot's eyes snapped open as his scouter beeped insistently. He quickly identified the approaching power levels. 2 power levels, 160 and 180, he mused, tapping a button on his scouter to confirm the readings. This could be tough. Hey buddy, came a familiar voice from behind him. Yamcha and Krillin landed at the base of Korin Tower, looking exhausted but determined. How'd the climb go? Kakarot asked, realizing the 2 power levels were his friends. It was great, Krillin said with a grin. I feel much stronger than before. Yeah, Yamcha agreed, stretching his arms. Me too. Did we miss anything while we were gone? Krillin asked, looking concerned. Sorry it took so long, by the way. It only took us a week and a half, Yamcha said proudly. It took Master Roshi 3 years, Kakarot nodded, ignoring Yamcha's boast and focusing on Krillin's question. An assassin from the Red Ribbon Army showed up looking for the Dragon Ball. Yamcha's eyes widened. You must have beaten him, right? Yes, Kakarot replied, his voice heavy with regret. But he killed Bora before I could defeat him. We need to gather the rest of the Dragon Balls to wish him back. Let's get to it then, Yamcha said, his determination evident. Not so fast, Krillin interjected. You know how much stronger we got from climbing the tower? Yeah, Yamcha said, nodding. Well, before we go, Krillin continued, we should wait for Kakarot to climb the tower and drink the sacred water. It'll be worth it to have us all as strong as possible if we're going to take on an entire army. Excellent idea, Bulma said, joining the conversation. Yeah, Yamcha agreed. Krillin and I can handle anyone who comes for the Dragon Ball while you're gone. After you get back, we'll go beat all those Red Ribbon guys and get the Dragon Balls. Alright then, Kakarot said. I'll try to hurry. With that, the Saiyan boy leapt up and grabbed onto the tower, starting his climb into the sky. Kakarot groaned as he continued to climb the tower. He'd been at it for nearly 12 hours and was starting to get tired. He didn't know how much farther he had to go. Looking up, he saw what looked like the tower expanding outward. Is that the top? He wondered, climbing with renewed vigor. Reaching a small ladder, he climbed up into a small room. He had made it. Kakarot looked around but didn't see anyone. Walking over to a small staircase, he ascended to the next level where he saw a small cat-like creature holding a staff. Well, hello, the cat said. You're the 3rd visitor I've had this week. Are you after the sacred water too? Yeah, Kakarot said, nodding eagerly. I know, the cat replied with a knowing smile. I can read minds. I am Master Korin, in case you hadn't figured that out yet. So, Kakarot said, eager to get the water. Where's this sacred water that I came up here for? It's right here, Korin said, holding up a pitcher of water on the end of his staff. All you have to do is get it. Kakarot charged at the cat, reaching for the sacred water, but Korin moved out of the way so quickly that the sandboy couldn't get the bottle. You have to anticipate my movements, Korin advised. You can't just react to what I do. Kakarot closed his eyes, clearing his mind and focusing. With renewed determination, he launched himself at Korin once again. The cat moved to dodge, only to find Kakarot already behind him. Kakarot drove a knee into the cat's back, sending Korin sprawling forward. The bottle flew out of Korin's hands and into Kakarot's waiting grasp. You mean like that? The Saiyan boy said sarcastically as he opened the jug of water and started to drink it down. Very good, Korin said, getting back to his feet. Your old master took 3 years to get the sacred water. I thought your friends down there were impressive when it took them a week, but 3 minutes is a new record. I don't really feel that much stronger, Kakarot admitted, looking puzzled. Well, you shouldn't after drinking tap water, Korin revealed with a chuckle. Tap water, Kakarot echoed, stunned. Yes, Korin explained. There is nothing special in the water. You got stronger from the act of climbing the tower and the challenge of getting the water from me. Climbing the tower increased your endurance, and retrieving the water improved your speed and focus. But I don't really feel that much stronger, Kakarot insisted. Unfortunately, you were already too strong for the training to have the full effect, Korin said. The tower wasn't much of a challenge for you. So, you're saying I wasted my time, Kakarot asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. No, Korin replied calmly. You still learned focus and got a little stronger. Besides, I have something for you that I believe will make you much stronger in the long run. What's that? Kakarot asked, intrigued. They are called senzu beans, Korin said, tossing a small bean to the young Saiyan. If you eat them, your energy will be restored instantly, and you will be healed of all injuries. That does sound useful, Kakarot said, his eyes widening in excitement. With those, I could train even harder without worrying about recovering. They do take some time to grow, Korin warned, so use them sparingly. I can give you 10 of them right now, but it may take some time to grow more. Thank, Kakarot said, eating the bean Korin had given him and pocketing the other 9 in a small pouch. Wow, he exclaimed, feeling a surge of energy. I really do feel stronger now. Krillin and Yamcha looked up, noticing a dot rapidly descending from Korin Tower. A few minutes later, Kakarot landed gracefully in front of them. Wow, Yamcha said, amazed. How'd you come down that fast? Oh, that, Kakarot said with a grin. It was easy. All I had to do was jump and use my energy to slow myself down enough so I didn't go splat on the ground. You're back already? Krillin asked, astonished. It hasn't even been a full day. Well, Kakarot said, it wasn't that difficult to be faster than Korin, so you're done? Bulma asked, stepping forward. Yes, Kakarot confirmed. You must be super strong to have climbed that far so fast, Bulma said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sure, Kakarot said with a smile. Turning more serious, he added, we need to go get those other Dragon Balls. Let's go then, Bulma said, encapsulating a jet copter. The last Dragon Ball is heading toward us, sir, one of the soldiers reported to Commander Red as he sat in his fortified compound. So the one who defeated Tao is coming for us, Commander Red mused. Well, when he gets here, we'll have a few surprises for him. Ensure Dr. Gero is ready for our visitors. We're getting close, Yamcha said, his hands steady on the controls of the jet copter. Alright, let's see if I can distract them, Kakarot said, taking the Dragon Ball and hopping out of the jet copter. I'll draw the fire from the defenses. You two land outside the compound and work your way inside. Bulma, you stay with the jet copter. Kakarot flew toward the compound under his own power. Missiles launched to intercept him, but the young Sen was too fast, weaving through the sky and dodging the explosions with ease. Minutes later, Kakarot landed in the middle of the compound. Soldiers rushed out, aiming their weapons, but Kakarot swiftly took them down with precise kicks and punches. Another group of soldiers approached but were swiftly taken out from behind by Krillin and Yamcha. I see you made it, Kakarot said, turning to his two friends with a grin. Yeah, Yamcha said, catching his breath. I don't think they even noticed us coming in. They were too focused on you. The 3 warriors continued to fight their way through the compound until they reached the command center. As they entered, they were greeted by Commander Red's smug expression. I'm impressed, he said, standing up from his desk. So, which one of you defeated Mercenary Tao? That would be me, Kakarot said, stepping forward confidently. Now hand over the Dragon Balls. Oh, I don't think so, Red sneered. You will all be begging me for mercy in the next few minutes. Kakarot tapped the button on his scouter and laughed. Your power level is only 15. You don't stand a chance against me. Oh, I know I don't, Commander Red admitted, his grin widening. But I don't intend on fighting you. After you defeated Mercenary Tao, we realized we'd need a warrior far more powerful. Unfortunately, we didn't have any warriors of such caliber, but we did have a brilliant scientist by the name of Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero had made many fighting machines for us in the past, some of which could maybe come close to Tao's level, but none of which could beat the mercenary. Commander Red's grin turned sinister as he continued. Recently, Dr. Gero has started research into a human-android hybrid. No one was willing to volunteer for his experiments, though. Does this have a point? Yamcha asked, clearly bored. I'm getting there, Commander Red snapped. With your defeat of Mercenary Tao, we had the perfect volunteer. You did quite the damage to the assassin, but with the help of Dr. Gero, he will now defeat all of you for me. A small door slid open, and a figure stepped out. It had Mercenary Tao's features for the most part, but one arm was fully mechanical, and metal patches were scattered across his body. Now you will all die, Commander Red concluded. Mercenary Tao, finish off the intruders. Surprised to see me, I see, Tao said with a smirk, addressing Kakarot. You must have thought I was dead after that last attack. I nearly was, but I managed to crawl back here, where the good Dr. Gero fixed me up and added some improvements. It won't be enough, Kakarot said confidently. He hit the button on his scouter and waited, but after a few seconds, he grimaced. The scouter was getting no reading on Tao. He didn't know how that was possible, but he didn't like it. Kakarot took a fighting stance, hiding any indication that he'd been caught off guard. Behind him, Krillin and Yamcha took similar stances. Tao moved like lightning, charging at Kakarot. His fist drove into the young Saiyan's gut, doubling the boy over. Tao didn't let up, following up with an elbow to Kakarot's face, sending him flying back into a building. Wow, Yamcha thought, watching the swift attack. That guy is fast. I could barely see him move. A few seconds later, Kakarot picked himself up off the ground and wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. Not bad, he said with a grin. You've gotten a lot stronger. This will be fun. You have no idea how outclassed you are, Tao said. Dr. Gero made many improvements when he patched me up. I'm not afraid of you, Kakarot declared as he charged at Tao, throwing a flurry of kicks and punches at the cyborg. Tao blocked or dodged every one of them and started throwing some kicks and punches of his own. Kakarot tried to dodge the blows but was unsuccessful. It was all he could do to block most of the blows to minimize the damage. How's he so strong? Kakarot thought as he continued to block punches, still clearly on the defensive. I can barely keep up with him. Kakarot's in trouble, Krillin thought as he watched the fight. I better do something. Krillin charged into the fray, adding some blows of his own, trying his best to coordinate with Kakarot's attacks. Yamcha immediately leapt in after Krillin, joining the attack against the cyborg. So it's 3-on-1, Tao said, continuing to block their attacks. That just won't do. I want to exact my revenge on the boy without interference. Tao's fist shot out, hitting Krillin hard in the face and sending him flying back. Not missing a beat, Tao kneed Yamcha in the stomach, doubling the bandit over. With the interference cleared, he continued his assault on Kakarot. Tao's fist moved like lightning, hitting Kakarot in the shoulder and sending him staggering back. Kakarot recovered quickly and punched Tao in the chin. Tao barely flinched and continued his relentless attacks on the young Sen. Now it's time to finish you off, Tao said, elbowing Kakarot away from him. Dodon Ray, he shouted, sending a beam of yellow energy at Kakarot. The beam hit Kakarot full on, unguarded. The Sen was sent flying into a building, the bricks collapsing on him. Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha shouted as he lunged at Android Tao with his signature move. His fists and feet became a blur of rapid strikes. However, Tao effortlessly blocked each attack with calculated precision, his movements almost lazy in their ease. The assassin then launched his counterattack, unleashing a series of brutal kicks and punches that battered Yamcha. With a final, devastating blow to the back of the head, Yamcha crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Krillin assumed a defensive stance, having just recovered from Tao's previous attack. He could feel the immense strength radiating from the assassin. How am I supposed to beat someone this powerful? He thought, fear creeping into his mind. Before Krillin could react, Tao was already in front of him. His fist moved faster than Krillin could see, slamming into his stomach and knocking the wind out of him. Krillin collapsed, gasping for air. Tao loomed over him, a sinister grin on his face. Now to finish you off, he said, laughing wickedly. Kakarot groaned, buried under rubble, his body battered and bruised. He could hear Tao's mocking words as the assassin stood over Krillin's motionless form. If only I could move, Kakarot thought desperately, straining to find the energy to save his friend. Tao's last attack had drained him significantly. He glanced down, noticing his hand was smeared with blood. His armor was shattered over his abdomen, and he was bleeding heavily from a wound. I'm in no condition to help, he realized grimly. A memory sparked in Kakarot's mind. He remembered how his injuries had miraculously healed after eating the special bean Korin had given him. If I can just reach one of those sensu beans, he thought, fumbling at his belt. His fingers found the pouch, and he pulled out a bean, bringing it to his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it quickly. In an instant, Kakarot felt a surge of energy as his wounds vanished. His strength returned, and he pushed the rubble away from his body, standing tall once more. Tao paused, confused as Kakarot rose to his feet. What? How is that boy still alive? I hit him with my best Dodon Ray. Leave him alone, Kakarot commanded, floating up to face Tao. Or what? Tao sneered. You can't defeat me. We've already established that. But if you insist, I'll finish you off first. You seem to have a nasty habit of surviving. You won't win this time, Kakarot declared, feeling stronger than ever. He remembered his father's words about getting stronger after every tough battle. You don't stand a chance against a true Saiyan warrior, he shouted, charging at Tao and driving his knee into the android's stomach. Tao spat blood as Kakarot's knee connected. He swung his elbow towards Kakarot's face, but the young Sen blocked it effortlessly with his forearm. How did you get so strong? Tao demanded, disbelief etched on his face. I was just beating you senseless a moment ago. You should be dead. Funny thing about Saiyans, Kakarot replied with a smirk. The more you beat us up, the stronger we get. He mimicked Tao's earlier move, delivering an earth-shattering elbow strike to the assassin's face. Tao backed away from the blow, shaking the stars from his vision. It was inconceivable that this boy could be this strong. Tao had trained all his life and had even let Dr. Gero turn him into an android, making him nearly twice as powerful as before. Yet this boy, this young Sen, was still defeating him. He knew Dr. Gero was using this time to get as far away as possible. The doctor never fought his own battles. Dr. Gero preferred to plot from the shadows. If only I could escape and plan with him, Tao thought. He knew the enhancements Dr. Gero had given him were impressive but rushed. Imagine what the doctor could achieve with more time. Tao's thoughts were interrupted by a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling and knocking the breath out of him. The blow was followed by an axe handle to the head, slamming him into the ground and creating a small crater. Kakarot floated above the fallen assassin. You know, you could at least concentrate and give me a challenge. Tao fumed. The boy's arrogance was infuriating. He charged out of the crater, throwing a flurry of kicks and punches with everything he had. Kakarot laughed, effortlessly blocking Tao's attacks. Is that all you've got? He asked, his voice mocking. Panting, Tao backed away. I'll show you, he yelled. Dodon Ray, he shouted, unleashing his deadly beam towards Kakarot with all his might. Me, ha, Kakarot chanted, sending his own beam to meet Tao's attack. The Kamehameha wave quickly overpowered the Dodon Ray, washing over Android Tao and leaving no trace of the assassin when the smoke cleared. That was amazing, Krillin said, struggling to his feet. I thought we were goners. Yeah, Yamcha added, patting Kakarot on the back. Way to hold back and make the fight look good. I wasn't holding back, Kakarot said seriously. But he was knocking the tar out of you earlier, Krillin said. How'd you suddenly turn it around? Well, Kakarot began. After he hit me with his beam, I thought I was dying. Then I ate one of these. Kakarot held up a sensu bean. It healed me and restored my energy. Can I try one? Krillin asked eagerly. Kakarot tossed a sensu bean to his friend. Wow, I feel completely healed, Krillin said after chewing and swallowing the bean. But I don't feel any stronger than before. Oh, Kakarot explained. That's because you're not a Saiyan. When Saiyans get hurt badly by a stronger opponent, they become much stronger after they heal. How does that work? Yamcha asked, skeptical. I'm not sure myself, Kakarot admitted. It must be genetic or something. After a few minutes of searching, Kakarot, Yamcha and Krillin managed to locate the remaining Dragon Balls. I don't see any sign of any more Red Ribbon soldiers, Yamcha said, scanning the area. Yeah, Krillin added. I guess they all fled when they saw Kakarot knocking the tar out of their super soldier. Can you blame them? Bulma said as she joined the group, having come as soon as the fighting stopped. I wouldn't want to be on Kakarot's bad side either. Let's get this over with, Kakarot said, his gaze fixed on the gathered Dragon Balls. Arise, Shenron. The sky darkened, and lightning flashed all around. The lightning struck the Dragon Balls and took the form of a mighty dragon. You who have summoned me, Shenron said in a booming voice, speak your wish and it shall be granted. We wish for Appa's father, Bora, to be revived, Bulma stated firmly. It shall be done, Shenron said before disappearing, scattering the Dragon Balls to the far reaches of the globe. As the Dragon Balls began to scatter, Kakarot leapt up and caught one. Now, the boy said with a grin, if anyone wants to make a wish, they'll have to come see me first. So, where are you going now? Yamcha asked, turning to the young Saiyan. I figure I'll go back and hang out with Bulma, Kakarot said casually. Don't forget there's a tournament coming up in 3 years, Yamcha reminded him. I definitely want a rematch. So you're going back to train more with Master Roshi? Bulma asked. Yeah, I think there's still a lot I can learn from the old man, Yamcha said, then turned to Krillin. You want to come back with me? I could use someone to spar against. Sure, Krillin said, nodding. I'm not much of a match for Kakarot anyway. I may stand a better chance against you and Master Roshi. Sweat dripped down Kakarot's forehead as he finished his 10,000th push-up. Over the past few months, he had been training at Capsule Corp. Hey, strong guy, a voice interrupted his push-ups. Bulma walked into the room and smiled. She loved coming in and watching Kakarot train. How about you take a break for a little while, she suggested to the young Saiyan. Kakarot hopped to his feet and wiped the sweat off his brow with a towel. What did you have in mind? Oh, I don't know, Bulma started. We could go for a walk in the park and then get dinner. Kakarot's ears perked up at the mention of food. Yeah, he said eagerly. That sounds like fun. Then go take a shower and get some normal clothes on, and we'll go, Bulma said, smiling at the young Saiyan. 3 years passed quickly, and the day of the tournament soon arrived. Kakarot stretched as he exited the jet copter. Turning back to the vehicle, he grabbed the hand extended from inside and helped Bulma out of the jet copter. I wonder where everyone is, Bulma said, looking around. I'm not sure, Kakarot said, searching the crowd himself. I'm sure they'll turn up. Kakarot walked up to the registration desk. I'd like to enter the tournament, he told the attendant. All right, the man said, looking up from his clipboard. Can I get your name? Kakarot, the Saiyan stated flatly. Oh, the man said, his eyes widening. You're the returning champion. I remember seeing you fight in the last tournament. You were awesome. Thanks, Kakarot said with a grin. There you are, Master Roshi said, walking up behind Kakarot and Bulma. Yamcha and Krillin stood beside the old master, dressed in the traditional turtle school attire. Long time no see, Yamcha said, grinning. I hope you've been training hard these last few years. I've been doing some training, but not as much as I'd like, Kakarot replied, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. By not as much as he'd like, he means only about 10 hours a day, Bulma interjected, rolling her eyes playfully. What have you been doing with all your time then? Krillin asked, curious. Oh, Bulma said, blushing slightly, we've been hanging out and spending some time together. So, you guys are together now? Yamcha asked, raising an eyebrow. Bulma's blush deepened. It's not like that. She started to protest. Yes, Kakarot said bluntly. We're dating if that's what you're asking. Well, that ruins our fun, Krillin said with a chuckle. Yeah, it's only funny if he's embarrassed, Yamcha added, laughing. Well, a voice said from behind them. What have we here? The voice belonged to an old man in a martial arts uniform, adorned with a hat that had a giant crane on it. He was accompanied by 2 students, one tall and bald with 3 eyes, and the other short with a white painted face, both wearing similar uniforms. It looks like Roshi and his band of losers, the old man sneered. The only reason your pupil won the last tournament was because we weren't there. This year, we'll all be entering to beat you and your school once and for all. With that, the 3 turned and walked away. Who was that? Krillin asked, puzzled. That was Crane Hermit, Roshi replied. We were both students of the same teacher, but we had a falling out several years ago. What happened? Bulma asked, intrigued. Crane was a merciless opponent, Roshi explained. He'd stop at nothing to win. He abused his power over others and bullied people to get his way. But the real falling out came when his first student decided to use what he'd learned to become a murderer for hire. Wait, Kakarot said, realization dawning. Was his first student named Tao? Yes, Roshi confirmed. He was also Crane's younger brother. He was as ruthless as his master. Yeah. We ran into him a few years ago, Yamcha added. Really? Roshi asked, surprised. Yeah, Krillin replied. He was working for the Red Ribbon Army, and Kakarot knocked the tar out of him. This can't be good, Roshi said, his tone serious. Crane and his students won't rest until they get revenge for this. Are you ready for a tournament? The announcer said into the microphone, his voice booming through the arena. We have an all-star lineup for you today. The preliminary rounds had gone by quickly, with no big surprises. Our matchups will be as follows. Yamcha vs Tien, Pamput vs Master Roshi, Krillin vs Chiaotzu, Kakarot vs Master Shen. This promises to be a great tournament. Both the Turtle School and the Crane School have many members in this fight. Which school will come out on top? Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Our first match is about to begin. In one corner, we have a returning tournament participant, Yamcha. Facing off against Yamcha today is a member of the Crane School of Fighting and student of the Crane Hermit, Tien. Yamcha stood firm, eyeing his opponent, Tien, across the ring. The Triclops was stoic, his demeanor unreadable, making Yamcha's task of finding a weakness all the more difficult. It was clear that Tien was skilled, but just how skilled was yet to be revealed. Ready, fight, the announcer declared. In a flash, Yamcha and Tien dashed at each other, launching a flurry of kicks and punches. Each fighter skillfully blocked and dodged, neither gaining a clear advantage in the opening moments. Their fists moved like lightning, testing each other's defenses. After a few intense exchanges, they broke apart, both breathing a bit heavier. Not bad, Yamcha said, panting slightly, a hint of admiration in his voice. You're stronger than I expected, Tien admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. Given your training, I thought I could toy with you. Looks like I'll have to take this seriously. You talk too much, Yamcha shot back, a smirk on his face. You won't stand a chance against my Wolf Fang wind attack. Bring it on, Tien replied, bracing himself. Yamcha charged, his fists glowing with energy as he unleashed a rapid barrage of punches. Tien struggled to keep up with the speed and ferocity of the attack, eventually succumbing to the relentless blows. He was sent flying across the ring, landing hard on his back. Moments later, Tien got back on his feet, a small trickle of blood running from his mouth. I didn't expect any of Roshi's students to be this strong, Tien muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Is that all you've got? He called out, trying to mask his pain. I barely felt that. You're a terrible liar, Yamcha taunted. Let's see how you handle this, Tien said, clenching his fist. Multiform. With a shout, Tien's body split into 4 identical clones, each possessing a quarter of his original power. the 4 Tiens moved to the corners of the ring, surrounding Yamcha and attacking from all sides. Kicks and punches came at Yamcha from every direction. He managed to block and dodge most, but some strikes began to land as his concentration was spread thin. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer exclaimed, "Tien has split himself into 4 and is attacking Yamcha from all directions. I need to do something," Yamcha thought, "or this won't end well." "Kamehameha," Yamcha shouted, sending a blue beam of energy at one of the Tiens. The blast sent the clone flying back, momentarily reducing the number of attackers. Now with 3 Tiens to contend with, Yamcha could better manage the onslaught. He dodged a punch from one Tien and countered with an elbow to the stomach, doubling the clone over. But before he could capitalize on the opening, another Tien was already on him, forcing Yamcha to dodge again. "It's time to finish this," Tien thought. All at once, all 4 Tiens brought their hands up to their faces. "Solar flare," they all shouted in unison. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, causing Yamcha to lose his vision. Taking full advantage, the teens pummeled the blinded warrior mercilessly. One of the teens delivered a powerful uppercut to Yamcha's stomach, sending him flying into the air. Before Yamcha could react, another Tien appeared above him, smashing him down with a double-fisted axe handle into the hard ground below. Tien quickly dropped the multiform technique and stood triumphantly above Yamcha, who was now lying motionless on the stage. Before Yamcha could muster the strength to get up, Tien dove down, driving his foot into Yamcha's leg with a sickening crunch, snapping the limb. "Well," the announcer said, his voice filled with concern, "it appears that Yamcha is unconscious and badly hurt. Being unable to continue the fight, Tien is the winner." Kakarot rushed onto the stage, kneeling beside his fallen friend. Checking Yamcha's pulse, he sighed in relief, realizing Yamcha was still breathing. "Ah, how sweet," Tien sneered. "The losers care about their teammates." Kakarot's eyes burned with fury as he glared at the Triclops. "You are going down when you face me," the young Saiyan declared. Tien laughed dismissively. "You really think so? If your friend couldn't beat me, what makes you think you can? I'm stronger, and I won't fall for your tricks," Kakarot replied firmly. "You will lose. You gained nothing from breaking his leg. Your dirty tactics won't help you win the tournament." A few hours later, Kakarot, Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi stood around Yamcha's hospital bed. The warrior now had his leg in a cast. "Are you okay?" Bulma asked, her voice full of concern. "I'll be all right," Yamcha said, wincing slightly. He turned to Kakarot. "Promise me you will beat him." "What about me?" Roshi interjected. "I'll fight him before Kakarot." "No offense, old man," Kakarot said with a smirk, "but I wiped the floor with you last time, and I'm almost twice as strong now. I'm more likely to beat him than you are." He turned to Yamcha, a small smile on his face. "I think this might make you feel better." He tossed a sensu bean to the ex-bandit. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," the announcer started, his voice rising with excitement. "Our next match is about to begin. In one corner, we have a man who needs no introduction. He's an action star and has won every tournament he's ever been in. You know him, you love him. It's Pamput. Facing off against Pamput is a legend in martial arts himself, who took second place in the last tournament before losing to one of his own students, Master Roshi. I'll make this quick," Pamput boasted confidently. "I won't waste more than 30 seconds of my time beating you. Ready? Fight!" the announcer declared, signaling the beginning of the match. Pamput charged at Roshi, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. However, the old martial arts master effortlessly dodged them all, showing no concern over the match. 30 seconds quickly passed with Pamput failing to land a single blow on Roshi. "I thought you were going to beat me in 30 seconds, Roshi teased, shooting a fist into Pamput's midsection. The prize fighter and action hero crumpled to the ground, unconscious. "Pamput is out cold," the announcer declared. "Master Roshi is the winner." "That was quick," Yamcha remarked, now seated in the stands with his friends. The sensu bean had completely healed his leg. "Yeah," Kakarot agreed beside him. "Was there ever any doubt who would win this one?" "Not really," Yamcha admitted with a chuckle. "Next up, we have Krillin versus Kaozu," the announcer called out. Krillin stood facing his opponent, who was the same size as him. He didn't know how strong Kaozu was and regretted not paying more attention to the other fighters' matches in the preliminaries. "Ready? Fight!" the announcer shouted. Kaozu floated a few inches off the ground and flew toward Krillin, launching a series of kicks and punches. Krillin blocked or dodged most of the blows with ease and shot his leg forward, connecting a hard kick to Chaozu's head and sending him reeling back in pain. "How's he so fast?" Tien muttered to himself. He knew Kaozu had been trying to end the fight quickly and hadn't been holding back much. Yet Krillin was unfazed. Chaozu picked himself up off the ground and dusted off his uniform. That last kick had hurt, and he hadn't seen it coming. Only Tien or the Crane Master had ever caught him off guard like that. He'd underestimated Master Roshi's students. Jolted back to reality, Chaozu saw Krillin charging with a punch ready. Quickly, he pushed his energy below him and floated high into the air to avoid the attack. Krillin looked up at Chaozu floating above the stage. He'd seen Kakarot use his energy to fly before but had never learned the technique himself. Now he wished he had. He knew he could beat Chaozu, but a jump attack was risky against an opponent who could fly. Dodon Ray, Chaozu shouted, sending a beam of yellow energy at Krillin. The young monk jumped out of the way with practiced ease. I see his plan, Krillin thought. He thinks he can stay up there and shoot at me like a fish in a barrel. That attack, Yamcha said to Kakarot, isn't that the same one Mercenary Tao used against you? Yeah, Kakarot replied, that's the one. What's that? Tien asked, overhearing their conversation. You fought Tao? Yeah, Kakarot said. He was working for the Red Ribbon Army and tried to kill me. Let's just say he was unsuccessful. So, you killed him? Tien asked, his voice tense. I don't know, Kakarot replied honestly. I defeated him the first time, and then he was modified into some kind of android. We fought again, and I hit him with a Kamehameha wave. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. So you murdered him? Tien accused, his eyes narrowing. No, Kakarot corrected. We engaged in combat, and he lost. You should know the difference. Tien turned and floated away, clearly angry. Did I hear right? Roshi asked, coming closer. Did you really defeat Mercenary Tao? Yes, Kakarot confirmed. You heard right. I did defeat Tao. What's that got to do with anything? Yamcha asked, curious. Tao is Master Shen's brother, Roshi explained. And if you killed Tao, he and his pupils will stop at nothing to destroy you. They won't win, Kakarot said confidently, a grin spreading across his face. They aren't just going to try and win, Roshi cautioned. They'll want you dead. They won't succeed at that either, Kakarot said, his grin widening. Maybe they should ask Tao how that turned out for him. Back in the ring, another Dodon Ray shot at Krillin. The young monk jumped out of the way again and cupped his hands at his side. Me, ha, he shouted, sending a beam of blue energy up at Chaozu. Chaozu barely floated out of the way, but the moment of inattentiveness was all Krillin needed. He shot up into the air and brought a knee up under Chaozu's chin, sending him flying out of control. Krillin moved faster than the flying boy and came down with a double axe handle to the top of Chaozu's head, sending him crashing hard into the ground outside the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer said into the microphone, it appears that Krillin is the winner of this match. Later that night, after a Sen-sized dinner with Bulma and the rest of their friends, Kakarot lay sleeping. His match wasn't until the morning, and even Saiyan warriors needed rest. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Something wasn't right. An instant later, a hand shot at him, intending to murder him in his sleep. Kakarot's hand shot up and grabbed the attacking hand. The owner of the hand was a ninja dressed entirely in black, covering everything but his eyes. Kakarot rolled to the side as another strike came from the mysterious warrior. Releasing the ninja's hand, Kakarot countered with a kick to the chest that sent the attacker flying through a window. The young Sen followed the ninja through the window and floated slowly down to the ground. By this time, the ninja was on his feet again and charging. Kakarot dodged a punch to his face and drove a knee into the assassin's stomach, doubling him over. The warrior collapsed in a heap. Kakarot walked over and pulled the mask off the ninja to reveal Master Shen. So you resort to killing me in my sleep? Kakarot asked, his voice cold. It's what you deserve, Shen spat. You killed my brother. I had no choice, Kakarot said calmly. It was him or me. So you might as well kill me now, Shen said, defiant despite his situation. No, Kakarot declared firmly, his voice steady and resolute. I'm not like you and your students. I've seen the damage people like you cause when they're in control. I've trained my whole life to stop people like you and your followers. I'm not going to kill you. But remember this, if you ever try to bully anyone else, and I find out, I will be there to stop you. Hidden in the bushes, Tien watched the scene unfold. Kakarot had easily bested Shen, and Tien had been ready to intervene. However, upon hearing Kakarot's words, he realized the young warrior wasn't going to kill Shen, just humiliate him. Deep in thought, Tien turned away and slowly walked off, pondering the implications of what he had just witnessed. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena, filled with excitement. Our next match is about to begin. Will the contestants please come to the stage? Kakarot stood on the stage, eagerly awaiting his next challenge. Will Master Shen please come to the stage? The announcer repeated. After a few minutes of waiting, the announcer continued. Since Master Shen is nowhere to be found, the winner of the match is Kakarot. What happened to Master Shen? Chaozu asked, confusion evident in his voice. I don't know, Tien replied, concealing the truth. I guess he didn't want to face us after what happened last night. he thought to himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer said once more, our next match will feature Tien, who dominated in his fight against Yamcha, against the great Master Roshi. Both are very accomplished fighters, but only one can move on to the finals. As Tien stepped into the ring to face Master Roshi, his mind raced. This was the man who had been a rival to his master. From childhood, Tien had been taught to dislike Roshi because his master harbored resentment against him. Even more troubling was the fact that Roshi had trained the boy who had killed his mentor, Tao. Yet, earlier, Tien had witnessed that same boy show mercy, allowing his own master, Shen, to escape in disgrace when he had every opportunity, and every right, to kill him. Let's begin, the announcer declared, signaling the start of the match. Tien pushed all distracting thoughts aside and charged at Roshi, launching a flurry of kicks and punches faster than most of the audience could follow. The elderly martial arts master effortlessly blocked or dodged every attack with the practiced ease that came from nearly a century of training. Not bad, Roshi remarked calmly, but your blind hatred interferes with your concentration. You have so much potential, yet you waste it following Shen's petty teachings. Shut up, old man, Tien roared, charging at Roshi with renewed intensity. His hard right fist connected with Roshi's face, sending the old man flying backward. Not relenting for a moment, Tien continued his relentless assault, pummeling Roshi with blow after blow before sending him crashing into the stage tiles. A few seconds later, Roshi was back on his feet, dusting off his fighting uniform. You are indeed strong, he acknowledged, his voice calm yet firm, but you still have a lot to learn about martial arts. I'll show you, Tien retorted, determination burning in his eyes. I know more than you think. There isn't a technique I can't master. I've even mastered your techniques. Ka, ma, ha, mi, ha. Roshi's eyes widened as he realized the Kamehameha wasn't aimed at him but at the crowd. Oh no, he thought. I have no choice. I either have to get in the way of the attack or let him harm innocents, and he knows it. Without hesitation, Roshi threw himself in front of the attack, crossing his arms to absorb the brunt of it. Seconds later, the smoke cleared, revealing Roshi still standing, albeit panting heavily. That was low, even for one of Shen's students, he said, breathing hard. Whatever works, Tien said with a smirk. So much potential, Roshi remarked, shaking his head. It's a shame you waste it. I could teach you a lot. Can it, old man? Tien snapped. Well, I've done all I can, Roshi muttered to himself. Now let's just hope some of it sinks in. He turned and walked towards the edge of the ring. Without stopping, he hopped down into the grass. It appears that Master Roshi has exited the ring, the announcer declared. That makes Tien the winner. Wow, Bulma said to Kakarot, eyes wide in surprise. Do you think Roshi gave up because he's afraid of Tien? No, Kakarot replied thoughtfully. They seemed about evenly matched. I think Roshi could have at least held his own. He quit to send a message. And what message would that be? Yamcha interjected, still angry from having his leg crushed earlier in his match with Tien. That what he was trying to say wasn't for personal gain, Kakarot explained. He didn't want Tien to think he was simply trying to distract him for a victory. He wanted Tien to be sure he meant every word he said. Are you ready for the next match? The announcer said to the crowd. On one side, we have Krillin, and on the other, we have Kakarot. These two are both students of the same master, but only one of them can leave here victorious. Kakarot stood across from Krillin, watching the other boy take on a fighting stance. Let's see what you can do, the Saiyan said with a grin. Krillin flashed a grin of his own. It had been nearly 3 years since the two had fought, and he had gotten much stronger. He had some surprises for the young Saiyan. Fight, the announcer declared. Krillin shot at Kakarot, throwing kicks and punches at blinding speed. Unfortunately for him, Kakarot blocked or dodged them all with practiced ease. Seconds later, the two separated, Krillin panting while Kakarot remained composed. He's still stronger than me, Krillin thought. No matter how strong I get, he's always stronger. I guess I'll have to try something sneaky. He cupped his hands at his side. K, me, hey, he shouted, unleashing the beam at Kakarot. You really think that's going to work? Kakarot asked, a confident smirk on his face as the beam hurtled towards him. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and backhanded the beam into the sky, sending it safely away from the spectators. But much to his surprise, Krillin had moved behind him and was now gripping his tail tightly, squeezing with all his might. Do you really think that will work? Kakarot asked, unfazed. I eliminated that weakness long ago. With a swift movement, the young Saiyan brought his elbow down on Krillin's head, sending him crashing into the ring floor. Krillin slowly rose to his feet, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. I won't be defeated that easily, he shouted, determination burning in his eyes. So, You want to go all out then? Kakarot asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. You were holding back, Krillin asked, his eyes widening in shock. Sorry, but this is boring me, Kakarot replied nonchalantly. I'm going to finish it. With those words, Kakarot seemed to disappear from sight. In a blink, he reappeared in front of Krillin, driving a powerful punch into his gut, doubling him over. Kakarot followed up with a sharp chop to the back of Krillin's neck, dropping him to the floor. It appears that Krillin is down, the announcer said, starting the countdown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Krillin is down. Kakarot is the winner. Kakarot walked over and helped Krillin to his feet. No hard feelings, he said with a smile. It's okay, Krillin said, returning the smile. You're the better fighter. The night passed quickly and without incident. The next morning arrived, and it was time for the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer said into the microphone, the moment you've all been waiting for has arrived. Tien and Kakarot will face off in the ring. Both fighters have breezed through their competition, and now we will see which one is the best. Tien stood across from Kakarot, staring down the young Saiyan. Just days before, the Triclops had wanted to kill the boy, but he had seen that Kakarot wasn't the ruthless killer his master had told him about. Initially driven by revenge, Tien now only wanted to prove himself the better fighter. Ready, fight, the announcer declared. In an instant, the two fighters shot at each other, exchanging kicks and punches at lightning speed. Kakarot's fist found its way into Tien's stomach, doubling the Triclops over. Kakarot followed up with a knee to Tien's face, sending him flying into a statue. The cement gave way under the impact, crumbling around Tien as he hit it. Seconds later, Tien crawled out from under the debris and stood, wiping blood from his mouth. Not bad, he said, his voice steady, but you don't stand a chance of winning this. I doubt that, Kakarot replied, a confident grin on his face. I'm just getting warmed up. Multi-form, Tien shouted, splitting into 4 identical copies of himself. All 4 Tiens charged at Kakarot, launching a coordinated barrage of punches and kicks, but none of their attacks landed. Kakarot lashed out with a swift kick, catching one of the Tiens in the face and causing it to fall to the ring and disappear. He then vanished, leaving only an afterimage for another Tien's fist to pass through as he reappeared behind the warrior. Bringing an axe handle down on the second Tien's head, he sent that one down to the ring to disappear as well. Realizing the futility of his strategy, the remaining Tien halted his attack, understanding that the multiform technique was useless against Kakarot. Not bad, Tien said, his voice tinged with admiration, but you won't be able to beat this one. I suggest you dodge if you want to live. He floated up into the air, forming a triangle with his hands as he concentrated his energy. Try BM ha! He shouted, unleashing an enormous amount of energy down at the young Saiyan. When the smoke cleared, the ring was completely destroyed, and Kakarot was nowhere to be seen. Where's Kakarot? Bulma asked, her voice trembling. He can't be gone, she continued, sniffling. Look, Roshi said, pointing up at the sky where Kakarot floated, staring down Tien. I see you decided to dodge, Tien said, his tone challenging. But you know now you can't win. When you hit the ground, you will go out of bounds. You're not the only one that can fly, Kakarot replied dryly. I can stay up here all day. We'll see who can stay up here longer then, Tien retorted, determination burning in his eyes. I think I'll finish this now, Kakarot said, gathering his energy. He shot towards Tien, throwing a punch aimed at his head. Tien barely managed to block the blow, grimacing from the impact. While he could use the air dancing technique to levitate his body, Kakarot had taken it a step further, exhibiting complete control in the air as well as on the ground. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Kakarot's knee slammed into his face, followed by an axe handle to his head, sending him hurtling into the grass below, creating a small crater upon impact. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the announcer declared. Kakarot has retained his title and is still the world champion. Kakarot floated to the ground and extended a hand to Tien. You did well, he said sincerely. You have a lot of good techniques. Maybe we could train together sometime. Despite his earlier resentment, Tien couldn't help but smile. As much as he hated the young Saiyan for what happened to Tao, he realized Kakarot wasn't the ruthless killer his master had described. Tao must have left him no choice. Sure, Tien agreed. Let's go get some food to celebrate, Yamcha suggested. That sounds good to me, Kakarot replied enthusiastically. He paused for a moment. Just let me run and get my armor and the Dragon Ball I've got in my locker first. It's all right, Bulma said with a wink. I'll grab it for you, lover boy. You've earned the rest. Kakarot grinned. Thanks, he said appreciatively. Minutes later, they were all seated in a restaurant, with Kakarot inhaling food like he hadn't eaten in years. Suddenly, the Saiyan's eyes widened. Bulma, he exclaimed, shooting up from the table mid-bite. leaving the food and his friends behind. What's with him? Krillin asked, puzzled. I don't know, Yamcha said, but he seemed serious. Let's follow him. Kakarot arrived at the locker he had rented to find a horrifying sight. Bulma lay on the floor in a pool of blood. No, Kakarot yelled, dropping to his knees beside her. Bulma, talk to me. The girl remained lifeless, her face pale and motionless. Is she all right? A voice said from behind Kakarot. The young Sen turned to face the tournament announcer, his eyes burning with fury and desperation. What happened? Kakarot demanded, his voice trembling with emotion. A monster came, the announcer said, his voice trembling. It confronted the girl and demanded something. When she refused, it killed her and took off with some kind of ball and a list of all the martial artists. The Dragon Ball, Kakarot muttered, clenching his fist. I'll avenge you, Bulma, he vowed, looking down at her lifeless body. Then I'll wish you back with the Dragon Balls. He checked Bulma's pockets for the Dragon Radar but noticed it was missing. What happened? Roshi asked as he and the rest of the gang entered the area, their faces filled with concern. They froze upon seeing Bulma's body. She's dead, Kakarot said, his voice filled with sorrow and anger. What's this? Chaozu said, picking up a piece of paper with a strange symbol on it. Roshi glanced at the paper and paled. It's King Piccolo. Who's King Piccolo? Tien asked, his curiosity piqued. It's a long story, Roshi said, his voice heavy with dread. The old master began to recount the tale of King Piccolo, the malevolent demon who once terrorized the world. When Master Roshi had finished telling of King Piccolo's defeat, he sighed deeply. After my master trapped King Piccolo with the evil containment wave, I thought he was gone for good, but it appears he is back again. Kakarot, now fully dressed in his armor, adjusted the scouter on his eye. Well, he won't be around for long, he declared. I will finish what your master started. Wait, Roshi said urgently, you're still weak from your fight with Tien. You can't face King Piccolo like this. No offense, Kakarot said, glancing at Tien, but I barely broke a sweat in that fight. He reached into the pouch at his side, pulling out a senzu bean and popping it into his mouth. But I'll take this just to be sure. Kakarot clicked his scouter, scanning the surroundings for power levels. Several strong ones were moving away from the area, which didn't surprise him since most of the planet's best fighters had attended the tournament. He wished the beast that had killed Bulma hadn't taken the Dragon Radar too. That little device would have made it much easier to track down his girlfriend's killer. The young Sen grimaced, frustrated at not having a clear lead, and took off after the closest of the retreating powers. King Piccolo sat atop a giant throne in Emperor Pilaf's airship. Before him stood the little blue emperor and his two lieutenants, Chao and Mai. Has Tamburina returned yet? Piccolo asked. He should be back soon, Pilaf replied. There's a Dragon Ball headed our way. Excellent, King Piccolo said, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Soon, everything will be as it should. Your Excellency, Pilaf started nervously, since I have fished you out of the sea and freed you, when you used the Dragon Balls to rule the world, I was wondering if I could have half. The little emperor hesitated, aware of how powerful King Piccolo was rumored to be. I mean, a third, or a quarter, or some nice swamp ground somewhere. You fool, Piccolo said, ignoring the little emperor's antics. I don't need the Dragon Balls to rule this pathetic planet. Then what are you going to use them for? Pilaf asked, his curiosity piqued. I will wish for eternal youth, Piccolo answered. I will rule this planet for all eternity. Before Piccolo could continue detailing his plan, Tambourine entered holding the 4-star Dragon Ball. So, you have returned, Piccolo said. Yes, my master, Tambourine replied. I have one of the Dragon Balls and a device to track down more of them. Excellent, Piccolo said. Did you get the list of the martial artists as well? Yes, master, Tambourine confirmed. I have the list. Excellent, Piccolo continued. Then your task is to hunt down and destroy these fighters. Sire, Piano interrupted. Would it not be wiser to hunt down the Dragon Balls first? You aren't getting any younger, after all. You are correct, Piccolo acknowledged. With this little device, it won't take long at all to find the Dragon Balls. We also have a bigger version of that on our ship, Pilaf interjected eagerly. Then I shall need 2 more servants, Piccolo declared. My master, Piano interjected cautiously. Are you sure you are strong enough to create 2 more servants? It matters not, Piccolo said dismissively. When I have the Dragon Balls, I will be forever young. With that, Piccolo started concentrating. A few seconds later, his throat convulsed, and 2 eggs emerged from his mouth. When the eggs hatched, 2 winged creatures that looked Namekian in nature but horribly mutated emerged. I will call them Cymbal and Drum, Piccolo said. Now go and find the Dragon Balls for your master. Kill any who get in your way. Kakarot landed outside a martial arts dojo, his eyes scanning the area intently. He had been tracking large power levels for the past 2 days but still hadn't found Bulma's killer. His heart ached with each fruitless search. On his last stop, he had found the lifeless body of Bacterium. The stench was unforgettable from the last tournament. It was becoming clear that Piccolo was trying to eliminate any possible threats. Kakarot walked into the dojo, his heart heavy with dread. The scene was all too familiar. King Chappa, one of his past opponents, lay dead surrounded by his students. Checking his scouter again, he saw a high power level moving away. This one has to be it, he thought. Without hesitation, he took to the air, shooting out in hot pursuit. Tambourine smiled as he landed in the middle of a big boxing ring, relishing in his work. His latest target had just finished a match against a weaker opponent. The name on the sheet was Pamput, a boxer turned movie star. Tambourine dove at the boxer with a killing strike, eager to add another name to his list. Before the strike could land, an arm stopped Tambourine's attack. The arm belonged to another fighter, one Tambourine recognized as the two-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The monster's smile widened. Defeating this fighter would surely bring him great reward from his master. He swung his other fist, aiming to strike the interloper in the face and end this quickly. Kakarot caught the monster's fist and grinned. "You'll pay for what you did to Bulma," he said, his voice low and filled with anger. "Ah yes," Tambourine sneered. "The girl at the tournament. Her screams were delightful as I ended her pathetic life. You'll suffer for that," Kakarot growled, driving a fist into Tambourine's stomach. The beast doubled over in pain, a sensation he had never experienced before. It dawned on him that he might be messing with the wrong person. Kakarot brought his knee up, smashing it into Tambourine's face and sending the monster sliding across the ring. The Sen didn't let up for a second. He shot forward, grabbing the monster and throwing him high into the air. "This is for Bulma," he shouted, cupping his hands and launching a Kamehameha wave at the monster. The beam hit Tambourine with crushing force, melting through his skin and severing vital organs. Kakarot sighed heavily. He had avenged his love, but the real threat, the one who had unleashed this monster, was still out there. He hit the button on his scouter, scanning the area. No power levels in the immediate vicinity seemed significant. "I guess all I can do is wait," he thought, frustration gnawing at him. Piccolo felt a sudden jolt as Tambourine's life force faded away. The Namekian staggered, momentarily thrown off by his minion's abrupt death. "Tambourine's dead," he muttered. "We need to hurry." "It's okay, Master," Piano reassured him. "Drum is on his way back with the last Dragon Ball. There's nothing to stop you from making your wish." As if on cue, Drum entered the airship, clutching the final Dragon Ball. "Excellent," Piccolo said, his voice filled with anticipation. "Put the ship down. I have a wish to make." "Right away, Your Excellency," Pilaf said, ordering the ship to land. Minutes later, King Piccolo stepped out of the ship with Cymbal and Drum at his side. He scattered the 7 Dragon Balls at his feet and raised his arms. "Arise, dragon," Piccolo commanded, "and grant me my wish." The sky darkened, lightning flashed, and one of the bolts struck the Dragon Balls, transforming into the mighty dragon, Shenron. "You who have summoned me," Shenron boomed, "I will grant you one wish." "I wish to be eternally young," Piccolo shouted, his voice echoing with excitement. "It shall be done," Shenron replied. With a flash of light, Piccolo transformed from a frail old creature into a young and powerful Namekian warrior. Before Shenron could disappear, Piccolo shot a blast at the dragon, destroying it and ensuring no one else could make another wish. "Now no one can stop me," he laughed, the sound chilling and triumphant. Kakarot watched the news on the television at Master Roshi's house. After failing to locate anything with his scouter, he decided it would be more efficient to wait for Piccolo to reveal himself, rather than flying all over looking for him. If Piccolo had sent Tambourine to finish off the martial artists, he would eventually come here to attack the Turtle Hermit. Either that, or something would appear on the news about the monster. From what Roshi had told him, it was unlikely Piccolo would remain hidden for long. "We interrupt this regularly scheduled program for some breaking news," a voice announced from the TV. "People of Earth," Piccolo's voice boomed as the picture on the TV switched to show the now youthful Namekian. "There is a new world order. My order. Murder is no longer illegal. It is encouraged. Rape, theft, assault, battery, and pillaging will be the norm of the day. All will answer to my rule. Anyone who tries to stop me will be destroyed." Kakarot turned away from the TV and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Roshi asked, his voice filled with concern. "He was in the capital," Kakarot said, "in Chao Palace. I'm going to go stop him." "Alone?" Roshi inquired, worry etched in his features. "Yes," Kakarot said firmly. "I don't think any of you are strong enough to stop him." "I'll go with you," Krillin offered. "We can fight together." Kakarot's scouter suddenly beeped, detecting 2 power levels heading their way fast. Both were equal to Tambourine's. The Saiyan laughed, a hint of excitement in his voice. "No, stay here," Kakarot said, There's trouble headed this way. By the looks of it, it's 2 of Piccolo's minions. You, Tien, and Yamcha should be able to handle them. I'm going after Piccolo. Are you sure you're strong enough? Yamcha asked, his voice tinged with doubt. I've scanned as far as my scouter will reach for the highest power level I can find and haven't found one higher than mine, Kakarot replied, his determination evident. If you get too bored after taking out Piccolo's freaks, then you can follow. But I'm going to end this now. Cymbal and Drum landed on Roshi's island, their eyes narrowing as they saw 4 fighters standing in front of the house. One of the fighters glanced their way before shooting into the air, leaving the other 3 in fighting stances. Piccolo had sent the 2 monsters out together after Tambourine failed to return, starting with the most powerful fighters. They had not expected to find 4 of the strongest warriors in one place. One of these fighters had probably killed Tambourine. Before Cymbal and Drum could organize an attack, Krillin shot forward with a swift kick, sending Cymbal flying back into the sea. Drum retaliated with a kick of his own at Krillin but was knocked out of the air by Yamcha's powerful fist. How about you play with me? Yamcha taunted. Tien simply stood and observed the 2 battles. While Yamcha was not as skilled as he was, both the bandit and Krillin were stronger. Besides, he would intervene if needed. No reason not to let his friends get some good practice. Cymbal shot up from the water and lunged at Krillin with a fierce punch. I'll kill you, he shouted, but his fist only struck an afterimage. Krillin reappeared behind the monster and brought a powerful axe-handle blow down on Cymbal's head, sending him crashing back into the depths of the ocean. Drum unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches at Yamcha, but the bandit skillfully dodged every blow. Kakarot had been right. These monsters weren't as strong as they had feared. In fact, they were pretty weak compared to himself and Krillin. Yamcha's brief moment of overconfidence cost him as Drum's clawed fist connected with his face, sending him flying back. Rolling with the blow, Yamcha shot back at Drum and delivered a powerful punch to the beast's face. It was time to stop fooling around. Wolf Fang Fist, he shouted, unleashing a barrage of rapid blows that cracked Drum's bones with each strike. When the attack was over, Drum collapsed in a heap, motionless. He's dead, Tien said, walking up behind Yamcha. Good work. We should help Krillin, Yamcha suggested. I don't think he'll need it, Tien replied, watching Krillin closely. Krillin concentrated, forming a ball of energy in his hand. He had conceived this attack a while ago but hadn't found the right opportunity to use it. It wasn't suited for a tournament, as it was incredibly lethal if executed correctly. He spun his arm in a circle above his head, watching as the energy ball flattened and began spinning like a disc. Destructo disc, he shouted, hurling the spinning disc at Cymbal as the monster rose from the ocean. The disc hit Cymbal in the arm, cutting deeply into the flesh before dissipating. Krillin sighed. His attack wasn't perfected yet, but he was making progress. At least it had cut into something this time. A voice interrupted Krillin's musings. Tri-beam ha, Tien shouted, engulfing the monster in a wave of golden energy that permanently ended Cymbal's existence. Sorry, Tien said, walking up to Krillin. I figured Kakarot may need us even if he says he doesn't, and I couldn't let you toy around with this one all day, but that was a good attack. When it's perfected, I'd hate to be on the receiving end of it. Thank, Krillin said, smiling appreciatively. Kakarot landed outside of Chao Palace, his eyes blazing with determination. Piccolo, he shouted, come out and face me. A moment later, the tall Namekian emerged, a sinister grin spreading across his face. So, you're the one who killed Tambourine? Yes, that would be me, Kakarot replied, his voice steady. And now I'm going to kill you for what your minion did to Bulma. You don't know what you're dealing with, Piccolo boasted, his confidence unshaken. I know you think you're strong, but you stand no chance against me. Kakarot pressed a button on his scouter. 260, he said, laughing. I think it's you who has no idea who you're dealing with. Piccolo laughed menacingly. I've terrorized this planet for years, boy, he said. His rant was abruptly interrupted as he doubled over in pain. Cymbal and Drum had just been destroyed, but how? The Demon King had no time to ponder as Kakarot's fist collided hard with his face, sending him flying across the courtyard. Several bystanders around the palace cheered as Kakarot knocked Piccolo through a wall. Shut up! The Demon King shouted, sending a blast at the onlookers. Kakarot appeared before the blast and swatted them away effortlessly. Your fights with me, he said, charging back at Piccolo and unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. Each blow landed with devastating force. Kakarot continued the onslaught, beating the demon mercilessly. Purple blood sprayed from Piccolo's mouth as Kakarot buried his fist in the Demon King's stomach. Now to finish you off, Kakarot said, cupping his hands at his side. Piccolo knew this was the end. The boy was simply too powerful for him to defeat. He hadn't thought it was possible, but he was about to die. Desperately, he focused all his energy into creating one last egg. This egg would contain his entire essence, ensuring his legacy would continue. Me, hey, Kakarot shouted, putting all his energy into the blast that would end the Demon King's short reign. Piccolo spit out the egg, sending it as far as he could with a final message: kill Kakarot before the blue beam overtook him. Kakarot sighed in relief. It was over. Now all he had to do was revive Bulma, and everything would be back to normal. Kakarot landed back on Roshi's island. After the fight with Piccolo, he had located the dragon radar among the few items the demon had left behind. Unfortunately, nothing was showing up on the radar. Someone must have made a wish. Now he would have to wait a year before he could wish Bulma back. The Saiyan sighed and walked toward the house, a mix of exhaustion and determination in his step. "You're back," Tien said as Kakarot entered the house. "You're all over the news as the one who killed Piccolo. It's amazing how strong you are." "Yes, Kakarot is quite an amazing fighter," a voice said from behind Kakarot. "He's my most promising student, after all." Kakarot turned to see Korin standing in the doorway. "What brings you here?" he asked. "You're not one to leave your tower, I know," Korin replied, his voice calm yet serious. "I need to get an errand boy, but getting to why I'm here. Kakarot, Kami wants you to come and train with him." "Kami?" Yamcha asked, eyes widening. "As in the Guardian of Earth?" "Yes, that would be the one," Korin confirmed. "Sorry," Kakarot said, shaking his head, "but I have other things to do. I have to wish Bulma back." "Kami said it was very important," Korin insisted. "Besides, when Piccolo made his wish, he destroyed the eternal," Kakarot exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "Kami is the only one who can revive the eternal dragon," Korin explained. "You'll have to go and see him on his lookout if you want to wish back your girlfriend." Kakarot tossed the dragon radar to Yamcha. "If the Dragon Balls become active, gather them, and wish Bulma back." "Sure thing," Yamcha replied, catching the radar. Hours later, Kakarot stood at the top of Korin's tower. "So, where's this Kami?" he asked, looking around. "Well, if you go straight up from this tower, high up into the air, you'll find Kami's lookout," Korin replied, pointing upwards. Without further conversation, Kakarot jumped out of the tower and shot high up into the air, flying toward where Kami's lookout was supposed to be. After a long flight, Kakarot landed on top of a floating bowl-shaped platform in the sky. "This must be Kami's lookout," he thought. "Well, I suppose I should find this Kami." He walked forward and soon saw a black genie floating on a magic carpet. "Hi," the genie greeted warmly. "I'm Mr. Popo. Kami has been expecting you." "Where is he?" Kakarot asked, anxious to get the Guardian to bring the dragon back so he could wish back Bulma. "Before you can see Kami," Popo said calmly, "you need to pass a test." "Test?" Kakarot asked, eyebrows raised. "What test?" "You have to hit Mr. Popo," Popo replied with a small smile. Kakarot pressed a button on his scouter. 300, he said. "Not bad, but this won't be much of a challenge." Kakarot charged at the genie, but before his fist could land, Popo disappeared and reappeared behind him, landing a light punch to the back of Kakarot's head. The blow didn't have enough force to actually hurt the Saiyan, but it still surprised him. Kakarot turned and started throwing a flurry of kicks and punches at the genie, but Popo managed to dodge every blow with ease. "How?" Kakarot asked, frustration creeping into his voice. "Your attacks are clumsy," Popo replied calmly. "Your movements are obvious. You give yourself away before you strike." Kakarot grimaced and renewed his attack with more determination than before. Unfortunately for the young Saiyan, Popo still remained ahead of the attacks, effortlessly dodging and countering each one. "You must be as calm as the air but quicker than lightning," Popo said, his voice serene and composed. "What does that mean?" Kakarot asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. "You must clear your head and see my movements with more than just your eyes," Popo explained. "Then you will begin to anticipate my movements. You must move in an efficient manner, wasting no energy." Kakarot nodded, finally understanding the genie's words. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind. In his mind's eye, he could almost see Popo standing before him. He breathed deeply and waited for the right moment. A split second later, his arm shot out, striking Popo in the stomach and doubling the genie over. "Very good," a voice said from the shadows. Moments later, a tall Namekian emerged. He looked almost exactly like King Piccolo. Kakarot realized this wasn't Piccolo. "Must be Kami," he said. "Yes," Kami replied, nodding. "I see you have surpassed my expectations. I didn't expect you to be able to touch Popo for quite some time." "It's not much different from the training with Korin," Kakarot said, "although I think Popo can almost read my mind and anticipate my movements." "You are correct," Kami said. "He can read your movements before you make them if you think too much. He can also sense where you are by feeling your energy." I can teach you to do all of these things, but you must promise me something first. What's that? Kakarot asked, curious. You must promise to remain here and train with me for the next 3 years, Kami said, his tone serious. And you must use what you learn here to be Earth's protector. I'm tempted, Kakarot said, considering the offer. But all I'm here for is to get the Dragon Balls fixed so I can wish back a friend. I will fix the dragon if you stay here and train, Kami said firmly. Your friends can wish back Bulma. Why are you so interested in my training? Kakarot asked, his curiosity piqued. You have great potential, Kami said. There is also a threat that will appear in 3 years. It will manifest at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Piccolo? Popo interjected. No, Kami replied, shaking his head. While Piccolo did have an offspring, I am not concerned with that. Kakarot, through normal training, will be more than strong enough to keep Piccolo in check. The threat I am talking about is much more powerful. He turned to Kakarot. I believe it will be a henchman of the one you call Frieza. What do you know of Frieza? Kakarot asked, his interest intensifying. Not much more than you do, honestly, Kami admitted. I know that he destroyed your people and your father sent you to Earth to escape their fate. I believe you may have been discovered by one of Frieza's spies. From what I can glean of the future, he will send a warrior to this planet with orders to find and destroy you. How strong is he? Kakarot asked, his voice steady but filled with concern. I honestly don't know, Kami replied. My powers as guardian sometimes let me see threats coming, but not very clearly. What is known is that if you are to protect this planet, you need to start reaching your true potential. I have designed a training program, taking your heritage into account. So, I will once again ask if you will stay up here and train for the next 3 years, Kakarot grimaced. While he desperately wanted to see Bulma again, he knew it was his responsibility to protect this planet, especially if Frieza was involved. If what the Guardian said was true, he had led the threat here. All right, he finally said. I'm in. Good, Kami said. Popo, fetch the dragon model so it can be repaired. Kakarot focused his mind, drawing inward in deep meditation. For the past year, he had been training up on Kami's lookout. Most of the training had been more mentally than physically challenging. That didn't surprise the young Saiyan since he was already stronger than both the Guardian and his servant. At first, Kakarot had wanted to continue sparring with Mr. Popo, but Kami had said the boy needed to focus inward before he could truly become powerful outward. A presence appeared behind him. The person was absolutely silent, but Kakarot had learned to sense energy, so it was no surprise when Popo spoke. Kami has a new test for you. Kakarot's eyes shot open, and he rose to his feet. Test? He asked. Kami thinks you are mentally ready to start the next phase of your training, Popo replied. We will be going into the pendulum room. What's the pendulum room? Kakarot asked, curiosity piqued. It is a room that bends the fabric of space and time, Popo explained. Inside it are shadows of the past and present from many different places in the universe. So it's a portal somewhere? Kakarot asked. Sorta, Popo replied. You will not physically leave, but your spirit will be transported to a new destination to fight an opponent. It will seem like you are there, and if you get hit, you will feel the blows as if they were real. So, who am I fighting? Kakarot asked, excitement building. I figured we'd start with a member of your own race, Kami said, approaching Kakarot and Popo. A Saiyan? Kakarot said, his excitement growing. Yeah, Kami confirmed. Let's get started then, Kakarot said, genuine excitement in his voice. He followed Popo and Kami into a strange room with clocks all over the floor, walls, and ceiling. Minutes later, Popo and Kami exited and closed the door. Lights flashed, and the landscape around Kakarot warped into an arid wasteland. In the distance, Kakarot could sense several large power levels, but one seemed much closer. What have we here? A gruff voice said from behind Kakarot. Why aren't you with your mission team? Kakarot turned to see a tall man wearing armor similar to his own. The armor was white with red shoulder and thigh pads. A scouter covered his eye, and his black spiky hair stuck out in all directions, reaching his shoulders, unlike Kakarot's shorter hair. The man's tail was wrapped neatly around his waist, just like Kakarot's. I'm just exploring, Kakarot said in response to the man's question. You filthy whelp, the large Saiyan sneered. I'll teach you to disobey orders. The man's fist shot at Kakarot faster than anything he had ever seen. Kakarot barely dodged the first blow, but he wasn't as lucky with the next one. The Saiyan's knee slammed into Kakarot's gut, causing him to spit out blood involuntarily. Kakarot gasped at the pain. He had never been hit so hard in his life, but he had been hit before and knew he had to respond. While the older Saiyan was still laughing, Kakarot put all his energy into an uppercut and caught the man square on the chin. The man's head tilted upwards, but he was otherwise unaffected. Kakarot cursed at the ineffectiveness of his blow. How strong is this guy? He thought. Before he could think any further, the Saiyan was throwing a flurry of kicks and punches at him. Kakarot cleared his mind and focused on blocking the incoming attacks. He managed to block some, but the blows were too numerous and too fast to anticipate them all. Soon enough, one landed hard on his face, sending him sprawling across the landscape into a cliff face. Kakarot pulled himself from the rubble and charged back at the larger Sen, shooting an energy-enhanced fist at his stomach. The blow was caught before it could land. The man grinned as he squeezed Kakarot's fist, producing a satisfying crunch. Kakarot winced in pain as his hand was crushed. The Saiyan never let up, continuing to beat him mercilessly until everything went dark. Kakarot awoke on the floor of the pendulum room, sweating and sore. Everything had felt so real in there. He quickly examined himself and found that nothing was broken. "You did well," Kami said, entering the room. "That's not surprising," Kami replied calmly. "After all, the opponent you were fighting was nearly 3 times stronger than you." "What?" Kakarot exclaimed. "How was I supposed to win against someone so strong?" "You weren't," Kami said. "The point of this exercise was to show you what it's like to fight someone stronger than you." Kami cleared his throat before continuing. "You haven't run into that much on this planet. No one here can challenge you to the extent needed. So you want me to keep training in here?" Kakarot asked. "No," Kami said. "The point of this exercise was to test your skills and to make you understand that there are beings out there much stronger than you." That was a low-class Saiyan warrior. "There are many out there who are much stronger than the one you faced." "Like Frieza," Kakarot said, his voice filled with icy determination. "Yes," Kami began, his voice heavy with the weight of the universe. "Frieza is unimaginably strong. He wiped out the entire Saiyan race, beings mostly stronger than the one you faced, without any effort." Kami's intense gaze locked onto Kakarot's eyes. "The point of this exercise is to make you understand what we're up against. Any one of Frieza's men could be as strong, or even stronger, than the warrior you fought. So you want me to keep training in there until I can beat him, right?" Kakarot asked, a determined spark in his eye. "No," Kami replied calmly. "If you haven't noticed, the pendulum room has little effect on the physical world." Kakarot's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Remember when you were beaten by Android Tao?" Kami prompted. "When you healed from that, you were much stronger." Kakarot nodded. "Yes, it's a Saiyan trait. We get stronger after every battle. Yet, you fought a much stronger opponent in the pendulum room and did not get any stronger," Kami stated, watching the realization dawn on Kakarot's face. Understanding flooded through Kakarot. Since the pendulum room wasn't real, his power hadn't increased from the fight, even though he'd been nearly beaten to death. "I see," he murmured. "So," Kami continued, "I want you to keep focusing your mind with Mr. Popo, but you need to increase your training. Are you familiar with the multiform technique?" "Somewhat," Kakarot replied. "Tien used it against me in the last tournament, but it didn't work because each copy was weaker. Even when they teamed up, I could easily keep up with them." "Yes," Kami said, "but I want you to use that technique to be your own opponent when you spar. Popo and I cannot keep up with you, but if you spar with the multiform, you will have an opponent of equal strength. It may not be enough to fully challenge your Saiyan heritage, but it will give you a decent challenge." Kakarot nodded, his resolve clear. "All right, I'll get on it." "Wait," Kami said, stopping him. Kakarot turned to see Mr. Popo presenting him with a new fighting uniform. "What's this?" he asked, curious. "This is what you'll wear for training from now on," Kami explained. Kakarot picked up the fighting clothes, inspecting the green jumpsuit that looked just like the one Master Roshi had given him, except for the symbol on the back. Instead of Roshi's emblem, it bore Kami's symbol. The real difference was the undershirt, wristbands, and boots. Kakarot staggered as Popo handed them to him. They were incredibly heavy. "Ah, smell that fresh air," Roshi exclaimed as he exited the car at the World Martial Arts Tournament. "Much better than being cooped up on that plane." "I agree, Master," Grandpa Gohan said, following the old turtle hermit. "I can't wait to see Kakarot compete this year," he continued enthusiastically. "I wish I had made it to the last 2 tournaments." "It's okay," Roshi assured him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I'm sure Kakarot knew you were rooting for him. I would have been here if I'd known he was entering." "News travels slow where I live," Grandpa Gohan admitted, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Well, maybe if you'd stay in touch more often, you wouldn't be 6 years out of date." Roshi scolded his former student, shaking his head. "Boys, please," Bulma interrupted as she climbed out of the car behind them. She was tired of the constant bickering and Roshi's attempts to grope her. More than anything, she hoped to see Kakarot again, not only because of the longing in her heart and her loins, but also to have someone young and not perverted to talk to. She hoped the young Sen hadn't forgotten about her. Dying and coming back to life had been hard enough. At the young age of 20, she didn't know if she could handle being abandoned by her lover. Her thoughts were interrupted by a pair of hands covering her eyes. "Guess who?" said a voice that was both familiar and new at the same time. The hands were strong and calloused, the arms muscular. Bulma knew instantly who it was. "You're back," she whispered, spinning around. Instead of the familiar face she expected, she was met with a massive chest covered by a green GI and a black undershirt. She looked up, realizing her mistake. Kakarot now stood a full head taller than her and had grown even more handsome over the past 3 years. He was no longer the boy she remembered. He was now a man. Before she could finish, Kakarot placed a finger on her trembling lips. "I've missed you too," he said softly. "I never stopped thinking about you while I was training with Kami. I wish I could have come back sooner." But Bulma stopped him this time. "I understand," she said. "Krillin told me you were called to train with Kami. I figured it must be important if the Guardian of Earth wanted to see you." "Yes, it was very serious," Kakarot replied, his tone deadly serious. Then his face softened into a smile. "But now that we're together again, there's something I must do." The young Saiyan dropped to one knee and pulled a small box from his gi. "Bulma, my love, when I lost you, I didn't know if I could go on. My only thought was getting you back. I swear that I will never let anything happen to you again. I want to be with you always. Will you be my wife?" Bulma's face showed her shock, but it quickly melted into a smile. She extended her hand, allowing Kakarot to place the ring on her finger. "Of course I will," she said, pulling him to his feet and planting a deep kiss on her long-lost lover. Several minutes later, after the initial shock of the proposal had worn off, Kakarot and Bulma walked arm in arm up to the registration booth, followed closely by Roshi and Grandpa Gohan. "I'd like to sign up to compete," Kakarot told the attendant. "Why, of course sir," the attendant replied. "Can I have your name?" "Kakarot," the young Sen said confidently. "The returning champion, Kakarot?" the attendant asked, eyes wide with surprise. "Yes," Kakarot confirmed with a nod. "Of course sir," the attendant said, looking a bit sheepish. "It's just that you're much taller than you were 3 years ago." Kakarot grinned. "Quite all right." He then turned to Roshi and Grandpa Gohan. "So, you old-timers going to compete?" "No," Roshi said with a chuckle. "I'm content just to watch. I didn't really stand much of a chance 3 years ago against you. I doubt I'd even be in the same league as you after your training with Kami." Grandpa Gohan nodded as well. "I haven't seen you fight in years, my boy. But if you're as strong as Master Roshi says, I wouldn't stand a chance at all against you. I'll be content to watch as well." "It's all right, boys," Bulma said with a smile. "You can root for Kakarot from the front row with me." "Where are Yamcha and Krillin?" Kakarot asked, looking at Master Roshi. "Weren't they training?" "They only stayed around long enough to gather the Dragon Balls, and wish Bulma and all the fighters that Piccolo killed back to life. Then they went off with Tien and Kaozu to train on their own. It was just as well. There wasn't much more I could teach them anyway. They have also surpassed my teachings." As if summoned by the conversation, 4 blurs swept by before coming to a sudden halt. In the space, empty a second ago, now stood Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Kaozu. "Hey fellas," Yamcha said cheerfully. "Long time no see." "Hey guys," Kakarot said, greeting his friends with a big smile. "You've definitely gotten taller," Yamcha said, looking up at the man who had replaced the kid he'd known. "And here I thought I'd be the tall one," Krillin joked. The night passed quickly and uneventfully, filled with laughter and catching up with old friends. Soon, it was time for the preliminary rounds of the tournament. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer said enthusiastically, "our attendance is much smaller than it was last year due to some unpleasantness after the last tournament, but I'm sure the caliber of fighters we have this year will make up for the dwindling numbers." Kakarot looked around the arena, surveying the other fighters. He noticed several weak fighters milling around the room, but soon his attention focused on 2 fighters. One was a tall green alien with pointy ears, wearing a turban and cape, with a permanent scowl on his face. He was the spitting image of King Piccolo. Kami had filled him in on how the demon had created a spawn before being destroyed. He had also mentioned that he and the demon spawn were linked. If Piccolo Jr. was destroyed, Kami would also be destroyed. Kakarot didn't know how he was going to stop him and still keep the Guardian of Earth safe. A second later, Kakarot's attention was drawn to another fighter standing in the corner, looking around. This fighter was a darker green than Piccolo and had the head of an alligator. He wore a simple black fighting uniform and stared at Kakarot with anticipation. "We'll begin by drawing numbers," the announcer said. "The fighters will face off in single elimination combat. The 2 winners from each bracket will advance to the finals." "Chaozu," Tien whispered. "Make sure none of us fight each other until the finals." "All right, Tien," the little emperor replied, using his telepathic powers to fix the numbers in the box. The preliminary rounds had been fairly uneventful for the first several fights. Chaozu stepped into the ring for his 3rd fight of the preliminaries, his heart sinking when he saw his opponent. Standing across from him was none other than Mercenary Tao. The man looked more machine than human with replacement eyes, arms, and legs. "So, We meet again, traitor, Tao sneered. As soon as the bell rang, the assassin shot at Chaozu with lightning speed, striking the young fighter with unparalleled ferocity. The little emperor was down, unmoving, with the first blow. No, Chaozu, Tian shouted, seeing his friend go down. Don't worry, he's not dead, Tao said, walking down from the ring. I would be disqualified if he were to die, but rest assured, after I humiliate you in the tournament, I will finish all of you off. I'll get you for that, Tian swore, his eyes burning with rage. We'll see, Tao replied with a smirk. I thought he was dead, Krillin commented, looking shocked. I thought so too, Kakarot said. Apparently, he's pretty durable. You think he's gotten stronger? Yamcha asked, eyeing Tao suspiciously. I don't know, Kakarot said. I can't read him very much. Even the scouter couldn't get anything on him last time. It must be the mechanical parts interfering. Kakarot grimaced, wishing he hadn't left the scouter on the lookout. While he had learned to sense energy from Kami, it still wasn't perfected. He may be strong, Kakarot said, but I don't think he's the one to worry about in this tournament. The rest of the preliminary fights went by uneventfully, and soon it was time to announce the fighters advancing to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer declared, our matchups will be as follows: Tao vs Tien, Kakarot vs Chi-Chi, Junior vs Krillin, Yamcha vs Chomper. We're all looking forward to the matches. Chi-Chi, Yamcha said, glancing at the tall brunette who had been announced to advance to the finals. As in the Ox King's daughter Chi-Chi. That's right, the girl said, walking up to the fighters. I was wondering when you would recognize me. Well, you've grown a lot, Yamcha said, a bit taken aback. Chi-Chi blushed. Yes, I have, she replied. And you've gotten more handsome too. It was Yamcha's turn to blush. He remembered when they had been searching for the Dragon Balls. Chi-Chi had had a crush on him, but she had only been a kid then. This definitely wasn't a kid standing before him today. You're welcome to join us and watch the fights, he said, while you're not fighting, that is. I'd like that, Chi-Chi said with a smile. Kakarot turned from the reunion and stared at the mysterious fighter now known as Chomper. He's strong, Tien said, staring at the fighter as well. Yes, he is, Kakarot agreed. Any idea who he is? Tien asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Not really, Kakarot said, but he isn't friendly, and I think I know why he's here. Why's that? The Triclops asked. He's here for me, Kakarot said, his eyes narrowing with determination. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Today, we have an exciting match for you. In one corner, we have the brother of Master Shen of the Crane School, Mercenary Tao. Facing off against Tao is a former student of the Crane Hermit, Tien. There seems to be some rivalry between these two. Which one will come out the winner today? The crowd buzzed with anticipation as Tao dusted off his clothes, preparing for the fight. His mechanical parts gleamed under the arena lights, a testament to the miracle work of Dr. Gerp. Tao had been one of the most feared assassins, but his previous encounter with Kakarot had left him broken. However, thanks to Dr. Gerp, he had been rebuilt, more powerful than ever, and now he sought revenge. Ready? Fight! The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Tao wasted no time, launching himself at Tien with a barrage of kicks and punches. Tien, focused and calm, blocked the attacks with precision, barely moving from his spot. With a swift backhand, Tien aimed for Tao's head, but Tao blocked it just in time. Tien didn't let up. He drove his knee into Tao's stomach, causing the mercenary to double over in pain. Before Tao could catch his breath, Tien brought both hands down in a powerful double-axe handle, sending Tao crashing into the ring floor with a loud thud. And Tien lands the first blow of the fight, the announcer exclaimed. Will Tao recover, or is it all over for him? As the dust settled, Tao struggled to his feet, a scowl forming on his face. You've ripped my clothes, he snarled. Now you'll pay for that. With a fierce tug, he tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his muscular torso. He took a fighting stance, eyes blazing with anger. Tien remained silent and charged at Tao, unleashing a series of rapid kicks and punches. Tao dodged and blocked as best as he could, but Tien's speed was overwhelming. Tao had underestimated him. I'm going to kill you, Tao yelled, revealing a hidden blade as his left robotic hand detached and transformed. There are no weapons allowed in the match, the announcer declared. Mercenary Tao is disqualified. Ignoring the announcer, Tao continued to slash at Tien with the blade. Tien dodged expertly, his movements fluid and controlled. I'm going to help him, Krillin said, worry in his voice. No, Kakarot said firmly. This is Tien's fight. But the match is over, Krillin argued. Tao is trying to kill him. Trying is the key word, Kakarot replied, eyes never leaving the ring. Tien can handle this. Back in the ring, Tien was still evading Tao's wild slashes. Tao swung again, but Tien's after-image vanished, and Tien appeared behind him, driving a powerful kick into Tao's side, sending him flying. Before Tao could react, Tien was in front of him, gripping the blade with one hand. With a burst of energy, Tien snapped the blade in half, disarming Tao. "Give up now," Tien said calmly. "You can't win." "That's what you think," Tao shouted, his other hand transforming into a cannon. "You won't survive the Super Dodon Wave." "We'll see," Tien replied, bracing himself. "Super Dodon Wave," Tao yelled, firing a massive blast at Tien. "Dodon Wave," Tien countered, fearing his own beam. The two beams collided, pushing against each other with immense force. Slowly but surely, Tien's beam began to overpower Tao's. The combined energy surged back towards Tao, engulfing him in a huge explosion. Tien didn't wait for the smoke to clear, he charged in, delivering blow after powerful blow to Tao. When the smoke finally dissipated, Tao lay unconscious at Tien's feet. Tien picked up the defeated warrior and carried him over to where Crane Hermit stood in the stands. Handing Tao over, Tien said, "I don't want to see either of you ever again. You'll pay for this." Shen spat as he took off, carrying Tao away. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. "Our last match ended rather dramatically, but thanks to Tien's skills, the situation was defused. Now, we present the returning champion, Kakarot, facing off against the newcomer, Chi-Chi." Kakarot took a calm fighting stance across from Chi-Chi. He wasn't worried about this match. He knew that the girl couldn't match him in combat. Still, he wanted to let her down gently, without being too rough. "You may begin," the announcer declared. Chi-Chi charged at Kakarot, throwing punches with all her might. Kakarot effortlessly dodged each blow, moving his head from side to side. He almost felt sorry for her. She was so determined to prove herself, but the gap in their abilities was too wide. In the crowd, Chomper observed Kakarot with a keen eye. His instincts had paid off. Kakarot was definitely the Sen he had been searching for. The tail wrapped around Kakarot's waist was a clear sign, along with his Saiyan name. Despite being on the run from Lord Frieza, this Kakarot wasn't hiding his identity well, at least not here on this remote planet. Chomper pulled out a scouter and fixed it to his eye. "Let's see how strong this Sen actually is," he muttered. The scouter read 200. "This will be easier than I thought," he chuckled. The bounty on Sens was as good as his. This little tournament made it almost too easy. All he had to do was knock Kakarot out and deliver him to Lord Frieza. Back in the ring, Chi-Chi continued her relentless assault, but Kakarot dodged each punch and kick with ease, not even breaking a sweat. Finally, Chi-Chi stopped, panting heavily. "How can I not hit you?" she gasped. "It's simple," Kakarot said with a smile. "I'm much faster than you." He then vanished from her sight and reappeared behind her, gently grabbing her from behind. Moving quickly, he dashed to the edge of the ring and let her go, allowing her to land softly on the grass. "Well, ladies and gentlemen," the announcer boomed, "Chi-Chi has been thrown out of the ring by Kakarot. Let's give her a round of applause for having the courage to go up against the two-time champion of the world." The crowd erupted in cheers, applauding Chi-Chi's bravery. A short while later, the announcer's voice rang out again. "Are you ready for the next fight?" On one side of the ring, we have the accomplished fighter Krillin. Facing off against Krillin is the newcomer Junior. Both have shown themselves to be incredible fighters in the preliminary rounds. Kakarot watched intently as Piccolo, the spawn of the Demon King, faced off against his friend Krillin. He believed Krillin could hold his own, but he knew Piccolo might have some surprises up his sleeve. Likewise, he was curious to see what new techniques Krillin might have developed over the past few years. "Ready? Fight!" the announcer declared. Krillin wasted no time, charging at Junior with a rapid flurry of kicks and punches. The Green Warrior blocked each attack with ease, countering with punches of his own, which Krillin expertly deflected. After a few intense seconds, the two fighters separated, each assessing the other. "Not bad," Krillin said, grinning. "This will be a good fight, but I think it's time I go all out." "Fine," Junior replied, smirking. "I won't hold back either. Hope you're ready for this." The fighters clashed again, their movements a blur. Krillin vanished from sight, leaving Junior's fist to hit only an after-image. Reappearing behind Junior, Krillin drove his knee into Junior's back, sending him flying. Krillin didn't let up, shooting after Junior and landing blow after powerful blow. Junior winced, feeling the impact of Krillin's relentless assault. Gathering his strength, he shot up into the air, out of Krillin's reach. But Krillin followed, launching another series of attacks. This brief respite was all Junior needed to regain his composure and block Krillin's punches. They separated again, floating above the ring and staring each other down. Junior broke the silence, stretching his arm out to deliver a punch from 10 feet away. Krillin barely dodged the unexpected attack and charged back at Junior, closing the distance and resuming his close-quarters assault. Krillin pressed his advantage, landing a hard right cross to Junior's face, sending him reeling. Determined to end the fight, Krillin cupped his hands at his side. I'm going to end this, he declared. Me, hey. He unleashed a powerful blue energy beam at Junior. Junior raised his hands, catching the blast as it exploded against them. When the smoke cleared, his clothes were slightly tattered, but he was otherwise unhurt. The demon laughed. Is that the best you've got? He taunted. That's rich coming from a guy who's getting beat up, Krillin shot back. All right, Junior said, his tone serious. I'm through playing around. He reached up, removing his heavy cape and letting it fall to the ground with a resounding thud. He's been doing all that while wearing weights? Yamcha said in disbelief. It appears so, Kakarot commented. It's a good way to train. After all, something's bothering me about Junior, Tien said, joining the conversation. He looks like he might be one of Piccolo's minions. He's not a minion, Kakarot said. He's the reincarnation of King Piccolo himself. What? Tien and Yamcha exclaimed in unison. From what I was told, Kakarot explained, when I defeated King Piccolo, he put all his energy into transferring his essence into an egg. That egg hatched and became Junior. So we have to stop him, Tien said. There's a problem with that, Kakarot replied. If Junior is destroyed, then Kami will be destroyed as well. Then what do we do? Yamcha asked, concerned. Well, Kakarot said, Piccolo is here for a reason. He sees me as a threat and wants to eliminate me before he can rule the world. Once he realizes he can't win, hopefully, he'll give up on his world domination plans. Besides, it's not Piccolo I'm really worried about. You're not worried about Piccolo? Yamcha said in disbelief. Not really, Kakarot replied. I can beat him easily if he makes it to the finals. That's right. He'll have to face me before that, Yamcha boasted confidently. No, Kakarot corrected, shaking his head. While you might stand a chance against Piccolo, I don't think you'll make it that far. Chomper is incredibly strong. Back in the ring, Junior charged at Krillin with renewed speed and strength. Before reaching him, Junior extended his arm, stretching it to grab Krillin from 10 feet away. He pulled hard, slamming Krillin's face into his knee. Krillin staggered from the blow but quickly recovered, sending a punch into Junior's abdomen. Junior blocked the punch, catching Krillin's fist with his large green hand. Krillin countered with a swift kick to Junior's stomach, doubling the Green Warrior over. Before Junior could recover, Krillin drove an elbow into Junior's neck, sending him crashing into the ring. Junior shot up from where he landed, launching a powerful kick to Krillin's face and sending him flying across the ring. Gathering energy, Junior fired a beam after the airborne Krillin, causing an explosion in midair. Krillin emerged from the dust cloud, still flying out of control, before hitting the wall and sliding down into the grass outside the ring. It appears that Junior is the winner, the announcer declared. He will move on to the next round. Next up, we have Yamcha and Chomper. Can we have both contestants report to the ring? Kakarot grabbed Yamcha by the shoulder. Be careful, he told his friend. Sure, Yamcha said with a half grin. I can handle myself. A few minutes later, Yamcha stood across from Chomper as the next match was about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer said, in one corner we have Yamcha, a seasoned fighter, and in the other, we have Chomper, a newcomer. Which one of these fighters will come out the winner? Chomper stared at Yamcha. Show me what you've got, he said. I'll try not to hurt you too badly. You talk pretty big, Yamcha replied, taking a fighting stance. Well, when you can back it up, you're allowed to talk big, Chomper retorted. You may begin, the announcer said. Yamcha charged at Chomper, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. I'll show you a thing or two, he declared. I'm sure you will, Chomper said, dodging every one of Yamcha's attacks effortlessly. Now, show me what you've really got. Junior grimaced as he watched the two fighters, or more accurately, as he saw Chomper playing with Yamcha. I'll have to watch that one, he thought. He may be a threat. A few minutes later, Yamcha was panting from exertion. How come I can't hit you? He gasped. You're weak, Chomper answered honestly. It seems to be a common trait with your species. I'll show you weak, Yamcha declared. He turned his hand palm up and concentrated. In seconds, a small ball of energy formed, floating above his hand. With a determined look, Yamcha hurled the ball at Chomper. The energy attack tracked almost perfectly, but Chomper moved so fast that it zipped past him, heading straight for the crowd. Yamcha quickly used 2 fingers to direct the attack, causing it to change course midair and head back towards Chomper. This time, the warrior didn't move. Instead, he backhanded the attack, sending it flying back at Yamcha at blinding speed. The attack hit Yamcha squarely, sending him crashing hard into the ring. Bruised and battered from his own attack, Yamcha struggled to his feet. Chomper laughed. Are you done yet, weakling? I'll show you weak, Yamcha repeated, charging at Chomper again. But this time, Chomper was done playing. With a single backhand, he sent Yamcha flying into the wall, where he hit hard and slid down to the grass, unconscious. Well, the announcer said. It appears that Chomper has defeated Yamcha in an astonishing match. He will face off against Junior in the semi-finals after Kakarot faces off against Tien. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer continued, we have the rematch of the century for you today. Kakarot and Tien went toe-to-toe in the finals of the last tournament, and now we have them facing off against each other again today. Which one of these incredible fighters will be victorious? Tien faced Kakarot in the ring. Are you ready for this? He asked the Saiyan. Ready when you are, Kakarot replied with a confident smile. Chomper watched the fight in anticipation. He hit his scouter. The Saiyan is at 200 and his opponent is at 400, he thought. Maybe this Tien would knock out his prize for him, and he wouldn't even have to fight the Saiyan after all. As long as he brought a Saiyan back alive, the bounty was the same. Chomper laughed to himself. It didn't really matter whether Tien knocked out the Saiyan for him or if he had to do it himself. It's not like it would be a challenge anyway. The crocodile-like fighter laughed and went to get a refreshment. He hardly needed to watch this fight after all. He already knew who would win. The little Saiyan didn't stand a chance. You may begin, the announcer said. With those words, Tien shot at Kakarot, throwing a flurry of kicks and punches at the young Saiyan, testing his defenses. To his surprise, Kakarot moved out of the way of them all with the same ease he had shown when fighting Chi-Chi. How is he so fast? Tien thought. He had worked so hard over the past 3 years to improve his speed, hoping to gain an advantage over Kakarot, but it seemed it had all been in vain. Tien redoubled his efforts, sending his blows with more ferocity than before, but he couldn't lay a finger on the young Saiyan. Is that all you've got? Kakarot said, dodging a fist and jumping over a kick, flipping easily out of Tien's reach. Tien considered his options for a moment. He could use the multiform technique, but he had tried that in the last tournament, and Kakarot had easily countered it, showing that it weakened him by dividing his power among the clones. Tien dismissed that idea instantly. It hadn't worked before, and it certainly wouldn't work now. He briefly considered using the tri-beam cannon, but he doubted he could hit Kakarot with it given the boy's newfound speed. In fact, he couldn't think of anything that would be effective against Kakarot, but he had to try something. Tien phased out of sight, leaving only an after-image behind, moving with all the speed he could muster, hoping to avoid detection by the younger fighter. The Triclops reappeared behind Kakarot with a kick aimed right at the Saiyan's head, but his attack hit only air. Nice try, Kakarot said from behind Tien. But I grow tired of this. The young Saiyan shot a fist out just as Tien began to turn with an attack of his own. The punch landed squarely in Tien's stomach, doubling him over and sending him to his knees before he collapsed to the ground. It appears that Kakarot has knocked Tien out with a single punch, the announcer said. We'll start the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kakarot is the winner. Chomper returned with a corn dog and a drink just in time to see the young Saiyan walking down from the ring while his opponent lay unconscious. What? How'd he win that fight? It should have been a slaughter for his opponent. Across the stadium, Junior watched the fight as well. He wasn't surprised by the outcome but by the quickness of his rival. The boy had moved faster than even he could follow at times. He seriously doubted that he could even touch the young man in combat. How had he gotten so strong? After King Piccolo had been defeated, Junior had trained almost non-stop to surpass Kakarot. He wanted revenge and to rule the planet, but he was starting to have doubts about whether that would actually happen. He might have to bide his time and redouble his efforts to get stronger than the boy. Kakarot sat in the stands next to his future wife, Chi-Chi, and relaxed as he waited for the next fight. He was interested to see what both Chomper and Junior could do, but he figured he could watch from here just as well as anywhere. Bulma squeezed his hand beside him and smiled. His heart melted at seeing her smile after 3 years of not seeing her. He had thought it would be awkward, but they had reconnected almost instantly. So, who do you think is going to win this one? Bulma asked, interrupting his pleasant thoughts and putting his mind back on the fight that was about to start. Chomper is by far more powerful, Kakarot replied. I don't think Junior stands a chance. Piccolo? Roshi asked from behind him. Junior is the reincarnation of King Piccolo, Kakarot explained. He's here for revenge and wants to rule the planet. Not again, Roshi groaned. We have to stop him. No, Kakarot said, shaking his head. He wants to test the waters first. He won't try anything unless he's sure he's the strongest. No need to worry then, right? Bulma said, squeezing one of Kakarot's biceps. You can beat him, can't you? I won't have to, Kakarot replied, finally answering her first question. Chomper won't let him get to the finals. Before Kakarot could elaborate, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last fight of the semi-finals, we have Junior versus Chomper. One of these amazing fighters will go on to face Kakarot for the title in the finals. Junior took a defensive stance as he faced off against Chomper. He could tell this fighter was no one to trifle with and wanted to be on his guard. Ready, begin, the announcer declared. Junior shot at Chomper, forming a ball of energy in each hand. As he drew near, he launched one and then the other at the crocodile-like fighter at point-blank range. The attacks flew true and exploded on contact. When the dust settled, Chomper stood unharmed, laughing. "Is that all you've got?" The crocodile shot at Junior so fast that the demon couldn't even follow his movements. In an instant, Chomper appeared in front of Junior, his snout inches from the demon's face. "What makes you think you can take me on?" he sneered. Junior swung a fist at his opponent, but Chomper caught it easily. The crocodile squeezed, causing a crunching sound as Junior's knuckles cracked. Chomper shoved his opponent to the ground and laughed. "You're pathetic," Junior fumed. He wanted so badly to teach this guy a lesson, but he couldn't touch him. His energy blast, which would have vaporized most opponents, had no effect. Before he could react, Chomper's elbow was in his face, sending him flying into the wall where he landed with a thud and slid into the grass. "Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen," the announcer said. "Chomper is the winner by ringing out. He will face off against Kakarot in the finals." In the stands, Kakarot pulled his undershirt over his head and dropped it on the ground with a thud. Soon his boots and wristbands followed. "This weighs a ton," Bulma said, trying to lift the shirt and struggling with its weight. "Yeah," Kakarot said with a smile. "It was good for training, but I have a feeling I'm going to need to be at my best for the next fight."
Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice boomed over the excited crowd. Get ready for the fight of the century. In one corner, we have the returning champion, a warrior who has been a part of this tournament since he was just a boy, a man undefeated, Kakarot. And in the other corner, a newcomer who has dominated every opponent so far, Chomper. Kakarot stretched his muscles, preparing for the intense battle ahead. He glanced across the ring at Chomper, who wore a predatory smile. Although Kakarot didn't know all the details, he was aware that Chomper was linked to Frieza, the tyrant who had annihilated the Saiyan people. Kami had warned him about the threat Chomper posed, but even Earth's guardian had his limits. Kakarot knew Chomper was here for him, but the reason remained a mystery. Chomper's grin widened as he addressed Kakarot. "You know, you can still surrender." Kakarot smiled back. "Why would I do that?" "It might save you from a beating," Chomper replied. "Who's going to beat me?" Kakarot asked, feigning ignorance. "Don't be mistaken," Chomper said. "You'll come with me, whether conscious or unconscious. It's your choice." "Come with you where?" Kakarot probed, hoping to gather information. "Back to Lord Frieza," Chomper replied. "And what does this Frieza want with me?" Kakarot asked, his curiosity piqued. "I don't know, and I don't care," Chomper said coldly. "I just know he's paying a lot for any Saiyan brought to him alive. Since you're one of the few remaining Saiyans not yet captured, you're valuable." "Sorry to disappoint you," Kakarot said, "but you're leaving here empty-handed." "We'll see about that," Chomper laughed. "You may begin," the announcer declared. Chomper lunged at Kakarot, aiming a punch at his temple to end the fight swiftly. Kakarot blocked the blow, and the arena trembled as the two titans clashed. Chomper's grin faded when Kakarot's fist drove into his stomach. Without wasting a second, Kakarot followed up with a powerful roundhouse kick to Chomper's face, sending him skidding across the ring. Chomper wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth as he got to his feet. "I underestimated you," he admitted. "I thought you were weak and could be easily defeated. I won't make that mistake again." He charged at Kakarot again, this time with more caution, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. Kakarot managed to block the attacks, but was clearly on the defensive. After several minutes of intense combat, Kakarot's defenses faltered. Chomper's fist connected with Kakarot's cheek, snapping his head back. Seizing the opportunity, Chomper drove a knee into Kakarot's chest, launching him into the air. Chomper quickly followed, slamming his fists down on Kakarot's back and sending him crashing into the ring, leaving a massive crater. The crowd fell silent, eyes wide with shock, as they saw Kakarot buried beneath the rubble. The tension was palpable. "I hope he's all right," Bulma said, wringing her hands nervously. She had just been reunited with her love and couldn't bear the thought of losing him again. "Don't worry," Yamcha reassured her, trying to sound confident. "He'll be fine. He's tougher than he looks, but if he doesn't make it, you could always fall back on Roshi as your rebound." Before he could even finish his sentence, Bulma turned and slapped Yamcha hard across the face. "How can you even joke about that?" she snapped. Just then, she noticed the old hermit, Master Roshi, ogling her as her chest heaved with anger. "Not you too, you old pervert!" she yelled, slapping him with all her might. Meanwhile, in the ring, Chomper stood triumphantly over the pile of rubble. "I guess I overestimated you," he sneered, his smile wicked. The rubble began to tremble, and seconds later, Kakarot sprang out of the ground, dusting off his torn and tattered fighting uniform. Despite the bruises and cuts, he appeared unhurt. "Not bad," Kakarot said, matching Chomper's smile. The last hit had stung, but he was exhilarated. It had been years since he faced someone stronger than him, and the sane blood coursing through his veins reveled in the thrill of battle. "But what you have in strength, you lack in skill." Kakarot vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Chomper's fist passed through the illusion, and before he could react, Kakarot reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to the side of his head. Chomper hit the ground, but quickly sprang back up, charging at Kakarot with a flurry of punches and kicks. Kakarot blocked most of the blows, but a few landed, each strike pushing him to strategize. He needed to end this fight quickly. With a determined look, he shot into the sky. "Let's see how well he fights in the air," Kakarot thought. Chomper followed, continuing his relentless assault. Kakarot dodged a punch aimed at his face, grinning as he noticed Chomper's attacks becoming sloppier. Flying and fighting at the same time were dividing his concentration. Kakarot saw an opening and phased out of sight again, leaving another afterimage. Chomper, not to be fooled a second time, turned to punch Kakarot in the stomach, but his fist met only another afterimage. Frustrated, the crocodilian fighter scanned the area for his opponent. He finally spotted Kakarot below in the ring, hands cupped at his side. "Kamehameha!" Kakarot shouted, unleashing a massive beam of energy directly at Chomper. Chomper had faced energy attacks before, but this one felt different. It seemed more concentrated, more powerful. That split second of hesitation cost him dearly. With no time to dodge, he crossed his arms over his chest and braced himself for impact. The energy beam hit him like a freight train, sending him spiraling uncontrollably into the sky. Kakarot exhaled in relief as he watched his Kamehameha wave connect. He had worried that Chomper might dodge it at the last second. Despite Chomper's lack of formal training, his raw strength and ferocity made him a formidable opponent. But Kakarot's relief was short-lived. Chomper, battered and burned, re-entered the ring, his body covered in cuts and bruises. The attack had hurt him, but it hadn't knocked him out of the fight. Taking advantage of Kakarot's momentary exhaustion, Chomper charged. Memories of being a target for more powerful warriors fueled his rage as he pummeled Kakarot with a relentless barrage of blows. Each punch and kick landed with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the arena. Chomper finished his onslaught with several energy blasts, each one exploding against Kakarot's body and causing him even more pain. Seizing the upper hand, Chomper drove his elbow into Kakarot's head, sending him crashing into the tile floor with bone-crushing force. Struggling, Kakarot rose to his feet, bloodied, bruised, and burnt, his clothes in tatters. He still looked determined. With a roar, he charged at Chomper, abandoning strategy for a full frontal assault. Kicks and punches flew, but Chomper blocked them with ease, countering with powerful blows of his own. As Kakarot's head cleared of anger, he realized he needed a new plan. Chomper was too strong to fight head-on. He had to come up with something before one of those crushing punches landed. Phasing out of sight, Kakarot used the afterimage technique once more, hoping to distract Chomper. But Chomper wasn't fooled. Anticipating Kakarot's move, he turned and landed a solid punch to Kakarot's head. Kakarot staggered, but managed to regain his senses quickly enough to dodge Chomper's follow-up kick, which passed through another afterimage. Chomper turned again, ready to strike at Kakarot's new position. Kakarot had been ready for Chomper's renewed vigilance. "Solar Flare!" he shouted, using Tien's technique to blind the reptilian warrior. Chomper swung wildly, unable to see, and Kakarot took advantage, launching a barrage of powerful kicks and punches, each hit landing harder than the last. Chomper's vision began to clear as Kakarot continued his assault. Regaining his sight, Chomper blocked one of Kakarot's punches and retaliated with a kick aimed at Kakarot's head. In an instant, Chomper had the upper hand again, pushing Kakarot back on the defensive. "You can't win," Chomper taunted as he pummeled Kakarot. "You monkeys are too weak to stand against Frieza's army. That's why you all died out," Kakarot growled, refusing to be defeated so easily. He considered using the moonball technique he had studied from his father's data, but he dismissed the idea almost immediately. Although he had gained some control over his Uzaru form, it wasn't enough to ensure he wouldn't hurt the spectators, especially with Bulma in the stands. He couldn't put her at risk just to win a fight. Besides, relying on a transformation in a one-on-one battle felt dishonorable. Chomper's fist connected with Kakarot's face, snapping him back to reality. Kakarot reeled, but quickly regained his footing. He could see that Chomper was starting to tire as well. Chomper launched another kick, but it passed through another afterimage. "Not this trick again," Chomper grumbled, turning to strike. But the attack was a feint, and Chomper's fist swung through yet another afterimage. Kakarot floated about 30 feet away, high in the air. "Solar flare!" he yelled, blinding Chomper once more. Moving swiftly, he positioned himself below Chomper. "Hey, me! Hey, me! Hey!" he shouted, pouring far more power into the attack than before. This had to end the fight. He might not have much energy left otherwise. The massive energy beam shot toward Chomper, catching him completely off guard and blasting him high into the sky. Minutes later, Chomper fell back to Earth, unconscious, creating a massive crater that destroyed half the ring. The crowd was in awe. "It appears that Chomper is out," the announcer said. "We will start the count." The 10 count passed without Chomper so much as twitching. "Kakarot is the winner," the announcer declared. "He is once again the champion of the world." He hurried over to Kakarot. "Do you have anything to say to the crowd?" Kakarot, panting from the exertion of his massive Kamehameha wave, simply grinned. He had done it. He had won. Ignoring the announcer, he walked over to where Chomper lay in the crater. "Go ahead, Sen," Chomper said weakly. "Kill me. You've won." Kakarot smiled faintly. "I'm not like you and your master," he said. He turned to Bulma, who was now clinging to him despite his injuries. "Do you still have the sensu beans I gave you to hold?" "Sure thing, sweetie," Bulma said, producing a sensu bean from her pocket. Kakarot popped the bean into his mouth and felt a rush of energy as his injuries healed instantly. He smiled and leaned down to kiss Bulma. "Can you give me another one of those, dear?" Bulma rolled her eyes, knowing Kakarot's endless appetite. Even the legendary sensu beans, which were supposed to keep a person full for a month, couldn't satisfy him. She handed him another bean, and Kakarot placed it in Chomper's mouth, allowing the bounty hunter to chew and be healed. Chomper rose to his feet, confused. "Why'd you do that?" he asked. "I'm not going to kill you," Kakarot said. "You don't deserve the death penalty for trying to beat me. Your mercy will be your undoing," Chomper warned. "I doubt that," Kakarot replied. "I beat you once, and I can do it again if I have to." "Are you sure about that?" Chomper challenged. "Check your scouter if you don't believe me," Kakarot said confidently. Chomper walked over to his gear, grabbed his scouter, and affixed it to his eye. After pushing a few buttons, he grimaced. Kakarot's power level now read 2700. "You see," Kakarot said, "being a Saiyan, I grow stronger after every fight. You do not. If I beat you once, I can most definitely beat you again now." Chomper swallowed hard. "This isn't over, Sen," he said as he flew off into the distance. "What was that about?" Bulma asked. "He wanted to capture me and take me to Frieza," Kakarot replied. "And you let him go?" Bulma said, incredulous. "Won't he come back with more help?" "No, I don't think so," Kakarot replied. "Frieza apparently has a bounty on Saiyans. He wanted to collect it. Just giving the information to others means he has to share the reward. I don't think he's willing to do that." "What if there's a reward for just information on a Saiyan's whereabouts?" Bulma asked. "He might decide to tell Frieza where you are." Kakarot hadn't considered that. He wondered if it had been right to let Chomper go. On one hand, it didn't feel right to kill a defeated opponent, but on the other hand, if his mercy led to putting the entire planet and Bulma in danger, he didn't know if he could forgive himself. "Let's just hope that's not the case," he said. "Now," he continued, smiling at Bulma, "to the important business. I'm starving." Bulma slapped her forehead. No matter how much her boyfriend, now fiancé, had grown up over the years, some things never changed. In the weeks following the tournament, Kakarot and Bulma had gotten married, and he had moved into Capsule Corp with his new bride. While he didn't have as much space to train as he did in the wilderness, the Capsule Corp grounds provided adequate room for sparring. He had also grown to enjoy his life with Bulma. After all, what was the point of protecting the planet if he couldn't enjoy life sometimes? Seconds later, Kakarot's concentration was broken as he felt Bulma's emotions fluctuate inside the house. Since he and Bulma had bonded, he could sometimes sense her feelings. He wasn't sure if it was part of the energy sensing he had learned from Kami or something unique to their bond, but he knew she was worried about something. In an instant, his double vanished, and he rushed into the building to find out what was wrong. As he entered the room, he saw Bulma sitting at the kitchen table, her head in her hands. Quickly, he took her hands in his and gently lifted her chin to meet his eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I'm pregnant," Bulma replied, her voice trembling. Kakarot's face lit up. "That's wonderful," he exclaimed. Bulma's expression brightened. She had been worried that Kakarot wouldn't be happy about her being pregnant so soon after their marriage. They hadn't planned on having a baby right away and hadn't even discussed it much. The past few weeks had been consumed with wedding planning. Kakarot had been surprisingly patient with the ceremonies, though he still tried to sneak away for training whenever he could. "You're not upset?" she asked. "We haven't even talked about having children yet." "I'm ecstatic," Kakarot said with a broad smile. Having a kid will be great. Years passed, and Kakarot continued his intense training. One day, he completed his 10,000th push-up, while his 4-year-old son, Bardock, played in the grass nearby. The boy had inherited Kakarot's features, but had his mother's blue hair, which stuck up in every direction just like his father's. It had been 5 years since the last tournament, and Kakarot hadn't seen or heard from Chomper since. Occasionally, he could sense Piccolo out in the desert training, but Piccolo's power wasn't a threat to him or his family. The demon had wisely avoided attempting to conquer the planet with Kakarot as its protector. Kakarot was pulled from his thoughts by his son. "Daddy, can we play fight?" Bardock asked eagerly. "Sure," Kakarot said, smiling. While he needed to train, he enjoyed sparring with his son. Bardock was quick and strong for a 5-year-old, much stronger than Kakarot had been at his age. In fact, Bardock had been born with a power level higher than Kakarot had at age 10. Bardock started throwing clumsy punches at his father. Kakarot blocked the blows with ease, letting the boy get some exercise. "I'll hit you yet," Bardock said determinedly, continuing to swing at his father. Kakarot laughed. "You've got a lot of work to do if you want to get that strong," he said matter-of-factly. "I will be stronger than you someday," Bardock declared, still swinging haphazardly. Before Kakarot could respond, he sensed a powerful energy approaching the planet. It wasn't as strong as his own, or as intense as Chomper's had been, but it was larger than any other power on Earth. "What is it, Daddy?" Bardock asked, noticing the change in his father's demeanor. "Someone's coming," Kakarot said, his tone serious. "Who?" Bardock asked, his curiosity piqued. "I don't know," Kakarot answered, "but I'm going to check it out. You should stay here with your mother." "But I want to go too," the boy whined. "It's too dangerous," Kakarot replied firmly. Raditz stretched his neck as he exited his space pod. It had been a long flight to this miserable planet, and his mood hadn't improved one bit. He had seen many cities that appeared untouched during his descent, making him wonder if his idiotic brother had failed in his task of cleansing this weak planet. He clicked his scouter, scanning for the nearest high power level. 700, he muttered to himself, lifting off the ground and heading toward the source. That must be Kakarot. There can't be anyone else that strong here. Minutes later, he landed in a bustling city and clicked his scouter again to hone in on the power level. He was surprised to see a small bald man instead of his brother. The man seemed to ignore him at first, but eventually turned to face him. "Who are you?" the bald man asked with suspicion. "Someone you don't want to tangle with," Raditz replied. "Where is Kakarot?" he demanded, hoping this midget knew his brother's whereabouts. "What do you want with Kakarot?" Krillin asked, wincing slightly. He sensed this could go badly. The man's armor indicated he was a warrior, and that could mean trouble. But Krillin wasn't about to betray his friend. "That's none of your concern, little man," Raditz said coldly. "Now tell me where Kakarot is." "No," Krillin replied, his voice firm. Raditz's eyes narrowed. He didn't want to hear that. In a flash, he shot at Krillin, smashing his fist into the man's face. Krillin flew back, crashing into a building and causing nearby spectators to scatter. Krillin picked himself up and wiped a trickle of blood from his face. This guy was strong. That blow had hurt. A lot. Wincing, he took his fighting stance, knowing he was in over his head. Krillin charged at Raditz, throwing a flurry of kicks and punches, but Raditz was too quick. The taller warrior struck Krillin with a powerful punch, sending him to the ground again. Krillin's body ached as he pushed himself up once more. "I won't let you hurt anyone," he declared, cupping his hands at his side. "Ka! Mi ha! Mi ha!" he shouted, releasing a beam of blue energy. Raditz crossed his arms over his chest as the beam struck with destructive force. He had to admit the beam was impressive, especially for such a weakling, but it wasn't enough to bring him down. When the smoke cleared, Raditz stood with a few cuts and bruises, but relatively unharmed. "That was pretty good," he laughed, "but I'm done playing with you." Raditz shot forward faster than Krillin could follow and buried his fist in Krillin's stomach, the force so great it came out the other side. Krillin fell off Raditz's arm, dead, before he hit the ground. "Now to find Kakarot," Raditz said, turning to fly off. "I'm right here," Kakarot said, landing behind Raditz. Raditz turned, a smirk forming on his face. "So you finally show up, brother," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Kakarot's eyes narrowed as he looked at Krillin's lifeless body. "Why did you kill him?" he asked, his voice low and controlled. "He got in my way," Raditz replied dismissively. "Now, are you going to come quietly, or do I have to drag you to Lord Frieza myself?" Kakarot clenched his fist. "I'm not going anywhere with you," he said firmly. "And if you think you can force me, you're in for a surprise." Raditz laughed. "We'll see about that, little brother. We'll see." Raditz spun around, astonished that someone could sneak up on him without his scouter picking it up. He tapped the device. 50, he muttered, reading the number. "How are you so pathetically weak? You're a Saiyan, and you're even weaker than the one I just eliminated. Why did you kill him?" Kakarot asked, ignoring the rant about his power level. "He was weak," Raditz said bluntly. "I'm here to finish what you were supposed to do. I'm here to clear this planet of all life and get it ready for selling. I was going to bring you back to help, but you're too weak to even be worth my time." Kakarot smiled confidently. "If I'm so weak, put me in my place." Raditz charged at Kakarot, throwing a fist at his face, but Kakarot moved his head just enough to dodge the blow. Raditz shot his other fist at his younger brother, but Kakarot deftly moved out of the way again before the punch could land. "Are you done?" Kakarot asked calmly. Raditz wasn't done. He attacked with wild fury, sending blows at his brother with lightning speed. Kakarot moved even faster, dodging the attacks effortlessly. Finally, Kakarot struck back, his fist connecting with Raditz's stomach and doubling the Saiyan warrior over in pain. "So, who's weak now?" Kakarot gloated. Raditz grunted, still clutching his stomach. "How?" he stuttered. "Which part?" Kakarot asked. "Suppressing my power or beating you?" Raditz, speechless, hit the button on his scouter again. 300, he stammered. That at least explained why he had been so easily beaten. "Now," Kakarot said, "what are you doing here?" "I came to get you," Raditz replied. "We have a big job coming up and we need another Saiyan to help." "Who's we?" Kakarot asked. "Vegeta, Nappa, and myself," Raditz replied. "Sadly, we are the only Saiyans left." Kakarot stiffened at this. He looked down and saw the tail wrapped around Raditz's waist. He was indeed another Saiyan. "How are you still around?" Kakarot asked. "I was led to believe I was the last Saiyan alive." "Is that why you didn't accomplish your mission?" Raditz asked. "I've done a good job of my mission," Kakarot replied. "I've kept this planet safe from threats, and I've gotten much stronger." "That wasn't your mission, you idiot," Raditz retorted. "Your mission was to wipe out all life on this pathetic planet." "No, it wasn't," Kakarot insisted. "Did you hit your head or something?" Raditz asked incredulously. "How could a brother of mine be such an idiot as to forget his mission?" "Wait," Kakarot said. "Did you say brother?" "Yes," Raditz replied. "You are my younger brother. You were sent here as a child to destroy the inhabitants of this planet." "No," Kakarot said. "Father sent me here to train, to be able to defeat Frieza someday, for enslaving our people. He said that Frieza was on the verge of destroying our people, and that no one was likely to survive." "So, you say Father told you not to destroy this planet?" Raditz asked skeptically. "Yes," Kakarot replied. "Do you have proof of this?" "Yeah," Kakarot said. "I have the message he gave me and all that back at home along with the ship I came in." "This changes everything," Raditz said, his voice heavy with realization. "Are you sure it was Frieza that destroyed our people? After all, he took us in after the meteor hit our world." "That's what Father believed at least," Kakarot replied, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "We need to call Vegeta and Nappa and tell them then," Raditz insisted. "All right," Kakarot agreed, "but don't say much over the communications. Frieza may be listening. He's already sent one goon after me." "Really?" Raditz said, surprised. "Records of your mission are buried in the archives. I had to search long and hard to find them." "Chomper must have done the same then," Kakarot guessed. "He said there was a reward for bringing in any Saiyans." "Curious," Raditz mused. "Well, I guess Frieza wouldn't tell other Saiyans about this reward. Let's go back to Capsule Corp, and we'll get a message out to this Vegeta and Nappa to come here and discuss what to do about Frieza. He won't be happy to deter his course from the job we've got lined up," Raditz warned. "We'll tell him we have new information about the destruction of planet Vegeta," Kakarot said confidently. "That should get his attention." "True," Raditz conceded, then added with a hint of regret. "Sorry about your friend, by the way." "It's okay," Kakarot said, a small smile playing on his lips. "We'll just wish him back with the Dragon Balls." "Dragon Balls?" Raditz asked, intrigued. "They allow you to make anyone wish," Kakarot explained. "We could use them to wish for immortality," Raditz suggested, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Then we could rule the galaxy ourselves. I don't think that's a good idea, Kakarot said firmly. It just doesn't seem right to replace one tyrant with another. You may be right, brother, Raditz conceded, but you'll have a hard time convincing Vegeta of that. If it comes to it, I'll stop him myself, Kakarot declared, determination in his voice. You have no idea how strong he is, Raditz cautioned. He's easily 4 times as strong as you or more. Then we'll train to make sure we have some more leverage in the conversation, Kakarot said, his resolve unwavering. Now, let's gather the Dragon Balls so we can wish Krillin back. Wait, a voice echoed in Kakarot's head. I've talked to King Kai on Krillin's behalf, and he has been allowed to train in Otherworld. So, I want you to wait a year before wishing him back. All right, Kami, Kakarot thought back to the Guardian. We'll wait a year. He turned to Raditz. Let's go back to Capsule Corp, he said. We'll get the strongest fighters on the planet together and send a message to Vegeta and Nappa. Then, we'll make a plan. Several hours later, after gathering all the Z fighters at Capsule Corp and filling them in on the situation, Kakarot and Raditz sent a message to Vegeta and Nappa. They should be here in a year, Raditz said, even with all the warriors here. And I'll admit, there are a lot of them. We wouldn't stand much of a chance against Vegeta and Nappa, let alone Frieza. Well, there is one more warrior I'm going to try and recruit to our cause, Kakarot said. He's one of the strongest on this planet anyway, but he doesn't play well with others. Who's that? Raditz asked. Piccolo, Kakarot replied. Meanwhile, Chomper looked up from his monitor and grinned. He had been monitoring any communications from Earth for the last 5 years, keeping tabs on the Saiyan down there. It had been quiet the whole time until today. He read the message one more time. Vegeta, something very important has come up. I need you and Nappa to meet me on Earth as soon as possible. I can't say too much more, because we don't know who may be listening. But trust me, it is vital that you come immediately. Raditz. Chomper pondered the message. This wasn't good. Apparently, another Sen had landed on Earth. Raditz wasn't too much of a threat, but he still didn't know how strong Kakarot had become in the last 5 years. And now, Vegeta and Nappa were on their way to Earth as well. This was definitely news that Frieza would want to know about. He'd love to go down there and bring in the Sand conspirators along with the message, but he knew after his battle with Kakarot, he would be hard-pressed to win a confrontation with only Kakarot. It would be nearly impossible if it were 2 against 1. And Frieza would want all the conspirators, not just the 2. He had to get help on this one. This better be worth it, or you will be blown to oblivion. Vegeta. Kakarot read the message that had come to Raditz in response to the one he had sent to Vegeta. He doesn't sound too happy, he commented. That's Vegeta, Raditz said. I hope you're convincing when he gets here, because Vegeta may well kill everyone on this planet of yours, including us, if he feels you wasted his time. We'll just have to be strong enough to prevent that if it happens, Kakarot said. I don't think you realize how strong Vegeta is, Raditz said. He could destroy you without even a thought. That's why we're training, Kakarot said, determination in his voice. Yamcha tied his sash around his fighting uniform and headed out the door. Where are you going, honey? A voice asked from the bedroom. Minutes later, Chi-Chi came through the doorway with a blanket wrapped around her. I have to go train, babe, Yamcha replied. Something big is up. What's going on? Chi-Chi asked, concern in her voice. It's a long story, Yamcha said, but there's some company coming in a year, and they are really strong. We need to be strong enough to make them respect us, and I need to be strong enough to beat that Raditz for what he did to Krillin, he thought to himself. Can I come along? Chi-Chi asked. I don't know, baby, Yamcha replied. It might be dangerous. I'm not a little flower, Chi-Chi retorted. You should know that. Yamcha grinned. His girlfriend was right. She was definitely the strongest girl he knew, but she wasn't at the level of him and his friends, and even they weren't at the level of Kakarot and this new guy, Raditz. Great, let's go, Chi-Chi said before he could respond again. Let's get to training, Raditz said, putting on his armor. Kakarot walked out of the bedroom in his usual fighting uniform. I'll be ready in a few minutes, he said, slipping on a wristband. A few seconds later, Bulma followed him out of the room, dressed in one of Kakarot's t-shirts with her legs sticking out the bottom. Oh, I didn't know Raditz was up yet, she said, noticing the other Sen. She'd been surprised when her husband had come back with his brother in tow, but the older Sen had been surprisingly polite to her. She turned back to Kakarot. Are you taking Bardock with you? She asked. Bardock? Raditz asked, confused. Our son, Bulma answered. As if on cue, Bardock ran in and tackled his father, leaping up into his arms. Can I come with you, Daddy? He asked. Kakarot grinned. Sure, he said, but you have to be good. We're going to be doing some hard training." He turned to look at his brother and then back to his son. "Bardock, I'd like you to meet your Uncle Raditz." Bardock leapt from his father's arms into his uncle's arms. After all, if his father trusted him and called him his uncle, he must be okay. Raditz squirmed, unused to having a child react like that to him. He was used to people running from him in terror, not hugging him. Krillin looked at the long path before him. Kami had told him that at the end of the winding snake was King Kai's place. He had also said that he could feel that there would be a threat coming to Earth soon, and that he had arranged to have him train with King Kai for a year before he would be wished back with the Dragon Balls. The monk shrugged. Well, no time like the present, he thought, as he took off running down the path. Kakarot and Raditz landed with Bardock in a deserted area. Waiting for them were Tien, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi. "Good to see you guys," Kakarot said to his two friends. "Where's Kyoitsu?" he asked. "He's decided that he couldn't keep up with us," Tien said flatly. "That's too bad," Yamcha said. "Let's get started," Kakarot said, pulling out a capsule from his pocket. He pressed it, and it opened to reveal a massive trunk. "What's that?" Raditz asked. "Training equipment," Kakarot said, pulling out a fighting uniform similar to his. "The weights will help get you stronger faster." "Weights?" Raditz asked. "You're wearing weighted clothing?" "Yeah," Kakarot said. "I wear it most of the time." A few minutes later, all of the fighters were adorned in their custom fighting uniforms. "Daddy," Bardock asked, "do I get one too?" Kakarot smiled warmly as he handed his son a fighting uniform identical to his own, only smaller. "You sure do," he said with pride. He turned to the others, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Now we are ready to begin. Today's training will consist of sparring, so we can see where everyone is at. Tien, you will fight Yamcha, and I will fight Raditz." "Who will I fight?" Bardock asked eagerly. Kakarot glanced down at his son. He hadn't really planned on having Bardock spar just yet, as he wasn't nearly strong enough to hold his own against any of the other fighters. Then he noticed that Yamcha had brought Chi-Chi along. They seemed to be fairly close in power, he thought. "Son, you and Chi-Chi will be sparring." "What?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in shock. "I'm sparring against a child?" "Yes," Kakarot said firmly, "but I've been training him myself, so don't underestimate him." Minutes later, the fighters had paired off and were sparring. Most of them were moving clumsily, adjusting to the weights they were wearing. Kakarot leaned his head to one side as Raditz threw a punch at his face. Dodging the blow from his brother was child's play, though he was surprised at how well Raditz had adapted to the weights. They really weren't slowing him down much. "You take to weighted clothing fairly fast," Kakarot remarked as he dodged another punch. "I'm used to planets with higher gravity than this," Raditz replied honestly. "Our homeworld has nearly 10 times the gravity of this one, and I grew up there," he continued. "The weights take some getting used to, but in this low gravity, they aren't too difficult to handle." "That's bound to make training more effective," Kakarot said, dodging yet another attack from Raditz. "It does," Raditz agreed, throwing another punch at his brother. "Most beings from higher gravity planets are stronger than those from low gravity planets like this one. It's one of the considerations when we send out warriors to take over a planet." Meanwhile, Bardock threw a punch at Chi-Chi, but the woman barely dodged the blow. She was having some trouble adjusting to the weights, but not as much as Bardock was. After throwing the punch, the extra weight of the wristbands was too much for the child, and he lost his balance, falling to the ground. The boy quickly recovered, however, and was soon charging at Chi-Chi again. She had to admit the boy was quick and strong. She couldn't dodge all his attacks, and the ones she had to block had some force behind them. She started to counterattack with kicks and punches of her own, probing the boy's defenses, still a little afraid of hurting the child. Bardock blocked the blows with more skill than she had expected, so she continued to press the attack, grinning. She had almost forgotten how much fun it was to spar against an opponent who could give her a workout. Piccolo watched the scene from a distance, his eyes narrowing as he observed the 6 fighters spar. He knew he was still no match for Kakarot. Over the past 5 years, Kakarot had grown immensely stronger, and despite Piccolo's rigorous training, the gap between their powers remained vast. Now, there was another fighter with Kakarot. Curiosity gnawed at him. He needed to find out what was going on. Kakarot dodged another kick from Raditz before launching a light punch of his own, which Raditz managed to block. The impact caused the older Saiyan to stagger back, but he quickly recovered, sending a roundhouse kick at his brother's head. Kakarot raised an arm, lazily blocking the blow, and countered with a punch to Raditz's face. The blow broke through Raditz's defenses, connecting with his cheek and sending him flying into a rock outcropping. Raditz shot to his feet, ready to continue the spar, but stopped when he noticed Kakarot turning his head away. "What is it?" he asked. "Piccolo is here," Kakarot said, his eyes scanning the distance. "Come on out, Piccolo," he yelled. "I want to talk." Seconds later, Piccolo floated down to where Kakarot and the others had been sparring. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone sharp and suspicious. "I want you to join us," Kakarot said, straightforwardly. "And why would I do that?" Piccolo asked, his eyes narrowing further. "Well," Kakarot began, "we're going to face off against Frieza. We could use your help." "I don't care about this Frieza," Piccolo said dismissively. "I'm going to finish you off and rule this world. He's the one Chomper was working for," Kakarot explained. "I figured you'd like the opportunity to get a rematch with him." Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, considering the offer. "Fine, count me in," he said finally. "Great," Kakarot said, a smile spreading across his face. "I have a set of weighted clothing for you." "No need," Piccolo replied, pointing to his cape and turban. "You're not the only one who has learned that trick." "All right," Kakarot said, his voice turning serious. "I want both of you to attack me," Raditz scoffed. "Saiyans fight alone," he said defiantly. "Not when they are much weaker than their opponent," Kakarot reminded his brother. "Besides, I need a good workout, and you weren't giving me one on your own." "Fine," Raditz grumbled, charging at his brother and throwing a punch at his face. Kakarot dodged the blow and moved to take the offensive, but before he could throw a punch, Piccolo attacked him from the side with a flurry of kicks and punches. Kakarot raised his arms, deflecting the blows, but before he could counterattack, Raditz charged at him with renewed vigor. Kakarot ducked below Raditz's punch and shot a fist at Piccolo's stomach, but the Green Warrior moved out of the way just in time. Piccolo countered with a punch, but Kakarot managed to block it. Unfortunately, this left him open to Raditz's attack, and his brother's fist connected with the side of his face, sending him stumbling back. Kakarot quickly recovered and sent a punch at his brother, connecting with his stomach and causing Raditz to double over, blood spurting from his mouth. Piccolo seized the opportunity, gathering a beam of energy in his hands and shooting it at Kakarot. The beam hit Kakarot's face just as he turned to deflect it. Piccolo charged forward, delivering a relentless series of attacks to Kakarot's open guard. Kakarot turned to block Piccolo's blows, but was immediately assaulted by Raditz. A left hook from his brother sent Kakarot flying back. Flipping in midair, Kakarot charged back at his two opponents. He focused on Raditz first, pummeling his brother with a barrage of kicks and punches, mercilessly pounding him until Raditz fell to the ground, unconscious. Kakarot then raised an arm to block Piccolo's punch and turned to attack him with the same intensity. Without the distraction of another opponent, Piccolo only lasted a few seconds before he too lay on the ground, unconscious. Later that night, Kakarot lay in bed with Bulma. "How'd the training go?" she asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. "It was all right," Kakarot said, stretching his sore muscles. "I noticed Raditz was a bit beat up," Bulma said with a laugh. "I thought you were going to go easy on him." "I did," Kakarot replied with a smirk. "I had to let him get a workout before I knocked him out." Bulma's expression turned serious. "Just be careful," she said softly. "I do worry about you. I wish there was something I could do to help keep you safe." "There are a few things you can do," Kakarot said thoughtfully. "Is there any way you can copy the Saiyan armor that Raditz and I have? It would be handy for the others to have some protection when the fighting starts." "Sure," Bulma said, her eyes lighting up with determination. "Anything else?" "Yes," Kakarot said, his voice steady. "Is there any way you can make a room that multiplies the planet's gravity?" Bulma considered the idea, her mind already racing with possibilities. "I don't know," she said slowly. "The theory is definitely possible. I should be able to come up with something." "Thanks, love," Kakarot said with a warm smile. "That would be a great help." Meanwhile, Krillin looked around in puzzlement as he reached the end of Snake Way. "Where's this King Kai?" he wondered aloud. Soon, his gaze moved up into the sky where he saw a small planet floating in the distance. Figuring that had to be the place, he leapt off of Snake Way and toward the planet. As he got halfway there, the planet's gravity took over and pulled him in. Krillin landed hard in the grass near a big tree. "Man, that hurt," he said, getting up sluggishly. He soon noticed it was harder to move than he expected. "It feels like I weigh a ton," he mused. "That's because the gravity is 10 times that of Earth," a voice said from behind him. Krillin turned to see a blue alien, about his height but much plumper, sporting black sunglasses and antennae sprouting from his head. "You must be King Kai," Krillin said, his voice filled with awe. "I am," the god replied with a nod. "So what brings you to my planet?"
"Well, I figured you already knew," Krillin replied, scratching his head. "You got me," King Kai said with a chuckle. "I do know why you're here. In fact, I sense that I know more about it than you do. Kami contacted me and told me there would soon be a war with a tyrant named Frieza, and he needed me to make you as strong as possible so you can help in the fight."
"All I know is that an alien came down and killed me," Krillin said. "I figured I'd be training to beat him."
"No," King Kai said, shaking his head. "The one they call Kakarot easily beat him and convinced him to join forces against the one called Frieza." "They joined forces?" Krillin said in disbelief. "Yes," King Kai said. "It turns out that this Raditz is Kakarot's brother. I've been watching the events down on Earth with great interest." "I'm so glad my death has entertained you," Krillin said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. King Kai burst out laughing. "You are a funny man. You have passed the test. I will train you." "Test?" Krillin asked, bewildered. "What test?" "I don't train anyone without a sense of humor," the blue alien said. "You made me laugh, so I will train you."
"Great," Krillin said with a sigh of relief. "Let's get started."
"All right, your first test is to catch Bubbles," King Kai said with a mischievous grin. "Who's Bubbles?" Krillin asked, confused. "Bubbles is my pet monkey," King Kai said. "Now, you may think that catching him is easy, but in this gravity, it will be more difficult than you think. Also, you will wear these." King Kai pulled out an undershirt, wristbands, and boots. "They are weighted to make your training harder." Krillin picked up the undershirt, his eyes widening. "It must weigh a ton," he said, feeling the heft of the clothing. Back on Earth, Kakarot dodged to the left as Raditz threw a punch at his head. The younger Saiyan backflipped and brought a boot up, kicking Raditz in the face. The long-haired Saiyan flew back and landed against the wall of the gravity room, the impact echoing through the chamber. Kakarot didn't let up for a second and charged at his brother, delivering a flurry of kicks and punches to his abdomen. For the last month, the two brothers had been training at 5 times Earth's gravity in the gravity room that Bulma had made. Sometimes, Piccolo joined them, and sometimes it was just the two of them training. Across the room, Bardock struggled to do push-ups in the increased gravity. While he wasn't strong enough to actually spar in the increased gravity, the boy had insisted on trying to train with his father and uncle.
Raditz recovered from Kakarot's attack and charged back at his brother, throwing a barrage of punches at the younger Saiyan's head. Kakarot raised his hands to block the blows, staying just seconds ahead of his brother's attacks. He was still able to best his older brother fairly easily, but he could tell that Raditz was quickly closing the gap between them. Before Kakarot could react, Raditz backflipped away and charged an energy attack in his hands. "Double Sunday!" Raditz shouted, pouring all his energy into the attack. Kakarot crossed his arms over his chest and braced himself as the attack hit. The room shook with the explosion, but when the smoke cleared, Kakarot stood unharmed. "You're getting better," he said, "but you need to learn to focus your energy better." Kakarot charged at Raditz again, and the two were soon fighting as fiercely as ever.
"Lord Frieza," Kui said, bursting into his master's chambers. "I have a priority message from one of our informants."
"This better be important," Frieza said, turning his cold gaze towards Kui. "Oh, it is," Kui assured, bowing slightly. "One of my informants just obtained some information that he thought you needed to know about." "What information?" Frieza asked, irritation clear in his voice. "Apparently, there is another Saiyan in the universe who survived the destruction of planet Vegeta," Kui said.
"That isn't vital information," Frieza said dismissively. "Inform the bounty hunters to go after him and bring him to me. You're wasting my time." "Sire," Kui continued, undeterred, "one of our bounty hunters already had an encounter with this Saiyan and was defeated. He has been observing him for the past 5 years to see if he posed a big enough threat to bring in outside forces."
5 years? Frieza asked, his interest piqued. "He's been observing him for 5 years, and only now tells me about it." "Up until now," Kui explained, "the Saiyan was staying put and didn't seem like much of a threat."
"What has changed?" Frieza inquired. "He was found by Raditz," Kui said. "Raditz then sent a message to Vegeta, and they are all meeting up. I think they are up to something, sire."
"You may very well be correct," Frieza said, a hint of menace in his voice. "I want them brought to me. Tell this bounty hunter to bring them in." "Sire," Kui said hesitantly, "he was not powerful enough to beat the one Saiyan. he will be no match for Vegeta. What do you suggest then? Frieza asked, already sensing where this was going.
I should lead an expedition to bring them in, Kui suggested. I could bring Apollo and Napple and capture the Saiyans. Or better yet, I could eliminate them. Yes, Frieza said, his eyes narrowing. The Saiyans have outlived their usefulness, but I'm not sure you are up to the task of eliminating Vegeta. You, Apollo, and Napple will go meet up with this bounty hunter, but Dodoria and Zarbon will accompany you to make sure the task is completed. Yes, my master, Kui said, bowing to his lord.
And one more thing, Frieza added, his voice icy. Make sure there isn't a full moon on the day you try to take in the Saiyans. 7 months later, Kakarot stretched as he got ready for another day of training. He and Raditz had been using the gravity room nearly every day for the last 8 months. Today, they were taking a break from the gravity training to spar out in the open, so they could go all out. Beside him, Bardock came out from the house, still tying his sash around his fighting uniform. He wore a uniform identical to his father's, complete with weighted clothing. On his back, he sported a sword. The sword had been Bulma's idea. She had claimed that training the boy to use the weapon would give him an edge should any wild animals attack, while they trained occasionally in the wilderness. Kakarot had agreed and had the scientist make a weighted one for training. The boy had swung the weapon tirelessly in the gravity room, while the two brothers had sparred against each other.
Are you ready yet? Kakarot asked his son. Yes, the boy replied eagerly. Can I fight someone today? We'll let you see how well your training has gone, Kakarot said with a smile. Yamcha, Tien, Chi-Chi, and Piccolo are all coming to train with us today.
After a quick flight, the two Saiyans arrived at a clearing to see Raditz already waiting for them. The older son was in a meditative pose, his eyes closed. You're late, he said as the two landed. I see you've been practicing clearing your mind, Kakarot said. I have, Raditz responded. You were right. I need to learn to control my energy better. Brute strength alone won't be enough. Kakarot grinned to himself, remembering how stubborn Raditz had been the first time he had tried to get him to meditate. He had insisted that a Saiyan needed to fight to train. It had taken Kakarot owning him in a particularly fierce spar to convince the older brute that focus could sharpen fighting instincts and make him a better warrior. After the first few times he had meditated, he had noticed results quickly and kept at the additional training. Before the two brothers could talk much more, Tien, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi landed nearby. I see you taught the woman to fly, Raditz commented. I did, Yamcha said. He sighed, remembering how he had spent hours trying to teach his girlfriend to clear her mind, enough to focus her energy. That's so cool, Bardock said. Daddy taught me to fly too. How long did that take? Yamcha asked. I can only imagine how hard it would be to teach a 4-year-old to fly. I'm almost 5, Bardock said in a hurt tone. It only took a few hours, Kakarot said. The boy learns fast. A few hours, Yamcha said in disbelief. It took Chi-Chi weeks. Let's get this training started, Piccolo said, landing with a thud. Your irrational small talk is a useless waste of time. All right, Kakarot said, nodding. Bardock, Tien, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi will all work together to fight Piccolo, while Raditz and I spar. I'm just going to watch, Chi-Chi said. I can't keep up with how strong everyone is getting. Very well then, Kakarot agreed. Yamcha, Tien, and Bardock will take on Piccolo. I'm expected to fight a child? Piccolo said in disbelief. He wanted to fight Kakarot and prove that he was the strongest, but after sensing the power of both Saiyans, he realized they were out of his league and leaving him further behind by the day.
That child isn't as weak as you think, Kakarot said with a smile. A few minutes later, Tien, Yamcha, and Bardock charged at Piccolo all at once. The Green Warrior dodged fists and feet right and left, staying ahead of all the attacks. Yamcha sent a left hook at the demon's face. Piccolo dodged the blow only to be hit by a knee from Tien. He flew back from the force of the blow. Before he could recover, Bardock was on him, driving a fist into his gut. The blow didn't do a lot of damage, but Piccolo was surprised by the kid's strength. Bardock had potential, that was for sure. Piccolo brought his mind back into the fight, just in time to see Tien coming in for another attack. Deciding to switch tactics, Piccolo went on the offensive. He dodged to the left and drove a fist into the Triclops' stomach. Tien doubled over and fell to the ground, temporarily out of the fight. Piccolo turned his attention to Yamcha and charged at the human warrior.
Yamcha blocked a punch from Piccolo that sent him sliding back along the ground. From the force of the blow alone, he braced himself for another attack, but it never came. He looked up to see Piccolo dodging attacks from Bardock, who had a sword in his hand and was swinging it wildly at the Green Warrior. Yamcha used Piccolo's distraction to charge up an attack of his own. He cupped his hands at his side and gathered his energy. Me, he, he shouted, sending a beam of blue energy into Piccolo's back. The beam hit Piccolo full force and sent him flying high into the sky. A short distance away, Kakarot and Raditz were in the midst of an intense spar of their own. Raditz shot at his younger brother with a ball of energy in his hands. As soon as he reached Kakarot, he threw the attack at point-blank range. Kakarot reacted instantly, swatting the energy aside and bringing a fist in to strike his brother's face, sending the older Saiyan flying back into a cliff, smashing the rocks around him. Raditz picked himself up from the rubble and wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. He spread his arms wide and gathered energy in both hands, concentrating hard to push more of his energy into the attack. "Double Sunday!" he shouted, bringing his arms together. The beams of energy merged into one attack and shot at Kakarot. Kakarot saw the beams coming and cupped his hands at his side. "Kamehameha!" he shouted, quickly gathering his energy and shooting it at his brother's attack. The Kamehameha wave pushed the Double Sunday aside effortlessly, and the two beams hit Raditz with earth-shattering force. Kakarot landed beside the crater his energy attack had created and picked his brother up off the ground. "Not bad," he said, smiling. "Your energy attacks are getting better." "I still can't focus that much energy that quickly," Raditz said, shaking his head. "Your attack came almost instantly and overpowered mine so easily." "That comes with practice," Kakarot said, clapping his brother on the shoulder. "Your meditation has helped though." Meanwhile, Piccolo picked himself up from the ground. That last attack had hurt. He was angry at himself for letting himself get distracted by the boy. He hadn't even seen the blast coming. His thoughts were interrupted as Bardock charged at him, swinging his sword. Piccolo moved to counter, but was interrupted as Tien floated above him and pointed a finger at the Green Warrior. "Dodon Ray!" Tien shouted, sending a beam of yellow energy at Piccolo. The Green Warrior dodged the attack, but just barely. Before he could react, he once again had a sword coming at his head. Dodging that attack, he was struck by one of Tien's Dodon rays. The beam of yellow energy burned through Piccolo's right shoulder, making the use of that arm impossible. Seconds later, Yamcha entered the fray and started throwing kicks and punches of his own at the demon. Piccolo couldn't keep up with all the attacks and was pummeled mercilessly. Minutes later, he lay on the ground, leaking purple blood from numerous wounds as his three adversaries stood above him. "You give in yet?" Yamcha said, panting slightly. Piccolo only groaned in response. He couldn't get up to fight anymore.
Kakarot, Raditz, and Bardock stood in the open desert, a breeze gently blowing across the sandy landscape as they waited. The sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows behind them. "Are you sure Vegeta's going to show up today?" Kakarot asked, glancing over at his brother.
"That's what his message said," Raditz replied, folding his arms. "Let's just hope he's in a good mood." "If he isn't," Kakarot said with a smirk, "we'll just have to adjust his attitude." Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo landed beside the trio of Saiyans, dust swirling up as they touched down. Yamcha cracked his knuckles, grinning. "Don't worry, we've got your back." "Did you wish Krillin back yet?" Kakarot asked. "We brought him back this morning," Tien replied. "He said it might take a few hours to get here from King Kai's planet." Far from the group, in a deserted area far from civilization, Vegeta stepped out of his space pod, scanning the horizon. His scouter beeped as it locked onto nearby power levels. Nappa, towering beside him, punched a few buttons on his own scouter. "There are 2 power levels of 5,000 off in that direction," Nappa said, frowning as he turned to Vegeta. The tall, bald brute of a Saiyan wore the black and gold armor of the Saiyan army, while Vegeta stood proud in his royal blue and white armor, his flame-like hair waving in the wind. "That must be Kakarot and Raditz," Vegeta mused, a sly grin forming on his lips. Nappa scowled, glaring at the numbers flashing on his scouter. "This thing must be broken. There's no way that runt Raditz could be that strong." Vegeta chuckled, clearly amused by Nappa's disbelief. Afraid of being surpassed by a low-class warrior Nappa, he laughed again, enjoying his comrade's frustration. Who else could it be? I doubt anyone else on this pitiful planet could have those kinds of power levels. Nappa, still annoyed, hit his scouter again. "There's more. One power level at 4,400, another at 4,200, one at 3,600 and one at 3,000. Vegeta's grin widened. It looks like they've been busy. Raditz was barely at 1,200 when he left. I'm curious to see how they've gotten so much stronger. Without further words, the two Saiyans launched into the air, speeding toward the power levels. They're here, Raditz said, his tone tense as he scanned the horizon. Kakarot narrowed his eyes, sensing the approaching energy. I can feel two of them. The stronger one is Vegeta, Raditz said. The other is Nappa. Let's just hope they aren't looking to start trouble.
If they are, Kakarot said, a determined edge in his voice, we'll handle them. Out here, we won't be disturbed by anyone. Besides, they're strong. They'd make great allies against Frieza.
Several minutes later, Vegeta and Nappa touched down, their imposing forms towering over the Z-Fighters. Vegeta, his eyes scanning the group, was the first to speak. I'm impressed, he said with a smirk. I didn't think you'd be able to gather such a force of warriors from this pathetic planet. Yamcha bristled at the insult, stepping forward. Who are you to call this planet pathetic? He shot back, fists clenched. Yamcha stepped forward, his anger clear on his face. Who are you to call this planet pathetic? He shot back, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Vegeta turned sharply, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Yamcha. I am the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta barked, his voice filled with pride and arrogance. And you are nothing but a pathetic weakling. The insult was sharp, his gaze dismissive as he turned his attention away from Yamcha, as if he didn't even consider him worth a real response. He faced Kakarot and Raditz, his expression slightly more respectful, though not much. I figured you'd keep your men in line, he said, his tone dripping with condescension. Kakarot's face remained calm, but there was a slight edge to his voice as he replied, They're not my men, Vegeta. They're all volunteers. I treat them with respect, and they fight for our cause because they believe in it. Raditz, sensing the tension building, quickly interjected before things escalated further. Enough of this. Let's get to the reason we called you here. Vegeta's expression softened only slightly. His curiosity piqued. Yes, he said, his arms folding across his chest. What's so important that you dragged me all the way to this backwater planet? Kakarot took a deep breath, knowing the gravity of what he was about to propose. We want your help in defeating Frieza. Nappa, who had been standing silently next to Vegeta, couldn't contain himself. We dare not challenge Lord Frieza, he blurted out, his voice filled with disbelief. Shut up, you fool, Vegeta snapped, glaring at his brutish companion. Let them finish. He turned back to Kakarot, his interest piqued. You wish to challenge the strongest being in the galaxy? Kakarot's eyes were unwavering. Yes, Frieza destroyed our people. He needs to be stopped, and we're going to make him pay for what he did to our race. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. Though he too desired power and strength, he had never dared to openly challenge Frieza. And what exactly did Frieza do to our race? Vegeta's voice carried a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Though he hated Frieza's control, he wasn't foolish enough to go against him without reason. Kakarot didn't say a word. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small recording device. He pressed a button, and a holographic message played, displaying Frieza's direct involvement in the destruction of planet Vegeta. The cold, merciless way in which Frieza had wiped out their people was laid bare before Vegeta's eyes. For a moment, Vegeta stood in silence, his face unreadable, but then his fists clenched and his body trembled with barely contained rage. I can't believe it, he growled through gritted teeth. All this time, we've been Frieza's pawns, played for fools. His voice grew louder, angrier. His blood will soak the ground at my feet for this. But before Vegeta could rant further, a sharp beeping sound interrupted him. His scouter blinked, signaling something was approaching. What now? Vegeta muttered, pressing the button on his scouter. He glanced at the readout and frowned. 6 large power levels are heading this way. Kakarot and Raditz exchanged confused glances. Friends of yours? Vegeta asked, his tone almost mocking as he looked toward the two brothers. Raditz shook his head. Not ours, he said firmly. We were expecting 1 more ally, but not 6. Nappa, who had been busy checking his own scouter, looked worried. The highest one is at 24,000, he reported, and they're coming straight for us. Frieza must have sent them to follow us, Vegeta said darkly, his voice filled with realization. He knows. Far above the planet's surface, Zarbin and Dodoria exited their pods, stretching their limbs after the long journey. Dodoria, his pink skin glistening in the sunlight, grinned maliciously as he checked his scouter. "Vegeta's definitely here," Dodoria said, his deep voice carrying a hint of excitement. "There are several power levels around 5,000 near his." Zarbon, ever calm and composed, brushed a lock of green hair away from his face. "This should be easy enough. Vegeta's strong, but he's nothing compared to us." He smiled confidently. "I'm just here to watch, really." Kui, who had come along with them, interrupted their banter. "I want first crack at Vegeta," he demanded, his fish-like features twisting with bitterness. "He and I have unfinished business."
Zarbon shrugged, uninterested. "Fine by me. You can take him. I'll just enjoy the show."
Dodoria sneered, his patience wearing thin. "I don't even know why Frieza sent you here," he muttered, glaring at Kui. "I could handle this on my own." With no further conversation, the group of Frieza's elite soldiers blasted off toward the location of the Saiyans, humans, and Namekian warriors. Minutes later, the 6 invaders touched down in the desert, facing the Z-fighters. The tension was thick in the air as Vegeta stepped forward to address Zarbon, the leader of Frieza's group. "Zarbon," Vegeta said coldly, eyeing him with disdain. "What are you doing here?" Zarbon smiled coolly, brushing off Vegeta's hostility. "I was about to ask you the same question, Vegeta. What brings the great prince of the Saiyans to such a miserable planet like this?"
Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. "Well, one of my fellow Saiyans found his long-lost brother. I figured I'd welcome him personally."
Zarbon's eyes narrowed. "You know Frieza has a standing order to be informed of any new Saiyans that are discovered," he said, his tone sharp. Vegeta's voice dripped with sarcasm. "I am their prince. It's only fitting I be informed first." "You're so full of yourself," Kui cut in, his voice full of venom. "Frieza should have killed you years ago." Zarbon, uninterested in Kui's rant, gave out orders. "Kui, you take the 3 weaker Saiyans. Apula and Napple will handle the 3 humans, and that Namekian. Chomper," he said, glancing at the small reptilian warrior beside him. "You can take the kid."
"What about Vegeta?" Kui demanded, eager to take on the Saiyan prince. "You'll follow orders," Zarbon said sternly. "Dodoria will handle Vegeta. Now go." Without hesitation, the 6 invaders charged toward their designated targets. Kui flew straight at Raditz, Kakarot, and Nappa, ready to fight all 3 at once. Meanwhile, Apple and Napple zeroed in on Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo, eager to crush the weaker fighters. Chomper, though visibly annoyed at being tasked with fighting a child, launched himself at Bardock, not willing to show any mercy. Dodoria remained behind, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he approached Vegeta. "Give up now," Dodoria said with a mocking laugh, "and maybe I'll go easy on you." Kui was the first to strike, his fist slamming into Nappa's gut with such force that the massive Saiyan doubled over in pain. "You Saiyans are weak," Kui taunted, laughing as Nappa crumpled to the ground. He quickly turned his attention to Kakarot, launching a punch aimed directly at his face. But Kakarot was ready. He effortlessly blocked the attack and countered with a swift punch of his own, catching Kui off guard. Kakarot's fist smashed into Kui's face, sending the alien flying backward. "Raditz," Kakarot said calmly. "Help the others. I'll deal with this one." Chomper lunged at Bardock with a flying kick, aiming for the boy's head. Bardock, quick on his feet, flipped backward, dodging the attack. He landed smoothly and pushed off with his foot, drawing his sword in a single swift motion as he charged back at Chomper. The blade swung through the air with deadly precision, nearly catching Chomper off guard. The reptilian warrior barely dodged the attack, his scouter beeping as he read Bardock's power level. 3,000, Chomper thought, his eyes widening in shock. This kid was stronger than Kakarot had been the last time they fought. He hit his scouter again, double-checking the reading. This brat is dangerous, he realized. But before Chomper could react, Bardock's sword came inches from his head. He dodged just in time, his heart racing from the near miss. Apule and Napple charged at the remaining warriors. Apule's fist slammed into Yamcha's stomach, causing the human fighter to double over in pain. Tien rushed to his friend's side, launching a flying kick aimed at Apule's head. But before the attack could connect, Napple intervened, firing an energy blast that sent Tien crashing into a nearby mountain. Napple then turned to block an incoming punch from Piccolo, retaliating with a powerful fist aimed at the Namekian's face. Vegeta wasted no time, launching himself at Dodoria with a speed that caught the larger warrior off guard. His fist connected with Dodoria's face,
but the pink-skinned alien merely grinned, grabbing Vegeta's arm mid-punch and twisting it painfully behind his back. "Really, Vegeta?" Dodoria mocked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Did you honestly think you could defeat me?" Vegeta growled in frustration. "I'll tear you apart, Dodoria," he spat through clenched teeth. On the battlefield, Apula had Yamcha by the hair, his grip tight as he laughed cruelly. "You're pathetic," Apula sneered, his voice filled with contempt. "Not even worth sending to oblivion." With a flick of his wrist, Apula unleashed a point-blank energy blast into Yamcha's face. The desert bandit's lifeless body fell to the ground. His life ended in an instant.
Tien, barely pulling himself out of the rubble, witnessed the brutal execution of his friend. Rage boiled within him. "You'll pay for that," he growled.
Apula turned, grinning. "I'm sure I will," he said mockingly.
Piccolo, struggling against Napple, managed to stretch his arm to twice its normal length, catching Napple off guard momentarily. But the alien warrior quickly blocked the strike and retaliated with another energy blast, sending Piccolo tumbling backward.
Piccolo grunted in pain, his body aching from the impact. "This isn't good," he thought as the smoke cleared. He could feel the immense power radiating from his enemies. Despite all his training, all his efforts, he wasn't strong enough to make a difference. Bardock continued to strike at Chomper with his sword, the sharp blade slicing through the air with precision. The reptilian warrior moved just fast enough to avoid the deadly weapon, each swipe barely missing its mark. Chomper, feeling his confidence grow, saw an opening and swiftly kicked Bardock in the gut, forcing the boy to double over in pain and stagger backward. Wasting no time, Chomper raised both fists and slammed them down onto the back of Bardock's head in a brutal double axe handle, driving the young Saiyan into the ground. Dust and debris flew into the air as Bardock's body hit the dirt hard. "That's enough from you," Chomper muttered, grabbing the boy by his shirt and lifting him up effortlessly before smashing him back into the ground with brutal force. Bardock's groan of pain filled the air as he struggled to recover, his small body trembling from the impact. Chomper sneered, his eyes glowing with malevolence as he gathered energy in his hands. A blast of light shot from his palms, slamming into Bardock's unprotected body. The young Saiyan cried out, his body convulsing from the energy attack.
"Now to finish this," Chomper said coldly. He bent down and picked up Bardock's fallen sword, raising it high above his head, ready to deliver the final blow.
Before the blade could come down, a powerful hand grabbed Chomper's wrist, stopping him in mid-swing. "That's my nephew," Raditz growled, his eyes burning with fury as he held the reptilian warrior in place. "And he's under my protection." Chomper gritted his teeth, trying to force the sword down. "Raditz?" he hissed, shocked at how easily Raditz had stopped him. "How are you this strong? You were nothing but a weakling." Raditz's expression was cold, his grip on Chomper's wrist tightening. "I'm weak no longer," he said in a low, dangerous voice, "and you won't live long enough to find out why." With that, Raditz flung Chomper into the air with incredible force, the reptilian warrior dropping Bardock's sword as he was sent flying. Raditz smirked, raising his arms above his head. "Double Sunday!" he shouted, firing twin beams of energy that shot into the sky, colliding with Chomper. The reptilian warrior didn't even have time to scream before he was disintegrated in the blast. Meanwhile, Tien was struggling against Apula. Sweat dripped from his brow as he summoned the last of his strength. "Tri-beam! Ha!" he screamed, putting everything he had into his attack. A massive burst of energy shot from his hands, pushing Apula back, but it wasn't enough to do any real damage. Apula smirked as the energy dissipated, standing unscathed. "That's it?" he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "You're even weaker than I thought."
Panting heavily, Tien fell to his knees, completely drained from using the tri-beam so many times in such quick succession. He could barely lift his head as Apula loomed over him.
"You're finished," Apula said, raising his hand as energy crackled at his fingertips. Time to die. But before Apula could strike, Nappa appeared behind him, grabbing the alien in a crushing body lock. "Not so fast," Nappa growled, holding Apula in place. "Let go of me," Apula shouted, struggling against Nappa's grip. "Do you really think you can beat me?"
Nappa grinned, his muscles bulging as his energy began to rise. "I don't need to beat you," Nappa replied, his voice grim and determined. "I just need to take you with me."
Apula's eyes widened in horror as he realized what Nappa was planning. "You wouldn't!" he shouted, thrashing desperately. "You'll die too!" Nappa's grin never faltered. "I know," he said calmly, his body glowing with an overwhelming surge of energy. "But I'll make sure you go with me." With a final explosion of power, Nappa's body erupted in a massive blast, consuming both him and Apula. When the dust cleared, there was nothing left of either warrior. Nappa, meanwhile, was mercilessly beating Piccolo, his massive fist slamming into the Namekian's body with brutal precision. "You dare defy Lord Frieza?" Nappa laughed, enjoying his dominance. "You'll die for your foolishness." With one final blast of energy, Nappa disintegrated Piccolo completely, leaving nothing but ashes.
Far above, on the lookout, Kami began to fade from existence. Mr. Popo watched in horror, tears streaming down his face. "Kami! No!" he cried out as the ancient guardian vanished before his eyes, his life force tied to Piccolo's.
Raditz landed behind Nappa with a grim expression, his heart heavy with the loss of Piccolo. Without a word, he thrust his fist through Nappa's back, the force of the blow punching clean through the alien's chest. Nappa gasped in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he felt the life draining from him. You, he stammered weakly, his body trembling before collapsing to the ground, lifeless.
Raditz pulled his arm free, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at the fallen warrior. "Your reign of terror is over," he muttered under his breath. He paused for a moment, looking up at the sky. "Your friends are avenged, brother," Raditz said softly. "Now I'll help you finish this." Before Raditz could move, a figure landed in front of him. It was Zarbon, his long green hair flowing in the wind as he smiled coolly. "Not so fast," Zarbon said, his voice smooth and confident. Raditz glared at him and wasted no time, throwing a punch at Zarbon with all his might. But Zarbon moved faster, catching Raditz's fist in mid-air. With a smirk, Zarbon twisted Raditz's arm behind his back, locking him in place.
"You're too eager, Saiyan," Zarbon said casually, tightening his hold. "Let's just watch the fun, shall we? I'll stay out of the fight if you do." Krillin sighed heavily as he reached Earth's check-in station. "I'm coming, guys," he said softly, his voice filled with determination. "Just hold on a little longer." Back on the battlefield, Kakarot was fighting Kui, and despite Kui's arrogance, Kakarot was clearly in control. "Why aren't you dead yet?" Kui snarled in frustration, throwing a wild punch at Kakarot's head. "With a power level of 5,000, you shouldn't even be a challenge." Kakarot smiled confidently, sidestepping the punch with ease. He and Raditz had planned for this. They knew Frieza's men relied too heavily on their scouters. By suppressing their power levels, they had tricked their enemies into thinking they were weaker than they really were. Kui lunged at Kakarot again, but the Saiyan dodged effortlessly, moving almost faster than the eye could see. In one smooth motion, Kakarot caught Kui's arm and yanked him forward, driving his knee into Kui's face. Kui stumbled back, blood dripping from his nose, as he stared at Kakarot in disbelief. How did you?" he stammered, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. Before Kui could recover, Kakarot pressed the attack, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with lightning speed. Kui tried to block, but Kakarot's superior speed and strength quickly overwhelmed him. "What's the matter?" Kakarot taunted, a grin spreading across his face. "I thought I wasn't supposed to be much of a problem." Nearby, Vegeta was having a much harder time. Dodoria's massive fist crashed into Vegeta's face with the force of a freight train, sending the Saiyan prince flying into the side of a cliff. The impact caused the rocks to crumble, burying Vegeta under a pile of rubble.
Dodoria stood over the debris, laughing heartily. "So much for the mighty Saiyan rebellion," he mocked, his voice dripping with scorn. "You monkeys were never a threat to Lord Frieza. He kept you around because you were amusing, nothing more."
Suddenly, the pile of rocks exploded outward as Vegeta burst free, his face twisted with fury. "You dare insult the Prince of all Saiyans?" Vegeta roared, his voice filled with anger. "I'll kill you."
Vegeta charged at Dodoria, his fist aimed directly at the Pink Warrior's face, but Dodoria was ready. He caught Vegeta's punch easily, his smirk widening.
"Oh, Vegeta," Dodoria said mockingly. "When will you learn that you're hopelessly outmatched?"
At that moment, Krillin landed in the desert and surveyed the battlefield. He could see Kakarot battling a fish-faced alien. His friends seemed to have the upper hand in that fight. No need to interfere with that one, he thought. Off to the side, he saw a blue-green alien with long green hair holding Raditz's arm behind his back in a painful position.
But the third battle caught his attention even more. He saw a fat pink alien fighting with a shorter Saiyan with flame-like hair. The pink alien was pummeling the other warrior mercilessly. I wonder if that one is Vegeta or Nappa, he thought briefly. He decided that would be the best place to intervene. The short bald warrior shot into the battle. Dodoria's laughter echoed across the barren desert as he squeezed Vegeta's throat in a vice-like grip. "Now you'll die, Saiyan," he sneered, his fingers tightening around the struggling prince's neck. Vegeta's vision blurred, and his body began to weaken from the lack of oxygen. But before Dodoria could finish him off, something hit him hard from behind. The sudden impact sent the hulking alien skidding across the dusty ground, a small cloud of sand and debris rising in his wake. Vegeta fell to his knees, gasping desperately as air rushed back into his lungs. His hand clutched his throat as he coughed, each breath feeling like fire in his chest. Slowly, he forced his head to turn toward his unlikely savior. Standing before him was a small, bald warrior with a fierce expression. Krillin, short but brimming with resolve, stared down at Vegeta. "What are you doing here, midget?" Vegeta spat, his pride still intact despite his near-death experience. "Saving your life, apparently," Krillin replied, not bothering to hide the annoyance in his voice. The conversation was short-lived, as Dodoria roared in rage, rising back to his feet. He was furious, but remarkably unharmed, shaking the dust off like it was nothing. "You little worm," he bellowed, his voice filled with malice. "I'll kill you for that." Krillin quickly adopted a fighting stance, his eyes scanning Dodoria's bulky frame. He could feel the overwhelming strength radiating from the pink brute, much stronger than him. "We're gonna have to take him down together," Krillin said firmly, glancing at Vegeta for support. Vegeta, already on his feet again, wiped the dirt from his armor with disdain. "Saiyans fight alone," he declared arrogantly. Without a second thought, the proud prince launched himself at Dodoria, throwing a flurry of kicks and punches. Dodoria was ready this time, skillfully dodging most of Vegeta's strikes and returning with his own powerful blows. Vegeta managed to block a few, but Dodoria's strength and size were overwhelming. More hits landed than Vegeta would ever admit. Krillin watched in frustration, his brow furrowing as he let out an exasperated sigh. "Why does he always have to make things difficult?" he muttered. But he wasn't about to just sit back and watch. Krillin charged in, hoping to catch Dodoria off guard like before. But this time, Dodoria saw him coming. With a powerful backhand, he swatted Krillin aside like a fly. The bald warrior was thrown several feet, crashing into the dirt with a painful thud. Dodoria smirked, his focus returning to Vegeta. Seizing the brief distraction, Vegeta gathered his energy into his palm. With a furious shout, he unleashed a massive energy blast straight at Dodoria. The explosion rocked the battlefield, and for a moment, Vegeta thought he had gained the upper hand. But as the smoke cleared, Dodoria stood tall. Though a thin trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth, he wiped it away with a grin. "That all you've got? You caught me off guard, but it wasn't enough. You think you can actually beat me, Prince?" His voice dripped with amusement as he stepped forward, his massive frame moving faster than expected. Before Vegeta could react, Dodoria's fist slammed into his chest with crushing force. The blow sent the Saiyan prince sprawling to the ground, coughing up blood. Vegeta's body ached all over, but Dodoria wasn't done yet. The massive alien planted his foot on Vegeta's chest, pressing down with his full weight. "Now you die!" Dodoria snarled, a cruel grin on his face. Krillin, recovering from his earlier hit, watched in horror. He had no choice now. If he didn't act fast, Vegeta would be finished. Summoning his energy, Krillin raised his hand high above his head. The energy ball formed quickly, glowing with deadly intent as it spun and flattened into a sharp disc. "Destructo Disc!" Krillin shouted, hurling the deadly spinning blade toward Dodoria. Dodoria, too focused on ending Vegeta's life, didn't see the attack coming. The disc sliced through the air, and before the pink brute could react, it cleanly severed his head from his body. Dodoria's massive form crumpled to the ground beside Vegeta, lifeless. Krillin stood there, breathing heavily. "That was close, too close," he whispered, wiping sweat from his brow. Far above, Zarbon observed the scene with growing disbelief. Dodoria, his second in command, a fearsome warrior, was dead, decapitated by a bald little earthling. He tapped his scouter in frustration as it read the power level. 10,000? Zarbon murmured, eyes narrowing. He couldn't believe it. Dodoria had fallen to someone with a power level of only 10,000. No matter, he wouldn't make the same mistake. He wouldn't be caught off guard by such a weakling. From nearby, Raditz sneered up at Zarbon, his voice dripping with defiance. "Looks like your men aren't as tough as you thought." Zarbon's eyes flashed with anger as he twisted Raditz's arm further. The Saiyan winced in pain, but refused to give Zarbon the satisfaction of crying out. "I'll just have to kill you to even the score," Zarbon said coldly. Meanwhile, not far away, Kakarot dodged another energy blast from Kui, the fish-faced alien grunting in frustration as yet another attack failed to hit its mark. How was this possible? He had battled the Saiyan Prince to a draw before, yet now he couldn't even land a single meaningful strike against this warrior. Kakarot's speed was incredible, each movement smooth and precise. Kui's thoughts were interrupted when Kakarot suddenly lunged forward, his fist aiming straight for Kui's head. Kui reacted just in time, raising his arm to block the punch. He grinned for a brief moment, thinking he'd finally caught the Saiyan, but his satisfaction vanished as his fist passed through nothing but an afterimage. "What?" Kui spun around, confused and desperate to figure out where Kakarot had gone. Kui felt a chill run down his spine as Kakarot's voice came from behind him. "I'm tired of playing around with you," the Saiyan said, his tone calm but deadly. Kui spun around just in time to see Kakarot standing with his hands at his side, a ball of blue energy glowing between his palms. "Kamehameha!" Kakarot shouted, thrusting his hands forward. The beam of energy shot toward Kui with terrifying speed. Desperately, Kui raised his hands, trying to block the oncoming blast, but the sheer power of the attack was too much. The energy beam pushed him back, his feet digging trenches in the ground as he was forced toward a nearby rock formation. The blast detonated with a thunderous explosion, shaking the earth like a nuclear bomb had just gone off. When the smoke cleared, Kui was still standing, but barely. His armor was cracked, huge chunks missing, and his body was covered in burns. His breaths were ragged, his muscles trembling from the pain, but he wasn't finished yet. "Nice one," Kui growled, blood dripping from his mouth, but not enough. He turned to where Kakarot had been standing, ready to fight back, but the Saiyan was gone. "Where did you go?" Kui shouted, looking frantically in every direction. "Right here," Kakarot's voice answered from behind, a whisper near his ear. Before Kui could even turn around, Kakarot's open palm slammed into his lower back. A surge of energy shot through Kui's body, blasting a hole straight through his stomach. His eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, the life rapidly draining from his body. Krillin stood over Dodoria's lifeless body, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. He turned just in time to see Kakarot shoot an energy blast through Kui's midsection, the alien collapsing in a heap. Krillin smirked to himself. "I guess Kakarot doesn't need any help," he muttered. His eyes shifted to Vegeta, who was now shakily getting back to his feet. "I didn't need help either," Vegeta grumbled under his breath, brushing the dust from his armor. His pride was still very much intact, even if his body wasn't. Krillin raised an eyebrow, his frustration bubbling up. "You could just say thank you for saving your life," he shot back, crossing his arms. Before Vegeta could reply, both warriors turned their attention to Zarbon, who was now gathering energy to finish off Raditz. As much as Krillin disliked Raditz, the long-haired Saiyan was now on their side. And, more importantly, Krillin could sense the danger. Zarbon was stronger than his other opponents, and he wouldn't be so easy to take down. Krillin's mind raced. Could he make it in time? King Kai had warned him about using the Kaioken recklessly, especially going above AX2, but Krillin knew he had no other choice. Raditz was only seconds away from death. "Kaioken X3!" Krillin shouted, a red aurora exploding around him as his power level shot through the roof. With newfound speed, Krillin rocketed toward Zarbon, arriving just in time to drive his knee into the alien's face. Zarbon's energy blast, which had been meant for Raditz, went flying harmlessly into the distance as Zarbon himself was sent crashing into the dirt. Krillin landed in a crouch, letting the Kaioken fade before his body could take too much strain. He stood tall, taking a fighting stance, ready to hold his ground against Zarbon's inevitable retaliation. His body was already feeling the effects of the X3 Kaioken. It was risky to push it any further. Raditz, still recovering from his near-death experience, turned to look at the small, bald warrior now standing beside him. He couldn't help but grin. "So I see the Dragon Balls worked after all," Raditz said, impressed. "Thanks for the help, and sorry for killing you." Krillin kept his eyes on Zarbon,
who was getting back to his feet, but responded with a curt nod. "You're welcome," he said, his voice tense. "Who are these guys anyway? I thought we were just dealing with a couple of Saiyans."
Kakarot, who had just landed beside his brother and childhood friend, answered before Raditz could. "They followed us. I'm pretty sure they're Frieza's men." Raditz, rubbing his arm, confirmed Kakarot's suspicion. "That one there is Zarbon," he said, nodding toward the elegant but dangerous-looking alien. Frieza's top lieutenant, Zarbon, now standing once more, dusted himself off. That hit from the little earthling had hurt far more than it should have. He glared at the group, Kakarot, Raditz, Krillin, and Vegeta, all standing ready to fight. His eyes narrowed as he realized he wouldn't be able to defeat them in his current form. He needed more power. With a low growl, Zarbon's body began to change. His once handsome features twisted and contorted, growing monstrous and grotesque. His muscles bulged, his skin darkened, and his power skyrocketed. Vegeta could only stare in horror as his scouter struggled to read Zarbon's new power level. The numbers kept climbing until the device overheated and exploded right on Vegeta's face. His heart sank. How could Zarbon be this strong? The realization hit Vegeta like a ton of bricks. If Frieza's lieutenant was this powerful, what chance did he have against Frieza himself? It seemed hopeless. Kakarot's expression darkened as he felt Zarbon's rising power. He turned to the others, his voice steady but serious. "We'll take him together." Without waiting for a reply, Kakarot charged at Zarbon, his fists flying. Zarbon dodged Kakarot's first punch with ease, retaliating with a brutal fist to the Saiyan's stomach. Kakarot gasped in pain, blood splattering from his mouth as the blow landed with crushing force. Before Zarbon could follow up, Raditz rushed in, unleashing a series of punches and kicks at the monstrous alien. Zarbon, however, was unfazed, blocking Raditz's strikes effortlessly. With a mocking laugh, he drove an elbow into Raditz's face, sending him staggering back. "Kaioken X3!" Krillin shouted, joining the fray. His fist connected with Zarbon's face, the force sending the alien flying backward. But Zarbon quickly corrected himself in midair, shooting back toward Krillin with incredible speed. The alien unleashed a flurry of attacks, each one faster and more powerful than the last. Even with the X3 Kaioken, Krillin was barely able to block the blows. "If this keeps up, I won't last much longer." Just when it seemed like Zarbon would overpower him, Kakarot appeared, attacking from behind. The two warriors fought side by side, their combined strength beginning to break through Zarbon's defenses. But then, without warning, Krillin felt his body start to fail. The Kaioken aura flickered and then vanished as his power dropped sharply. Zarbon didn't hesitate. He seized the opening, driving a powerful fist into Krillin's stomach. Krillin's eyes widened in shock as the air was knocked from his lungs, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Kakarot!" Raditz called out as he regrouped with his brother. "Remember the moonball technique? It might be our best shot." Kakarot frowned. "Last time you lost control and nearly destroyed everyone around you," he reminded his brother. "I don't think it'll be necessary. If we work together with Vegeta, we can overpower him." Raditz shot Kakarot a skeptical look. "Vegeta doesn't play well with others," he muttered. Their conversation was abruptly cut short as Zarbon slammed his fist into Raditz's gut, following it up with a sharp elbow to his face. The Saiyan warrior staggered, blood pouring from his mouth. Zarbon moved swiftly, grabbing Raditz's tail before Kakarot could react. With a sadistic grin, Zarbon yanked hard, tearing the tail off in one clean motion. Raditz screamed in agony. Zarbon grinned wickedly as he stood over Raditz, the Saiyan's tail lying limp in his hand. "You won't be transforming now," Zarbon sneered, his laughter cutting through the dry desert air. Tossing the severed tail aside like trash, he turned his attention back to Kakarot, who was already charging at him, fists ready. Kakarot swung a punch at Zarbon, but the alien dodged effortlessly. In retaliation, Zarbon aimed a powerful kick at Kakarot's midsection, but his attack hit nothing but air. It was just an afterimage. The real Kakarot appeared behind him, hands raised and glowing with energy. He unleashed a blast aimed straight at Zarbon's back, but the alien swatted the attack aside like it was nothing. Before Kakarot could react, Zarbon grabbed him by the leg. With a smirk, Zarbon swung Kakarot around in a wide arc and slammed him face first into the hard desert ground. The impact sent up a cloud of dust, and before Kakarot could even recover, Zarbon landed on top of him, his heavy boot pressing painfully into Kakarot's back. With a swift, cruel yank, Zarbon tore off Kakarot's tail, rendering him powerless to transform as well.
Kakarot groaned in pain, his body aching from the brutal assault, but Zarbon wasn't done. His eyes shifted to Vegeta, who was still frozen in shock. The Saiyan prince had been watching the whole scene unfold, his pride shattered as he realized just how outmatched they were.
Zarbon charged at Vegeta, driving his elbow into the prince's face with brutal force, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air. Before Vegeta could even register the blow, Zarbon was on him, delivering a relentless series of punches and kicks as the prince tumbled helplessly through the air. Vegeta finally crashed into the ground with a bone-shaking thud. Dazed and barely able to move, he struggled to get up, but Zarbon grabbed him by the tail and pulled hard, ripping it clean off. "Now we don't have to worry about any giant apes," Zarbon taunted, laughing cruelly. Vegeta coughed up blood as he lay on the ground, utterly humiliated. He'd lost his tail, his symbol of power. The thought was unbearable, but before he could even reflect on the shame, Zarbon was on him again, pummeling him mercilessly. Blow after blow landed on Vegeta's already broken body, each one more painful than the last.
"Stop it!" Kakarot's voice rang out, strained but full of defiance. He was standing once again, battered and bruised, his clothes torn to shreds, but his spirit was unbroken. He stood tall, hand outstretched, his fierce eyes locked on Zarbon.
Zarbon chuckled, not even bothering to look up from his merciless beating of Vegeta. Or what? Kakarot's expression darkened. "Or you'll die." Zarbon finally stopped, standing tall over Vegeta's crumpled form. He threw his head back and laughed. Big talk from such a weakling. But Zarbon's laughter was cut short as Raditz, recovered and furious, appeared out of nowhere and drove his knee into Zarbon's face with all the force he could muster. Zarbon was sent flying, and before he could regain control, Kakarot was already there. With incredible speed, Kakarot's fist drove into Zarbon's gut, doubling him over in pain. He followed up with a series of punches and kicks, using the advantage Raditz had given him. For a brief moment, it looked like Zarbon was on the ropes, the combined assault of the two brothers finally breaking through his defenses. But the moment didn't last. With a roar, Zarbon regained his composure and fired a blast of energy directly at Kakarot at point-blank range. The explosion sent Kakarot flying back, skidding across the ground as Zarbon followed him, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks that left the Saiyan no room to recover. Far away, Bardock, who had been lying in the dust, barely conscious, opened his eyes to the sight of his father being beaten into the ground. His heart raced, and he clenched his fists. He had to do something, anything, but what could he do against a monster like Zarbon? Then it hit him. He remembered the technique his father had taught him long ago, the moon ball. It was risky, but it was the only chance they had. Summoning every ounce of his energy, Bardock raised his hand toward the sky. A glowing ball of energy formed in his palm. "Moon ball!" he shouted, hurling it into the air. The glowing sphere hovered high above them, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie light. Bardock's heart raced as he stared up at the ball. His body trembled, and his breathing grew ragged. His pulse quickened, and soon his body began to change. His face elongated into a snout, his teeth growing sharp, and blue fur sprouted across his body. In seconds, Bardock's body expanded and grew until he stood as a massive, fearsome blue Uzaru, towering over Zarbon. The massive ape growled, its eyes glowing with rage. With a roar, Bardock unleashed a devastating energy blast from his mouth. The sheer power of the attack sent Zarbon flying through the air, the alien barely able to control his trajectory. Bardock, now fully transformed into his giant ape form, didn't waste a second. He leapt into the air after Zarbon, swinging a massive fist that collided with the alien, sending him crashing into the ground with bone-breaking force. Zarbon groaned in pain, his body aching from the assault. How could he be losing? He righted himself, struggling to stand, and shot a blast of energy at the Uzaru. The attack hit Bardock's shoulder, causing the massive ape to roar in pain, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Before Zarbon could press the attack further, Kakarot appeared once again, this time driving his knee into Zarbon's back. Zarbon twisted in midair and retaliated with a fierce punch to Kakarot's chest, sending the Saiyan flying away once more. Zarbon stood there panting, his eyes flicking between the massive blue Uzaru and Kakarot, who was struggling to get back up. This wasn't supposed to happen. He had been winning, and now everything was falling apart. "Double Sunday!" Raditz bellowed, his voice filled with desperation as he channeled every last ounce of his energy into his signature attack. The twin beams of light shot forth, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Zarbon, who had been preoccupied fighting Kakarot and Bardock, was caught completely off guard. The attack struck him with full force, sending him spiraling away from his opponents. His confident sneer wiped off his face as he crashed hard into the ground. Kakarot seized the opportunity. Me, he, he yelled, his hands thrust forward as the brilliant blue beam of energy erupted from his palms. Zarbon, disoriented, turned just in time to see the attack speeding toward him. His eyes widened in panic, but it was too late. The blast slammed into him like a speeding freight train, smashing him into the earth with a tremendous crash that shook the battlefield. Groaning in pain, Zarbon slowly struggled to his feet, his transformation already beginning to fade. His once elegant form now reverted back to his normal state. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his side. This is becoming more troublesome than I thought, he muttered, gritting his teeth. But before Zarbon could fully recover, a massive fist smashed into him, sending him crashing back into the ground. This time, the fist didn't let go. It wrapped around him, squeezing with immense force. Zarbon gasped as the pressure built, his ribs creaking under the grip. The source of the attack, a massive, furious ape, roared down at him. Its red eyes gleamed with fury, and its grip tightened further. Zarbon's mind raced, his body screaming in pain. He could feel his bones starting to crack. How? Zarbon wheezed, his mind struggling to comprehend. He had made sure to remove the tails of every Saiyan he encountered. Then it hit him. The blue-haired boy, the one from earlier in the battle. He had assumed the child was dead. Clearly, he had been wrong. Kakarot flew up into the sky, surveying the scene below. His son, now in his great ape form, was crushing Zarbon mercilessly. "I have to end this before Zarbon finds a way out," Kakarot muttered. Acting quickly, he raised his hand, mimicking one of his friend's moves. "Destructo Disc!" he shouted. The energy disc formed rapidly in his hand and shot forward with deadly precision. It zipped through the air and sliced clean through Zarbon's neck, severing his head in one clean motion. As Zarbon's lifeless body slumped to the ground, Kakarot wasted no time. He cupped his hands to his side, concentrating his energy once more. "Kamehameha!" he shouted, firing a beam of energy toward Bardock's artificial moon. The beam hit the glowing sphere, shattering it into countless shards of light. With the moon ball gone, massive form began to shrink back down. The boy reverted to his normal state, unconscious from the strain of the transformation. In another part of the battlefield, Kui stumbled into his spaceship, his body battered and bruised, his vision blurred, and each breath he took felt like a stab to the chest. He knew he was dying without medical help. Still, he had something more valuable than his own life: information. With trembling hands, he hit the controls, and the ship slowly lifted off. As the stars stretched out before him, Kui's mind was focused on one thing: Lord Frieza. The Saiyans had mentioned something about Dragon Balls and bringing someone back from the dead. That phrase had triggered a distant memory, the legend of the magical balls of Namek. If the Namekian warrior he saw on the battlefield was anything to go by, the legend must be true. Frieza would want to hear about this, and maybe, just maybe, delivering this news would be enough to keep him alive. Back on the ground, Kakarot looked up just in time to see Kui's spaceship speeding into the sky. His eyes narrowed in frustration. Damn, one of them got away. "He's heading straight for Frieza," Vegeta growled, his voice cold and accusing. "You were too soft. You should have finished him."
"I didn't let him live on purpose," Kakarot snapped. "I thought he was dead." "Doesn't matter now," Raditz chimed in, shaking his head. "Frieza would have sent someone to investigate anyway when none of his men returned."
"That's fine," Vegeta said with a smirk. "Once I'm healed, I'll take care of Frieza myself." Krillin, standing nearby, crossed his arms, concern etched on his face. "So, what do we do now?" Raditz glanced over at him. "We need to find the Dragon Balls, your Earth ones. We can wish back Nappa and the others. We'll need as many fighters as possible to face Frieza." Kakarot sighed, shaking his head. "We can't. Piccolo's dead, and when he died, the Dragon Balls vanished too. He and Kami were linked, and Kami's gone now. Without him, the Dragon Balls are useless. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, intrigued for the first time in the conversation. The Namek?
Kakarot turned to him, confused. What about him?
Raditz answered for him. Piccolo was a Namekian, wasn't he? Vegeta's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. So the legends are true. What legends? Kakarot asked, sensing something important. The legend of the magic balls of Namek, Vegeta replied, his voice low and dangerous. Whoever gathers all 7 of them is granted any wish they desire. That sounds like our Dragon Balls, Krillin exclaimed. Raditz nodded. If the Dragon Balls on Earth were made by a Namek, it makes sense there'd be more of them on their home planet. And I'll use them to wish for immortality, Vegeta declared, suddenly whirling around and making a beeline for his ship. Wait, we need to heal first, Raditz shouted after him. No time, Vegeta called back, his voice filled with excitement. I can almost taste my immortality. And with that, the Saiyan Prince blasted off into space before anyone could stop him. Raditz cursed under his breath. We can't let him get immortality. It'll go straight to his head. Why not? Kakarot asked, genuinely puzzled. Wouldn't he help us fight Frieza?
Raditz shook his head. If Vegeta becomes invincible, he might defeat Frieza, but he'd become worse than him. He wouldn't stop there. Then, we have to follow him, Kakarot said, determination burning in his eyes. We can't let him make that wish. Raditz nodded, but his voice grew serious. And we need to be ready for the possibility of running into Frieza. If Vegeta figured out the Dragon Balls, it won't take long for someone in Frieza's army to put it together too. Let's regroup at Capsule Corp and plan from there, Kakarot suggested. He reached into a small pouch tied to his waist. I've only got 3 senzu beans left. He tossed one to Krillin, then knelt down and placed another into Tien's mouth. Finally, he gave the last one to Bardock, who was still unconscious. You guys need these more than I do, he said quietly. So you want to go to Namek and gather their Dragon Balls? Bulma asked, her tone skeptical. Yeah, Kakarot replied, having just finished explaining everything to her. We need to stop Vegeta before he can wish for immortality. Bulma crossed her arms, deep in thought. Well, with the ships Frieza's men left behind, we should be able to get there. But there's a problem. Raditz frowned. What's the problem? Frieza's men would have booby-trapped their ships, Bulma said, matter-of-factly. Kakarot nodded, thinking it through. That leaves us with 3 ships, right? Not exactly, Bulma replied. My dad and I have been working on your ships. We've removed the engines and we're building one bigger ship. It's almost ready. Raditz's eyes widened. How soon can we leave? It'll be ready in 2 days, Bulma said. The second ship won't be done for at least a week. Kakarot raised an eyebrow. Why is the second one taking so long? Bulma grinned proudly. We've been making some upgrades. It'll be faster, and I've been installing an improved gravity room into it. Kakarot's face lit up with excitement. How much better is it? It can go up to 100 times Earth's gravity, Bulma said proudly, arms crossed, her lips curling into a smirk. That should keep the 2 of you satisfied for a while, at least. Raditz, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, raised an eyebrow. How long until we'll have more senzu beans? About 10 days, Bulma replied. I've had some success replicating the plants that grow them, but I can't make them grow any faster than Korin can. Kakarot nodded, thinking, all right, when the first ship is ready, we'll send Krillin and Tien to Namek. Raditz and I will stay behind until the second ship and the senzu beans are ready. Then we'll follow. I should be able to handle Vegeta if I run into him, Krillin chimed in confidently. I'm getting the hang of the Kaioken. It's not as hard as I thought it would be. Kakarot looked at him seriously. Vegeta's still as beat up as we are. He'll need time to recover, but when he does, he'll be stronger than ever. If we're lucky, we won't have to confront him right away. We just need to find the Dragon Balls before he does, and we've got the Dragon Radar on our side. Krillin nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Raditz, however, wasn't convinced. Just stay out of Frieza's way. If he or any of his men show up on Namek, your best option is to hide a Dragon Ball and wait for us. Kakarot's expression tightened. So we've got a plan then. Any objections? At that moment, Bardock entered the room. The boy, who had been listening from the hallway, finally spoke up. I have one, he said, determination in his eyes. I should go with Krillin and Tien. They might need my help. Bulma turned to him, her face filled with motherly concern. It could be dangerous, dear. Bardock's voice was steady. I know, but I did pretty well against Frieza's men, didn't I? If things go bad, I can transform.
That'll give us a better chance of survival. Kakarot stayed silent for a few moments, studying his son's determined face. He didn't want to put Bardock in harm's way, but the boy had a point. All right, he said finally, you can go, but be careful. I'm going too, Bulma added, suddenly, her voice firm. Bardock turned to her, eyes wide. No, Mom, it's too dangerous. Bulma wasn't backing down. Someone has to make sure you don't get into trouble. Besides, your dad and Raditz won't be too far behind us. Tien, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. Bulma, do you think you could add a gravity room to the first ship? I could probably do that, Bulma replied, thinking it over. But it'll have to be the older model. Krillin, curious, asked, what's the difference? The older model only goes up to 10 times Earth's gravity, Bulma explained.
It's better than nothing, Krillin said with a shrug.
All right, let's get some sleep, Tien suggested. We want to be ready as soon as the ship is finished. The group began to disperse, heading off to their rooms at Capsule Corp. As Krillin was about to leave, Kakarot called out to him. Hey, Krillin. Krillin turned, his face curious. What's up, buddy? Kakarot's expression was serious. I need you to teach me the Kaioken before you leave. Krillin's eyes widened. Kaioken? It took me months to learn it. I don't know if you can get it down in just 2 days. Meanwhile, far from Earth, Nappa stood before the towering figure of King Yemma. The massive ogre eyed him with a mixture of curiosity and sternness. You certainly have a complicated record, King Yemma began, glancing down at his book of judgments. First, you spend years murdering countless innocent people in the service of Frieza. Then, you turn around and sacrifice yourself to save a planet you shouldn't care about. Nappa stood silently, his large frame tense. He knew what this was, judgment. The strange part was that while most souls who passed through here appeared as floating clouds, he still had his body. That had to mean something, right?
King Yemma cleared his throat, continuing. What I want to know is, why the sudden change in behavior?
Nappa's fists clenched at his sides. I found out our whole existence was a lie, he said, his voice gruff but steady. Frieza destroyed our entire race, enslaving us to do his dirty work for years. He twisted me, convinced me to help raise Prince Vegeta to be as cruel and twisted as he is. When I learned the truth, I couldn't let it stand. I knew I couldn't defeat Frieza myself, but Raditz and his brother, Kakarot, were strong enough. I sacrificed myself so they could live and keep fighting. King Yemma stroked his chin, clearly thinking things over. Your sacrifice wasn't in vain. Your friends did manage to defeat their enemies, but now I have to decide what to do with you. Nappa nodded grimly. I understand if I'm sent to hell. I've done a lot of bad things. I know one good deed doesn't make up for all the wrong I've done. King Yemma gave a slight nod. That's true, but you've impressed me. I've decided to give you a second chance. He leaned forward slightly. Word has reached me that your friends may use the Namekian Dragon Balls to wish you back to life. If that happens and you want to avoid hell, you'll need to train hard under King Kai. And once you're back, you'll need to keep walking the straight and narrow. Nappa's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly nodded. I understand. I won't waste this chance.
Good, King Yemma said. To reach King Kai, you'll need to follow Snake Way to the end. Nappa turned to see the long, winding stone path stretching off into the distance, high above a sea of yellow clouds. He gave a respectful bow. I'll start immediately, sir. See that you do, King Yemma replied, before adding, oh, and you'll have some company. The one called Yamcha and the Namekian, Piccolo, will also be training with you.
A small smirk tugged at Nappa's lips. He remembered those two from the battle on Earth. They were about as strong as he was. Having some sparring partners would make the journey more interesting. The next morning, Kakarot sat cross-legged in meditation, facing Krillin. The two of them were silent, the soft hum of energy filling the room as they prepared for training. Okay, Krillin began, breaking the silence. To do the Kaioken, you first need to focus your energy, like you're getting ready to fire a blast. But instead of releasing that energy, you're going to keep it inside your body. Then, you push your energy higher and higher until it exceeds your normal limits. As he explained, Krillin demonstrated. Slowly, his power rose until his white aura flared around him. Then, his energy spiked even further, and his aura turned a deep crimson. His power had nearly doubled. After a few moments, the red aura faded, and his energy returned to normal. That was a Kaioken X2, Krillin said, wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead. It's tough, and it puts a lot of strain on your body. You'll have to work hard to even use it at this level, let alone push it further. What's the difference between just the Kaioken and the Kaioken X2? Kakarot asked, his brow furrowed in concentration. Krillin crossed his arms and explained patiently. The Kaioken is a technique King Kai developed to raise your power beyond its normal limits. So anytime you use it, you're using Kaioken. When you hear X2 or X3, it's more like a mental guide. It helps you focus, so you don't push your body too far. A Kaioken X2 tells your body to stop when your power doubles. The first time I did it, my power barely increased before my body couldn't handle it. So basically, Kakarot said, piecing it together, if it doesn't fully double my power, it's just called Kaioken. Exactly, Krillin confirmed with a nod. All right, let me try, Kakarot said. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to focus. His energy started to build inside him, and after a few moments, a faint crimson glow surrounded him. But before it could grow stronger, his aura flickered out, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Krillin rushed over to him. Are you okay? Yeah, Kakarot said between breaths. I'm fine, but I'm not back to full strength yet.
Krillin offered him a hand and helped him to his feet. For a first try, that wasn't bad at all. I could feel the energy shifting correctly. Once you're healed up, you'll get the hang of it in no time. Kakarot rubbed the back of his neck, a small smile on his face. Thanks, I'll keep practicing.
I can't believe how fast you're picking it up, Krillin added with a laugh. But then again, you've always been quick with energy techniques. Meanwhile, Bardock stood outside, looking up at the ship they were preparing to board for their journey to Namek. The spaceship was round, standing nearly 20 feet tall, and though it would fit 4 people, it was clearly going to be a cramped trip. You ready to go, kid? Krillin called out as he walked up behind Bardock. The bald warrior was dressed casually in loose pants, a jacket, and a ball cap, trying to appear relaxed before the intense mission ahead. Bardock glanced over his shoulder, his sword strapped firmly to his back. Yeah, I'm ready, Krillin smiled. You look a lot like your dad. Well, except for the hair. Bardock grinned at the comment. He knew he did resemble his father, especially now that he was wearing a green fighting uniform with a black undershirt, almost identical to Kakarot's.
Bulma approached them, hands on her hips. All right, let's get aboard. We've got Dragon Balls to find. The group climbed into the ship, with Bardock following his mother and Krillin. Where's Tien? Bardock asked, as he glanced around the cabin. I'm here. Tien's voice came from inside. He was already sitting, looking calm and focused. All right, let's get going, Bulma said as she walked up to the controls, her face full of determination. Far away, Frieza lounged in his throne room, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. His tail swayed slowly behind him, showing how deep in thought he was. Just hours earlier, his scouts had reported Kui's space pod arriving at the base. Kui, however, was in critical condition and had been rushed to the medical bay. That irritated Frieza, but not as much as the lack of news about the others he had sent to Earth. Any sign of the others I sent with Kui? Frieza asked, his voice cold and calm, yet laced with menace. A temporary advisor, an alien whose name Frieza hadn't bothered to learn, stepped forward, nervously. No sign of the others, Lord Frieza, the advisor stammered. This was the 5th temporary advisor Frieza had gone through since sending Zarbon to Earth. The previous ones had all annoyed him in some way, and paid the price.
The henchman quickly turned back to his control panel, fiddling with it for a moment before his eyes widened. Sire, he called out, I've detected another pod passing close to our location. Whose pod is it? Frieza asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. It appears to be Vegeta's, the henchman replied. Frieza's interest peaked. And where is it heading? The advisor's fingers danced over the panel as he checked. It's on course for the planet Namek, sire.
Frieza's eyes narrowed, his tail swishing faster now. Send a message to the Ginyu Force. Tell them to intercept Vegeta and bring him back to me. Right away, sire, the advisor said, rushing to relay the orders. Frieza leaned back in his throne, pondering. Vegeta, going to Namek, he muttered to himself. Why would he be heading there alone after his encounter with my elite forces?
Then it hit him. Vegeta was after the legendary Dragon Balls of Namek, those magic orbs, said to grant any wish to whoever gathered them. Vegeta must have been planning to wish for immortality. That was the only reason he'd risk rebelling. Frieza smiled cruelly at the thought. Wait! Frieza called out suddenly, stopping his advisor from leaving. Yes, Lord Frieza? The henchman asked, confused. "Prepare my ship," Frieza commanded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "And tell the Ginyu Force that I'll be joining them on Namek personally." "All right," Bulma said from the control panel. "We're out of the atmosphere and on our way. You can unbuckle now." Bardock was the first to spring up from his seat, stretching his arms. "I'm gonna check out the gravity room."
"I'll join you," Tien said, getting up from his seat, his calm demeanor unshaken by the start of the journey. "Me too," Krillin added, eager to keep up with the others. As the three warriors headed for the gravity room, Bulma smiled to herself. "Boys will be boys," she muttered. Then she called out to them, "Be careful in there. We don't have any senzu beans on board, so don't get yourselves hurt. We need you all in one piece when we reach Namek." "No problem," Krillin responded with a thumbs up. "I'll go easy on them."
The three of them made their way into the gravity chamber, excitement building as they prepared for training. "How high should we set the gravity?" Tien asked, eyeing the controls. "Well," Krillin started, "King Kai's planet was about 10 times Earth's gravity, so that works for me."
Bardock nodded. "Raditz, my dad, and I trained at 5 times gravity before the battle with Frieza's men, but this room can go up to 10 times Earth's gravity, so let's push ourselves." "Don't hold back on my account," Tien said, his tone confident. "I'll keep up." "All right, 10 times it is," Krillin said, turning the knob on the console. The room's lights shifted to red, signaling that the gravity had increased. Instantly, Bardock felt the crushing force bear down on him. His stomach dropped, and his legs felt heavy, as if the floor was pulling him down.
Training at 5 times gravity had been tough, but this was something else. Twice the weight was like moving through molasses. He could feel his muscles straining with each movement. Krillin, on the other hand, didn't seem fazed at all. He moved with ease, his experience from training in this level of gravity showing clearly. "This feels just like old times," he said with a grin. Bardock grit his teeth, adjusting his stance. "It's gonna take a bit of getting used to," he muttered, sweat already forming on his brow. He glanced at Tien, who, despite the increased pressure, remained steady and calm, his disciplined nature shining through. "We'll manage," Tien said with a small smile. "Let's not waste any time. Let's start with some light sparring," Tien said, his expression focused. He turned to Bardock, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Come on, Bardock. Let's see if we can give Krillin a workout." Before Tien even finished speaking, both he and Bardock lunged at Krillin, their combined energy fierce. Bardock was first to strike, aiming a swift punch at Krillin's midsection, but Krillin, with his sharp reflexes, blocked it effortlessly. Before Krillin could think of a counterattack, Tien was on him, throwing a rapid barrage of punches and kicks toward his head. "You're slower than I remember, Tien," Krillin taunted, easily dodging the flurry of attacks, his face showing no strain. "I'll catch up," Tien replied through gritted teeth. "Just need to adjust to this gravity." Before Krillin could respond, a sudden sharp kick hit him from behind. Bardock had moved with such stealth that even Krillin's well-honed instincts had missed it. Kakarot had definitely trained the boy well. Krillin stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance. He spun around, facing Bardock, and delivered a counterpunch right into the young Saiyan's stomach. Bardock gasped, doubling over from the blow, but Krillin didn't follow up. Instead, he quickly turned back to Tien, who was already launching another wave of punches and kicks, his movements faster and more precise. Krillin moved fluidly, his body weaving in and out of Tien's strikes, blocking and dodging with ease. But Bardock wasn't about to sit on the sidelines. He jumped back into the fray, his fists flying as he timed his attacks to match Tien's, creating a seamless rhythm between the two of them. Krillin began to pant, his breath coming in short gasps as he struggled to keep up with the relentless assault. He was stronger than both of them, but the coordination between Tien and Bardock was impeccable. Just as Krillin blocked one of Tien's punches, Bardock's knee drove into his side, knocking the wind out of him. Krillin staggered, barely recovering in time before Tien slammed a double-fisted axe handle onto his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Krillin raised his head just in time to see Bardock's foot coming straight at his face. "Kaioken X2!" Krillin shouted, and in an instant, his aura flared a deep red, doubling his power. He raised his arm, blocking Bardock's kick with ease. Before Bardock could react, Krillin's fist shot out like lightning, hitting him squarely in the stomach and sending him sprawling. Tien, seeing his chance, charged at Krillin, but before he could land a hit, Krillin spun around and landed a powerful punch to Tien's gut, knocking him out of the fight too.
A minute later, after regaining his breath, Tien rubbed his sore stomach and said, "You'll have to teach me that Kaioken technique. It could really come in handy if we run into trouble on Namek." Bardock, still catching his breath, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that'd be good. By the way," he added, turning to Krillin with a determined grin, "when this is all over, I want a rematch, somewhere with enough room for us to fight full out." Krillin chuckled. "I don't think more space would help you that much."
Bardock crossed his arms, confident. If I had room to transform, the outcome would be different. Krillin quickly shook his head, laughing nervously. "No thanks. I saw what you did to Zarbon when you transformed. I definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of that." Nappa stood at the end of Snake Way, gazing up at the small green planet hovering overhead. It had taken him only a few days to reach the end of the long, winding path. He chuckled to himself. "No point waiting for the slowpokes," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. He had left both Piccolo and Yamcha far behind after only a few minutes of running. "Who are you calling a slowpoke?" Piccolo's voice growled from behind him. Nappa turned, smirking. "You, obviously." Piccolo narrowed his eyes, fists clenched. "Watch your tongue, Saiyan, or you might lose it." Nappa just laughed in response. "You haven't been paying attention, Namekian. Saiyans get stronger after every tough fight. I'm far stronger than you now." Piccolo scowled, his pride stinging. It felt like everyone was surpassing him lately. How was he ever going to achieve his goal of taking over Earth if he kept falling behind everyone? Before the tension could escalate further, Yamcha landed beside them, slightly out of breath. "If you two are done arguing, how about we focus on why we're here? Let's go meet King Kai and start training." The three warriors lifted into the air, heading toward the small planet above them. But halfway there, the intense gravity of King Kai's planet took over, pulling them down fast. Piccolo and Yamcha hit the ground hard, the unexpected weight nearly knocking the air out of them. Nappa, however, floated down gently, clearly unbothered by the gravity. "No wonder Krillin got so strong here," Yamcha said, pushing himself up slowly. "This gravity is insane." Nappa laughed smugly. "Maybe for weaklings like you." Just then, a voice called out, "So you made it." The voice belonged to a short blue alien with two antennae sticking out of his head. "You must be King Kai," Yamcha said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "That's right," King Kai replied, smiling. "Normally I'd make you tell me a joke before I train you, but watching you bicker was enough entertainment for me." Piccolo glared at him. "How dare you talk to me like that?" King Kai didn't flinch. "I dare because you need me to get stronger. If you want to train with me, you'll need to drop the attitude." Before Piccolo could respond, Yamcha quickly interjected. "So what do we start with?" King Kai, his usual cheerful demeanor now more serious, said, "First, you'll need to adjust to the gravity on this planet. It takes some getting used to. Once you've done that, I can teach you the Kaioken." In the gravity room aboard the ship, Bardock, Tien, and Krillin sat meditating, their eyes closed as they focused on their energy.
"To master Kaioken, you need to find your center first," Krillin explained calmly. "Once you do that, the rest is about pushing your energy beyond its limits, but it's all about control." "Does it have a limit?" Bardock asked, his curiosity piqued. Krillin opened his eyes slightly. "It depends on how strong your body is. King Kai told me not to push it past X2, but in my fight with Zarbon, I managed to use X3. I might be able to handle X4 now, if I pushed myself."
Tien stood up, taking a deep breath. "All right, I'm ready to give it a try." He clenched his fists, focusing all his energy inward. A white aura surrounded him, his power slowly rising. The room seemed to vibrate as Tien's energy continued to grow. Soon, hints of red appeared in the white aura as Tien pushed himself further. Moments later, his aura flared red, but just as quickly, it vanished, and Tien collapsed to his hands and knees, panting heavily. "That was intense," Tien gasped, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. "Once you get the hang of it, you'll be able to use Kaioken quickly to boost your strength, speed, and even your senses, hearing, sight, all of it," Krillin explained, his voice calm but filled with encouragement.
"I'm ready to try it," Bardock said, determination burning in his eyes. Tien raised an eyebrow, concerned. "Are you sure? I've been training my entire life, and my body feels like it's on fire right now. This technique isn't easy on anyone."
Bardock met Tien's gaze and nodded firmly. "I'm ready. I need to get stronger. If we run into something bad out there, I can't be the weak link. With that, Bardock stood, clenching his fists at his sides. The familiar white aura surrounded his body as he began raising his power level. It wasn't long before the white aura started to flicker, tints of red blending into it. A few seconds later, his aura was fully crimson. Bardock focused, holding the surge of power for several moments. He could feel his body straining under the pressure, but pushed through it. Finally, he allowed the energy to recede, and the red glow faded. He took a deep breath, sweat trickling down his face, but a proud smile crossed his lips. "Not bad at all," Krillin said with a grin. "You both have the hang of it. Now it's just a matter of practice. But remember," he added, his tone turning serious, "don't overdo it. Push too far, and your body might shut down. We don't have any sensu beans with us, so take it easy." Kakarot stood near the growing sensu beans, holding up 2 of the freshly ripened ones from the batch Bulma had been cultivating. He tossed one to Raditz, who caught it with ease, and popped the other into his own mouth. "That's better," Kakarot said, with satisfaction as the bean worked its magic, instantly healing his body and restoring his energy. "I feel much stronger now." Raditz stretched his arms, the effects of the sensu bean already kicking in. "Is the ship ready yet?" "It should be ready in a few hours," Kakarot replied. "But before we go, I need to check on something." Raditz raised an eyebrow. "And what's that?" "I'm heading up to see if Korin has more sensu beans. We'll need as many as we can get for the trip to Namek and whatever's waiting for us there." "I figured you would," came a voice from behind them. Kakarot and Raditz turned to see Korin, the white-furred martial arts master, walking toward them with a small bag slung over his shoulder. "I've got a whole bag of beans for you to take on your trip."
"Thanks, Korin," Kakarot said, grinning widely. "With these and the ones Bulma's grown, we should have enough to keep ourselves going and train hard on the way to Namek."
A short while later, the 2 Saiyans found themselves in Dr. Brief's lab, where the ship they would take to Namek was being prepped. "Is the ship almost ready?" Kakarot asked, looking over at his father-in-law, Dr. Briefs, who was adjusting some final controls. "Almost done," Dr. Briefs replied with a grin. "I just need to finish installing the cappuccino machine." Raditz groaned, rolling his eyes. "We can do without that, Doc. Is the new gravity room good to go?" "Of course," Dr. Briefs said proudly. "It can handle up to 100 times Earth's gravity. You boys are in for quite a workout." "Good," Raditz said, eager to get moving. "Let's not waste any more time." The small group of warriors stretched as they finally stepped out of the ship onto the strange green landscape of Namek. Bardock, Krillin, Tien, and Bulma took in the wide open fields and eerie quiet that filled the air. "Well, we're here," Bulma said, pulling out the dragon radar. "Now all we need to do is find the Dragon Balls." Bardock's scouter beeped loudly, and his expression quickly turned serious. "I'm picking up several large power levels moving in the distance," he said, adjusting the scouter on his face, "and they're strong. The highest one is reading at 120,000. 120,000? Tien's eyes widened. "That's way beyond anything we've faced before. How are we supposed to handle that?"
Krillin furrowed his brow, thinking quickly. "We're not going to fight them. If they've got power levels like that, we need to play this smart. We'll find one of the Dragon Balls and hide it from them so they can't make their wish."
"Sounds like a plan," Bardock agreed, nodding. He knew they couldn't take on power levels like that head on. They needed strategy more than brute force. Bulma glanced down at the radar. "There's one Dragon Ball not too far in the opposite direction. We can probably grab it before they even realize we're here."
"Good," Tien said, his voice steady but with a hint of tension. "Let's move quickly. The sooner we find that Dragon Ball, the better." Bardock, Krillin, Tien, and Bulma landed softly in the middle of a quiet Namekian village, the dusty ground crunching underfoot. As the ship's door slid open, Bulma quickly pulled out her radar, eyes fixed on the small, blinking dot. "The radar says the Dragon Ball is somewhere here," Bulma said, tapping at the screen as her son gently set her down beside him. Krillin squinted, scanning the peaceful scene before him. "Well, I guess we should ask the locals, right?" he suggested, adjusting his posture. Just as the words left his mouth, 3 elder Namekians appeared from the village huts, their robes fluttering in the wind. The one in the middle stepped forward, his wrinkled face calm yet guarded. "I am Elder Muri," he introduced himself, his voice steady. "What brings you to our village?" Bardock didn't waste time with formalities. "We're here for a Dragon Ball," he said bluntly. Muri's face remained still, though his eyes sharpened slightly. "And what do you need a Dragon Ball for?" he asked, his tone cautious. Tien stepped forward.
folding his arms across his chest. "We're trying to wish our friends back to life. They were killed when some bad guys attacked our home planet," he explained, his voice heavy with seriousness. Mori's gaze softened slightly, and he nodded. "We understand your pain," he said. "We've had similar problems ourselves."
Before anyone could respond, the air around them grew tense as all the warriors present felt the sudden, violent flicker of energy signatures vanishing in the distance. Tien and Bardock exchanged grim looks. "They're exterminating the villages," one of the other Namekian elders muttered, his voice shaking. "We still don't know who they are or what they want, but none of our warriors have been able to stop them."
Bulma glanced down at the radar again, her face going pale. "They're after the Dragon Balls," she said, a sudden realization dawning on her. "They're probably going from village to village, killing anyone who doesn't tell them where the Dragon Balls are." Krillin clenched his fists, anger flickering in his eyes. "We can't let them gather all the Dragon Balls," he said firmly.
Bardock nodded. "They're likely using scouters to locate the villages," he said. "We should hide this Dragon Ball somewhere they can't find it." Mori frowned deeply, his voice filled with concern. "And how does that help my people?" he asked. "They will just continue their slaughter until they get what they want." Bulma took a step forward, holding up the radar for everyone to see. "They've already collected 5 of the Dragon Balls," she said, her voice shaky. "The one here is the closest to their location." Krillin's expression darkened as he glanced around the village. "Then, they'll be heading this way soon. Do you have any warriors?" Tien asked, stepping toward Mori.
"We have 3 warriors in this village," Mori said. Bulma looked around nervously. "We need to evacuate the village and hide the Dragon Ball," she said quickly. Bardock, however, seemed unconvinced. He shook his head. "If they're using scouters to track the villages, they'll just follow us. I think we need to make a stand here," he said, crossing his arms, determination etched across his face.
Krillin looked at him incredulously. "Have you felt how strong these guys are? We won't stand much of a chance fighting them head on," he said, his voice rising in disbelief. Bardock's eyes narrowed. "But we can't just let this village get wiped out," he shot back. "With the warriors here, we might actually have a chance." Krillin sighed and shook his head. "Can you sense any powers strong enough to beat what's coming?" he asked, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. Bardock closed his eyes for a moment, extending his senses across the village. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes. "No," he admitted, his voice grim. "The strongest power I can feel here is probably around 3,000. Just then, Tien's eyes flicked to the east, and he frowned. "Wait, there's another strong energy coming from the east," he said. "It's way stronger than the others."
Mori nodded slowly. "That would be near Guru's place," he said, his voice thoughtful. Krillin perked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Is this Guru guy strong?" he asked. "He is the elder of all our people," Mori said with reverence, "but his guardian, Nail, is the strongest Namekian we have." Krillin quickly put the pieces together. "Then we should hide the Dragon Ball somewhere, evacuate the village, and make our stand at Guru's place," he said, a plan forming in his mind. But Mori shook his head, his expression firm. "We cannot lead them to Guru," he said. "We must protect the father of our people above all else." Bardock's eyes hardened with resolve. "I'll go see if this Nail will help us," he said. "In the meantime, we need to stall those enemies and hide the villagers until my dad and Raditz get here."
"Take the Dragon Ball with you," Mori instructed, his voice carrying the weight of authority and concern. He looked over at a young Namekian boy who stood with a serious expression. "Dende, you will guide these warriors to Guru's place. Make sure they arrive safely." The boy, Dende, nodded quickly. "Yes, Elder," he replied, stepping forward with a hint of nervousness but determination in his eyes.
Bulma, her eyes glued to the dragon radar, spoke up. "Make sure you find a place to hide the Dragon Ball along the way. If they're using scouters to track it, they'll struggle to locate it as long as it's not in a village." Bardock crossed his arms and nodded. "Got it. I'll be back as soon as I can," he said, his eyes narrowing with determination.
Krillin, who had been silently thinking, suddenly spoke up. "Wait, Bardock, take your mom with you. If we fail here, at least they won't get their hands on the dragon radar."
Tien added in agreement. "Yeah, it'll be safer with Guru than staying here." Bardock hesitated for a moment, but then glanced over at Bulma, who was already gearing up to leave. "Fine, but make sure you guys hold them off." Krillin turned back to Mori, a serious look on his face. "You and your people should evacuate this area. It's too dangerous to stay here." Mori's eyes darkened with worry. "They'll just keep hunting us down until they get the Dragon Ball," he replied, voice low. Krillin smiled slightly, an idea forming in his mind. Exactly, he said. That's why Bardock should leave the Dragon Ball here, for now. Dende looked confused and glanced at Krillin. But what if they find it? Krillin shook his head. Bardock and Dende will just make sure to get the Dragon Ball from Guru and hide it. We'll deal with this one. Bardock's eyes flicked between Krillin and the elder Namekian, but there was no time to debate. All right, he said at last. Let's move.
Meanwhile, far away from the village, Captain Ginyu stood in the middle of a demolished Namekian settlement, a smirk tugging at his lips. He admired the trail of destruction they had left behind. This was the 5th village they'd torn apart, and they had claimed a Dragon Ball from each one. His scouter beeped, and he tapped it. Captain Ginyu, he answered. A familiar voice crackled through the device, icy and commanding. Captain Ginyu, Frieza's voice echoed. How goes my Dragon Ball hunt?
Very well, Lord Frieza, Ginyu replied with pride. We have already collected 5 Dragon Balls, and we've captured Vegeta as you requested.
Excellent, Frieza purred, satisfaction dripping from his words. I will be landing shortly. Bring me my 5 Dragon Balls and the prisoner. The remaining 2 should pose no problem for your men.
As you wish, my lord, Ginyu said, ending the transmission with a grin. He looked around at his squad. You heard the boss, let's move. Back at the village, Krillin and Tien lay flat on their stomachs at the edge of a cliff, overlooking the Namekian homes. Both had their power levels suppressed to near 0, the air tense with the knowledge of what was coming.
They're getting close, Krillin muttered under his breath, his eyes squinting as he focused on the distant energy signatures.
I can feel them too, Tien replied, but it feels like only a few of them are heading this way. Krillin let out a small sigh of relief. Good, I didn't want to face them all at once anyway. Tien glanced over at him. Even so, if we don't take out their scouters, this plan's not going to work, he reminded him. They'll track us down. Krillin nodded, his face serious. We'll just have to do our best. Keep your power level low, and we'll hit them with surprise on our side. Both warriors braced themselves, knowing what was at stake. As Bardock, Bulma, and Dende traveled, they arrived at a tall spire, a strange house standing at its peak. The landscape spread out far below them, offering a stunning view of the surrounding area. Bulma took a deep breath and looked around. Wow, the view from here is incredible, she said, trying to lighten the mood despite the tension of their mission. Bardock wasn't interested in the scenery. His eyes were fixed on the strange building. So this is Guru's place? He asked, glancing down at Dende.
Dende nodded, though his voice was quieter now. Yes, this is where Guru lives.
Bulma noticed the boy's unease and smiled gently. Don't worry, kid. Krillin and Tien will do everything they can to protect your village. Just then, a figure emerged from the house, a tall, muscular Namekian with a stern expression. His presence was commanding, radiating strength and confidence. Who are you? The Namekian demanded, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the group. Nail! Dende called, running up to the warrior. It's me, Dende. Nail relaxed slightly, though his gaze remained sharp. Dende, what are you doing here? He asked.
We came to ask for your help, Dende explained, looking up at him. Our village is under attack. People are dying. Nail's expression hardened. You know I have to stay here and protect Guru, he said, his voice firm. But Nail, Dende pleaded, our people will die if we don't do something. Nail hesitated for a moment, glancing toward the house. Finally, he nodded. I will take you to speak with Guru, he said, but I cannot leave his side. He turned and led them inside the house.
As they entered, Bardock and Bulma's eyes widened. The room was small, but dominated by the presence of the largest Namekian they had ever seen. Guru sat on a throne, his immense figure towering over the others, his skin wrinkled with age and wisdom. You have come for the Dragon Ball, Guru said, his deep voice resonating through the room. Yes, Bulma confirmed, her eyes locked on the elder Namekian. We need to hide it from the evil ones, so they don't use it to make their wish. Guru's ancient eyes shifted from Bulma to Bardock. You also have a wish, he said, his deep voice filling the room. Bardock nodded. We do, he said solemnly. We want to wish back some of our friends who were killed. Guru sat in silence for a moment, considering their request. Very well, he said at last. Your motives are pure. You may take the Dragon Ball. Bardock gave a respectful bow. Thank you, sir, he said, grateful. Guru's gaze fell on Bardock, his expression changing as he leaned forward slightly. Now, step forward, boy, he instructed, his tone filled with a deeper meaning. Bardock hesitated for a moment, unsure of what Guru was about to do. but then stepped up, standing before the towering Namekian elder. Guru reached out a massive hand and gently placed it on Bardock's head, his fingers glowing faintly. "You have great potential within you," Guru said, his voice soft but firm. "Let's see if I can unlock some of it." Bardock's body stiffened as he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. His aura flared wildly, the power swelling inside his veins like a flood. He gasped, feeling stronger, faster, alive in a way he had never felt before.
"Whoa!" Bardock exclaimed, clenching his fists as his power pulsed through him. His excitement quickly turned serious. "I feel incredible, but we need to get back and help Krillin and Tien. They're fighting for their lives."
Guru lifted a hand, motioning for patience. "Wait," he said calmly. "Dende, step forward." The young Namekian, looking both curious and a bit nervous, stepped up beside Bardock.
Guru's gentle eyes fell on Dende. "You are not a fighter," he said, his voice filled with warmth, "but your talents lie elsewhere." He placed his hand on Dende's head, much like he had done with Bardock. A faint glow surrounded the boy, briefly lighting up the room before fading away. Dende blinked as the aura disappeared. "What did you do?" he asked softly.
"You possess the gift of healing," Guru said. "I have unlocked this ability for you." Dende's eyes widened with wonder. "Healing?" he asked.
Guru nodded. "Yes, you can now use your power to heal others. It is a rare gift." Bardock looked over at Dende, impressed. "That'll be useful. We'll need every bit of help we can get." Guru's gaze then shifted to Bulma. "Now, step forward, young lady." Bulma looked startled, taking a step back. "Me? But I'm not a fighter. I don't have any magic powers," she said, shaking her head slightly. Guru smiled kindly. "But you do have gifts," he said, "and I can unlock some of your hidden potential as well."
With a deep breath, Bulma stepped forward and stood before Guru. She hesitated for only a second before allowing the giant Namekian to place his hand on her head. The same soft glow that had surrounded Bardock and Dende enveloped her. When Guru removed his hand, Bulma stood still for a moment, her eyes wide with realization. Thoughts swirled in her mind, ideas and solutions to problems she hadn't even thought of in years, all becoming clear in an instant. She felt like she could solve 100 different problems at once. "Wow," she murmured, barely able to contain her shock. Far away, Captain Ginyu touched down outside of Frieza's massive spaceship, the 5 Dragon Balls floating behind him. Over his shoulder, he carried an unconscious Vegeta like a rag doll, the once proud Saiyan now reduced to a prisoner. One of Frieza's henchmen stood waiting, his face emotionless. "Lord Frieza is very pleased with your progress," the henchman said. "He's waiting for you in the throne room." "Good," Ginyu replied, tossing Vegeta toward the soldier like he was garbage. "Get this weakling out of my sight." The henchman caught Vegeta and nodded. "I'll place him in a healing chamber immediately. Lord Frieza intends to interrogate him personally." At that, Ginyu flinched ever so slightly. Even he, despite his loyalty and strength, had to admit that the thought of Frieza's personal interrogations made him uneasy. Meanwhile, Jis, Berter, Rikum, and Guldo of the Ginyu force landed in yet another small Namekian village. The quiet huts and peaceful surroundings were in stark contrast to the destruction that was about to unfold. "All right," Jis, the fiery-haired second-in-command, said as he surveyed the village with a smirk. "Let's get the next Dragon Ball. I suppose we should ask nicely first." Berter, the tall, blue-skinned speedster, said with a sarcastic tone. Jis scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Yeah, because that's worked out so well with the other villages," he said, clearly unimpressed. Rikum, the largest of the group, stretched lazily. "I'm getting tired of all this talking. Let's just destroy everything and find the Dragon Ball already. It's more fun that way," he said with a chuckle. Their conversation was interrupted by a defiant voice. "You won't take our Dragon Ball," Elder Mori said, stepping forward, his voice calm but firm. "We know you're up to no good." Jis raised an eyebrow, his smile returning. "Doesn't matter what you think," he said casually, flipping his long hair back. "We're taking it, whether you like it or not." From behind Mori, a tall Namekian warrior stepped forward, 2 other fighters flanking him. "No, you're not," the warrior said coldly, narrowing his eyes at the invaders. Without hesitation, the 3 Namekian warriors charged their energy and fired a series of blasts directly at the Ginyu force, each aiming for their scouters. Guldo and Rikum weren't quick enough, and their scouters exploded in a flash,
shards of the devices flying in all directions. Bardock, on the other hand, swatted the incoming blast aside with a lazy flick of his hand, unharmed. Geese glanced at the smoking remains of his comrades' scouters, his eyes narrowing. Well, this just got interesting.
"Nice try," Geese sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. His body blurred, phasing out of sight as he moved faster than the Namekian warriors could react. In an instant, Geese's fist pierced through the chest of one of the warriors, and the Namekian fell lifelessly to the ground. Another warrior found himself face to face with Bardock, the towering blue fighter. Bardock, quicker than a blink, rammed his fist through the Namekian's stomach, his expression barely changing as the warrior collapsed at his feet. Raccoon, towering above the last Namekian, smirked darkly. Without a word, he gripped the warrior's head in his massive hands. A sickening crunch echoed through the air as he squeezed, crushing the Namekian's skull, sending a purple mess spilling onto the ground. Above them, Krillin watched in horror from the cliffside. The battle below had ended so quickly, far quicker than he'd anticipated. The Namekians hadn't even stood a chance. Panic surged through him, but he forced himself to stay calm. If they didn't act fast, more lives would be lost. "We have to do something now," Krillin muttered, his mind racing. He turned to Tien. "Take the Dragon Ball and go hide. Lower your power as much as possible." Tien's eyes narrowed. "And what about you?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. Krillin took a deep breath, steeling himself. "I'm going to draw them away from the village. Then I'll try to lose them and hide," he said, determination in his voice. Without waiting for a reply, Krillin's body flared with energy, his red aura glowing brightly as he shouted, "Kaioken X3!" Without hesitation, Krillin shot down toward the village, landing between the Ginyu Force and the surviving Namekians. His aura crackled around him as he faced the invaders. "The Dragon Ball isn't here," Krillin blurted out. "I already hid it." Geese raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Did you now?" he asked with a sly grin. "Maybe we should play with you a bit, see if you're willing to tell us where it is." Guldo's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Can I handle this one?" he asked, stepping forward eagerly. Geese shrugged. "You sure you're up for it? He might not be as weak as he looks." Guldo chuckled. "Oh, I'm sure. This guy looks like a pushover." Krillin didn't wait for more banter. "You'll have to catch me first," he taunted, blasting off into the air in the opposite direction. Before he could get far, Guldo appeared right in front of him, his fist connecting hard with Krillin's face. Krillin skidded back, surprised by the speed of the blow, but barely fazed. "How did you move so fast?" Krillin muttered, shaking off the hit. Guldo grinned, enjoying Krillin's confusion. "I can freeze time," he said with a smug laugh. Krillin started, but his words were cut off as Guldo's fist slammed into his stomach. The attack came out of nowhere, and Krillin hadn't even seen him move. Krillin grimaced, quickly raising a hand above his head. "Destructo Disc!" he yelled, forming a razor-sharp disc of energy in his palm and hurling it at Guldo. The attack whizzed through the air, but Guldo vanished, only to reappear behind Krillin in the blink of an eye. Another punch connected with Krillin's back, sending him stumbling forward. He whipped around, feeling frustration building. How is he so fast? With Kaioken X3, Krillin should have been running circles around this guy. Krillin launched a quick elbow backward, but hit nothing but air. Guldo had already moved, landing a swift kick to Krillin's face. The blow wasn't strong, but it was annoying enough to throw Krillin off. Krillin quickly adjusted, throwing a punch of his own. This time, Guldo wasn't fast enough to avoid it. The hit landed squarely in his stomach, and Guldo's eyes widened as the breath was knocked out of him. Seeing an opening, Krillin pressed forward, landing blow after blow. Guldo stumbled back, struggling to regain his balance. Without the ability to freeze time, he couldn't keep up with Krillin's speed. Guldo's breath came in ragged gasps. Without holding his breath to freeze time, he was completely outmatched. Another punch from Krillin slammed into his gut, leaving Guldo wheezing. Desperately, Guldo threw a wild punch, but it passed straight through one of Krillin's after images. Before Guldo could react, Krillin appeared behind him, cupping his hands to his side. "Kamehameha!" Krillin shouted, unleashing a powerful blue beam of energy that struck Guldo directly in the back. The force of the blast was too much for Guldo. The beam tore through his chest, disintegrating his heart and ending the fight instantly. Guldo's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Geese, watching the fight unfold, crossed his arms, a small smirk playing on his lips. "Not bad," he admitted. "You've got more fight in you than I expected." Raccoon, who had been watching from the sidelines, grinned wide. "I want to fight him next," he said, cracking his knuckles.
Geese gave a casual wave. "All right, mate, he's all yours."
Krillin narrowed his eyes, readying himself as the hulking Rikum lumbered toward him. The giant red-headed warrior cracked his knuckles and grinned. "You're going to die, little man," Rikum taunted, his deep voice booming like thunder.
Krillin smirked, despite the tension tightening his muscles. "I'll pass on that," he said, his voice steady, masking the worry he felt. He knew this was going to be tough, but he had to stall them long enough for Tien to hide the Dragon Ball and for backup to arrive. Before Krillin could say anything else, Raccoon's massive form lunged forward, moving with surprising speed for someone his size. His fist aimed directly at Krillin's face. Reacting just in time, Krillin's red aura flared as he pushed his Kaioken to X3, narrowly dodging the blow, but not quite fast enough. Raccoon's punch glanced his face, sending Krillin flying backward. Krillin twisted mid-air, rolling with the impact, and managed to flip back onto his feet. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, his heart racing. That guy hits like a truck, he thought, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Keeping his Kaioken active, he dashed back toward Raccoon, aiming a high-speed kick at the brute's head. Raccoon barely flinched. Raising his thick arm, he blocked the kick effortlessly, his grin widening. Before Krillin could retreat, Raccoon's knee shot up, aiming for his exposed back. Thinking fast, Krillin grabbed onto Raccoon's arm and swung his leg downward, blocking the incoming knee strike with his foot. Using the momentum, Krillin launched his other knee upward, smashing it into Raccoon's chin with a solid thud. Raccoon stumbled back, surprise flickering in his eyes, as the force of the hit sent him flying into a nearby Namekian hut. The flimsy structure collapsed under his weight, burying him in rubble and dust. Krillin took a quick breath, his body aching from maintaining the Kaioken at such a high level. He wasn't sure how long he could keep this up, but for now, he had to stay focused. Meanwhile, Bardock soared through the skies, moving faster than he ever had before. The power Guru had unlocked within him surged through his veins, making him feel invincible. His senses were sharper, and he could feel 3 large energy signatures where Krillin and Tien were. Worry gnawed at him. He could still sense Krillin's energy, but Tien's had vanished, and that was a bad sign. "Hang in there, guys," he thought, pushing himself to go faster. As he flew, something below caught his eye. Movement. He descended quickly and saw a familiar figure running across the terrain. Tien sprinted across the rocky ground, his power level suppressed as low as possible to avoid detection. Flying would have been faster, but he knew it would make him a target for any scouter that picked him up. He had to be careful, especially with the Dragon Ball he was carrying. He could still sense Krillin's energy, burning bright and powerful. He's using the Kaioken, Tien thought, concern etching his face. But why hasn't he drawn them away from the village yet? Something wasn't right. Finding a suitable spot, Tien quickly dropped the Dragon Ball onto the ground, hiding it behind some large boulders. This should work for now, he thought, glancing back toward where Krillin was. He hesitated, torn between staying hidden and rushing back to help his friend. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy approaching, but unlike the evil auras he'd sensed earlier, this one felt familiar. Tien turned just as the energy landed beside him, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Bardock?" Tien exclaimed, shocked at the sight of the young warrior, but more than that, he was stunned by the sheer power Bardock was radiating. "How'd you get so strong?" Bardock wasted no time to explain, he said quickly, his tone urgent. "You need to take the Dragon Ball you have and head the way I came. Guru's place isn't far." "Where's Guru's place?" Tien asked, still processing the sudden appearance of Bardock. "It's a Namekian house on top of a giant pillar. You can't miss it," Bardock explained hurriedly. "My mom's waiting there with another Dragon Ball. Guru can help you get stronger, fast." "Is that how you got this strong?" Tien asked, his eyes narrowing as he tried to gauge just how much Bardock's power had grown. "Yeah," Bardock confirmed with a sharp nod. "But I don't have time to talk. Krillin needs help, and I'm going to back him up." Without waiting for a response, Bardock blasted into the air, speeding toward the battle where Krillin was facing the Ginyu force. Tien watched him go, still amazed at the power Bardock had gained, but he knew there was no time to waste. He had to get to Guru's place and unlock his own potential if they had any hope of winning this fight. With a determined look, Tien took off, heading in the direction Bardock had pointed him. Rikum's massive body erupted in a blinding surge of energy, blasting the remains of the Namekian house into pieces. Debris flew everywhere, and Namekian civilians cowered in fear as they watched the terrifying display of power. But Krillin, despite the chaos around him, stayed calm, his focus razor sharp. Maybe I can take him, Krillin thought, his confidence growing as he sized up the Ginyu Force brute. So far, the other members of the squad seemed content to watch from the sidelines. That was his only advantage. If all three jumped in, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance.
Rikum's furious roar snapped Krillin out of his thoughts. The massive warrior charged again, his feet thundering against the ground. Krillin quickly powered up, pushing his Kaioken to X3. His red aura flared brightly as he sprinted forward to meet Rikum head-on. Rikum was the first to strike, swinging a heavy fist aimed at Krillin's midsection. Krillin ducked low, just barely avoiding the blow. He darted inside, getting close enough to attack, where Rikum's large frame couldn't fight comfortably. Krillin launched a flurry of rapid jabs at Rikum's stomach, his fists connecting solidly. But despite the punches landing, they didn't seem to do much damage. Rikum barely flinched, though he did backpedal slightly, trying to create some distance between them.
This is my chance, Krillin thought. He leaped back, raising one hand into the air. His fingers sparked as he gathered energy in his palm, forming a glowing ball of light. The ball quickly condensed, flattening into a razor-thin disc.
Destructo Disc! Krillin shouted, hurling the spinning energy attack straight at Rikum, who was only a few feet away.
Rikum's eyes widened slightly as the disc zipped toward him, spinning wildly. He knew he didn't have time to dodge at such close range, but he didn't seem worried. Huh, you think that little disc can— He raised his hands to block, but the Destructo disc sliced clean through his arms like they were paper, severing them at the wrist. Rikum's confident smirk faded, replaced by shock as the disc continued its deadly path, cutting clean through his shoulders and chest. The massive alien barely had time to register what had happened before his body split in half. The top part of Rikum's body toppled forward, his lifeless face still frozen in an expression of disbelief as both halves of him hit the ground with a heavy thud.
Rikum! G shouted in alarm, his usual cocky demeanor gone. He stared at his fallen teammate, his eyes wide with disbelief. How did that little guy manage this? G thought as he gritted his teeth. His gaze snapped to Krillin, and his expression turned into one of cold anger. You're a lot more skilled than we gave you credit for, G growled, but playtime's over. G glanced over at Bardock and gave a quick nod. Let's finish this.
Krillin's stomach sank as the two warriors charged at him in perfect synchronization. This is bad, he muttered under his breath. He had no time to think, no time to plan. He had to react. Kyoken X5, he screamed, pushing his body even further. His red aura flared up violently, his power spiking.
Just as Jce's punch came hurtling toward him, Krillin managed to leap out of the way, but Bardock was already there. The blue-skinned warrior's foot crashed into Krillin's side with brutal force, sending him flying across the village. He crashed into the ground, his aura flickering, almost completely gone. Jce and Bardock didn't give him a second to recover. They were relentless, charging straight at him to press their advantage.
Krillin groaned in pain, trying to pull himself to his feet. I don't know how much more of this I can take, he thought, panic rising in his chest. He looked up just in time to see Bardock closing in fast. Krillin clenched his fist. He didn't have a choice.
Kaioken X7, Krillin roared, his body screaming in protest as his aura exploded around him like wildfire. The strain was unbearable, but he couldn't stop now. He had to keep fighting. Bardock's fist swung down, but Krillin blocked it with a quick strike of his arm, then countered with a sharp kick to Bardock's ribs. The blow sent Bardock flying backward, crashing into a nearby rock formation. But Krillin didn't have time to celebrate. Jce was on him in an instant, his red hair flying as he unleashed a barrage of kicks and punches, each one faster than the last. Why won't you just die? Jce shouted, his frustration boiling over, as Krillin spun and dodged with surprising speed, blocking the attacks with ease despite the overwhelming pressure. Krillin grit his teeth, feeling the immense strain on his body from maintaining the Kaioken X7. He knew he was running on borrowed time, but he had no choice. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, but he had to hold out, at least until help arrived. Krillin barely had a moment to breathe before he sensed another attack coming from behind. Bardock's massive fist sailed through the air, aiming to flatten him, but Krillin had already moved. The punch hit only an afterimage and slammed directly into Geese's side instead. "Watch it, Birder!" Geese yelled in frustration, staggering from the blow. But Krillin wasn't wasting any time. He appeared behind Birder, bringing both hands down in a crushing double axe handle. The blow landed squarely on Birder's head, sending the tall blue warrior crashing into the ground below, forming a massive crater. With Birder temporarily out of the fight, Krillin turned his attention to Geese. His red Kaioken aura flared again, though it was flickering slightly now. He knew his body couldn't handle much more, and every muscle screamed in protest. But he didn't have a choice. He had to finish this fast. He shot toward Geese, unleashing a fierce combination of kicks and punches, each strike aimed to do maximum damage. Geese grimaced, raising his arms to block the onslaught. But Krillin's attacks came too fast, and Geese couldn't block them all. Blow after blow landed, each one pushing the red-haired warrior back. "Damn it, Birder, get up already," Geese thought, gritting his teeth as Krillin's fist came barreling toward him again. Just as Krillin's punch was about to land, it slowed dramatically. The red aura surrounding him faded, and his speed plummeted. "No," Krillin thought, panic rising in his chest. "The Kaioken! I can't hold it anymore." His body had finally reached its limit. Geese saw his chance. With a wicked grin, he lashed out, landing a hard punch right in Krillin's stomach, sending the Earthling reeling. "You're finished now," Geese growled, taking out his frustration with every punch, each one hitting harder than the last. After a brutal punch to the face, Krillin was sent flying back through the air, blood dripping from his mouth. But before Krillin could even hit the ground, Birder was back on his feet. He shot forward and caught Krillin mid-air, locking him in a crushing bear hug. "Now what should we do with you?" Birder asked, tightening his grip as Krillin gasped for breath. "I say we crush him," Geese said, rubbing his jaw where Krillin had landed several punches earlier. "I'm up for that," Birder said with a grin, squeezing even harder, causing Krillin to cry out in pain. Just when it seemed like Krillin had no way out, a voice called from above, "I say you let him go." Both Geese and Birder looked up, surprised. Floating above them was a small boy with blue hair, dressed in a green fighting outfit with a black undershirt. A sword was strapped to his back, gleaming in the sunlight. Geese raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "And what makes you think you're in a position to have a say, kid?" he sneered. Bardock didn't respond with the words. Instead, he charged, his sword flashing in a deadly arc as he swung it at Geese. Geese's confidence faltered. He hadn't expected the boy to attack so aggressively, and he struggled to dodge the rapid strikes. Each swing of Bardock's sword came dangerously close, forcing Geese to retreat, his mind racing. This kid is better than I thought. Deciding he had to create some distance, Geese gathered energy in his hands and fired a series of blasts at Bardock, hoping to slow him down. Bardock pushed forward, charging straight into Geese's barrage of energy blasts. The air crackled with heat as the blasts exploded around him. But Bardock wasn't slowing down. He knew he couldn't afford a drawn-out battle. Both Geese and Birder were stronger than him, and the longer this fight went, the more dangerous it would get. "I've got to finish this now," Bardock thought, his mind racing. He needed a plan, and fast. His sword had caught Geese off guard, but that advantage wouldn't last long. Then an idea hit him. Risky, but it could work. "I'll use the Kaioken, just like Krillin taught me." "Kaioken X2!" Bardock yelled, focusing all his energy into boosting his power. His body ignited with a brilliant red aura, his strength and speed doubling in an instant. He felt the familiar surge of energy rushing through him, but something was different this time. The Kaioken felt easier to manage, smoother, as if his body had already adapted to it. Maybe Guru unlocking my potential really helped, Bardock thought, briefly wondering how much stronger he'd become. Without wasting any time, Bardock charged at Geese, swinging his sword with lightning speed. Geese barely had time to react as the blade sliced clean through his shoulder, severing one of his arms. The red-skinned warrior howled in pain, stumbling back, but Bardock wasn't done. He reversed his swing, bringing the blade upward with brutal precision, cutting Geese diagonally from his hip to his shoulder. The alien's body collapsed in two halves, joining Riku in a lifeless heap on the battlefield. Bardock froze for a moment, staring at what he'd done. His chest heaved as he caught his breath, the reality of the situation hitting him. He had just killed someone. His hands trembled slightly as he realized that for the first time, he'd taken another being's life. He'd been in fights before, life and death struggles, but never had he dealt the killing blow himself. A vague memory of his father using Krillin's Destructo Disc to finish off Zarbon flashed in his mind. But back then, he'd been in his Uzaru form and barely remembered the details. This is different, Bardock thought, his stomach twisting. He knew it was a life or death situation, his or Jesus, but that didn't make it easier to accept. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw Berter, still holding Krillin by the head, squeezing tightly. "Don't move, kid," Berter growled, his deep voice rumbling with menace. "You wouldn't want me to squeeze too hard and spread your friend's brains all over the battlefield, would you?" Bardock clenched his fist, his body tense. He was faced with a choice again. Stop Berter, but at what cost? He didn't want to kill again, but Krillin's life was in danger. "Let him go," Bardock warned, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his mind.
Berter smirked, showing no fear. "Or what?" he taunted, tightening his grip slightly, causing Krillin to wince in pain.
"Or I'll stop you," Bardock said, stepping forward, his eyes narrowed. Berter considered this for a moment, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. "I'll drop him if you drop the sword," Berter suggested. "We can finish this one-on-one, no weapons, just you and me." Bardock hesitated. He didn't trust Berter, but Krillin's life was on the line. After a brief pause, he nodded. Agreed.
He held the sword out, letting it fall to the ground with a soft thud. True to his word, Berter tossed Krillin aside like a rag doll. Krillin hit the ground hard, but immediately started crawling away, clutching his ribs.
Berter cracked his neck and took on a fighting stance. "Now, let's see what you've got, kid," he said, his tone dripping with overconfidence.
Bardock mirrored his stance, mentally preparing himself. Without his sword, this would be more of an even fight, but he still had the Kaioken. The real question was whether he could control it long enough to win. Far across the battlefield, inside Frieza's ship, Captain Ginyu's scouter beeped furiously. He frowned, glancing at the screen. "Power level of 100,000, he muttered in disbelief. Frieza, seated on his throne, raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Who could that be?" the tyrant asked, his voice calm yet curious. "I'm not sure," Ginyu replied, eyes scanning the scouter's readings. "But Riku and Jis just vanished off the radar. Their power levels are gone." Frieza's expression darkened. "I see. Go investigate and deal with whoever did this," he ordered coolly, his tone brooking no argument. Ginyu saluted. "Yes, Lord Frieza." Then, hesitating for a moment, he added, "What about Vegeta? If he heals, I doubt Kui will be enough to stop him." Frieza chuckled, an icy smile spreading across his face. "Oh, don't worry about Vegeta," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "I'll handle him personally." Vegeta's eyes snapped open inside the healing tank, his vision blurry at first, but quickly sharpening. The liquid that surrounded him was soothing, but it couldn't mask the surge of power he felt coursing through his veins. His whole body hummed with energy. The near-death experiences on Earth and the brutal beating from Captain Ginyu had triggered yet another incredible boost in strength. He clenched his fist, feeling the raw potential he now had. He grinned to himself. "This is it," Vegeta thought. "I've become stronger than ever." Before he could revel in his newfound power any longer, muffled voices from outside the tank interrupted his thoughts. "Damn it, Vegeta, wake up already." It was Kui, grumbling as he stood guard over the healing pod. Vegeta's grin faded, replaced by a scowl. He gathered energy into his hand, and with a simple thought, he unleashed a blast inside the pod. The energy beam shattered the tank, sending liquid and shards of glass everywhere as the pressure exploded outward. "What the?" Kui started, spinning around in shock, but he never got the chance to finish his sentence. Vegeta's second blast was already heading his way, vaporizing him on the spot. The air filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh and smoke, but Vegeta didn't care. Kui was nothing to him. Vegeta stepped out of the remains of the healing tank, shaking off the liquid that clung to him. His eyes glowed with determination. "Now," he muttered to himself, "where did Frieza put those Dragon Balls?" Just as he was about to storm out of the room, a cold, terrifying voice echoed from behind him. "Why don't you ask me yourself?" Vegeta's blood ran cold as he turned slowly. Standing in the doorway, bathed in shadow but with a sinister smile spread across his face, was Frieza. "Frieza!" Vegeta stammered, his mind racing. He wasn't ready to face him yet. Not here, not now. The tyrant stepped forward, his tail swaying slowly behind him as his crimson eyes locked onto Vegeta. "I've been waiting for you to wake up, Vegeta," Frieza said,
his voice dripping with malice. He gave a small, unsettling chuckle, sending a chill down Vegeta's spine. Bardock darted towards Berter at top speed, his fist aimed straight at the towering blue warrior's face. Berter, with lightning-fast reflexes, raised his arm and intercepted the blow just before it could land. Their muscles tensed as they locked in that moment, the air around them crackling with energy. Berter quickly followed up by thrusting his knee towards Bardock's midsection, hoping to land a devastating strike. But Bardock was faster than Berter anticipated. He swiftly brought his hands down, blocking the knee just in time. His arms trembled as he struggled to hold back Berter's force, a groan escaping his lips. It was clear that the blue alien was stronger than he appeared. Seeing an opening while Bardock's arms were occupied, Berter swung his other fist in a wide arc, aiming for Bardock's head, a blow that could knock him out cold. But Bardock was always one step ahead. Sensing the danger, he flipped backward, narrowly escaping what would have been a bone-shattering punch. He landed a few feet away, his body tensing, as he quickly powered up to put some distance between them. "You're fast, but not fast enough," Berter taunted, a confident grin spreading across his face as he rushed forward again, not giving Bardock any room to rest. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, each one blurring through the air as he pressed Bardock, trying to break through his defenses. Bardock dodged and blocked as best he could, but Berter's attacks were coming in too fast. "I need to find an opening," Bardock thought, his eyes darting for any weakness in Berter's approach, but so far, the blue giant wasn't giving him much to work with. Debzi. Meanwhile, Tien touched down just outside Guru's house, the heavy weight of the Dragon Ball in his hand. He stepped inside, the atmosphere immediately calming him, despite the urgency of the situation. "Bulma," he said, spotting her among the Namekians inside the peaceful home. Bulma turned around, a smile of relief crossing her face. "Tien, glad to see you made it. I see you've brought the Dragon Ball." "Yeah," Tien replied, a small nod following. "Bardock thought it'd be best to bring it here to you." Bulma's expression grew serious. "Good call. We've got the other one right here." She pointed to the glowing sphere on the table next to her.
Tien wasn't in the mood for small talk, not with the stakes as high as they were. He quickly got to the point. "How did Bardock get so powerful all of a sudden?" he asked, genuinely curious. The Bardock he remembered wasn't this strong.
"It was Guru," a voice answered from the other side of the room. Tien turned to see Nail, the stoic Namekian warrior, standing with his arms crossed. He unlocked some of Bardock's hidden potential. "Unlocked?" Tien raised an eyebrow, not entirely sure what Nail meant. "What does that even mean?" "You'll understand soon," a deep voice rumbled. It was Guru, the elder of the Namekians, his enormous form resting in the center of the room. His wise eyes locked onto Tien. "Come forward," he said, motioning with a slow hand. Without hesitation, Tien stepped closer to the elder, curiosity burning inside him. Guru placed his massive hand on Tien's head, his eyes narrowing in concentration. After a few moments of silence, Guru spoke again, his voice calm yet firm. "You do not possess the same raw power that your Saiyan friend holds," he said bluntly, "but there is hidden strength within you, and I will help you access it." As Guru focused, a white glow began to swirl around Tien, growing brighter with each passing second. Tien could feel the power surging within him, rushing through his body like a raging river. It was overwhelming. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the glow faded. Stepping back, Tien took a deep breath, his eyes wide in amazement. This is incredible," he said, flexing his hands as he felt the new power coursing through his veins. He looked over to Bulma, his expression determined. "I'm going to help Bardock. I can't let him fight alone. Dibsy." At the same time, Vegeta stood frozen in place, staring in pure horror at the one being he feared above all others, Lord Frieza. Even after unlocking new levels of power within himself, he knew he still wasn't anywhere near strong enough to face the tyrant. The sight of Frieza standing there, calm yet radiating an aura of menace, sent a chill down Vegeta's spine. Frieza's voice broke through the tension, his tone dripping with mockery. "Ah, Vegeta," he purred, his lips curling into a sinister smile. "You look shocked. Did you honestly think you could steal my Dragon Balls without me noticing? How disappointing." Before Vegeta could muster a response, Frieza's fist shot out, faster than Vegeta could react. The blow landed square in his stomach with a sickening thud, driving the air from Vegeta's lungs and sending blood spraying from his mouth. Vegeta doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach, as the shock of the hit washed over him.
But Frieza wasn't done. With a savage grin, he brought his elbow down hard on Vegeta's face, shattering the prince's nose in an instant. The sane prince reeled from the impact, his vision blurring from the pain.
"Now," Frieza said, his voice calm as ever. "I believe you have some information I want. Where are your little friends hiding?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, trying to steady his breathing. "I work alone," he spat, refusing to show weakness, even as blood dripped from his broken nose. Frieza chuckled darkly. "Oh, come now, Vegeta. You and I both know that you didn't take out all of my men by yourself. You've had help." His tail lashed out, slamming into Vegeta's face with brutal force, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta's ribs cracked under the pressure of Frieza's next punch, the sharp pain shooting through his body as he gasped for air. How can he still be this strong? Bardock barely managed to block as Bardock's powerful leg shot towards his head, the force behind the kick making his arms tremble. He had been fighting the blue giant for what felt like hours, but despite his best efforts, he hadn't landed any serious blows. Each attack he threw either missed or was effortlessly blocked by Bardock. "I need to do something or I'll be finished soon," he thought to himself, breathing heavily as the relentless assault continued. His body still ached from the last time he used the Kaioken to take down G's. The strain had left him feeling numb, but Bardock knew if he wanted any chance of survival, he'd have to risk using it again. "Kaioken, ×2!" Bardock roared, his voice echoing across the Namekian plains. Instantly, his body exploded with a fiery red aura, the energy swirling around him as his power doubled. With his newfound strength, Bardock shot forward, his fist connecting squarely with Bardock's chin. The impact was crushing, and the Ginyu warrior was sent hurtling into the sky, spinning out of control from the sheer force of the punch. Bardock didn't waste a second. Channeling his energy, he shot after Bardock, appearing in the air above him with blinding speed. "This ends now," Bardock shouted, bringing both his fists down in a hammer-like motion on the blue warrior's head. Bardock plummeted toward the ground like a meteor, slamming into the Namekian soil with enough force to create a massive crater. For a moment, the battlefield was silent, dust and debris floating in the air. Bardock hovered above, breathing heavily, hoping that he had finally done enough to put Bardock down. But as the dust began to clear, his eyes widened in disbelief. Bardock stood up, battered but still standing strong in the center of the crater. His armor was cracked, bruises lined his muscular blue frame, and a small trickle of blood ran from his mouth, but he was otherwise unharmed. "Not bad, kid," Bardock said, wiping the blood away with the back of his hand. "But it'll take more than that to finish me." Before Bardock could react, Bardock shot back up at him, moving faster than before. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down on the young Saiyan, each strike faster and more brutal than the last. Bardock, still trying to conserve energy, had dropped the Kaioken, and now he was barely managing to block Bardock's onslaught. With each blow, his defense grew weaker, and Bardock's attacks only seemed to grow stronger. Finally, Bardock broke through Bardock's guard. A vicious punch crashed into Bardock's diaphragm, knocking the wind out of him. Bardock gasped, his body doubling over from the force of the blow, blood spurting from his mouth. But Bardock wasn't done. While Bardock was still struggling to catch his breath, Bardock's knee came up in a brutal arc, smashing into Bardock's face with sickening force. Bardock's vision blurred as pain exploded in his skull. Unable to maintain his focus, he fell from the sky, crashing into the ground with a thud. Dazed, he barely had time to recover before Bardock followed up, diving down at full speed. The blue giant's fist connected with Bardock's temple, sending him skidding across the dirt, his body tumbling like a rag doll. "Crusher cannon!" Bardock shouted, his voice filled with fury. A massive ball of blue energy formed in his hand, crackling with deadly power. Without hesitation, Bardock hurled the energy blast directly at Bardock, aiming to finish him off once and for all. Bardock looked up through blurry eyes, his head spinning. "I have to move." The energy blast was coming straight for him, and he had no time to dodge. With no other options, Bardock forced himself to stand. "Kaioken, ×2!" he screamed, his body once again erupting in that familiar red aura. The power surge doubled his strength, but it came at a cost. His muscles screamed in agony, and his vision wavered from the strain. Still disoriented, Bardock couldn't hold the Kaioken for more than a few seconds. His knees buckled, and the aura flickered out. The power vanished as quickly as it came, leaving him vulnerable. Bardock's heart pounded in his chest as Berter's Crusher Cannon closed in. There's no way I can dodge this, he thought, bracing himself for the impact. With no other choice, Bardock crossed his arms over his chest and dug his feet into the ground, preparing to take the blast head on. The Crusher Cannon hit with a thunderous explosion, pushing Bardock back as his arms trembled under the force. The blast engulfed him, the shockwave tearing through the battlefield and kicking up a cloud of dust. For a long moment, the area was silent, the smoke from the explosion hanging in the air. When it finally began to clear, Bardock was still standing, but barely. His body was covered in burns, his clothes torn to shreds, and his arms and legs were littered with bruises. Blood dripped from his face, and every inch of him ached. But somehow, he was still alive. Berter's eyes narrowed. "You're tougher than you look, kid," he sneered, already preparing another attack. His hand glowed as he charged up another Crusher Cannon, the energy swirling violently in his palm. "But it's over now. Time to die." Crusher Cannon! Berter roared, sending the deadly blue energy blast flying toward Bardock once again. Bardock's body tensed, bracing for the crushing impact of Berter's energy blast. He crossed his arms tightly over his chest, expecting the searing pain any second. But it never came. Confused, he looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. The Crusher Cannon had exploded far off in the distance, leaving only a faint trail of smoke in its wake. Standing between Bardock and Berter was Tien, his fierce three-eyed gaze locked on to the towering blue alien. "I'll handle this one," Tien said calmly, glancing back at Bardock with a reassuring nod. "You look like you could use a break." Bardock, breathing heavily and still reeling from his earlier battle, was too exhausted to argue. "Yeah, I won't stop you." Turning back to Berter, Tien's expression hardened. The air around him crackled with energy as he called out, "Kaioken, ×2!" Instantly, a bright red aura engulfed him, surging outward with incredible force. But Tien barely flinched under the power's strain. Before Berter could react, Tien shot forward like a blur, his fist slamming into Berter's gut with such force that the blue giant's eyes bulged, his mouth opening in shock. The blow bent Berter in half, driving the wind from his lungs with a pained grunt. Tien didn't let up. He spun, his foot snapping up and connecting with Berter's chin in a powerful kick, sending the Ginyu force member flying into the sky. His body soared upward, barely visible against the clouds. Tien's gaze followed him, his face stern, as he raised his hands in front of him, shaping them into a triangular pattern. "Dry beam! Ha!" Tien shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. A brilliant golden wave of energy exploded from his hands, cutting through the sky and slamming into Berter. The blue warrior didn't even have time to scream before the attack disintegrated him completely, leaving nothing but dust and fading energy in the air. Bardock, still catching his breath, slowly stood up, his legs shaky from the beating he had taken earlier. "Thanks," he said, walking up to Tien. He wiped some blood from his lip, his body still aching from the battle. "No problem," Tien replied with a small smile, his aura fading as he powered down from the Kaioken. "Looked like you needed a hand." Bardock nodded. "I thought I could handle the Kaioken, but it's more draining than I thought. I've never felt exhaustion like this before." "I get it," Tien said, stretching his arms. "The Kaioken isn't easy to maintain. It takes a toll on your body if you're not careful." He turned his head, his expression suddenly serious as he sensed something in the distance. A massive energy source was heading their way, fast. "Can you still fight?" Tien asked, his eyes narrowing. Bardock clenched his fists, feeling the soreness in his muscles. "I'll be fine," he said, determination hardening his voice. There was no way he was sitting out the next battle, no matter how banged up he was. "DBZiz!" Vegeta's body hit the ground hard, skidding across the rocky surface as another of Frieza's brutal punches sent him flying. His body was battered, his armor cracked, and blood dripped from his lip. Every inch of him was covered in cuts and bruises. The pain was overwhelming, but even more than the physical agony, Vegeta felt a crushing weight of despair settle over him. "He hits too hard," Vegeta thought bitterly, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. "Even with all my new strength, it's still not enough. I'm still no match for him." Frieza floated above him, looking down with a mixture of amusement and cruelty. His tail flicked lazily behind him, a mocking grin on his face. "Is that all, Vegeta?" Frieza taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. "I expected more from the Prince of Saiyans."
Vegeta's breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew he was going to die here, no matter how much power he had gained. It wasn't enough to defeat the monster standing before him. I should have known. There's no beating him.
Frieza hovered lower, reaching out and grabbing Vegeta by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The Saiyan Prince struggled weakly, his vision swimming. Frieza's grip tightened, and Vegeta gasped for breath, the pressure on his windpipe unbearable. "Now," Frieza said with a menacing calm, his eyes narrowing. "I'll ask you one more time. Who killed Zarbon?"
Vegeta hesitated, pain shooting through his body as Frieza's grip tightened further. There's no point in lying, he realized grimly. He'll kill me either way.
"Kakarot," Vegeta rasped, his voice strained as he gasped for air. Frieza's eyes gleamed with a strange curiosity. "Another sign," he said, more to himself than to Vegeta. He cocked his head, his tail swishing slowly behind him. "Why didn't I hear about this one sooner?" Vegeta coughed, trying to force words through his battered lungs. He was sent away as a child to wipe out a planet, right before you destroyed our people." Frieza's smile widened. "Oh, so you do know about that," he mused, his tone almost playful. "I suppose that explains why you've been acting so rebellious lately. I was wondering what had gotten into you, Vegeta." Vegeta's eyes widened slightly. "You're not denying it?" he asked, barely able to believe what he was hearing. Frieza wasn't even trying to hide his crimes anymore. "Why would I?" Frieza laughed, the sound cold and heartless. "It's not like you'll be around long enough to tell anyone. Now will you?" DB's Captain Ginyu landed softly on the battlefield, his boots kicking up small clouds of dust as he surveyed the area. The craters from the earlier fight dotted the ground, evidence of the fierce battles that had taken place. There was no sign of his team anywhere. Only Tien and Bardock stood before him.
"So," Ginyu said slowly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Tien, "you're the one who killed my men."
Tien didn't flinch. His posture was calm, but his gaze was firm. "That's right," he said simply, bending the truth just a little. Letting Ginyu think he had taken out all of the Ginyu force alone might throw the captain off his game, maybe make him nervous. If Ginyu focused all his attention on him, Bardock might be able to find an opening. Ginyu's eyes flickered with something dangerous, but he didn't look surprised. Instead, he smiled darkly. "Well, I'll give you one chance," he said, his voice low and smooth. "Join me. Work under Lord Frieza and fight at my side. Together, we'll be unstoppable." Tien didn't hesitate, his answer firm and resolute. "Never." He glanced briefly at Bardock, then back at Ginyu. "We'll never work for Frieza." "Well then," Captain Ginyu sneered, his purple-skinned face twisted in a menacing grin, "I guess I'll have to kill you both." Without another word, Ginyu shot forward with alarming speed, his fist flying straight at Tien's face. The Triclops barely had a moment to react. "Kaioken, ×2!" Tien shouted, his body erupting with a fiery red aura as his power doubled. Despite the boost, Ginyu was still too fast. The purple warrior's fist crashed into Tien's cheek, sending him flying backward with devastating force, the ground shaking as Tien's body skidded across the dirt. Ginyu didn't waste a second. He launched himself at Tien again, throwing a barrage of kicks and punches as they both soared through the air. Tien moved his arms quickly, blocking as many of the hits as he could. But Ginyu's attacks were coming too fast, too relentless. For every punch Tien deflected, another two landed, each blow feeling like a sledgehammer slamming into him. From the ground, Bardock watched in horror as Tien was being overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught. He clenched his fists tightly, frustration boiling inside him. "I can't just stand here and do nothing," he thought, his muscles tensing. His body still ached from the battle with Bardock, but he'd had a few precious moments to recover. He could fight again. "Kaioken, ×2!" Bardock roared, his own red aura flaring up as he powered up, feeling the familiar rush of energy surge through him. Without hesitation, he shot toward Captain Ginyu, fists and feet flying at the back of the purple warrior's head. Sensing the attack, Ginyu spun around just in time, narrowly dodging Bardock's punch. "You're quick," Ginyu said with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But not quick enough. He prepared to retaliate, but the momentary distraction had given Tien an opening. The Triclops quickly launched an attack of his own, throwing a powerful kick toward Ginyu's side. Ginyu managed to block the kick with his knee,
But before he could counterattack, Bardock was on him again. Together, Tien and Bardock began attacking from both sides, forcing Ginyu on the defensive. The captain of the Ginyu force deflected and dodged as best he could, but the two warriors were relentless, their combined assault keeping him on his toes. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, a sleek spaceship touched down on the surface of Namek. The hatch hissed open, and two figures stepped out, Kakarot and Raditz, the Saiyan brothers. Kakarot stretched his arms, yawning as he took in the sight of the alien planet. "So this is Namek," he said, looking around at the green landscape. The sky was a strange shade of turquoise, and the air felt heavy with the presence of power levels scattered across the planet.
"Not much to look at," Raditz grumbled, crossing his arms as he scanned the horizon. "Too much green. I think I prefer your planet, Kakarot."
Kakarot chuckled. "Yeah, I guess Earth's a bit easier on the eyes," but his face quickly grew serious. "Hold on, I can sense two battles happening right now." He furrowed his brow, focusing on the power levels. "One of them, there's a huge power to the east, and it's pounding on a smaller one. That must be Frieza."
Raditz's expression darkened, and it feels like the smaller one is Vegeta.
Kakarot nodded grimly, but then his head snapped north. "There's another fight happening too. I can sense Tien and Bardock, but there's someone else with them, another strong power."
"Are you sure?" Raditz asked, his eyebrows raising. "That can't be your son, right? Those power levels feel way too high for a kid." "It's him," Kakarot insisted. "I don't know how he got so strong, but it's Bardock. I can feel it." Raditz's eyes flicked toward the north, considering. "All right, I'll go help them out. You deal with Frieza and Vegeta." Kakarot glanced at his brother, his voice filled with determination. "Make sure no harm comes to my son, Raditz." Raditz smirked. "He seems to be doing all right for now. And after all that training you put me through with that 100 times gravity nonsense, I'll make sure that clown they're fighting, probably Captain Ginyu, won't be much of a challenge."
Kakarot grinned, his confidence returning. "Good, let's finish this."
Diesel.
Back at the battlefield, Tien flew backward, his body reeling as Captain Ginyu's fist connected with his chin. He grunted in pain, his red Kaioken aura flickering as he struggled to stay in the fight. Ginyu's strength was overwhelming, but Tien refused to give in.
As Tien staggered back, Ginyu turned his attention to Bardock, who was already launching another attack. The purple warrior ducked under Bardock's punch with ease, then countered with a brutal fist to the young Saiyan's stomach. The force of the punch knocked the wind out of Bardock, and the red aura around him flickered before fading entirely. Blood flew from Bardock's mouth as he doubled over, gasping for breath. Ginyu didn't hesitate. He raised both fists high and brought them down hard on Bardock's back, sending the boy crashing into the ground below, creating a crater on impact. Bardock lay at the bottom of the crater, groaning in pain, his body barely able to move. He tried to push himself up, but his arms shook from exhaustion. Ginyu hovered above, looking down at him with a smug grin. "Looks like you're done, kid," he taunted. But before he could descend and finish Bardock off, Tien was back in the fight, his red aura flaring as he charged at Ginyu with renewed determination. "Don't you ever quit!" Ginyu growled, annoyed at the persistent Triclops. He raised his arm to block Tien's attack, his sharp eyes locking onto his new opponent. "I'll admit, you've got spirit, but it's useless against me. Let's take this up a notch," Tien growled, steadying himself as his body radiated with a pulsing red glow. Sweat trickled down his brow, but he pushed down his fear, the thrill of battle igniting a fire within him. "I really hope this doesn't kill me," he thought as he braced himself. "Kaioken, X3, he roared, and his aura exploded outward, doubling in intensity. The ground trembled as his power soared past Captain Ginyu's. Without wasting a second, Tien charged forward, his speed nearly blinding. With a fierce cry, he drove his knee into Ginyu's stomach, forcing a strangled gasp from the purple-skinned warrior as he doubled over, clutching his midsection. But Tien didn't let up. He twisted his body, bringing his fist around in a powerful arc, aimed right for Ginyu's temple. Ginyu's eyes widened in shock, but he managed to raise his arm in the last possible instant, intercepting the crushing blow. His body wavered, and he gritted his teeth, feeling the raw power behind Tien's attack. But Tien was relentless. He launched another punch, his movements a blur. Just as his fist was about to land, Tien felt the strain of the Kaioken technique gnawing at his body. The red aura around him flickered, then faded, and his power plummeted. Seizing the opening, Ginyu's lips twisted into a malicious grin. He easily deflected Tien's punch and retaliated, his fist crashing into Tien's face with a resounding impact. Tien's body was hurled backward, slamming into the ground with a brutal force. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to get back up. "I'm through playing with you," Ginyu sneered, his eyes narrowing as he focused his energy. Pink light gathered in his hands, swirling and crackling with deadly power. He raised his hands, pointing them directly at Tien. "Milky Cannon!" he shouted, unleashing a spiraling wave of energy that roared toward the fallen warrior. Tien looked up, dazed, his body battered and bruised. His limbs felt like lead, and he knew he didn't have the strength to block the incoming attack. A sense of bitter resignation washed over him as he whispered, "I failed." But just before the energy wave could hit him, a tall, imposing figure appeared, stepping directly between Tien and the oncoming blast. Tien's eyes widened as he took in the sight of Saiyan armor, dark as night, and a cascade of long, wild black hair, framing a stern, chiseled face. Tien couldn't believe it. It was Raditz. He had never been so relieved to see the cold-hearted Saiyan, a warrior he'd once viewed with nothing but contempt. Despite their past, Tien knew Raditz had changed since that first brutal day he set foot on Earth.
Raditz didn't even flinch as the blast hurtled toward him. With a casual swipe of his hand, he deflected the milky cannon to the side, sending it spiraling into the distance where it erupted harmlessly in a cloud of dust. He glanced over his shoulder at Tien, his expression calm yet fierce. Raditz reached into a small pouch at his waist and pulled out a sensu bean, holding it out to Tien. "You look like you could use this," he said in his low, gruff voice, handing Tien the bean. Tien accepted the bean with a shaky nod, chewing it quickly. Instantly, his injuries healed, and his energy surged back, his body feeling lighter and stronger. He sat up, watching as Raditz strode confidently toward Bardock and Krillin, offering each of them a sensu bean as well. Bardock accepted with a quiet nod of appreciation, while Krillin managed a weak grin, relief evident in his eyes.
Turning back to Captain Ginyu, Raditz's gaze sharpened, his face settling into a look of grim determination. "Your fight is with me now," he declared, his voice steady and commanding. He turned his head slightly toward Tien, Krillin, and Bardock, his eyes narrowed in warning. "The others will stay out of this. Is that understood?" Ginyu's grin only widened, his gaze flickering with a savage delight. "Fine by me," he taunted, rolling his shoulders as he cracked his knuckles. "I could use a punching bag." Vegeta lay sprawled on the rocky ground, his breaths ragged, his body beaten and bruised. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his armor and pooling onto the cracked dirt beneath him. But despite the agony tearing through his body, the relentless torment wasn't over. Frieza loomed over him, grinning with sadistic pleasure, clearly savoring every second of the Saiyan prince's pain. He wasn't trying to kill Vegeta. Not yet. No, Frieza wanted him to suffer. "Is this really all you've got, Prince?" Frieza taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. He raised a foot, and with calculated cruelty, drove it into Vegeta's stomach, sending a fresh wave of pain through him. Vegeta clenched his jaw, refusing to give Frieza the satisfaction of hearing him scream, but his vision blurred from the intensity of it. Frieza only laughed harder, relishing the look of agony etched on Vegeta's face. Suddenly, a high-pitched beep echoed from Frieza's scouter. He frowned, tapping the device as it registered a massive power level approaching fast. "Now, who could that be?" he muttered, annoyance flashing across his face. Before he could ponder further, a figure landed on the battlefield with a thud, sending a shockwave rippling across the rocky terrain. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he took in the newcomer, a tall, muscular Saiyan with fierce black eyes and wild hair. He wore a green gi over a black undershirt, his stance steady, and his gaze locked onto the tyrant. "You must be Frieza," Kakarot said, his voice calm but edged with unmistakable intensity. Frieza tilted his head, unimpressed. "And you are," he sneered.
"Kakarot," the Saiyan replied, walking past Frieza without breaking eye contact and kneeling beside the fallen prince. Carefully, he pulled out a sensu bean, the last one he had, and pressed it gently into Vegeta's mouth. "You'll need this," he murmured. Vegeta's eyes fluttered open as the bean took effect, his injuries mended in an instant, strength and vitality flooding back into his body. He staggered to his feet, feeling his power surge back to full force. He glanced at Kakarot, a mixture of surprise and gratitude flashing across his features, though he quickly masked it. "Thanks," he muttered, swallowing his pride. Kakarot "Stay out of this fight," he said firmly, his gaze hardening. "He's mine."
Vegeta chuckled, the ghost of a smirk playing at his lips. "You can have him," he replied, his tone dry. "I've got better things to do than die today." And with that, he backed away, keeping a wary eye on Frieza before slipping quietly toward the shadows. Frieza watched the two Saiyans with a puzzled look, his eyes narrowing as he tried to comprehend the scene. He hadn't missed Vegeta's miraculous recovery, but he could deal with that later. For now, he turned his attention back to Kakarot, amusement flickering in his eyes. "So you're the one who slaughtered my soldiers?" he asked with a cold laugh. "I think I'll take great pleasure in killing you for that." Kakarot's face remained impassive, but a dark fire smoldered in his eyes. "You destroyed my home, my people," he replied, his voice low and steady. "I'm here to end you for that." As the two prepared to clash, Vegeta slipped away, making his way through the debris and shattered rocks toward Frieza's towering spaceship. "Now, where are those Dragon Balls?" he thought, his mind racing. "If Kakarot keeps Frieza busy long enough, I might just get my wish." His lips curled into a determined grin as he moved silently through the entrance, adrenaline coursing through him. Inside the ship, the dim corridors were eerily silent, illuminated only by the cold, artificial lights lining the walls. Vegeta's footsteps echoed as he made his way deeper into Frieza's domain, heading toward the throne room. "The Dragon Balls are bound to be in there," he thought, anticipation building with every step. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. "Where do you think you're going?" Vegeta turned to find a henchman blocking his path, his blaster aimed directly at the Saiyan prince's chest. The soldier's face was twisted with arrogance, clearly relishing what he thought would be an easy capture. But Vegeta's expression was one of utter disdain. "That's none of your concern," Vegeta replied coldly, raising his hand. Without even sparing the henchman a second thought, he unleashed a small but precise energy blast. The beam tore through the henchman's armor, obliterating him instantly. His weapon clattered to the floor, and Vegeta stepped over it without a backward glance. Minutes later, Vegeta finally reached Frieza's private chambers. The large metal doors slid open with a hiss, revealing the throne room. There, glinting in the dim light, was his prize, the Dragon Balls, each one glowing with a golden hue, waiting for someone worthy to make their wish. A satisfied smirk spread across Vegeta's face as he stepped into the room, his eyes fixed on the orbs. Frieza crouched low, his tail flicking behind him as he observed the Saiyan warrior standing before him. This one was different from Vegeta. He could feel it. Something about the way Kakarot held himself hinted at a confidence and control that Vegeta lacked. Interesting, Frieza thought, his eyes narrowing. Though his scouter registered Kakarot's power at only 250,000, he had a strange feeling this fight wouldn't be as easy as the one with the beaten prince. His musings were cut short as Kakarot launched forward, aiming a fierce kick at Frieza's head. Frieza moved almost lazily, raising his arm to block the kick with a smirk. He retaliated instantly, shooting a fist toward Kakarot's exposed leg, but Kakarot anticipated the move, flipping back with a quickness that took Frieza by surprise. "Oh?" Frieza's smirk widened. "Impressive. You've managed to avoid death for a few extra seconds." Kakarot's eyes gleamed, and he straightened, an intense red aura flaring around him. His power doubled, the ground trembling under the weight of his energy. "I'm just getting started," he said, his voice calm but charged with determination. Frieza's scouter beeped wildly, the numbers climbing. "Ah, stronger than I thought," he mused, a hint of amusement in his tone. "It seems I might need to use both hands to finish you." Kakarot's gaze hardened. "You're going to need a lot more than that," he shouted, charging forward again. With a burst of speed, he aimed the same kick toward Frieza's head. But this time, Frieza ducked, countering with a brutal punch to Kakarot's midsection, only to feel his fist connect with nothing but air. A blur of motion revealed Kakarot behind him, already swinging a powerful fist at the back of Frieza's head. Frieza whipped around just in time, raising his arm to block. Meanwhile, Captain Ginyu charged at Raditz, his fist poised for a direct hit to the Saiyon's face. But Raditz barely moved, simply shifting his head a few inches to the side as Ginyu's fist flew past. The purple-skinned captain snarled, frustration mounting as he threw a rapid series of punches and kicks, each aimed to break through Raditz's calm defense. Yet somehow, Raditz seemed to dodge each attack with effortless grace, barely even bothering to block. "Why can't I hit you?" Ginyu bellowed in frustration, pouring his energy into a final desperate punch aimed at Raditz's stomach. But once again, he struck nothing but an afterimage. In a flash, Raditz appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to Ginyu's lower back that sent the captain reeling forward. "Because you're weak," Raditz stated flatly, his voice calm as he floated back down to the ground. He turned his gaze to Bardock, Tien, and Krillin, who were watching the battle with tense anticipation. "I've got this fool under control. You three need to get the Dragon Balls." Bardock nodded, his expression resolute. "Right, let's head back to Guru's and grab the radar." With a final glance toward Raditz, Bardock, Tien, and Krillin took off, flying at full speed toward Guru's house, their mission clear. Raditz shifted his attention back to Ginyu, who was struggling to regain his balance, clutching his stomach and glaring at the Saiyan. "I'm going to give you one chance," Raditz said, his voice as cold as steel. "Surrender now, and I won't make this hurt any more than it already does." Ginyu let out a bitter laugh, straightening up, despite the pain that radiated through his torso. "I don't think so," he spat, lunging forward in a renewed attack. But before he could even throw a punch, Raditz's fist shot out like a bullet, burying deep into Ginyu's stomach. The impact doubled the purple warrior over, and he stumbled back, clutching his abdomen, his face twisted in pain. "How?" Ginyu stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Raditz chuckled, folding his arms across his chest as he looked down at his struggling opponent. "I've done some training since you last saw me," he replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Turns out my little brother has some pretty incredible techniques." Ginyu grinned wickedly, feeling the stirring of a dangerous plan within him. He still had one final trick left, a move he only used in desperate situations. With a low chuckle, he clenched his fist, charging it with energy. Then, without hesitation, drove it into his own chest. Pain surged through him, but he held steady, gathering his life force for his signature move. His eyes locked onto Raditz, and he shouted, "Change now!" A purple beam of energy shot from his body, striking Raditz head on. Blinding light and swirling energy erupted between them, obscuring both warriors from view. When the light finally faded, Raditz blinked, his mind swimming with confusion. Across from him, he saw himself. He glanced down, a sickening feeling flooding through him. His hands were purple, his fingers tipped with claws. A deep wound gaped in his chest, oozing blood. "No, what's going on?" Raditz muttered, horrified, his voice now carrying Ginyu's gravelly tone. A sinister laugh echoed across the battlefield as Ginyu, now in Raditz's body, stretched his limbs, testing his new strength. "You fool," he sneered. "You didn't know I could switch bodies? It's how I always come out on top. Whenever someone stronger appears, I just take what's theirs." He sprang forward, driving his knee into Raditz's stomach with brutal force. Raditz, now trapped in Ginyu's battered body, choked, his knees buckling from the power of his own former strength. Ginyu smirked, flexing his new arms as he felt the energy coursing through them. "Yes, I think I'll enjoy this body. I may not be able to fight at full power just yet, but it won't take long to adjust." He glanced toward the horizon, where Bardock, Tien, and Krillin had flown off. "And now, to deal with your little friends," he said, launching into the air with his newly acquired power, a cruel glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kakarot and Frieza's fierce battle continued. Kakarot threw a hard punch at Frieza's face, but the tyrant tilted his head just in time, dodging the blow with ease. He retaliated immediately, aiming a vicious strike at Kakarot's midsection, hoping to catch him off guard. But Kakarot was faster. He sprang upward, avoiding Frieza's attack, and took the battle to the sky. Frieza followed in an instant, a smirk on his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he formed a small, crackling ball of energy and hurled it toward the Saiyan warrior. Kakarot paused mid-air, spotting the oncoming attack, and with a focused swing of his arm, batted the blast away effortlessly. He then tucked in, diving straight down toward Frieza at full speed, determination burning in his eyes. Frieza saw him coming and threw a punch aimed directly at Kakarot's face, but his fist met only air. Kakarot had vanished in a blur, leaving an afterimage behind. Frieza's eyes darted around, trying to locate him, and then he spotted Kakarot below, standing calmly on the ground, his hands cupped at his side.
Without hesitation, Kakarot focused his energy, his voice ringing out powerfully. Kamehameha! A fierce blue beam of energy erupted from his hands, roaring toward Frieza like a tidal wave. Frieza reacted quickly, raising his hands to block the attack, but he was stunned by the sheer force of it. The blast pushed him higher into the air, its relentless energy threatening to overwhelm him. Gritting his teeth, Frieza forced himself free from the blast and landed some distance away, breathing hard. He wiped a thin trail of blood from his mouth, staring down at the Saiyan with a look of newfound respect.
"I must say, I'm impressed," he admitted, his tone laced with grudging admiration. "Few warriors have managed to keep up with me." Kakarot's eyes flashed, his expression unyielding. "I'm only getting started," he replied. In an instant, Kakarot's aura intensified, blazing brighter than before as he rocketed forward, moving with a speed that left Frieza reeling. Before the tyrant could react, Kakarot's fist connected with Frieza's stomach, landing with such power that it drove the air from Frieza's lungs and sent a spray of blood and spit from his mouth. Frieza staggered, eyes wide with shock. Kakarot didn't let up, his movements smooth and unrelenting. He spun, his legs swinging around in a powerful arc, his foot colliding with Frieza's temple. The impact sent Frieza hurtling across the grassy battlefield, his body skidding over the ground as he struggled to regain control. Frieza rose slowly, brushing the dust from his shoulder and wiping a trickle of blood from his chin with one clawed finger. His eyes narrowed, studying Kakarot with a hint of something that almost resembled respect, or perhaps just dark amusement. "Well, well, it seems you're stronger than you let on," Frieza drawled. "Not a single fighter besides my father has ever managed to make me bleed. You've earned a small bit of my respect."
Kakarot tilted his head, a half smile on his face. "I do what I can," he said, his tone casual, but his eyes remained sharp, ready for whatever Frieza would throw at him next. Frieza chuckled, the sound dark and menacing. "Enjoy your little victory while it lasts, because you are still no match for my true power." He glanced at Kakarot, as if expecting fear. "I'm sure you fought Zarban by now," he continued, waving a hand dismissively. "You know, he isn't the only one who can transform." With a cold smirk, Frieza clenched his fists at his sides, and his energy began to surge. It radiated outward in waves, cracking the ground beneath him and causing the air itself to vibrate. His scouter began beeping erratically as his power spiked, and cracks formed in his sleek armor. As his muscles grew, his entire body expanded, transforming from his usual slender form to a towering figure nearly 7 feet tall, his muscles bulging grotesquely. His horns extended upward, curving with deadly sharpness. When he finally straightened, Frieza's new form loomed over Kakarot, casting a menacing shadow. "You should know," he hissed, his voice deeper, dripping with malice, "that my power level in this form exceeds 1 million.
Not far from the battlefield, Vegeta soared through the sky, a smirk plastered across his face. Behind him, the Dragon Balls floated, suspended in the air by his newfound ability to manipulate objects with his mind. The telekinesis had been tricky to master, but after a few minutes of focus, he was maneuvering the massive orbs with ease. And sneaking past Frieza, that had been almost too easy. The tyrant was completely absorbed in his fight with Kakarot. Vegeta let out a small laugh, boosting his speed, as he sensed the faint, distant power of Kakarot's brat and the other Earthlings. No doubt they had at least one Dragon Ball with them. "Soon, immortality will be mine," he muttered, his grin widening. With all 7 Dragon Balls, his wish was just within reach. Elsewhere, Bardock, Krillin, and Tien landed outside Guru's house. As they touched down, Krillin turned to the Saiyan warrior with a questioning look. "So, are you ever going to tell me how you two got so strong so fast?" he asked, shaking his head in wonder. "It's not like you had time to train enough to reach these levels. Not that I'm complaining. The help against the Ginyu force was definitely appreciated." Bardock chuckled, crossing his arms. "It wasn't training," he explained. "Guru unlocked our hidden power. I'm sure he can do the same for you." The 3 stepped inside, where Denda, Bulma, and Naeyeon sat with the towering Namekian elder. As they entered, Bulma looked up, her eyes lighting up with relief. "You're back," she exclaimed, running over to Bardock and pulling him into a tight hug. "I was worried sick about you." "I'm fine, Mom," Bardock reassured her, though his tattered clothes and scuffed armor told a different story. Bulma raised an eyebrow, placing her hands on her hips and giving him a skeptical look. "Really?" she said, clearly unconvinced. Bardock rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Okay, there was a little trouble, but Uncle Raditz showed up and took care of it. "We don't have time to waste," Tien interjected, steering the conversation back to the task at hand. "We need to gather the remaining Dragon Balls and use them to bring everyone back." Bulma's face grew serious as she glanced down at the dragon radar in her hand. "It's not going to be that easy," she warned. "From what I've pieced together, Frieza has already gathered 5 of the Dragon Balls, and they're back at his ship."
"I can feel my dad's power out there fighting him," Bardock added, his expression hardening. "That should keep Frieza distracted for a while." Bulma nodded thoughtfully, studying the radar. "Then we might have a chance to get the other 5. Her voice trailed off as her eyes widened. "Wait a minute, they're heading this way," she said, watching as the 5 dots on the radar started moving closer.
Bardock's brow furrowed as he focused, his senses picking up on a familiar energy. "It's Vegeta," he said grimly, "and he's stronger than before." Krillin's face paled slightly. "He was on our side though, right?" Tien shook his head. "Vegeta only cares about one thing, eternal life. We can't let him get that wish." "You'll have to hold him off until we can make our wish then," Bulma said, her voice steady but her eyes tense. "Once we wish everyone back, the Dragon Balls will be inactive. Frieza won't be able to use them." "Excuse me," Dende interjected, raising his hand slightly. His voice was small but urgent. "Purunga, the Namekian dragon. He cannot bring back more than one person at a time." A heavy silence fell over the room. Bardock's face darkened. "What? But we have several friends we need to revive," he said, frustration edging into his voice. "And let's not forget all the Namekians Frieza's men have killed," Tien added, crossing his arms. "We can't leave them behind."
Bulma took a deep breath, clearly thinking fast. "Then we'll wish Piccolo back first," she suggested, her tone firm. "Once he's alive, we can use Earth's Dragon Balls later to bring everyone else back. We just have to get started." "Assuming Piccolo doesn't get any ideas of his own," Tien muttered. "We've never exactly trusted him." Dende shook his head, raising a hand. "Purunga grants 3 wishes," he explained. "You could use one of your other wishes to bring Piccolo here, so he can't do anything on his own." Krillin's eyes widened in surprise. 3 wishes? He asked, glancing at the others. "We didn't know the Namekian dragon was that powerful."
Out on the battlefield, Kakarot stood facing Frieza's transformed state. The tyrant's muscles bulged, his body twice its previous size, and packed with raw power that radiated out in visible waves. Kakarot could feel the intensity of Frieza's energy, nearly double what it had been before. And the changeling's new form was more monstrous, more intimidating than anything Kakarot had faced. Before he could fully grasp the enormity of this power, Frieza lunged at him, a giant fist swinging toward his jaw. The impact was brutal, sending Kakarot staggering back, his feet skidding across the rocky terrain. The force rattled his bones, and he could taste blood in his mouth as he wiped a thin trickle from his lip. Frieza's mouth twisted into a grin. "Impressive. Not many outside of my family can take a punch like that from me in this form." Kakarot's expression hardened, and he dropped into a fighting stance, his red aura flaring up around him as he allowed his power to rise to meet Frieza's. "I'm not afraid of you," he said, his voice unwavering.
With a burst of speed, Kakarot shot forward, aiming a punch directly at Frieza's face. But the tyrant caught Kakarot's fist in his massive hand, holding him in place with surprising ease. Kakarot's eyes narrowed as he swung with his other fist, but Frieza snatched it mid-air too, locking both of Kakarot's fists in his crushing grip. The 2 warriors were locked in a fierce power struggle, muscles straining as they pressed against each other, each testing the other's strength. Kakarot's aura pulsed brighter, his feet digging into the ground as he pushed harder, but Frieza held firm, his grin widening. Back at Guru's house, Krillin stepped outside, his fists clenched in exhilaration as he punched at the air. He felt incredible, his power skyrocketing after Guru had unlocked his hidden strength. Every cell in his body seemed to hum with energy, a natural, steady force far beyond anything he'd reached before. Even when he'd pushed himself with Kaioken, there was no strain this time, no burning in his muscles. This power was all his.
Bardock joined him, watching Krillin with a knowing smile. "How does it feel?" he asked, his voice calm, but his eyes glinting with pride.
Krillin looked over, his face breaking into a wide grin. "Amazing. I never realized I had this kind of power inside me." Bardock nodded. "I know the feeling."
Krillin laughed. "Well, I bet you do." You're still stronger than me after all. It's a same thing, Bardock replied with a smirk. We get stronger after every fight. Their conversation was cut short as Tien stepped outside, his eyes narrowing as he looked out toward the horizon. Something's wrong, he murmured. I can sense Raditz's power approaching, but something feels off. Bardock straightened, his face darkening as he too felt the strange energy closing in. You're right, that doesn't feel like Uncle Raditz. The warriors tensed as a figure approached from the distance, landing just a few yards away from them. It was Raditz, or at least it looked like him. But something in his eyes was different, cold and sinister. Ginyu, now in Raditz's body, smirked, taking a fighting stance. So, now that bothersome Saiyan is out of the way, I think I'll enjoy finishing off you three, he sneered, his voice dripping with Bardock narrowed his eyes, his stance tightening as he studied the figure before him. I get the feeling you're not really my uncle, he said, suspicion sharpening his tone.
Ginyu, now wearing Raditz's face, only grinned, folding his arms confidently. Just then, Raditz, now trapped in Ginyu's purple-skinned body, flew up, hovering nearby. He stole my body! Raditz shouted down, his voice rough with frustration. Be careful fighting him! So that's your little trick, Bardock muttered, understanding dawning in his eyes.
It gets result, Ginyu replied, flashing a smug smile as he flexed his new powerful limbs. You'd be surprised how handy it is, switching bodies whenever I please. Bardock's expression hardened. Then, I'll just have to knock you around until you give it back, he declared, clenching his fists. Ginyu laughed, his voice dripping with arrogance. You foolish boy, don't you realize? In this body, I'm far stronger than you'll ever be. Raditz's power now belongs to me. Bardock's lips curled into a small smile as he shook his head. Maybe, but not all of it. I can sense it. You're not using the full strength of that body. You're weaker than Raditz was. Ginyu's grin faltered just slightly, but before he could reply, Bardock launched forward, closing the gap between them in a split second. He aimed a powerful kick at Ginyu's midsection. Ginyu had no time to block, and the impact sent him flying off the pillar surrounding Guru's house, his body hurtling through the air until he crashed into a nearby lake with a tremendous splash.
Bardock turned to Krillin and Tien. Stay here and handle Vegeta if he shows up, he instructed, his voice serious. I'll take care of this one. Without waiting for a reply, Bardock shot off, chasing after the body snatcher with a fierce determination. Meanwhile, Kakarot and Frieza's battle raged on. Frieza lunged forward, driving his knee toward Kakarot's stomach, but Kakarot reacted instantly, raising his own knee to block the attack. Their legs collided with a shockwave, the force pushing them both back slightly, but neither warrior gave any ground. They immediately sprang forward again, fists and kicks flying at each other at lightning speed, the air crackling with each impact. Frieza threw a powerful punch aimed at Kakarot's head, but Kakarot disappeared just before the attack landed, his form flickering out of sight. He reappeared behind Frieza, aiming a fierce kick at the changeling's head, but his attack connected only with an afterimage. Frieza's mocking laugh echoed as he appeared below Kakarot, pointing a single finger up at him. Death Beam, he shouted, a thin, deadly beam of pink energy shooting straight at the Saiyan. But Kakarot vanished again, leaving only an afterimage in his place. He reappeared behind Frieza, swinging a backhanded strike toward the tyrant's head. Frieza spun around just in time, blocking the blow with his hand and retaliating with a downward punch aimed at Kakarot's face. Kakarot leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack, then spun and delivered a powerful kick that broke through Frieza's defenses, landing solidly in his midsection. Frieza stumbled back a step, but quickly recovered, throwing a massive fist into Kakarot's face, returning the favor with just as much force. Kakarot staggered, but quickly steadied himself, both fighters pulling back, each barely affected by the brutal exchange. Frieza chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What do you say we turn this up a notch? Kakarot's lips curled into a confident smirk. And here I thought you were already giving it your all, he replied, his tone challenging. Frieza sneered, his expression darkening. I'm not even close to my maximum, he said, a sinister edge to his voice. He clenched his fists at his sides, and a white aura began to swirl around him, growing in intensity. As his energy spiked, his horns turned a bone-white color, and his body began to contort and shift. His head stretched, 2 additional sets of horns sprouting from his skull, making him look even more monstrous. When the transformation finished, Frieza stood taller, his gaze colder and more predatory than before.
Now let's see if you can handle my third form." He sneered, his voice a low growl filled with menace. Raditz arrived just in time to see his nephew, Bardock, battling fiercely against Ginyu not far from Guru's house. From the looks of it, Bardock was overwhelmingly dominating. The young Saiyan was a blur, his speed and power pushing Ginyu to his absolute limit. Ginyu lunged forward with a punch, aiming straight for Bardock's face, but Bardock vanished a split second before Ginyu's fist could connect, reappearing instantly below the unsuspecting warrior. With lightning precision, Bardock drove his knee up, slamming it into Ginyu's gut. Ginyu doubled over, a spray of spit flying from his mouth as he staggered back, completely stunned. Not wasting a heartbeat, Bardock soared above Ginyu, bringing both fists down hard on his head. The force of the blow sent Ginyu crashing into the ground, the impact leaving a deep crater beneath him. As he struggled to his feet, Ginyu wiped a thin trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with frustration and disbelief. How can this brat be stronger than this body? He muttered, almost as if trying to convince himself it wasn't true. It's simple. Raditz's voice cut through the air with a calm, smug assurance. You may have taken my body, but you have no idea how to tap into its true power. Ginyu glared at Raditz, but before he could fire back, Bardock dove down again, his knee connecting with Ginyu's face, sending him stumbling back. Bardock followed up with a powerful punch, then another, each strike pushing Ginyu further into a dazed stupor. The young Saiyan capped off his relentless combo with a devastating roundhouse kick, which sent Ginyu hurtling across the ground, dust and debris trailing in his wake. Bardock landed gracefully, watching as Ginyu struggled to rise. "Give it up," he said coolly, eyeing his uncle's body, now battered and bleeding. "You're outmatched. There's no way you can win this fight." Ginyu staggered to his feet, wiping his face. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists, his knuckles white. He let out a scream of raw defiance, and a shimmering white aura began to form around him, his power inching upward as he tried to summon every ounce of strength that Raditz's body had to offer. Kakarot locked eyes with Frieza, who had just transformed into his third form, a twisted, monstrous shape that looked far more menacing than before. Frieza let out a smug laugh, his tail whipping back and forth. "I see you're frightened, Saiyan," he sneered. Kakarot's gaze didn't waver. He smirked, holding his ground. "I'll give you this. You've impressed me. But don't think for a second that I can't handle this." He took a deep breath, feeling the heat build within him. "Kaioken, times 10!" he shouted, his aura flaring into a brilliant red, blazing like fire. In an instant, Kakarot shot forward, his speed unmatched. He closed the distance between them in a heartbeat and drove a powerful punch straight into Frieza's jaw. The blow rocked Frieza's entire body, forcing him to stagger back. But Frieza wasn't going down that easily. Gritting his teeth, he shot his leg out, attempting to trip Kakarot. Kakarot flipped back in a fluid motion, landing on his feet just in time to block Frieza's 3 rapid follow-up punches. Each strike echoed through the air, the ground trembling beneath them. Frieza's tail whipped around, aiming for Kakarot's neck, but it struck only an afterimage. Kakarot reappeared right behind him, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. "Looking for me?" he said with a smirk. Frieza whirled around, fist clenched and ready, but Kakarot's own fist was already on a collision course with his gut. The impact drove the air from Frieza's lungs, blood and spit spraying from his mouth. Kakarot followed up with a knee that connected solidly with Frieza's jaw, sending the tyrant flying backward across the rocky Namekian landscape. Frieza managed to flip midair and land on his feet. His face twisted with rage, and he pointed a finger at the oncoming Kakarot, firing a barrage of death beams in quick succession. But Kakarot was undeterred. He flashed in and out of view, effortlessly dodging each beam as he closed in on Frieza once more. Finally, he appeared directly in front of the tyrant, his hand gripping Frieza's wrist in a vice-like hold. He glared at him, his voice cold with resolve. "This is for all the Saiyans you slaughtered," he said, his words laced with fury as he drove his knee forcefully into Frieza's stomach. Frieza stumbled, clutching his midsection where Kakarot's knee had struck him. Pain and fury mixed on his face as he struggled to make sense of it. This filthy Saiyan was pushing him in his third form. He could hardly believe it, but even as the thought crossed his mind, a flash of doubt entered. Could this warrior actually be the fabled Super Saiyan? No, he dismissed the idea quickly. This monkey was still far from his own true power. Well, well, Frieza sneered, regaining his composure as he rose to his feet. Color me impressed. No one outside of my own family has ever kept up with me this well. He glanced at Kakarot with a sinister smirk. I suppose it's time to show you my true form.
With that, Frieza clenched his fists tightly at his sides, and a surge of power began to radiate from him. A blinding light enveloped his body, forcing Kakarot to shield his eyes against the dazzling glow. The ground trembled as Frieza's aura flared even brighter, taking on a form far more refined and powerful. The spikes receded, his elongated head shrank back, and his body condensed into a lean, compact figure. His skin was now a pristine white, with purple patches on his head, knees, and elbows, almost deceptively unassuming. "That's more like it," Frieza said with a cruel, satisfied grin. "Now let's see what a mighty Saiyan can do against my ultimate form."
Meanwhile, Ginyu cackled as he felt the strength he had managed to unlock in Raditz's body. The newfound power coursed through him, and he could feel its potential rising. "Now," he said with a sinister grin, "I think I finally have the hang of this."
He shot toward Bardock, moving faster than before, and landed a brutal punch squarely on the young Saiyan's jaw. The impact sent Bardock flying backward, skidding across the ground. Ginyu wasted no time, pursuing his quarry with unrelenting ferocity, launching a barrage of kicks and punches that struck before Bardock could even fully land. The combo ended with a vicious elbow to Bardock's back, smashing him down into the earth, forming a deep crater beneath him. Standing over the dust-filled crater, Ginyu sneered. "Looks like this body's just too much for you to handle after all," he taunted. "I think I'll keep it. Feels like something I could get used to."
From within the crater, Bardock's voice rang out in defiance. "Kaioken, ×2. A fierce red aura exploded around him as he rocketed out of the pit, faster than lightning. Before Ginyu could even blink, Bardock delivered a powerful kick to his face, the blow sending Ginyu soaring backward, tumbling through the air. Bardock vanished in a blur, only to reappear behind Ginyu, where he drove an uppercut deep into the stolen body's stomach, doubling Ginyu over. In one swift move, Bardock grabbed Ginyu by the arm and hurled him high into the sky, sending him hurtling into the air like a rag doll. Taking a steady stance on the ground, Bardock cupped his hands together, his aura intensifying as he channeled energy into his next attack. The words echoed through the sky, powerful and resolute. "Kamahama. Hi!"
A brilliant blue beam shot from Bardock's hands, hurtling toward Ginyu, who barely had time to register the attack. The beam struck him with unyielding force, erupting in an explosion that rocked the landscape, filling the air with a blinding light and a deafening roar. When the dust settled, Ginyu emerged, blood dripping from a series of wounds now marking Raditz's borrowed body. Panting, he glared down at the Saiyan below. "You, little brat," he hissed through gritted teeth. He could feel the limits of Raditz's body weakening with each blow he endured. The boy was somehow stronger than this body could handle. He knew he'd have to make a desperate move if he wanted any chance of surviving this battle. With grim determination, Ginyu tightened his fist and drove it deep into his own chest, inches from his heart. He unleashed a small but deadly energy attack inside the body, tearing a hole through vital muscle and sinew. A twisted smile crossed his face as he thought, "That should keep the brat from being able to use this body when I'm done with it." Raising his hand toward Bardock, Ginyu gathered the last of his energy, grinning maliciously. "Change now," he shouted, releasing his body change wave toward the young Saiyan. Bardock's eyes blazed with determination as he faced down Ginyu, who was charging up his body change wave, desperate to swap bodies once more. But Bardock wasn't about to let that happen. He gritted his teeth, summoning more of his energy. "Kaioken, ×3, he shouted, his aura flaring even brighter with intense red energy, his speed pushing beyond anything Ginyu could follow. Just as Ginyu's attack flew toward him, Bardock leapt out of its path. In one smooth move, he reached out, grabbed Raditz, still trapped in Ginyu's body, and hurled him directly into the incoming wave. The flash of light that followed was blinding, but when it cleared, Ginyu and Raditz were both back in their original forms. Ginyu staggered, now back in his own weakened, bruised body, while Raditz lay on the ground, barely moving, but finally himself again. Ginyu's eyes were wide with disbelief. How did you dodge that?" he stammered, a mix of rage and confusion twisting his features. "No one has ever dodged my body change attack. Bardock's gaze was unyielding as he glared at the disoriented Ginyu. Well, there's a first time for everything. Without wasting another second, Bardock cupped his hands, gathering energy at his side. Me, ha, he shouted, unleashing a blazing wave of blue energy that rocketed toward Ginyu.
The blast struck Ginyu head-on, engulfing him entirely. His scream echoed briefly before it was swallowed by the crackling energy, and in a final flash, all traces of the purple-skinned warrior vanished. Bardock wasted no time. He rushed over to Raditz, gently lifting his uncle's head. "Raditz, are you all right?" he asked, his voice filled with worry. Raditz coughed, managing a weak grin. "Oh, just great," he replied, wincing slightly.
Bardock's gaze dropped, his heart sinking as he noticed the wound in his uncle's chest. Captain Ginyu had done serious damage. Raditz's body was barely holding on. Bardock quickly searched through Raditz's pouch, hoping for a senzu bean, only to find it empty. His uncle must have used the last of them to help Bardock and his friends earlier. "Hold on, Raditz," Bardock said firmly, determination in his voice as he lifted his injured uncle. "I've got to get you to Guru's. They might have something to help you there." Without another word, he took to the air, speeding toward the Elder's house, hoping they had some way to save his uncle. Elsewhere on Namek, Vegeta approached the tall, pillar-like house where he'd sensed Raditz and Kakarot's brat not long ago. Standing outside the house were Tien and Korilin, each holding one of the Dragon Balls they'd managed to collect, along with a small Namekian boy beside them. Vegeta's face broke into a smug grin.
"Nice of you to gather those for me," he sneered. Tien's eyes narrowed. "We didn't gather them for you, Vegeta. We have our own wishes to make." Vegeta's smirk widened, his tone mocking. "Well then, it looks like we have a bit of a problem, don't we?" Krillin stepped forward, his stance firm. "We're not letting you use the Dragon Balls to make yourself immortal, Vegeta. That would be way too dangerous." Vegeta's expression darkened. "You don't get it, do you? We have no choice. Becoming immortal is the only chance any of us have against Frieza. From what I can sense, it feels like Kakarot's doing all right out there," Krillin replied, refusing to back down. Vegeta's voice rose with irritation, his pride flaring. "I am the Prince of all Saiyans. I'll be the one to beat Frieza, not that low-class clown." Tien stepped in, his tone calm but firm. "Listen, Vegeta. These Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. We need the first 2 wishes for ourselves." Vegeta hesitated, his eyes narrowed. Finally, he nodded, conceding for now. "Fine, but the 3rd wish is mine. I'll use it to make myself immortal." "All right," Tien agreed cautiously. "Just put your Dragon Balls down with the ones we have, so we can summon the dragon." With a reluctant grunt, Vegeta placed his Dragon Balls alongside the 2 that Tien and Krillin held. The small Namekian boy, Denda, stepped forward, lifting his arms as he began to chant in the Namekian language. "Arise, Porunga," he called out. Instantly, the sky above darkened, thick storm clouds swirling overhead as bolts of lightning began to flash. The air crackled with energy as a blinding flash of lightning struck the Dragon Balls, and a massive yellow stream of light shot up into the sky. The light twisted and coiled, taking shape until it solidified into a towering, muscular dragon. Unlike Shenron, Porunga had a powerful, robust build with an appearance closer to that of a Namekian warrior. The dragon's deep, booming voice echoed across the landscape. "You who have awoken me, speak, and I shall grant you 3 wishes." Denda stepped forward once more, addressing Porunga in Namekian. After a few moments, the mighty dragon's voice rang out again. "The one called Piccolo will be brought back to life," Porunga declared, his voice resonating through the air. On King Kai's planet, Nappa, Yamcha, Piccolo, and King Kai had been intently watching the events unfold on Namek. As they observed the distant battle, Piccolo's halo suddenly disappeared, fading away into nothing. Nappa's eyes widened, and he let out a loud laugh, clapping Piccolo on the back. "Well, look at that. Looks like you're alive again, green guy." King Kai turned to Piccolo, his voice carrying a grave warning. "They're going to wish you to Namek next. Listen, Piccolo. Under no circumstances are you to face Frieza. Do you hear me? You're no match for him. I know you want to prove yourself, but this is far beyond anything you've faced before." Piccolo crossed his arms, his gaze steady and defiant. "I'll do what I have to do, King Kai. If I ever hope to rule the Earth one day, I need to prove I'm the strongest. Eliminating the competition seems like a good place to start," he added with a dark chuckle. Nappa shook his head, rolling his eyes. "Hasn't dying taught you anything, Piccolo?" There's more to life than just world domination, you know. A shadow of contemplation flickered across Piccolo's face, but he quickly pushed it away. Maybe you're right, Nappa, but it's not just that. Frieza's henchmen humiliated me back at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. I've been called a demon, a monster, but I refuse to be treated as if I'm irrelevant. Not anymore. Back on Namek, Dende recited another phrase in his native language, his voice carrying a tone of confidence as he finished the wish. The one called Piccolo will be brought to Namek, Purunga's voice boomed, echoing across the land. The dragon's eyes flashed red, and with a shimmer of energy, Piccolo appeared, standing right among the gathered warriors.
Tien nodded in acknowledgement. "Piccolo," he said, recognizing the green-skinned warrior who still radiated a fierce energy. Piccolo gave a grunt, his expression unchanging. "Don't get too comfortable, Tien. I'm only on your side as long as this threat remains. Once Frieza is gone, things will be different."
Krillin managed a slight smile, keeping his tone casual. "That's good enough for now, Piccolo. But Guru, the elder of this world, wants to see you. He's up in that house on the hill." He pointed to Guru's place, its towering structure overlooking the horizon. Piccolo shrugged, eyeing the house with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. This was his first time seeing his home planet, and the strange feelings bubbling within him were almost overwhelming. Namek's atmosphere felt oddly familiar, yet so foreign. He didn't know what to expect from Guru, but he figured he'd at least hear out this so-called father of the Namekians. As Piccolo entered Guru's house, he found himself face to face with a massive elder Namekian sitting upon an enormous stone chair. Guru's towering figure radiated a quiet strength, while Nail, Guru's warrior, stood guard beside him. Off to the side, Bulma watched, her wide eyes studying Piccolo with both surprise and relief. Guru's gaze was warm, almost fatherly, as he regarded Piccolo. "Welcome, child of Namek," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "It has been many years since you last set foot on this land." Piccolo crossed his arms, his expression guarded. "I don't remember being here," he said, his voice steady but curious. Guru gave a gentle nod. "I know, you were once whole, but now you are a part of what you once were. You were born from a split, a division of the one now known as Kami, who cast away his darkness to become pure. You are a product of that division, born from the evil that was left behind. But you are not your father. You are not King Piccolo. You are your own being, free to choose your own path." Piccolo's expression hardened. "I don't buy it," he replied, his voice edged with defiance. "I'm beyond redemption. All I've known is destruction and a desire for power." Guru's expression remained calm, filled with understanding. "Redemption," he echoed softly. "You have done nothing that requires redemption, Piccolo. You may have spoken of ruling, of domination, but you have always fought to defend. You were created from the dark side of Kami, but you are not inherently evil. The truth is, your nature is peaceful, and your desire to fight has been motivated by the wish to protect." Piccolo felt a strange sensation stirring within him, an impulse he couldn't explain. Almost against his will, he stepped forward, unable to resist the strange pull of Guru's words. Guru extended a hand, placing it gently on Piccolo's head. The touch sent a wave of energy through him, unlocking memories that lay buried deep in his mind. In an instant, images began to flood Piccolo's consciousness. He saw the split between Kami and King Piccolo, the very moment when the two had become separate beings. He witnessed the terror that his father had unleashed upon the earth, the pain and suffering he had caused. But then, Piccolo saw something else, a depth of remorse and guilt within Kami, a feeling that ran so deep it nearly overwhelmed him. Kami had released a monster into the world, a being that carried his own darkness, yet he had never stopped caring for his other half. Piccolo felt the warmth of Kami's compassion, a love that seemed both strange and inexplicably familiar. Through all the hatred, all the chaos, Kami had seen King Piccolo as something more than a monster. He saw him as family, as a part of himself, a bond that in some ways felt closer than that of a brother. And despite everything, Kami had never stopped feeling responsible, caring for his other half with a love that Piccolo could now feel himself. It was like the love of a father for his son. In that moment, Piccolo felt the lingering influence of his father, King Piccolo, fade to the background. He was still himself, still carrying the same memories, the same will, but now he felt clarity. A new sense of purpose surged through him, one that went beyond his old ambitions. He was a Namekian, a being with a place and duty to protect, not just for power, but for the honor of his people and his home. As he opened his eyes, Piccolo looked at Guru with newfound respect. Guru's weary gaze softened as he looked at Piccolo, his words calm but powerful. "You have great potential within you, Piccolo. Now that your mind is clear, I'll see what I can do to align your power more efficiently." Guru raised his hand over Piccolo's head, and a moment later, Piccolo's aura flared, a brilliant energy that seemed to shake the very air around them. It burned bright, fierce, and then settled back down, leaving Piccolo feeling the depth of his strength more vividly than ever before. Guru closed his eyes, his massive head dipping forward. With a final breath, he slumped back in his chair, his spirit peacefully leaving the world. Nail's expression was one of solemn respect. "He's gone," he said quietly. But then his eyes hardened. "Now, let's avenge what's fallen upon Namek." Piccolo's eyes flickered with renewed resolve, but he was cautious. "Hold on, from what I'm sensing out there, it still might not be enough." Nail's fists clenched. "We have to try, Piccolo. Frieza must be stopped, no matter the cost." Piccolo looked at him intently. "I know. That's why I have a plan. We'll have to fuse, Nail. Combine our powers." Nail stared at him, hesitation clouding his gaze. "Are you sure you want to go through with this? Once we fuse, there's no undoing it." Piccolo's expression was resolute. "We don't have a choice, but we'll need to use my body, so we don't lose the Earth's Dragon Balls." Nail took a deep breath, then nodded, understanding the sacrifice. "All right, Piccolo." He placed a hand on Piccolo's arm, and in an instant, Nail's form faded, merging into Piccolo's body. Power surged within Piccolo, his muscles tightening as he felt Nail's essence and energy merge with his own. A new strength coursed through him, both familiar and foreign, amplifying his abilities beyond anything he'd ever felt before. He laughed, feeling the combined strength resonate in his voice, now carrying the subtle blend of Nail's tone. "Yes, now we can finally do this." Without another word, Piccolo shot off like a comet, racing toward the epicenter of the battlefield, where Kakarot was struggling against Frieza. Kakarot lunged at Frieza, pouring every ounce of his strength into his attack. His foot arced through the air, aimed directly for Frieza's head. But Frieza lifted his arm almost lazily, blocking the kick with a casual ease. Before Kakarot could recover, Frieza shot his fist forward, striking Kakarot in the stomach. The impact was brutal, and Kakarot doubled over, gasping for air. Frieza sneered as he spun, whipping his tail around to smack Kakarot square in the face, the force of it sending him stumbling backward. Kakarot's aura flared red as he shouted, "Kaioken, times 20! His energy spiked, intensifying beyond anything he had ever dared attempt before. He knew the risk, it could tear his body apart, but he had no choice. Frieza's strength was overwhelming, and he needed every ounce of power he could summon. Charging again, he swung a fist at Frieza, putting his full strength into the blow. But Frieza merely caught Kakarot's punch, his grip ironclad as he held the Saiyan in place. "You foolish monkey," he sneered. "Do you finally see how hopeless this is?" Frieza's mocking smile grew wider. "You're giving everything you have, and yet I'm barely using 5% of my power." With a quick, brutal movement, Frieza lifted his leg, slamming his foot up into Kakarot's jaw. The blow sent Kakarot rocketing back, flipping through the air, but he managed to steady himself, gritting his teeth. He cupped his hands together at his side, energy gathering between his palms as he called out, "Ka, me, ha, me, ha!" A brilliant blue beam of energy shot toward Frieza, tearing across the landscape. Frieza, unimpressed, simply raised his hand and swatted the attack away. The blast flew off course, exploding against a distant island in a massive mushroom cloud. Frieza glanced back at Kakarot, his expression amused. "Do you see it now, Saiyan? The futility of your existence?" Without hesitation, he swung his arm, backhanding Kakarot with crushing force, sending him tumbling across the ground. Kakarot struggled to pull himself up, the pain from Frieza's blows coursing through his body. He could feel himself reaching his limits, his energy dwindling. How was he going to get through this? He hadn't been up against anything this powerful before, and he could barely stand under Frieza's relentless attacks. Suddenly, he sensed a new energy rapidly approaching, a power that was vast, almost overwhelming. The energy felt familiar, Piccolo's, but there was something different, something even stronger. It wasn't like the usual power he felt from his old rival. It was more complete, as though Piccolo had somehow become an even greater force than before. Kakarot steadied himself, knowing he had to hold on just a little longer. "All right, Piccolo," he thought. a slight smile forming despite his pain. "I'll keep him busy until you get here." With renewed resolve, Kakarot charged at Frieza once again, ready to keep fighting, even if it took every last bit of strength he had left. As Vegeta strode forward to claim his wish from the towering dragon, he couldn't hold back his grin. His dream of immortality was just within reach. "Now it's time to make my wish," he said, his voice confident. But Krillin moved to block him, his expression grim. "I'm not so sure about this, Vegeta." Vegeta's face twisted with irritation as he glared at Krillin. "You don't have a choice, Baldy. Either I get my wish or you die. It's that simple." Krillin's eyes narrowed and his aura suddenly flared, radiating a powerful red light that surprised even himself. Vegeta staggered back, feeling the sudden surge of energy from the human, his power level rising far beyond anything he'd sensed before. "How?" Vegeta stammered, disbelief coloring his voice.
Krillin chuckled, his eyes alight with confidence. "I've been training a lot. So now, Vegeta, you're not exactly in a position to be making demands."
Denda, watching the standoff with wide eyes, asked, "What's the third wish going to be?" Vegeta's scowl deepened. "I already told you. Wish for my immortality, so I can crush Frieza and end this once and for all." Krillin's stance hardened. "No, I won't."
But before the argument could continue, Porunga's massive luminous form began to fade. The brilliant light of the dragon dimmed, and in seconds, Porunga vanished completely. The Dragon Balls, their once vibrant glow gone, turned to cold, lifeless stones, falling silent on the ground. Vegeta looked around, completely baffled. What just happened?"
Dende's expression filled with horror as he understood what had transpired. Guru's gone." Without another word, he turned and took off toward Guru's house, panic in his voice. "No, this can't be." Vegeta still looked confused, glancing around at the others for answers. "What does that mean? Why did the dragon just vanish?" Tien's expression was somber as he explained. "Guru was the creator of the Dragon Balls. If he passed away, then they're gone too, permanently." Just then, Tien's head snapped to the side, his senses flaring as he felt Frieza's energy skyrocket to an unfathomable level. "Damn," he muttered, his fists clenching. "He's getting even stronger." Krillin, too, felt the terrifying increase in power. And Kakarot's energy, it's dropping fast. He's giving it everything he has, but it's not enough. Frieza's still way too strong. Without hesitating, Tien took a step forward, his face filled with determination. "I'm going to help him. I can't just stand by and let Kakarot take on Frieza alone." Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. "You're no match for that monster. You're just rushing to your death."
"I've got to do what I can," Tien replied firmly, his voice steady. Krillin nodded, stepping up beside Tien. "Me too. If we don't help him now, we may never get another chance." Vegeta watched as the two humans prepared to throw themselves into the fight of their lives. He clenched his fists, torn between pride and disbelief. How could he, the prince of all Saiyans, just stand there while two humans were willing to risk everything against the most powerful being in the universe? With a growl of determination, Vegeta launched himself into the air, chasing after the two Earthlings.
Meanwhile, Bardock had landed at Guru's house, Raditz's limp form slung over his shoulder. He found the house almost empty. Only Bulma was there, a look of concern on her face. "What happened?" Bulma asked, her voice tense as she looked at Raditz's battered condition. Bardock shook his head, urgency in his voice. "It's a long story, but he needs medical help, fast." Without hesitation, Bulma knelt down, pulling out a small first aid kit. She began wrapping bandages around Raditz's wounds, doing her best to stop the bleeding, but her hands shook as she worked, worry clouding her face. I hate to say it, Bardock, but it doesn't look good. He's lost too much blood." At that moment, Denda landed softly inside the house, noticing Raditz's weakened state. "I can help," he said, stepping forward with quiet confidence. Bardock looked at the young Namekian, his brow furrowed. "How?" he asked, hope flickering in his eyes.
"Guru unlocked my ability to heal," Denda explained simply. He knelt beside Raditz, placing his small hands over the wounded Saiyan's chest. A soft green glow radiated from his palms, bathing Raditz in a warm light. Within moments, Raditz's wounds closed, and his color returned as strength seemed to flow back into him.
Raditz blinked his eyes open, looking around in confusion. What happened?" he asked, staring down at his hands, now free of pain. Bardock gave him a relieved smile. "Ginyu did a number on you, but Denda here managed to heal you. It's like you were never even hurt. Bulma looked at Dende in awe, marveling at the young Namekian's ability. That's incredible, Dende. You saved him. Raditz stood, testing his strength, then clenched his fists, feeling more powerful than ever. I feel amazing. Actually, better than amazing. He turned, sensing the fierce energy signatures coming from the battlefield. His expression turned grim as he sensed his brother's fading power. Kakarot, he muttered, his voice thick with worry. What is it? Bulma asked, picking up on the tension in his tone. Raditz's gaze was fixed in the distance. Kakarot's power is dropping. He's giving it everything he has, but Frieza's still holding back. This fight, it's far from over, and I don't know how much longer he can last. Bardock placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his face set with determination. Then we'll have to go help him. We can't let Kakarot face Frieza alone. Raditz nodded, his voice steady. You're right. He looked back at Dende, who stood quietly by. Come with us. We'll need you to heal Kakarot when we get there. I have a feeling he's about to take a real beating. Frieza moved forward with a slow, almost casual stride, his gaze fixed on Kakarot, who lay sprawled on the ground, bruised, bleeding, and struggling for breath. He had to give the Saiyan some credit. He had put up an impressive fight, but now the fierce warrior lay broken before him, utterly defeated. Frieza closed the distance, reaching down to grab Kakarot by the neck and hoisting him up effortlessly. He studied the battered fighter with a twisted smirk. Stupid monkey, he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. He drove his fist into Kakarot's stomach, and Kakarot's body convulsed as blood shot from his mouth, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. But Frieza wasn't finished. He kept punching, his relentless blows driving deeper into Kakarot's gut, each hit sending shockwaves of pain through the Saiyan's body. The tyrant's laughter echoed through the desolate landscape. Now you're going to die, Frieza said, his voice cold and final. With a wicked grin, he wrapped his tail around Kakarot's neck, tightening it like a noose. Frieza extended one finger, gathering a small, lethal ball of energy at its tip. Without hesitation, he fired, the beam slicing through Kakarot's abdomen. Kakarot's scream of agony pierced the air as the energy tore through his flesh, leaving a smoking wound. Frieza chuckled, savoring the pain he'd inflicted. Looks like I missed everything vital, he said mockingly, his laughter echoing. He fired another beam, this time piercing Kakarot's chest and puncturing a lung. Kakarot wheezed, his breath scumbling in shallow, strained gasps as he clutched at the wound. Now, Frieza murmured, his finger glowing with a deadly light. This next one will be through your heart. He aimed, relishing the final blow he was about to deliver. But before Frieza could unleash the fatal attack, a powerful energy blast came barreling in, hitting him with enough force to send him skidding backward, away from his wounded prey. Frieza growled, his eyes narrowing as he steadied himself and looked toward the source of the attack. A tall, imposing figure stood a few feet away, hand raised, green skin illuminated by his intense aura. The Namekian's eyes were fixed on Frieza with a look of calm defiance. Now, it's my turn, the warrior said, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge of authority. Frieza's face twisted in annoyance as he took in his new opponent. He tossed Kakarot's limp form aside like a discarded doll and turned to fully face the intruder. Another Namekian? He scoffed. Well, I suppose I can take a moment to deal with you as well. He raised his finger, firing a death beam aimed directly at the newcomer, but the Namekian barely moved. With a casual flick of his hand, he swatted the beam away, as if it were nothing more than a bothersome insect. Frieza's eyes widened in surprise, his amusement replaced by an edge of frustration. Who are you? He demanded, his voice tinged with disbelief. A Namekian, able to deflect his attacks with such ease? The warrior took a step forward, his expression unyielding. The name's Piccolo, he said, his voice steady and resolute. And I'm here to end you. Frieza's shock melted into laughter. Well, I've heard that before, he sneered, glancing briefly at Kakarot's bruised and battered form. In fact, I'm fairly certain that this Saiyan said something along those lines just a few minutes ago. Piccolo didn't bother with a response. Instead, he charged, closing the gap between them in an instant. He moved like a shadow, swift and lethal, and drove his leg forward, aiming a powerful kick at Frieza's side. The tyrant barely managed to raise his arm to block, but the attack connected, slamming into his ribs with a force that sent Frieza staggering. Frieza recovered quickly, his eyes blazing with fury. He retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Piccolo's head. but Piccolo was ready, sidestepping the blow with effortless grace. He countered immediately, unleashing a barrage of kicks and punches, each strike precise and devastating. His fists blurred as he pushed Frieza back, not giving him a moment to breathe. The battlefield erupted with the sound of their collision, the impact of their blows creating shockwaves that rippled through the air and shook the ground beneath them. Frieza's grin faded, replaced by a look of growing frustration. He wasn't used to being pushed like this, least of all by a Namekian. But Piccolo pressed on, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination, his every movement displaying a new level of power and purpose. He was no longer just fighting for himself. He was fighting for his planet, for his people, and for the Fallen. This battle was far from over. Frieza took a step back, chuckling as he observed Piccolo with a mocking glint in his eye. "I have to admit, you're strong," he said with a casual shrug, "but unfortunately for you, I've only been using a fraction of my true power." His smirk grew wider, flashing dangerously sharp teeth. "Maybe it's time to kick things up a notch."
Before Piccolo could even prepare himself, Frieza shot forward, moving with blinding speed. The tyrant's fist collided with Piccolo's stomach in an instant, faster than he could react. The force of the blow drove the air from Piccolo's lungs, and he doubled over, coughing up blood.
Frieza didn't give him a chance to recover. He drove his knee up, slamming it into Piccolo's chin with enough force to snap his head back, his vision blurring from the impact. Piccolo felt himself starting to fly backward, but before he could get far, Frieza's tail coiled around his neck, tightening like a vice. As he struggled against Frieza's hold, Piccolo managed to gather enough energy to fire a blast straight at Frieza's face, but the tyrant didn't even flinch, letting the smoke clear with a smirk. When Piccolo saw Frieza's unscathed expression through the dissipating smoke, his eyes widened in shock. Frieza's laughter echoed around them, low and cold. "Do you understand now?" he taunted, backhanding Piccolo across the face. "Do you see how utterly pitiful you are?" Another backhand, harder this time, sent Piccolo's head snapping to the side. "You're nothing more than an insect to me." With a flick of his tail, Frieza hurled Piccolo into the air and raised a single finger, his smirk unwavering. He fired a series of death beams, each one piercing Piccolo's body, searing through muscle and flesh. Piccolo's screams filled the air as he plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud, his body riddled with bleeding wounds. Frieza strolled over, peering down at the bleeding Namekian with a look of disdain. "So many pests to swat, and so little time," he mused, gathering another death beam on his fingertip, this one aimed directly at Piccolo's heart. Not far away, Krillin and Tien landed, their expressions turning grim as they took in the scene. Piccolo was lying on the ground, battered and bleeding, his body barely moving, and a short distance away, Kakarot lay sprawled in a similar state, his breaths shallow and labored. Krillin swallowed hard. "This is bad," he said quietly, feeling the weight of hopelessness settle over him as he saw the state of his friends. Frieza's finger glowed brighter as he gathered energy for the killing blow on Piccolo. Tien clenched his fist. "We need to do something, Krillin. We can't just watch this happen." Krillin gave a determined nod, raising his hand above his head. A thin, sharp disc of energy formed, spinning with deadly precision. "Destructo disc," he shouted, hurling the disc straight at Frieza. Frieza paused, sensing something amiss. He turned just in time to see the energy disc hurtling toward him. His eyes widened in surprise, and he leapt out of the way, but not quite fast enough. The Destructo disc sliced through the tip of his tail, severing it from his body. Frieza let out an enraged scream, clutching the stump where his tail had once been, his face twisting in fury. He turned, his gaze zeroing in on Krillin and Tien, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Which one of you did that?" he snarled, his voice dangerously low. Neither Krillin nor Tien answered, holding their ground despite the growing terror. Frieza's lip curled into a snarl. "Fine, I'll just kill both of you." With a roar, Frieza shot forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Krillin and Tien exchanged a brief, determined glance, their auras flaring bright red as they braced themselves for the fight of their lives. But Frieza was faster than either of them anticipated. In a split second, he phased in behind Krillin, driving his knee into the human's back with a sickening crunch. The force of the blow shattered Krillin's spine, his red aura flickering out as he fell to the ground, his body limp and unmoving. Tien's face was set in determination, as he swung a powerful fist toward Frieza's face, pouring every bit of strength he could muster into the attack. With the Kaioken boosting his speed and power, he hoped it would at least rattle the tyrant. But Frieza merely vanished, leaving Tien's fist to strike nothing but air. Before Tien could react, Frieza reappeared behind him, his hand filled with energy. Frieza brought it down like a blade, slicing through Tien's neck in one swift, brutal motion. Tien's body fell forward, lifeless, as Frieza stood over him, a grin of satisfaction on his face.
Frieza brushed his hands together, feeling a chilling sense of triumph. It was almost too easy. Exterminating these weaklings felt like nothing more than swatting flies. He turned his gaze toward Kakarot, who lay battered and barely moving on the ground, ready to finally rid himself of the troublesome Saiyan once and for all. Slowly, Frieza raised his foot, preparing to stomp out Kakarot's life.
But just as he was about to bring his foot down, a blast struck his back, stopping him in his tracks. Annoyed, Frieza turned to see Vegeta standing defiantly, arm extended, his face tense and determined. Frieza's laughter filled the air. "Oh, that actually tickled," he mocked, brushing a speck of dust from his shoulder. Vegeta's face drained of color, realizing the futility of his attack. He had put everything he had into that blast, yet it hadn't even fazed Frieza. Swallowing down his fear, Vegeta held his ground as Frieza began to approach him with slow, menacing steps. Well, Vegeta," Frieza said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I thought I'd have to go looking for you. How convenient of you to come to me instead." In one smooth motion, Frieza raised a finger and fired a death beam directly into Vegeta's kneecap. The beam hit with pinpoint accuracy, and Vegeta crumpled to the ground, clutching his knee in agony. Frieza continued to close the distance, his steps deliberate, savoring the moment. "Now that you can't run, we can have a little chat, Prince." Frieza fired another death beam, this time into Vegeta's shoulder, sending waves of pain through his body. "It's a shame you had to betray me, Vegeta. We could have continued our arrangement," he smirked. "But even more of a shame that our last conversation was cut short." Gritting his teeth, Vegeta forced himself to his feet, swaying slightly as he tried to keep his weight off his injured knee. He glared up at Frieza, refusing to let the pain show in his eyes. "You might kill me, Frieza," he managed, his voice filled with defiance. "But someday, a Saiyan will be strong enough to bring you down." Frieza laughed, a harsh, mocking sound. "Oh, Vegeta, how adorable. But in case you haven't noticed, there aren't exactly many Saiyans left to challenge me. Soon, there won't be any left at all." And with a final flick of his finger, he fired a beam straight through Vegeta's heart, silencing the Saiyan Prince forever. As Vegeta's body fell to the ground, Raditz landed nearby, his expression dark and unflinching as he faced down Frieza. The tyrant turned, barely sparing Raditz a glance. He chuckled, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Raditz," he sneered, "don't make me laugh. Out of all the Saiyans, you're the weakest. Do you really think you stand a chance?" Without hesitation, Frieza raised a finger, firing a quick beam in Raditz's direction. But Raditz merely smirked, swatting the beam aside with ease. "Things change, Frieza," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. "I've been doing a little training myself." His aura flared, taking on a brilliant red hue as he activated the Kaioken. Without another word, Raditz charged at Frieza, his movements swift and precise as he lashed out with a probing kick aimed at Frieza's side. The impact was more than Frieza had expected, striking him hard in the ribs. He staggered slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, but he quickly recovered, his own fist shooting forward with deadly intent, driving directly into Raditz's diaphragm. The blow hit its mark, and Raditz's breath left him in a painful gasp. Capitalizing on his advantage, Frieza brought his foot up, slamming it into Raditz's chin and sending him hurtling through the air. Raditz struggled to regain his balance, but before he could steady himself, Frieza unleashed a series of energy blasts that rocketed toward him in quick succession. Raditz crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself as the blasts struck him, one after another, each explosion shaking the air and sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Raditz remained standing, battered but unwavering. His chest heaved, his face smeared with dirt and blood, but he was still very much in the fight. He looked at Frieza with a defiant smirk. "Is that all you've got?"
In a flash, Raditz vanished from sight, reappearing behind Frieza with a fierce battle cry, his elbow aimed directly at the tyrant's neck. But Frieza, sensing the attack, turned swiftly, raising his arm just in time to block the blow. With a wicked grin, Frieza retaliated with a blast to Raditz's chest, only for the beam to pass through a fading afterimage. Raditz had already moved. Before Frieza could react, Raditz reappeared above him, bringing both fists down on the tyrant's head, driving him into the ground with incredible force. Dust exploded around them as Frieza's body struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Not wasting a second, Raditz leapt back, gathering energy between his hands, his voice ringing out across the battlefield.
"Double Sunday!" he shouted, unleashing a massive twin beam of energy that tore through the air, barreling straight for the downed tyrant. As the smoke began to clear, Frieza rose slowly from the crater, dusting himself off with an amused chuckle. "I must admit, I didn't expect you to give me this much trouble," he said, brushing the debris from his shoulder. "It seems 20% of my power isn't enough for you." His laughter was cold and sinister. Raditz felt a chill run down his spine. 20%, he repeated, disbelief filling his voice. Even with his enhanced strength, he had barely been holding his own, and Frieza had only been using a fraction of his true power. "Well then," Frieza continued with a smirk, "let's see how you fare against 50% of my full strength." With that, Frieza's aura exploded, his power skyrocketing to an intensity that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Raditz barely had time to register the sudden surge before Frieza closed the distance, backhanding him across the face. The force of the blow sent Raditz flying, his body slamming into a nearby mountain with a deafening crash. A few moments later, Raditz staggered out of the rubble, rubbing the side of his face where Frieza had struck him. He's unbelievably strong," he muttered to himself, feeling the stinging pain radiate through his body. He knew he had to push himself further, beyond any limit he'd ever tried before. He'd seen Kakarot push the Kaioken to X20 in training, but he himself had only managed a stable X10. Raditz clenched his fists, focusing every ounce of energy he had left. If he had any hope of surviving, he'd have to push beyond his limits. "Kaioken, X25, he shouted, his aura flaring red, brighter and more intense than ever before. But the power surge was too much for his body to handle, and within seconds, his aura flickered and faded, leaving him gasping and weak. His knees buckled, and he fell forward, his body trembling from the overload. He had overdone it. His body simply couldn't withstand that level of power. With a sinking feeling, Raditz realized he had no chance left to defeat Frieza. Meanwhile, Denda landed beside Kakarot, who was lying on the ground, barely breathing. The Saiyan was in bad shape, blood pooling around him, and his energy fading fast. Denda's face was filled with determination as he knelt down, placing his hands over Kakarot's body. A soft green glow radiated from his palms, enveloping Kakarot in healing energy. Within seconds, the Saiyan's wounds began to vanish, his strength returning. Kakarot blinked in surprise, pushing himself up and staring at his hands in awe. I'm still alive," he murmured, testing his restored strength. "I thought I was out of senzu beans." "I healed you," Denda said quietly, his voice steady. Kakarot looked at him, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Denda. Now, get somewhere safe," he said gently. Rising to his feet, he turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield where Raditz was fighting. He watched as his brother's aura flared a brilliant red, then quickly flickered out. Kakarot sensed Raditz's power faltering, while Frieza's overwhelming strength continued to grow. Kakarot took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he calculated his own chances. He might be able to match Frieza with a X20 Kaioken, but he knew it would strain him to his very limit. Closing his eyes, he steadied himself, focusing his energy. When he opened them again, he saw Frieza looming over his weakened brother, ready to deliver the final blow. "Kaioken X20!" Kakarot shouted, his aura bursting into a fierce, blazing red. In an instant, he shot toward Frieza, moving faster than the tyrant could react. His foot slammed into Frieza's head, sending the tyrant flying away from Raditz and crashing into the ground, a trail of dust and debris marking the path of his fall. Frieza picked himself up from the ground, brushing the dust off his armor, his expression twisted in annoyance. Who had dared to attack him this time? He scanned the battlefield, a glint of fury in his eyes. He was the ruler of the universe, and here he was, swatting at pests who somehow thought they stood a chance against him. Then, he spotted Kakarot, helping Raditz to his feet. "Didn't I already kill you?" Frieza asked, genuinely perplexed as he eyed Kakarot. Kakarot shot him a determined look. "I'm a quick healer," he replied. "Now, your fight is with me again." Frieza smirked,
though irritation crept into his voice. Very well. In a burst of speed, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. Kakarot blocked each strike, his focus unwavering, sidestepping with fluid ease and retaliating with punches and kicks of his own. Their blows met in a fierce exchange, neither fighter gaining the upper hand. As they broke apart, Frieza took a step back, his eyes narrowing in frustration and something close to fear. "How do you Saiyans keep getting stronger?" he demanded, his voice shaking slightly. This was impossible. If Kakarot could hold his own against 50% of Frieza's power, the Saiyan might actually become a threat if he grew any stronger. No, he decided. He wouldn't let it come to that. Enough games. It was time to end this. Clenching his fists, Frieza's aura blazed with renewed intensity, his power surging as he forced himself to 75% of his maximum. The ground beneath him cracked and shook as he leveled his cold, murderous gaze at Kakarot. Kakarot felt his own disbelief growing. How was Frieza still getting stronger? He was already maxed out with the Kaioken, and now Frieza was pushing his power even higher. He didn't have much time to dwell on it. Frieza appeared in front of him in an instant, lashing out with the stump of his tail. The blow struck Kakarot across the face, sending him skidding across the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Frieza was there again, punting him into the air with a devastating kick, his maniacal laughter echoing across the battlefield. Kakarot spiraled upward, struggling to control his trajectory, but Frieza was relentless, appearing above him. With a double axe handle, Frieza brought both fists down on Kakarot's head, sending him crashing back to the ground. Kakarot groaned, staggering to his feet, barely able to keep his balance. Frieza didn't give him a second to recover. In the blink of an eye, the tyrant was in front of him again, his fingers tightening around Kakarot's neck like an iron vice. "Foolish Saiyan," Frieza taunted, his voice dripping with venom. "Did you actually think you could beat me? I'm tired of playing games with you and your kind. I should have wiped out every last one of you when I destroyed your planet." As Frieza squeezed, Kakarot's vision began to blur, his air supply cut off as he clawed at Frieza's unyielding grip. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "No!" Bardock shouted, his aura flaring red with fury as he shot toward Frieza in a desperate attempt to save his father. Frieza glanced over, noticing the young Saiyan hurtling toward him. This one had blue hair, a strange sight, but nothing worth his concern. Without releasing his hold on Kakarot, Frieza phased out of Bardock's path, dodging the attack effortlessly. With a flick of his wrist, Frieza fired a beam of energy that tore through Bardock's stomach, the blast forcing him to the ground. As Bardock struggled to move, blood trickling from his wound, Frieza's cold eyes narrowed. "Now, you'll die." He raised a finger and fired a second death beam, piercing Bardock's heart and ending his life in an instant. Kakarot, still locked in Frieza's grip, watched in horror as his son's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. An overwhelming rage and helplessness exploded inside him, a fury unlike anything he'd ever felt before. His aura flared wildly, his power spiking with every surge of anger coursing through his veins. Flecks of gold began to appear in his aura as he fought against Frieza's hold, his power rising higher and higher. With a final burst of energy, Kakarot's strength forced Frieza to release his grip. Stumbling back, Kakarot landed on his feet, his fists clenched so tightly they shook. "I'm going to kill you," he shouted, his voice raw with rage as lightning crackled around his body. His aura continued to blaze, and more streaks of gold flickered through it. His hair stood up, flashing gold for an instant before returning to black. Kakarot's anger erupted, and he let out a primal scream as his energy continued to skyrocket. His hair flared up once more, this time shifting fully to gold. The ground shook under his feet as his transformation reached its peak. When he opened his eyes, they were no longer the deep black of a Saiyan's. They were now a fierce, piercing turquoise. Kakarot stood there, transformed, his gaze locked on Frieza with a new, unbreakable resolve. Kakarot stood motionless, his golden hair crackling with power, his piercing teal eyes locked onto Frieza. His entire body radiated a dangerous, almost primal energy as the wind around them howled from the force of his transformation. The tyrant hovered a few feet away, his expression a mixture of anger and unease. In a flash, Kakarot closed the gap between them. His hand shot out like a viper, clamping around Frieza's wrist with an iron grip. The pressure was immediate, and Frieza's eyes widened as a sharp jolt of pain traveled up his arm. "Gah!" Frieza grimaced, trying to pull away, but Kakarot didn't relent.
You don't like it so much, do you? Kakarot's voice was calm, almost taunting, as he squeezed harder. His predatory grin made Frieza's blood run cold. Before Frieza could respond, Kakarot drove his knee into the tyrant's gut with devastating force. Frieza lurched forward, a wet, choking gasp escaping him as bile and blood dribbled from his mouth. His body crumpled slightly in the air, the blow robbing him of breath and dignity. But Kakarot wasn't done. With a roar, the Saiyan flung Frieza over his shoulder like a rag doll. The tyrant hit the ground with a loud crash, skidding across the uneven terrain and carving a shallow trench in the rocky surface. Kakarot landed softly, his golden aura still roaring around him. Each step he took toward Frieza was slow and deliberate, his voice cold and filled with venom. "You'll pay for what you've done," he said, his eyes narrowing as he closed in. Frieza groaned and shakily propped himself up on one arm. He spat blood, his fingers trembling as he wiped his mouth. For the first time in his life, true fear flickered in his crimson eyes. He had faced countless warriors, destroyed entire civilizations, and never once doubted his dominance. But now he stared at someone stronger, someone who could kill him. But Frieza was a survivor. He forced himself to stand, wobbling slightly as he brushed dirt from his once pristine armor. "I must admit," he said, his voice steady despite the strain, "I'm impressed, Saiyan. Your power is truly remarkable." Kakarot stopped in his tracks, crossing his arms. His face was stone, but his voice carried an edge of mockery. "If you're trying to flatter me, it's not working. Save your breath." "Oh, I'm not flattering you," Frieza sneered, his usual arrogance returning in small doses. "I'm merely acknowledging your strength. But let's be clear, Saiyan. What you've seen is far from my full power." Kakarot's brows furrowed, his lips curling into a scowl. "Then power up," he said, his voice like a low growl. "I want you at your best when I beat you to death." Frieza's face twitched, anger replacing his earlier fear. Clenching his fists, he began to focus. His aura exploded outward, waves of energy rippling through the battlefield. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, unable to withstand the pressure. His body began to transform, muscles swelling and bulging as his power surged. Kakarot stood still, unfazed, watching the transformation with an almost bored expression. When Frieza's power-up finally concluded, the tyrant's frame was bulkier, his veins pulsing with raw energy. He smirked at the Saiyan. "Now," Frieza said, his voice deeper, more menacing, "let's see how you handle me at my full power." Kakarot didn't even blink. "Bring it on." With a roar, Frieza lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His strikes came fast and furious, a relentless storm of punches and kicks aimed at every vulnerable point he could see. But Kakarot's movements were impossibly fluid. Each attack was met with a perfectly timed block or dodge, leaving Frieza's blows utterly ineffective. "You'll have to do better than that," Kakarot taunted, effortlessly deflecting another punch. His voice was calm, but his movements carried a sharp, precise brutality. Frieza gritted his teeth in frustration. "You arrogant pest!" he hissed, throwing a roundhouse kick with enough force to split a mountain. But Kakarot caught his leg mid-swing, his grip unyielding. "Your speed's nothing special," Kakarot said, his grip tightening around Frieza's ankle. Before the tyrant could react, Kakarot yanked him forward and drove a fist into his chest. The impact was like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Frieza's body crumpled as he was launched backward, tumbling through the air like a broken doll before slamming into the ground with an earth-shattering crash. Golden light surrounded Kakarot as he took off, his aura flaring brighter as he shot toward Frieza's downed form. The air around him crackled with power as he closed in. Meanwhile, on King Kai's small planet, the tension was palpable. The small group of observers leaned in, watching the unfolding battle through King Kai's psychic link. "All right, Kakarot," King Kai cheered, his antennas twitching with excitement. "You show him who's boss." Yamcha stood with his arms crossed, a skeptical look on his face. "So who's winning?" "Kakarot is dominating," King Kai replied, his voice brimming with pride. "Dominating?" Nappa interjected, his tone incredulous. "There's no way. Frieza's supposed to be unstoppable." King Kai huffed, clearly irritated by Nappa's doubt. "Kakarot is a Super Saiyan now. His strength is beyond anything you've ever seen." Before the argument could continue, another voice joined the conversation telepathically. "King Kai," the voice said, calm and steady. It was Kami. "This is Kami. Mr. Popo has gathered the Dragon Balls. We're ready to make a wish. Do you have any requests?" King Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could respond, Another voice joined the mental link, one full of determination. "Kakarot?" King Kai asked, startled. "Yeah, it's me," Kakarot replied, his voice cutting through the mental chatter. "Sorry to interrupt, but I've got a wish I'd like you to make." Kami's tone was curious. "What is it?" Kakarot's voice was firm. "I want you to wish back all those killed by Frieza and his men." King Kai nodded in understanding. That should bring back Guru as well, and there'll still be one wish left on the Namekian Dragon Balls.
"I have a request for that wish as well." Kakarot's voice broke into the mental link, calm but firm. "Use the second wish to move everyone, except Frieza and me, from Namek to Earth. This battle could get messy, and I want everyone far away."
Kami's voice carried a note of respect. "Understood, Kakarot. We'll take care of it."
King Kai added, "Smart move. Keep everyone out of harm's way while you finish this."
The tranquility of Namek's skies shattered as Frieza's fist slammed into Kakarot's jaw with bone-crunching force. The golden-haired Saiyan was sent hurtling backward, tumbling through the air like a rag doll. Before Kakarot could recover, Frieza was already upon him. The tyrant delivered a relentless barrage of blows, fists, elbows, knees, all aimed to cripple. Each strike echoed like thunder through the vast, empty landscape. Frieza roared with a sadistic grin, clasping both hands together and smashing them down in an axe handle strike on Kakarot's head. The Super Saiyan plummeted toward the ground, landing with an earth-shaking crash. The impact left a massive crater, cracks spiderwebbing outward from where his body lay.
Hovering above, Frieza sneered, raising his hand. A barrage of energy blasts erupted from his palm, streaking toward the crater. The ground quaked violently as the blasts rained down, each one kicking up dust and debris until the entire area was obscured by a thick, smoky haze. When the barrage ceased, Frieza crossed his arms, a triumphant smirk on his face. "I guess you weren't as strong as you boasted, Saiyan," he said smugly.
A voice answered him, calm and confident. "Or maybe I was..." Frieza spun around in shock, only to find Kakarot standing behind him, his golden aura flaring brightly. The tyrant's jaw clenched, his crimson eyes narrowing. "How is this possible?" Kakarot chuckled, his voice steady. "What can I say? I'm just full of surprises." Without hesitation, he lashed out with a punch aimed straight for Frieza's face. But the changeling was quicker, phasing out of sight in an instant. Kakarot's fist hit nothing but empty air. Frieza reappeared behind him, letting out a victorious laugh as he drove his knee into Kakarot's back. Except it wasn't Kakarot at all. The image of the Saiyan flickered and vanished, revealing that it had been an afterimage. Frieza barely had time to register the trick before a searing energy blast slammed into his shoulder from behind, spinning him off balance. Kakarot appeared again, this time in front of him, his fist connecting squarely with the tyrant's face. The blow sent Frieza flying backward like a meteor, skidding through the air before he righted himself. His snarl was feral now, his tail flicking wildly as he charged back into the fray with reckless abandon. Far below, Raditz stood on a rocky outcrop, his long hair whipping in the wind as he watched the battle rage on. His usually hardened features softened for a moment, his eyes following the golden streak that was his brother. "Amazing," Raditz murmured, his voice thick with emotion. He clenched his fists, his pride swelling. "You did it, Kakarot. You've become the one to avenge our people." Far away on Earth, Shenron towered above Kami's lookout, his massive serpentine form coiled high into the heavens, the eternal dragon's glowing red eyes fixed on the small group below. "You who have summoned me." The dragon's booming voice reverberated through the air. "Speak your wish." Stepping forward with quiet authority, Mr. Popo raised his voice. "I wish for everyone killed by Frieza or his followers to be brought back to life." Shenron's eyes flashed brighter, his power radiating through the air like a thunderstorm. "It will be done," the dragon intoned. In an instant, his energy surged outward, carrying the wish across the universe. On a distant planet, Bardock's eyes snapped open, his body jolting upright, as if waking from a nightmare. For a moment, he stared into the horizon, disoriented. The last thing he remembered was Frieza's looming figure, his father crushed in the tyrant's merciless grasp, and his own desperate futile attempt to fight back. Everything after that was a blur. He rose to his feet, his muscles tensing as he stretched out his senses. His breath caught in his throat. Two immense powers raged nearby, their sheer intensity shaking the very air. He could feel Frieza's vile energy. It was unmistakable. But the second power was a shock. It was his father? Bardock squinted at the distant sky. Two figures zipped back and forth, moving so fast they were barely visible. Energy blasts lit up the horizon like a storm of fire, the shockwaves rattling Bardock's chest even from miles away. What is this? He muttered. Then the realization hit him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Dad's power, it's higher than Frieza's. How? For the first time in his life, Bardock felt something foreign, a spark of hope. His fists clenched, his jaw tightening. "Come on, Dad," he whispered under his breath. "Beat him. Beat that monster." Bulma jumped as a loud noise startled her. She spun around, her heart pounding, and stared at the massive figure sitting quietly in Guru's chair. It was Guru himself, alive and well, clearing his throat. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How? You were dead?" she stammered. "This day just keeps getting weirder." Before she could process what she was seeing, a familiar voice echoed in her head. "Bulma, I need you to do something for me," she gasped. "Kakarot, is that you?" Her voice was tinged with relief and confusion. "Yes, it's me," Kakarot replied telepathically. His tone was steady but urgent. "I need to know, has Guru returned?" Bulma glanced back at the Namekian elder, who sat serenely as if nothing had happened. "He has, but how is that possible? He died hours ago. We used Earth's Dragon Balls to wish back everyone killed by Frieza," Kakarot explained. "Guru was one of them." Bulma's eyebrows shot up in realization. "That's incredible." "Bulma, listen carefully," Kakarot interrupted. "I need you to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to make another wish. Transport everyone on Namek to Earth. Everyone except me and Frieza." Her voice wavered. "But you can't stay here alone. We need you, Kakarot." "I'll follow right after I finish him," he assured her. "But if I'm going to fight him at full power, I can't risk anyone else getting caught in the crossfire." "Please, Bulma," she hesitated. But the determination in Kakarot's voice pushed her to act. "Okay, but be careful." Without wasting another second, she dashed out of Guru's house. In the distance, Paranga's massive form loomed over the landscape, glowing with divine energy. Bulma sprinted toward the dragon, her mind racing. When she finally reached him, she stood in awe of his sheer size and power. "Speak your wish," Paranga boomed, his deep voice shaking the air. For a moment, Bulma felt overwhelmed. But then, something strange happened. Words in the Namekian language flowed into her mind effortlessly, as though she had always known them. She suspected it was thanks to Guru, unlocking her potential earlier. With newfound confidence, she spoke clearly in Namekian. "I wish for everyone on planet Namek to be transported to Earth, except for Kakarot and Frieza," she declared. Paranga's eyes glowed bright red, his massive body radiating energy. "Your wish is granted," he rumbled. In an instant, the ground beneath her feet shimmered and blurred. The dry, rocky terrain of Namek faded away, replaced by the lush greenery and familiar landscape of Earth. Bulma blinked, taking in the trees and blue skies. It was over. She had done her part. Inside Kakarot's mind, King Kai's voice rang out. "Your wish is finished. You and Frieza are the only ones left on Namek." Kakarot smirked. "Great." Frieza narrowed his eyes in confusion, hovering a few feet away. "What's so great?" he demanded. "We're alone now," Kakarot said, his voice calm but firm. His golden aura flared slightly as he crossed his arms. "While we were fighting, I had some friends use the Dragon Balls. They wished back everyone you've killed, and then they sent everyone else off this planet." Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. "You were telepathically organizing all that while fighting me?" Kakarot shrugged nonchalantly. "You weren't much of a challenge anyway." The tyrant's expression twisted with rage. "I'll show you a challenge," Frieza roared. He shot into the sky, raising a single finger above his head. A tiny spark of energy appeared on his fingertip, glowing intensely. The spark quickly expanded, growing larger and larger as Frieza poured more power into it. Soon, the ball of energy dwarfed him, its pulsating mass radiating heat and malice. "This attack has enough power to destroy this planet many times over," Frieza declared, his voice dripping with venom. "You can dodge it if you want, but the explosion will annihilate the planet, and you won't survive in space. If I go, you're coming with me." Kakarot floated slowly to the ground, his expression calm, despite the looming threat above him. He landed lightly, planting his feet firmly on the cracked earth. Looking up at Frieza,
His voice was steady and defiant. Alright, I'll stand right here then. Frieza hurled the massive ball of energy toward Kakarot, his maniacal laughter ringing out as the attack careened through the air. The enormous sphere of destructive power glowed a deep crimson, its heat warping the air around it as it sped toward the lone Super Saiyan below. Kakarot didn't move. He stood firm, his golden aura flickering wildly against the overwhelming force bearing down on him. The death ball collided with him, consuming him in a searing wave of energy that sank into the ground with devastating force. The terrain cracked and split apart, forming a deep crater as the attack dug into the planet. Smoke and ash billowed into the air, obscuring Kakarot from sight. Frieza crossed his arms, a smirk of satisfaction spreading across his face. So the monkey wasn't so strong after all, he sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, sharp and cruel. But then he stopped, his laughter faltering. His crimson eyes narrowed as he saw something impossible. The massive ball of energy, his own death ball, began to rise from the crater. Frieza's smirk vanished, replaced by an expression of pure disbelief. Kakarot's golden aura flared as he floated upward, the death ball hovering above him. His teal eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the tyrant. "Is that all you've got?" he asked, his voice calm but edged with mockery. With a roar, Kakarot thrust the enormous energy ball back toward its creator. Frieza's instincts took over, and he raised both arms, bracing against the attack. The sheer force of it pushed him backward, his feet skidding across the ground. He gritted his teeth as he poured every ounce of strength into stopping the energy from overtaking him. How is this possible? He thought, his mind racing. How could a Saiyan stop my death ball? The massive sphere trembled as the tyrant pushed back against it. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his muscles straining under the weight of his own attack. But Kakarot wasn't done. "Ka, me, ha, me, ha!" Kakarot's voice rang out like thunder as a beam of brilliant blue energy surged from his palms. The beam struck the death ball, pushing it forward with unstoppable momentum. Frieza's face twisted into a mask of horror as the energy overwhelmed him. "No, no, no, no!" Frieza screamed as the death ball slammed into him. The sphere exploded on impact, sending out a colossal shockwave that tore through the battlefield. The force whipped Kakarot's golden hair back and forth as he shielded his eyes from the debris. When the dust settled, Frieza still stood. His body was battered and bruised, his armor shattered, and blood seeped from numerous wounds. One arm clutched his side as he struggled to remain upright, his breath ragged and uneven. How did you do that?" Frieza wheezed, his voice tinged with both disbelief and desperation. Kakarot floated to the ground, his aura still glowing fiercely. He stared at the tyrant with calm determination. "You're losing energy fast now. That last attack took a lot out of you. You don't even stand a chance anymore." "You dirty Saiyan," Frieza snarled, his rage igniting like a flame. "I'll kill you." With a roar, he raised a finger and fired a death beam directly at Kakarot's heart. Kakarot barely moved. With a flick of his wrist, he swatted the attack away like it was nothing. Before Frieza could react, the Super Saiyan was standing right in front of him. Kakarot's fist shot out, connecting with Frieza's chin in a devastating uppercut. The tyrant's head snapped back, and he staggered from the blow. "That was for all the Saiyans you killed," Kakarot said, his voice low and deadly. Before Frieza could recover, Kakarot drove his knee into the changeling's stomach. The force of the impact made Frieza double over, gasping for air. Kakarot's voice remained calm, but filled with cold fury. "And that's for killing Krillin!" With a sudden movement, Kakarot grabbed Frieza's head, holding it firmly in his grip. He brought his knee up again, this time smashing it into Frieza's face with a sickening crack. Blood sprayed into the air as Frieza stumbled backward, his face a mask of pain and fury. He clutched at his broken nose, his crimson eyes glaring at Kakarot. Kakarot didn't relent. He shot out a powerful kick, slamming his foot into Frieza's chest. The tyrant cried out in pain as he was sent flying backward, skidding across the ground. Before Frieza could rise, Kakarot raised a single finger. A small orb of energy formed at its tip, glowing with deadly intent. "This one's for Bardock," Kakarot said, his voice steady. The energy beam shot forward, piercing through Frieza's chest and out the other side. The tyrant froze, his crimson eyes wide in shock. Blood poured from the wound as he dropped to the ground, clutching at his chest. He gasped for air, his breaths shallow and labored.
"You filthy Saiyan," Frieza rasped, his voice barely audible. "You'll pay for this." Before he could say anything more, his body convulsed. His eyes rolled back, and his head slumped to the side. The faint energy that remained within him faded to nothing. Frieza was dead.
Kakarot stood silently, his golden aura slowly fading. He closed his eyes, feeling the tyrant's power disappear completely. It was over. Now all that remained was for him to return home.
Bardock blinked as he took in his surroundings. A gentle breeze rustled the grass around him, the field stretching out in all directions under a bright blue sky. It was Earth. How he had gotten here was a mystery, but his mind immediately turned to more pressing concerns. His father. Where was his father? He scanned the area, his sharp eyes locking onto a cluster of Namekians standing nearby. Their green skin and white robes were unmistakable, but among them were faces that pulled at his memory. His mother was there, standing tall and composed. Beside her, his uncle Raditz looked on, his usual arrogant smirk absent, replaced by a look of quiet contemplation. Off to the side, Dende tended to Piccolo, his small hands glowing with healing energy.
In the distance, Bardock's eyes caught another familiar figure. Vegeta stood apart from the others, his arms crossed and his scowl deep. The Prince of all Saiyans looked furious, his posture rigid with frustration. Suddenly, Bardock heard a voice echo in his head. "Hey," Kakarot's familiar tone cut through his swirling thoughts. "King Kai's letting me talk telepathically, from Namek to all of you. Frieza is dead, and I'll be home soon. But I can't talk anymore. See you soon." The connection went silent, but the weight of the message lingered.
"Kakarot killed Frieza," Vegeta mumbled, his tone low and almost disbelieving. Raditz, standing nearby, folded his arms with a smug grin. "I saw it with my own eyes. He transformed. His hair turned golden, his power skyrocketed, and he beat the crap out of Frieza." Vegeta's scowl deepened, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. "He's a Super Saiyan?" he muttered, as if the words themselves were a curse. "But I am the Prince of all Saiyans. I should have been the first Super Saiyan. I should be the strongest in the universe." Raditz raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. "Well, you weren't. Sucks for you, huh?"
Vegeta ignored the jab, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "I will find out how Kakarot became a Super Saiyan, and I will surpass him. I will claim my rightful place as the strongest in the universe."
Bardock watched the exchange silently, his thoughts turning inward. His father had done what no one thought possible, defeating Frieza. But now, what would happen? His gaze drifted back to Vegeta, whose simmering fury was a stark contrast to the Namekians' quiet relief. Nearly a week later, Bardock sat cross-legged on the floor of his temporary room at Capsule Corp. The once bustling building now buzzed with the low hum of unusual activity as its residents adjusted to their new circumstances. The Namekians had been graciously offered sanctuary by Bulma until they could return to their home planet. With their Dragon Balls following Guru to Earth, they only had to wait 3 months, 1 Namekian year, before the orbs would become active again. When the time came, they would wish Krillin back to life and use the second wish to send the Namekians home. It was a simple plan, but the waiting gnawed at everyone's patience.
The Saiyans, however, were another matter entirely. Unlike the Namekians, they had no home to return to. Vegeta had initially declared his intent to claim Frieza's former empire and rule the galaxy, but Raditz had quickly put an end to that idea, by force if necessary. Since then, Vegeta had thrown himself into relentless training, his obsession with surpassing Kakarot driving him to the brink of exhaustion. Raditz, not one to be left behind, had taken to training just as fiercely, though mostly to ensure Vegeta didn't get too far ahead.
Bardock, however, found solace in meditation. Sitting quietly in his dimly lit room, he let his thoughts drift. The week had been surreal, a whirlwind of emotions and revelations. The return of the Saiyan race rested on the shoulders of a small, fractured group, but something in him stirred, a hope that they could rebuild stronger than before. His eyes snapped open as he sensed someone approaching. A soft knock echoed against the door frame before Bulma poked her head inside, her bright blue hair framing her curious expression. "Why so serious?" she asked, leaning casually against the doorway. "Just meditating," Bardock replied, his tone somber. Bulma stepped inside, her arms crossed as she studied him. "Don't worry, kiddo," she said with a reassuring smile. "Your dad will be home soon." Bardock turned to her, his sharp eyes meeting hers. "Have you heard from him?"
Bulma's smile faltered slightly, but she kept her voice light. "He sent a message before he left Namek. but I haven't heard much since then. Knowing Kakarot, though, he's probably flying through space like it's a walk in the park. Bardock nodded, though the weight of uncertainty still lingered. Yeah, I just hope he's okay. He'll be fine, Bulma said firmly. Your dad's tougher than anyone I've ever met. If anyone can handle this, it's him. Kakarot exhaled sharply as he pushed himself off the ground, finishing his 1000th push-up under the immense pressure of 100x Earth's gravity. His muscles flexed effortlessly, not even strained. To him, this was just a light warm-up, a way to pass the endless hours of space travel. Despite his newfound strength, he didn't want to grow complacent. Training was second nature, a constant in his life, but no amount of exercise could fully distract him from his thoughts.
His mind drifted back to the fight with Frieza. He could still feel the sting of rage bubbling under his skin every time he thought about it, especially when he remembered how the tyrant had killed Bardock. Though Bulma had reassured him that Bardock had been successfully wished back, the memory still tore at him. Anger and guilt flared inside him whenever he let his guard down. He stopped mid-thought, frozen, as the familiar sensation of power surged within him. Before he could even react, his hair flashed golden, his eyes shifted to turquoise, and his aura erupted into a brilliant golden blaze. His energy exploded outward, rattling the walls of the gravity chamber. It was happening again. "Frieza!" Kakarot roared, his voice echoing through the small chamber. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Without thinking, he slammed his fist into the floor. The impact left a deep dent in the reinforced metal and sent tremors throughout the ship. His transformation had taken over again, wild and untamed.
This was the 10th time since the battle that he had involuntarily turned into a Super Saiyan. He still hadn't mastered the form. It came and went without warning, his emotions too closely tied to the transformation. Every flare of anger, every spike of frustration risked unleashing his full power. Suddenly, the ship's computer chimed in, its automated voice calm but urgent. "Warning, ship's course disturbed. Collision with planet imminent."
The voice cut through Kakarot's fury like a blade. He gasped, his golden aura flickering out as he forced himself back to normal. His hair returned to its usual black, his teal eyes dimming. "Ship's course?" Kakarot muttered, blinking as his surroundings came back into focus. "Planet?" The floor beneath him shook violently as the ship rattled from the disturbance. He leaped to his feet, rushing out of the gravity chamber and into the control room. On the view screen, a planet loomed closer and closer, its surface filling the display. The ship's computer spoke again, activating emergency braking. Crash imminent. Kakarot braced himself as the ship began to slow abruptly. The intense deceleration sent a shudder through the entire vessel. He grabbed onto the nearest console to steady himself as alarms blared around him. Moments later, the ship smashed into the planet's surface with a deafening crash. The impact sent debris flying in all directions, leaving a massive crater where the ship had landed. Smoke and dust billowed into the air, obscuring the view outside. Kakarot coughed as he waved a hand in front of his face, clearing the air. He glanced at the diagnostics panel, watching streams of data scroll across the screen. Despite the rough landing, the ship had held up remarkably well. Its sane spacepod-inspired design had ensured minimal damage. The diagnostics confirmed that only a few minor repairs were needed. He frowned. "Looks like I'm stuck here until I can find the parts to fix this thing. Guess I'll have to hope this planet has what I need." Kakarot turned to the computer, his fingers tapping across the console as he queried information about the planet. The ship's database held little information, but what it did reveal was promising. The planet was inhabited, its population advanced enough to have spaceports and technology that could potentially aid him. Several minutes later, Kakarot stepped out of the ship, taking a deep breath of the planet's fresh air. He was dressed in a new fighting uniform, the green fabric vibrant against the black undershirt beneath it. His boots crunched against the rocky surface of the crater as he took in his surroundings. The landscape stretched out before him, vast and barren in this area, but he could see the distant glimmer of a city skyline. "Good," Kakarot murmured to himself. "At least I didn't crash into anyone's backyard. Last thing I need is to hurt innocent people." Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing the life energy around him. There were power levels in the distance, some faint, others stronger. He turned toward the city, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto the sources of energy. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air. The wind rushed past him as he soared toward the city, determined to find the resources he needed. and maybe, just maybe, some answers about this unexpected detour. Vegeta stood in the center of the gravity room Bulma had constructed for him, his breath coming in sharp, controlled exhales. Sweat glistened on his forehead, dripping onto the polished floor as he threw a precise punch into the air. His movements were sharp and calculated, each strike loaded with frustration and determination. He growled under his breath, the weight of his fury driving him harder. Kakarot, a low-class Saiyan, had achieved what Vegeta had spent his entire life striving for, the legendary transformation that had haunted their race's history, whispered about as the pinnacle of their power, a Super Saiyan. And yet, it wasn't him, the prince of all Saiyans, who had reached it first. It was Kakarot. The thought was an insult he couldn't bear.
With a roar, Vegeta hurled an energy blast across the room. The fiery orb of power crackled as it tore through the air. Before it could reach the far wall, Vegeta vanished, reappearing in its path. He swatted it aside like a fly, sending it careening to the side. He phased out again, appearing above it, swatting it down with the same ease. Each time, he moved faster, forcing himself to push harder, draining his reflexes to the limit. The energy blast spiraled back toward him. This time, Vegeta planted his feet and crossed his arms in front of his face. The blast collided with him full force, the impact driving him backward across the floor. His boots screeched against the ground, leaving scorched marks on the reinforced metal. When the blast dissipated, Vegeta dropped to one knee, his body trembling with exhaustion. His legs shook, and he tried to rise, but his strength gave out, and he collapsed onto all fours. His chest heaved as he gasped for air, his energy completely drained from the relentless punishment he had inflicted on himself.
In another part of Capsule Corp, Raditz tilted his head to the side, narrowly dodging a punch from Nappa. The two Saiyans moved in a blur across the gravity chamber, set to 50 times Earth's gravity. "You'll have to do better than that if you want to land a hit," Raditz taunted, a sly grin on his face. "Don't get cocky," Nappa barked. His aura exploded outward in a fiery red glow as he shouted, "Kaioken X10!" The power boost surged through him, and he charged at Raditz with renewed ferocity. Nappa unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike faster and stronger than before. Raditz dodged as best he could, weaving and ducking through the storm of attacks, but Nappa's speed was too much. A heavy punch connected with Raditz's chin, sending the younger Saiyan flying backward into the wall. The impact shook the room, but Raditz recovered quickly. He snarled and launched himself back at Nappa, his fists blazing with energy. His punches and kicks came in rapid succession, forcing Nappa on the defensive. The older Saiyan blocked and parried as best he could, but Raditz's precision was unrelenting. Nappa saw an opening and shot his knee into Raditz's stomach. The blow knocked the air out of Raditz's lungs, causing him to lurch forward. Nappa grinned, capitalizing on the moment. He brought both fists down in a hammer strike on Raditz's head, sending him crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. Raditz groaned, rubbing his head as he pushed himself back up to his feet. "Not bad," he said, his tone grudgingly respectful. "You're definitely getting stronger, but you still can't win." Raditz's aura ignited in a bright red flare as he activated his own Kaioken, doubling his power. The surge of energy propelled him forward like a rocket. He slammed his fist into Nappa's face, sending the older Saiyan stumbling back. Before Nappa could regain his footing, Raditz followed up with a relentless series of blows, each strike landing with bone-crushing force. Nappa tried to defend himself, throwing a wild punch at Raditz's midsection, but the younger Saiyan vanished in an instant. Nappa's eyes darted around, searching for his opponent, but before he could react, Raditz reappeared behind him. "Too slow," Raditz growled. He gathered a ball of energy in his palm and slammed it into Nappa's back. The explosion rocked the chamber, filling it with smoke and shaking the walls. When the dust cleared, Nappa was on the ground, breathing heavily, his body sprawled out from the force of the attack. Raditz stepped forward and extended a hand, his expression softening. "I think we've done enough for now," he said, his voice calm. Nappa grunted, reaching up and clasping Raditz's hand. "Fine," he muttered, a trace of irritation in his voice, "but don't think I'm letting you have the upper hand for long." Raditz smirked as he pulled Nappa to his feet. "We'll see about that." King Kai stood with his arms crossed, watching Krillin as the bald warrior unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the air. The red aura of the Kaioken surrounded him,
pulsing with power as he moved with precision and speed. Each strike was sharper than the last, a testament to the intense training he'd undergone in the past week. King Kai adjusted his antennae, a look of approval crossing his face. He's really come a long way, he muttered to himself. Krillin's improvements were undeniable. His mastery of the Kaioken technique was better than anyone King Kai had ever seen. But it wasn't just technique. There was something different in Krillin's eyes now, a fire, a determination that hadn't been there before. I guess dying twice because you weren't strong enough will do that to a guy, King Kai mused quietly. He let out a small sigh, watching as Krillin pushed himself even harder, determined not to fall behind the others again.
Kakarot frowned as he spotted plumes of smoke rising on the horizon. His pace quickened as he flew toward the source, his green fighting uniform fluttering in the rushing wind. "What's going on here?" he muttered under his breath. As he drew closer, the answer became clear. A city was under attack. Chaos reigned in the streets below as humanoid invaders wreaked havoc, their energy blasts tearing through buildings and sending civilians fleeing in all directions. Among the chaos, a group of small pink warriors with disproportionately large heads fought back valiantly. Despite their courage, they were clearly outmatched. The invaders were stronger and more ruthless, picking off the defenders one by one. Kakarot's sharp eyes caught one of the humanoid invaders charging a blast aimed directly at a pink warrior. Without thinking, Kakarot surged forward to intercept. But before he could reach the scene, the pink warrior vanished, disappearing in a blink of speed. What the? How did he move that fast? Kakarot wondered, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the pink warrior reappeared behind the invader, slamming a fist into his back. The force of the blow sent the humanoid stumbling forward, but he recovered quickly. The invader turned, sneering as he caught the pink warrior's wrist in a tight grip. "Ready to die?" the invader growled, his laugh cold and cruel. Before the invader could strike, his fist was stopped mid-swing. A larger hand had caught it, gripping tightly. The invader turned, his sneer fading as he found himself staring at Kakarot's calm yet intense face. "What's going on here?" Kakarot asked, his voice steady but firm. The invader yanked at his captured fist, but couldn't budge it. "Beat it," he snapped, "or you'll suffer the wrath of Lord Frieza." At the mention of the name, Kakarot's expression darkened. "Frieza, huh?" he said coolly. "I don't think anyone will be suffering his wrath anytime soon." With a flick of his wrist, Kakarot sent the invader flying. The warrior slammed into the ground several feet away, unconscious from the sheer force of the backhand. Kakarot turned in time to see another blast aimed at one of the pink defenders. He phased out of sight, reappearing just in time to block the attack with his hand. The invaders quickly realized that Kakarot was no ordinary opponent. One by one, they redirected their efforts toward him. Unfortunately for them, they were no match for the warrior who had slain their master. Kakarot moved like a whirlwind, his strike swift and precise. Within seconds, the entire group of attackers lay unconscious on the ground, scattered like fallen leaves. "Thank you," one of the pink aliens said, approaching cautiously. "You're welcome," Kakarot replied, his tone warm. "What happened here?" "Frieza has taken an interest in our planet," the alien explained. "He sent these warriors to wipe us out." Kakarot's gaze shifted to the unconscious bodies of the invaders. "You won't have to worry about them anymore," he said confidently. The alien's face showed relief, but was still tinged with fear. "I just hope Frieza doesn't send more." Kakarot shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "Frieza's dead. He won't be giving you any more trouble." The alien's eyes widened in shock. "Dead? How is that possible?" Kakarot's smile grew slightly. "Let's just say he won't be coming back." The pink alien's shock gave way to gratitude. "How can we thank you for saving us?" "My ship crash landed here," Kakarot explained. "I need a few parts to repair it." "That shouldn't be a problem," the alien replied quickly. "Our planet has advanced technology. If we can't repair your ship, we can provide you with another to get you where you need to go. It's the least we can do for someone who saved our planet." "Thank you," Kakarot said sincerely, "but really, it was no trouble." The alien's expression grew somber. "Those men, they killed 10 of our best warriors." Kakarot's face fell slightly. "I'm sorry to hear that. We'll move on and rebuild," the alien said with quiet determination. "But in the meantime, come. Let Yardrat offer you our hospitality." Kakarot nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. I do have one question though." "What is that?" Kakarot asked, tilting his head in curiosity. The Yardratian spokesman looked at him, confused for a moment. What is what? Well, earlier, I saw one of your warriors fighting off the invaders, Kakarot explained, gesturing toward the city. He dodged an energy blast so quickly, I couldn't even follow his movements. I was wondering how he did that. Ah, you must be referring to the instant transmission technique, the spokesman replied, a hint of pride in his tone. It's a skill unique to our people. It allows the user to instantly move from one location to another, as long as they can sense a nearby energy signature. Kakarot's eyes widened, and a grin spread across his face. Wow, that sounds incredible. Instantly moving like that, it could be so useful. It is, the spokesman agreed, nodding. As a species, we Yardratians aren't particularly strong, but we've developed a number of techniques that make up for our lack of raw power. Kakarot scratched the back of his head, thinking about the possibilities. Do you think you could teach me this instant transmission thing? The spokesman smiled warmly. Of course, we would be happy to teach you. Bulma leaned back in her luxurious bathtub, letting the hot water ease the tension from her shoulders. Steam filled the bathroom, curling around her as she closed her eyes and let out a contented sigh. After a long, chaotic day, this was exactly what she needed. The peaceful moment didn't last long, though. The shrill ring of her phone echoed through the house, shattering the quiet. Groaning, Bulma reached for the phone on the nearby counter, sloshing water over the edge of the tub in the process. "Hello?" she said, trying to keep the annoyance out of her voice. "Hey, babe, it's me," came Kakarot's familiar voice through the line, slightly crackling but unmistakable. A smile instantly replaced her irritation. "Hey, what's up? I figured you'd be home in the next day or so." "Well," Kakarot began, his tone a little sheepish, "I ran into a bit of a snag. The ship got damaged and crash landed." Bulma's smile disappeared, replaced by concern. "That's terrible. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Kakarot assured her quickly. "The natives here are really nice, and they said they can fix the ship, but it might take a while." Bulma leaned back against the edge of the tub, relief washing over her. "I'm glad you're all right, but that's too bad. I was looking forward to giving you your congratulations for beating Frieza present." There was a pause on the other end of the line, and Bulma could swear she heard a faint tension in Kakarot's breathing when she mentioned Frieza's name. "That sounds great," he said eventually, though his voice seemed distant. "What's wrong?" Bulma asked gently, her tone softening. Kakarot hesitated before speaking. I might not be coming back right away, even after the ship is repaired." Bulma sat up straighter in the tub, frowning. "Why not?" "Well," Kakarot said, choosing his words carefully, "I didn't tell you how the ship got damaged. While I was training, I transformed into a Super Saiyan again. It happened when I was thinking about Frieza, and I couldn't stop it. I can't control when it happens, Bulma." Her brow furrowed as she listened. "You mean it's still happening? Even now?" "Yeah," he admitted. "It's completely unpredictable. I don't want to put you or Earth in danger if I lose control. I need to figure out how to stop the spontaneous transformations before I can come back." Bulma sighed, understanding the weight of what he was saying, but still feeling the sting of disappointment. "So, when do you think you'll be able to come back?" "I don't know for sure," Kakarot replied honestly, "but I promise I'll work as hard as I can. As soon as I can control it, I'll come back." "I understand," Bulma said quietly, her voice steady despite the emotion stirring within her. "Just promise me you'll try to hurry. I'll have a special surprise waiting for you when you get here." There was a slight pause on the line, and then she heard Kakarot chuckle softly. "I look forward to that, my love." Hearing the warmth in his voice brought a small smile back to Bulma's face. "Stay safe, Kakarot."
"I will," he said. "Take care, Bulma. I love you." The call ended, leaving Bulma sitting in her now lukewarm bath, her thoughts swirling with a mix of pride, worry, and anticipation.
Kakarot sat cross-legged on the rocky terrain of Yardrat, his eyes closed and his breathing steady. The stillness around him was broken only by the occasional whistle of the wind. It had been nearly a year since his battle against Frieza, a fight that had pushed him to awaken the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. But with that power came an unsettling lack of control. For months, the mere thought of Frieza's cruelty was enough to trigger the transformation. Now, after relentless meditation and training, Kakarot was closer than ever to mastering his newfound abilities. As his mind focused, he felt the familiar surge of energy bubbling beneath the surface, a wild force demanding release. Slowly he stood, his movements deliberate and calculated, his fists clenched tightly by his sides as he honed in on the energy within. The ground beneath him trembled as gusts of wind swirled in every direction, whipping his orange gi and untamed hair. His black locks flickered, glowing golden for brief moments before reverting. Then, with one final push, his hair and eyebrows turned a radiant gold, and his dark eyes shifted to an intense teal. The transformation was complete. Kakarot lowered his arms and exhaled deeply. His surroundings were intact, untouched by the violent energy that had once caused so much destruction whenever he powered up. A faint smile crossed his face. Finally, he muttered to himself, the golden aura dimming slightly but still present. He gazed out at the horizon, where the twin suns of Yardrat were beginning to set. His thoughts turned to Earth, to his wife and son. He missed them deeply, but his determination to protect them outweighed his longing. This was why he had stayed away, to ensure he could control this overwhelming power. Yeah, he murmured with resolve. Walking toward his spaceship, it's time to go home. As the ship's hatch opened with a soft hiss, Kakarot took one last look at the barren yet peaceful planet that had been his training ground. He stepped inside, thoughts of home filling his mind as the door sealed shut behind him. Bardock's training. Inside a high-tech gravity room on Earth, Bardock leaped through the air, sweat dripping from his forehead as he dodged and countered invisible attacks. Each punch and kick he threw carried the weight of someone determined to grow stronger. The gravity in the chamber was set to 150 times Earth's normal pull, a level most would find unbearable. For Bardock, it was a challenge he welcomed. He landed with a thud, the metallic floor groaning under the force of his landing. Without hesitation, he sprang back into action, his movements swift and precise. The chamber's artificial gravity pushed against him, testing his every move. "Come on, old man," Bardock grunted, imagining his father standing in front of him. "I'll show you I'm not a kid anymore." But as much as he tried to focus on his training, there was an ache in his heart. He missed his father, Kakarot. Sparring against empty air just wasn't the same. He needed a real opponent, someone to push him to his limits. Bardock paused, catching his breath. His tail swished lazily behind him as he looked around the room. The advanced equipment was a gift from his mother, Bulma, for his last birthday. She had designed it to exceed the capabilities of any other gravity chamber, but she had sworn him to secrecy about its true limit. Not a word to anyone about it going over 100 times gravity, she had warned. "I don't need a bunch of Saiyans pestering me to build them one." He smirked at the memory, but his smile faded as the emptiness of the room reminded him again of his father's absence. Bardock let out a long sigh and deactivated the gravity controls. The oppressive weight lifted, and he stretched his arms above his head. Raditz, his uncle, had been busy training with Nappa most of the time. The two full-blooded Saiyans had grown closer recently, leaving Bardock with fewer chances to spar with them. Vegeta? Well, Vegeta was Vegeta. Bardock rolled his eyes at the thought of the prince. "At least Mom lets me train," he muttered, stepping out of the chamber. He grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat from his face. After they'd returned from Namek, his mother had insisted he balance training with education. Bardock still shuddered at the memory of her ultimatum: study at home or go to school. "No way was I going to school," he said to himself, chuckling. Instead, he'd agreed to complete his schoolwork at home. It wasn't too bad. Most days, he could finish it in a few hours and still have time to train. After experiencing the terror of Frieza firsthand, Bardock had vowed to become stronger. He didn't know what other threats might be out there, but he wasn't going to be caught unprepared. He stepped outside, feeling the crisp air against his skin. Looking up at the sky, he clenched his fist. "Dad, wherever you are, you'd better be ready," he said, determination gleaming in his eyes. "When you get back, I'll be strong enough to take you on." Bardock froze mid-strike as a wave of energy pulsed through him, making every hair on his body stand on end. The raw, immense power heading toward Earth was unmistakable and terrifying. It wasn't his father. The energy felt dark, almost suffocating, but it carried an unsettling familiarity. His mind raced to connect the dots. Then it hit him like a punch to the gut. "Frieza?" he muttered under his breath, his voice trembling slightly. No, that couldn't be. Frieza was dead. He had seen it with his own eyes. Shaking off his shock, Bardock quickly refocused. "Gravity off," he barked. The room responded instantly, returning to normal conditions. Without hesitation, Bardock blasted through the gravity chamber's doors, the air around him crackling as he shot into the sky. The wind roared past his ears as he flew toward the source of the power. He pushed himself faster, the uneasy feeling gnawing at his stomach. If this energy was anything like Frieza's, then Earth was in grave danger. Before long, he noticed two figures closing in on him. Raditz and Nappa quickly caught up, their determined expressions matching the gravity of the situation. "You know Mom's gonna kill you, right?" Raditz said, his tone dry but laced with concern. "Rushing off to fight something like this on your own? Not your smartest move, kid." Bardock smirked, though the tension in his jaw betrayed his nerves. "Well, that's why I let you two come along. You're my backup plan." "Backup plan, huh?" Nappa chuckled, his deep voice carrying a mix of pride and excitement. "Good to know we're still useful." Bardock slowed his flight, letting the older warriors close the distance. Despite the banter, all three knew this wasn't a time for jokes. The ominous power was growing stronger by the second, and whatever, or whoever, was behind it, they would have to face it together. Inside another gravity chamber, Krillin was gasping for breath as he completed his 10,000th push-up. Sweat dripped off his nose, pooling on the sleek metal floor beneath him. His body ached, but he welcomed the pain. It was a constant reminder of how far he had come since the last time he died, a humiliation he vowed never to endure again. 9 months ago, he'd been wished back to life, after dying in yet another unwinnable battle. The sting of defeat and helplessness still haunted him, driving him to train harder than ever before. Every day, he pushed himself to his limits, refusing to be a liability to his friends. As he rose to his feet, Krillin's sharp senses flared, and his heart sank. An enormous power was hurtling toward Earth. His first thought was disbelief. This energy felt faintly familiar, but it was steeped in malice. "This can't be good," he muttered, grabbing a towel to wipe his face. The air in the chamber seemed heavier as dread settled in his chest. Whoever, or whatever, was coming, their intent was anything but friendly. Without wasting another second, Krillin powered up and launched himself into the sky, speeding toward the source of the disturbance.
Chi-Chi stood in Yamcha's bedroom, holding a pair of pink panties between her thumb and forefinger like they were radioactive. Her face was a mask of fury, her lips pressed into a thin line. "What are these?" she demanded, her voice sharp as a blade.
Yamcha, standing awkwardly near the doorway, froze. His eyes darted to the offending garment in her hand. He cleared his throat, trying to stall for time. "They're a gift for you, of course." Chi-Chi's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "Oh, really? Then why do they reek of perfume, and not mine, I might add?" She stepped closer, her voice rising with each word. "If you were going to cheat on me, the least you could do was get rid of the evidence before inviting me over." "Wait, I can explain?" Yamcha stammered, holding his hands up defensively. "Explain?" Chi-Chi scoffed, her voice dripping with venom. "There's nothing to explain. We're done, Yamcha." Before he could say another word, she spun on her heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Yamcha was left standing alone in the wreckage of his relationship.
He sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. Great, just great. In truth, he couldn't blame her. He had cheated, and now it had come back to bite him. That night with the random woman at the bar had been a mistake, a stupid, drunken mistake. But regrets wouldn't fix this now. As he stood there wallowing in self-pity, a sudden surge of energy jolted him out of his thought. His head snapped up, his senses locking on to the power heading toward Earth.
"Seriously? Now?" he groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Couldn't this wait until after my life fell apart?" Despite his frustration, Yamcha knew he couldn't ignore the threat. With a deep breath, he powered up and took to the skies, heading straight for the source of the energy. Whatever it wasn't friendly, and he wasn't about to let Earth go undefended.
Bardock, Raditz, and Nappa descended into a dense forest clearing, their boots crunching softly against the grass as they landed. The oppressive energy they had been tracking was growing stronger by the second. All three warriors felt the tension in the air, as if it were something solid pressing down on them. Raditz folded his arms and surveyed the area. "Now we wait," he said firmly. "Suppress your power levels. If they sense us, we'll lose any advantage we might have." Bardock and Nappa exchanged a brief glance before complying, their energy signatures fading into near nothingness. The oppressive weight of the approaching power wasn't lost on any of them. Bardock, fidgeting slightly, finally broke the silence.
"How are we supposed to stop something like this?" he asked, trying to keep the nervousness out of his voice. "That power feels massive." Raditz's expression hardened. "We fight together," he said simply, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Only weaklings fight together," came a condescending voice from above. All three warriors turned to see Vegeta descending from the sky, his arms crossed, his trademark smirk firmly in place. "Nice of you to show up, Vegeta," Bardock said dryly, his words laced with sarcasm. Raditz stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "You're a fool if you believe that," he said coldly. "You know as well as I do you don't stand a chance against that power alone." Vegeta's smirk twitched, but he refused to back down. "Not yet," he admitted. But when I ascend to a Super Saiyan, I'll crush them with ease. If you ever ascend, Nappa said with a scoff, you're not even sure it's possible for you. What if Kakarot is the only one who can become a Super Saiyan? You might never— You insolent oaf, Vegeta snarled, raising a glowing hand as energy crackled in his palm. I will ascend. I will surpass all of you. Nappa smirked and stepped forward, his massive frame squaring off with the prince. Then prove it, he said, his voice calm but full of challenge. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Vegeta. You're strong, but you're not invincible. And you definitely haven't mastered the Kaioken. Before Vegeta could unleash his attack, a new voice cut through the tension. Enough! Piccolo's deep, gravelly voice silenced the argument as he stepped into view from the shadows of the forest. His arms were crossed, and his stern glare pinned both Vegeta and Nappa in place. You two idiots want to broadcast our location? Because that's exactly what you're doing. Vegeta growled, but lowered his hand, the energy dissipating. Nappa huffed and took a step back, though his smirk remained. Fine, Vegeta muttered. But when this is over, we're settling this. Whatever you say, Prince, Nappa replied, rolling his eyes. Piccolo ignored the exchange and turned his attention to the horizon. His antennae twitched slightly as he focused on the approaching powers. There's more than one, he said grimly. Bardock frowned. More than one? What do you mean? Piccolo nodded. Two distinct powers, he clarified, and they're both significant. But that's not all. It feels like they brought an army with them. Raditz cursed under his breath. An army. Great. Just what we needed. Before anyone could respond, Krillin landed in the clearing, his orange GI slightly scuffed from his rapid flight. Nice of you to join us, Raditz said, his tone dry but tinged with respect. Krillin offered a small smile. Figured you could use some backup. Raditz gave him a once-over and nodded approvingly. You've gotten stronger, he admitted. I've been training like crazy, Krillin replied. After what happened on Namek, I can't let myself be weak again. Yeah, it shows, came Tien's voice, as he and Yamcha landed nearby. Yamcha rubbed the back of his neck, his expression sheepish. I gotta say, I'm feeling a bit outclassed here, he admitted. I should have trained harder. You think? Raditz muttered under his breath. Quiet, Piccolo ordered, his sharp gaze snapping to the sky. It's landing. All heads turned toward the horizon as a massive flying saucer descended through the clouds. The air grew heavy with malevolence as the ship settled onto the ground with a low, mechanical hum. The ship's hatch opened slowly, steam hissing as the ramp lowered. From the shadows within, two figures emerged. The first was a familiar sight, though not one anyone had hoped to see again. A white alien with purple accents on his elbows, knees, and head stepped forward, his mechanical tail swishing behind him. His chest bore a metallic plate, covering what had once been a grievous wound. Frieza, Bardock whispered, his fists clenching. But the second figure made even Frieza look small. The towering being stood nearly 8 feet tall, his armor a gleaming reminder of the Planet Trade Organization's grip on the galaxy. Two massive bull-like horns jutted from the sides of his head, and his purple skin was streaked with pink along his neck, arms, and legs. King Cold, Piccolo muttered, his voice low and full of unease. The two aliens surveyed the area, their expressions a mix of disdain and cruel amusement. King Cold was the first to speak, his voice smooth and arrogant. I still don't see why we didn't just destroy this planet from orbit, he said, glancing at Frieza. I told you, father, Frieza sneered, his sharp voice dripping with venom. I want my revenge on that insolent Saiyan who dared wound me so grievously. I'll leave this miserable planet in ruins, and when he returns, I'll personally see to his demise. King Cold raised an eyebrow, his towering frame exuding calm disdain. If you can, that is, he said, his deep voice filled with cold amusement. The last encounter didn't exactly go in your favor, did it? He seemed to leave quite the impression on your pride and your body. Frieza's tail flicked angrily, the mechanical replacement clinking faintly. I was caught off guard, he spat, his lips curling into a snarl. From their vantage point, Bardock clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. It's him, he said through gritted teeth. It's Frieza. I thought my dad finished him off. I guess he survived somehow, Raditz replied grimly, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the alien's mechanical enhancements. Looks like he's had some upgrades after the beating Kakarot gave him. Nappa cracked his knuckles, the sound like distant thunder. Let's make sure we finish the job this time, he said, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. Where are these Earthlings? King Cold drawled, his tone laced with boredom. His golden eyes scanned the horizon lazily, as if he were waiting for a servant to bring him tea. I was under the impression they would sense our arrival and come groveling by now. Patience, father, Frieza said, his smirk revealing razor-sharp teeth. They'll come soon enough, and if they don't, I'll just have to speed up the process by tearing this planet apart piece by piece. That always gets their attention. King Cold shook his head disapprovingly. So uncivilized, he muttered.
Just as Frieza opened his mouth to reply, a lone figure descended from the cliffs above, his silhouette sharp against the bright sky. The air grew heavy as he floated down, landing gracefully in the clearing. Frieza, Raditz said, his voice cold and steady as he stepped forward. I see you're still alive.
Frieza's eyes widened briefly before his lips curled into a cruel smile. Well, well, he said mockingly. If it isn't one of my runaway pets, I thought I'd lost you. Raditz's expression didn't waver. We're not your pets anymore, Frieza, he said, his voice laced with defiance. Kakarot defeated you once, and he'll do it again if he has to. Frieza chuckled darkly, the sound reverberating through the air. Now that's amusing, he said, but I'm afraid your dear brother isn't here to save you. He only left planet Yardred a few days ago. And from my calculations, he won't return for several hours. That's more than enough time for me to turn this planet into an empty wasteland. A nice welcoming gift for him, wouldn't you say? You'll have to get through me first, Raditz growled. His aura flared suddenly, a vibrant crimson that surged around him like a blazing inferno. The ground trembled beneath his feet as his power climbed higher and higher. Raditz clenched his fist, feeling his muscles strain under the intense pressure of the Kaioken technique. He had pushed it to X25, knowing full well that it wouldn't be enough to defeat Frieza. But he also knew his limit, and that overextending himself could destroy his body. Kakarot, you'd better get here soon, Raditz thought, his heart pounding in his chest. I don't know how long I can hold him off. Bardock gritted his teeth as he watched Raditz square off against Frieza. His fingers twitched with the urge to join the fight. Why are we just sitting here? He hit. Raditz can't take him alone. He's going to need our help. If we jump in now, Nappa said, his voice low but firm, we'll lose our best advantage. Frieza doesn't know we're here. If we keep our power suppressed, we might actually catch him off guard. For now, hold your position. Bardock's tail flicked behind him restlessly, but he begrudgingly nodded, keeping his power low as they waited for the right moment. Get him, men! Frieza barked, his voice sharp and commanding. At his signal, hundreds of soldiers poured out from the ship, a chaotic swarm of various alien species, each armed to the teeth. They charged toward Raditz, their battle cries filling the air. Raditz didn't flinch. The first warrior lunged at him with a jagged blade, but Raditz caught the blade mid-swing with his bare hand. He drove his other fist through the soldier's chest, sending the lifeless body flying backward.
A second attacker met an even swifter end as Raditz unleashed a small, precise energy blast, obliterating the soldier in an instant. One by one, the warriors fell, their numbers thinning rapidly as Raditz moved like a whirlwind of destruction. Within seconds, the battlefield was silent again, the ground littered with smoking craters and lifeless bodies.
Raditz lowered his hands, his chest heaving as his aura flared around him. He locked eyes with Frieza, his expression unyielding. Impressive, King Cold said, his tone dripping with false admiration. Now I can see why my son had so much trouble with you pesky Saiyans.
Raditz didn't look away from Frieza. Did you really think your men would stand a chance against me? He asked, his voice steady but sharp. Of course not, Frieza replied with a wicked grin. But they're expendable, and, well, I do enjoy watching a good fight now and then. It's entertaining. Shall we get to it then? King Cold's voice cut through the tense air like a blade. He tapped his fingers impatiently against his arm. I must say, I'm starting to grow a bit bored with all this posturing. Frieza glanced at his father, a smirk creeping across his lips. Oh, don't worry, father. I'm getting to it, he said with a dramatic flair, his voice laced with amusement. I do enjoy a bit of theater, after all.
Raditz floated closer, his crimson aura flaring faintly around him. He crossed his arms and smirked. I'll tell you what, Frieza, he said, his voice calm but full of challenge. I'll give you a free shot. One chance. Let's see what you've got. Frieza's eyes widened slightly before narrowing into gleaming slits. Oh, how generous of you, he sneered. But don't think you're in any position to be offering such deals. Still, he raised a finger, his smirk growing wider. I'll humor you. Just don't dodge. Otherwise, this little attack of mine might accidentally wipe out your precious planet, and wouldn't that be a shame? As he spoke, a small orb of energy began to form at the tip of his finger, crackling and pulsing with destructive force. The orb rapidly expanded, growing to the size of a basketball, its glow casting ominous shadows across the ground. Raditz held his ground, watching the tyrant's every move. But before Frieza could unleash his attack, a sharp, spinning blade of energy whizzed through the air with deadly precision. The Destructo Disc struck Frieza from behind, slicing cleanly through his neck. His head separated from his body in an instant, both pieces falling unceremoniously to the ground. Krillin hovered in the air behind him, his red aura blazing like wildfire as the remains of the attack fizzled out in the air. "Nice assist," Raditz said, nodding appreciatively as he floated over to Frieza's lifeless body. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a quick but powerful burst of energy. The blast incinerated what was left of the Tyrant, leaving no trace behind. "That's the end of him," Raditz said firmly. "He won't be coming back this time." Krillin let his aura fade, his body trembling slightly as he caught his breath. Holding the Kaioken at X-35 had pushed him to his limit, but the payoff was undeniable. A small, exhausted smile spread across his face. "At least the training wasn't for nothing," he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Raditz turned his gaze to King Cold, his expression hardening. "Your turn," he said coldly, pointing at the towering figure. "You'll be joining your son in the other world soon enough." King Cold raised an eyebrow, his amusement evident. "Oh, will I now?" he asked, his voice calm but filled with menace. His body erupted with an intense aura of energy, causing the ground beneath him to crack and tremble. "I must admit, I'm rather impressed by your confidence, but it's misplaced." Cracks began forming all over King Cold's body, and radiant light escaped from the fractures. The fragments of his outer form shattered and flew in all directions, leaving the air heavy with shockwaves. When the light finally faded, King Cold stood transformed. His towering frame was leaner, but far more menacing, his blue skin shimmering with streaks of dark blue along his knees, elbows, and the crown of his now bald head. He looked eerily similar to Frieza's fourth form, but his aura radiated an even greater sense of terror. "I can achieve my full power in an instant," King Cold said with a cruel laugh. "Allow me to demonstrate." Raditz stared, frozen in disbelief. The sheer energy radiating from King Cold was overwhelming, unlike anything he had ever felt before. His hands trembled at his sides. He had faced Frieza with confidence, knowing he could push his Kaioken further if needed. But this was something entirely different. "Now," King Cold said, raising both hands as a colossal ball of energy formed between them. "Let's play a little game. I'll make it easy for you. It's the same one you played with my son. If you drop the ball," he paused, smirking as the massive sphere of energy crackled ominously. "The planet goes up in flames." Krillin's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the immense energy gather in King Cold's hand. His body screamed in protest, the strain from the previous battle still weighing on him. But he clenched his fists and let out a determined breath. "I can't just stand here," he muttered. His red aura flared to life again, crackling with intensity as he summoned another Destructo Disc. The spinning blade of energy hummed in his hand, sharp and deadly. He raised the attack, preparing to strike, but before he could release it, King Cold's piercing eyes locked onto him. The tyrant smirked, and in a flash, fired a powerful blast in Krillin's direction. The monk barely had time to react. He dropped the Destructo Disc and crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself as the blast collided with him. The impact sent him hurtling backward, smoke and debris trailing behind him. King Cold chuckled, his voice dripping with malice. "Did you really think that little trick would work twice?" he taunted, turning his attention back to Raditz. Raditz's body tensed as King Cold hurled the massive ball of energy directly at him. The blazing sphere hurtled downward, its intense heat distorting the air as it descended. Before Cold could savor the moment, his attention was drawn to a pair of figures rushing toward him, a hulking bald Saiyan and a small boy with striking blue hair. Both radiated a fiery red aura, their energy blazing as they closed in with a synchronized flurry of punches and kicks aimed at the tyrant's face. To them, it might have seemed like they had a chance to turn the tide. To Cold, it was almost comical. The tyrant smirked and thrust his fist forward, driving it into the bald warrior's stomach with the force of a battering ram. The Saiyan's aura flickered and sputtered out as he doubled over, clutching his abdomen in agony. Cold chuckled, the sound deep and mocking, enjoying the pitiful display before him. But before he could revel further in his dominance, the boy's foot connected sharply with the side of his head. Cold didn't even flinch. His expression shifted to mild amusement as he turned his gaze to the young attacker. "You thought that would hurt?" Cold muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. Without hesitation, he seized the boy's leg in one swift motion. His grip was unyielding, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he spun the boy around like a ragdoll before hurling him toward the incapacitated bald warrior. The boy crashed into his companion, and both hit the ground in a heap, neither showing any sign of getting back up. Cold stretched, cracking his neck and rolling his shoulders. It had been a long time since he felt this comfortable in his true form, and this pathetic resistance only made his superiority more satisfying. His attention shifted back to Raditz, who was still struggling against the massive energy ball hurtling toward him. Cold's lips curled into a smug grin. There was no way the Saiyan could stop it. The destruction of this backwater planet was only moments away. Raditz, however, wasn't ready to give up. His crimson aura flared wildly as he planted his feet, his hands outstretched in a desperate attempt to hold back the attack. Sweat poured down his face, and his muscles strained as he shouted through gritted teeth, "I won't let this end here." The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled as the ball of energy pressed him down inch by inch. Realizing his limits were fast approaching, Raditz roared, "Kaioken, times 35. His aura exploded outward in a blazing inferno of red light, but even that wasn't enough. The energy continued to bear down, overpowering his strength. "I can't fail!" he screamed, his voice raw with desperation and determination. Suddenly, his red aura flickered, and his hair flashed gold for an instant. A surge of power tore through him like an unstoppable wave. His scream reached a fever pitch as his aura erupted, golden light now consuming him entirely. Raditz's hair remained gold, his eyes gleaming turquoise, as his power soared to unimaginable levels. With a thunderous roar, he pushed back against the attack, the energy ball lifting off the ground and sailing through the air, narrowly missing Cold as it shot into the atmosphere. Seconds later, it exploded harmlessly in space. Raditz stood tall, facing the tyrant with unyielding resolve. His golden aura swirled around him like a raging storm. The transformation had completed. Raditz had become a Super Saiyan. From a distance, Vegeta's voice rang out, his tone sharp with disbelief. How? His fists trembled at his sides as his eyes widened. How could he do it? It was already unbearable that Kakarot had surpassed him by achieving the legendary form, but now Raditz, the lowest of the low, had reached the same level. It was inconceivable. Raditz wasted no time. He launched himself toward King Cold, his newfound power surging through him with every step. His right fist shot forward, aimed directly at the tyrant's face. Cold raised a hand and blocked the attack effortlessly, his mocking laughter echoing across the battlefield. "Is that all you've got?" Cold taunted, his expression smug. Raditz's face twisted into a snarl. Wasting no time, he pivoted and slammed his left leg into Cold's ribs with a bone-crunching blow. The force sent Cold skidding backward several feet, his smirk faltering for a moment. Raditz vanished in a blur, reappearing behind the tyrant with both fists raised high. He brought them down in a powerful axe-handle strike aimed at Cold's head, but Cold was ready. He raised his arms and blocked the attack, the impact sending a shockwave rippling outward. With a smirk returning to his face, Cold whipped his tail around, striking Raditz across the face. The blow sent the golden-haired Saiyan crashing into the ground with a resounding boom. Dust and debris filled the air as Raditz's body hit the dirt with brutal force. Raditz staggered to his feet, his body aching from the relentless assault. He wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Despite the immense power coursing through him in his Super Saiyan form, it was clear that this fight would push him to his absolute limit. His golden aura flickered, but held steady as he steadied himself, his expression hardening into one of determination. He extended his arms wide, crackling energy forming in each hand. The intense light of his ki illuminated the battlefield as he brought his palms together. "Double Sunday!" he shouted, his voice echoing with raw power as a massive beam of energy erupted from his hands and shot straight toward King Cold. The tyrant watched the incoming attack with an air of calculated calm. Crossing his arms in front of him, he braced himself, allowing the energy to collide head-on. The explosion lit up the sky, a deafening roar accompanying the surge of power. Smoke and debris engulfed Cold's figure as the ground trembled beneath their feet. When the dust cleared, King Cold stood firm, his arms lowering as his crimson eyes locked onto Raditz. His body bore marks of the attack. Burns and bruises speckled his pale skin, but his grin was unshaken. "Impressive," he admitted with a cold chuckle. "I can see why my son might have found this Super Saiyan transformation problematic." His expression hardened, a malicious glint in his eye. But let me make something very clear. I am not Frieza. Before Raditz could react, Cold vanished in an instant. The air seemed to shift behind him, and a crushing blow struck his side, driving Cold's fist deep into his kidney. Raditz let out a choked gasp of pain as his body doubled forward. Cold grabbed a fistful of his spiky golden hair, yanking him backward and slamming his face into the tyrant's armored knee with sickening force. Raditz's vision blurred as Cold held him suspended by his hair, like a predator toying with its prey. The tyrant's fists became a blur, raining punch after punch into Raditz's stomach and chest. Each strike echoed like thunder, and the Saiyan's golden aura flickered with every blow. Within minutes, the brilliant gold faded entirely, replaced by the dull black of his natural state. His body went limp in Cold's grasp. The tyrant sneered as he lifted Raditz higher, letting his unconscious form dangle lifelessly. "Done already?" Cold mocked, shaking the Saiyan like a broken doll. "How disappointing. I expected more from a so-called Super Saiyan." Raditz, of course, didn't answer. Cold sighed and tossed the unconscious Saiyan aside, letting his body tumble across the ground like discarded trash. Turning his attention to the desolate battlefield, he raised a hand, energy gathering at his fingertips. "I suppose I'll just finish you off now," he mused. And then, of course, this miserable planet.
Before he could fire, a calm but firm voice cut through the chaos. "No, you'll face me first." Cold paused, turning his head toward the source of the challenge. A new figure stood defiantly in the distance, slowly stepping forward with a measured pace. This Saiyan was leaner than Raditz, but carried himself with an unshakable confidence. He wore a green one-piece fighting uniform with black undershirt and wristband, and his hair, though much shorter than Raditz's, spiked up in a familiar way.
Cold's eyes narrowed as he sized up the newcomer. "And who might you be?" he asked, his tone laced with condescension. The warrior stopped, crossing his arms over his chest. "Kakarot," he replied evenly, his voice brimming with quiet menace. "And I'm the one who's going to end you." Cold's lips curled into a smirk. "Ah, another one of you monkeys. Let me guess. Another transformation? Gold hair? Sparkly aura?" He chuckled dryly. "Your friend tried that already. It didn't go very well for him."
Kakarot's expression didn't waver. Without a word, his black hair began to shimmer and shift, turning bright gold in a flash. His turquoise eyes locked onto Cold's as his golden aura erupted around him like a blazing inferno. "We'll see," Kakarot said, a confident grin spreading across his face. Cold's smirk faded as he rushed forward, feinting to the left with blinding speed. Kakarot vanished before the attack could land, reappearing several feet away in the blink of an eye. But Cold was prepared. The moment Kakarot reappeared, the tyrant was on him, driving a fist into his face with devastating force. Kakarot flew backward from the impact, flipping through the air before regaining his balance mid-flight. Without hesitation, Kakarot rocketed back toward Cold, his aura leaving a golden streak in his wake. Cold stood his ground, a sly grin creeping back onto his face as he swung his leg in a wide arc. The strike seemed to land cleanly, aimed directly at Kakarot's midsection, but it passed harmlessly through an afterimage. The real Kakarot reappeared behind him, both fists raised high.
With a roar, Kakarot brought his fist crashing down onto the back of Cold's head. The tyrant's body shot downward like a missile, slamming toward the ground below. But before Cold could hit the earth, Kakarot was already there, waiting with an energy blast, charged and ready. "Take this!" Kakarot shouted, unleashing the blast directly at Cold. The attack struck with incredible force, halting Cold's descent and engulfing him in a blinding explosion of light and power. King Cold struggled to regain control, the force of Kakarot's energy blast still sending him spiraling through the air. His mind reeled with disbelief. How had this Saiyan managed to strike with such speed and precision? The tyrant gritted his teeth, straining against the searing energy. But before he could break free, Kakarot appeared behind him once more. Without hesitation, the Super Saiyan hurled another energy blast, its brilliant glow cutting through the sky like a comet. Cold barely had a moment to register the attack before it collided with his back, pinning him between the two bursts of ki. The resulting explosion was deafening, a colossal shockwave rippling across the battlefield and shaking the earth to its core. Dust and smoke billowed outward, forcing the Z-fighters watching from a distance to shield their faces against the sheer force of the blast. When the dust finally began to settle, all eyes turned skyward. King Cold emerged from the smoke, his body battered and broken. Burns covered his once pristine form, blood oozed from numerous wounds, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He clutched his side, favoring ribs that were undoubtedly cracked, if not shattered. His crimson eyes darted around, searching for his opponent, expecting another sudden strike. But Kakarot wasn't hiding. He floated calmly in the air a short distance away, his golden aura shimmering around him like a blazing sun. His expression was steady, confident, as if daring Cold to make his next move.
"You dirty monkey!" Cold spat through gritted teeth, venom dripping from every word. "I never understood why my son allowed even one of your wretched kind to live." Kakarot tilted his head, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, poor thing. Doesn't feel so good when someone stronger comes along, does it?" Cold's face twisted in rage. "Stronger?" He barked out a laugh, though it was laced with bitterness. "You ignorant fool. You think this is my full strength? Once you've seen my true power, you'll regret every second of your arrogance." Kakarot's smirk widened into a toothy grin, his turquoise eyes sparkling with amusement. "If you've got a true power, then go ahead and show me. I'm dying to see what you've got." Cold's fists clenched tightly at his sides, his body trembling as his anger reached its boiling point. With a guttural roar, his crimson aura flared to life, crackling with raw energy. His muscles swelled as his body surged with power, his transformation visibly straining the air around him. The light of his aura faded slightly as he completed his power-up, his bulkier frame now radiating renewed strength. Despite his transformation, his appearance had not changed much, but the oppressive energy pouring off of him was palpable. "Now, Saiyan," Cold growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Shall we finish this?"
Kakarot raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Before he could respond, Cold was already moving, his massive frame cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Kakarot's instincts screamed at him as Cold's left hook closed in, aiming to take his head clean off. He barely managed to raise his arm in time, blocking the blow. The impact was immense, a shockwave ripping through the air as the force of the punch sent vibrations down his entire body. Kakarot grunted, the sheer power behind Cold's attack catching him off guard. The tyrant didn't let up for a second. Punches and kicks rained down in a relentless assault, each one faster and more precise than the last. Kakarot did his best to parry and dodge, but Cold's raw power was overwhelming. Finally, the tyrant's fist broke through his defenses, slamming into Kakarot's chest with enough force to send him flying backward like a cannonball. Before Kakarot could regain control, Cold's tail lashed out, wrapping around his ankle in a vice-like grip. The tyrant yanked him back with brutal strength, dragging the Super Saiyan into range for his next move. Cold brought his head forward in a vicious headbutt, the sharp crack of impact echoing across the battlefield.
Blood spattered from Kakarot's nose and mouth as his head snapped back, his vision blurring from the brutal blow. Cold's grin widened, sensing the opening. Without missing a beat, the tyrant threw a devastating left hook, the punch rocketing toward Kakarot's temple with terrifying precision. Kakarot raised 2 fingers to his forehead, just as King Cold's punch came hurtling toward him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, teleporting away mere milliseconds before the blow could connect. He reappeared below and behind the tyrant, catching sight of Cold's confused expression as the changeling frantically glanced around, trying to locate his opponent. Taking advantage of the brief moment of respite, Kakarot exhaled sharply, trying to catch his breath. Cold was not only powerful, but relentless, and Kakarot knew it would take every ounce of his strength to end this battle.
The Super Saiyan didn't give Cold time to recover. Phasing back into view directly in front of him, Kakarot unleashed a crushing punch into the tyrant's stomach. The impact was immediate and brutal. Cold's crimson eyes widened as blood spurted from his mouth, and he doubled over in agony. Kakarot didn't waste the opportunity. He stepped back, cupping his hands at his side, energy already swirling between his palms. "Me, he began, his voice steady but charged with determination. King Cold growled, pushing through the pain, and swung a wild fist toward Kakarot's head. But before the blow could land, Kakarot vanished again, teleporting behind the tyrant in a flash. "Ha!" he roared, releasing the fully charged Kamehameha wave directly into Cold's back. The immense beam of energy engulfed the tyrant, blasting him forward with incredible force and sending him hurtling through the air. The attack, however, wasn't enough to keep King Cold down. From within the dissipating wave, the changeling emerged, battered but far from defeated. His crimson aura flared as he rocketed back toward Kakarot with a feral snarl, his eyes burning with rage. In a flash, he closed the distance, moving so quickly that Kakarot had no time to react. Cold's hand shot out, seizing Kakarot by the neck in an iron grip. The Super Saiyan gagged, struggling for air, as Cold's fingers tightened around his windpipe. Kakarot's hands clawed at the tyrant's arm, his fists slamming against it in desperate attempts to free himself, but Cold's grip didn't falter.
"You're not slipping away this time, Saiyan," Cold hissed, his voice dripping with malice. With a sudden burst of speed, he shot forward, slamming Kakarot into the side of a massive cliff. The rocky surface cracked and shattered under the impact as Cold drove the Super Saiyan deeper and deeper into the earth. "This is the end for you," Cold sneered, his grip tightening further. "Now, die." Kakarot's vision blurred as the air was forced from his lungs, but even as darkness threatened to overtake him, his resolve flared. "I won't lose," he shouted, mustering the last of his strength. With a powerful kick, he struck Cold square in his broken ribs. The tyrant's eyes widened as pain shot through his body, forcing him to loosen his grip just enough for Kakarot's to slip free.
Kakarot dropped to the ground, landing on his feet. Without hesitation, he followed up with a punishing right hook to Cold's injured ribs, the blow causing a sickening crunch. The tyrant howled in pain, clutching his side. Kakarot took advantage of the moment, phasing behind Cold and wrapping his arm tightly around the changeling's neck in a headlock. "This is for Raditz," Kakarot growled, shooting forward with incredible speed. He drove Cold headfirst into the same cliffside, the impact sending shockwaves through the mountain and repaying the tyrant in kind. As the rocks tumbled around them, Kakarot charged an energy blast in his free hand.
"Take this," he yelled, slamming the energy point blank into Cold's face. The explosion was deafening, and in the split second before the mountain crumbled entirely, Kakarot teleported away, reappearing high in the air. The mountain was reduced to rubble, but King Cold rose from the wreckage, his body bruised, bloodied, and trembling with fury. "You miserable monkey," he roared, his voice hoarse. But before he could finish, Kakarot reappeared behind him once more, driving a powerful punch into the tyrant's kidneys. Cold screamed in agony, his body twisting from the blow. Kakarot didn't let up. He followed with a brutal kick to Cold's broken ribs, the force of the strike snapping the already fractured bones. A sharp gasp escaped Cold as he staggered, his breath now coming in ragged wheezes as a punctured lung made every inhale excruciating.
"You're done," Kakarot declared, surging forward. He delivered an uppercut to Cold's solar plexus, forcing what little air remained out of the tyrant's lungs. The changeling doubled over, helpless, but Kakarot wasn't finished. Grabbing Cold by the head, he brought the tyrant's face down hard onto his knee, the impact shattering Cold's nose and sending blood spraying into the air. "Destructo Disc!" Kakarot shouted, summoning a razor-sharp energy disc. The glowing blade of energy spun with deadly precision as it tore through the air toward Cold. The tyrant barely had time to register what was happening before the disc sliced clean through his torso, severing his head and upper body from the rest of his body.
Even as Cold's lifeless body began to fall, Kakarot wasn't taking any chances. Cupping his hands at his side, he poured the last of his energy into a final attack. "Kamehameha!" he roared, unleashing the massive wave of energy. The blast engulfed Cold's remains entirely, incinerating them in an instant and ensuring that the tyrant would never rise again. Kakarot descended slowly to the ground, his golden aura fading as his Super Saiyan form dissolved. His hair returned to its usual black, and his expression softened as he surveyed the battlefield. It was over. Both Frieza and King Cold were gone, and for the first time in what felt like forever, there was peace. "Daddy!" Bardock's voice rang out, filled with relief and excitement. The boy bolted toward him, throwing his arms around his father in a bear hug that nearly knocked Kakarot off balance.
Kakarot laughed, wrapping his son in a warm embrace. "I'm glad I'm back too," he said, his voice gentle. He placed a hand on Bardock's head, ruffling his hair with a smile. "Now, let's go home." Later that evening, Kakarot and Bulma sat together on the balcony of Capsule Corp, gazing at the stars above. The cool night air was filled with the gentle hum of crickets, and the faint glow of the city lights below cast a warm ambiance around them. "So let me get this straight," Bulma said, her tone a mix of wonder and disbelief. "You used this teleporting technique to get back just in time to stop Frieza and King Cold?" "Yeah," Kakarot replied, leaning back in his chair. "It's called instant transmission. I was on my way back to Earth when I sensed their energy, but they were moving so fast there was no way I could catch up in time. Thankfully, the technique works over really long distances." Bulma chuckled softly, resting her head on his shoulder. "Well, I'm just glad you're back. It was too quiet around here without you." "I'm glad to be back too, darling," Kakarot said, his arm wrapping around her.
They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, simply enjoying each other's presence. But then, Kakarot's body stiffened, his head turning slightly as his brow furrowed in concentration.
Bulma sat up, catching the change in his expression. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "I sense something," Kakarot said, his tone serious. "There's someone down in the courtyard." Bulma's eyes widened. "Is it trouble?" she asked. "I don't think so," Kakarot replied, standing and peering out into the darkness below. "Their energy isn't very strong, but I need to check it out." Bulma nodded, though her worry didn't fade. "Be careful," she said softly. Kakarot gave her a reassuring smile before stepping out of the balcony and gliding down into the courtyard. He landed quietly, scanning the area until his eyes caught movement in the bushes. In a flash, he was behind the shadowy figure, startling them into spinning around. The figure gasped, their wide eyes locking onto him. "It's you," the voice, a girl, said, her tone filled with equal parts awe and relief. Kakarot tilted his head. "You know me?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. The girl hesitated before nodding. "Yes, well, I know of you," she said.
Kakarot crossed his arms, his gaze sharpening. "Who are you?" he asked. Instead of answering immediately, the girl glanced toward the building. "Can we go inside first?" she asked. "I'd like to talk to Bulma as well."
A few minutes later, the three of them were seated in the lounge of Capsule Corp. Bulma entered the room, carrying a tray with 3 glasses of juice, setting it down on the coffee table before taking a seat next to Kakarot. The girl sat across from them, her expression serious. She was tall and slender, with long, jet black hair that framed her face. She wore a pair of denim shorts and a Capsule Corp jacket over a plain white t-shirt, the logo faintly visible on her sleeve.
"So," Bulma began, handing Kakarot a drink, "who's our visitor?" "We were just getting to that," Kakarot said, leaning forward slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on the girl. "All right, let's hear it. Who are you?"
The girl hesitated briefly before speaking. "My name is Celia," she said, "and this may sound strange, but I'm from the future." Bulma and Kakarot exchanged a glance, their expressions more curious than shocked. It wasn't the first time they'd heard of time travel. Kakarot's eyes narrowed slightly. "Celia, that's a Saiyan name." Celia blinked, momentarily thrown off guard. She had expected more disbelief or questions about her claim of being from the future, but instead, he'd picked up on her heritage. "Yes," she said after a moment, nodding. "I am a Saiyan, or at least part Saiyan, and I've come to warn you." "Warn us about what?" Kakarot asked, his body tensing slightly. "In 3 years," Celia began, her voice grim, 5 androids will appear. They will attack the Earth. Bulma's breath caught. "Androids?" she repeated, her voice filled with disbelief. "You're telling me robots are going to destroy the Earth?" Celia nodded, her expression unwavering. "They're not like anything you've faced before. They're incredibly strong. Stronger than anything we could have imagined. When they arrived, they wiped out most of the Z-fighters almost effortlessly. They've been terrorizing the Earth ever since." Kakarot leaned forward, his expression hardening. "What about me?" he asked. "Wasn't I strong enough to stop them?" Celia's face fell slightly, her eyes downcast. "You were our strongest warrior," she admitted. "Even with you, Raditz, and my father as Super Saiyans, it wasn't enough. You all fell in the first days of the battle." Kakarot's jaw clenched at her words, the weight of her warning sinking in. "That's terrible," he said quietly. "So these androids, they're really that powerful?" "Yes," Celia said with a solemn nod, her voice heavy with the weight of her words. "The androids were incredibly strong. After they killed you, they went on an unstoppable rampage, destroying cities and killing people without mercy. Bardock tried to stand against them. He gave it everything he had, even after unlocking his Super Saiyan transformation, but it wasn't enough." Kakarot's fists clenched at his sides as he listened, his expression darkening. "What happened to Bardock?" he asked quietly.
"They didn't kill him right away," Celia continued, her tone laced with sorrow. "They thought it would be fun to use him as a toy, someone to fight for their amusement. For years, he endured it, refusing to give up. But in the end, even he fell. That was when," she hesitated, glancing at Bulma before finishing. "That was when Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and went after the androids to avenge his older brother." "Trunks?" Bulma repeated, her brow furrowing in confusion.
"Oh, right," Celia said, a flicker of realization crossing her face. "Sorry. Trunks is the second son that you and Kakarot will have. He'll be born soon. That's actually one of the reasons I waited to come here. I didn't want to interrupt your reunion, or, well, Trunks' conception." Bulma's face softened with understanding, but curiosity lingered in her eyes. "So," she asked, "what happened to Trunks?" "I don't know," Celia admitted, her voice trembling slightly. "When Bardock fell, Trunks charged off to confront the androids on his own. I tried to stop him, but I wasn't strong enough. My mother never let me train with Bardock and Trunks. She was always so worried about my safety. Bulma leaned forward, her voice careful but direct. So you took the time machine and came back here to warn us, to stop this future from happening? Yes, Celia said firmly. The you from my timeline built a time machine before the androids appeared. You'd been tinkering with it for years. I convinced you to let me use it to come back and try to change things. Kakarot crossed his arms, his golden glow from earlier replaced with a look of deep thought. Celia, he said, his tone shifting slightly, if you don't mind me asking, who are your parents? Celia exhaled slowly, as if she had been waiting for this question. I figured you'd ask sooner or later, she said with a small smile. As you've already guessed, I'm part Saiyan, and as you'll soon notice, Chi-Chi and Yamcha had a bad breakup just a few days ago. She's going to come here soon to vent, probably to you, Bulma, and complain about men in general. Bulma's eyes widened slightly, and she glanced at Kakarot, who scratched the back of his head awkwardly. That sounds like Chi-Chi, he muttered. Celia continued, her expression softening. Somehow, during that time, my parents meet, and, well, I'm conceived. Kakarot raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching as he put the pieces together. Your father's Vegeta, isn't he? Celia nodded, her dark eyes locking onto Kakarot's. Yes, he and my mom eventually find each other, and I just ask one thing. Please don't interfere with how they come together. It's important. Bulma placed a reassuring hand on Celia's shoulder. Don't worry, she said warmly. We won't do anything that could put you at risk of not being born. Kakarot gave a nod of agreement. Yeah, we'll keep quiet. We won't say anything to Vegeta about this until it's time. Celia's lips curved into a grateful smile. Thank you, she said. Honestly, I don't think knowing would change much for him. My dad trained constantly anyway. My mom used to say he nearly killed himself trying to keep up with you, Kakarot. I just want you to train harder. Give him something even greater to strive for. Kakarot's face lit up with determination. Then, we'll start training tomorrow, he said confidently. Sounds good, Celia replied. Her expression grew serious again. I have one last request. I want to come back and train with you. I'll return after a year of your time and join your training. That way, I won't interfere with my own birth. Kakarot nodded, his eyes meeting hers. Okay, we'll see you then, he said. Celia smiled softly, relief evident in her features. Thank you, she said, her voice quiet but filled with resolve. Kakarot was already up before the sun, the cool morning air sharp against his skin as he tugged on his fresh fighting uniform. It was only 5 in the morning, but lounging around wasn't an option, not with the androids looming 3 years away. The fate of Earth depended on him being ready. His first destination was Bardock's room. Reaching the door, he knocked briskly before calling out, "Son, wake up, time to train." A muffled, groggy voice answered. What? It's too early. Get up, Kakarot insisted, his voice firm. A few minutes passed before Bardock shuffled out of the room, his hair disheveled and eyes half closed. He yawned, rubbing the sleep from his face as he leaned against the doorframe. What's the deal, Dad? He muttered, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Can't this wait until a decent hour? There's no time to waste, Kakarot replied, his tone urgent. There's a serious threat coming to Earth in 3 years, and we need to be ready. That woke Bardock up a little. A threat? He repeated, still trying to piece things together. I'll explain over breakfast, Kakarot said, turning toward the kitchen. But once we're done eating, we start training. No excuses. Bardock grumbled under his breath, but the determination in his father's voice left no room for argument. He followed reluctantly, knowing there was no getting out of it. Vegeta finished his 1000th push-up, the relentless pull of 150 times Earth's gravity, making every movement feel like a battle. Sweat dripped from his brow as he pushed himself to his feet, refusing to let exhaustion claim him. The thought of Kakarot, that low-class warrior, achieving the legendary Super Saiyan form before him, gnawed at his pride. To make matters worse, even Raditz had managed to ascend. With a sharp growl, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches at the empty air, each strike fueled by his frustration. In his mind, he wasn't just training, he was pummeling Kakarot into the dirt. This is unacceptable, Vegeta muttered under his breath, his voice filled with venom. A Saiyan prince does not trail behind commoners. For the past 2 months, Vegeta had been holed up in Capsule Corporation's state-of-the-art gravity chamber, pushing his body to its limit. The chamber itself was a gift, or perhaps a taunt, from Kakarot, who'd casually dropped off a new model capable of reaching up to 300 times Earth's gravity. Vegeta scoffed at the memory. As if I needed his charity, he muttered. wiping his face with the back of his glove. Still, he couldn't deny the chamber's quality. As the prince of all Saiyans, he deserved nothing but the best. And with this new setup, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed both Kakarot and Raditz. He clenched his fists, a determined smirk playing on his lips. Chi-Chi sat at the sleek Capsule Corp dining table, cradling a steaming cup of coffee between her hands. Across from her, Bulma leaned back in her chair, her blue hair framing her face as she sipped her own mug. They'd been spending more time together lately, especially after Chi-Chi caught Yamcha sneaking around with another woman. Having a friend to confide in was comforting, and Bulma, ever the good listener, didn't seem to mind the company. So, Bulma asked with a mischievous grin, any new prospects on the horizon? Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed pink, and she glanced down at her coffee. I'm not sure I'm ready to move on just yet, she admitted, her voice soft, but if we're being honest, I think Vegeta's kinda cute. Bulma blinked in surprise. Really? Vegeta? She couldn't hide the note of disbelief in her voice. I always figured he was kind of a, well, you know, a jerk. Chi-Chi laughed lightly, her blush deepening. Yeah, I know he's got an attitude, but have you seen him? Those muscles? He's like a walking statue. I thought Yamcha was ripped, but Vegeta puts him to shame. Bulma tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, you're not wrong about the muscles, she admitted. Kakarot's no slouch in that department either.
You're lucky, Chi-Chi said, glancing up with a small smile. Having such a great guy. Bulma chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Oh, he has his moments, but let's talk more about you. Why Vegeta, of all people? What about one of the other fighters?
Chi-Chi wrinkled her nose. Raditz? Too much hair. I'm not into the whole long-haired thing. And Nappa? Ugh, he's just old and bald.
Bulma burst into giggles. Okay, yeah, I can't argue with that. Nappa's definitely not a looker. The two women shared a laugh, the conversation flowing easily as they delved into the quirks of the people in their lives. Vegeta strode into the Capsule Corp kitchen, his face set in its usual stoic expression. His muscles were taut and glistening with sweat, evidence of his grueling workout session. His dark eyes flicked briefly to the two women seated at the table, Kakarot's mate, Chi-Chi, and the blue-haired Bulma. They were sipping coffee and chatting quietly, but Vegeta could feel their gazes linger on him as he crossed the room.
Do Earth women do anything besides drink coffee and stare? He thought irritably, though he noticed the way Chi-Chi quickly stood when he entered. Can I get you some water? Chi-Chi offered, holding out a glass filled with ice water. Vegeta didn't reply, but accepted the glass with a short nod. He tilted his head back and drank, the cold liquid sliding down his throat and cutting through the heat of his training session. It was satisfying, but Vegeta didn't waste time lingering on pleasantries. Handing the empty glass back to her, he turned and started toward his quarters, eager for a long shower to wash away the day's efforts. Can I get you something to eat? Chi-Chi called after him, her voice polite but hopeful. That would be fine, woman, Vegeta replied brusquely, not even glancing back as he continued down the hallway.
Behind him, Chi-Chi's brow furrowed slightly. My name is Chi-Chi, she muttered under her breath, watching him disappear around the corner. Bulma raised an eyebrow at her friend, a knowing smirk tugging at her lip. You've got your hands full with that one.
Across the compound, Raditz's long hair whipped behind him as he twisted to dodge Nappa's massive fist. The bald Saiyan's punch missed by mere inches, but Raditz wasn't quick enough to avoid the knee that followed. The blow connected hard with his midsection, knocking the air from his lungs and forcing a cough of blood from his mouth. Nice shot, Raditz admitted with a grimace, stumbling back. Didn't know you'd mastered Kaioken that fast.
I've been working on it, Nappa said with a smirk, his hulking frame radiating confidence. Figured it might catch you off guard. Without waiting for a reply, Nappa closed the gap and delivered a powerful right hook to Raditz's jaw, sending him flying across the gravity chamber. Raditz slammed his boots against the floor, getting to a stop before he hit the wall. Shaking off the impact, he grinned through bloodied lips.
Not bad, he admitted, but I'm not down yet. With a burst of speed, Raditz launched himself back at Nappa, fists blazing as the two warriors clashed in the center of the room. The air vibrated with the force of their strikes, though both held back enough to avoid completely destroying their surroundings. The last time they'd gone all out, they'd wrecked the gravity chamber so thoroughly that Bulma had needed an entire week to build a replacement. Still, even at 150 times Earth's gravity, the limitations didn't deter them. Raditz flipped through the air, adjusting his stance as he re-engaged, refusing to let Nappa get the upper hand again.
At the end of a long day, Kakarot and Bardock trudged into the Capsule Corp dining room, the smell of dinner wafting through the air. Bardock was battered and bruised from head to toe, his movements stiff as he collapsed into a chair at the table. Kakarot, by contrast, was barely winded, his powerful frame bearing only a few scuffs. Despite Bardock's progress, the gap between their strengths remained as wide as ever. "How was training?" Bulma asked from the kitchen, peeking out as she set a dish on the counter.
Neither answered right away. They were too busy devouring the spread laid out before them, eating with the kind of speed and fervor that always left Bulma in awe. Bardock managed a reply between mouthfuls, though. "It was all right," he mumbled, shoving another bite into his mouth. Bulma couldn't help but smile at the sight. She'd grown used to the Saiyans' enormous appetites, but recently, she'd noticed her own cravings had increased as well. She rested a hand on her stomach, her thoughts drifting to the tiny Saiyan baby growing inside her. "Must be taking after his father already," she mused. "We're heading outside tomorrow," Kakarot said, his voice carrying easily over the sounds of chewing. "We need more space to really go all out. The gravity room's fine for endurance, but it's too fragile for sparring." Bulma wiped her hands on a towel, walking over to the table with an air of excitement. "I've been working on something that might solve that problem," she said, pulling a small box from the counter. "Since Raditz and Nappa wrecked the last chamber, I thought it might be time for an upgrade." She opened the box to reveal a set of sleek, high-tech equipment, a belt, paired with wrist and ankle bands. "What's that?" Kakarot asked, his eyes wide with curiosity as he leaned closer to the equipment Bulma had revealed. Bulma grinned, clearly proud of her invention. "It's a personal gravity device," she explained, holding up the sleek belt and wristbands. "You wear these, adjust the dial, and it creates a personal gravity field around you. It's like being inside a gravity chamber, but completely portable." Kakarot's face lit up. "That's amazing! So we can train anywhere now?" "Exactly," Bulma replied with a nod. "You're no longer limited to the chamber, though of course, you'll still need to be careful where you're training. The field will affect you, but it won't protect the environment around you from any collateral damage." Bardock studied the devices thoughtfully, picking up one of the wristbands. "How durable are these?" he asked, turning it over in his hands. "I made them from the strongest metals I could get my hands on," Bulma said confidently. "They'll withstand a lot of abuse. Just try not to let any energy blasts hit them directly. Too much force in the wrong place could compromise the circuitry." "This is incredible," Kakarot said, testing the weight of the belt. "How high does it go? Can it handle 200 times Earth's gravity?" Bulma shook her head. "Not yet. These are prototypes, so they're capped at 100 times Earth's gravity for now. But I'm already working on improving the technology. Once I refine the miniaturization process, I'm sure I'll be able to push them much higher." "That's still amazing," Bardock said, a grin breaking across his face. "Thanks, Mom." Bulma's expression softened, her proud smirk giving way to a more tender smile. "Anything to keep my baby safe from the androids," she thought, though she didn't say it out loud.
In the distant future, Celia stepped out of the cramped cockpit of her time machine, the familiar dimness of the underground bunker greeting her. The hum of machinery and muffled voices from nearby chambers filled the air. Her mission to the past had gone as planned, but unease still gnawed at her. No matter how much she tried to reassure herself, she couldn't shake the feeling that it might not have been enough. She walked through the bunker's narrow corridors until she reached the main chamber. There, she saw an older Bulma, crouched beside a wounded survivor, carefully bandaging his arm. Despite the years that had passed, Bulma's determined spirit shone through. Her hair was streaked with gray, and lines of worry marked her face, but she still carried the same grace and energy Celia remembered. Bulma glanced up, her eyes brightening. "Celia, you're back," she said, relief in her voice. "How'd it go?" "As well as I could have hoped," Celia replied, setting down her belonging. "I talked to you and Kakarot in the past, told them everything about the androids. I think they'll take the threat seriously and train as hard as they can." She hesitated, her brow furrowing. "But I don't know if it'll be enough." Bulma stood and brushed her hands off on her pants. "There's no way to know for sure," she admitted, her tone gentle. "But it was worth a try."
Celia frowned. "Shouldn't things here change if we altered the past?" Bulma shook her head slowly. "It doesn't work like that. That's why we didn't use the time machine sooner. When you went back, the timeline split the moment you made a change. That version of the past is no longer connected to our present. Whatever happens there won't affect us here." Celia's shoulders sagged. "Then why did you let me go back at all?" Bulma placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Because," she said softly, "even if it doesn't save our time, it might save someone else's. At least one version of our world can be spared this nightmare." Celia took a deep breath, her jaw tightening as she absorbed Bulma's words. "I get it," she said finally, "but it's hard to think about everything staying the same here, no matter what I do." "I know," Bulma said quietly. Believe me, I know. Celia looked around the room, her thoughts briefly drifting to their missing allies. Have you heard anything about Trunks? Bulma sighed, crossing her arms. The androids worked him over pretty badly. He barely made it back here after you left, but he's alive, recovering in the medbay. Relief flickered in Celia's eyes. That's good, at least. I don't know what I'd do if we lost him too. She turned back to Bulma, her expression hardening with determination. I'm going back again, she declared, her voice steady. What? Bulma asked, her voice laced with both confusion and worry. I'm going back, Celia repeated firmly. I'm going to train with the others to fight the androids. If I can spend a few years training in the past, I think I can make a real difference, and it'll make me stronger. Bulma frowned, her hands gripping the edge of the table tightly. What if you don't make it? She asked, her voice softening. What if you don't come back? Celia looked down for a moment before answering, her tone unwavering. It won't matter then, she said plainly. We don't have much hope of beating the androids here anyway, but if I can help in the past, at least one timeline can be saved. Before Bulma could respond, a voice rang out from the hallway. I'm going with you. Celia and Bulma both turned toward the doorway to see a tall, broad-shouldered young man stepping into the room. He looked about 18, dressed in jeans and a capsule corp jacket over a black t-shirt. A sword strapped to his back glinted faintly under the dim bunker lights. His purple hair stood in spiky disarray, a trait he'd inherited from his father. Trunks, Celia gasped, running toward him. She threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. I thought you were a goner. Trunks chuckled softly, patting her back. Come on, he said, though his voice carried a note of fatigue. Bardock trained me better than that. Despite his confident words, he couldn't deny to himself that the androids had come dangerously close to finishing him off. If they hadn't been toying with him, he wouldn't be standing here. Pulling back from the hug, Trunks looked at Celia seriously. So you're going to the past? He asked. Celia nodded. Yeah, I'm going to train with my father, your father, and your brother for 2 years. I want to be ready to help them fight the androids in the past. Trunks nodded slowly. I gathered as much from what you were saying. He folded his arms across his chest. And I'm going with you. One problem, Bulma interjected, stepping between them. The time machine only has one seat. Trunks smirked slightly. I think we can squeeze in there, Mom. Celia gave him a sly smile. I don't mind the closeness, she teased. It's not like we haven't been close before. She leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the lips, her tone light despite the heavy decision ahead. Bulma raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment, sighing instead. Trunks turned to Celia, determination shining in his eyes. We'll leave in the morning. The time machine shimmered into existence, materializing in the courtyard of Capsule Corp with a faint hum. The lush greenery, bright flowers, and pristine buildings stood in stark contrast to the desolate wasteland Celia and Trunks had left behind. It had been a year since Celia's first trip to the past, at least for the others. For her and Trunks, only a day had passed since they'd departed. Trunks stepped out first, taking in the vibrant scene around him. The clear blue sky, the warm sun, and the lively buzz of birds made him pause. It's so beautiful here, he said, his voice tinged with awe. Celia followed, nodding in agreement. Yeah, she said softly, her eyes scanning the untouched landscape. The last time she'd arrived, it had been the middle of the night, and she hadn't been able to take in the full view. Now, seeing everything bathed in sunlight, it was overwhelming how alive and intact this world was. Welcome back, a familiar voice greeted them. Celia turned to see Kakarot standing in the courtyard, his arms folded and a warm smile on his face. He was dressed in his usual fighting uniform, but now he also wore the personal gravity belt and bands Bulma had given him. Hi, Celia said, stepping forward. I'd like you to meet your youngest son, Trunks. Kakarot's smile widened, and he let out a soft chuckle. I've met him before, he joked lightly, when he was just a baby. Trunks stepped forward, extending his hand. Kakarot took it, but immediately pulled him into a firm hug instead. Trunks stiffened at first, but relaxed, caught off guard by the warmth of the gesture. I'm proud of you, Kakarot said, his voice steady but kind. He pulled back, gripping Trunks' shoulders and looking him in the eye. You've grown into a fine young man. Thanks, father, Trunks said, a little awkwardly. Standing face to face with Kakarot felt surreal. His mother had told him so much about his father, his strength, his kindness, his unwavering resolve, but actually meeting him was something else entirely. Everything she'd described was spot on. I decided to come and help as much as I could, Trunks added, trying to hide his nervousness. Kakarot gave him a warm smile. I'm glad to see you. From the way Celia talked, I was worried you might have been in trouble. Trunks blushed, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, well, I kinda lost it when Bardock died. I tried to take on the androids myself.
It didn't go so well. He let out a humorless laugh. Luckily, they were in a good mood and let me live. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Kakarot's smile softened. He placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder. What's important is that you're here now. We'll start training in the morning, but for now, let's catch up and get some food. You must be starving. Elsewhere in Capsule Corp, Vegeta stepped out of the gravity chamber, his body drenched in sweat and his muscles aching from hours of relentless training. He had practically lived in the chamber for the past year, pushing himself harder and harder in his effort to catch up to Kakarot and Raditz. The thought of those two achieving the legendary Super Saiyan form before him was a constant thorn in his pride. How could they ascend while I, the Prince of all Saiyans, still remained stuck? Vegeta seethed inwardly. Worse, no matter how hard he trained, it felt like his progress was slowing. He made his way toward the showers, eager to clean up and reset his focus, but his path was blocked by an all too familiar voice. "Vegeta!" Chi-Chi called, stepping into the hallway. "What is it, woman?" Vegeta replied, his tone sharp but not entirely hostile. While he found Earthwomen generally irritating, Chi-Chi wasn't entirely unpleasant, especially when she wasn't interrupting his training. "Kakarot wants to see you about something," she said simply, and lunches. Vegeta paused, his scowl softening slightly at the mention of food. Despite himself, he had to admit it was convenient having someone around who prepared meals between his intense training sessions.
Fine, he said, giving a curt nod. The shower can wait. He followed Chi-Chi to the kitchen, where a spread of food was already set out on the table. Without hesitation, Vegeta sat down and began eating, his appetite as fierce as ever. Chi-Chi soon returned with their infant daughter, cradling the tiny girl in one arm while preparing a bottle with her free hand. Once ready, she sat across from Vegeta and began feeding the hungry Saiyan baby.
As he tore into his meal, Vegeta glanced up. "What does Kakarot want?" he asked between bites. "Bulma didn't say," Chi-Chi replied. "She just mentioned that it's something important, something that concerns all of us." Vegeta frowned, his chewing slowing as he processed her words. He wasn't fond of Kakarot, not just because it stung his pride to admit that the other Saiyan was stronger than him, but because Kakarot's easygoing nature grated on his nerves. However, Vegeta also knew that Kakarot wasn't one to raise the alarm without good reason. "Fine," Vegeta said finally. "I'll see him after my shower." Chi-Chi smiled faintly, her attention returning to the infant in her arms. "Okay, dear," she said, her tone light but calm. Vegeta returned to his food, his mind already turning over what this meeting could mean. Kakarot leaned back against the courtyard wall, his arms crossed and his face calm. He had been relaxing, enjoying the quiet moment, but his expression changed slightly when he noticed Vegeta descending from the sky. The Saiyan Prince landed with precision, his stance rigid and his scowl firmly in place. "Hey Vegeta," Kakarot greeted, his tone friendly but direct. "What do you want?" Vegeta snapped, wasting no time on pleasantries. "Well," Kakarot began, deciding to get straight to the point. "There's a serious threat coming in 2 years." Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his tone cutting. "What threat?" "5 incredibly strong androids," Kakarot replied. "They'll attack Earth, and if we're not ready, they'll destroy everything." Vegeta scoffed, folding his arms. "Why don't you and your Super Saiyan brother handle it yourselves?" His words dripped with venom. "We're not strong enough," Kakarot said, simply, his face serious. That response made Vegeta pause. It wasn't like Kakarot to admit weakness, and the gravity in his tone couldn't be ignored. For a moment, Vegeta just stared at him, his pride battling with the realization that this wasn't just a bluff. "And what do you expect me to do about it?" Vegeta asked, his frustration bleeding into his voice. "You need to become a Super Saiyan," Kakarot said. Vegeta's jaw tightened. "You think I haven't been trying to do that already?"
"There's more to it than just training in the gravity room," Kakarot explained. "You've been pushing your body to the limit, but I'll bet you've noticed something. Your strength isn't increasing anymore." Vegeta's silence was all the confirmation Kakarot needed. The prince didn't like to admit weakness, but the truth was undeniable. Lately, no matter how hard he trained, his power had plateaued. "You need to break through," Kakarot said. "Your body's ready for the transformation, but strength alone won't get you there. When I transformed, it wasn't just because I was angry at Frieza for killing my son. It was because I needed to get stronger. If I didn't, we all would have died." "I was there," Vegeta snapped, his voice rising. "You don't need to lecture me about Frieza." Kakarot held up a hand to calm him. "That's not my point. What I'm saying is that you're training alone. It won't create the need for you to transform." Vegeta's glare darkened. "So what's your point, Kakarot?" Kakarot didn't answer immediately. Instead, his black hair shimmered, turning into golden spikes
as he ascended into his Super Saiyan form. Without warning, he darted forward, his knee smashing into Vegeta's face with blinding speed. The force sent Vegeta flying backward, his body flipping through the air. "What's the idea?" Vegeta snarled, rubbing his jaw as he steadied himself in midair. Kakarot smirked faintly. "Guess I forgot to explain. You're going to become a Super Saiyan or die trying." Before Vegeta could respond, Kakarot was on him again. His fist shot forward, burying itself into Vegeta's stomach with devastating power. Vegeta coughed violently, spitting up blood as he doubled over in pain. "Kakarot, you fool!" Vegeta managed to shout, but his words were cut off by Kakarot's roundhouse kick. The blow connected with his arms as he tried to block, but the force was overwhelming. It sent Vegeta flying across the rocky landscape, his body digging a deep trench into the ground. Hovering in the air, Kakarot held his hand out, a ball of glowing energy forming in his palm. "This blast is strong enough to kill you," he said, his tone sharp and unyielding. "You better transform if you want to live." Vegeta's vision blurred as Kakarot released the energy blast, the glowing sphere racing toward him like a meteor. He staggered to his feet, disoriented and battered. Dodging wasn't an option. He was too slow in his current state. His instincts, honed by years of battle, told him this wasn't a bluff. Kakarot wasn't holding back. If he couldn't counter this, it was over. He gritted his teeth and raised his hands, palms forward, bracing for impact. The blast slammed into him with a force that felt like the weight of an entire planet. His arms screamed in protest, the energy scorching his palms and numbing his muscles. The sheer power of the attack drove him backward, his boots digging trenches into the ground. The dirt and rock beneath him crumbled as he struggled to hold his position, his body trembling under the strain. This isn't enough, Vegeta thought desperately. His mind raced as the blast pushed him closer to the edge. He needed more power, far more power if he wanted to survive. He considered a technique he'd seen Kakarot and the humans use before, a way to temporarily boost power by borrowing energy from others. But something about it had always seemed wrong. That power wouldn't truly be his. Vegeta had always prided himself on his strength being his own, but pride was meaningless if he was dead. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta thought back to the years he'd spent on the edge of despair. There had been times, after the destruction of his planet, when he'd wanted to die. Times when survival felt like an empty chore. He'd worn his cold, unfeeling demeanor like armor, a shield to get through the endless missions and battles. But now he had something to live for. Images flashed through his mind. His mate, her unwavering support, the daughter he hadn't thought he could care for, but now meant everything. He wasn't going to let them down. Not now. Not ever. With a guttural roar, Vegeta threw everything he had into the fight. His muscles strained, his energy surged, and he felt something inside him crack, then shatter. Power flooded through him, fierce and unrelenting, like a dam breaking and releasing a raging river. His aura exploded outward, a golden light engulfing him, as his hair stood on end and shifted to a brilliant gold. The energy blast that had been driving him back slowed, then reversed. With a final push, Vegeta hurled the blast skyward, where it detonated harmlessly in the clouds. Kakarot floated above, watching with a grin. "I knew you could do it," he said, his voice filled with pride. Vegeta didn't waste words. He phased in front of Kakarot in an instant, his fist connecting solidly with the taller Saiyan's jaw. The punch barely phased Kakarot, but it made its point. "That's for trying to kill me," Vegeta said, his tone icy, but his breathing ragged. "You're welcome," Kakarot replied with a grin, completely unbothered. Vegeta grunted, crossing his arms. Despite himself, he felt a flicker of satisfaction. He had achieved what he'd been chasing for so long, Super Saiyan, but he wasn't about to thank a low-class warrior for it. "I've got another surprise for you," Kakarot said, breaking into Vegeta's thoughts. Before Vegeta could respond, Kakarot disappeared, his instant transmission technique leaving nothing but a faint shimmer in the air. He reappeared seconds later with someone by his side, a young girl, her dark eyes wide as she looked up at Vegeta. Kakarot smiled. "Vegeta, I'd like you to meet Celia." The name struck Vegeta like a bolt of lightning. He blinked, his golden aura flickering as he took in the sight of her. Of course, he recognized the name instantly. He was the one who had insisted on it. After all, if his daughter was going to be a princess, she needed a true Saiyan name, even if she was half human. "Hi, father," Celia said, her voice steady, but carrying a warmth that took Vegeta by surprise. He stared at her, the disbelief clear on his face. "How?" was all he managed to say, his sharp mind reeling. "I'm from the future," Celia explained calmly. her expression unwavering. I came back to help with the android threat. Suddenly, everything clicked in Vegeta's mind. That's how Kakarot knew about the impending danger. Of course, it all made sense now. Don't worry, Vegeta said, his confidence surging as his golden aura flickered around him. I won't let the androids hurt my family. And now that I've become a Super Saiyan, those metallic pests will be nothing but scrap. Celia frowned slightly. You were a Super Saiyan in my time too, she said. The androids still killed you, Kakarot and Raditz. Vegeta froze for a moment, processing her words. Then he laughed, his signature cocky smirk returning. I guess I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen this time, he said. I want to train with you, father, Celia said, her tone both respectful and determined. I promise I won't slow you down. Vegeta studied her for a moment, his sharp eyes narrowing as he assessed her energy. She wasn't particularly strong compared to him, but there was potential there, raw, untapped power waiting to be developed. He'd sensed it even when she was born, her energy higher than most half-Saiyans. And now, standing before him, she was already stronger than he had been at her age. What training have you had? He asked, crossing his arms. Not much, Celia admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. After you were killed by the androids, Mom didn't want me to train. She was scared they'd come for me too. Vegeta paused, his expression hardening. The thought of his daughter being vulnerable, unable to defend herself, didn't sit well with him. He didn't want her fighting machines built to kill, but he wanted even less for her to grow up weak and unprepared. All right, Vegeta said finally. We'll start training tomorrow. His smirk returned. By now, your mother will have dinner ready. Celia's face brightened, but Vegeta's grin wasn't just for her. After the intense day he'd had, he figured he'd earned a break, and it wouldn't hurt to spend some time getting to know his future daughter. Out in the woods, Bardock's fists flew through the air, each punch sharper and faster than the last. His gravity belt was dialed up to 200 times Earth's gravity, every move an exercise in endurance and strength. Sweat poured down his face as he pushed himself, determination etched into his features. For the past year, Bardock had thrown himself into training, chasing the elusive Super Saiyan transformation his father said he was close to achieving. But close wasn't good enough. A soft rush of displaced air signaled Kakarot's arrival. The older warrior appeared a few feet away, arms crossed, as he watched his son's relentless practice. Bardock stopped mid-punch, turning to acknowledge him. How'd it go with Vegeta? He asked, panting slightly from the exertion. Well, Kakarot said, a small grin tugging at his lips. He survived, and he transformed. That's good, Bardock said, nodding approvingly. Too bad it didn't work when you tried it on me. Kakarot sighed. I just couldn't make a blast powerful enough to push you to your limit, he admitted. You've mastered the Kaioken, so even the one I used on Vegeta wouldn't have been enough. You'd have deflected it easily. Then why not try a stronger one? Bardock complained, frustration creeping into his voice. Son, Kakarot said, his voice gentle but firm. We've been over this. As much as I want you to become a Super Saiyan, I don't want to risk seriously hurting you. If I unleashed something that strong, and you couldn't block it, he trailed off, shaking his head. I might not be able to stop it in time. But Dad, Bardock pressed, his fists clenching at his sides. I need to become a Super Saiyan if I'm going to help fight the androids. There are 5 of them. You, Vegeta, and Raditz won't be enough. Kakarot sighed again, his expression darkening slightly. I know, he admitted. I've already started to feel like I've hit a wall in my own training. Bardock frowned. What do you mean? He asked. Kakarot stood quietly for a moment, his golden hair shimmering as he maintained his Super Saiyan form. His hands were relaxed at his sides, though his brow furrowed slightly in thought. Well, he began, breaking the silence. As hard as I've been training, I haven't gotten much stronger. Bardock's eyes widened slightly. But you're the strongest in the universe, he said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Maybe it's because you don't have a real challenge to fight. That could be it, Kakarot admitted, but it doesn't change the fact that I need to be stronger when the androids arrive. What we're up against, it's not going to be easy. You can't do this alone, Dad, Bardock said, stepping closer. His voice was firm, but there was an edge of urgency to it. I know you want to protect me, but I can help. I'm not a kid anymore. Kakarot sighed, a small smile softening his expression. I know, son, he said gently. You're strong, and I'm proud of how far you've come. At least this time, though, we'll have Trunks to help us too. Bardock nodded, his determination growing. That gives us 4 Super Saiyans, but he hesitated for a moment before continuing. We'll need a 5th to take on the androids. With how strong they are, it won't be enough otherwise. Kakarot chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, I get it, he said. You're not gonna let this go, are you? I'll try again to push you to become a Super Saiyan. Thanks, Dad, Bardock said, a grin spreading across his face. Without wasting a second, he ran a short distance away, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Turning back, he raised his hands and steadied himself. I'm ready. Kakarot stepped forward, the golden aura around him flaring brighter as he summoned energy into his hands. The blast he began to form was massive, far larger than the one he'd used on Vegeta earlier. He knew this one had to be stronger, strong enough to push Bardock past his limit. With a grunt, Kakarot hurled the glowing orb of energy forward. It streaked across the distance between them, obliterating trees and foliage in its path, a streak of golden destruction. Bardock braced himself, his hands meeting the blast as his aura flared red with the power of Kaioken. The impact was immense, the force of the blast slamming into Bardock like a tidal wave. His boots dug deep into the ground, creating trenches as he slid back under the pressure. Come on, Bardock shouted, gritting his teeth as he pushed against the attack. The power of Kaioken surged through him, increasing to X30 as he tried to hold his ground. But it wasn't enough. The blast continued to drive him back, unrelenting in its intensity. Sweat poured down Bardock's face as he pushed harder, his mind racing. If I can't stop this, what happens when the androids come? He thought of the devastation they would bring, the lives they would destroy. His mind flashed to Trunks, the hardness in his future brother's eyes. It was the look of someone who had witnessed too much death. I can't let that happen to him. Trunks deserves a world where he can just be a kid. I have to be stronger for him, for everyone. Bardock's red aura began to shimmer, faint streaks of gold flickering at the edges. His teeth clenched as his muscles tensed, every ounce of energy being pushed to its limits. His hair began to shift, flashing between its natural blue-black hue and brilliant gold. Come on, he shouted again, his voice raw with effort. With one final surge, Bardock's hair exploded into a permanent golden glow, and his eyes turned turquoise. His red aura shifted completely. Now a bright golden flame surrounding him. He had done it. He was a Super Saiyan. But the battle wasn't over. Even with his newfound strength, the blast was still pushing him back. Kakarot had made it strong enough to challenge him, and it wasn't about to be overpowered easily. Bardock's eyes narrowed, his determination flaring alongside his energy. He pushed back against the blast with everything he had, his hands trembling under the strain, realizing brute force wasn't enough. Bardock gathered his energy into his palms and released his own attack. The golden beam shot forward, colliding with Kakarot's blast in a dazzling explosion of light and power. The explosion roared through the forest, flattening trees and leaving a massive crater that stretched for miles. Smoke billowed into the air, obscuring the battlefield in a haze of gray. Kakarot floated above the destruction, his golden aura flickering faintly as he scanned the ground below. As the smoke cleared, his eyes landed on Bardock, who stood at the epicenter of the devastation. Though battered and bruised, the young Saiyan managed to lift his hand, offering a thumbs up to his father before his body gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his golden hair fading back to its natural blue-black hue. Kakarot descended quickly, landing beside his son. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You did it, Bardock, he said quietly. You've come so far. He lifted the boy gently, cradling him in his arms. Rest up, you've earned it. Celia stretched lazily as the alarm clock's beeping stirred her from sleep. For a moment, she lay in bed, savoring the silence. It felt strange, peaceful even, to sleep without the ever-present fear of an android attack. In her future, the bunkers were hidden and secure, but there was always a lingering tension, a sense that discovery was only a matter of time. The smell of breakfast wafted into her room, breaking her train of thought. In a flash, she was out of bed and in the kitchen, where she wasted no time devouring a plate of food. Chi-Chi glanced over from the stove, shaking her head with a small smile. That'll take some getting used to, she said, watching Celia wolf down her meal with the ferocity typical of a Saiyan. Sorry, Celia mumbled around a mouthful of food. She swallowed quickly and added, It's just been a while since I've had anything this good. In the future, food like this is hard to come by. Chi-Chi's expression softened. It's okay, darling, she said gently. I can only imagine how hard things must have been for you. Celia paused, glancing up at her mother, or rather, the younger version of her mother. It was surreal seeing her this way, so full of life and energy. The Chi-Chi she knew in her own time was worn down, aged far beyond her years by loss and the constant threat of the androids. "Where's father?" Celia asked, breaking the momentary silence. "Oh, the usual," Chi-Chi replied with a shrug. "He ate breakfast faster than you and ran off to train." Celia frowned. "He was supposed to train me today?" Chi-Chi laughed lightly. "He always leaves early," she said. "Don't worry about it though. Maybe I can show you a thing or two. I might not be as strong as you, Saiyans, but I know my way around a fight."
Celia's jaw dropped in surprise. Was this the same woman who raised me? She wondered. Her future mother had been adamant about forbidding her from training, doing everything in her power to keep her away from combat. Yet here she was, casually offering to spar.
"Sure, that'd be great," Celia said, trying to hide her amazement.
A few hours later, Celia and Chi-Chi stood in a grassy field, not far from the house. The air was crisp, and the sun shone brightly overhead, bathing the landscape in warmth. "I've always liked training outside," Chi-Chi said, as she stretched her arms. "I don't know why your father insists on spending so much time in that gravity room. Sometimes, you just have to enjoy the fresh air while you can."
Celia chuckled. "I guess you have a point," she said. Her eyes wandered to a nearby bouncer, where her younger self sat, babbling and kicking her tiny feet in the sunlight. It was still strange seeing herself as a baby, but she knew she'd get used to it eventually. She had 2 years in this timeline to prepare for the androids. Her mother's advice echoed in her mind. Maybe she should enjoy this peaceful time, at least a little. But training came first. Reaching into the bag she'd brought along, Celia pulled out the gravity belt Bulma had given her. The sleek device gleamed in the sunlight as she buckled it around her waist. With a press of a button, her personal gravity field activated, increasing to 20 times Earth's gravity.
Her knees buckled slightly as the weight pressed down on her, but she adjusted quickly, straightening up with a determined smile. "All right, Mom," she said, her voice steady. "Show me what you've got." Celia adjusted the gravity belt at her waist, feeling the increased pressure settle over her body. She stretched her arms, getting used to the added weight. Chi-Chi, standing nearby, eyed the device curiously.
"What's that?" Chi-Chi asked, gesturing to the sleek belt. "Oh, this?" Celia said, glancing down. "It's something Bulma made. It lets the wearer increase the gravity around them, makes training a lot tougher." Chi-Chi tilted her head, clearly impressed. "That's pretty neat. I take it your father doesn't know about it? If he did, I'm sure he'd already have one." Celia laughed, imagining it. "Yeah, but he'd probably try to combine it with the gravity room and end up overdoing it." Chi-Chi chuckled along with her. "That does sound like Vegeta," she said, shaking her head. "But even with all his faults, I do love him." Her tone softened for a moment before her expression turned playful. "Speaking of love, do you have any prospects?" Celia froze, her cheeks heating up as she tried and utterly failed to keep her blush from showing. She glanced away, but Chi-Chi had already caught it. "Who is he?" Chi-Chi teased, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "I know that look." "Promise you won't tell father?" Celia asked, her voice low, almost conspiratorial. "This is girl talk," Chi-Chi said with a wink, "and the first rule of girl talk is we don't talk about it to men." Celia hesitated, but then sighed. She was still getting used to this relaxed, open version of her mother. In her own timeline, Chi-Chi had always been focused on survival, not gossip or playful conversations. "All right," she said, her voice soft. "His name is Trunks."
Chi-Chi's eyebrows rose slightly. "And what does this Trunks do for a living?" "He's a fighter," Celia replied. "With the androids running rampant, that's about the only option left."
"I see," Chi-Chi said thoughtfully, nodding. "I can understand why you wouldn't want your father to know. I can already imagine him challenging this Trunks to a fight." Celia sighed again, shaking her head. "Yeah, that would be awkward." She didn't doubt Trunks could handle her father in a fight, but the situation would still be tense. Another thought crossed her mind. If they managed to defeat the androids and restore their timeline, she might not even have to explain any of this to Vegeta. Shaking off the thought, Celia shifted into a fighting stance. "Speaking of fighting, didn't we come here to spar?" "We did," Chi-Chi said, grinning as she mirrored her daughter's stance. "Let's see what you've got." Meanwhile, Krillin touched down on Master Roshi's island, scanning the familiar surroundings. Yamcha was on the beach, running through basic martial arts stances, while Roshi lounged in a chair nearby, predictably engrossed in one of his magazines. "Hey guys," Krillin called out as he landed. "Krillin," Yamcha said, pausing mid-stance to wave. "Glad you're here. I was just doing a warm-up. I could use a sparring partner if I'm going to stand a chance against the androids." Krillin smiled, but shook his head. "Actually, I've got a plan for that," he said. "Are Tien and Chiayotsu coming?"
"Yeah," Yamcha replied, grabbing a towel to wipe his face. "They should be here soon. But why'd you insist on Chiotsu coming? He hasn't really fought much since the old tournament days. Krillin's grin widened. Well, I've been working on a new technique, he said. It's something I picked up from King Kai after, well, the last time I was killed by Frieza. What kind of technique? Yamcha asked. His curiosity piqued. Fusion, Krillin replied, the word hanging in the air. Fusion? Yamcha repeated, confused. You mean like what Piccolo did on Namek? Sort of, Krillin said. It has a similar effect on power, but this version only lasts for 30 minutes. It's something I learned from the Metamoran people.
Yamcha's eyes lit up. So, if Tien and I fused, and you and Chiotsu fused, you think we'd be strong enough to take on the androids? Krillin shrugged. I don't know for sure, he admitted, but the Metamoran people got insanely strong using this technique. It might give us the edge we need. Yamcha nodded, his confidence building. Sounds great. Those androids won't know what hit them. Let's just hope Tien and Chiotsu are up for it, Krillin said, looking toward the horizon. We've got work to do. 2 years later, Kakarot adjusted the sash of his Jai, tightening it securely around his waist. His gaze shifted toward the window, where the early morning sun cast long shadows over the horizon. Today was the day. The androids were coming. After 2 grueling years of training, he could only hope they had done enough to prepare for the battle ahead. Bardock, Trunks, he called, his voice firm yet calm. It's time to go. The androids should show up in a few hours. Bardock stretched his arms lazily, leaning against the doorframe. What's the rush, Dad? He asked with a grin. You've got instant transmission. We could be there in a second.
Besides, Bulma added, stepping into the room with a teasing smile, I won't have my boys fighting the androids on an empty stomach. At the mention of food, Kakarot's resolve wavered. His stomach growled, as if in agreement. I guess we have a little time, he conceded with a sheepish laugh.
In another part of Capsule Corp, Chi-Chi set plates of breakfast on the table, barely able to keep up with the voracious appetites of Vegeta and Celia. They devoured the food as fast as she could prepare it, the dishes piling up in the sink like a culinary battlefield. Though she put on a strong front, Chi-Chi's heart was heavy. Today, her husband and daughter would face the androids, and while she knew how powerful they were, it didn't make the fear go away. She could only hope their training had made them strong enough. Mom? Dad? Celia said suddenly, setting her fork down. Her tone was nervous, yet resolute. What is it, honey? Chi-Chi asked, glancing over as Vegeta continued eating, seemingly oblivious to his daughter's words. Celia hesitated, fidgeting slightly. She'd been dreading this moment for weeks, but now there was no time left to stall. She had to tell them. I'm not going to fight the androids with you, she said finally. Chi-Chi blinked, her brow furrowing. What? But you've trained so hard, darling. Vegeta snorted, not even looking up from his plate. There won't be any left after I've had my turn with them anyway, he said, shoving another mouthful of food into his mouth. Celia ignored her father's comment and cleared her throat, her hands tightening into fists on the table. Well, she began hesitantly. Then, with a deep breath, she blurted it out. I'm pregnant. The sound of Vegeta spitting his food across the table was almost comical, if not for the murderous glare that followed. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white. Who? He growled. The single word carried all the menace of a royal decree. Celia held his gaze, unflinching. She knew exactly what he meant. His name is Trunks, she said evenly. He's Kakarot's second son. He came back from the future with me to help fight the androids. Vegeta's face darkened. His aura flared faintly, making the silverware on the table rattle. He's dead, he declared, his tone ice cold. Now, dear, Chi-Chi interrupted, her voice calm but firm, as she placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. Don't go overboard. I've talked with Celia a lot over the past 2 years, and you need to let her make her own decisions. She's a grown woman. I'm not going to kill her, Vegeta said, his teeth gritted. Just a little punk who dared touch my little girl? Celia rolled her eyes, but kept her composure. I'll have you know, I'm 20 years old, she said, her tone unwavering. I'm not exactly a little, and Trunks has been there for me through everything. We love each other. Vegeta's fiery retort died on his lips as he met his daughter's gaze. Her words carried a gravity that cut through his bluster. For all his pride and ferocity, Vegeta couldn't deny the strength of her conviction. He let out a long, slow breath, his fists unclenching. All right, he said begrudgingly. I won't kill him, but I'll make him wish he were dead. After the androids, Chi-Chi reminded him sharply, giving him a warning look. She knew her husband too well. He wouldn't actually hurt Trunks, but the last thing they needed was a fight breaking out between two Super Saiyans before the real battle. Vegeta grunted in acknowledgement. After the androids, he promised, though the faint smirk on his face hinted that Trunks wouldn't get off too easily. Celia sighed in relief, her lips twitching into a small smile, despite herself. "Thanks, Dad," she said softly. Kakarot, Bardock, and Trunks touched down on Amembo Island, the wind whipping through their hair as they stood atop a cliff, overlooking the city below. The distant sound of waves crashing against the rocky shoreline was drowned out by the tension in the air. "In our time, they showed up here," Trunks said, his voice steady, but his gaze distant, as if reliving the horrors he had faced. Kakarot nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon. "The others should be here soon," he said. "This time, the androids will have to face all of us at once. They won't know what hit them," a voice called out from behind. "Did we miss anything?" Kakarot turned to see Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chiaotzu landing gracefully nearby. "Not yet," Bardock replied, cracking his knuckles. "We just got here ourselves." "There's Raditz and Nappa," Trunks said, pointing toward the sky. The two Saiyans were descending rapidly, their powerful auras leaving faint trails behind them. "Now we're just waiting for Piccolo, Vegeta, and Celia," Kakarot said, folding his arms. "I'm here." Piccolo's voice rang out from behind them. The Namekian had arrived as silently as ever, his sudden appearance startling even the seasoned fighters. "Guys," Trunks began, his tone lowering, "Celia won't be coming. Please don't mention it in front of Vegeta. He might flip." Kakarot frowned. "What happened?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. Though he knew he couldn't change the hardships of the other timeline, it still pained him to think of what his youngest son and Celia had endured. Before Trunks could answer, a sharp voice cut through the conversation. "He contaminated my daughter. That's what happened," Vegeta said coldly, landing a few feet away and dusting off his gloves. His piercing glare was directed squarely at Trunks. Unlike the others, who wore fighting GIs or casual uniforms, Vegeta was clad in traditional Saiyan battle armor, his royal pride evident in his stance. "We'll have a little talk when this is all over," he growled at Trunks. Trunks stiffened under Vegeta's gaze, but said nothing, his jaw tightening. Before the tension could boil over, a strange voice echoed from behind the group. "Well, well, what have we here?" it drawled. "It seems all of my enemies have conveniently gathered in one place for me to destroy at once." The Z-Warriors turned in unison to face the source of the voice. An old man with long white hair, a thick mustache, and cold, calculating eyes stood before them. He wore an orange shirt beneath a black vest and pants, and a matching hat with the red ribbon army logo embroidered on it. "Nice to see you, Dr. Gero," Trunks said dryly, stepping forward. "We've been expecting you." Dr. Gero's eyes narrowed slightly in confusion as he studied the young man. "I can see that," he replied. "Though I don't know who you are, my data has no record of you. But the rest of you, yes, I know all of you well," he sneered. "I should thank you for saving me the trouble of hunting you down." "We weren't about to let you sneak up on us and outnumber us," Trunks shot back, venom dripping from his words. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield as more figures emerged. Floating behind Dr. Gero was Android 19, a bulky figure dressed similarly to his creator. His rotund frame was offset by his porcelain-like painted face, which gave him an eerie, doll-like appearance. To the side stood Android 17 and Android 18, both with arms crossed and expressions of utter boredom. 17, with his jet black hair tied back, wore a black t-shirt, blue jeans, and an orange scarf. Beside him, his sister, 18, adjusted her blonde hair as her denim vest and skirt caught the sunlight. Finally, another figure descended from above, landing gracefully behind Dr. Gero. He had blue skin, long blue-green hair, and a muscular build that radiated power. His white chest armor bore the Red Ribbon Army logo, and faint stitches ran along his neck, the only imperfection on his otherwise flawless appearance. Vegeta's eyes narrowed in recognition, his voice a low growl. "Zarbone!" The figure's lips curled into a smirk. "It's 21 now," he said smoothly. "A new name for the new power Dr. Gero has given me, and I intend to use it to tear all of you apart." The Z-Warriors stood in a tense circle, surrounded by the androids. Each fighter's eyes darted between their enemies, assessing the situation. Vegeta's scowl deepened as he struggled to gauge their power. "Which one is the strongest?" Vegeta demanded, his voice sharp with frustration. The inability to sense energy from the androids was grating on him. 21. Trunks replied evenly, his gaze locked on the blue-skinned warrior. "He's the one who destroyed all of you in the future." Vegeta's lips curled into a sneer. "He's mine," he growled. rocketing toward his former master's lackey without hesitation. "I've been meaning to settle the score anyway. I'll back him up," Kakarot said, sparing a glance at the others, before transforming into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura blazing to life. "I'll take the girl," Raditz said, nodding toward 18. "I've got Jiro," Piccolo said, his sharp Namekian eyes narrowing. "I'll handle 17, Trunks said, his voice resolute. Krillin glanced at Tien, Yamcha, and Kyaiutsu. "Looks like we've got the big guy," he said, pointing to 19. With their plan in place, Kakarot shot after Vegeta, whose initial assault was already underway. Vegeta closed the distance to 21 in an instant, his fist flying toward the android's face. 21 twisted effortlessly, dodging the blow with almost mocking ease. Kakarot teleported behind 21 just as the android countered, his fist driving into Vegeta's stomach and sending the Saiyan prince skidding back. Kakarot's leg lashed out in a roundhouse kick aimed at the back of 21's head, but the android turned with lightning speed, blocking the strike with his arm.
"I know all your tricks this time," 21 sneered, his voice dripping with venom. "And I've got plenty of new ones of my own."
Before 21 could press the attack, Vegeta came at him from the side, forcing the android to turn and engage the prince again. Kakarot saw his chance. As Vegeta traded blows with 21, Kakarot cupped his hands together, gathering energy. The golden light around him intensified as he chanted the familiar words, "Ka! Me! Ha! Me! Ha!" A massive beam of blue energy tore through the air, aimed straight at 21's back. Without even looking, 21 raised one hand, palm up. The beam collided with his hand and disappeared.
Kakarot's eyes widened in shock. He absorbed it? 21 pivoted, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he redirected the absorbed energy straight at Vegeta. The prince had no time to react as the blast struck him head on, sending him hurtling into the face of a nearby cliff. The android turned back to Kakarot, his smirk unwavering. "As you can see," he said coldly, "you're no match for me. I'm going to enjoy tearing you apart."
"Not so fast," a deep voice bellowed as Nappa appeared in front of 21, his massive frame blocking the android's view. With a flash of gold, Nappa's aura erupted, his transformation into a Super Saiyan complete. His turquoise eyes glinted with determination, and his golden mustache and eyebrows gleamed in the sunlight. 21 laughed mockingly. "That trick again? Don't you insolent monkeys get it? Dr. Jiro studied all your moves and programmed me with everything I need to crush you. There's nothing you can do to surprise me." Nappa clenched his fists, golden energy crackling around him. "We'll see about that," he snarled. The ground trembled as he screamed, his power surging higher and higher. "So it's going to be that trick," 21 said, rolling his eyes. "It didn't work out too well for your—" Before he could finish, the sharp gleam of a sword slashed through the air, aimed directly at his head. 21 jerked to the right, the blade missing by mere millimeters. He spun, his hand shooting out to grab the arm that wielded the weapon. A cruel grin spread across his face as he stared into Trunks' determined eyes. "I remember you, boy," 21 said, his grip tightening painfully on Trunks' arm. "You won't be so lucky this time." Bardock gritted his teeth, feeling his energy slipping away as 21's vice-like grip tightened around his arm. His muscles trembled, his strength fading with every second. The android's power was overwhelming, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. "You're finished, boy," 21 sneered, his cold laughter echoing through the battlefield, "just like your future self." Bardock's vision blurred, the edges darkening, when a thunderous voice roared across the sky. "Break cannon!" A beam of golden energy erupted from Nappa's mouth, slicing through the air with devastating force. 21 turned at the last moment, releasing Bardock as he brought his hands together to intercept the attack. The energy blast slammed into his palms, and with shocking ease, he absorbed the entire attack.
"Pathetic," 21 scoffed, his cruel grin widening. "You Saiyans are no match for my power." With a sudden pivot, the android unleashed the absorbed energy in a massive beam aimed directly at Kakarot, who had teleported behind him, mid-motion for a surprise kick. The blast struck Kakarot square in the chest, the sheer speed of it catching him off guard. He was hurled backward, the force sending him crashing into the ground with a deafening explosion. Smoke and debris filled the air as the ground trembled beneath the impact. 21 turned back to the others, his laughter cutting through the chaos. Anyone else want to give it a try? Nearby, Dr. Jiro was locked in a brutal exchange with Piccolo. The Namekian's fists flew with relentless speed and precision, forcing Jiro to stay on the defensive. A sharp jab narrowly missed Jiro's head, grazing his shoulder as he twisted out of the way at the last possible moment.
Jiro's mind raced. This Namekian shouldn't be this powerful, he thought, recalculating his odds. Based on my data, there's no way to beat him at my current energy levels. But a sinister grin crept across his face as he devised a solution. Shifting his weight, Jiro countered with a lightning-fast punch aimed at Piccolo's midsection. Piccolo dodged with ease, his superior speed allowing him to sidestep the attack. The Namekian retaliated with a devastating uppercut, his fist driving into Jiro's metallic stomach, with enough force to send shockwaves through the ground. Jiro staggered, but used the momentum to clamp his hand onto Piccolo's wrist. The moment he made contact, he began draining the Namekian's energy.
Piccolo's eyes widened in shock as a cold, numbing sensation spread through his body. What? He managed to say, his voice strained as he tried to pull away. Jiro smirked, tightening his grip. "It's over, Namek," he said, grabbing Piccolo's other arm as the Namekian tried to punch him loose, with both hands secured. Jiro absorbed energy at an even faster rate, his mechanical systems humming with newfound power. Piccolo's knees buckled, his once vibrant aura dimming as his strength drained away. On another part of the battlefield, Krillin and Kyojutsu stood side by side, their faces set with determination. They moved in unison, performing the fusion dance with precision.
Fusion Ha!
A bright flash of light enveloped them, and when it faded, a new warrior stood in their place. Slightly taller than Kyojutsu, but shorter than Krillin, the fused being wore an orange GI with a green undershirt. His bald head and rosy cheeks gave him an odd yet intimidating appearance. "I'm Krilltsu," the fusion said, his voice a strange blend of Krillin's and Chaotsu's. He turned just as another blinding light flashed nearby. When the second light faded, Tien and Yamcha's fusion was revealed. The new warrior, Tiencha, stood tall and broad-shouldered, his third eye glowing faintly as his aura flared around him.
Krilltsu grinned. "Let's take care of an android," he said, his energy spiking as he activated a Kaioken X-20. "I'm in," Tiencha replied, his own aura igniting with crimson power as he also pushed to a Kaioken X-20.
The two fused warriors charged at Android 19, their movements blurring with speed.
19's expression shifted to panic. His internal sensors analyzed the new threats, but there was no data on these warriors. They were familiar, but fundamentally different, and far more powerful. Before he could react, Tiencha was upon him, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches and kicks. Each strike connected with brutal force, cracking the android's armor and leaving him reeling. Krilltsu followed, darting in with a spinning kick that sent 19 staggering backward, sparks flying from his damaged frame.
19 tried to counter, his large hands swinging wildly, but the two fused warriors moved too quickly, seamlessly weaving around his attacks. The android systems were overwhelmed, his movement slowing as his power reserves dropped.
"Looks like we've got the upper hand," Tiencha said, a smirk crossing his face as he prepared for the next strike. 19 whirled to grab Tiencha, his massive hands reaching out in desperation. He knew that absorbing energy was his only chance to survive this relentless onslaught. But before he could make his move, a sharp kick landed on his back, sending him stumbling forward. Krilltsu floated behind him, his finger extended and glowing faintly. "You're not going anywhere," the fused warrior said calmly. 19 froze mid-motion, his body locked in place by Krilltsu's psychic hold. His systems whirred and clicked as he struggled against the invisible force, but it was no use. His movements were completely paralyzed. Across from him, Tiencha took his position, forming a triangle with his hands. Crimson energy flared around him as he focused his power. "Tree Kamehameha!" he roared, unleashing a massive beam of blue energy that roared toward the immobilized android. 19's eyes widened in panic. He couldn't raise his hands to absorb the attack, nor could he dodge while trapped by Krilltsu's ability. He had never anticipated such a powerful combination of techniques, and now it was too late. The beam struck him with devastating force, engulfing his entire frame. Circuits sparked and overloaded as his synthetic skin peeled away, revealing the intricate machinery beneath. His processors scrambled to analyze the situation, but the energy was too much. For the first time, fear flashed in the android's artificial eyes, brief but unmistakable, before the explosion consumed him entirely. When the light faded, nothing remained but charred fragments scattered across the battlefield. Kriltsu lowered his hand, his rosy cheeks glinting in the aftermath. "That takes care of him," he said. Tiencha smirked, cracking his knuckles. One down, not far away, Raditz's golden aura flared as he rocketed toward Android 18, each movement faster and more precise than the last. He unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches, each one landing with enough force to send shockwaves through the air. 18 floated back, her expression calm but focused as she shifted into a defensive stance. She raised her arms, blocking and parrying the blows as they came, though each one pushed her farther back. "He's stronger than I expected," she thought. Her teeth gritted, but her confidence didn't waver. Strength alone wasn't enough to win this fight. She knew his moves, every punch, every kick, and she could anticipate his attacks almost perfectly. 18 grinned, her eyes gleaming with cold calculation. Let him wear himself out. He won't last forever. Meanwhile, Trunks, fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, charged Android 17 head-on. His fists glowed with energy as he swung the first punch. 17 raised his arms, blocking the blow effortlessly. The impact pushed him back slightly, but his expression remained calm and unreadable. Trunks pressed on, undeterred. His attacks came faster, harder, forcing 17 to stay on the defensive. For Trunks, this was a rare moment. He was used to being outnumbered, battered, and barely clinging to life in the future timeline. Fighting one-on-one, even against an android, felt like a breath of fresh air. But then, 17's counter came. A sharp punch connected with Trunks' jaw, snapping his head to the side. The impact was jarring, a reminder that this battle was far from over. "Stay focused," Trunks thought, shaking off the hit. He leaped back, cupping his hands at his side as golden energy began to swirl around him. "Kamehameha!" he shouted, releasing a powerful beam of energy that surged towards 17. The android crossed his arms, summoning a shimmering barrier that enveloped him in a protective dome. The beam struck the barrier with a deafening crash, the explosion sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Trunks grinned, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. "That's got to have done something," he muttered to himself, his confidence building. For the first time, he felt like he was in control of the fight. But as the smoke cleared, his heart sank. 17 stood in the same spot, completely unharmed. The barrier disappeared, and the android dusted himself off with an almost bored expression. Trunks tensed, dropping into a fighting stance as his golden aura flared once more. "Okay," he muttered, steadying his breath. "Guess it's not going to be that easy." 17's lips curved into a faint smirk as he began his counterattack. Kakarot groaned as he pulled himself out of the crater, the debris falling from his shoulders as he stood shakily. He glanced upward, his golden aura flickering weakly. Above him, Bardock and Nappa were locked in a fierce battle with 21. But it was clear they weren't faring well. The android wasn't even trying. He blocked their punches and kicks with effortless precision, almost mocking them with his casual movements. Occasionally, he'd lash out, delivering a crushing blow to one of them, sending them flying back before they regrouped to attack again. Kakarot clenched his fists at his sides, frustration boiling inside him. "We have to stop him here," he thought. "For the sake of everyone on Earth, we can't lose." But no matter how much he pushed himself, his power wasn't responding. He could feel his strength slipping away faster than it should have, even accounting for the energy he'd used. He gritted his teeth, forcing his power to its limits, but his body refused to cooperate. His golden aura flared briefly before flickering out again, weaker than before. Then, a sharp pain stabbed at his chest, stealing his breath. He gasped, clutching his chest as beads of sweat rolled down his face. "What's happening to me?" he thought, his heart pounding erratically. Determined not to give up, Kakarot raised his hand to his forehead and teleported behind 21, aiming a punch at the back of the android's head. But his movement was sluggish, too slow in his current state. 21 turned with a smirk, dodging the punch with ease. In a flash, he grabbed Kakarot by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "Pathetic," 21 sneered, tightening his grip. Kakarot's vision blurred as his energy drained rapidly. His body felt colder with each passing second, the chill spreading from the android's hand. Realization struck him like a blow. He can absorb energy. That explained why his earlier attack had been useless, and why his strength was fading so fast now. His golden hair dimmed, the glow fading entirely as it reverted to its natural black.
Bardock, still battling nearby, saw his father's transformation fade. Panic flashed through his mind as he watched Kakarot's energy disappear. The memory of the icy sensation when 21 had grabbed him earlier returned in full force. "No!" Bardock shouted, his voice filled with desperation. He knew exactly what was happening, and he knew he didn't have time to hesitate. If he didn't act now, his father wouldn't survive. Fueled by adrenaline and raw emotion, Bardock rocketed toward 21, moving faster than ever before. His golden aura blazed around him like a comet, the sheer force of his speed creating a shockwave in his wake.
21 turned his cold gaze to the young Super Saiyan, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Without releasing Kakarot, the android raised his free hand, a massive orb of stolen energy forming in his palm. "Let's see if you can handle this," 21 said, his voice dripping with malice.
With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the energy blast at Bardock. The attack was enormous, crackling with destructive force as it shot toward the young Saiyan. Bardock had no time to dodge. His instincts screamed at him to brace for impact, but he knew the odds of surviving were slim. He crossed his arms over his face, his golden aura flaring as he prepared for the worst. "I'm not ready to die," Bardock thought, closing his eyes tightly. "But if it means saving my father, then so be it."
The blast raced toward him, the air crackling with energy as it bore down on him. In that moment, everything seemed to slow down. Nappa's sharp eyes followed the massive blast 21 had unleashed at Bardock. The boy stood firm, his arms raised in a defensive stance, his golden aura flaring defiantly. But Nappa knew the truth. There was no way Bardock could survive that attack. The thought hit him harder than he expected. Bardock was just 10 years old and already a Super Saiyan, a feat that astounded even Nappa. The boy's potential was limitless, his power growing at a pace that defied logic. He thought back to when he first met Bardock, only 5 years old at the time. Even then, the boy's raw strength rivaled what Nappa had achieved at nearly 70. This kid might be the planet's only hope, Nappa realized. If anyone can save us from this nightmare, it's him. But not if he dies here. In that split second, Nappa made his decision. Without hesitation, he rocketed toward the descending energy blast, his own aura blazing like a comet. As the blast closed in, Nappa shoved Bardock out of its path with all his strength.
"Live, boy," Nappa muttered, his voice steady, despite the storm of energy bearing down on him. The blast struck Nappa full force. His body was engulfed in a torrent of searing energy that tore through him mercilessly. Flesh burned away, exposing bone until even that disintegrated into ash. A fierce wind scattered what remained of the warrior, leaving nothing behind. Bardock hit the ground hard, rolling several feet before coming to a stop. Dazed, he lifted his head just in time to see the last traces of Nappa vanish into the wind. A tear slipped down his cheek, the weight of the sacrifice sinking in. But there was no time for grief. His father was still in danger. Bardock pushed himself to his feet, wiping the tear away as his gaze locked onto 21. The android still held Kakarot by the neck, his grip unrelenting. Before Bardock could act, a boot slammed into 21's face with a thunderous crack, sending the android staggering. Kakarot dropped to the ground, gasping for air as the grip around his neck released.
21 turned toward the source of the attack, his expression darkening. "Ah, Vegeta," he sneered, addressing the Saiyan prince who now stood before him. Vegeta grinned, his stance confident and unyielding. "It's time you stopped playing with these weaklings and faced a real warrior," he said, his voice dripping with pride. 21 laughed mockingly. "And who would that be?" he asked, the malice in his tone unmistakable. "Super Vegeta," the prince declared. Golden light erupted around him as his aura surged outward. His muscle mass increased slightly, his already impressive frame growing even more formidable as his power climbed to staggering heights. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered under the weight of his energy. After a few seconds, the glow subsided, leaving Vegeta standing tall and composed, his power stabilized at its peak. Bardock, watching from the sidelines, stared in awe. He had felt Vegeta's power before, but this was on an entirely new level. The prince's energy was overwhelming, a force that could rival even the strongest foes. But Bardock couldn't afford to be distracted. He ran to his father, dropping to his knees beside him. Kakarot was unconscious, his breathing shallow and labored. His body was burning up, his skin pale and drenched with sweat. "Dad," Bardock murmured, his voice trembling. He had seen his father beaten and battered in countless battles, but this was different. Something was wrong. terribly wrong. Bardock didn't hesitate. He placed one hand on his father's chest and brought the other to his forehead, mimicking the teleportation technique Kakarot had taught him. "Hang on, Dad," he whispered. In an instant, the two vanished, leaving Vegeta to face Android 21 alone. Zarbon unleashed a blinding energy blast aimed directly at Vegeta, intent on finishing the Saiyan Prince once and for all. But Vegeta, his instincts sharpened by countless battles, ducked beneath the attack at the last possible moment. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta countered with a powerful punch, his fist slamming into Zarbon's midsection with enough force to make the android grunt in pain, a sensation he hadn't experienced since his reconstruction. Pain? Zarbon's mind raced. How could this monkey possibly challenge my upgraded form? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Vegeta's boot met his face in a devastating kick, propelling Zarbon backward with such velocity that he smashed into a towering cliff. Rocks and debris rained down around the impact site, shrouding Zarbon in a thick cloud of dust. Vegeta hovered above the chaos, his arms crossed, and a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. "Not so tough now, are you, Tin Can?" he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. Before Vegeta's words could fully sink in, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the rubble, followed by a shockwave that sent boulders flying in all directions. Zarbon emerged from the dust cloud, his laughter echoing ominously across the battlefield. "Is that all you've got, Vegeta?" Zarbon sneered, his glowing eyes narrowing with malice. Vegeta's smirk didn't waver. Not by a long shot. Without warning, he vanished from sight, reappearing in an instant behind Zarbon. With precision and speed, he drove his knee into Zarbon's back, eliciting another grunt of discomfort from the android. But Zarbon wasn't one to be caught off guard for long. He spun around swiftly, his palm open and crackling with energy. He aimed to grab Vegeta and drain the Saiyan's life force. Vegeta, however, anticipated the move. With an iron grip, he caught Zarbon's hand mid-swing, halting the attack before it could land. "You're getting predictable," Vegeta remarked, his voice tinged with mockery. Yet even as their hands locked in a test of strength, Vegeta felt a sudden, sharp pull. His energy began to seep away, drawn through Zarbon's palm like water through a sieve. Zarbon's lips curled into a smug smile. "Can't you see the futility in fighting me, Vegeta?" Zarbon taunted. "Your strength is mine now." Vegeta's eyes widened as he realized what was happening, but his defiant spirit refused to waver. "I'm not beaten that easily," he roared, channeling his frustration into a brutal counterattack. He drove his knee upward into Zarbon's stomach, the force of the blow forcing Zarbon to release his grip and stumble back. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched himself forward to press his advantage, but Zarbon, quick to recover, raised his hand and unleashed a blinding energy blast infused with the very power he had just stolen from Vegeta. The attack struck Vegeta square in the chest, sending the Saiyan Prince hurtling backward, smoke rising from his armor as he skidded to a halt in the dip. Far from the battlefield, Bardock appeared in the sleek confines of Capsule Corporation. His father slumped heavily against him. Bulma stood at her workbench, tools scattered around her as she concentrated on a small, intricate device. The hum of machinery filled the air, the only sound in the lab until Bardock's voice cut through. "Mom!" Bardock called urgently as he entered, his tone a mix of worry and urgency. Bulma turned sharply at the sound of her son's voice. Her gaze quickly shifted to the scene before her. Bardock with minor scrapes and burns, his clothes torn but otherwise unharmed, and Kakarot barely able to stand. The older son was pale, his breaths coming in shallow, labored gasps. Sweat drenched his face, and his hand clutched his chest as if to stave off some invisible pain. "What happened?" Bulma demanded, her voice laced with concern as she hurried over. "I don't know," Bardock admitted, his brow furrowed. "We were fighting the androids, and Dad just collapsed. One minute he was holding his own, and the next, he was clutching his chest like this." Bulma's eyes darted to her husband, assessing his condition. "Did the androids hurt him? Did they do something to him?" she pressed, her tone sharp. "One of them grabbed him," Bardock explained, his expression darkening. "It started draining his energy, but that can't be the problem. It let go after a few seconds, and I got grabbed too. The effect faded as soon as we broke free. This is something else. Dad looks like he's dying." Bulma's gaze lingered on Kakarot's hand, still clutching his chest in visible agony. "Was he injured there?" she asked, her mind already racing through possibilities.
Bardock shook his head firmly. "No, he wasn't even hit there during the fight." Bulma's jaw tightened as she processed the information. "Lay him down on the table," she instructed, pointing to the examination table across the room. I'll take a closer look and figure out what's wrong. Trunks gritted his teeth, his arms raised in a desperate attempt to block another bone-rattling blow from Android 17. Each strike sent tremors down his frame, his muscles burning from exhaustion. He had been locked in this battle for what felt like hours, and it was taking its toll. 17, however, showed no signs of fatigue. The android's unrelenting assault only grew sharper and more precise, his movements as fluid as they were mechanical.
17 smirked, sensing Trunks' growing struggle. "Getting tired, Saiyan?" he mocked, his voice calm yet dripping with disdain. "You organics are all the same, so fragile." Trunks didn't respond, focusing instead on deflecting 17's next punch. He knew better than to waste energy on words. "I just need to hold on a little longer," he thought, though even he wasn't sure how much longer his body could endure. 17's attacks became a blur, each blow more calculated than the last. At the start of their battle, Trunks had been a challenge, forcing 17 to put some effort into the fight. But now it felt like a chore. 17 sighed, taking a brief pause to scan the battlefield.
His sister, 18, was toying with Raditz. The long-haired Saiyan had fought valiantly, but it was clear he couldn't keep up with her. 18 dodged his attacks effortlessly, occasionally landing sharp counters that left Raditz visibly weakened. 17 chuckled to himself. "Almost too easy," he muttered. His eyes flicked over to Zarbon, who was locked in a fierce battle with Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince's power had spiked significantly, and it was clear Zarbon was struggling to keep up. Still, it was enough to keep the overpowered brute busy. Most importantly, Jiro's enforcer wasn't anywhere near the scientist himself. 17's smirk widened as a plan formed in his mind. Turning back to Trunks, he gave a quick nod to his sister across the battlefield. 18 returned the gesture, understanding immediately.
Without warning, 17 drove a devastating uppercut into Trunks' stomach. The impact forced the air from Trunks' lungs, his body folding in pain. Before the Saiyan could recover, 17 followed up with a double-fisted hammer strike to the back of his head. The blow sent Trunks hurtling toward the ground, crashing into the dirt with enough force to carve out a crater. "Stay down," 17 muttered, raising one hand. A brilliant sphere of energy formed in his palm, crackling ominously. Without hesitation, he launched it into the crater, the resulting explosion sending smoke and debris spiraling into the air. Satisfied that Trunks wouldn't be getting back up anytime soon, 17 turned his attention toward Jiro. 18, having dispatched Raditz, joined him mid-air as they flew toward their maker. The two androids landed in front of the old scientist, who stood wide-eyed and defensive. "What are you doing?" Dr. Jiro demanded, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and panic. "You should be killing the Saiyans." 17 crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "We're tired of taking orders from you, old man." 18 nodded in agreement, her tone colder. "And without your enforcer here to babysit us, we decided it's time to assert our independence." Dr. Jiro's face twisted in rage. "You insolent!" His outburst was cut short as 17 moved faster than the eye could follow, delivering a high kick that severed Jiro's head from his shoulders in one clean motion. The scientist's body crumpled to the ground, sparks flying from the exposed wires and circuits in his neck. 18 stared dispassionately at Jiro's headless body. That was quick. 17 glanced down, unimpressed. He wasn't worth dragging it out. Without ceremony, he brought his boot down on Jiro's head, crushing it with a sickening crunch. The remaining sparks faded, leaving only silence. "What about that hulking mess over there?" 18 asked, nodding toward the distance where Jiro's enforcer was still battling Vegeta. "He's not our problem," 17 replied. "Let's head back to the lab and activate 16. 18 raised an eyebrow. 16? Are you sure his programming is stable? Jiro avoided using him for a reason? That's exactly why he deserves a chance," 17 said, his tone more contemplative. "Jiro didn't like him because he couldn't be controlled. Sounds like our kind of guy to me." 18 smirked slightly, her interest piqued. "Fair enough. Let's see what he's capable of." The two androids took off, heading for Jiro's lab with newfound purpose. Kriltsu and Tiencha watched from a distance as 17 and 18 finished off Jiro. The two fused warriors exchanged uneasy glances. "Unexpected," Kriltsu said, his voice tinged with confusion. "Why would they turn on him like that?" Tiencha shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe they got tired of being controlled." "Doesn't matter,"
Krilltsu said, his gaze shifting toward Vegeta's battle with Jiro's enforcer. It looks like Vegeta could use some help.
Tiencha nodded, his voice resolute. We'll have to move fast. The fusion's going to wear off any minute now. Their fiery auras flared to life, blazing red as they pushed the Kaioken to its absolute limit. With a shared battle cry, the fused warriors charged toward the fray, ready to tip the scales.
21 stood over Vegeta, his expression smug as the Saiyan prince forced himself to his feet. Vegeta's body bore the scars of his grueling battle with Zarbon. His armor cracked, his breath labored, but his fiery resolve remained unbroken. "Are you about done yet, Vegeta?" 21 taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. "How many times do I have to beat you before you realize you can't win? There's no way for you to defeat me."
Vegeta wiped a thin trickle of blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He didn't answer immediately, his mind racing. How could this be happening? Even after ascending beyond Super Saiyan, it still isn't enough. He recalled his daughter's warnings from the other timeline, the tales of how the androids had defeated him, even after he had achieved Super Saiyan. Back then, he had dismissed it as an exaggeration, convinced that the transformation represented the ultimate pinnacle of power. But when he experienced the crushing reality of those words, he had sought a new level, training relentlessly until he unlocked the power to ascend beyond. Yet here he was, still struggling to match his opponent's strength. It wasn't just brute force. Zarbon matched his power and outpaced him in speed. Worse still, his ascended form sacrificed agility for raw power, making it harder to keep up with the android's movements. Zarbon's uncanny ability to anticipate every move and absorb energy attacks made the situation even more dire.
"Frieza always overestimated you," Zarbon sneered, appearing suddenly in front of the battered prince. Vegeta barely managed to rise before Zarbon towered over him, his smirk twisting into a cruel grin. "I never understood what he saw in a weakling like you. Insolent, arrogant, and far too fragile for your own good."
Zarbon extended one hand, forming a pulsating ball of crackling energy, its glow illuminating the grim expression on Vegeta's face. "And now, it's time to end this. I'm going to enjoy killing you." Before Zarbon could strike, a blur of motion interrupted his focus. A sharp kick connected with his jaw, snapping his head to the side and sending him stumbling back. "Not if we have anything to say about it," a voice shouted. Tiencha landed in front of Vegeta, his fused form brimming with energy, as his partner, Krilltsu, joined him. Together, they formed a shield between Vegeta and Zarbon.
Zarbon recovered quickly, flipping back to land on his feet. His piercing gaze fell on the two newcomers. "And who are you supposed to be?" he asked, his voice laced with disdain. His internal scouter quickly analyzed their power levels, noting the faint red glow of the Kaioken technique, amplifying their energy. It doesn't matter. Even together, you don't stand a chance." Tiencha's face remained determined. "We'll see about that," he replied coolly. Without waiting for Zarbon to make the first move, Tiencha raised his hands to his face. A sudden burst of blinding light exploded outward. "Solar flare!" he shouted. Zarbon cursed, staggering back as his vision was consumed by the intense flash. "Gah! That trick won't—" Krilltsu seized the opening, forming a spinning Destructo disc above his head. With a sharp motion, he hurled it toward Zarbon, aiming to sever the android's head once again. But Zarbon was prepared. Still partially blinded, he extended his hand and caught the Destructo disc mid-flight. Its energy sizzled in his palm before being completely absorbed into his system. He laughed mockingly, his sight slowly returning. "Nice try, but didn't I tell you? I know all of your attacks." Before the warriors could react, Zarbon countered with a beam of radiant energy, vibrant and destructive. "Beautiful blast!" he roared, as the beam erupted toward Tiencha and Krilltsu, lighting up the battlefield in a dazzling explosion of power. Meanwhile, in the calm of Capsule Corporation's lab, Bulma emerged from her workstation, a mixture of frustration and concern etched on her face. Bardock was pacing nearby, glancing anxiously at his father, who lay unconscious on the examination table. "How is he?" Bardock asked, his voice trembling slightly as he stopped mid-step. Bulma sighed heavily. "It looks like he's suffering from a heart virus," she explained. "I've never seen anything like it before. It's aggressive, and there's no known cure. Not yet, at least."
Bardock's heart sank. Is he going to make it?" he asked, his voice quiet but tense. "I don't know," Bulma admitted. "I ran a full analysis of the virus's genetic makeup. Based on that, I managed to formulate an experimental medicine." But she hesitated, her eyes flicking to Kakarot's pale, sweat-drenched face. "It's untested. I have no idea if it'll work."
Bardock clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. "So all we can do is wait?" Bulma nodded solemnly. "Yes, for now, that's all we can do." Bardock stepped closer to his father, his expression softening as he placed a hand on the older Saiyan's shoulder. "Come on, Dad," he whispered, his voice filled with determination. "We need you more than ever. The androids are still out there, and we can't win this without you." Raditz and Trunks stood at a distance, their expressions grim as they watched the battlefield unfold before them. Zarbon was overwhelming the two fused warriors, who despite their best efforts, were struggling to hold their ground. The monstrous androids showed no signs of tiring, while Kriltsu and Tiencha were clearly reaching their limits. Trunks clenched his fist, his voice strained with frustration. "We need to do something. If we don't step in now, they're going to—" "Stay calm," Raditz interrupted, his tone steady despite the situation. "Rushing in without a plan will just get us all killed. Neither of us is strong enough to take that thing head on right now. But we can't just stand here and do nothing." Trunks shot back, his voice rising with urgency. "I know," Raditz said firmly, keeping his composure. "But acting without thinking is worse. We need a plan." He paused, his sharp eyes studying the situation. "Did your father teach you instant transmission while you trained with him?" Trunks hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "He did, but I haven't mastered it yet. I can use it, but it takes a lot of focus." Raditz nodded, formulating a plan on the spot. "Good enough. Here's what I need you to do. Get Piccolo out of here and back to Capsule Corp. Once he's safe, I'll handle the rest."
Trunks frowned, unsure. "What are you planning to do?" Raditz smirked, though there was little humor in it. "Something Saiyan pride hates to do. Retreat." The battlefield. Zarbon moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance between himself and the fused warriors. With a single, powerful backhand, he sent Kriltsu and Tiencha flying to the side. Their bodies slammed into the ground with a heavy thud as Zarbon turned his attention back to his true target, Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince had recovered just enough to summon the last reserves of his energy. He launched himself at Zarbon with a defiant roar, throwing a right hook aimed at the android's face. But Zarbon sidestepped the attack effortlessly, his speed far outmatching Vegeta's. "Pathetic," Zarbon muttered before retaliating. He delivered a devastating blow to Vegeta's head, the force of the strike knocking the prince nearly unconscious. Vegeta's golden hair faded back to black as his Super Saiyan form collapsed, his body too drained to sustain it any longer. Zarbon sauntered forward, laughing mockingly. "Oh, how the mighty Saiyan Prince has fallen. You're nothing without your little golden glow, are you?" His voice dripped with malice as he raised one hand, energy gathering into a brilliant orb above his palm. "Well, Vegeta, it looks like this is the end. Time to say goodbye." Before Zarbon could unleash his finishing move, a voice rang out behind him. "Grab hold!" In an instant, Raditz appeared between Vegeta and Zarbon, his aura flaring with the power of his Super Saiyan transformation. The two fused warriors, battered but conscious, quickly scrambled to place their hands on Raditz's shoulder. At the same moment, Raditz grabbed the unconscious Vegeta with his other hand, placing his fingers to his forehead.
"You're not finishing anyone today," Raditz snarled. Just as Zarbon unleashed his devastating blast, the group vanished in a flash of light, leaving the energy attack to erupt harmlessly against the charred ground.
Raditz appeared in the familiar halls of Capsule Corporation, carrying Vegeta, with Kriltsu and Tiencha in tow. Seconds after their arrival, the fusion between Krillin and Tien broke, splitting them back into their original forms. The two warriors stumbled slightly, clearly exhausted from the strain of the battle. Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice shaky. "What do we do now?" Even fusion wasn't enough to stop that monster. Raditz laid Vegeta down gently and turned to address the group. "We regroup and come up with a new plan. We're not strong enough to take Zarbon down head on, not yet."
At that moment, Bardock entered the room, his expression somber as he surveyed the battered warriors. "Where's Kakarot?" Raditz asked, his voice low but urgent. Bardock folded his arms, his face grim. "He's in the med bay."
Raditz's brow furrowed. "How bad is it?" "It's not good," Bardock admitted. Trunks stepped forward, setting Piccolo down carefully. "What about the Senzu beans? They could heal him, right?" Bardock shook his head. "It's not that simple. He's not physically injured. Not in the way Senzu beans can fix. He's dealing with some kind of heart virus. We already tried using a bean, but it didn't do any good." Bardock pulled out the bag of remaining beans and tossed them to Raditz. "Here, pass these around. At least the rest of you can heal. Raditz distributed the beans to Krillin and Tien, as Trunks frowned in concern. How's he holding up? Bulma entered the room, overhearing the question. Her face was a mix of worry and determination. We don't know yet. I've developed an experimental medicine to counter the virus, but it's untested. All we can do now is wait and hope. Raditz clenched his fist, his frustration evident. So we're stuck waiting? Kakarot's out, Vegeta's down, and we're not strong enough to take on those androids. This is bad.
Bardock nodded solemnly. It gets worse. The other two androids, 17 and 18, they killed Jiro and then took off. We have no idea where they went. Where do you think they're headed? Bardock asked, looking at the group for answers.
Trunks crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful but troubled. I don't know, he admitted, his voice heavy. In the other timeline, 17 and 18 didn't seem to care much about Jiro. They followed his orders, but you could tell they resented him. Killing him like they did now, that's definitely new. Zarbin might have been the reason they stayed in line before, but with him distracted fighting my dad, they probably saw their chance to take him out. Raditz nodded, his face hardening. Zarbin's arrogance might have worked in their favor this time. Still, it's strange. Killing their creator doesn't exactly fit their usual MO. Yeah, Trunks agreed, his gaze distant. In my timeline, Jiro kept control over them through fear. They may have hated him, but they never outright defied him like this. Without him, who knows what they'll do now that they're free? Krillin, leaning against the wall, chimed in with a nervous edge to his voice. Whatever they're planning, Zarbin is still the bigger problem. Those two might be unpredictable, but Zarbon's a walking disaster waiting to happen. He's already proven he's stronger than all of us combined. Raditz frowned, his eyes narrowing. Don't forget, Zarbin worked for Frieza. He's not just strong, he's ruthless. If it suits him, he won't hesitate to wipe this entire planet out just to smoke us out. Frieza's goons were always like that. The room fell into a tense silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on everyone. Bardock broke it, his tone blunt but serious. So what do we do? Sitting here isn't going to solve anything. Raditz let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through his wild hair. I wish I knew. The way things are now, we don't have the strength to take him on head to head. Even with Kakarot in fighting shape, we'd still be at a serious disadvantage. Far away, deep within the steel labyrinth of Jiro's hidden laboratory, 17 and 18 strolled into the dimly lit chamber. The faint hum of machinery echoed through the room, accompanied by the occasional flicker of overhead lights. Ah, home sweet home, 17 said with a wry smile, his hands clasped behind his head as he looked around. 18 shot him a glare. Oh, shut up. You know I hate this place. I'm just kidding, 17 replied, his smirk widening. He walked toward a sleek high-tech pod that stood upright against the wall. Inside, a towering android lay dormant, his broad frame encased in green armor. A red mohawk adorned his otherwise bald head, and his expression was calm, almost serene. Well, time to wake up our old friend, 17 said, placing a hand on the control panel. With a quick series of button presses, the pod began to rumble, steam hissing from its seams. A faint glow surrounded the android within as the pod's door slowly slid open.
The towering figure stirred, his blue eyes blinking open for the first time in years. He sat up, his movements precise and deliberate, and looked around with an air of quiet intensity. Where am I? He asked, his voice deep and calm.
17 stepped back, gesturing casually. We woke you up. Now the question is, what do we do next? The newly awakened android, designated 16, tilted his head slightly, his gaze steady. I am programmed to kill Kakarot, he said simply, his tone devoid of emotion. 18 rolled her eyes. Figures, he's got a one-track mind. 17 chuckled. Well, at least he's consistent. Still, this could be fun. Kakarot disappeared early in the battle, but I wouldn't mind tracking him down myself. A scavenger hunt could spice things up. 18 leaned against the wall, her expression bored but slightly amused. Why not? It's not like we've got anything better to do. 16 stood, towering over the siblings, his presence imposing yet oddly serene. Kakarot must be eliminated, he repeated, his unwavering focus leaving no doubt about his intent. Bardock, Trunks, and Raditz each completed their 10,000th push-up under the crushing pressure of 400 times Earth's gravity. Sweat poured down their faces and bodies, muscles straining as they fought through the intense training. The gravity chamber hummed faintly, a stark contrast to the grunts of effort that echoed within. For 4 days straight, they had pushed their limits, knowing full well their lives and the fate of the planet depended on it. Despite their determination, They remained cautious, carefully suppressing their power levels. Any significant surge might attract the androids, a risk they couldn't afford to take. 17 and 18 had been eerily absent since their last appearance, but 21 had made his presence known. Cities lay in ruins from his devastating assaults, a calculated effort to lure them out. Each time, they had resisted the urge to intervene, knowing they weren't ready. Not yet. Frustration weighed heavily on them. Their pride as Saiyans warred with their cold logic. They wanted to fight, to defend the innocent, but the truth was undeniable. They couldn't win. Not against 21, not as they were now.
Damn it, Bardock muttered, his fist slamming into the floor, leaving a small dent. We're just sitting here while he tears the world apart. We don't have a choice, Trunks said, his voice tense. He wiped sweat from his brow, his violet hair clinging to his face. If we go out there and lose, who's left to stop him? Raditz, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, scowled, but said nothing. He hated being powerless, but Trunks was right. Adding to their worries was the absence of Vegeta and Piccolo. Vegeta had vanished, presumably to train on his own, as he often did. Piccolo, ever the lone wolf, had left without a word. The remaining Saiyans and their human allies had spent hours brainstorming a plan, but beyond training harder, they had little to show for their effort.
The gravity chamber's intercom crackled to life, breaking the tense silence. "I need you in the med center." Bulma's voice came through, calm but insistent. The three Saiyans exchanged glances before springing into action, dashing out of the gravity room. Within moments, they burst into the med center, their battle-worn features lighting up with hope at the sight before them. Kakarot, their comrade and family, was sitting up in bed, grinning as if he hadn't been on the brink of death. "I see you're happy to see me," he said, his voice warm and lighthearted. "Dad!" Bardock stepped forward, his usual stoicism faltering. Relief softened his rough edges. "I was worried you wouldn't make it." "I probably wouldn't have," Kakarot admitted, glancing at Bulma with gratitude. "If it wasn't for the genius of your mother." Bulma crossed her arms and smirked. "Don't mention it, literally. You Saiyans don't thank me enough as it is." Trunks stepped closer, his expression serious. "We've got a lot to tell you about the androids." "I'm up to speed," Kakarot replied casually. "I saw everything in my dreams." Raditz raised an eyebrow. "So you already know how bad it is?" Kakarot nodded, his tone growing serious. "Bad doesn't even begin to cover it, but I've been thinking. I have an idea." "Well, don't keep us waiting," Raditz said, eager for a solution. "When I was training with Kami to prepare for Chomper's arrival," Kakarot began, "he told me about a special room. In this room, 1 year of training equals just 1 day on the outside." Bardock's eyes widened. "The hyperbolic time chamber," Kakarot nodded. "At the time, I wasn't ready to survive a full day in there, but now, I think it's our best shot." "Best shot?" Raditz echoed. "It's our only shot." The group fell silent, the weight of Kakarot's suggestion sinking in. There was a spark of hope in their eyes now, tempered by the immense challenge ahead. High above Earth, Piccolo stood on the lookout, his piercing gaze fixed on Kami. The elder Namekian's expression was calm, but his eyes held unease as he listened to Piccolo's argument. "You're still not convinced?" Piccolo growled, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. 21 is a walking catastrophe. He could destroy the Earth without breaking a sweat. Kami's expression didn't waver. "I know 21 is dangerous, but the others haven't proven themselves as threats." "They haven't proven themselves because they haven't needed to," Piccolo shot back. His voice was rising, but he didn't care. "Do you really think 17 and 18 are just going to stand by while 21 does all the work?" Kami sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "You're asking me to make a choice I've avoided for centuries, Piccolo. If we fuse, I cease to exist as I am. So do you." Piccolo took a step closer, his jaw tightening. "And if we don't fuse, none of us will exist. The androids aren't going to stop. They'll wipe out everything. Do you want that on your conscience?" The lookout fell silent, the weight of the decision pressing down like gravity. Piccolo waited, his eyes locked on Kami, hoping against hope that the old Namekian would set aside his doubts before it was too late. Kami's gaze was distant, his normally composed expression suddenly betraying a deep unease. His earlier words hung heavy in the air. "I think the Saiyans could handle him," he had said moments ago, but his face had now paled considerably. "What is it, Kami?" Mr. Popo asked, his voice calm but tinged with concern as he studied the Guardian's sudden change in demeanor. Kami didn't respond to Mr. Popo. Instead, he turned to Piccolo, his ancient eyes now sharp with resolve. "We need to fuse." Piccolo blinked, taken aback by the sudden shift, his arms crossed as he glared at Kami, his skepticism evident. "Why the sudden change? You've been arguing against this for days." "There's no time to explain. Kami said urgently. Once we're fused, you'll understand everything. Piccolo hesitated only a moment before his lips curled into a thin, determined smirk. Fine, but we do it my way. We use my body. Kami nodded without protest. All right. Without further hesitation, Kami raised his hand and placed it firmly on Piccolo's chest. A glow of pure white light engulfed his form, and within moments, the Guardian of Earth faded into a stream of energy that merged seamlessly into Piccolo's body. Power surged through Piccolo, their unified being. His aura flared violently, the sheer force of it cracking the tiles beneath his feet. He flexed his fingers, marveling at the raw strength coursing through his veins. He felt invincible, a force unlike anything he had ever known. "This is incredible," he muttered, his voice deep and resonant, though tinged with awe. "I can feel it, the power, the clarity. I understand now." Without another word, the newly fused Namek launched himself into the sky, a streak of green and white light. His destination, the ominous presence Kami had sensed moments before their union. The Z-Warriors arrived at the lookout, their faces grim but filled with resolve. They had come seeking answers and strength. "Welcome," Mr. Popo greeted them, stepping forward with his usual calm demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a shadow of concern. Kakarot, standing at the forefront, spoke first. "I need to talk to Kami." Mr. Popo hesitated. "I'm afraid Kami has fused with Piccolo. He made the decision to help protect the Earth." Kakarot's expression shifted, his trademark grin appearing briefly. "That's fine. I'm sure they're even stronger now. We're gonna need that strength." The cheerful tone quickly faded as Kakarot's eyes narrowed with purpose. "Mr. Popo, we need to use the Room of Spirit and Time." Popo's face fell. "Are you certain? The conditions in there are extreme. Not everyone can survive it." "We don't have a choice," Kakarot replied firmly. "If we're going to beat the androids, we have to get stronger. A lot stronger." The genie sighed, but nodded. "Very well. Only 2 people can enter at a time. Who will go first?" Raditz stepped forward immediately, his tail flicking with anticipation. "I'll go." Trunks followed, placing a steady hand on Raditz's shoulder. "I'll go with you," he said, then turned to Bardock. "Hold them off for a day, big brother," he said with a small grin, his tone attempting lightness despite the gravity of their mission. Trunks then walked towards Celia and Chi-Chi, who were standing off to the side. His gaze softened as he approached Celia, gently cupping her face in his hands. He leaned in, pressing a tender kiss to her lips. "Take care of the baby while I'm gone," he said, his voice quiet but filled with emotion as he placed a hand on her stomach. She nodded, her eyes glistening. "Come back to us." With that, Trunks and Raditz strode toward the entrance of the Room of Spirit and Time, determination etched into every step. Piccolo descended into the eerie silence of Ginger Town, his sharp eyes scanning the unsettling scene. The streets were littered with clothes, but no people. It was as if the entire population had simply vanished, leaving only their garments behind. His boots crunched against the pavement as he landed, his cape billowing in the faint wind. "What did this?" he muttered to himself, his voice low and grim. He had already pieced together fragments of the dark feeling Kami had sensed for years, but even with their combined knowledge, he couldn't pinpoint what or who was responsible for the devastation around him. One thing was certain though, whatever had done this couldn't have gone far. "You're right, Namek, I haven't." Piccolo spun around at the sound of the voice, his eyes narrowing as he saw Android 21 hovering lazily in the air behind him. Arms crossed, the android's smirk was infuriatingly smug. "What did you do?" Piccolo demanded, his fists clenching as his aura flared slightly. "Me?" 21 replied, feigning hurt as he placed a hand on his chest. "Do you really think I did this?" "Yeah," Piccolo growled, his voice dripping with suspicion. "This seems twisted enough to be your handiwork." 21 chuckled, shaking his head. "You've got a point there, Namek, but give me some credit. Even I'm not capable of something this unique. Clothes left behind, a neat trick, but not one of mine." Piccolo's mind raced as he processed the android's words. He hated to admit it, but they made sense. This wasn't 21's style, as much as he wished it were. If not him though, who? Before Piccolo could voice his thoughts, 21 tilted his head with a mocking smile. "So, what brings you here all alone? Did the big bad Saiyans finally leave you to fend for yourself?" "I don't need them to protect me," Piccolo snapped. His aura flared around him, crackling with energy. "I can handle myself just fine." "I'm sure you can," said 21, a smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. Her tone was as casual as if she were discussing the weather, but her sharp gaze burned with challenge. "Why don't we test that out?" Piccolo stepped forward,
his cape billowing slightly in the wind. His stance shifted, legs apart, arms raised. His eyes, narrowed in determination, locked onto his opponent. "It'd be my pleasure," he replied, his voice calm yet resolute. "I'll show you what a Super Namek can do."
The tension crackled between them, thick as a storm cloud. Nearby, debris from the ruined cityscape littered the ground, silent witnesses to the impending battle. Dust swirled, caught in a gust, as the two warriors squared off.
Not far away, hidden in the shadows of a crumbling building, Cell observed the exchange. His green bioorganic body blended into the shadows as his tail flicked lightly behind him. His insect-like eyes glimmered with intrigue. Interesting. He leaned forward slightly, his sharp features illuminated by a thin sliver of sunlight peeking through the shattered structure. I didn't realize Piccolo had grown this strong. Strange. I was certain he fell to the androids early on.
But the anomaly didn't concern him for long. Cell crossed his arms, his smirk mirroring 21's earlier expression. He could sense their power levels clearly. Piccolo was formidable, but 21's energy eclipsed his. It doesn't matter. He won't defeat her. Turning away, Cell began to creep deeper into the labyrinth of ruins, his footsteps eerily silent. Let them tear into each other like wild animals. The energy they expended would make his task all the easier. "I'll be back for you," he muttered under his breath, his tone dripping with malice. The bio-android moved with purpose, his thoughts already turning to his next target. He still needed more biomatter, more power, before he could challenge 21 or anyone else standing in his way. On the lookout, perched high above the Earth's atmosphere, a quiet serenity enveloped Kakarot and Bardock. Both sat cross-legged on the ancient stone tiles, their eyes closed in deep meditation. The distant hum of life below them seemed to fade as they focused inward, their breathing steady and controlled. Bardock cracked an eye open, breaking the silence. "Shouldn't we be training more?" he asked, his gravelly voice laced with impatience. "We could head back home, grab a gravity chamber, and spar or work out. Something to get stronger." Kakarot, still seated with his hands resting on his knees, slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm but firm. "I think we've done enough of that," he said. "Our muscles are already plenty strong. Over the past 3 years, we've pushed our bodies to their limits. But the fight with the androids taught me something more important." Bardock frowned, leaning slightly forward. "I know, Dad," he replied. "We need to get way stronger." Kakarot shook his head, the gesture subtle but deliberate. "It's not just about strength," he said. "We've been training like this for years now, and each time the results are smaller and smaller. We've hit a wall." Bardock folded his arms. "What are you saying? We give up?" "No," Kakarot said, his voice sharp with conviction. "We need to go beyond what we think a Super Saiyan is capable of. If we want to defeat the androids and anything else out there, we need to master this transformation first." Bardock tilted his head, skepticism etched on his face. "You're saying we need to become like Vegeta?"
Kakarot shook his head again, this time more emphatically. "No, Vegeta's approach isn't the answer. All he did was bulk up his muscles. Sure, his power increased, but he sacrificed speed for it. That kind of trade-off isn't worth it in the long run."
"Then what do we do?" Bardock pressed. His tone was firm, but beneath it lay a flicker of curiosity. "We master the Super Saiyan form," Kakarot explained. "Think back to our fight with the androids. At the start, we held our own, but the longer it went on, the faster we tired. Our stamina couldn't keep up." Bardock nodded slowly. "Yeah, and the androids have almost unlimited power. They just keep going." "Maybe," Kakarot said. "Or maybe it's not them. Maybe it's us. Transforming into Super Saiyan takes so much energy that it drains us too quickly. What if we could stay in that form without using up all our stamina?"
Understanding dawned in Bardock's eyes. "You're saying we just stay as Super Saiyans all the time?" "Exactly," Kakarot said. "But not to fight. Not at first. We'll suppress our power to keep from drawing attention. We're going to live as Super Saiyans, meditating, relaxing, letting our bodies adjust to it. Once it becomes natural, we'll be able to push beyond it."
Bardock scratched the back of his head, still processing the idea. "But what about training? How are we supposed to fight in high gravity or work out if we're suppressing our power?" "We're not going to fight in high gravity," Kakarot replied. "Not yet. The point is to ease into it, not force it. Once we've adapted, then we can push our limits again." Bardock smirked, the hint of a challenge in his voice. "I think I get it now, but there's one thing I don't understand. If you thought of this earlier, Why didn't you tell Raditz or Trunks? Kakarot hesitated, scratching his cheek with a sheepish grin. Well, I'm not sure it'll work. I didn't want to risk the fate of the world on an idea that might not pan out. If we're wrong, maybe Raditz and Trunks will find a better solution. Piccolo launched himself at Zarbon with a ferocity that shook the air around them. His green fists blurred as he unleashed a rapid barrage of punches and kicks. Each strike aimed to shatter Zarbon's defenses. But the android barely flinched. Zarbon moved with calculated ease, blocking every attack with a flick of his wrist or a well-placed sidestep. Is that all you've got? Zarbon mocked, his smirk as sharp as the edge of his jawline. I thought you were supposed to be a super Namek. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting. He needed to break through Zarbon's guard. Without hesitation, he extended his arm, stretching it to several times its normal length in a sudden attempt to catch the android off guard. The limb shot forward like a coiled spring unleashed, but Zarbon was ready. The android's hand snapped up, catching Piccolo's elongated fist in mid-air. He tightened his grip, his fingers glowing faintly as a sinister energy pulsed through them. Clever, Zarbon said, his tone dripping with mock approval. But not clever enough. Piccolo's eyes widened as he felt his energy being siphoned away, the life force flowing out of him and into Zarbon. His body weakened, his breathing grew labored, and his strength began to falter. Zarbon chuckled darkly. How does it feel, Namekian? You're only making me stronger. With a desperate grunt, Piccolo yanked back on his arm, putting every ounce of strength into the pull. The force was so great that the limb tore free from his body entirely, green blood spraying into the air. He staggered back, clutching at the bleeding stump where his arm had been. Zarbon stared at the severed limb in mild amusement. What a waste, he said, before tossing it aside like a discarded toy. Then he raised his hand, crimson energy swirling into his palm. Here, have your energy back. Beautiful blast. The scarlet beam tore through the air, barreling toward Piccolo like a cannonball of raw destruction. Piccolo crossed his remaining arm over his face, bracing himself as best he could. The blast struck, engulfing him in a fiery explosion that sent smoke and debris flying in all directions. When the smoke cleared, Piccolo stood hunched and burned, his clothes in tatters. His breathing was ragged, but his gaze was defiant. Don't you see the futility of this? Zarbon said, his voice calm but laced with arrogance. My energy never runs out. Anything you throw at me, I'll absorb and send right back at you. Give up now. Save yourself the humiliation. Piccolo's lips curled into a grimace. Never, he growled, before vanishing from sight. He reappeared behind Zarbon in a flash, his fist driving toward the android's back. But the moment his strike landed, Zarbon's image shimmered and faded. Piccolo's attack passed harmlessly through an afterimage. Too slow, Zarbon taunted, materializing behind Piccolo. His hand shot out, clamping down over Piccolo's mouth. Once again, the android began draining energy from his opponent. This is too easy, Zarbon sneered, his voice low and venomous. He kicked Piccolo hard in the side, sending the Namekian hurtling through the air. Piccolo crashed into the rubble of a nearby building, sending chunks of stone and dust flying in all directions. Zarbon raised his hand, gathering the stolen energy into a glowing orb. The sphere of light crackled with power, pulsating ominously as he leveled it at the fallen Namekian. I guess I'll kill you now, he said coldly. The blast struck Piccolo square in the chest, slamming him into the ground with devastating force. Smoke and flames rose from the crater where he lay. Zarbon smirked in satisfaction before turning away, his interest in the battle already waning. Without another glance, he took off, leaving the scene behind in search of more chaos to sow. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, with a pained grunt, Piccolo pushed himself up, his body battered and scorched. He staggered to his feet, his breath shallow but determined. I was too reckless, he muttered to himself. The fusion made me feel invincible. I won't make that mistake again. Summoning the regenerative abilities of his Namekian heritage, Piccolo focused his energy. A new arm sprouted from the stump, seamlessly replacing the one he had lost. He flexed his fingers briefly, testing its strength. With a final grunt of effort, he shot into the sky, heading toward the lookout. Outside Capsule Corp, the trio of androids stood amidst the quiet hum of the city. 17 leaned casually against a lamppost, his arms crossed, while 18 and 16 surveyed their surroundings. Kakarot should be here, 17 said, glancing at the building's sleek exterior. This is his address. My scanners detect no sign of Kakarot nearby, 16 said in his monotone voice. His red eyes gleamed faintly as he processed the data. Looks like he's not home. 18 said with a shrug. I wonder where he went, 17 mused, his tone more curious than concerned. 16 tilted his head slightly. My records indicate a 70% probability that he has taken refuge at the residence of his mentor, Master Roshi. And the other 30%? 18 asked, raising an eyebrow. There is a 20% chance he has returned to his boyhood home at Mount Paozu. The remaining 10% suggests he is in an unknown location outside of Dr. Jiro's database. 17 smirked, pushing himself off the lamppost. Roshi's island it is then. Let's pay the old man a visit. Can we fly this time? 18 asked. I'm tired of traveling like humans, but that's part of the fun, 17 said with a teasing grin. 18 rolled her eyes. It's only fun for you. Elsewhere in West City, Cell lurked behind the corner of a building, his energy suppressed to near nothing. His sharp gaze followed the android's movements from afar. They were powerful, too powerful for him to face directly. Not yet. But West City was teeming with humans, and humans were precisely what Cell needed. He smiled to himself, his tail flicking eagerly. He had already determined where the androids would go next, and that knowledge would give him the upper hand. This will be almost too easy, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the distant hum of the city. Then, without a sound, he slipped into the shadows, ready to continue his gruesome evolution. Vegeta stood alone in the wilderness, the barren landscape stretching endlessly under a crimson-tinged sky. He wasn't looking at anything in particular, just the sky, vast and indifferent. The defeat at Zarbin's hands still stung, more than any physical wound ever could. This wasn't the first time he'd faced defeat, but something about this loss gnawed at him. He'd always believed that once he ascended beyond a Super Saiyan, he'd be untouchable, unbeatable. Yet here he was, licking his wounds like a common soldier. Father, a voice called softly from behind him. Vegeta stiffened, but didn't turn. What do you want? He asked coldly, his voice as sharp as the wind. Celia, his daughter, stepped forward, her boots crunching against the gravel. Her eyes were filled with a determination that matched his own, though her tone carried a gentleness Vegeta lacked. I want you to come back to the lookout and stay with us. I don't need you or anyone else. I can take care of myself, Vegeta replied curtly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Kakarot has a plan to beat the androids, Celia said, ignoring his stubbornness. She knew how her father worked. Pride was his armor, and piercing it required persistence. Vegeta let out a sharp laugh, the sound bitter and hollow. Kakarot, a plan? Let me guess. It involves collapsing in the middle of the fight and letting someone else do the real work? No, Celia said firmly, clenching her fists. There were moments when her father's arrogance drove her up the wall, but she'd learned not to take it personally. There's a place on the lookout where you can get a year of training in a single day. It's called the Room of Spirit and Time. We're using it to prepare for the androids. Vegeta finally turned to look at her, his brow furrowing. That caught his attention. A year's worth of training in a single day? He couldn't deny the allure of that. He'd barely managed to reach his current form before the androids had shown up. With a year of training, with a year of pushing past his limits, he could crush them. All of them. Fine, he said after a moment, his voice low but resolute. I'll come. At the lookout, Kakarot, still in his Super Saiyan form, opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. His meditation had been productive, but maintaining the transformation was still exhausting. Each session, though, pushed him closer to mastery. The strain on his body was easing, bit by bit. Soon, it wouldn't just be a form he could achieve, it would be his base. He stood and stretched before walking over to the edge of the lookout. Piccolo was there, standing motionless, his arms crossed as he stared down at the earth below. Any change? Kakarot asked as he approached. Piccolo's antennae twitched slightly at the sound of his voice, but his expression didn't waver. More people are disappearing around West City, he said gravely. I can't sense a power signature there, so it has to be one of the androids. Kakarot frowned, his brows knitting together. And the other threat? The one Kami thought he sensed? I'm not so sure anymore, Piccolo admitted, his frustration evident. It might just be 21. If it's something else, it's staying hidden. How's he making people disappear like that? Kakarot asked, leaning on the ledge. Piccolo shook his head. I don't know, but we can't just sit here while it happens. We have to act. I know, Kakarot said, his voice calm but firm. But we have to wait until we're ready. If we rush into a fight now, we'll lose. And once we beat them, we can use the Dragon Balls to wish everyone back. A long silence followed. Finally, Piccolo spoke, his tone heavy. The Dragon Balls are gone. Kakarot blinked, stunned. What do you mean, gone? They disappeared when Kami and I fused, Piccolo explained. Without him, there's no one to maintain them. They no longer exist. Kakarot hesitated, processing this revelation. Can't you recreate them from a model or something? Didn't Kami do that before, when King Piccolo destroyed Shenron?
Piccolo's lips curled into a slight frown. It's not that simple. I think there's still too much darkness in my heart. Even now, Kakarot tilted his head. But Kami was able to make them even after everything he did. Years ago, Piccolo began, his voice lowering. Before Kami and I split, we created a set of Dragon Balls. They were similar to the ones you know, but with one difference. They had a black star in the center. Kakarot's eyes widened slightly. Black star? What happened to them? Piccolo's expression darkened further. They had a fatal flaw. Any wish made on them caused the Dragon Balls to scatter across the galaxy. Worse than that, the planet they were used on was destroyed within a year. Kakarot's mouth went dry. Destroyed? And those Dragon Balls, they're gone now, right? Well, they were created on a different planet, Piccolo began, his voice tinged with reluctant recollection. Before Kami and I split, a wish was made on them. That planet exploded 1 year later. After that, I personally gathered them up and kept them with me so they couldn't be used again. Kakarot tilted his head. That's when you came to Earth, right? Piccolo nodded. Exactly. I became Earth's guardian after that. But when Kami and I separated, the Dragon Balls became inert. Without his essence, they couldn't function anymore. Kakarot's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed the information. So, now that you've fused back together to face this threat, they're active again?
Yes, Piccolo admitted grimly, his gaze sharp and serious. But we must not use them, under no circumstances. Kakarot held up his hands, a reassuring smile crossing his face. I get it, Piccolo. Trust me, I'm not planning on using them. But I might have another idea to bring the Dragon Balls back. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, skeptical but intrigued. And what is that? Well, Kakarot said, rubbing the back of his head, we just need a new Namekian guardian. I can head to Namek and see if anyone's willing to take the job. Piccolo considered the plan, stroking his chin. That could work. If you can convince someone, we could have a functioning set of Dragon Balls again. Exactly, Kakarot said with a grin. But before that, let's check on Raditz and Trunks. They should be just about done in the Room of Spirit and Time. The two warriors turned and walked to the entrance of the chamber. Outside, the rest of the Z fighters were gathered, waiting for the next pair to train. So, Krillin said, arms crossed as he looked around. Who's going in next? I am, Piccolo and Vegeta declared simultaneously. The two turned to glare at each other, and the tension in the air grew thick. Vegeta's piercing gaze locked onto the Namekian. I'm going in first, he stated firmly, his voice low and dangerous. Piccolo refused to be intimidated. I have a duty to protect Earth and its people. I'll train to ensure this threat is eliminated. All right, Kakarot said quickly, stepping between them before the argument could escalate. Two people can go in at once. Why don't you both go in together? I train alone, Vegeta growled. I don't need anyone slowing me down, Piccolo shot back. Kakarot held up his hands in exasperation. You don't have to train together. The chamber is huge. There's more than enough room for both of you to do your own thing. Vegeta's glare didn't waver, but after a moment, he muttered, Fine, Piccolo echoed, his tone equally curt. The tension was broken by a new voice echoing from the hallway. What's with all the yelling? Raditz stepped out, his long mane of hair swaying slightly with his movements. While his appearance hadn't changed much, anyone with a keen sense of power could tell he had grown significantly stronger. Kakarot smirked. Just Vegeta being Vegeta. How was your training? It went well, Trunks replied, stepping forward alongside his uncle. The young Saiyan had undergone a striking transformation. He'd grown taller, his violet hair longer and wilder, and his muscles far more defined. His aura radiated confidence. We're a lot stronger now, Trunks said, glancing briefly at Vegeta, who met his gaze with a proud, almost imperceptible smirk. Do we know where the androids are? Raditz asked, cutting through the brief moment of father-son connection.
There was a disturbance in West City earlier, Piccolo said, but it's been quiet for now. We're still unsure. I've got a lead, Bulma chimed in, stepping forward with her ever-present tablet in hand. A farmer near Gingertown contacted Capsule Corp. Apparently, he found what he described as a time machine. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. The group fell silent, eyes widening.
A time machine? Trunks repeated, his voice sharp. Are you sure? Bulma nodded. It matches the description of your machine, Trunks, but we'll need to see it for ourselves. Let's go check it out, Trunks said, his voice resolute. I'll go with you, Bardock said, stepping forward with a confident grin. Trunks hesitated, looking at his younger, but still intimidating, older brother. You sure you're up for it? Bardock's grin widened. I may not be as strong as you are now, but I'm no weakling. I'll stay here, Raditz said. If the androids attack somewhere else, I can use instant transmission to get there in time. Good plan, Kakarot said, his smile fading as he turned toward Bardock. But I'm not coming with you. Why not? Bardock asked. I've got another mission, Kakarot explained. I'm heading to Namek to find us a new guardian. Before anyone could respond, Kakarot raised 2 fingers to his forehead, closing his eyes in concentration. His body shimmered for a brief moment before disappearing entirely. Kakarot reappeared on Namek in a brilliant flash of light, landing in the center of a peaceful Namekian village. The emerald grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the twin suns bathed the landscape in a warm glow. A few Namekian children playing nearby stopped to stare, their wide eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and awe.
Who goes there? A deep, authoritative voice called out. Elder Mori stepped forward, his robes flowing behind him, his tall figure radiating wisdom and calm. It's me, Kakarot said, with his usual easygoing smile, raising a hand in greeting.
Recognition dawned on the elder's face. Ah, Kakarot, the warrior who saved our planet from Frieza. It is good to see you again. What brings you back to Namek? Kakarot's expression turned serious, though his tone remained polite. Our planet's in danger. Some powerful androids have shown up, and our guardian, Kami, fused with Piccolo so they'd be strong enough to fight them. Elder Mori folded his arms, his face thoughtful. You have helped us greatly in the past. If Earth is in peril, then we will do whatever we can to assist. I can send some of our strongest warriors to aid you. Kakarot shook his head quickly. Thanks, but we've got plenty of fighters on Earth. What we really need is a new guardian. Without one, the Dragon Balls can't work anymore. I see, Mori said, nodding slowly. I understand now. You're seeking a new guardian for your world. That is no small request. He paused, then smiled faintly. But I believe I know someone perfect for the role. Dende. Kakarot tilted his head. Dende? Really?
Yes, Mori replied. Dende has always admired you and your son. He's spoken often of wanting to visit Earth since the last time you were here. Though young, he possesses wisdom and kindness beyond his years. He will make a fine guardian for your world. The only condition is that you promise he can return to visit us from time to time. Kakarot grinned, scratching the back of his head. That won't be a problem. I'll take good care of him, I promise.
Meanwhile, on Earth, Trunks, Bardock, and Bulma scoured the open fields outside Gingertown. The area was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird. The trio moved carefully, their eyes scanning every inch of the overgrown landscape. Hey, I found something! Bardock's voice rang out across the field. Trunks and Bulma rushed over to join him, stopping short when they saw what had caught his attention. Before them stood a time machine, almost identical to the one Trunks and Celia had arrived in, except for one glaring difference. A massive hole gaped in the canopy, the edges jagged and burnt. It's my time machine, Trunks said slowly, his voice laced with confusion. But that's impossible! Bulma exclaimed, her brows furrowing. I saw you put it back in your capsule when you got here. This has to be from another timeline. Another timeline? Bardock asked, frowning. Then who or what came out of it?
Trunks crouched closer to inspect the machine, his hand brushing over the damaged edges of the canopy. Whatever it was strong enough to punch its way out from the inside. Strong enough to break out of this? Bardock murmured, his voice heavy with concern. What could do that?
Bulma shook her head, her analytical mind already racing. I don't know, but let's keep looking. We might find more clues nearby. They spread out, carefully combing the area. Minutes later, Bardock called out again. I found something. Trunks and Bulma hurried over to where Bardock stood, a short distance from the time machine. On the ground lay a large, cracked object, its surface rough and organic looking. What is that? Bulma asked, leaning in for a closer look. It seems to be some kind of egg, Trunks replied, kneeling beside it. The center of the egg had a dried, slimy residue, suggesting it had hatched recently. From the looks of it, Bardock said, glancing back at the overgrown time machine, that thing has been here for at least 3 or 4 years. Bulma knelt beside the egg, pulling out a small sample jar. "There's significant overgrowth on the machine," she noted. "I'm going to take a sample of this egg. Maybe we can analyze it back at Capsule Corp and figure out where it came from and what might have hatched from it." Far away, on a sandy beach, the androids stepped off a boat, their boots sinking slightly into the warm sand. Before them stood a small pink house with a red roof, looking serene and untouched by the chaos they'd brought elsewhere. "So this is Master Roshi's house," 17 said, his voice cool and curious. 18 smirked slightly. "Doesn't look like much. Are you sure this is the place? I wonder if anyone's home," 17 mused. As if in answer, the door creaked open and an old man with a long white beard stepped out, his sunglasses glinting in the sunlight. Master Roshi's expression turned wary as he took in the strangers on his beach. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice steady but cautious. "It's the big bad androids," 18 said with a sly laugh, her voice carrying a teasing edge. Master Roshi stood frozen, his face unreadable, until a comical fountain of blood shot from his nose as his eyes locked on 18. She arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms, and tilted her head in disbelief. "What's wrong with him?" 17 muttered, giving Roshi a side glance. 18 sighed, noticing the old man's shameless ogling. "You're pathetic," she said flatly, but her tone carried more amusement than malice. Roshi snapped out of his daze, quickly wiping his nose and adjusting his sunglasses. "Where's Kakarot?" 17 asked, stepping forward, his voice calm but commanding. The old man straightened, trying to compose himself. "He's training to beat you," Roshi replied, his tone steady despite the tension hanging in the air. 18 smirked. "Well, we'd really like to meet him," she said. Roshi opened his mouth, about to utter something no doubt inappropriate, but quickly thought better of it. As much as his impulses threatened to take over, he wasn't suicidal, not with killer androids standing on his beach. "Don't worry about finding Kakarot," a chilling voice said from the shadows. Roshi spun around, startled. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice trembling slightly. The figure stepped into the light, revealing its grotesque form. The creature was a towering 7 feet tall, its green, spotted skin glistening under the sun. Insect-like wings extended from its back, fluttering slightly, while a long, segmented tail with a stinger-like end swayed ominously behind it. "I'm the answer to Jero's ultimate problem," the creature said, its voice both smooth and menacing. "Cell!" Roshi whispered, his blood running cold. "And how are you the answer?" 17 asked, his voice steady, but his stance shifting subtly into a defensive posture. Cell chuckled, his lips curling into a sinister grin. "I am Jero's ultimate creation, but I'm not yet complete. To reach my final form, I must absorb the power cores of 17, 18, and 21.
"Well, I don't want to be absorbed," 17 shot back, his voice tinged with defiance. "So why don't you buzz off?" Without warning, 17 launched himself at Cell, his fist hurtling toward the bio-android's face. Cell didn't flinch. His hand shot up, catching 17's wrist effortlessly. "Bold of you to volunteer to be first," Cell said, his voice brimming with dark amusement. Cell's tail whipped around, its tip splitting open like a grotesque flower. The appendage darted toward 17.
"Run!" 16's booming voice broke through the chaos. "I'll hold him off!" 18 hesitated only for a moment before taking off into the sky, her form a blur as she fled. Behind her, the ground shook violently, and she could feel Cell's energy spiking. The bio-android's muscles bulged grotesquely as he absorbed 17, his form shifting. His face became more human-like, his feet changing from their insect-like shape to something resembling shoes. He flexed his fingers, testing his new strength. Cell turned his gaze skyward, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "You won't get far," he muttered, preparing to pursue 18. "Stop!" 16 said, stepping forward. His voice was calm, but his movements were deliberate as he positioned himself between Cell and 18's path of escape. Cell turned, his amusement evident. "And who's going to stop me? You?" "I will," 16 said simply, his gaze unyielding. Cell laughed, a deep, mocking sound that echoed across the beach. Brave words from a machine. 16 didn't respond. He merely advanced, his mechanical body emitting a faint hum of energy. The two met halfway, and Cell struck first, backhanding the larger android with terrifying force. 16 staggered back, the impact splitting his metal plating and exposing wires in his head. He fell to the ground, motionless.
Well, that was disappointing, Cell said with a smirk, turning back toward 18's retreating energy signature. Leaving so soon? A voice called from behind him.
Cell stopped, his wings twitching slightly. He turned to see Raditz standing there, his arms crossed and a confident smirk on his face. I figured you'd at least want to try out that new body against a worthy warrior, Raditz said, his tone dripping with challenge. And you're worthy? Cell asked, tilting his head. Raditz's smirk widened. I've been doing some training. I figured you might want a real challenge. Cell grinned, his predatory gaze locking onto Raditz. Let's see what you've got. After all, I could use a warm-up before achieving perfection. Raditz clenched his fists at his sides, his aura flaring to life. In an instant, his dark hair flashed golden, his eyes shifting to a piercing turquoise. His power surged, causing the ground beneath him to crack. But he didn't stop there. Raditz pushed further, his muscles bulking up as his energy continued to rise. The wind whipped around him violently, carrying his immense power through the air. Cell's grin grew wider, his voice low and eager. I see this will be a good fight indeed. Cell made the first move, charging at Raditz with a powerful right cross. The air cracked from the force of his punch. Raditz, now an ascended Super Saiyan, raised his forearm with practiced ease and blocked the blow. His expression remained calm, betraying no effort. Undeterred, Cell pressed the attack, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks, each aimed at exploiting any perceived weakness in Raditz's defenses. Yet, time and again, Raditz effortlessly parried, dodged, or deflected the strikes. The sharp sound of their clashing blows reverberated through the air like a symphony of destruction. Cell's mind raced as he fought. How could this be? A mere Saiyan standing up to my perfect form? Impossible. His frustration grew with each failed attempt to land a meaningful strike. Is this all you've got? Raditz taunted, a smirk tugging at his lips. I expected more from someone claiming to be perfect. Growling, Cell lunged forward again, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden crushing punch to his face. The impact sent his head snapping back, and for a brief moment he saw stars. Before he could recover, Raditz vanished, his form flickering out of sight. What? Cell snarled, scanning his surroundings. In a blur, Raditz reappeared behind him. With both fists clenched together, he delivered a devastating double axe handle strike to the back of Cell's head. The bio-android was launched downward like a comet, crashing into the ocean below with a colossal splash. Waves erupted outward, swallowing the surrounding area in a turbulent fury. Raditz floated above the water, his eyes sharp and searching. He couldn't sense Cell's energy signature anymore, a skill the android had perfected to mask his presence. The calm surface of the ocean reflected the rising tension. Raditz's jaw tightened as he scanned the vast expanse below. Where are you, you slimy freak? He muttered, his tone laced with irritation. Far above Earth, at the lookout, Kakarot appeared in a flash of light, a young Namekian boy standing beside him. The air was serene, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding elsewhere. You're back, Mr. Popo greeted warmly, stepping forward with his usual composed demeanor. I take it everything went well? Kakarot gave a quick nod and gestured to the boy beside him. We have a new guardian. Everyone, meet Dende. From across the lookout, Bardock's eyes widened, and he hurried over with a wide grin. Dende, it's been a while. Good to see you, kid. It's good to see you too, Bardock, Dende replied, bowing respectfully. Despite his youth, his voice carried a certain wisdom, an echo of his responsibilities. Yamcha crossed his arms, eyeing the small Namekian skeptically. Isn't he a little young for this? Are we sure he's up for the job? Kakarot's expression didn't waver. Elder Mori said Dende's extremely talented for his age. If he says Dende can do it, I believe him. Bardock, still beaming, chimed in. Can you really make Dragon Balls? Dende nodded confidently. I should be able to create a new set within 100 days. Kakarot, ever direct, scratched the back of his head. We were actually hoping they could be ready sooner. The young Namekian paused, considering the request. If you have the old dragon model, I can reactivate them immediately. Bardock's eyes lit up. Can you make them grant 3 wishes, like the ones on Namek? Dende nodded thoughtfully. Yes, but I'll make sure they can still revive multiple people with a single wish. That's fantastic, Mr. Popo exclaimed, a rare smile crossing his face. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the ocean suddenly erupted as Cell leapt from the water, with feral intensity. His arms snaked around Raditz in an unrelenting body lock, crushing the Saiyan's torso with monstrous strength. "You're pathetic!" Cell hissed, venom dripping from his words. "Do you realize how easily I could absorb you? Your strength would add so little to my own. It's almost insulting." Raditz struggled against the crushing grip, the android's hold tighter than iron. Despite his discomfort, his defiant smirk never wavered. "What are you?" he spat. Cell's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I am Cell," he declared, his voice a mix of pride and malice. "The ultimate creation of Dr. Gero, designed to be the pinnacle of perfection." Raditz grunted, his muscles straining as he tested the bio-android's grip. "You call this perfection? I've met earthworms with better hugs." Cell's eye twitched at the insult, but before he could retort, Raditz roared, unleashing a sudden burst of energy. The force radiated outward in a powerful shockwave, slamming into Cell with the force of a typhoon and ripping him away from Raditz's body. The android was hurled backward, his feet skidding across the air as he fought to stabilize himself. Raditz seized the moment, raising his hands as a fiery aura surrounded them. Energy crackled and sparked around his fingers as he drew back, his voice booming across the battlefield. "Double Sunday!" he bellowed, releasing twin beams of brilliant energy straight toward Cell. The twin beams of Raditz's Double Sunday attack tore through the sky like lances of pure destruction, slamming into Cell with a deafening explosion. The impact sent the bio-android hurtling backward through the air, his body crashing into a nearby island with the force of a meteor. The collision shook the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake, the surrounding terrain cracked and smoldering from the sheer energy of the blast. Raditz descended to the ground, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. The power of this ascended Super Saiyan form was immense, but the toll it took on his body was equally severe. He clenched his fists, willing himself to remain steady, despite the exhaustion creeping in. From the depths of the crater, a figure began to stir. Cell emerged, his form battered and mangled. The entire right side of his body was gone, reduced to nothing more than charred remnants. Despite his injuries, he carried himself with an unnerving calmness, his lips curling into a smirk. Raditz crossed his arms, his voice dripping with confidence. "I guess I was too much for you." Cell chuckled, a hollow and sinister sound. "You really think so, do you?" He closed his eyes and began to focus. In mere seconds, the parts of his body that had been obliterated started to regenerate, sinews and muscles weaving themselves back together with unnatural precision. Within moments, he stood whole again, as if Raditz's attack had never landed. "You still don't get it," Cell said, his voice tinged with mockery. "I am the pinnacle of perfection." Raditz narrowed his eyes, studying the android's movements carefully. "You're stalling," he said flatly. "That last attack took more out of you than you want to admit. Sure, you can regenerate, but I've seen that trick before. It's not limitless. It drains energy. Energy you'll eventually run out of. I just hope I don't run out first," Raditz thought grimly, keeping his expression steady. Cell tilted his head, his grin widening. "Clever deduction. You're right, of course. My energy isn't infinite, but even now, I see the truth. I'll need my perfect form to face you properly. Without it, you're proving to be a worthy challenge, Saiyan." "Not happening," Raditz shot back immediately, his voice sharp. "Maybe Vegeta would have let you play your little games, but I'm not falling for it. If you're looking for someone to humor you, you've come to the wrong Saiyan. I'm ending this now." Cell's confident facade faltered for a split second. His mind raced. Raditz wasn't like the others. There was no pride he could exploit, no ego he could manipulate. If he couldn't buy time through words, he'd have to rely on more devious tactics. Raising his hands to his forehead, Cell smirked. "Fine then, let's see if you can handle this." "Solar flare!" Cell shouted, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The intense brightness engulfed the battlefield, forcing Raditz to shield his eyes as pain seared through his vision. When the light finally subsided, Raditz blinked rapidly, trying to clear his blurred vision. His instincts screamed danger, but as he scanned the area, Cell was nowhere to be found. "Damn it!" Raditz growled, his frustration boiling over. Where did he go? Unbeknownst to him, Cell had submerged himself beneath the ocean, his energy suppressed to an almost undetectable level. Deep below the surface, he gazed up at Raditz's shadow above the water, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Just wait, little Saiyan. Cell thought, his tone laced with malice. Once I reach perfection, you'll learn what it means to face true power. At the lookout, the tension was equally palpable. Bulma emerged from her makeshift lab, a datapad in hand, and a grim expression on her face.
"I've found some answers," she announced, her tone heavy with concern. Kakarot turned to her, his brows furrowed. "About what?"
Bulma crossed her arms, glancing at the others gathered around. "About that thing we found, the egg. I analyzed the goo that was inside it, and the news isn't good." "What is it?" Bardock asked, stepping closer, his sharp gaze locking onto her. Bulma sighed, holding up the datapad. "It's composed of genetic material from some of this world's strongest fighters. I was able to identify DNA matching both Kakarot and Bardock. There's also additional Saiyan DNA and several strains that are alien in origin." Raditz chose that moment to appear on the lookout, his expression grim. "His name is Cell," he said, his tone low and serious. "I fought him. His energy is strange. At times, it felt like Frieza. Other times, like Piccolo. But after he absorbed the android, he developed a unique signature of his own." Kakarot's eyes widened. "He absorbed an android?" "Yes," Raditz said, his voice firm. "He said he needed to absorb 18 and 21 to become perfect. From the way his power skyrocketed when he absorbed 17, we can't let him get to the other two. If he does, we'll have no chance of stopping him." "But how do we find him if he keeps suppressing his energy like that?" Bardock asked, crossing his arms as he thought about the challenge. "I don't know, son," Kakarot replied, his usual lighthearted tone absent. "But we can't sit around waiting for him to make the first move. The two of us need to focus on getting stronger. So when we do find him, we'll actually stand a chance." Raditz glanced at his father and younger brother, nodding grimly. "We can't afford to waste time. Every moment he's out there is a step closer to him reaching his goal." Far away, Master Roshi stood on his small island, the sea breeze ruffling his robes. He had felt the brief but overwhelming clash of power earlier, the sheer scale of it leaving him uneasy. Now that everything was calm again, he turned his attention to his surroundings. Surprisingly, his home was still intact, with only a few small cracks in the ground nearby hinting at the titanic battle that had taken place. His gaze shifted to the edge of the island, where something caught his attention. A figure slumped against the sand, unmoving. As Roshi stepped closer, he realized it wasn't human. The damaged android stirred weakly, its metallic voice cutting through the silence. "Help me!" Roshi's brow furrowed as he cautiously approached. The machine's body was battered, its limbs barely functional. "What are you?" Roshi asked, his tone wary. "I am Android 16, the machine replied, its tone calm despite its condition. "I was created to destroy the one you know as Kakarot." Roshi took a step back, his expression darkening. "Then, why would I help you?" 16 looked up, its eyes glowing faintly. "I only wish to destroy the one known as Cell," it said. "He is a threat to all life on this planet. I have come to appreciate the beauty of Earth, and I want to protect it. If you repair me, I will fight alongside you to stop him." "And what about Kakarot?" Roshi pressed, his gaze narrowing. "Are you still planning to go after him once Cell is gone?" 16 hesitated briefly, then replied, "I will restrain myself until Cell is defeated. After that, I will leave the people of this planet out of Dr. Gero's grudge against Kakarot. That is my promise." Roshi stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the android's words. "That'll have to do, I suppose," he said at last, turning toward his house. "Stay here. I know someone who can fix you up." The old master shuffled inside and reached for his phone, dialing a number with practiced precision. When the line connected, he spoke quickly. "Bulma, it's me. I've got one of the androids here, and it wants to fight against Cell. Can you send someone to pick it up?" "Yeah, I'll send someone to get him," Bulma said over the phone. She hung up and turned back to the others gathered on the lookout.
"Who was that?" Kakarot asked, curious. "It was Roshi," Bulma replied, placing her hands on her hips. "Apparently, one of the androids wants to defect and help us fight Cell."
"Are we sure we can trust him?" Raditz asked, his tone skeptical. "No," Bulma admitted, "but we could use the help. Besides, I'd love the chance to study one of Gero's androids up close. It could give us valuable information about Cell and how to beat him." "I'll go get him then," Kakarot said, raising 2 fingers to his forehead to use instant transmission. "Wait," Bulma interjected quickly. "You should stay here," Kakarot frowned. "Why? I can be there and back in no time." Bulma crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "You're the one he was programmed to kill, remember? Sending you isn't exactly the best idea. Besides, Vegeta and Piccolo will be out of the time chamber soon, and you'll need to go in after them to be ready for Cell. Or Zarbin, if he shows up. Kakarot hesitated, then let out a reluctant sigh. Fine. But who's going then? Raditz stepped forward, his expression resolute. I'll go. If the android tries anything, I'll deal with it. Meanwhile, Cell moved quietly through the ruins of Dr. Gero's hidden laboratory, his energy still completely suppressed. The dimly lit corridors were eerily silent, the hum of old machinery the only sound. Cell's piercing eyes scanned the room until they landed on his target. There, on a table in the center of the lab, lay a small, unassuming remote control. A wicked grin spread across Cell's face. Perfect, he thought. Gero kept the remote in this timeline. The device was more than just a simple shutdown mechanism for androids 18 and 21. Most importantly, it could also track them. Cell picked up the remote, turning it over in his hands. They probably don't even realize they can be found so easily, he mused. Dr. Gero had clearly anticipated the possibility of his creations going rogue, and this tool had been his insurance. But now, it would serve a far different purpose in Cell's hands. With it, he could complete his evolution, and nothing would stop him. Vegeta stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber, his movements deliberate and his head held high. Behind him, Piccolo followed, his expression stoic, though a faint tension lingered in his features. Despite the full year they had spent training in the chamber, the strange sensation of stepping into a world where only a single day had passed still caught Vegeta slightly off guard. His mind, however, was not on the passage of time. He was focused solely on the power he had honed inside. The training had been relentless, grueling, and ruthless. Every ounce of his effort had been poured into surpassing the androids. And now, he was certain of one thing. He was ready. No, more than ready. His strength was unparalleled, and he welcomed the chance to prove it.
Welcome back, Father, Celia greeted, her voice warm but with a hint of formality. Her gaze scanned Vegeta, trying to gauge how much he had changed during his time away. How was your training? Vegeta's sharp eyes turned to her briefly, his expression unreadable. It is not to be discussed, he said curtly. The last thing I need is Kakarot stealing ideas from me. Kakarot grinned, completely unfazed by the remark. Well, I hope it went well, but I think I'll manage just fine on my own. He turned to Bardock, his tone becoming more serious. Come on, Bardock. There's no time to waste. Let's get to it.
Without further delay, Kakarot and Bardock entered the chamber, the massive doors shutting behind them with an ominous finality. Outside, the others quickly caught Vegeta up on what had transpired in his absence. Far across the world, Cell moved through the bustling crowd of a large shopping mall like a predator stalking its prey. His energy remained suppressed, making him invisible to anyone trying to sense him. The bio-android's every movement was calculated, his focus locked on the signal from the device he had taken from Dr. Gero's lab. Android 18 had done her best to blend in, but it didn't matter. The device had led Cell straight to her. She was close now, so close that he could almost taste the perfection he craved. 18 barely had time to register the threat before Cell struck. He moved with a speed that defied comprehension, appearing before her in an instant. She spun around, her combat instincts kicking in, but the bio-android was far too powerful. Cell! She spat, immediately leaping into an attack. Her fists blurred as she launched a flurry of strikes, each aimed with precision and power, yet every blow was blocked effortlessly.
You should have stayed hidden, Cell sneered, his voice cold and mocking. But I suppose it wouldn't have mattered. You're mine now.
18's defiance was admirable, but futile. Cell expanded his tail, the grotesque appendage stretching unnaturally as it coiled around her. Despite her fierce struggle, she was pulled into the tail's opening, engulfed completely. Her muffled cries of resistance faded as Cell absorbed her. The transformation began immediately. Cell's energy exploded outward, the sheer force of it shattering windows and sending debris flying in every direction. People in the mall screamed and scattered, desperate to escape the chaos. His body began to shift, his roughly humanoid appearance becoming sleeker and more refined. His exoskeleton grew more streamlined, resembling a suit of armor. His face transformed, the greenish hue fading to a pale, almost human-like white. Now that's better, Cell said, his voice richer and smoother than before. He flexed his fingers, testing his newfound power as it surged through him. The city around him trembled under the weight of his energy, and with a final surge, the force of his transformation leveled the entire area, leaving nothing but ruins. Amid the devastation, the small remote lay miraculously intact. Cell picked it up, his grin widening. "Now, to find the last one," he said, his voice brimming with anticipation. Back at the lookout, Vegeta's head snapped up as he sensed the sudden spike in power. His lips curled into a smirk. "So, it's finally happened," he said, more to himself than to the others. "What?" Piccolo asked sharply, already sensing the enormous energy signature as well. "Cell's power," Vegeta replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "It's incredible. I may actually have a challenge after all." "You fool!" Piccolo snapped, his tone laced with anger. "Don't you realize how overwhelming that power is? This isn't a game, Vegeta. That thing could destroy us all." Vegeta turned to him, his smirk deepening. "You're so blinded by your own mediocrity that you fail to see what this means. A truly powerful warrior has been born, and I will be the one to destroy him. I'll prove, once and for all, that I am the strongest in the universe." Without another word, Vegeta blasted off, a streak of light tearing across the sky as he sped towards Cell. "Are you going after him?" Celia asked Piccolo, watching Vegeta's trail vanish into the horizon. "No," Piccolo said after a moment, his expression grim. "As much as my power has grown, it's nowhere near enough to take on Cell."
"What about my father?" Celia pressed. "Can he stop him?" Piccolo hesitated before answering. "He's much stronger than I am. If anyone has a chance, it's him, but I wouldn't count on it."
Trunks stepped forward, his fists clenched. "Then what can we do?" Piccolo turned to him, his eyes narrowing. "We can try to stop Cell from reaching the last android. If he absorbs 21, it's over. There won't be anyone left who can stop him." "Any idea where to look?" Trunks asked. "There's a disturbance in North City," Bulma said as she walked up, holding a small portable TV. She turned it on, revealing live footage of chaos in the city. The screen showed Android 21 wreaking havoc, attacking civilians indiscriminately. "Let's go," Trunks said, determination blazing in his eyes. "Cell's on the other side of the world. We can get to 21 first. Let's just hope Vegeta buys us some time," Piccolo added, his tone somber. "I'll tell Raditz to meet you there when he gets back," Bulma said. Piccolo nodded. "Then let's move. I could use another round with Big and Ugly." Cell floated above the massive crater where a city once thrived, his arms folded behind his back, his gaze fixed on his hands. A wicked smile spread across his face as he flexed his fingers, the sheer power coursing through his body intoxicating. Every fiber of his being radiated dominance. With a single blast, he could erase the entire planet if he wished. Of course, that had been within his reach even before absorbing the androids. But that wasn't the point. Cell wanted more than mere destruction. He wanted the thrill of battle, the satisfaction of testing his might against the universe's strongest fighters. And above all else, he wanted perfection. The drive to absorb all the androids and ascend to the pinnacle of power was deeply ingrained in his very existence. Only as a perfect being would he fulfill his purpose. He glanced down at the remote still clutched in his hand. It was unscathed, remarkably intact, despite the destruction surrounding him. The smirk on his face widened. "I have you now," he murmured, his voice dripping with malice. "It's only a matter of time, 21. Before he could act further, a sharp, arrogant voice cut through the air behind him. "Not so fast!" Cell's head tilted slightly, recognizing the tone. It was cocky, self-assured, and unmistakably Saiyan. "So, you caught up?" he asked, turning with a lazy confidence. To his surprise, it wasn't Raditz he saw floating above the ruins. Instead, it was Vegeta, the Sign Prince himself. Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed tightly over his chest, his piercing eyes locked onto Cell. "Well, well," Cell said, his grin returning. "Vegeta, what an unexpected pleasure. So, you're the big bad bug everyone's been talking about?" Vegeta said coolly, his smirk mirroring Cell's. He tilted his head slightly, surveying the bio-android with disdain. "I can't say I'm impressed. Still as cocky as ever, I see," Cell replied, his tone amused. "Don't worry, I'll enjoy beating that arrogance out of you." Vegeta uncrossed his arms, letting them fall to his sides as he clenched his fists. "No, Cell. The only one getting beaten today is you." "Then by all means," Cell said, extending one arm in a mock gesture of invitation. "Show me what you've got. You'd better be at least as strong as that Saiyan, Raditz, or this will be over far too quickly." Vegeta let out a low growl, his smirk fading into a determined scowl. He spread his feet slightly, his aura beginning to flare as he summoned his power. His hair flickered gold, his turquoise eyes locking onto Cell. But he didn't stop there. Vegeta roared as his power continued to climb, his energy surging higher and higher. His muscles swelled, bulking up to an impressive size as his already massive power level expanded even further. The golden glow of his Super Saiyan transformation intensified, his hair standing more rigid than before. The ground below them trembled from the sheer force of his energy, the crater beneath Cell growing even deeper as Vegeta ascended to a new level of power. Cell raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed despite himself. "Impressive," he said, his voice still calm, but carrying an undertone of genuine acknowledgement. "I was expecting an easy warm-up, but it seems you might be able to give me a real fight after all." Vegeta bared his teeth in a grin. "Oh, I'll give you more than a warm-up." Without another word, he launched himself at Cell with incredible speed, the air around him cracking like thunder. On the other side of the planet, Android 21 floated above North City, laughing as he unleashed another energy blast into the crowded streets below. He could have easily destroyed the entire city with a single attack, but where was the fun in that? He preferred to pick his targets individually, watching his blasts hunt them down before detonating. The chaos and fear in the humans' faces amused him to no end. For several days now, 21 had been searching for the so-called protectors of Earth, hoping to draw them out and destroy them one by one. Yet to his annoyance, they had evaded him. But patience, he reminded himself, was a virtue. He knew it was only a matter of time before they came running to him, desperate to protect their precious humans. As he prepared another blast, his head tilted sharply and his smile faltered. He sensed a massive power level on the other side of the planet, his brow furrowed in confusion. It felt strange, like multiple energy signatures blended together into one. For a moment, he wondered if it could be some kind of fusion technique, but no, it was even stronger than that would suggest. Moments later, a second energy joined the first, and 21's eyes widened slightly. This one he recognized immediately. "Vegeta?" he muttered to himself. "How'd he get that strong?" He paused, thinking back to their last encounter. A few days ago, he wasn't anywhere near that level. What happened? "Don't worry about that," a deep, calm voice interrupted from behind 21. "You'll have plenty to worry about with me." 21 turned, his lips curling into a sly grin as he faced Piccolo. The Namekian hovered above the ruins, arms crossed, his confident gaze locked onto the android. His powerful aura radiated authority, the mark of someone who had faced countless battles and emerged stronger each time. "I've been expecting you," 21 said, his voice tinged with mockery. "Now that you've fused with Earth's guardian, I knew you wouldn't just stand back and watch while I tore this planet apart." Piccolo's eyes narrowed. "How do you know about that? How else could a Namekian gain so much power so quickly?" Zarbon's voice interjected, his elegant but sinister laugh echoing as he floated beside 21. "You slugs love fusing yourselves together, don't you? A cheap trick, but effective." Piccolo remained unfazed by the taunt. "We don't just fuse, we train," he said, his tone steady and deliberate. In a sudden burst of speed, Piccolo shot forward, closing the distance in an instant. His fist slammed into 21's stomach with a thunderous impact, driving the android backward as he gasped in pain. 21's body doubled over, blood spewing from his mouth as he staggered. "What's happening?" 21 thought, his mind racing. How did he get this strong? He had expected a challenge, but not this. Fusion explained Piccolo's earlier power surge, but now? This was something else entirely. Training couldn't produce results like this, not in such a short amount of time. It defied logic. Before he could recover, Piccolo pressed the attack. His fists moved like lightning, each blow precise and unrelenting. 21 tried to counter, throwing kicks and punches of his own, but to his dismay, Piccolo dodged or blocked every single strike with ease. "Is this all you've got?" Piccolo said, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I expected more from someone who calls himself the ultimate creation." Piccolo's confidence surged as he fought. For the first time in days, he felt like he had the upper hand. In the back of his mind, he could sense Vegeta's energy on the other side of the world. The Saiyan Prince's power was immense, stronger than even Cell's, which meant the android menace could be dealt with before Kakarot even finished his training. With any luck, Piccolo said as he delivered a crushing uppercut to 21's jaw. You androids will be scrapped by the time Kakarot walks out of the time chamber. 21 stumbled back, disoriented, when Zarbon intervened. His hands glowed with vibrant energy as he gathered power. Not so fast, Zarbon sneered, his smirk widening. Beautiful assault! The energy beam shot forward in a brilliant, spiraling column of light. Piccolo crossed his arms over his chest, bracing himself. The blast hit with a deafening explosion, the shockwave tearing through the streets and leveling nearby buildings. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo's silhouette emerged, completely unscathed. His green skin shimmered faintly in the aftermath of the attack. He lowered his arms and gave Zarbon a cold grin. Is that all you've got? He asked, his tone mocking. I'm glad you asked, 21 said, his voice taking on a darker edge. His grin returned, but it was no longer playful. I hate to do this, but sometimes things have to get ugly. Piccolo frowned, his sharp eyes narrowing. What are you talking about? 21's fists clenched as his entire body tensed. Dr. Gero left one of my special talents intact when he made me an android, he said. His muscles began to bulge, swelling grotesquely as his body expanded. His elegant face twisted into something monstrous, his features warping until they were almost unrecognizable. His long hair whipped wildly around him as his energy skyrocketed, sending waves of pressure rippling outward. You've met beauty, Zarbon said with a cruel smile. Now, allow me to introduce you to the beast. Piccolo's confidence wavered for the first time. He gritted his teeth as he took a step back, the raw power radiating from 21, overwhelming his senses. This wasn't part of the plan, he muttered under his breath. How did I not see this coming? The android's transformation was complete. His hulking frame radiated menace, and his power level had doubled, possibly more. Piccolo clenched his fists, realizing he might have underestimated his opponent. Before he could act, a streak of light shot through the sky. Trunks appeared, moving faster than the eye could follow. The young warrior landed a devastating dropkick to the back of 21's head, sending the android hurtling into the ground below. The impact created a massive crater, shaking the city like an earthquake. About time you got here, Piccolo said, his tone sharp but laced with relief. Sorry, Trunks replied, brushing his hair out of his face as he floated beside Piccolo. I didn't power up to fly here like you did. Cell grunted as Vegeta launched another relentless assault. The Saiyan Prince moved with precision and raw power, hammering the bio-android with a devastating right cross, followed by a swift left uppercut aimed at Cell's midsection. The force of the blow cracked the air around them. Before Cell could recover, Vegeta spun and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to the side of Cell's head, the impact sending him spiraling backward through the sky. Cell snarled, righting himself midair. He wasted no time countering, charging at Vegeta with ferocious speed. He drove a hard punch into Vegeta's face, his fist connecting with enough force to shatter mountains. But Vegeta barely flinched, his head snapping back only slightly before his piercing turquoise eyes locked onto Cell with a dangerous glint. Not bad, Vegeta admitted, wiping a small smear of blood from the corner of his lip. But you'll have to do a lot better than that. Before Cell could respond, Vegeta vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the Saiyan reappeared behind him, driving his knee into Cell's back with brutal force. The bio-android gasped as pain shot through his body, but Vegeta wasn't finished. He extended his leg, delivering a thunderous kick that sent Cell hurtling upward into the sky. Try this on for size, Vegeta roared, his voice booming across the battlefield. He extended his arms outward, golden energy crackling around his palms. The air vibrated with raw power as he gathered energy, his aura blazing brighter than ever. Final flash, he shouted, unleashing a massive beam of energy that surged upward towards Cell like a golden comet. Cell barely had time to react. He turned and raised his arms, crossing them in front of his body to shield himself. But the attack was overwhelming, crashing into him with unrelenting force. The explosion that followed lit up the sky, shaking the earth and leveling the already ruined landscape below. When the blinding light finally subsided, Cell floated in the air, smoke rising from his scorched body. His right arm was completely gone, reduced to nothing by Vegeta's devastating attack. It looks like that was too much for you, Vegeta said, his arms crossed over his chest. A smug grin plastered on his face. Cell grimaced, his composure slipping for a brief moment. How? How is he this strong? A Saiyan shouldn't possess this kind of power. It was unthinkable. How did you get so strong? Cell demanded, his voice low and laced with frustration. Vegeta smirked, savoring the moment. I do my sit-ups, push-ups, and drink my juice, he said sarcastically, his tone dripping with mockery. But if you think this is strong, I'm just getting warmed up. Cell's eyes narrowed, a hint of intrigue flickering across his face. Really? Then let's see it. With a sharp grunt, Cell's severed arm began to regenerate. Green liquid and tissue rapidly reformed until his limb was fully restored. He flexed his fingers experimentally and smirked. Show me what else you've got. Vegeta's grin widened. He clenched his fists, his aura flaring wildly around him as he powered up again. His muscles bulged, growing even larger, pushing his physique to its absolute limit. His energy exploded outward, creating shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield.
This, Vegeta declared, his voice filled with pride, is what I call Ultra Vegeta. His massive frame radiated golden light, his power climbing to unimaginable levels. As you can see, you don't stand a chance against this.
Cell hovered above the battlefield, his wings twitching as he stared Vegeta down. His green, insect-like body gleamed under the sun, his sharp tail swaying behind him. Despite his confident smirk, there was an air of honesty in his voice. You're right, Cell admitted, his eerie tone carrying through the wind. In this form, I cannot defeat you, but if you truly want a challenge, then allow me to complete my evolution. Let me find the last android and absorb him. Then, you'll have the chance to test your strength against something truly perfect. Vegeta folded his arms over his chest, scoffing as his golden hair flickered with energy. Fine, do it, he said, his voice laced with arrogance. Absorb your android. It's not like it'll make a difference. You'll still be nothing compared to me. Cell grinned, his red eyes flashing with amusement. Oh, you'll regret those words, Prince of all Saiyan. Trunks clenched his fists, his heart pounding as he slammed his knuckles into 21's face. The impact sent the android hurtling through the sky, away from the ruined city below. Without wasting a second, Trunks thrust his hands to his side, blue energy swirling between his palms. Kamehameha! The beam roared forward, a pillar of destructive energy ripping through the sky toward its target. The attack struck without resistance, but before Trunks could celebrate, the light suddenly flickered and vanished, absorbed entirely. A deep, sinister chuckle echoed in the air.
You never learn, do you? Zarbon sneered, his golden bronze skin shimmering in the light. He raised a hand, palm glowing with stolen energy. Let's see how you like it. In a flash, the beam was hurled back at Trunks, screaming toward him with devastating speed. If you dodge this, Zarbon taunted, his lips curling into a wicked grin, then say goodbye to your precious Earth.
Trunks had no choice. He raised his arms, bracing himself as the energy engulfed him. Every muscle in his body burned as he fought to hold back the attack. How is this monster so strong? Before he could think of a counter, a sudden blur appeared behind Zarbon. Boom! Piccolo struck with a fierce right hook to the back of the android's skull. The impact was solid, but Zarbon barely flinched. Instead, he casually raised his other hand and unleashed a second energy blast, straight into Piccolo's face. The Namekian barely had time to react. He twisted his body, narrowly escaping the blast, but the explosion sent him spiraling backward. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't help Trunks like this. Meanwhile, Trunks groaned, his hands trembling as he pushed against the returning Kamehameha. His arms ached, his energy draining fast. He couldn't move, couldn't dodge. If he did, the Earth would be reduced to space dust.
I have to stop it. With one final effort, Trunks summoned every last ounce of his strength, his aura flickering as he forced the beam upward. Slowly, inch by inch, he pushed it back. But just before he could redirect the blast completely, boom! The energy exploded. A deafening shockwave rattled the battlefield, dust and debris flooding the sky.
As the smoke cleared, Trunks was barely standing. His golden hair had faded, his Super Saiyan form extinguished. His breathing was ragged, his vision blurred. He had stopped the blast from destroying the Earth, but the cost was high. He was completely drained. Zarbon emerged from the smoke, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. Looks like you're fresh out of power. he mocked. He extended his arm, a small but deadly energy sphere forming in his palm. Time to die, little Saiyan. Trunks could barely move. He watched helplessly as Zarbon fired. Swish! A blur of motion. Then, suddenly, the blast was gone. A tall figure stood between them, his long, wild hair whipping in the wind. His muscular frame radiated power, his eyes locked onto Zarbon with deadly focus. "That's enough," Raditz said, casually swatting the attack aside.
Trunks exhaled in relief, his lips curling into a tired grin. "Uncle, looks like you made it just in time."
Raditz cracked his knuckles, his dark tail twitching behind him. "You're sitting this one out," he told Trunks, not taking his eyes off Zarbon. Trunks chuckled weakly. "Yeah, I think I'll let you handle this one." Zarbon smirked, another pathetic sign stepping up to die. Raditz's expression darkened. "Let me show you what a true Saiyan is made of." A slow clap interrupted them. From the side, Cell hovered leisurely, watching the encounter unfold with an amused grin. "Hate to interrupt," Cell drawled, "but I have my own plans for this android." Raditz turned toward him, his brow furrowed. "Cell, I thought Vegeta was handling you." He had sensed Vegeta's power surge earlier, far greater than even Cell's. There was no way the Saiyan Prince should have allowed Cell to escape. Cell chuckled, folding his arms. "We have an arrangement," he said with a smirk. "I'm going to become perfect. Then I'll give him his rematch." Raditz's expression hardened. His sharp black eyes locked onto Cell, his body tensing as he flared his energy. The ground beneath him cracked from the sheer force of his power. "I won't let you do that," Raditz growled, his voice laced with defiance. Without hesitation, he shot forward, vanishing from sight with incredible speed. But Cell was faster. With a simple flick of his wrist, the bio-android backhanded Raditz with bone-crushing force. The impact sent the long-haired Saiyan spiraling backward, slamming through the rocky terrain. Cell ignored him, his focus shifting toward 21. The monstrous android attempted to escape, but Cell was already on him. Boom! A knee crashed into Zarbon's gut, folding him in half. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as saliva flew from his mouth. His eyes widened in agony as the sheer force of the strike paralyzed his body. Before he could react, Cell clasped both hands together and hammered them down on Zarbon's skull. Crack! The android was driven into the ground like a meteor, an explosion of rock and dust erupting from the impact. His once massive, monstrous form flickered, shrinking back into his normal state. He struggled to push himself up, his fingers clawing at the ground. But it was already too late. With terrifying speed, Cell's tail shot forward, wrapping around his prey like a serpent constricting its victim. Zarbon barely had time to scream before his body was consumed, absorbed entirely into Cell's being. Then, silence. A violent surge of energy erupted from Cell's core, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. His body began to morph. His whitish skin darkened into a blue hue, while his green exoskeleton shifted into a pristine, bone-white armor. His form became leaner, more refined, but his power skyrocketed beyond anything felt before. The very air around them trembled. Cell had achieved perfection. Vegeta watched in stunned silence. The sheer pressure of Cell's power had left him momentarily speechless. His mind screamed at him to act, to stop this before it was too late, but his body refused to move. Cell turned, his piercing gaze locking onto the Saiyan Prince. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. "Well," Cell taunted, "go on, Vegeta, take your best shot."
Vegeta clenched his fists, his pride flaring as his aura roared to life. Lightning crackled around his muscular frame as he ascended into his Ultra Super Saiyan form. His golden hair stood on end, his muscles bulging unnaturally from the immense power coursing through his veins. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Cell, his speed tearing through the air like a missile. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of kicks and punches rained down on Cell, each strike strong enough to shatter mountains. Vegeta gave everything he had, his attacks precise, ferocious, fueled by years of warrior instinct. But Cell dodged effortlessly. Vegeta's fists swung through empty air as Cell weaved between his attacks with unnatural grace, his smirk never fading. Every missed strike only fueled Vegeta's frustration. He roared in fury, increasing the speed and intensity of his assault. But no matter what he did, Cell remained
untouchable. Why won't you die? Vegeta bellowed, his voice filled with frustration and desperation.
Cell sighed.
You're pathetic, he muttered. With a single effortless backhand, Cell sent Vegeta flying. The Saiyan prince skidded across the ground, his bulky form bouncing against the rocky terrain, before he finally came to a stop. He groaned, struggling to rise, his entire body aching from the impact. Cell hovered above him, his arms crossed. Anyone can bulk up their muscles to gain power, he said, but what good is raw strength when it slows you down? This form of yours is nothing but an illusion of power. Vegeta's breathing was heavy. His golden aura flickered. And then, with a deep exhale, he powered down, allowing his Ultra Super Saiyan form to fade. His hair returned to black, his muscles deflating as he stood before his enemy, defeated. You're right, Vegeta admitted, his voice low but firm. I am no match for you. He lifted his gaze, his expression unreadable. Do what you wish with me. Cell tilted his head, intrigued. Well, this is a surprise, he mused. The mighty Saiyan prince, admitting defeat. How ironic.
Then, a thought crossed his mind. But I must admit, your rapid growth intrigues me, Cell continued, studying Vegeta curiously. How is it that you Saiyans can grow so powerful so quickly? Tell me, if I give you more time, can you get stronger? Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Yes, he answered without hesitation. Given a few days, I can surpass even this.
A slow, wicked grin spread across Cell's face. Very well, he said. Then I will give this planet 10 days. In 10 days, I will hold a martial arts tournament, the Cell Games. His voice carried through the wind, as if announcing it to the world itself. If you win, the Earth survives, Cell explained. If not, well, you get the idea. His gaze shifted toward Raditz, Trunks, and Piccolo. This invitation extends to all of you as well. Any warrior who wishes to test their strength against perfection is welcome. Vegeta smirked, his arrogance returning. Fine, just tell me where. Cell chuckled. Keep an eye on your television, he said. I'll let you know. And with that, Cell vanished. Atop the lookout, Bulma was hard at work, her fingers expertly maneuvering through the circuits of Android 16. She wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, focusing intently on the repairs. Then, a small beep echoed from her wristwatch. She paused, glancing at the device. It's time for Kakarot and Bardock to come out of the hyperbolic time chamber, she muttered to herself. It had been hours since the battle with Cell. The world was in chaos, but at least, for now, things were stable. A small part of her felt relieved. After 2 years of training in that chamber, Kakarot would surely have the power to stop Cell. A sudden presence appeared behind her. Hey, baby, a familiar voice teased, followed by 2 hands gently covering her eyes. Guess who? Bulma smiled. Kakarot, she answered. But shouldn't you still be in the chamber? She turned around, and there he was, still in his Super Saiyan form, yet completely at ease. Unlike before, his aura didn't rage wildly. Instead, it felt controlled, balanced. I learned instant transmission, Kakarot explained with a grin. He pulled her close, pressing his lips to hers. I've missed you. Bulma was taken aback for a moment, but quickly melted into the kiss. When she pulled back, her sharp blue eyes studied him. So, I take it the training went well? Kakarot chuckled. Yeah, we shouldn't have any problems now. Her smile faltered. Cell absorbed all the androids. I know, Kakarot said. I read your mind and filled myself in. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry for intruding. Bulma rolled her eyes, but smirked. It's fine, darling. I have no secrets from you. A groan interrupted them. Are you two done being disgusting? Bardock muttered as he approached. Not even close, Kakarot grinned. But we'll fill you in first. We've got 10 days before the tournament. Bardock raised an eyebrow. Tournament? Yep, Kakarot said. Cell's challenge. 10 days from now, we fight. Bardock smirked. Sounds fun. Yeah, Kakarot agreed, his grin widening. Bulma folded her arms. So, back to training? Kakarot shook his head. Nah, I think we'll take it easy for now.
Bardock chuckled. Sounds like a plan. In the heart of Orange Star City, a massive crowd had gathered, the streets packed with spectators eager for a glimpse of their so-called savior. Cameras flashed, reporters spoke excitedly into microphones, and news stations broadcasted the event live across the world. A large, open area had been cleared for a grand demonstration. Then, with a dramatic entrance, a towering, well-built man with a giant afro stepped forward, dragging not one, not two, but 3 massive buses behind him. His thick mustache twitched as he flashed a confident grin, flexing for the roaring crowd.
The announcer, a short man with slick back hair and oversized sunglasses, held his microphone up excitedly. "Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, your world martial arts champion, the man who will single-handedly save us all from Cell." He turned to the burly fighter with an eager expression. "Hercule, what do you have to say to your fans? What are you going to do to Cell?" The so-called champion puffed out his chest and let out a deep, exaggerated laugh. Then, with a loud grunt, he cocked back his fist. Boom! His punch obliterated the side of one of the buses, sending shards of metal scattering across the pavement. The audience erupted into cheers, people waving signs with his name and chanting, "Hercule! Hercule! I'll crush him!" Hercule bellowed, his voice booming over the crowd. "That no-good second-rate amateur doesn't stand a chance against me." The announcer nodded enthusiastically before shifting his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Now, some people have suggested that you only won your title because the previous 3-time champion wasn't in the tournament that year. What do you say to those critics?" Hercules scoffed, shaking his head. "Huh, I can't help it if the guy was too scared to show up." He placed a hand on his hip, smirking. "The bottom line is, I'm the strongest fighter in the world, and when I step into that ring, Cell is finished." The crowd roared in approval. "You heard it here first, folks," the announcer declared, his voice echoing through the speakers. "The world champ has spoken. Cell is going down." Far away, at Kame House, the sound of a television clicking off was followed by an annoyed grunt. "What an idiot," Master Roshi muttered, tossing the remote onto the couch. He leaned back, adjusting his sunglasses before flipping open one of his favorite magazines. His wrinkled face twisted in mild irritation. "I think he deserves whatever's coming to him if he actually steps into that ring with Cell." "Now, Master," Turtle interjected in his usual calm tone, "you know you shouldn't say things like that." Roshi sighed. Yeah, I know, but sometimes you just gotta make an exception." "I'd second that," Krillin muttered, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. "Me too," Yamcha added with a dry chuckle. Turtle turned to them with a concerned look. "Shouldn't you two be training?" Krillin exhaled heavily. "We already spent 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber," he admitted. "Even with fusion, I don't think we'd be enough to take Cell down." "Yeah, and I don't even think fusion is allowed in a tournament anyway," Yamcha said, shaking his head. "We have gotten a lot stronger, but not nearly strong enough." His tone darkened. "We're not even on Vegeta's level. And if he couldn't do anything to Cell, what chance do we really have?" A heavy silence hung over them for a moment.
"I just hope Kakarot can pull it off," Roshi finally said, his voice softer. Krillin nodded. "He seems confident enough, but honestly, I can't even tell how strong he and Bardock are right now." He rubbed the back of his head, frowning. "They've been suppressing their power so much, it's almost like they don't exist."
Roshi leaned back with a small smile. "Kakarot's always got a plan. He hasn't let us down yet." Back at Capsule Corporation, Bardock leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching the TV screen with an unimpressed expression. The clip of Hercules' dramatic entrance replayed, the champion's over-the-top confidence filling the room. "What a joke," Bardock muttered, shaking his head. He had to admit, for human standards, the guy was strong. But in the grand scheme of things, against Cell, the man didn't stand a chance. "I really wish you guys had fought in the last tournament," Bulma said, exhaling as she set the remote down. Kakarot, who was sitting beside her with his arms wrapped around her waist, chuckled. "We were kinda busy," he said with a grin. "I think it happened while we were on Namek." Bulma rolled her eyes, but smiled. "Yeah, I know, darling." She leaned in, pressing a quick kiss to his lips before frowning. "But I really don't like the way that guy talks about you." Kakarot smirked. "He's not worth it, Bulma. I don't have anything to prove," Bardock scoffed. "Oh, I think his strength will show soon enough," he said, smirking, "right around the time he steps into the ring with Cell." Kakarot shot him a glare, half laughing. "That's not funny, Dad," he scolded. "Yeah, the guy's a pompous ass, but he doesn't deserve to die." Bardock shrugged. "We can always wish him back with the rest of the people Cell's killed." Kakarot sighed. "Well, I guess he can get what's coming to him then." The air was heavy with anticipation. At the designated Cell Games arena, news crews surrounded the ring, their cameras rolling, broadcasting the event worldwide. A tall announcer with dark black hair and glasses stood in front of the crowd, holding his microphone up to his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen," he declared, his voice echoing across the battlefield, "this is Jay Firecracker, reporting live from the Cell Games. The world champion, Hercule Satan, is expected to arrive at any moment. The murmuring of the crowd was interrupted by the distant roar of an approaching engine. All eyes turned as a sleek, black limousine rolled up to the arena, its polished exterior gleaming under the sun. The moment the doors opened, Hercule Satan stepped out. Dressed in his signature red jai, the self-proclaimed world champ flashed his trademark victory sign, a massive grin plastered across his face. He waved to the crowd, flexing his biceps as he strutted toward the ring. Jay Firecracker rushed forward, shoving the microphone toward him. "Mr. Satan!" he called. "What are your thoughts on the fight ahead?" Hercules smirked, cracking his knuckles. "I'm gonna crush that second-rate amateur," he declared confidently. "Cell doesn't stand a chance against me."
The audience erupted into cheers. Jay Firecracker turned back to the camera, adjusting his glasses. "Well, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Hercule is already declaring victory against the monstrous Cell."
Just then, whoom! A powerful gust of wind swept through the arena as Vegeta descended from the sky, landing gracefully near the ring, arms crossed, his sharp gaze locked onto the scene before him. His royal blue bodysuit clung tightly to his frame, his golden hair barely shifting in the breeze. Jay Firecracker's jaw nearly dropped. "It looks like we have an observer?" He turned to Hercule, whispering. "How'd he fly in like that?" Hercule scoffed, waving dismissively. "Poof, it's all a trick," he said confidently, "just like the one Cell uses." Jay Firecracker, the ever-enthusiastic reporter, strutted toward Vegeta, microphone in hand. The moment he got close, he thrust it right in the Saiyan Prince's face, his voice dripping with excitement. "Do you have any comments about how the great Hercule is going to defeat Cell?" A deep, irritated growl escaped Vegeta's throat. His sharp teal eyes flicked toward the reporter, his scowl deepening. "Get out of my face before I blast you to oblivion," Vegeta snarled. Firecracker immediately stumbled back, paling, as he realized he might have pushed the wrong person. The camera crew hesitated, unsure if they should continue filming, but the tension was broken when Vegeta simply scoffed and turned away, crossing his arms once more. High above the earth, 4 figures soared through the sky, their powerful auras leaving golden trails behind them. Kakarot, Raditz, Bardock, and Trunks flew in unison, their expressions focused as they approached the battlefield. As they neared the designated arena for the Cell Games, they spotted familiar faces waiting for them below. Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Chiaotzu stood at the edge of the battlefield, their gazes shifting upward as the group descended. "Glad you could make it," Kakarot said, his usual cheerful tone present, despite the impending battle. "We're not here to fight Cell one-on-one," Tien stated firmly, his arms crossed. "But if things go south, we'll step in and do whatever we can to stop him." Raditz gave him a small nod of approval. "That's all we can ask," he admitted. Then, with a slight smirk, he added, "I guess at that point, the rule against fusion wouldn't matter." Krillin stepped forward, rubbing the back of his head. "Are you sure you guys don't want us to teach you the fusion technique?" he asked. "I mean, let's be real. If you and Kakarot fused, Cell wouldn't stand a chance." Kakarot and Raditz exchanged glances before speaking in perfect unison. "Saiyans fight alone," Yamcha blinked, utterly baffled. Wait. Cell is literally threatening to destroy the planet, and you guys are worried about a fair fight?" Kakarot's expression was calm, but there was an unmistakable determination behind his eyes. "Cell challenged us to a tournament," he explained. "That means this isn't just a battle. It's a test of strength. It wouldn't be honorable to gang up on him or use fusion." Bardock let out a small chuckle, resting a hand on his hip. "Besides, guys," he said, smirking, "we'll be fine." Krillin sighed, crossing his arms. "I really hope you're right." Trunks glanced toward the battlefield. "Let's go," he said. With that, the warriors turned and flew toward the arena, their auras blazing as they approached the showdown of a lifetime. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area as Android 16 landed just outside the arena. The massive, red-haired android stood tall, his mechanical frame looming over the scene. Cell's lips curled into an amused smirk as he eyed the newcomer. Well, the bio-android mused. "I see you're still alive and kicking." 16's expression remained unreadable, his robotic voice unwavering. "You will be stopped today," he stated simply. Cell chuckled. "And who, exactly, is going to do that?" He gestured around the battlefield mockingly. "You?" 16 didn't react. "Even with my improvements," he admitted, "I'm still no match for you, but you will be defeated today." Firecracker, still reporting live, turned toward the camera, adjusting his glasses. Apparently, Cell seems to know this newcomer, he commented, his voice laced with intrigue. Off to the side, Hercules stood with his arms crossed, muttering under his breath. It's all a trick, he grumbled. Before the self-proclaimed champion could continue his rambling, a sudden gust of wind signaled the arrival of even more fighters. One by one, the Z-Warriors landed just outside the ring. Kakarot touched down first, his expression serious, but not without his usual confidence. Raditz and Bardock followed, their long hair swaying in the breeze, while Trunks landed beside them, his gaze locked onto Cell. Cell's smirk widened. Ah, Kakarot, he mused. I was beginning to wonder if you'd actually show up. Kakarot met Cell's gaze, his golden aura flickering softly around him. I'm ready for you, Cell, he said. His voice carried no fear, only conviction. You're going to pay for all the people you've killed. Cell merely chuckled. How noble. Then, spreading his arms dramatically, he asked, so, who's going to be the first to face me? Kakarot stepped forward without hesitation. I will. Raditz and Vegeta exchanged glances. Yeah, go ahead, Raditz said.
Vegeta smirked. Sure, we all know it'll be me who ends up defeating Cell, so it doesn't really matter. Before Kakarot could step into the ring, Jay Firecracker suddenly appeared beside him, shoving his microphone in his face. Excuse me, he interrupted. Do you actually intend to fight Cell?
Kakarot gave a simple nod. Yes, I'm going first. Firecracker gasped, shaking his head dramatically. The insolence! We all know that the great world champion Hercule is going to take down Cell. He is going first. Krillin groaned, rubbing his forehead. This dumbass, he muttered. He couldn't even beat a fly. Firecracker ignored the remark. Wait, he said, turning back to Kakarot. You were the former champion before Hercule, weren't you? Kakarot nodded. Yeah, I was the world champion 3 times, starting from when I was a kid. Firecracker's eyes narrowed with curiosity. So, why didn't you participate in the last tournament? Was it because you were afraid of Hercule? Kakarot chuckled. Nah, my friends and I had other things to take care of at the time. The reporter glanced around, noticing many familiar faces from previous tournaments, fighters who had once made it to the finals or semi-finals. He turned back to Hercule, microphone ready. So, Mr. Saiyan, what's your take on the former champion wanting to fight Cell before you? Hercule scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. Pfft. These guys are all tricksters, just like Cell, he said confidently. I could beat all of them with one hand tied behind my back. Firecracker turned dramatically toward the camera. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have some challengers claiming to be stronger than our great world champion. But personally, I think they were just too scared to face him before. But now, it's time for the main event. Bardock leaned toward Kakarot, whispering, I don't think we're going to convince them. Yamcha folded his arms. He deserves what he gets. We can always wish him back, Tien added casually, even if he dies. Kakarot sighed, shaking his head. I guess we'll have to let him humiliate himself first, before we get started. At that moment, Hercule stepped up, puffing out his chest. You're going down, Cell, he roared, striking a dramatic martial arts stance. Before he could even enter the ring, whir! A helicopter suddenly appeared, its blades slicing through the air as it descended. The side door slid open, and a tall blonde man with long hair leaped out, landing with a flourish inside the ring. He wore a white jumpsuit, a single red rose clenched between his teeth. The man turned to Hercule, bowing dramatically. Allow me to take out this trash for you, master. The wind howled across the battlefield as the crowd trembled in anticipation. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a mixture of fear and disbelief hanging over the arena. The massive insectoid creature known as Cell stood motionless in the center of the ring, his eerie green exoskeleton gleaming under the midday sun. His cold, calculating eyes scanned the newcomers with mild amusement, as if he had already dismissed them as insignificant. Then, a second man leaped from the helicopter, landing with a heavy thud beside the already defeated Coroni. This newcomer was a towering brute, his frame thick with muscle like a living wall of raw power. He wore a dark blue jumpsuit, his face concealed behind a metal mask. Without hesitation, he reached up, grasped the mask with both hands, and tore it from his face. The metal crumpled like paper in his grip. Then, to the horror of onlookers, he stuffed the crushed remains into his mouth and swallowed it whole. I am Piroshki, he declared in a deep, gravelly voice, pounding his fists together. And I will demolish Cell. From the sidelines, a short, wiry announcer with flaming red hair adjusted his microphone, his voice booming over the speakers. "Who are these new fighters?" Firecracker asked, turning to the self-proclaimed world champion, Hercule.
Hercule folded his arms and smirked. "These are my 2 best students," he boasted, nodding confidently. "I'll let them soften Cell up before I step in and finish the job." Before Firecracker could respond, a sleek rope uncoiled from the helicopter above, and a woman with fiery red hair slid down gracefully. She landed smoothly on her feet, adjusting her business suit and straightening her sunglasses before speaking into her own microphone.
"And who might you be?" Firecracker asked, intrigued.
"I'm Miss Pizza, Hercules' agent," she replied, flashing a knowing smile.
Back in the ring, Karoni shook off his initial hesitation and sprang into action. With a burst of agility, he launched himself high into the air, his golden locks trailing behind him. He descended rapidly, aiming a powerful karate chop directly at Cell's neck. But before he could make contact, Cell's aura flared, just a faint pulse of energy. Yet it was enough. The moment the golden-haired fighter entered the range of Cell's energy, he was blasted backward like a rag doll. The force of the energy wave sent him rocketing out of the ring at incredible speed. His body crashed into a distant cliffside, embedding him into the rock with a sickening thud. Dust and debris cascaded down the mountainside as silence fell over the audience. Firecracker gulped and turned back to his microphone. "Oh, that was a brutal defeat," he stammered. "Any comments from the champ or his agent?"
Hercule sighed dramatically, shaking his head. "Karoni was like a son to me," he said, crossing his arms. "But, well, he never quite lived up to his father's expectations."
In the ring, Piroshki clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking like gunfire. His face twisted into a snarl as he charged forward, his massive arms swinging in wild, unpredictable circles. He let out a guttural roar, his sheer size and brute strength making him a terrifying force of nature.
But Cell had already lost interest.
With a simple flick of his foot, Cell spun around, his movement so fluid it was barely perceptible. The next moment, his heel connected with Piroshki's jaw. A single, effortless kick.
The giant warrior's eyes rolled back as his massive frame went limp. His body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, motionless.
Firecracker swallowed hard, gripping his microphone tightly. "Another crushing defeat," he announced, his voice laced with nervous energy. "It looks like the champ himself will have to take on this monster." Miss Pizza, ever the professional, recovered quickly. "Hercule is far stronger than his students," she assured the crowd. "He'll defeat Cell for sure."
The world champion himself stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. His face was a mask of confidence, though his eyes twitched ever so slightly as he approached the towering bio-android.
"Cell," Hercule announced, puffing out his chest. "You're going down." He reached into his gi, pulled out a capsule, and tossed it onto the arena floor. With a burst of smoke, 15 white tiles appeared, neatly stacked before him. Hercule leaped into the air and brought his fist down in a mighty strike. The tiles shattered instantly, except for one.
The lone surviving tile sat there, untouched.
"Wow!" Firecracker shouted, hyping up the moment. "Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it here today. Mr. Satan has just broken 14 bricks with his bare hands. And now, he's going to take on the monster."
Cell. Hercule wasted no time. He lunged at Cell, throwing a high kick straight to the monster's face. His foot connected cleanly. Cell didn't move, not even a blink.
Undeterred, Hercule unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks, his limbs moving in a blur. He put everything he had into his strikes, each one aimed at Cell's vital points.
Firecracker's voice was practically shaking with excitement. Hercule is attacking with unbelievable speed. Cell doesn't even have time to react. This man is amazing. But reality spoke louder than the announcer's words.
Cell remained perfectly still. He didn't even flinch.
Then, with the laziest of motions, he lifted his hand and casually backhanded Hercule. The force sent the so-called champion soaring out of the ring like a shooting star. His body twisted mid-air before he crashed into the ground outside the ring, tumbling across the rocky terrain until he finally came to a groaning halt.
Firecracker rushed over, microphone in hand. "Oh no, Hercule has landed out of the ring. Is there any hope left?" He crouched beside the fallen fighter. "Mr. Satan, what happened in there?" Hercule groaned, sitting up slowly. He rubbed the back of his head and forced out a laugh. "Well, you know, when you've got this much power, sometimes one little slip can send you flying like that," he said, barely masking his nervousness.
Firecracker nodded quickly, Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Hercule's own power sent him flying out of the ring. He may still have a shot at beating Cell after all.
In the center of the ring, Cell let out an exasperated sigh. He turned his gaze toward the true warrior who had been waiting patiently. "Kakarot," he said with a smirk. "Shall we get started?" Kakarot grinned, stepping forward onto the arena floor. His golden hair shimmered under the light, his aura flickering like a controlled wildfire. He clenched his fists and settled into his fighting stance.
"Let's do it," the Saiyan warrior said, his piercing gaze locked onto Cell.
Cell mirrored his stance, his expression unreadable. "Whenever you're ready," Cell replied. The moment stretched, the tension thick, like an unbreakable chain between the two warriors. Cell's cold, calculating gaze met Kakarot's sharp, determined eyes. The very air around them crackled with energy. Then, like the snap of a lightning bolt, Kakarot lunged forward. His golden aura flared, leaving a brief golden streak in the air as he closed the gap between them in the blink of an eye. His fist rocketed toward Cell's head with bone-shattering force.
But Cell was faster.
A subtle tilt to the right, and the attack whistled past his face, missing by mere inches. The monster's knee shot upward, aiming for Kakarot's gut, but the moment it connected, his opponent vanished. An afterimage. Cell's knee met empty air as Kakarot reappeared behind him, foot already in motion. The Saiyan warrior's kick sliced through the space where Cell stood, but the bio-android was gone, phasing out of existence just before impact.
A split second later, he reappeared mid-air, his palm outstretched.
A small but potent energy blast crackled to life in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, it tore through the air toward Kakarot. The golden warrior didn't flinch. His hand snapped up, swatting the blast aside with ease. The explosion erupted in the distance, sending shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. Kakarot didn't hesitate. He charged again, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Each strike was sharp, precise, carrying the force to shatter mountains. Cell met him head-on, dodging and blocking with equal skill. The air trembled with the force of their battle, as shockwaves rippled outward from each impact. Cell countered with his own rapid-fire strikes, his movements seamless. Kakarot responded just as quickly, blocking, weaving, and retaliating in perfect rhythm. The fight became a blur of movement, neither warrior giving an inch.
From the sidelines, Firecracker gripped his microphone, his voice barely able to keep up. Amazing! The former champion seems to be matching Cell blow for blow. Could this be the end of the terrifying monster?
Krillin folded his arms and smirked. Hercule won't get another chance. Firecracker turned in confusion. "What makes you say that?" Krillin sighed. "Isn't it obvious? Kakarot is way stronger than your so-called champion. He's going to finish Cell himself." Yamcha clenched his fists, eyes locked onto the fight with excitement. "Kakarot's amazing. He's gonna win for sure."
Bardock, who had been silent since the match began, finally spoke. His voice was low, steady. "It's too early to say."
Yamcha turned to him, puzzled. "What? What do you mean? Kakarot's got the upper hand." Bardock's gaze remained fixed on the battle. "They're still warming up." Trunks, who had been watching anxiously, felt his stomach tighten. "That's just the warm-up?" He turned to Bardock with wide eyes. "How strong is my dad?" Back in the ring, Kakarot and Cell landed on opposite sides, dust settling around them. A brief silence followed, both fighters assessing one another. Cell broke the quiet with a low chuckle. "That should be enough of a warm-up," he said, clenching his fists. In an instant, his power flared. His green aura erupted around him, swirling with an ominous energy. The entire battlefield trembled under the sheer pressure of his rising strength. The ground beneath him cracked, sending small shockwaves outward.
Kakarot watched, unfazed, then smirked. "About time. I was starting to get bored."
He took a deep breath, then let out a thunderous shout.
Golden energy exploded around him like a wildfire, the force of it sending a powerful gust through the battlefield. The light of his aura bathed the entire ring in gold. The ground beneath him quaked violently. Then, in a sudden burst, streaks of blue lightning crackled around his form, his power climbing to new heights. His hair spiked upward even further, his muscles expanding slightly as his body adjusted to the increased power output.
Cell observed the transformation with a smirk. "I've seen this trick before," he mused. "You may have matched my power, but it won't help you land a hit." Before he could finish, Kakarot was already gone. Cell's smirk faltered, Where? A sharp crack split the air as Kakarot's boot slammed into Cell's face. The bio-android was sent rocketing across the ring, his body blurring from sheer speed. Before he could regain control, Kakarot reappeared above him, both fists clenched together. With a powerful downward strike, he hammered Cell into the arena floor.
A deafening boom followed as Cell's body cratered into the ring. The entire battlefield shook. Dust and debris shot into the air from the sheer impact.
Cell groaned as he pushed himself up, wiping a thin trail of blood from his lip. His red eyes flickered with something new. Acknowledgement. Impressive, he admitted. I underestimated you, Kakarot grinned. I see you have... Without warning, he materialized right in front of Cell, driving a knee deep into the monster's stomach. Cell's eyes widened as blood shot from his mouth.
But Kakarot wasn't finished. He twisted, his foot colliding with Cell's jaw, sending him hurtling skyward. Cell barely had a second to process what happened before he saw the Golden Warrior below, hands cupped together, energy rapidly forming between them.
Kakarot's voice rang across the battlefield. K.A., me. Cell's eyes narrowed. Huh, me. He gritted his teeth, his hands moving instinctively into a similar stance. Ha! A massive blinding blue beam tore through the air, roaring towards Cell with planet-shaking force. The monster had no choice. Ka, me, he, Cell roared, unleashing his own energy wave.
The two beams collided mid-air.
A shockwave erupted from the impact, sending tremors across the battlefield. But Cell quickly realized he was losing ground. Kakarot's energy surged forward, his Kamehameha overwhelming Cell's in mere seconds.
Cell barely had time to react before the energy swallowed him whole. A thunderous explosion shattered the sky. Smoke and debris erupted outward, engulfing the battlefield in a thick, blinding cloud. The shockwave sent rocks flying in all directions, leaving the onlookers shielding their eyes from the sheer force of the blast.
As the dust slowly cleared, the crowd gasped. There, standing in the aftermath, was Cell, his body mangled, half of it missing. Sparks of green energy crackled around the exposed damage, his internal structure barely holding itself together. Firecracker, gripping his microphone with trembling hands, managed to find his voice. It looks like Cell has been wounded. Could Kakarot have just saved the Earth? From the sidelines, Yamcha pumped his fist into the air. Yeah, he did it. But Raditz's sharp voice cut through the celebration.
It's not over, he said grimly. Cell will still regenerate.
The battlefield was silent for only a moment before a gruesome sound filled the air. Schlurk! Cell's twisted, half-destroyed body began to pulse with a grotesque energy. His remaining arm twitched as his torso bubbled and stretched. In the blink of an eye, his entire upper half, his missing limbs, his shredded torso, regrew as if the damage had never happened. His biomechanical cells knitted together seamlessly, flesh and armor reconstructing in an instant. Cell rolled his shoulders and flexed his fingers, testing his newly restored body. Much better.
Firecracker's jaw dropped as he clung to his microphone. What's going on? He turned frantically toward Hercule. Did you see that? He just regenerated. How is that even possible?
Hercules scoffed, crossing his arms. It's all a trick, he said with an exaggerated smirk. Cell was never hurt to begin with. It's just a bunch of flashy smoke and mirrors.
Back in the ring, Cell chuckled, a smug grin forming on his face. That was quite the attack, he admitted, cracking his neck. I see I've been underestimating how strong a Saiyan can be. His eyes darkened, his smirk growing sinister. I may just have to go all out.
Kakarot narrowed his eyes. You're bluffing, he said, crossing his arms. You're already at full power. Just admit that you're beaten. Cell let out a low, mocking laugh. Oh, Kakarot, how much you've forgotten. He lifted his hand and clenched his fist at his side. You really think this is all the power I got from absorbing Android 21? No. I took all of his abilities.
A sudden surge of power radiated from Cell as his muscles swelled, his bio-armor shifting and cracking. His once sleek light blue form morphed into something monstrous. His shoulders broadened, his body expanding as he grew more massive. His once perfectly sculpted features twisted into something grotesque, almost beastly.
You should remember this form, Cell growled. His voice had deepened, taking on a more guttural, almost primal edge. His aura flared wildly around him. Kakarot watched with narrowed eyes, then, suddenly, vanished. Whoosh! He reappeared in a flash, his foot already soaring towards Cell's head. The monster barely had time to lift his arm in defense but the moment he did, Kakarot was gone. The Golden Warrior had instant transmission behind him in the same heartbeat, already in motion. His foot slammed into Cell's skull with earth-shaking force. Boom! Cell rocketed downward, his enormous frame crashing toward the ground. But before he could even reach it,
Kakarot was already there.
the Saiyan warrior drove his knee upward, smashing it into Cell's jaw, sending the bio-android hurtling into the sky. The moment Cell reached his peak, Kakarot appeared above him, both hands clenched together. With a mighty roar, he hammered Cell downward with the force of a meteor. The ground exploded as Cell's massive frame slammed into the ring, forming a crater that spread for miles. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Cell groaned as he slowly climbed out of the rubble, brushing dust off his shoulders. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, chuckling. "Ha, nice one," he said, "but it won't be enough." Before he could say another word, Kakarot's voice thundered through the battlefield.
"Ke, me, he, me."
Cell's eyes widened as he turned. He could feel the power behind that blast. "You wouldn't," Cell growled. His instincts screamed at him, warning him of the sheer devastation behind that attack. "If you miss, the entire Earth will be destroyed."
Kakarot grinned.
Ha! But instead of firing from a distance,
Kakarot instant transmissioned behind him. The Kamehameha wave exploded point blank into Cell's back.
the sheer force of the blast sent Cell soaring into the sky, his body helpless against the overwhelming wave of energy. The entire atmosphere trembled under the sheer power of the attack. Seconds later, the beam detonated in a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the battlefield. A massive shockwave spread outward, kicking up winds strong enough to uproot trees miles away. The sky itself seemed to split apart, the clouds swirling chaotically from the energy unleashed. As the dust settled, Cell's body plummeted from the sky. When he crashed into the earth, half of him was missing. His legs were completely gone. One of his arms had been vaporized. Most of his torso was simply gone.
And yet, he was still alive.
Lying on the ground in his mangled state, Cell let out a raspy chuckle. His red eyes gleamed with something twisted. "That was a nice move," he admitted. But it wasn't enough. He lifted his remaining arm, energy crackling around his fist.
"Now," Cell said, his grin returning. "Let's continue." Without hesitation, Cell lunged forward, unleashing a blinding barrage of punches and kicks. His strikes came faster than before, more relentless, each one carrying more weight. Kakarot gritted his teeth as he blocked and deflected the attacks as best he could. But Cell was stronger.
Each impact forced Kakarot back, his feet skidding across the ground. Blow after blow rained down on him, pushing him dangerously close to the edge of the ring. Then, Kakarot stepped back into nothingness.
His eyes flickered in alarm as he realized he had no ground left.
Cell grinned. Nowhere else to go.
With a final devastating punch, he sent Kakarot flying off the ring, straight toward the rocky wasteland below.
For a brief moment, it seemed like Kakarot was finished. But just before he hit the ground, Kakarot vanished. A second later, he reappeared inside the ring, standing firm. He smirked. "That was a close one," Cell chuckled. "You almost lost the fight before it even got interesting." His smirk widened. "Now, what do you say we stop holding back?" Without waiting for a response, Cell floated into the sky, extending a single hand.
A massive energy blast formed in his palm.
Then, boom! The entire ring was obliterated in a single blast.
The dust settled, revealing nothing but open wasteland.
Cell landed across from Kakarot, cracking his neck. "There, now we can fight properly."
Kakarot grinned, taking his stance. "Let's finish this."
Both warriors exploded into motion, their fists colliding midair, sending a shockwave that shattered the surrounding cliffs. The sky itself seemed to tremble under the sheer power of their clash. Both fighters traded blows at an unimaginable speed. Each strike landed with the force of a warhead. Every impact sent shockwaves rippling through the wasteland, cracking the earth beneath them. Then, thwack!
Cell landed a solid hit, sending Kakarot spiraling downward.
"Special beam cannon!" Cell roared, firing a spiraling beam of energy toward his fallen opponent. But before it could connect, Kakarot vanished. He reappeared behind Cell and slammed his fist into the back of the monster's skull, sending him plummeting toward the ground.
Cell recovered instantly, launching himself back into the fight. His fist collided with Kakarot's face, sending the Golden Warrior crashing into the wasteland, forming a crater of his own.
Kakarot slowly stood, wiping blood from his lip. His GI was in tatters, his breathing heavy. One of his ribs felt cracked, but he wasn't done yet. With a smirk, he floated back up, facing Cell once more. The battle was far from over. Raditz watched intently, his sharp eyes locked onto the fight. His arms were crossed, but his clenched fists revealed his frustration. He could see it. Kakarot was losing ground. His energy was fading too fast. His attacks were still sharp, but his body wasn't keeping up the way it had at the start. Kakarot's losing power too fast, Raditz muttered under his breath. His expression darkened. Cell's just too strong for him. Trunks took a step forward, fists clenched at his sides. Then we should help him. Vegeta immediately cut him off. No, let Kakarot have his fight, he ordered. His voice was steady, but his piercing gaze never wavered from the battle. Then we'll worry about Cell.
But he can't win, Krillin argued, his face tense with worry.
Vegeta's jaw tightened. Yes, he admitted. If this continues, Kakarot will die. Trunks turned to him, his frustration growing. Then why aren't we doing anything?
Raditz answered before Vegeta could. Because it's a one-on-one fight, he said firmly. There's no honor in interfering.
Bardock, who had been silent for most of the fight, finally spoke. His voice was calm but resolute. Besides, he added, his eyes unwavering, he's doing all right at the moment. It's not over yet. A slight smirk appeared on his face. Dad still has some tricks up his sleeve. On the battlefield, Kakarot charged back at Cell, his golden aura flickering around him like a wildfire. He threw a powerful punch straight at Cell's head. But the monster was ready. With effortless precision, Cell tilted his head just enough to dodge the blow. Then, in a flash, he brought his knee up, hard. Wham! The impact drove deep into Kakarot's stomach. A choked gasp escaped him, as a mixture of spit and blood flew from his mouth. The blow nearly made his body collapse inward, pain searing through his ribs like fire. But Kakarot wasn't done yet. With a sharp grunt, he drove his elbow forward, slamming it straight into Cell's chest. The force sent the bio-android staggering back, his feet skidding across the battlefield. Cell recovered quickly, his grin unfazed. He vanished, phasing directly in front of Kakarot, and in his palm, a growing ball of crackling energy formed. The glow illuminated his smirking face, ready to fire at point-blank range. Thinking fast, Kakarot lunged forward, head first.
Crack! His forehead smashed into Cell's face, a direct headbutt that stunned the monster just long enough for an opening. Cell snarled, recovering in an instant. He fired his blast, but it passed through nothing, just an afterimage. Before Cell could react, Kakarot reappeared behind him. With a roaring battle cry, he drove his fist into the back of Cell's head. The force sent the bio-android plummeting toward the earth like a meteor. But before he could hit the ground, Kakarot was already there. With lightning-fast reflexes, he thrust his knee upward, straight into Cell's gut. Boom! Cell's body whipped backward from the brutal impact, his entire form bending from the sheer force. Before he could recover, Kakarot extended his hand and unleashed a burst of energy. Bzap! Boom! The blast detonated on contact, stunning the bio-android for a few precious seconds. Kakarot didn't waste time. He instant transmissioned above Cell and hammered both fists down on his back. The force sent Cell crashing back into the earth, forming another massive crater in the already broken landscape. The dust hadn't even settled before Cell shot out of the ground at blinding speed. His movements were faster, more aggressive. Kakarot barely had time to react before wham! Cell's elbow smashed into the back of Kakarot's neck. The Golden Warrior's eyes widened as his body lurched forward, completely at the mercy of the impact. But Cell wasn't done. Before Kakarot could even register the pain, Cell appeared in front of him. His knee rocketed upward. Crack! The brutal strike slammed into Kakarot's face, launching him skyward at impossible speed. A split second later, Cell was already there. Both of his fists came crashing down onto Kakarot's back. The impact drove Kakarot straight into the ground, shattering the earth below. This crater was bigger, deeper, the largest yet. Silence. Then, a weak rustling. Kakarot slowly pushed himself up from the rubble, his breaths ragged. His body screamed in protest. His ribs throbbed violently. He could feel that at least one was fully broken now. He tried to climb out of the crater, but his body suddenly lurched forward, racked with violent coughs. Blood. He spat it onto the shattered ground, his breathing heavy. The entire battlefield watched in tense silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Kakarot floated out of the hole. His stance was slightly unsteady,
but his eyes still burned with determination. "You look tired," Cell sneered, floating effortlessly in front of him. "What's the matter? Is the great Saiyan running out of power?" Kakarot wiped the blood from his mouth, smirking despite his exhaustion. "Don't worry about me," he said, though his voice carried a slight rasp. He didn't want to admit it, but Super Saiyan 2 was taking its toll on his body.
Cell let out a low chuckle. "Why don't we both take a Senzu bean?" he suggested. "Then we can really make this fight last." Kakarot's eyes narrowed. "I'm not done yet." In a burst of golden light, he charged at Cell again.
Cell braced himself, preparing to block the incoming attack, but as Kakarot's fist closed in,
it wasn't real.
Just an afterimage. Cell's eyes barely widened before Kakarot appeared behind him, fist aimed directly at the monster's neck.
But Cell was ready this time.
Without turning, Cell whipped his arm backward, blocking the punch with effortless precision. Kakarot teleported again,
and Cell was already expecting it.
The bio-android spun around just as Kakarot appeared behind him, his movements too fast, too calculated. Before Kakarot could even react, Cell's fingers clamped around his throat. The Golden Warrior's eyes widened in shock.
Cell smirked.
"Gotcha. When will you Saiyan learn to accept a crutch when it's offered?" Cell's voice dripped with disdain as his fingers tightened like a vice around Kakarot's throat. The warrior struggled in his grip, the pressure making his vision blur. "Now you will die for your arrogance." Kakarot grimaced, feeling his body weakening under the android's crushing strength. He had poured everything he had into the battle, and yet Cell remained standing. No, thriving. The bio-android's power was relentless, and Kakarot had to admit the truth, even if it burned his pride.
His lips curled into a smirk despite the pain. "No," he coughed. "I can't beat you. I forfeit the match."
Cell's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His grip loosened ever so slightly. "What?" he scoffed. "You can't quit. I will kill you." Kakarot's voice remained steady. "It's a tournament," he reminded him. "I'm allowed to forfeit." Cell's eye twitched. He didn't like where this was going. "If you quit now, I will destroy the world." Kakarot exhaled, his golden aura flickering as he met Cell's gaze with absolute certainty. "No," he said. "There's still one fighter you haven't faced yet. Someone stronger than me. He'll beat you." A low chuckle rumbled from Cell's throat. From those fighters, he turned his gaze toward the rocky cliffs where the remaining warriors stood, their expressions a mix of shock and anticipation. "Surely you're joking." Kakarot turned his head toward the group, his voice unwavering. "Bardock, you're up." There was no hesitation. A figure stepped forward, his golden aura flaring as he lifted off the ground. The youngest warrior among them descended to the battlefield with steady confidence, landing in front of the towering bio-android.
"Right," Bardock said simply.
Cell studied him with a mixture of amusement and skepticism. "You cannot be serious," he said, his lips curling into a smirk. "You're really sending a mere child to face me?" Bardock's emerald eyes narrowed, his expression firm. "I wouldn't be so sure of yourself," he replied, cracking his knuckles. "My dad wasn't kidding when he said I was stronger than him."
With that, Bardock reached into a small pouch at his waist and pulled out a single green bean. He tossed it towards Cell, who caught it without breaking eye contact. Then, Bardock threw the pouch toward Trunks, who caught it instinctively.
"You'll need that," Bardock said.
Cell examined the sensu bean for a moment, then smirked. Then, "This may prove interesting." Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth and swallowed.
A surge of energy exploded from within him, his aura darkening for a moment before stabilizing. The sign cells within him responded to the healing effect, boosting his power slightly beyond his previous peak. He clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength coursing through his veins. Up on the cliffs, Krillin swallowed hard. "Do you think Bardock can really beat him?"
Piccolo's arms were crossed, his expression unreadable. "I don't know," he admitted. "If Kakarot couldn't do it, I don't know if anyone can."
It appears that Kakarot, the former world champion, has ceded the match to Cell after a lengthy fight. Firecracker's voice boomed over the microphone, his tone thick with tension. He turned toward the so-called champion, standing beside him. "Hercule, any comments on the fight?" Hercule puffed out his chest and waved a dismissive hand. "Pfft, I could beat them both with one hand tied behind my back," he said smugly. "They just use cheap tricks." Firecracker gave him a skeptical glance. He had witnessed Kakarot actually land blows on Cell, something Hercule had utterly failed to do. If tricks were involved, then Kakarot's tricks were at least effective.
Addressing the watching crowd once more, Firecracker raised his microphone. If our champion and former champion have both fallen, then who will be able to defeat this monster? He scanned the battlefield below, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. A boy, a mere child with golden hair, stood in a fighting stance before the terrifying android.
Firecracker's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the microphone. It appears that a young boy is facing off against Cell. Is there no one else willing to step in? Why aren't the others interfering? A sudden voice answered from behind. I'll take that one. Firecracker turned to see Kakarot materialize beside him, his golden glow now subdued as he stood in his regular Super Saiyan form. Kakarot folded his arms. I chose my son to fight Cell next. The reporter's eyes widened in shock. Why would you do that? He demanded. He could be killed.
Kakarot's expression remained calm. He's the only one stronger than me, he said simply. I gave it my best shot, but Cell was stronger than I expected.
Firecracker turned toward Hercule, who was now suddenly clutching his stomach, wincing in pain. I would totally step in, but Hercule groaned, doubling over. Ugh, my stomach. It's this rare virus. It hits me from time to time. Kakarot smirked at the ridiculous excuse, but turned back to Firecracker. Don't worry, he assured him. Bardock can handle himself.
Cell cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as he took his stance. Let's begin.
Bardock exhaled slowly, his fists clenching at his sides. His golden aura intensified, flickering like wildfire. All right, he said, and then he powered up.
The ground trembled beneath them as his energy skyrocketed. His golden glow thickened, electricity crackling violently around his body. His hair, already spiked in his Super Saiyan form, jolted upward even further, his entire body expanding slightly as raw power surged through him.
Lightning danced around his fingertips. The air itself vibrated under the sheer force of his energy. His transformation was beyond the normal Super Saiyan. This was something greater. His emerald eyes locked onto Cell. It's your funeral, Bardock said.
Cell barely had time to react. Bardock vanished.
A fist drove straight toward Cell's face, the impact so sudden and powerful that Cell stumbled backward. His mind reeled. How? How could a mere child hit so hard? Before Cell could fully process it, Bardock was already attacking again. A relentless flurry of kicks and punches rained down on the bio-android, each strike coming faster and harder than the last. Cell gritted his teeth, barely able to block. The young warrior's movements were precise, each strike filled with ruthless efficiency. Bardock wasn't just fighting wildly. He was calculating, exploiting every opening, pressing the advantage with deadly accuracy. And then he broke through. A clean hit to the jaw sent Cell staggering backward. His footing faltered. He recovered in an instant, eyes blazing with fury. Enough. Cell vanished.
He reappeared behind Bardock, his hands clasped together in a double-fisted axe-handle strike.
But his attack meant nothing.
Bardock's afterimage faded into the wind.
Amazing. Firecracker's voice boomed through the speakers, his excitement barely contained. The young competitor, who we now know as Bardock Briefs, the son of the former world champion, is going toe-to-toe with the monster Cell. He turned expectantly toward Hercule, hoping to get a reaction from the so-called champion. Hercule's face had lost some color as he watched the battle unfold, but he quickly masked his unease with a loud laugh, striking a triumphant pose. Ha! I could beat them both easy, he boasted, flexing an arm. I'm just letting the kid have a chance to shine. No need for me to step in just yet. Firecracker raised an eyebrow before shifting his attention to Kakarot. Any thoughts from the former champion?
Kakarot stood with his arms crossed, watching the fight with a calm yet serious expression. Right now, Bardock has a slight edge, he admitted, but it's close. Too close. He then turned his gaze to Hercule and smirked. And as for your so-called champion, let's just say he's in way over his head if he thinks he could take on Cell. Firecracker seized the moment, speaking directly to the millions watching from home. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The tension between the former and current champions is at an all-time high. Both warriors have failed to defeat Cell, but Kakarot has placed his faith in his son, claiming he is the only one capable of defeating this monster. Meanwhile, Hercule insists that he merely misstepped and could easily beat Cell and even Kakarot with one hand tied behind his back. The question is, who's telling the truth? In the center of the battlefield, Bardock's fists were a blur as he traded blows with Cell. His movements were razor sharp,
each attack backed by sheer, unrelenting force. But Cell was adapting. The bio-android weaved through Bardock's strikes, his eyes analyzing every move with precision. He suddenly blocked a punch with ease, twisting his body to deliver a punishing counterattack. His fist crashed into Bardock's ribs, breaking through the boy's defenses. Bardock winced in pain.
Cell smirked. Got you.
Without hesitation, the monster phased above Bardock in an instant, his hands clenched together. With a devastating double-axe handle, he brought both fists crashing down onto Bardock's back. Boom!
The impact was monstrous.
Bardock's body rocketed toward the ground like a meteor, slamming into the arena with such force that the earth itself trembled. A massive crater erupted from the collision, dust and debris filling the air. Cell wasn't done. Hovering above the destruction, he stretched out his palm and gathered a massive sphere of energy, its core crackling with deadly intent. "Let's see you crawl out of this," he sneered. He fired. The energy blast howled as it tore through the air, slamming into the crater where Bardock had landed. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic. Shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the battlefield as an enormous column of smoke and fire erupted into the sky. Firecracker's breath caught in his throat. He gripped the microphone tightly as the camera struggled to keep up with the destruction. It appears that Cell has dealt a crushing blow to the young fighter. A sudden crackle in his earpiece made him wince. "We've lost the feed," the cameraman shouted. "That last explosion knocked out our satellite receiver." Firecracker turned toward Kakarot, his voice edged with concern. "I hope your son is okay." Kakarot didn't flinch. His expression remained calm, his eyes locked on the battlefield. "He's fine," he said firmly. "It'll take more than that to put him out of this fight."
Hercule, who had been sweating profusely just moments ago, quickly recovered his bravado. With a smug grin, he struck another exaggerated victory pose. "Of course he is," he declared. "After all, it's just tricks. I can see through all their tricks."
Amid the swirling smoke, deep within the crater, something shifted. A faint golden glow pulsed through the dust, flickering like a heartbeat. Then, whoosh! A powerful gust of energy blasted outward, clearing the air instantly. Floating in the center of the crater was Bardock. His body was bruised and bloodied, small cuts lining his arms and face, but his golden aura burned just as fiercely as before. He lifted his head, eyes locking onto Cell. "Nice one," he admitted, rolling his shoulders.
Cell's lips curled into a satisfied grin. "You should know by now. I am perfect. You cannot defeat me." Bardock cracked his knuckles, a confident smirk forming. "A lucky hit doesn't make you invincible."
In the blink of an eye, Bardock vanished. Cell's eyes widened. "What?" A split second later, Bardock reappeared behind him, driving his knee hard into the monster's spine. Cell's face twisted in shock as the blow sent him hurtling forward, his body skidding through the air. Bardock didn't give him a chance to recover. He shot forward, closing the distance in an instant, his fists flying with rapid precision. But Cell was quick. He had already regained control. Twisting his body mid-air, he blocked Bardock's next strike, countering with a powerful kick. Bardock ducked just in time, the wind from the strike whipping through his hair. He retaliated with a sharp elbow to Cell's ribs, but the bio-android managed to deflect it. Their battle became a storm of blurred movements, each warrior attacking and counterattacking with mind-boggling speed. Piccolo's sharp eyes tracked the battle above, his arms crossed as he studied every exchange. The sheer speed at which the two fighters moved was astounding, even for him. "Are you keeping up with any of this?" Krillin asked, his eyes darting back and forth in a desperate attempt to follow the fight. Piccolo exhaled a little, "But they're moving faster than even I can track." Back in the air, Bardock twisted his body, narrowly dodging a powerful punch from Cell. In one swift motion, he pivoted and launched a vicious kick straight into the monster's gut. The force sent Cell flying backward. Bardock didn't waste the opportunity. He cupped his hands at his sides, his energy rapidly building. His golden aura flared violently, electricity crackling around him as he focused his power. Me! Cell flipped upright, mid-air, his eyes narrowing. He recognized that stance all too well. His own hands came together at his sides, a malicious grin forming. "Oh, that move?" he chuckled. "Let's see who does it better." A deep blue glow formed in his palms, his energy rapidly surging to match Bardock's. Me! Time seemed to freeze for a single breath. Then, "Ha!" Bardock roared, thrusting his hands forward. Ha! Cell bellowed, launching his own attack. The two energy waves rocketed toward each other, colliding mid-air in an earth-shaking explosion. The sky split apart. The ground beneath them trembled violently as both warriors poured every ounce of their strength into their beams, neither willing to back down. Slowly, very slowly, Bardock's energy began to overtake Cell's. His Kamehameha pushed forward, creeping closer and closer toward the bio-android. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! And then, boom! The combined force of both attacks slammed into Cell with unimaginable power. The explosion that followed shook the entire planet. Kakarot braced himself as the shockwave from the explosion ripped through the air. Chunks of debris whizzed past him, the sheer force of the clash between Bardock and Cell, creating tremors that spread across the battlefield. Dust clouded the sky, making it impossible to see what had become of the two fighters. A trembling voice broke through the chaos. Is it over? Hercule whimpered. His large frame crouched behind a boulder. His hands covered his head, as if that would somehow protect him from the godlike powers at play. Kakarot glanced at the so-called champion and let out a quiet sigh. This was Earth's greatest warrior? If only he had been able to attend the last few tournaments, things might have turned out differently. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield. The dust was beginning to settle, but Kakarot didn't need to see through it to know the truth.
No, he said firmly, his golden aura flickering around him. It's not over.
As the smoke thinned, Bardock stood firm in the air, his breathing steady, his stance unshaken. And then a grotesque sight floated before him.
Cell's severed head hovered in midair, his expression frozen in shock and rage.
Bardock narrowed his eyes. Looks like you lost? But Cell's eyes gleamed with defiance. I'm not finished yet, he snarled.
A sickening squelch echoed through the battlefield as Cell's body regenerated, flesh twisting and stretching until he was whole once more. His fingers clenched into fists, his golden aura flickering violently. I will kill you for that, boy.
Bardock smirked. You're bluffing. His sharp gaze studied the bio-android carefully. You're losing energy too fast. You know you can't win now. Cell's body trembled, rage pouring off him in waves. I will kill you, he roared, his fists shaking as he powered up once again. His energy surged, then stopped. A look of pure horror spread across Cell's face. His body quivered, his massive bulk shrinking before his own eyes. His once towering, grotesque form collapsed inward, his energy plummeting as his body reverted back into his sleeker, more refined, perfect form. Bardock crossed his arms, unimpressed. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cell gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his emerald eyes. Never, he howled, launching himself at Bardock with a wild punch. Bardock tilted his head slightly. Cell's fist sliced through empty air.
Before the bio-android could react, Bardock's own fist sank into his gut.
Wham! The force of the blow sent Cell stumbling back, his hands clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Bardock wasn't finished. He darted forward, delivering another devastating punch straight into Cell's abdomen. The bio-android gagged, his entire body convulsing violently. His breath hitched, his stomach twisted and churned. And then Cell vomited. A repulsive sound echoed across the battlefield as his body lurched forward. Two figures tumbled from his mouth, landing on the cracked earth below. Androids, 18 and 21. Bardock's emerald eyes locked onto them. Well. Cell stumbled backward, his body convulsing. His golden aura flickered and snapped out of existence as his form shifted again. His muscles shrank, his once perfect physique deteriorated, his power plummeting. He had reverted to his second form. The once mighty bio-android looked up, his face drained of color. What are you? He stammered. Bardock stepped forward, his eyes cold and unrelenting. Stronger than you. With a flick of his wrist, he raised his palm toward Android 21. A sphere of energy formed at his fingertips, its glow illuminating the terror in Cell's eyes. Bardock fired. The blast engulfed the fallen android before he could even scream. When the light faded, there was nothing left but scorched earth. I guess you won't be getting perfect again anytime soon, Bardock taunted, his smirk widening. His hand shifted toward 18, energy crackling at his fingertips. Now, let's finish what you started.
Wait,
a voice called out.
Bardock turned his head to see Krillin flying down from the cliffs, his expression desperate as he landed between Bardock and 18.
Don't kill her! Krillin pleaded.
Bardock's energy flickered, but didn't fade. Why not? He asked, his voice neutral. She's the enemy. No, Krillin insisted. Only 21 and Cell killed people. 18 never did. His eyes were firm with conviction. Even when she and 17 had the chance, they left us alive. They walked away. That means something. She deserves a second chance.
Bardock studied him for a long moment.
Then, the energy in his hand faded. All right, he said simply.
Krillin let out a breath of relief and hurried to 18's side. She was barely conscious, her body weak from the ordeal. He gently helped her to her feet.
But Cell wasn't finished.
With a desperate snarl, he lunged, his tail shooting out toward 18. He was going to absorb her back.
A blinding pain shot through his body.
Cell's eyes widened. He let out a choked gasp. His tail dash. It was gone, ripped clean from his spine. Cell staggered back, clutching the severed stump where his tail used to be. What? Bardock stood over him, the torn tail still clutched in his fingers. He tossed it aside like garbage. You really thought you were faster than me? Cell's breath quickened. I gave you the option to surrender, Bardock said, his voice colder than before. You should have taken it. His emerald eyes hardened. Now, you'll pay for every innocent life you've taken. With inhuman speed, Bardock grabbed what was left of Cell's tail and hurled him into the sky. The bio-android's body rocketed upward, helpless against the force. Bardock vanished, then reappeared above him. Now die! Bardock roared, his hands igniting with golden energy. A blinding blast erupted from his palms, swallowing Cell whole. The monster's scream was drowned in the explosion as his body was incinerated completely. Not even dust remained. You did it! Trunks ran up to Bardock, his face lit with excitement. You beat him! Bardock's golden glow flickered as he dropped out of Super Saiyan 2 and back into his normal Super Saiyan state. He let out a tired grin. It was nothing, he said, swaying slightly on his feet.
His vision blurred, his body tilted.
Before he could fall, a strong hand caught him. Sure it was, Kakarot said, steadying him. Looks like you're pretty exhausted. Bardock let out a weak chuckle. Yeah, I didn't know what I was gonna do if that Kamehameha didn't knock him out of that monster form. I was this close to dropping Super Saiyan 2 after that. Kakarot nodded, his grip firm. Let's get to the lookout and get you healed up. Bardock gave a weak laugh. You look like you need healing more than I do. Kakarot grinned. That I do.
Raising 2 fingers to his forehead, Kakarot placed a hand on Bardock's shoulder.
With a single thought, they vanished. Hercule peeked cautiously from behind the large boulder where he had taken cover. His body ached, bruised and bloodied from the relentless storm of debris that had been tossed around like confetti during the battle between that kid and Cell. But despite the chaos and destruction, he was alive, and for that, he was grateful. He exhaled heavily, wiping a streak of blood from his forehead, just as he heard a groan behind him. Turning, he saw Firecracker, one of the tournament officials, stirring from unconsciousness, clutching his head as he sat up. What happened? Firecracker mumbled, still dazed. Hercule hesitated for a split second, but then, as if a switch flipped in his mind, his trademark bravado kicked in. He straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and adopted a smug grin. Ha! What happened? I'll tell you what happened, he declared, voice booming with false confidence. I beat Cell, that's what happened. Firecracker blinked, confused. Wait, but I thought he was fighting the former champion's son? Oh, he was. Hercule nodded sagely, rubbing his chin as if reminiscing. But then I stepped in. I looked Cell dead in the eye and said, enough of your tricks, you overgrown grasshopper. Then bam! Hit him with the old dynamite kick and followed up with a megaton punch. He swung his fist dramatically through the air. Next thing you know, poof, he's gone. Just like that. Firecracker's eyes widened in awe. Whoa, if that's true, we have to announce this to the world. Hercule grinned, placing his hands on his hips. Of course, the world deserves to know its true champion. The Z fighters stood together atop the lookout, their faces solemn as they gazed upon the 7 Dragon Balls arranged before them. Each gleamed with an otherworldly glow, pulsating with raw, ancient energy. The battle against Cell and the androids had been nothing short of a miracle. They had survived, but the world had suffered greatly. Countless innocent lives had been lost, wiped away in the wake of Cell's rampage and Android 21's destruction. Now it was time to set things right. Kakarot stepped forward, raising his hand. Arise, Shenron. As soon as the words left his lips, the Dragon Balls erupted with golden light. The sky darkened instantly, clouds swirling into a vortex of ominous energy. Thunder cracked violently, bolts of lightning lashing out in every direction before converging into a massive serpentine form. Shenron, the eternal dragon, materialized before them, his glowing red eyes piercing through the darkness. "You who have summoned me!" Shenron's deep, resonant voice boomed. "I shall grant you 2 wishes."
Kakarot wasted no time. "We wish for everyone who was killed by Cell or the androids to be brought back to life."
Shenron's eyes gleamed an intense crimson. "It shall be done." A wave of energy rippled through the air, unseen but deeply felt. Across the planet, countless people gasped back to life, their bodies restored as if they had never perished. Shenron's gaze returned to them. "Your second wish?" Kakarot scratched the back of his head. I didn't really think of another one."
Yamcha smirked. "Well, if we're just throwing out ideas, how about a bad wish? We could all be rich, you know."
The rest of the group glared at him.
"Kidding, just kidding." Yamcha quickly waved his hands defensively.
Krillin stepped forward. "I have a wish. Can you turn androids 16, 17, and 18 into normal humans, but keep their strength?"
Shenron's eyes narrowed. "That is beyond my power."
Krillin frowned but quickly followed up. "Then, can you at least remove the bombs inside them?" "It shall be done." Shenron's eyes glowed once more.
A moment later, the Dragon Balls flashed before rocketing off in all directions, scattering across the earth once more. The sky slowly returned to its normal hue, and the heavy tension in the air dissipated. Celia, who had been quiet up until now, looked around in confusion. "Wait, what about Nappa? I don't sense him anywhere. We wished everyone back, right?"
Raditz shook his head. "The dragon can't bring back someone who's already died before."
"We could always use the Namekian Dragon Balls," Kakarot suggested. Before anyone could respond, a voice echoed in their minds.
"Hey, don't I get a say in this?"
Raditz's eyes widened. "Nappa!"
"Yeah, it's me," the voice confirmed. "I'm up here training with King Kai. Been keeping tabs on everything going on down there. You guys did good, taking down the androids and Cell, but you don't need to wish me back."
Bardock clenched his fists. "What? You died because of me. If you won't come back on your own, I'll go to Namek and wish you back myself."
A low chuckle came from the other end. "Listen, kid, I was already pushing 70, even by Saiyan standards. That's old. Sure, we stay strong longer than most races, but eventually, time catches up. I always wanted to go out fighting, and I did. Now, I get to train up here without my body holding me back. There's nothing left for me on Earth. I'd rather stay here." Bardock exhaled sharply, then nodded, even though Nappa couldn't see it. "I understand, but still, thank you for saving my life back then." "Huh, I knew you had more potential than I ever did," Nappa said. "I'm just glad you didn't waste it."
"Let's hear it for the champion of the world, the hero who defeated the terrifying monster, Cell, Hercules Satan."
The roar of an adoring crowd echoed from the television, filling the room. Hercule stood before a sea of flashing cameras, flexing his muscles and soaking in the applause. Click. Bardock calmly turned off the TV. He stared at the screen for a moment before his grip tightened around the remote, crushing it into pieces. How can anyone actually believe that idiot defeated Cell?" he growled, barely containing his frustration. Bulma placed a hand on his arm, trying to calm him. "I know, honey. It's frustrating, but we're not going to let him take all the credit."
"I should take care of him right now," Bardock muttered, lifting 2 fingers to his forehead, preparing to teleport. "Wait!" Bulma grabbed his wrist. "You can't just go beat him up. That won't solve anything. If anything, we just get sued."
Bardock scowled. "Then what do we do?"
Bulma smirked. "Simple. We put out a public statement. We let the world know who really defeated Cell."
Kakarot finally spoke up. "Do you think he'll back off after that?"
Bulma shook her head. "Probably not. But there's always the next World Martial Arts Tournament. I'll enter both of you in it. When the time comes, you can show the world the real strongest fighters."
"This just in," a news reporter announced. "Bulma Briefs has issued a statement refuting Hercules Satan's claim to have defeated Cell. According to her, the real hero who defeated Cell was her 11-year-old son, Bardock Briefs." Hercule quickly turned off the TV, sweat forming on his brow. His hands trembled slightly. This could be bad," he muttered. "Daddy?" A small voice spoke up. He turned to see his 12-year-old daughter, Videl, staring at him with wide eyes. "Did that boy really beat Cell?" Hercule forced a smile. "Of course not, Sweet Pea. Do you really think some kid could take down a monster like that?" Videl shook her head. "No way. Only you could be strong enough to beat Cell."
Hercule exhaled in relief. "That's right, sweetheart. Only me."
The sun hung low over the lookout, casting long shadows across the platform. As the Z warriors gathered for a moment none of them were truly ready for, a breeze drifted through the air, carrying with it the unspoken emotions of everyone present. Bulma stepped forward, her eyes glistening as she embraced her future son. "I'm going to miss you, son," she whispered, her voice breaking slightly. She pulled away and turned to Celia, her gaze softening as she placed a hand on the Saiyan princess's slightly swollen belly. "Take care of him for me." Celia, her dark eyes filled with determination, gave a reassuring nod. "I will," she promised.
Bardock, standing tall with his arms crossed, studied his older but younger brother with a critical eye. "Are you sure you don't want any help?" he asked, his voice gruff yet laced with concern. "If Dad or I went back with you, we could wipe out those androids in no time."
Trunks shook his head, offering a confident smirk. "I'll be fine," he assured them. "I'm a lot stronger now, thanks to you and Father." Raditz cleared his throat loudly, crossing his arms. Trunks chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, and of course, training with Uncle Raditz." Raditz smirked, nodding in approval. Trunks then turned to Vegeta, who stood slightly apart from the group, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. Chi-Chi clung to his side, her expression unreadable. Trunks hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Take care, Vegeta." Vegeta's muscles tensed, his grip tightening into a fist. In an instant, his hand shot up, gathering energy as his glare darkened. "I should kill you for what you did to my daughter," he snarled, his teeth clenched. Celia gasped and rushed forward, pressing a quick kiss to her father's cheek. "Oh, Daddy, be nice."
Vegeta exhaled sharply, his posture relaxing, just a little. His eyes flicked back to Trunks, still burning with warning. "If you hurt her, I will hunt you down," he said, his voice deadly serious.
Trunks straightened, his hand instinctively pulling Celia closer by the waist. "I won't hurt her," he said with quiet conviction. Celia gave her mate a warm smile before turning to the others. "We should get going, darling." Trunks nodded, and together they walked toward the time machine. Before stepping inside, they turned back to their gathered friends and family one last time. "Take care of yourselves," Celia said. Chi-Chi stepped forward, pulling her daughter into a tight embrace. "You too, sweetheart," she whispered.
As the two teenagers boarded the time machine, the glass dome slowly lowered over them. With a hum of energy, the machine lifted into the sky, rising higher and higher, until, with a blinding flash of light, it vanished.
Far away, on King Kai's planet, Nappa was busy throwing rapid punches and kicks, moving through the air with a discipline he hadn't possessed in life. His massive frame moved with surprising agility as he trained relentlessly.
King Kai, watching him from the sidelines, finally spoke up. "Nappa!"
Nappa didn't stop, continuing to launch a barrage of strikes into the empty air. "What?" he grunted. King Kai adjusted his sunglasses and folded his arms. "There's an otherworld tournament coming up on the Grand Kai's planet. It'd be a good chance to test all that power you've been working on." That caught Nappa's attention. He finally halted, standing up straight. A slow grin spread across his face as he cracked his knuckles. "A tournament, huh?" He let out a low chuckle. "It's been a while since I had a real fight. When do we leave?" When Nappa and King Kai arrived at Grand Kai's planet, the energy in the air was electric with anticipation. Fighters from across the universe had gathered, each one exuding their own unique power.
A voice sneered from behind them. "This is your so-called prize fighter?"
Nappa turned to see West Kai, a short, purple-skinned deity with a glass monocle over one eye. The smug look on his face made Nappa's eyebrow twitch. West Kai continued, gesturing toward his own fighter. "He's no match for my Pikkon."
King Kai huffed. "He is too, West Kai."
A deep, smooth voice cut through the tension. "We'll see in the tournament." They all turned to see Grand Kai, a tall, older-looking man with long gray hair, a beard, and sunglasses. His rockstar-style outfit made him look like he had just stepped off a concert stage. King Kai immediately straightened. "Grand Kai." He and the others quickly bowed, but Grand Kai simply waved a hand. Yeah, formalities and all that. But before we get to the tournament, I need to send Pikkon to handle a little problem." He scratched his chin, his expression serious. "Seems some guy named Cell is causing trouble down in HFIL. Nappa's grin faded, his fists clenched at the mention of that name. "Cell?" he repeated. "That's not good. You'll need help." West Kai scoffed. "What do you know about it?" Nappa turned toward him, his eyes narrowing. I watched my friends fight Cell when I was here in Otherworld, he explained. He's insanely powerful. I've been training non-stop just to make sure I could take on someone like that.
Grand Kai stroked his beard. Yeah, and get this. He's teamed up with some guy named Frieza.
Pecan gave a small nod before rising into the air. He was already preparing to leave, but Nappa stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. If Frieza's involved, I'm definitely coming. King Kai held up a hand. Nappa, you weren't asked to go. He turned toward Grand Kai. I'm sure you would have called for him if you wanted him to go. But Grand Kai simply smirked. Nah, let him go. Pecan might actually need help on this one. Nappa grinned. Damn right he will. Hell, or HFIL, was in ruins. Black smoke rose from burning structures, and the very ground trembled under the weight of destruction. The air crackled with dark energy.
Nappa and Pecan hovered above the chaos, taking it all in. Nappa whistled. Man, this place is trashed. Then again, I guess that's why it's hell.
A voice rang out in the distance. Where's the exit to this place?
Nappa turned his head just in time to see Cell, his biomechanical form still exuding a terrifying aura, gripping a blue ogre by the throat. The ogre struggled, his eyes wide with terror.
I don't know, the ogre stammered. Cell's patience snapped. With a roar, he hurled the poor creature toward a field of jagged spikes. Before impact, Pecan blurred into motion, catching the ogre effortlessly and setting him down. That's enough, he declared, his voice calm but firm. Nearby, Frieza lifted his head, his lips curling into a sneer as his eyes locked onto Nappa. Well, if it isn't one of my monkeys, his tone dripped with disdain. I was wondering when you would finally die and end up in hell. Nappa's grin widened as he cracked his neck. I'm not the same man you used to boss around, Frieza. His aura flared. I'm here to stop you. Frieza chuckled darkly. Get him, boys.
The Ginyu Force wasted no time, charging forward.
But they didn't stand a chance. Nappa dodged their attacks effortlessly, appearing behind Captain Ginyu in a flash, with a brutal knee to the back, followed by a sharp chop to the neck. Ginyu collapsed. Nappa smirked, stepping forward. Anyone else want some? The remaining Ginyu Force members stood frozen in shock. Their leader, Captain Ginyu, had been defeated in an instant. Their confidence crumbled as they exchanged nervous glances. They had seen firsthand what happened to warriors who picked fights they couldn't win. One by one, they took a step back, silently deciding it wasn't worth it.
Frieza, watching the display, narrowed his eyes. His tail twitched, his frustration barely concealed.
How did you get so strong? He demanded, his voice laced with irritation. Nappa crossed his arms, smirking. I'm not even trying. His gaze hardened. You're next.
Frieza's face twisted in rage. The very idea that a former underling, a disposable warrior, would dare challenge him was beyond insulting.
With a snarl, Frieza launched forward, his fist glowing with energy as he aimed straight for Nappa's face.
But his attack met nothing but air.
Frieza's eyes widened in shock. Nappa had vanished. Before he could react, a powerful presence appeared behind him. The moment Frieza turned, his blood ran cold. Nappa stood there, bathed in golden energy, his eyes now a deadly teal, a color that triggered buried memories of fear. It was the same Super Saiyan glow that had haunted Frieza ever since planet Namek, but something was different. Nappa's hair hadn't changed. It remained the same thick black mane, but his aura crackled with that unmistakable energy. Frieza barely had time to process what he was seeing before wham! Nappa's fist came crashing down onto the top of Frieza's head with bone-shattering force. The impact sent Frieza rocketing toward the ground, his body slamming into the dirt with a thunderous explosion. The force of the blow tore through the battlefield, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Dust and debris filled the air. A few seconds later, Frieza crawled out of the crater, his once pristine form now battered and bruised. His hands trembled as he pushed himself up, his face contorted in rage. I'll kill you! He shrieked. Before he could act, Nappa appeared right in front of him. In one swift movement, Nappa's massive hand wrapped around Frieza's throat, lifting him off the ground like a rag doll. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Nappa growled, his grip tightening. Frieza choked, his hands clawing at Nappa's fingers. His tail lashed violently, but he was completely helpless. A slow, sinister laugh echoed through the battlefield. That's enough, a deep voice said. Nappa turned his head slightly to see Cell, standing with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Finally, Cell chuckled. Someone put that annoying lizard in his place. Nappa let out a sharp breath, his fingers loosening. He tossed Frieza aside, sending him crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Cell wasted no time.
With a flicker of movement, he charged straight at Nappa.
But before he could land a blow, a massive energy blast streaked through the sky, colliding with Cell mid-charge. The sudden attack sent him spiraling backward, crashing into a jagged row of spikes.
Picken hovered above, lowering his outstretched hand. Not so fast.
Cell groaned, shaking off the impact. His eyes burned with frustration. He had been so focused on Nappa, he had forgotten about Pickon, and he had paid for it.
Before he could recover, Nappa seized the opportunity.
Throwing his head back, he inhaled deeply, his chest expanding. Then, with a deafening roar, a blazing golden mouth blast erupted from Nappa's lips, streaking towards Cell with devastating force. Cell crossed his arms, bracing for the blast. It wouldn't kill him, but it would hurt. But Nappa's attack was only a distraction.
Picken flashed behind Cell. Before the android could react, Picken locked him into a tight body hold.
Cell struggled, his muscles bulging as he tried to break free, but Piccon's grip was like iron. For the first time, Cell felt trapped. His frustration deepened. Ever since his fight with Bardock, something had changed. His monster form was gone. He had retained his perfect form in death, but without his monstrous evolution, his power had plateaued, and now he was losing. Nappa stepped forward, cracking his knuckles.
A slow grin spread across his face.
With a brutal right hook, he slammed his fist into Cell's jaw. Cell spat blood, his vision blurring. He let out a weak chuckle. All right, he muttered. I give up. Nappa's eyes narrowed. That was almost too easy. His tone was skeptical. What's the catch? Cell smirked, despite his bloodied mouth. No catch. I know when I'm beaten. His voice turned dark. But as soon as I get my monster form back, you're all dead. I'll rule the universe. Nappa rolled his eyes. Yeah. Keep dreaming. Hours later, the villains were secured in their cells. The uprising was over. Nappa and Pickon stood side by side, watching the final prisoners being locked away.
Nappa stretched, rolling his neck. Well, looks like you could handle things after all, he admitted.
Pickon smirked. You were a good distraction. Nappa grunted. Yeah, I'll admit it. Cell was tougher than I expected. He turned away. Let's head back to Grand Kai and report. But just as they turned to leave,
wait!
Nappa stopped mid-step, his body going still. That voice. He turned around, and his eyes widened. Standing there was a Saiyan warrior with wild, spiky hair and battle-worn scars. He looked just like Kakarot, but rougher, more hardened. Nappa's breath caught in his throat. Bardock. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, Bardock stepped forward, his expression unreadable. It's been a long time. Nappa nodded slowly. Yeah, it has. Bardock studied him for a moment before speaking. I heard what you did. You saved my grandson. At the cost of your own life. His voice softened slightly. I just wanted to say thank you.
Nappa blinked. Of all the things Bardock could have said, he never expected that.
He forced a smirk. No problem. But deep down, something about those words meant more to him than he wanted to admit. Days passed. The Otherworld tournament was in full swing. Nappa stood in the center of the grand arena, staring across the ring at his final opponent, Pickon.
The crowd roared, the anticipation electrifying.
The announcer, a short green creature with a mushroom-shaped head, raised his microphone.
This is it, folks. The final match. North Quadrant's warrior Nappa, West Quadrant's undefeated champion Pickon. Who will win?
The Grand Kai struck the gong. Nappa lunged forward in Super Saiyan, fists blazing. The fight had begun. High above the arena, King Kai winced as he watched the fight unfold. He had to admit, Pickon was an extraordinary fighter. His movements were precise. His power was overwhelming, and his speed was almost too much to follow. King Kai swallowed nervously. Could Nappa actually win this? Nappa had come a long way since his days as a ruthless soldier under Frieza. He had trained, evolved, and pushed himself past his former limits. But he still wasn't the strongest warrior in the universe. If only Kakarot had died in the Cell games, King Kai thought. If Goku had been here, he could have fought on his behalf and finally shown up that arrogant West Kai.
But this was Nappa's fight now.
Back in the ring, Nappa blasted off the ground, rocketing toward Pickon with a powerful punch aimed straight at his face.
But just before impact,
Pickon vanished. Nappa's fist hit nothing but air. A split second later, a shadow loomed behind him. Wham! Picken's fist shot toward Nappa's head, aiming for a devastating strike, but Nappa reacted just in time. He brought his arm up, blocking the attack, absorbing the force. He gritted his teeth, planting his feet as the impact sent vibrations through his bones.
Not bad.
Without hesitation, Nappa countered, twisting his body and sending a powerful kick straight toward Picken's ribs, but Picken caught it. The Green Warrior's grip was ironclad, his fingers locking around Nappa's ankle like a vice. With a loud grunt, Picken swung Nappa's massive body around like a rag doll and then hurled him high into the air. Nappa barely had time to react before Picken was already above him, a glowing energy blast forming in his palms. "Take this!" Picken shouted as he unleashed the attack. A massive golden energy wave shot downward, engulfing Nappa in a fiery explosion. The sheer force of the blast shook the entire ring, temporarily blinding the spectators with its intensity. Dust and smoke filled the sky, obscuring everything. For a moment, there was silence. Then, as the dust settled, Nappa was gone. Picken's eyes narrowed. Where is he?
He scanned the battlefield, his senses on high alert.
And then, boom!
A sharp knee crashed into Picken's spine from behind.
His eyes widened in shock as he plummeted downward, smashing into the ground with a deafening impact.
The arena floor shattered beneath him, forming a deep crater.
For a few seconds, Picken didn't move. Then, slowly, he pushed himself up, brushing a trickle of blood from his mouth. His expression remained calm, but there was a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "I'm impressed," he admitted, rolling his shoulders. "You're stronger than I thought." With a swift motion, Picken reached up and removed his outer robe and turban. He bundled them together and tossed them toward Nappa. The fabric landed with a heavy thud, creating a noticeable dent in the ring. Nappa's eyes widened slightly. "That's just his clothes?" Picken exhaled sharply. Now this fight will end quickly. And before Nappa could react,
Picken vanished.
Nappa's eyes darted across the battlefield, searching for his opponent. Then, at the very edge of the ring, he spotted him.
Without wasting a second, Nappa fired a massive energy blast, aiming directly at the Green Warrior.
But Picken was too fast. He zigzagged effortlessly, dodging the attacks with pinpoint precision.
Nappa's frustration grew. He launched blast after blast, trying to pin him down, but Picken was always a step ahead.
Suddenly, a voice echoed from above.
"You're strong," Picken said, "but you're no match for me. You disappoint me."
Nappa gritted his teeth as he spotted Picken hovering high above the ring, his energy rising. "I'm ending this fight." With a sudden scream, Picken's entire body began to spin. The air around him twisted, swirling violently as a powerful tornado formed, growing larger and larger by the second. "Hyper tornado attack!" Picken declared, releasing the raging storm toward Nappa. Before he could react, the cyclone swallowed him whole. Inside the tornado, Nappa was completely trapped. The winds tore at his body, slicing through his clothes and skin like invisible blades. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth against the pain. "I've got to get out of this," he growled under his breath. Above, Picken shook his head. "Just give up," he said. "You can't win."
Inside the vortex, Nappa winced as the Super Kaioken flickered and faded. His body had reached its limit.
He had to admit it. Picken was stronger than him. But then, his Saiyan pride wouldn't let him quit.
Even as the energy ripped at his skin, his mind flashed back to all the times he had failed before.
He had always been second best. Vegeta had always been stronger. On Earth, Kakarot had surpassed him with ease. In the fight against Frieza, he had been helpless.
When the androids attacked, he had been given a second chance. But still, he had been forced to sacrifice himself for someone stronger.
Even in Hell, he had followed Picken to fight Cell. And once again, Picken had matched Cell's power while he had lagged behind. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. All the emotions hit him like a freight train, swelling inside him until he couldn't hold them back anymore. Then, something snapped. "I won't be defeated again!" A surge of power erupted from within Nappa's body. His golden aura flared wildly, pushing against the tornado's force. Then, suddenly, boom! A burst of energy exploded outward, shattering the hyper tornado completely.
As the storm dissipated, lightning crackled around Nappa's body.
His muscles bulked slightly, his veins pulsing with power. He was breathing heavily, but his eyes burned with unyielding determination. Picken stared at him, unfazed. "I've never fought someone quite as strong as you before," he admitted. "But you still won't win."
his body tensed, gathering energy for one final attack.
This will finish you. Pecan spun in place, his arms locking together. A fiery aura ignited around him, spiraling violently. Thunder Blast attack!
With a powerful thrust, he hurled a massive energy wave toward Nappa.
The attack shot forward, shaking the entire arena as it closed in. Nappa didn't move. The attack struck him head on. A deafening explosion shook the stadium. The dust cleared, and Nappa stood there,
unmoved.
He hadn't even flinched. Pecan's eyes widened in shock. How? He muttered, disbelief creeping into his voice. Outside the ring, the four Kais stared in stunned silence. The battlefield was still crackling with residual energy from the clash between Nappa and Pecan, but it wasn't the destruction that had them speechless. It was the sign's sudden transformation. Weskai's mouth hung open, his monocle slipping slightly, as he tried to make sense of what he was witnessing. "What's going on?" he demanded, his voice a mixture of disbelief and frustration. King Kai adjusted his sunglasses, still trying to process it himself. "Nappa has ascended." East Kai arched an eyebrow. "Ascended?" King Kai nodded, his expression one of awe. "He's gone beyond Super Saiyan." South Kai folded his arms, his brow furrowed. "He's only the third one to ever do so, right?" King Kai sighed. "That's right. Only 2 others have reached this level before him." Weskai's curiosity got the better of him. "Who?" King Kai hesitated for a moment before answering. 2 other warriors from Earth. It happened about 6 months ago in a battle there. But here's the kicker. They're still alive. The 4 Kais exchanged shocked glances. "You're saying there are mortals out there that powerful without training for centuries?" East Kai asked, his voice barely above a whisper. King Kai nodded grimly. "Yes, and here's the real shocker. I've only been training Nappa for about a year, on and off." The silence that followed was palpable. The Kais had lived for millennia, overseeing warriors and battles across countless galaxies. The idea that mortals, warriors who had barely lived a fraction of their lifespan, could reach such power was unfathomable. Back in the ring, Pecan had regained his composure. His breathing had steadied, his sharp eyes locking onto Nappa. He clenched his fists.
"Let's try this again. That must have been a fluke."
He spun, his body twisting with fluid precision. His hands came together, and once again, a fierce golden energy erupted from his palms. Thunder Blast attack! The powerful beam screamed toward Nappa, illuminating the battlefield as it closed in. But this time, Nappa didn't even move. At the very last second, with effortless ease, he backhanded the energy blast away like it was nothing more than a pesky insect. The redirected blast shot upward, hurtling toward one of the moons that orbited Grand Kai's planet. A heartbeat later, boom! The moon exploded into dust, its remains scattering across the starry sky. The entire audience fell dead silent. Pecan's eyes widened in shock. That was his strongest attack, and Nappa had swatted it away without a second thought. Realizing that long-range attacks were useless, Pecan charged forward. His movements were wild, fast, and relentless. His fists and legs a blur as he unleashed a furious assault on Nappa. But the Saiyan dodged every single attack.
Not a single punch landed.
Not a single kick connected. Nappa's movements were fluid, instinctual, as if he had surpassed the need to think. He weaved around Pecan's attacks effortlessly, his smirk growing wider with every passing second. Finally, he struck. His massive hand shot out, seizing Pecan's wrist in a grip so tight it felt like steel wrapped around his bones. Pecan's breath hitched. He couldn't move.
Nappa's smirk deepened. "Not so fast."
Before Pecan could react, Nappa's knee drove into his gut, sending him flying across the ring like a missile. But he wasn't done yet. In a flash, Nappa vanished, reappearing behind the airborne Pecan. With both fists clenched together, he hammered them down onto the back of Pecan's head, sending the Green Warrior crashing into the ground outside the ring. The arena trembled from the force. A deep crater formed where Pecan landed. His body sprawled out, motionless. For a moment, nothing happened.
Then,
"Nappa is the winner," the little green announcer, still holding his microphone, shouted the results to the crowd. The entire stadium erupted into cheers. The golden glow around Nappa faded, his power receding as he took a deep breath, his body relaxing. He looked down at Pecan, who was still lying in the crater, and without hesitation, extended his hand. Pecan stared at him for a moment before finally accepting it. With a firm grip, Nappa pulled him back to his feet. For a moment, they just stood there, looking at each other. That was a good fight, Nappa admitted, his smirk returning.
Pecan wiped a bit of blood from his mouth. Were you toying with me the whole time? Nappa shook his head. Number, I didn't even know I could bring out that much power. He paused, crossing his arms. But when you fired that third thunder blast, something inside me just snapped.
Pecan exhaled slowly, nodding. I see. Before either of them could say another word, a slow clap echoed across the stadium. They both turned to see Grand Kai strolling toward them, his trademark sunglasses reflecting the bright arena lights. Well, that was quite a fight, he said, a grin spreading across his face. Nappa, you've earned your free lesson with me. The crowd cheered even louder, the energy in the air electric. But then, Grand Kai raised a hand. Boot! There's just one little problem. Nappa blinked. What? Grand Kai chuckled. My schedule's kind of packed, you know? You won't be getting that lesson for, maybe 100 years or so?
Nappa raised an eyebrow. 100 years?
Grand Kai shrugged. Hey, what's a century when you've got eternity, huh? Nappa crossed his arms but smirked. That's fine. I've got nothing but time. As Grand Kai, 3 years after the Cell Games. The desert air was dry, crackling with tension and raw energy. Bardock's body flipped backward in midair, the sand swirling beneath him as a heavy fist cut through the space where his chest had been a second earlier. Kakarot didn't let up. His boots barely skimmed the air as he launched a rapid-fire barrage of punches and kicks toward his son, each strike sharp as lightning, every blow meant to test, push, teach.
But Bardock wasn't backing down.
He twisted in midair, eyes narrowing. Kakarot vanished in a blink, instant transmission, and reappeared directly overhead. Without wasting a moment, the older Saiyan dropped like a hammer, delivering a brutal double-legged dropkick straight down. Crack! The hit landed flush. Bardock slammed into the earth with a deafening boom, a shockwave bursting outward as the ground cracked and cratered beneath him. Sand and stone exploded into the air. Floating above, Kakarot crossed his arms and grinned. Had enough yet? His voice echoed down like thunder, teasing, but laced with fatherly challenge. The crater below was silent. Then, boom! Rocks blasted in all directions. A pulse of golden light erupted from within, tearing through the dust. Bardock rose into the air, eyes glowing white, aura spiking violently around him. His hair spiked higher, sharper, his energy howling like a storm. Super Saiyan Iki. Without a word, Bardock exploded forward. Whoa! Kakarot's eyes widened. He flickered with energy and powered up past the first level instantly. Super Saiyan 2 unleashed in a white-hot flash. But even at lightning speed, he was too slow.
Bam!
Bardock's punch hit him dead center in the face before he could react. Kakarot's head snapped back from the impact, and his body flipped once, twice, before catching himself midair. His boots skidded through the sky, energy rippling around him. Kakarot let out a breath. Then he smiled. I guess that means you're done with the warm-up. Bardock's voice came low and confident. I am. If you are. Boom! They collided in a blinding burst of speed and sound. Fist met fist. Foot blocked kick. They blurred across the sky, fighting at speeds no eye could follow. Kakarot shifted slightly, hands deflecting a series of wild, lightning-fast strikes. So, I see all that time in the lab with your mom hasn't kept you from training too much. You kidding? Bardock grunted, his foot sweeping low, then rising in a tight arc for a high kick. Kakarot ducked under it. I upgraded my gravity belt. Figured that'd make up for the training time I lost while you and Uncle Raditz were out breaking mountains. Huh, Kakarot smirked. Well, it worked. But remember, you've got to be more than just a fighter. Study a little each day or I'll send you to school. Bardock scoffed mid-swing. I know. I just don't want to fall behind. You won't. Kakarot parried a blow, then twisted into a sidestep. Between you and your mom building new gear, you're probably already ahead of Vegeta.
That made Bardock pause, but only for a second. Suddenly, flash, he vanished.
Kakarot sensed it too late. Crack! A fist smashed into the back of his head, sending him hurling forward. He twisted with the motion, catching himself in mid-spin and flipping upright. Nice one. Kakarot chuckled, and then he launched himself forward again, into the next exchange.
Several hours later, Capsule Corp. The sun was dipping low over West City as the father-son duo descended onto the Capsule Corp lawn. Their clothes were in shreds, burned and ripped at every seam. Small trails of smoke still rose from their shoulders.
That was a good fight, Kakarot said. stretching his arms behind his back with a loud crack. You've definitely gotten stronger. I don't know, Bardock said, brushing dirt off his chest. I still feel like I'm losing my edge. Kakarot gave a warm laugh. Kid, you're way stronger than I was at your age. Don't get bummed just because I can keep up. If anything, it means I can still help you train. And if Earth gets hit with another threat, he grinned, eyes narrowing.
I can't let you have all the fun like you did with Cell.
Bardock cracked a small smile. Yeah, like fighting Cell was fun. He paused. Well, maybe a little. They stepped onto the patio as the sliding glass door opened with a soft hiss. How was your fight, boys? Bulma's voice came with a smile. She walked out in a tank top and jeans, holding a tray with water bottles. 4-year-old Trunks toddled out beside her, clinging to her leg. It was all right, Kakarot said casually, though the cuts on his face and arms said otherwise. Bulma gave both of them a look, her eyebrows raised at the shredded clothes and bruises. Who won this time? It was a draw, Bardock muttered, disappointed. I really thought I had him. You know he won't make it easy on you, Bulma smirked. Daddy, will you train me now? Trunks tugged on Kakarot's pant leg, so hard the already torn fabric ripped a little more.
Kakarot chuckled and knelt beside the boy, ruffling his lavender hair. Sure, Squirt. Girl. His stomach growled louder than a dinosaur.
Right after dinner, he added sheepishly.
Can I enter the tournament with you and Bardock? Trunks asked, bouncing with energy. Maybe next time, Bulma said quickly. You just started training. I don't want you to get hurt.
She's right, Kakarot added. You've only been training for a month. You've got to get way stronger before you're ready to fight the best in the world. Okay, Daddy, Trunks pouted, then perked up. I'll cheer for you from the stands. What about me? Bardock asked with a smirk. Trunks grinned. I'll cheer for you too, but not if you fight Daddy. Elsewhere, Raditz's dojo.
The air was thick with sweat and effort. Raditz stood silently, arms crossed, over a row of 5 humans dropping to the floor beneath him, each one dripping with exhaustion. They were his students, dressed in white martial arts Gs with the Saiyan symbol for strength stitched onto their chests. Raditz's own outfit was stark black, no sleeves, no undershirt, simple, fierce. He never imagined himself running a fighting school. At first, the idea made him scoff. He was a warrior, not a babysitter. But his pride wouldn't let him live off Kakarot and Bulma forever. Not now. Not with the world at peace.
If he wasn't saving the universe, then he'd make a living the only way he knew how, through battle. One of the students, panting, collapsed to his knees. I can't do anymore. He'd hit 500 push-ups. Barely. Only losers say can't.
Raditz's voice hit the room like a cannon blast.
His arms were crossed, standing tall and unshaken like a boulder in a storm. Eyes burning into the student now on his knees. True warriors push past limits. They break through. They go beyond. The words weren't empty. They were fire, but deep down, even if he didn't show it, Raditz was quietly impressed. These kids, all 5 of them, were still going. They weren't Saiyans. They weren't aliens. They were just regular humans. And yet, they were surviving a training level most of their species couldn't even stand upright in. Each of them wore a slim black belt around their waist, capsule corp gravity belts, a hot selling item in the world of fitness freaks and martial artists. Most models were locked at 2 times Earth's gravity. That was the legal safety limit, but not here.
Raditz's dojo wasn't for the casuals.
These students, they were training at 10x gravity. It pressed down on their muscles, bones, and lungs with invisible weight. Every push-up was like lifting a mountain, and yet, they kept going.
That's what they'd paid him for.
To suffer, to transform, to become warriors. 1,000! A voice broke through the heavy breathing. Raditz raised an eyebrow as Dabu, a tall, lean young man, barely past 20, stood up with shaking arms and drenched clothes. His body trembled, but his spirit didn't flinch. Raditz smirked. Did you hear that? He turned to the others, his voice rising. Dabu's already done, so why are the rest of you slacking off like jellyfish?
The others groaned, but pushed harder. Dabu blushed, not wanting the attention. He didn't crave praise. All he wanted, deep down, was to stand tall like his brother Nam, the man who once fought in the World Martial Arts Tournament and brought hope back to their drought-stricken village. Dabu had grown up weak, frail, but now, he was determined to change that.
He walked up to Raditz as the others kept working. Master, I've been thinking about entering the World Martial Arts Tournament this year. Do you think I have a chance at winning? Raditz paused. His eyes flicked over Dabu, measuring him, weighing his progress. For a human, the kid had guts, but still. Maybe someday, Raditz said, arms crossed again. But this year, he leaned down slightly, his tone flat and cold. I'm entering, and you wouldn't last one round against me.
Dabu nodded slowly. I see.
A small fire lit in his eyes.
Well, I still think I'll enter. I want to see how far I can go.
Raditz grinned, sharp as a blade. Good, just don't get crushed. Elsewhere. Satan Mansion Gym. Whap, whap, wham! Hercule, Satan grunted as he drilled his punching bag with wild elbows and looping kicks. Sweat poured down his forehead, his mustache crooked with strain.
The World Martial Arts Tournament was only a week away.
And this time, he wasn't just going to talk big, he was going to be big. Strapped tight around his waist was the shiny black and silver capsule, Corp Gravitron 500, humming faintly with every step he took. Right now, it was maxed out, 2 times Earth gravity, and Hercule was convinced it was turning him into a tank. Ha! He yelled, wiping his forehead. This time, I'll prove I ain't no fake. This time, the world'll know who really beat Cell. I am the champ, he growled to himself, throwing another punch. And this time, I'll prove it.
Back at Capsule Corp, Gravity Room.
Inside the reinforced chamber of the Gravity Room, the very air shook. 750 times Earth gravity. Only one man stood upright, Prince Vegeta, clad in a sleeveless training suit, his body drenched in sweat, fists wrapped tight with focus. He breathed in short, calm bursts, his chest rising and falling like a machine that never broke down. Thud, thud, crack. He fired off a brutal flurry of kicks and mid-air rotations, pivoting into a spinning axe kick that slammed the floor. Without missing a beat, he shot a Kai blast across the chamber, then vanished. Instant rush. He appeared directly in front of his own blast and swatted it aside with the back of his hand. It ricocheted into the wall, but before it could explode, Vegeta warped back in front of it again, arms crossed. Boom! The blast hit him dead on. Smoke filled the room. When it cleared, he was still standing. His power was scorching. The tournament was coming up. And though he usually didn't care for fighting weaklings, this one mattered. He knew Kakarot would enter, and that fool Hercule still ran around claiming he'd beaten Cell. Vegeta didn't care much about Earthlings' lies, but Cell hadn't been his fight. He hadn't earned the right to shut Hercule up. Still, I'll show them, Vegeta muttered, sparks dancing across his arms. I'll show them all what a real warrior looks like. Hish! The chamber door hissed open and the gravity vanished. Daddy! Daddy!
A tiny figure ran inside. His 4-year-old daughter, Celia. Her hair was a darker violet, and her energy, though small, pulsed with pure potential.
Vegeta's brow twitched. No, he said instantly. You're not strong enough. You'd be crushed in this gravity.
Celia stood her ground, arms folded. Well, then just turn it down a little.
Vegeta winced. He hated that she was getting clever. Smart kids were harder to control.
I thought your mother had you studying today, he said, deflecting.
She said I should spend some time with you. Celia stepped closer, her face hopeful. Please, Daddy, can I please train with you? Vegeta felt that familiar struggle rise again. His pride told him to keep training, to keep pushing, but...
He looked at her face.
Fine, he sighed, but don't go crying when it gets too hard. Celia's smile lit up the room. I won't, Daddy. Vegeta turned away, a small grin tugging at his lips. He hated how easily she won. The sky over the tournament grounds was cloudless and blue, the air buzzing with anticipation. The crowd was already forming, though most had no idea what kind of fighters were about to enter this year's ring. The sleek jetcopter landed gently on the platform near the entrance gates, its engines winding down. The side door slid open with a hiss, and Kakarot stepped out first, adjusting his orange gi, the wind tousling his hair. With a relaxed smile, he turned and reached back inside. He offered his hand to Bulma, who stepped out with grace, her hair bouncing lightly. Trunks, now just over 4 years old, didn't wait. He jumped down and hit the ground, running, literally. He zipped around in circles, laughing as he darted around his dad, mom, and older brother like a little energy bullet.
So, Bulma clapped her hands. Let's get you two registered.
They made their way toward the long registration table near the entrance. Behind it sat a bald monk in a gray robe, checking off names and scribbling into a large ledger with practiced ease. Next, the man called without looking up. "I'd like to enter," Kakarot said.
The monk glanced up, and his eyes widened with recognition. "Oh, it's you," he said with a smile. "Good to see you fighting again, Kakarot." "Thanks," Kakarot replied, cheerful as always. "My son Bardock would also like to enter."
The man raised an eyebrow, looking at the lean, confident 14-year-old standing beside him. "How old is he?" the attendant asked.
14.
Normally, anyone under 16 has to be in the junior division, the monk explained, his pen pausing. "I promise you," Kakarot said with a calm grin, "he's plenty strong enough for the adult division." The monk studied the boy again, remembering the footage. That kid had faced off against Cell on live television. "I believe you," the man said. "I saw the early part of that Cell fight. Impressive. But I'll need you to sign a waiver for him." "No problem," Kakarot said, taking the clipboard and scribbling his name like it was nothing new. "Daddy!" Trunks called, tugging on his dad's pants. "Can I enter too?" The attendant looked at him curiously. "Would you like to enter your other son in the junior division? But fair warning, some of the kids are much older than him." Kakarot looked down at the boy. "Can you promise to be careful and not hurt any of the other kids?" Trunks scratched his head, thinking. He remembered breaking the living room table last week just by leaning on it too hard. "I'll try not to," he said. "I think it'd be best if you waited a few more years," Bulma interrupted, crouching beside him. "Then we'll sign you up for the adult division. I doubt any of the kids would be a real challenge for you anyway." "Okay, Mommy," Trunks said with a small sigh.
"Oh hey, Kakarot."
The familiar voice came from behind.
Krillin strolled up to the group, his usual cheerful energy intact. Walking beside him was a tall, striking blonde, 18. Her expression was cool, composed. The two looked oddly natural together.
"Hey, Krillin," Kakarot said. "Hey, 18. 18 gave a subtle nod. "Pleasure as always," she said politely. Deep down, there was still a strange pull when she saw him. The Saiyan she was once programmed to destroy. The instinct had faded, but not vanished. Bulma leaned in close, her eyes twinkling. "So, are you two a couple now?"
Krillin rubbed the back of his head with a nervous laugh. "We've been dating for a few weeks, taking it slow."
"You entering this year?" Kakarot asked.
"Figured I'd give it a shot," Krillin replied. "Just don't go too hard on me."
"All right," Kakarot smiled. "We'll make it fun."
"That's all I ask," Krillin chuckled. "Besides, someone's gotta wipe that smug look off Hercules Satan's face."
A voice cut in, dry and sharp. "Not if I blast him first." Vegeta had arrived. He stood tall beside Chi-Chi and their daughter, Celia, who gripped his glove as she looked up in wonder. Vegeta's presence sent a jolt through the area. Power practically leaked off him, even when he wasn't trying. "You know you can't kill him, right?" Bardock chimed in, half grinning. "That's against the rules." "Pity," Vegeta muttered. "Guess I'll just save the blasts for you, brat." Bulma rolled her eyes and turned to Chi-Chi. "Come on, let's go relax in the private box I rented while the muscleheads catch up." "I'll join you," 18 said. "You're not entering?" Bulma asked as they walked away.
18 shrugged. "I know I can't win against the guy who beat Cell, and unlike Krillin, I have no need to get beaten."
Later, in the tournament arena. "All right," one of the monks stepped onto a small stage. His voice rang out over the intercom. "We've got over 200 contestants entering this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. There are only 16 open slots." A low buzz ran through the crowd. "Since Hercules Satan is the reigning champion, he's automatically in. That leaves 15 spots. To qualify, each of you will strike the punching machine. The 15 highest scores will enter the tournament." The monk stepped aside.
"To kick things off, our world champion himself will set the bar." Hercule swaggered forward, his robe fluttering behind him as he walked with exaggerated confidence. He cast a nervous glance toward the area where the Z fighters stood.
He squared his stance, raised his fist, and with a grunt, wham, he struck the machine. "Score, 142. The monk called out. Hercules smirked. "Hopefully, one of you gets over 100, just so it's worth watching." The line moved.
"Kakarot," the official called.
Kakarot stepped up casually and tapped the machine with an open palm.
Boom! The machine rattled, sensors blinking wildly. "Score, 278, the monk said, his voice louder now. "Looks like the former champ still packs a punch." The rest of the contestants stepped up, many of them Z fighters, each one holding back their true power. Still, scores in the 200s became the norm. Then came Vegeta. He had been pushed to the end of the line. Bad behavior. No surprise there. He didn't say a word, just stepped up, drew his arm back slightly.
The machine exploded backward, slammed into the far wall, and crumpled into a smoking pile of circuits and twisted metal. The monk stared. That counts.
He jotted it down quickly. This will be an interesting tournament indeed.
The arena thundered with excitement. Flags fluttered above the giant ring as fans filled the stands. The sun gleamed overhead.
The announcer, dressed in his signature shades and flashy blue suit, stepped forward with a booming voice.
"Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Martial Arts Tournament," he declared. "And we have one of the most exciting lineups in history."
The crowd roared.
"The matches are as follows." He pointed to the big screen above the ring as it lit up with the bracket. Krillin versus Pintar.
Yamcha versus Tien.
Raditz versus Mighty Mask. Bardock versus Jewel. Yamu versus Piccolo.
Spopovich versus Hercule.
Kakarot versus Vegeta. Dabu versus Killa.
The rules are simple, the announcer continued. If you're knocked out, thrown out of the ring, or you give up, you lose. Everything else goes.
The stadium shook with energy.
And the real battles were about to begin.
Bright tournament arena buzzed with noise, energy, and anticipation. Thousands of spectators leaned forward in their seats, craning their necks to see the next match. Down below, the stone-tiled ring sat like a battlefield waiting for its warriors. Krillin stepped into the ring, small in stature, but calm, confident. Across from him stomped a man twice his size and built like a fortress, Pintar, a giant wrapped in muscle and arrogance. "Huh," Pintar chuckled, loud enough for the whole stadium to hear. "Who let the baby into the ring?" Krillin blinked. "Don't make me laugh," he shot back coolly. "I could beat you in 2 seconds.
"Oh, scary," Pintar grinned, stretching his thick arms behind his head. "Tell you what, I'll give the baby a free punch. Won't even move."
High above, the announcer leaned forward into his mic, shouting, "Ready, fight!" In the blink of an eye, Krillin vanished from sight. Zoom, a rush of wind in his place. Before Pintar could even flinch, Krillin reappeared right in front of him, fist cocked back. Thwack!
His punch slammed straight into the giant's gut. Pintar's eyes went wide, and a strange choked sound came from his mouth as he doubled over, gasping.
"Ugh!" he groaned.
Krillin didn't wait. He twisted, spinning into a clean, sharp kick that snapped up into Pintar's jaw.
Crack!
The force launched the big man backward. Pintar's heavy frame crashed down hard, shaking the arena floor as he landed flat on his back.
And he didn't get up.
The crowd gasped. Some people blinked like they weren't even sure what just happened. "Well," the announcer boomed, "it appears that Pintar is down for the count. The winner of this match is Krillin."
Cheers exploded from the crowd.
Bardock, sitting near the edge of the stands, snorted with a grin. "Big surprise," he said, folding his arms. "That wasn't even a warm-up for Krillin."
Up in the commentator's booth, the announcer held a hand to his earpiece. "Since that match was so quick," he announced, "we'll move straight to the next round. I need Yamcha and Tien to come to the ring now." The arena buzzed with excitement again as 2 new warriors approached from opposite sides. Yamcha strode in first, all casual confidence with a smirk on his face. Tien entered next, calm and focused, his 3 eyes scanning the arena. Yamcha cracked his neck. "Promise not to break my leg this time?" he joked.
Tien smirked. "I don't need to do that to beat you," he replied. "I know you've gotten lazy with training."
Yamcha narrowed his eyes, amused. "That's what you think. I've been training just as hard as ever."
The announcer's voice rang out again. "For those of you new to the tournament, Yamcha and Tien have fought before in past competitions, and even against each other. Will Tien defeat Yamcha once more in this rematch? Let's find out. Begin." Yamcha dashed forward, fast, looking to land the first hit. His fist shot out toward Tien's face.
Tien reacted instantly, smack, blocking the punch with his forearm. The crowd leaned forward as the 2 warriors launched into a flurry of attacks. Yamcha struck with fast jabs and sharp kicks, one after another, trying to break Tien's defense. But Tien blocked each one, moving like a veteran martial artist with a solid stance and sharp focus.
Then, Yamcha called out,
"Wolf Fang Fist!"
His aura surged, his movements growing faster and fiercer. His strikes flowed like a hunting beast, sharp, wild, precise. With each motion, his fists slashed through the air like fangs.
Tien tried to keep up, but couldn't block in time. Bam, bam, bam! The blows landed hard, rocking him backward.
Yamcha ended the assault with a powerful spinning roundhouse kick that caught Tien across the jaw. Wham!
The three-eyed warrior went flying, tumbling across the ring before catching himself on one knee. Not bad, Tien said, brushing dust from his chest as he stood. Guess you haven't been as lazy as I thought.
Yamcha grinned. Still want to keep calling it a warm-up?
Tien narrowed his eyes. If it's all the same to you, I'm done warming up. The air suddenly shifted. Yamcha clenched his fists at his side and shouted. A bright red aura exploded around him as he activated Kaioken, his muscles tightening, eyes glowing with power. Whoomph! When the light faded, he stood tall, smirking, energy rippling from him in red waves. Let's go! He rocketed toward Tien, moving faster than most of the audience could follow. Tien growled and powered up as well, matching the energy flare. The ring trembled beneath the weight of their power. His elbow shot up just in time to block Yamcha's punch. Boom! And a shockwave rippled outward, rattling the crowd. In a flash, the fighters shot into the sky, high above the stadium. Blurs of motion streaked across the sky as they exchanged punches and kicks at lightning speed. Down below, Bulma leaned toward Kakarot. Who do you think's gonna win? She asked. Kakarot folded his arms and watched, eyes narrowed. Hard to say, they're pretty even. Tien might have a slight edge, but it could go either way.
Up above, Yamcha and Tien broke apart, both panting lightly, floating in the air.
I'm finishing this, Tien said, locking eyes with his rival. He held his hands up, fingers forming a triangle. His palms glowed bright yellow as energy gathered. Tri-beam! Yamcha dropped lower, cupping his hands at his side. His voice echoed across the sky.
Ka! Me! Ha! Me!
Tien's triangle flared with light. Ah! The yellow beam fired from Tien's hands, roaring toward Yamcha. Yamcha's energy ignited.
Ha!
A brilliant blue beam blasted from his palms. The two attacks collided mid-air in a blinding explosion of light. The force of the clash rippled across the entire stadium. The ground trembled as the crowd gasped, holding on to their seats. The sky lit up as the blasts struggled against each other. Slowly, painfully, Tien's tri-beam began to push Yamcha's Kamehameha back, inch by inch. Yamcha clenched his teeth, eyes wide. I'm tired of losing, he yelled. Kaioken X50! His aura exploded outward again. Red lightning crackled around him, and his beam surged forward, overpowering Tien's blast. Tien barely had time to cross his arms as the massive wave of combined energy hit him dead on. Kaboom! The explosion lit the sky in white. The entire stadium shook violently. Screams and cheers filled the air as a massive shockwave swept across the field. Smoke poured from the sky. Two figures dropped through the clouds. One slammed onto his back outside the ring. The other landed inside, crashing to his knees, panting hard but still conscious. The smoke cleared. The announcer's voice rang out loud and clear. We have a winner. Yamcha is the winner and will advance to the next round. The crowd had only just started to calm down after Yamcha's explosive victory. Up in the VIP viewing area, Hercule sat stiffly, sweat trickling down the back of his neck. His mustache twitched. Every blast, every clash of fists and energy in the air made him flinch in his seat. He couldn't help it. He'd seen battles like this before, back during the Cell games. Memories hit him hard. Cell's laughter, the overwhelming pressure in the air, the feeling of standing on the same stage as gods. He swallowed hard. Some people in the audience still believed he had defeated Cell that day. Hercule wasn't about to correct them, but now, watching warriors like Yamcha and Tien unleash power that cracked the sky, he knew the truth better than ever. He didn't belong here, not with them. He tapped his fingers nervously against the armrest. How am I supposed to win this thing? Can we have Raditz and Mighty Mask to the ring, please? The announcer called out. Raditz flew down with calm, determined steps. The tall Saiyan warrior landed with a loud thud, his spiky hair catching the wind as he narrowed his eyes at his opponent. From the other side, the mysterious figure calling himself Mighty Mask entered the arena. He was the same height as Raditz, but everything else about him screamed weird. A baggy white sheet hung over him like a cape, and a bright blue mask covered his face. The whole outfit looked like something out of a kid's school play. Still, Raditz didn't laugh. He stared at the masked fighter with a deep frown. His instincts, honed by battles across galaxies, were buzzing. Something's off, he thought. He's not putting out much power, but it's too controlled, too fake. Up in the stands, Kakarot watched closely, arms folded. Something's not right about that Mighty Mask guy, he he said out loud.
Bardock nodded beside him. I thought it was just me, he said. He just feels weird.
Bulma rolled her eyes, but leaned forward. Raditz knows what he's doing, she said. Come on, he's one of the strongest fighters in the universe. I'm sure he can handle anything this guy throws at him. I hope you're right, Kakarot replied, not taking his eyes off the ring.
Fight, the announcer shouted.
For a moment, nothing happened. Raditz stood tall, waiting. His tail swayed slightly behind him. He could feel it. The masked fighter wasn't showing his real strength. He wanted to see how much. But before Raditz could even shift into a defensive stance,
zoom,
Mighty Mask was already there. What? Raditz's eyes went wide as a barrage of punches slammed into him. Bam, bam, bam! The air cracked with each hit as Mighty Mask's fists pounded into Raditz's chest, stomach, and jaw with shocking speed and precision. Raditz tried to block, to counter, but he was already behind. Crack! A kick smashed into Raditz's ribs, flipping him backward. But before he even hit the ground, Mighty Mask zipped behind him and crack! A final blow, straight to the back of the head, sent Raditz spiraling through the air. He crashed down hard, bouncing off the arena floor before sliding to a stop, face down. Gasps erupted through the crowd. It appears that Raditz may be down, the announcer yelled, stepping into the ring cautiously. The count will begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Raditz twitched but didn't get up. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mighty Mask is the winner.
The arena went silent for a beat. Then the murmurs started.
Krillin leaned forward in his seat, eyebrows furrowed. Did you feel that guy's power rise? He asked sharply. Bardock crossed his arms, tense. Raditz never even saw it coming. That wasn't just speed. That was precision. Whoever that guy is, he knows how to fight. I don't know who he is, Kakarot muttered, eyes still fixed on the masked fighter. But I'm going to face him in the next round. I better be ready. Out in the crowd, deep in the shadows of the stadium, a figure in a dark black cloak let out a low, chilling laugh.
I will have my revenge on all of you, he whispered under his breath. No one noticed him.
Not yet.
Back in the private viewing box, Raditz stomped in, rubbing the back of his head. His scouter was cracked, his pride bruised even worse.
Vegeta stood with arms crossed and a smirk curling across his face.
What was that? Vegeta said, chuckling. Since when did a mighty Saiyan warrior get dropped by a weakling human?
Raditz growled. I don't know what happened, he snapped. He powered up so fast and focused it so well, I didn't even get the chance to transform. I didn't know there was anyone that strong on Earth who wasn't one of us, Bardock said with a frown. I don't like this, Kakarot said. Even now, I still can't read his full power. It's like he's hiding more.
Vegeta snorted. He can't possibly be a match for a Super Saiyan, he said with pure confidence. After I crush you, he pointed at Kakarot, I'll handle him myself.
Can we have Bardock and Jewel down to the ring for the next match? The announcer's voice echoed across the stadium. Bardock stood up, already glowing with golden light. His Super Saiyan form shimmered, his hair raised and glowing, his eyes cold and focused. Bulma raised an eyebrow. What's with the blonde look? Surely you don't need to be a Super Saiyan to beat anyone in this tournament. I'm just being cautious, Bardock said, his expression serious. I don't want what happened to Uncle Raditz to happen to me.
Raditz gave his nephew a sharp glare that could have melted steel. Just shut up, he muttered.
Bardock chuckled as he walked out.
Sorry, he called back with a grin, but you did get beaten pretty bad. The crowd stirred with anticipation. Cheers, whispers, and the excited chatter of thousands rolled through the arena like thunder. The sky above the stadium was crystal clear, but the energy in the air felt heavy, charged with the power of the last few matches.
The announcer's voice boomed once again, energizing the entire stadium. Are you ready to witness the next incredible fight in a tournament that has already been full of incredible fights? All eyes turned to the ring as Bardock stepped forward, his golden aura flickering faintly as he stared across at his next opponent. In one corner, the announcer continued, we have Bardock Briefs, son of the former world champion, Kakarot. Cheers exploded from one side of the arena. Others in the crowd were murmuring. Bardock has recently challenged Hercules Satan's claim that he defeated Cell, the announcer went on, his voice rising with drama, stating that it was in fact he who defeated the monster during that fateful battle. Gasps, scoffs, and mutters rippled through the audience like wind through tall grass.
And he'll be facing a relative newcomer to the fighting scene, Jewel.
From the opposite side of the ring, Jewel raised a hand with a smirk. He had slick hair, a confident grin, and no real sense of the kind of warrior standing before him. Up in the stands, the crowd wasn't exactly buying the Cell story. "There's no way that kid beat Cell," a man muttered, arms folded. "You kidding?" said the guy next to him. "I saw him fight Cell before the cameras cut out. He was dominating, unlike Hercule, who got smacked out of the ring with one hit. He lost his footing," the first man shot back. "When you're as strong as Hercule, one slip-up can send you flying miles." "Right," the second guy scoffed. "Only an idiot would believe that. Hercule's a fraud who took credit. He'll get his butt kicked when he faces Kakarot or Bardock, if he even makes it that far." Down in the ring, the announcer gave the signal. "Ready, fight!" Jewel didn't waste a second. He launched forward with a spinning kick aimed straight at Bardock's face, but Bardock didn't even flinch.
He tilted his head slightly, letting the kick pass harmlessly by.
Jewel didn't stop. He threw a flurry of punches and kicks, each one fast and flashy, but none of them even grazed Bardock. Whiff, whiff, whiff. The golden-haired teen stood perfectly still, eyes calm, arms at his sides, letting Jewel wear himself out. Finally, Bardock sighed. "All right, enough." In a blink, Bardock leapt forward and drove his foot into Jewel's chest. Thoom! The impact echoed like a cannon blast. Jewel's body went airborne, soaring across the ring before crashing hard into the far stadium wall. He hit the grass outside the ring and slid down into a heap, unconscious. The audience gasped. After not being able to land a single punch on Bardock, the announcer declared, "Jewel is taken out with one kick. Bardock will advance to the next round."
The ring reset quickly.
Now it was Piccolo's turn. He stepped into the arena slowly, arms crossed, his sharp eyes locked onto his opponent, Yamu. Yamu looked average. He was tall and lean with dark eyes and a serious face. But Piccolo didn't sense anything special. The Namekian warrior barely acknowledged him. "Ready, fight!" the announcer called. Yamu charged, fists raised, yelling as he ran toward Piccolo. But before he could even swing, wham! A casual backhand from Piccolo sent Yamu flying out of the ring like a rag doll. The crowd stared in silence as Yamu crashed into the grass. The announcer blinked.
"Yamu is out of the ring. Piccolo is the winner."
Piccolo didn't say a word. He turned and walked away like nothing happened.
Backstage, the tension rose again.
"Next," the announcer's voice echoed across the stadium. "We have the champion himself, Hercule Satan, going up against Popovich. Will both contestants please report to the ring?" The crowd roared as Hercule marched into the ring, cape flowing behind him, fists raised high like a hero entering a battlefield. Spopovich stood opposite him, tall, muscular, and with long flowing brown hair that whipped in the breeze. His body looked built, but his stance was sloppy. To Hercule, that was all he needed to see.
"This guy's an amateur," Hercule thought. "I've got this in the bag."
"Ready, fight!" Spopovich charged first, throwing a wild punch at Hercule's chest, but Hercule blocked it, deflecting the blow with his forearm. The crowd gasped. "Humph!" Hercule grinned and went on the attack. He threw punch after punch, pushing Spopovich back. To his credit, Spopovich blocked a few, just enough to stay standing, but Hercule's strength and rhythm were relentless. Bam, bam, bam! Finally, Hercule saw his opening. He leaned back, twisted his body, and launched his finishing move. Megaton Punch! Crash! His fist connected with Spopovich's face, and the man dropped like a sack of bricks, completely out cold. The crowd went wild. "Spopovich is out cold!" the announcer cried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hercule is the winner.
Hercule raised both fists high, basking in the roar of the crowd. Though he knew deep down, that was a close one.
The stadium trembled under the pressure of what was coming next. Everyone in the crowd leaned forward, eyes wide, breath held. They weren't just watching a tournament match. They were watching a rivalry explode. Kakarot stood in the center of the ring, arms loose at his sides, calm smile on his face. Across from him stood Vegeta, his longtime rival, the proud prince of all Saiyans, arms crossed, eyes narrow, aura smoldering like a fire, just waiting for fuel. Kakarot tilted his head slightly. "Are you ready for this?" Vegeta didn't hesitate. "I'm ready to put you in your place."
"Fight!" the announcer shouted.
Boom! The fighters vanished. In the stands, even the most experienced warriors could barely keep up. To the regular crowd, It looked like the two vanished, and the air just exploded. Up in the sky, flashes of gold and crackling energy collided mid-air as the two warriors traded a blinding storm of punches and kicks. Their movements were too fast for most eyes to follow, but the sound, that deep, echoing boom of impact after impact, shook the bones of everyone watching.
Kakarot moved with more ease, his strikes sharper, more efficient. He slowly pushed Vegeta back, blow by blow, forcing him closer and closer to the edge of the ring.
Vegeta skidded to a stop right at the edge. "Not bad," he growled. Then he shot into the air, flipping back and launching several sharp blasts of energy down at Kakarot. Each one whistled through the air, glowing bright blue. But Kakarot didn't flinch. With a calm look, he swatted each blast aside like flies.
"Are you done fooling around?" he called up.
Vegeta clenched his fists, his aura flaring wildly around him. A deep growl escaped his throat as the ground below cracked from the rising force. He screamed.
Golden light exploded from him, his muscles tensed, his energy spiked, and lightning began to snake through the air around his body. His hair shot up even more, sharper, spikier. His eyes gleamed with deadly focus. The prince had ascended. Super Saiyan 2. From above, the sky flickered like a storm cloud rolling in.
Kakarot raised his eyebrows, impressed. "Looks like you're done with the warm-up."
He smirked, and without a word, let his own power surge.
Gold wrapped around him like fire. But instead of rising in stages, Kakarot skipped straight into Super Saiyan 2. No delay, no build-up. The moment he transformed, the energy from his body dwarfed Vegeta's, flooding the stadium with pressure. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. "While you've been off goofing around," he snapped, "I have been training non-stop. I'm stronger now than you were when you fought Cell. I will beat you." Kakarot's smile didn't fade. "That might be true," he said. "If I hadn't trained at all." Vegeta shouted and launched himself at Kakarot with everything he had. But in a blink, Kakarot used instant transmission and vanished, reappearing behind the prince.
Wham! A swift kick to the back sent Vegeta soaring high into the sky. The crowd gasped.
Before Vegeta could catch himself, Kakarot appeared above him now and brought both fists down like hammers. Crash! Vegeta hit the arena floor with enough force to crack the ring, creating a crater under his body. But he wasn't done yet. With a snarl, Vegeta launched back into the air, fists flying in a fury of attacks. He threw punch after punch, kick after kick, each blow strong, sharp, and fast. But Kakarot blocked every single one, barely moving, like he was reading every move before it came. Then, Kakarot struck. A single punch into Vegeta's face sent him reeling. The prince stumbled back, but before he could recover, swoop! Kakarot teleported again and unleashed a brutal combo of strikes from behind. His fists and feet moved in a blur, slamming into Vegeta's body with devastating force. Vegeta tried to block, tried to dodge, but he couldn't keep up. Even at Super Saiyan 2, Kakarot was faster, stronger. Then came the final blow.
Kakarot's palm struck Vegeta straight in the chest, blasting him downward like a comet.
Boom! Vegeta smashed into the dirt outside the ring, making a second crater even deeper than the first. The announcer's voice rang out over the thunderous silence.
Kakarot is the winner and will advance.
A few hours passed. The ring was repaired, the shattered tiles replaced, the dust cleared. Now, a new match began. Dabu stood on one side, tall and focused. The warrior trained by Raditz clenched his fists, his eyes locked on his next opponent, Killa, a tall and muscular boxer with a loud reputation and flashy style. "Fight!" the announcer yelled. Dabu didn't hesitate. He vanished. Pow! A single punch. The moment Killa blinked, Dabu's fist had already connected with his jaw. The boxer collapsed instantly, unconscious, before he even knew the fight had begun. Gasps turned to stunned applause. "Dabu is the winner and will advance," the announcer declared. "And with that, we conclude the first round of the World Tournament."
He paused as the crowd roared once again, already buzzing about what was coming next.
"We will continue with second round matches tomorrow morning. The matchups will be as follows.
Krillin versus Yamcha.
Mighty Mask versus Bardock. Piccolo versus Hercule. Kakarot versus Dabu.
Who will be our champion? Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena, riding a wave of crowd noise that swelled with excitement. The first round was one of the most thrilling matches we've seen in years. Now it's time to keep that momentum rolling into round 2.
The crowd roared even louder, their cheers echoing off the towering stadium walls. In this next match, we have 2 tournament veterans, fighters trained under the legendary Turtle School of Martial Arts, each handpicked and taught by the great master Roshi himself.
The audience erupted as 2 familiar figures stepped into the ring.
Those of you who followed these tournaments know exactly how talented these warriors are, so let's hear it for Krillin and Yamcha. Spotlights traced across the ring, locking onto the 2 friends as they met at the center. Yamcha, wearing his signature orange GA with the turtle symbol, flashed a cocky grin.
"You ready for this?" he asked, bouncing slightly on his feet, his confidence plain.
Krillin cracked his knuckles. "Are you ready to get creamed?" Yamcha smirked. "Hey, I've been training. I might not be able to keep up with the signs, but I can still take you down."
Krillin's bald head caught the sunlight as he smiled coolly. "We'll see. I haven't exactly been slacking either."
"Fight!" the announcer shouted, and the moment the word left his mouth, the 2 leapt into action. A thunderclap of power echoed through the stadium as Krillin and Yamcha collided midair, fists and feet moving so fast they blurred. Shockwaves rippled across the arena floor as they clashed again and again, moving faster than most of the audience could follow. With a sudden burst of speed, Krillin ducked low and twisted in midair, landing the first solid hit, a clean punch to Yamcha's jaw. Yamcha flew back several feet, skidding across the ring tiles. But the former desert bandit wasn't down for long. Yamcha flipped backward and stuck the landing, his feet digging into the ground. He charged right back in, growling with determination as his fists came flying. Rapid punches and high kicks aimed with precision.
Krillin blocked effortlessly, moving like water around the attacks. "Didn't you say something about taking me out?" he said with a smirk as he slammed a right hook toward Yamcha's face.
Yamcha ducked and rolled. "I'm just getting warmed up."
Suddenly, his aura ignited, bright red energy flaring out like wildfire around him.
"Kaioken!" His speed and strength doubled instantly as he lunged forward, fists flashing like lightning. "Wolf Fang Fist!" Yamcha roared, the attack leaving shockwaves behind every strike as he battered Krillin with a barrage of hits. Dust and wind exploded outward from the force of the technique. When Yamcha finally pulled back, Krillin was left sprawled across the ring, a thin trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and got to his feet slowly, his face calm. "Not bad," Krillin said, clenching his fists. "That one caught me off guard." Then, without warning, his own energy erupted outward, his aura now a blazing crimson flame that cracked the tiles beneath his feet. "Kaioken! Times 40!" he shouted.
The pressure in the air changed instantly, thick and heavy with raw power. Yamcha staggered back, eyes wide.
He could feel it. Krillin's energy had spiked beyond anything he'd expected. "Not good," Yamcha muttered, sweat trickling down his forehead. "Guess I'll have to go all out."
He gritted his teeth, tensed his entire body, and roared.
"Kaioken times 50!"
The stadium shook as Yamcha's red aura surged higher, twisting around him like a storm. The former bandit charged forward, his body burning with effort, fists glowing bright as he swung at Krillin's temple in a powerful arc.
But it never landed. In the blink of an eye, Krillin vanished and reappeared right behind Yamcha. "Too slow," Krillin said.
He lashed out with a spinning kick, aiming directly for Yamcha's head.
Yamcha barely managed to block, throwing his arm up at the last second. The impact sent shockwaves through his bones, and he skidded backward, trying to regain his footing. Krillin didn't give him time. He pressed the advantage, launching into a rapid combo. Low punches, high knees, and a flurry of devastating attacks. Yamcha defended desperately, his breathing already ragged from the energy he was burning through. Finally, the 2 fighters jumped apart, landing at opposite corners of the ring. Their chests rose and fell, sweat pouring down their faces. "Give it up!" Krillin called out, his voice calm but firm. "You can't win this!" Yamcha panted heavily, his arms hanging low. His body trembled from the effort of maintaining Kaioken times 50. It had worked against Tien earlier, but only for a few seconds. He had never trained to keep it going this long. Still, he wasn't done. "I won't quit," Yamcha said through gritted teeth. His thoughts raced. "I have to end this now, even if it hurts." He slowly brought his hands to his side. Fingers splayed as he began to draw energy. A glowing ball of light formed in his palms.
Kame.
Krillin's eyes narrowed, He recognized the stance immediately.
Me!
He mirrored the pose, his own hands charging with energy. Ha! Me! The entire stadium quieted, the air tense, the sound of raw energy building growing louder and louder. Ha! Yamcha screamed, firing his beam straight at Krillin. Krillin shouted back, Ha! And launched his own attack to meet Yamcha's in mid-air. The twin beams collided at the center of the ring, exploding in a blast of light so bright it lit up the sky. The ground rumbled. The audience gasped. Crack! The stadium shook as the beams pushed against each other, locked in a deadly tug of war. Yamcha yelled out, digging deeper. Kaioken times 60. His aura surged again, crimson energy lashing out like tendrils as he forced more power into the beam. But Krillin didn't flinch. Kaioken times 60! He shouted back. Instead of adding more to his beam, Krillin suddenly leapt into the air and brought his knee crashing upward into the clashing energy. Boom! His knee smashed through the center of the blast and split it apart, sending the energy streaming harmlessly into the sky. Yamcha's eyes went wide. No way. The red aura around him sputtered and vanished. He dropped to his knees. I've got nothing left, he said, panting. You win. There was a pause. The tension in the air snapped as the crowd burst into cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer said excitedly, Yamcha has just conceded the match. Krillin is the winner of this round. Krillin exhaled and walked toward his friend, extending a hand. Yamcha looked up, then smiled weakly and took it. As soon as their hands touched, Yamcha winced in pain. I guess I overdid it a little, he said with a sheepish grin. Bardock stepped into the ring with quiet intensity, his boots tapping softly against the tile floor. His eyes never left the figure across from him, Mighty Mask, already standing there, still as stone, waiting. Bardock's jaw tightened. He'd seen what this warrior did to his uncle, and it wasn't pretty.
Whatever this guy is, he's not just here for the tournament.
Up in the announcer's booth, the microphone buzzed alive. All right, folks, the announcer said, his voice bouncing through the stadium like lightning. Time to kick off the next match. Fighters, prepare yourselves. You may begin. There was no time to breathe. Mighty Mask exploded forward in an instant, closing the gap with a sharp right jab aimed for Bardock's chest. But Bardock had already seen it coming. Calmly, he sidestepped the punch and wham! Backhanded the masked fighter with casual force. The crowd gasped as Mighty Mask went flying, smashing into the far wall of the arena with a sound like a meteor hitting a mountain. Dust rose. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. Bardock lowered his arm, unimpressed. That all? But from the rubble, a low rumble started. Pebbles bounced. Wind picked up. Mighty Mask rose, his limbs shaking with rage, golden energy beginning to swirl around him. The ground quaked under his feet. At first, the power spike was slow, but then it jumped, fast and violent. The air grew heavy. Sparks cracked through the golden aura that now wrapped around his body like fire. His eyes, once hidden by the mask, flashed turquoise. Kakarot! Mighty Mask growled, his voice thick with hatred. Bardock tilted his head, eyes narrowing. What do you have against my father? For a second, the masked warrior said nothing. But in his mind, a memory roared to life. He remembered being just a baby, lying in the nursery pods of planet Vegeta. Even then, the sound of Kakarot, that wailing, useless newborn, screaming endlessly, kept him from resting. Day after day, no one cared, no one listened, no one shut him up. And now, here this brat was, looking just like him, denying everything. The rage boiled over. Kakarot! Mighty Mask screamed, you die today. With a surge of power, he blurred toward Bardock, grabbed him by the collar of his GI, and slammed a brutal fist straight into his face. The impact echoed like thunder, sending Bardock flipping across the ring. But Bardock caught himself mid-air, backflipped, and landed on his feet, skidding to a halt. All right then, he muttered. Let's go. He launched himself forward, fists flying with precise, clean strikes. Kick after kick slammed into Mighty Mask's face and chest, forcing the bigger man back step by step. Dust whipped up from their speed, but Mighty Mask growled through the pain, grabbed Bardock mid-kick, and spun. Crash! Hurling him into the floor of the arena. Tiles shattered. A crater opened beneath him. Bardock groaned and pulled himself up, wiping blood from his mouth. Okay, that one actually hurt. But how? I'm a Super Saiyan. How's he keeping up? And why does he hate Dad so much? Who the hell is he? Elsewhere, high in the shadows of the arena, a figure in a black cloak leaned forward, watching from a dark ledge above the ring. Mighty Mask had just slammed Bardock like a rag doll. The cloaked man grinned under his hood. Soon, he whispered, voice sharp with hate. Soon, Vegeta will pay. But first, all of his little friends will die. Back in the arena.
Before Bardock could fully recover, Mighty Mask was already there. Hand outstretched, he snatched Bardock by the throat and slammed him again into the broken arena floor, the cracks widening.
"You'll die at my feet, Kakarot!" he bellowed, his hand tightening around Bardock's neck.
"I'm not Kakarot!" Bardock roared back, eyes burning with fury.
Suddenly, his aura exploded outward, brighter, sharper, and laced with white lightning. The wave of energy blew Mighty Mask backward like a leaf in a storm. Bardock hovered upward, his golden hair now longer and spikier, arcing with blue-white electricity. "You want to see real power?" Bardock shouted. "Then face Super Saiyan 2. Mighty Mask wiped blood from his chin, unfazed. "You think changing your hair is going to save you from me?" he sneered. "I'll crush every bone in your body." He charged again, hands reaching for Bardock's neck, but Bardock vanished in a blink. "Behind you!" Bardock's voice whispered.
Wham!
A brutal kick slammed into the back of Mighty Mask's head, launching him like a missile toward the edge of the ring. He skidded across the floor, sparks flying from the sheer speed of the hit. Before he could move, Bardock raised both hands and let loose a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom! The blasts struck one after another, exploding on impact, smoke filling the entire arena. When the dust cleared, he was still standing, bruised, bloody, furious. The tattered mask slipped from his face. With one hand, the warrior reached up and tore off the rest of the mask, throwing it to the ground. His face was finally revealed, tall, muscular, wild blonde hair tinged green, and a strange metallic crown fused to his forehead. In its center, a glowing red jewel pulsed like a heartbeat, but it was his eyes that sent a chill through the air, turquoise, glowing with pure hatred. "I will kill you!" he roared, fists clenched so tight they cracked. His aura surged once more, this time not just powerful, but dangerous. His muscles exploded in size. His body stretched, growing nearly 2 feet taller. The energy burned so violently that the crown on his head shattered into dust. His eyes were now white, no pupils, no humanity, just fury.
In the stands,
Bulma gripped the edge of the VIP box, eyes wide. "Who is that guy?" she asked, stunned. He looks insanely strong." "I'm not sure," Kakarot said, squinting as he analyzed the power in the ring. "But he's definitely Saiyan." Bulma turned, confused. "But didn't Vegeta say you, Raditz, Nappa, and himself were the only ones left after planet Vegeta blew up?"
All eyes turned to Vegeta, whose scowl deepened. "I don't know who he is," Vegeta snapped.
Kakarot didn't look away from the fight. "He's just about even with Bardock's power right now. He won't win," Vegeta said flatly. "All he's done is bulk up his muscles. That power-up is sloppy. I tried the same thing against Cell. He won't be fast enough to hit the brat." A calm, deep voice cut through the moment. "I beg to differ." Everyone turned toward the doorway of the box. A man stepped in, wearing a black hooded cloak. Slowly, he reached up and pulled the hood back, revealing a rugged face, spiky black hair, and a long scar that stretched across his right eye. Kakarot took a cautious step forward. "Who are you?" he asked. The hooded man stood tall now, his scarred face revealed, dark eyes narrowed with purpose. A thick silence hung in the air. The tension could be cut with a blade. "I am Paragus," the man said, his voice gravelly and cold. "My son, Broly, and I have come to wipe you out." The Z-fighters tensed. Kakarot's brow furrowed. "Why?" he asked simply. "What did we ever do to you?" Paragus's eyes burned, not just with anger, but with old pain, pain that had never faded. "It's not what you personally did," he said bitterly. "It's what King Vegeta did." He turned toward Vegeta now, that same fury etched into every muscle on his face. He looked as if he were staring through time. "It all began days before planet Vegeta was destroyed," Paragus continued, his voice tightening with each word. "I had just become a father, my firstborn, Broly. He was perfect, but King Vegeta saw something different. He saw a threat." Vegeta crossed his arms, but didn't look away. Paragus clenched his fists, recalling the memory like a scar ripped open. Broly's power level, It was off the charts. Even as a baby, he was beyond what the royal family could tolerate. So King Vegeta acted. He didn't just exile us. He ordered my son's execution. The room went quiet. He stabbed my baby boy with his own hand, Paragus said through gritted teeth. He tried to kill him, and when I tried to stop it, he blasted me too. Chi-Chi gasped softly. So, you were banished? Paragus shook his head. No, he spat. King Vegeta wasn't that merciful. He left us for dead on a dying planet. And then, Planet Vegeta was destroyed in Frieza's attack. But Broly, my son, survived it all. Even the stab wound, even the explosion, his power shielded us both. He carried us to safety. He stared down the warriors before him. Since that day, we've waited, trained, suffered, all for one reason: revenge. But King Vegeta is gone, Chi-Chi said, stepping forward. Her voice was steady, but there was sorrow in it. He's the one who hurt you, not us. Paragus didn't blink. Then, I'll take my revenge on his bloodline, his son, his legacy. I will not let the Vegeta name continue to rule over the Saiyans. Vegeta doesn't rule anyone, Kakarot said, frowning. We all live here in peace now, and we want to keep it that way. His tone dropped, firm, focused. But if you threaten that peace, he said, his eyes narrowing, I will kill you myself.
Paragus blinked, momentarily stunned by how calm and serious Kakarot had just become. You dare to think, Paragus growled, that you can match the overwhelming power of my son?
Kakarot didn't flinch. His gaze sharpened, like a blade drawn.
I'll do whatever it takes to keep my family safe, he said. If that means killing you and Broly, then so be it.
Paragus's face twisted with rage. How dare you insult me like that? You'll pay for what you and your bloodline did to me and my son. But before he could move again, Kakarot grabbed him by the neck in a flash, lightning fast, and slammed him into the wall. The impact cracked the surface, dust falling from the stone.
Kakarot's voice was low, dangerous.
Let's get something straight, he said. I'm not afraid of you, or your son, or your stupid revenge story. He leaned in closer, eyes locked to Paragus's. Whatever twisted ideas you've got running through your head, let them go. The man who wronged you, he's dead. Frieza killed him. The rest of us, we haven't done a thing to you. Kakarot tightened his grip slightly, his aura flickering around his arms. But if you make us your enemies, we'll finish what Frieza started. Paragus didn't resist. He just laughed, a bitter, broken sound. You fool, he said. It's too late. Nobody can stop Broly now. His eyes gleamed with something darker, something final. When he gets like this, he's unstoppable. Not even I can control him anymore.
Bardock stared up at the mountain of a man in front of him, his chest rising and falling, breath short. There was no mistaking it now. The glow, the sheer pressure, the power that warped the very air around them. This was a super sign, but how?
His thoughts raced. How can this be? Only a handful of Saiyans were left. Himself, his family, and Prince Vegeta. That was it. They were supposed to be the last. So how was there another? Before he could piece it together, the answer slammed into him. Broly appeared. One moment there was space between them, breathing room. And the next, Bardock felt a massive hand clamp around his chest, like a steel trap. His eyes widened. He couldn't even see the movement. It was just there. How is he this fast? He thought, gritting his teeth. When Uncle Raditz used this form, he was slower, sluggish. But this guy, he's a monster. The crushing began. Slow, deliberate, painful. Bones creaked under pressure. Broly's hand squeezed like it wanted to collapse the young Saiyan's ribs into dust. Bardock couldn't afford to think. His instincts kicked in. He snapped his leg forward, fast, planting his heel right into a precise pressure point, just beneath Broly's bicep. Crack! The massive warrior grunted and recoiled, his grip loosening for just a second. But it was all Bardock needed. With a burst of motion, the boy twisted free, flipping backward mid-air, just as Broly's other hand lashed out, too slow this time. Bardock ducked under the swipe and dove forward, closing the distance between them again. He drove an uppercut, sharp, clean, right into Broly's jaw. Wham! The impact echoed across the ring like a cannon going off. Broly's head snapped back, his massive body lifting off the ground, arms flailing as he rocketed backward from the force. But Bardock wasn't done. He vanished. One instant he was grounded. The next, he reappeared above the airborne brute. His fists were already drawn back. With a roar, Bardock brought both hands down like twin hammers. Slam! Broly's body crashed into the arena with a deafening explosion of stone and dust. A new crater tearing through the ring from the impact. The crowd gasped. Chunks of debris rained down like meteor fragments. Bardock floated midair, chest heaving, his golden aura snapping like wildfire around him.
He smirked.
"Is that all you've got?" he shouted down at the crater. "I thought you said something about killing me." The dust settled. Broly rose slowly from the pit, rubbing the back of his neck. That hit had hurt. He could feel it. Real pain, something he hadn't felt in years. His lips curled upward, not in amusement, in rage. His aura flared again, green energy twisting violently around him like storm winds. His muscles bulged, his eyes wild with a need to destroy. With a roar, he launched back into the air, aiming another grab straight for Bardock, trying again to crush him in his grip. But Bardock had seen this before. Not again. He phased.
In a flash of light, he appeared on the other side of the ring.
Broly snarled, confused, and Bardock struck. Gathering energy into his hands, Bardock hurled a cluster of small ki blasts, each one bright and fast. They shot forward like bolts of lightning, but Broly didn't panic. He swatted the energy balls aside like flies, his massive arms batting them away with ease. Too easy. But Bardock was already moving. He teleported behind Broly again, fist drawn back for a strike, when something caught his eye. One of the blasts Broly deflected was spinning off course, and it was headed straight for the crowd. His heart stopped. The blast wasn't massive, not to him, but to the audience, to regular people, it would be enough to wipe them out. Bardock didn't hesitate. He disengaged immediately, vanishing in a blink of golden light, and reappearing between the stray blast and the stunned spectators. Time felt like it slowed. With a sharp motion, Bardock slapped the attack away, sending it exploding harmlessly into the far horizon. The stadium shook. Broly's lips curled, that grin, the knowing kind. So, the kid cares. He'd found a weakness. The towering warrior raised his hand, letting a ball of energy crackle into life. A massive sphere of glowing green ki, flickering with wild energy. He didn't aim it at Bardock.
He aimed it at the crowd.
He released the blast. It surged forward, loud, hot, fast. The people screamed, too fast, but Bardock was already there. He dropped in front of it like a wall, arms crossed tight. Krakoom! The explosion hit him dead on. Light swallowed everything. A fiery shockwave rolled across the stadium, rattling every seat, shaking the very pillars that held it upright. And then, silence, smoke, and the crowd exploded in cheers. Bardock still stood, arms smoking, hair flaring, aura burning bright gold. From the stands, the announcer's voice cracked with excitement and confusion. "Oh, amazing, ladies and gentlemen," he stammered. In what appeared to be a direct hit on the crowd, the masked fighter Mighty Mask has expertly anticipated his opponent's movements and hit him with a devastating attack.
He blinked, sweating.
At least, I hope he wasn't aiming at the crowd. That wasn't anticipation. Raditz's voice cut through the rising tension as he stood beside Kakarot, eyes locked on the distant sky where the battle had just taken a dangerous turn. He meant to aim at the crowd. He wanted Bardock to get in the way. He's exploiting his weakness, his heart. Raditz's arms were crossed tightly, but his body was ready to spring into action. Every muscle twitched. He was tense, angry, protective. "We should go, now." Kakarot, standing beside his older brother, didn't move. "No," he said calmly. "This is Bardock's fight. He's still in control." Raditz snapped his gaze toward him. "This isn't about a tournament anymore, Kakarot. That monster, Broly, he could kill him and everyone else." "I know," Kakarot replied softly, eyes never leaving the sky. "But Bardock needs this. He's got more power in him than even he realizes. We have to let him fight. Let him grow." Raditz clenched his fists, but didn't argue further.
Bardock hovered in midair, bruised and breathing heavy, his armor chipped, smoke swirling around him as the aftershock of Broly's last blast began to fade. Sparks flickered around his golden aura like fireflies made of light.
"That was a cheap shot," he shouted, voice cracking with fury. Broly laughed, a deep, vicious sound that rumbled like a beast from the void. "You care about these weaklings?" Broly sneered, raising his hand again, Kai swirling into another blast. "Then die for them."
Bardock's eyes widened,
but he didn't hesitate. In a blink, he vanished, teleporting behind the towering Saiyan, before the energy had even finished charging. He wrapped his arms around Broly's waist and phased out again, dragging the giant along with him. In an instant, the two warriors reappeared miles away, across oceans, past clouds, through wild wind currents, landing in a desolate wasteland where the sky was blackened and jagged rocks speared from the ground like giant fangs. "Now!" Bardock growled, panting. "We're away from people."
Broly answered with an elbow.
Crack! It smashed into Bardock's skull like a meteor, sending the young Saiyan flying across the rocks. Before he could react, Broly blurred forward, faster than he should have been, and grabbed Bardock by the arm.
With a roar, Broly slammed him into the earth. Boom!
A crater burst open beneath them, ground splitting like shattered glass. "So you want to be buried alone?" Broly snarled. He yanked Bardock from the pit, then slammed him again, shaking the ground for miles. Back at the stadium, "Where'd they go?" someone asked, eyes scanning the sky. "I don't know," another voice said. "They just vanished. They disappeared," a third gasped. Just like that, inside the viewing booth, Bulma stood frozen, her hands pressed against the glass as she watched the chaos unfold through the massive arena monitor. Her heart was in her throat.
"Where did they go?" she asked, her voice tight.
She looked at Kakarot, the only one calm, still watching. He didn't even blink. "Bardock teleported them," Kakarot finally said. "Took the fight somewhere far, away from everyone." Bulma swallowed, her voice low now. "Who's winning?" Kakarot hesitated.
"It's hard to say. Their power feels almost equal."
Bulma let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Her son was alive, still fighting, and Kakarot wouldn't stand there if things were out of control. She nodded to herself, but her arms remained crossed. The truth was, this whole Saiyan pride thing was nerve-wracking.
Back in the wilderness,
Bardock kicked hard, twisting midair, freeing himself from Broly's crushing grip. He flipped back and charged, fists glowing, boots blasting off the ground with explosive speed. He attacked with a flurry of kicks and punches, moving so fast his limbs blurred. Broly caught some, blocked others, but several strikes landed, cracking ribs, rattling his skull, forcing the larger warrior back.
Then Broly growled.
He raised one hand, fingers curled into a claw, and unleashed a massive beam of green energy straight at Bardock's chest. Koom! The ground ruptured, mountains crumbled in the distance. But Bardock had already disappeared, teleporting out just before the blast hit.
He reappeared behind Broly, a glowing ki blast already in hand.
He fired.
Point blank.
It struck Broly in the back of the head. Boom! His head snapping forward, body stumbling. But he didn't fall.
Instead, he roared.
Kakarot!
The name echoed through the sky like thunder, but the target wasn't Kakarot. It was Bardock.
Blinded by fury, Broly raised both hands and unleashed a storm of green energy blasts, raining them upward in a scattered barrage that twisted through the sky like spiraling missiles. Bardock soared higher to dodge them, weaving through the blasts like a dancer in the storm.
But they followed him.
Each ball of Kai curved, twisted, and hunted.
Bardock was too focused, too locked into the dodging pattern, to notice when Broly appeared again, right behind him.
Arms wrapped around him tight, a crushing body lock. And that's when the worst hit. The energy blast Broly had fired earlier, all of them, slammed into Bardock's back. Boom! 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 He took the full force of the attacks, one after another, as a human shield. The sky erupted with fire and smoke. Back at the arena, the announcer stood alone at the center of the stage, sighing as he lifted his mic. It had been nearly 20 minutes since Bardock and the masked warrior, known as Mighty Mask, had vanished without a trace. Search teams had been dispatched, scanners activated, and yet,
nothing.
"I've seen some incredible fights," the announcer said, "but this is new." He glanced at the confused crowd.
"We have no way of confirming whether either fighter touched outside the ring. Since there's no official ruling," he exhaled and raised his voice. "I'm afraid both Bardock and Mighty Mask are disqualified from the tournament." The crowd gasped. "We'll now proceed to the next round. Can we have Piccolo and Hercule please come to the ring?" Hercule stepped into the ring, trying to keep his chest puffed out and his swagger steady. But even he couldn't hide the slight tremble in his legs. Across from him stood a tall, serious-looking man, green skin, deep eyes, turban, cape. Hercule blinked. Yeah, he remembered this guy. He'd seen him before, back at the Cell Games. But he'd never seen him fight, not even once. Still,
The man was here, in the tournament, which meant he had to be strong, really strong. Hercules shifted into his fighting stance, fists up, knees bent. All right, this is it, he thought. I need to win this one. Play it smart, show some speed. Maybe I can catch him off guard. Across from him, Piccolo stood still, arms crossed, head tilted slightly, his expression unreadable. His cloak fluttered gently in the breeze. He didn't move, didn't even blink.
To him, this wasn't a fight.
This was a waste of time. He already regretted entering the tournament. He wasn't here for glory. He knew Kakarot's power had already reached the level of Super Saiyan 2, maybe higher. He wasn't going to win this, and worse. While all of this played out, a battle with the potential to decide the planet's fate was happening elsewhere, far across the world. This wasn't where he was needed.
"Ready, fight!" the announcer shouted, his voice booming through the microphone. Hercule didn't wait.
He charged. Sprinting across the ring with a fierce yell, he launched himself forward, cocking back his right arm and throwing a punch straight at Piccolo's face. Thwack! His fist slammed into something that didn't budge. It felt like he'd just punched a statue, solid, cold, unmovable. But Hercule didn't stop. He kept going, punches, kicks, spinning elbows, all thrown with the speed and effort of a man desperate to make something happen. To the audience, it looked like a blur of motion. To Piccolo,
it felt like being tapped by a child.
With a soft sigh, Piccolo raised one hand, casually, and backhanded Hercule away.
The blow wasn't even serious.
Still, Hercule flew across the ring like a tossed rag doll, sliding to a stop just inches from the edge. The crowd gasped. Hercule coughed, spat, then pulled himself upright, slowly, and slipped back into his stance, like he hadn't just been flung across the arena. Piccolo groaned. Great, he thought. I didn't even hit him hard enough to knock him out. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Hercule approached once more, this time more carefully. Hey, listen, he muttered, lowering his voice as he got close. I know you can beat me, but what if you let me win?
Piccolo raised an eyebrow, arms still crossed. I'll give you 20 million zeni. Now that made Piccolo pause.
A bribe? He actually chuckled. This fool thought throwing money at a fight was the same as winning it? You think I need your money? Piccolo said, almost laughing now. All right, 25 million. Hercule added quickly. Piccolo narrowed his eyes. 25 million wasn't exactly worth anything to him personally, but maybe he could use that for something. Repairs to Capsule Corp's gravity chambers. Equipment. Charity. After a brief pause, he gave a half shrug. Fine, but you'd better deliver. His voice turned sharp, or you won't live long enough to spend what you've got left.
Hercule turned pale.
That would be a huge dent in his fortune. One he'd built through ad deals and media appearances since becoming world champion. But it was better than getting killed or humiliated, and he could always spin it. Okay, Hercule said quickly. Just act like this punch knocks you out. Piccolo groaned again.
There was no way he was going to pretend to be laid out by Hercules Satan. That would be beyond humiliating.
So instead, he turned.
He floated over to the edge of the ring and touched down outside it.
Calm. Controlled. Done.
He started walking away, not even looking back. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer shouted, raising his mic again. After delivering the first devastating blow of the match, he paused.
It appears that Piccolo has forfeited the fight. The crowd exploded, but it was a mix of cheers and groans. Some roared for their beloved champ. Others were clearly unimpressed. No one knows why this mysterious fighter chose to throw in the towel, but that means Hercule is the winner.
Meanwhile, the announcer turned toward the stage, adjusting his headset again.
Can I have Kakarot and Dabu up here for the next match, please? In a flash, Kakarot stepped into the ring, his expression relaxed but focused. He stood across from a lean, eager fighter, Dabu, the pride of Raditz's students. Dabu bowed with respect, his heart pounding with excitement.
I've watched all your fights, Master Kakarot, he said earnestly. It's an honor to stand in the ring with you.
Kakarot smiled. Thanks, but those were just the tournament fights. I've grown a lot since then. He paused, eyes narrowing just a little.
I'm sorry, but you really don't stand a chance.
Dabu grinned, undeterred.
That's not gonna stop me from trying.
Begin! The announcer shouted, his voice ringing across the arena.
Dabu didn't hesitate.
The moment the signal dropped, he charged forward, his boots tearing into the tile as he sprinted at Kakarot with full force. He launched a rapid flurry of kicks and punches, putting everything he had into the strikes. High, low, twisting, leaping. Each one aimed to overwhelm, but Kakarot didn't even move his feet. He shifted slightly, shoulders turning, head tilting. With the grace of a master and the calm of a mountain, he slipped past every single strike without blocking once.
Dabu didn't land a hit.
Not even close. After a few seconds, the younger fighter backed off, breathing harder than before. Sweat rolled down the side of his face as he clenched his fists tighter. I have to go beyond, he thought. Raditz said there's a way to push past physical limits using Kai. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to focus. He closed his eyes for a brief second, centering everything inside. Find the core, push from it.
Suddenly, his energy flared.
A sharp white aura burst around his body, rising like flames caught in a storm. Cracks appeared in the stone tiles beneath his boots. Wind swirled around him. His eyes snapped open, glowing slightly from the rush of power. It felt amazing.
This must be what Master was talking about. I feel like I could take on anyone. With renewed energy, Dabu charged again, fists glowing as he unleashed another barrage of strikes. He moved faster now, stronger. His hits carried more weight, more heat, but Kakarot was still untouched. He moved with ease, dodging, weaving, slipping past Dabu's strongest blows like they were nothing but leaves in the wind. And then, once more, Dabu broke off the attack. He staggered backward, bending over slightly, hands on his knees, panting hard. You okay? Kakarot asked, genuinely concerned. You look worn out. Dabu stood up again, forcing himself back into a stance. But the moment had passed. That incredible energy, it had faded, just like that.
He knew what that meant.
He couldn't hold it yet.
Not now, he thought. I'll learn later, but for now, I have to keep going. But he didn't get the chance.
In the blink of an eye, Kakarot vanished.
Dabu's breath caught. He turned, instinct kicking in, and saw the Saiyan standing right behind him. He never even saw the movement. Kakarot raised a fist and brought it down in a clean, controlled strike. Not too hard, just enough. Wham! Everything went black. Dabu collapsed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The announcer counted, hand raised in the air. Dabu is out cold. Kakarot is the winner. The crowd cheered as Kakarot stood quietly, offering a small bow of respect to his fallen opponent. He didn't gloat, didn't smile, just remained calm and collected. Then, the announcer turned back to address the audience. And now, since both Mighty Mask and Bardock have been officially disqualified from the tournament, that means Krillin will automatically move to the finals. A buzz rolled through the stadium. Our next match will be between the former champion, Kakarot, and the current champion, Hercule. As long as Kakarot is ready to continue, we'll begin immediately.
Kakarot gave a nod.
No words, just a nod. He was ready.
Can we have Hercule to the stage?
Hercule made his entrance, strutting into the ring with practiced flair. He wore a wide smile, but it faded fast the moment he came face to face with the real champion. Kakarot didn't look like much to the untrained eye, but Hercule knew better.
This was the guy who fought Cell, the guy who disappeared for years and came back looking younger, the guy who knocked out someone like Dabu with a single hit.
And yet, Hercule had a plan. Hey, he said, walking up to Kakarot, voice dropping low. What if I gave you 25 million zeni to let me win? Kakarot blinked, then rolled his eyes.
So that's how Piccolo got talked into forfeiting. He smirked.
Sorry, he said. I've got enough money. Hercules' face dropped. No deal. That was bad. That was very bad.
But he wasn't giving up yet.
He took his stance anyway. The announcer raised his hand. Fight! Hercule lunged, fists flying, legs kicking, throwing everything he had into a desperate, flailing combo. But not a single hit even came close. Kakarot stood still.
Then, with one clean motion, he snapped a foot out. Crack!
It connected with Hercules' gut, launching him into the air. Before the man could even scream, Kakarot vanished, reappearing above him in a blink. Both fists came down like thunder. Boom! Hercule hit the pavement hard, crashing into the ring with a loud smack. Limbs sprawled, eyes spinning. The announcer jumped forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hercule is out cold. Kakarot is the winner. Bardock clawed his way out of the steaming crater, bits of scorched rock crumbling from his armor. As he stood tall against the haze of battle, ash drifted through the air like dirty snow. His breath came hard, hot, but steady. Above him, the sky boiled with energy, and floating in that chaos was Broly. The monstrous Saiyan hovered with arms wide and eyes wild, laughing like thunder cracking through clouds. His aura flared green and wild, shaking the nearby mountains as if the world itself feared him. Still standing? Good! Broly growled, that twisted grin carved into his face. Let's see how long that lasts. Without warning, Bardock launched upward like a missile. His golden aura flared behind him, streaking the sky with light. He closed the distance in seconds, aiming a sharp punch at Broly's face, but Broly's size hid his speed.
The towering sign shifted sideways, one arm sweeping out to clothesline the younger warrior. Bardock's eyes widened. Broly's arm was already there, cutting through the air like a guillotine.
Too late to stop. Then, whoop! Bardock vanished with a burst of light and sound.
Instant transmission. He reappeared behind Broly with both hands glowing. "Try this!" Bardock shouted, unleashing a rapid storm of energy blasts.
The blasts slammed into Broly's back one after another. Bam, bam, bam. Each one rattling the sky and sending shockwaves across the ground below. Smoke poured off Broly's scorched back as he staggered forward, the blasts forcing him off balance. But when he turned, he looked unimpressed.
Broly's mouth curled into a low snarl. Annoying.
With a sudden roar, he fired a gigantic beam of emerald energy. It tore across the sky like a second sun, headed straight for Bardock. Too slow! Bardock vanished again, blinking out of sight. The beam streaked into the upper atmosphere and exploded harmlessly in space, illuminating the Earth's clouds in green. Bardock reappeared in the sky directly behind his enemy and spun, his boot colliding with the back of Broly's head. Broly shot forward, arms flailing, but Bardock wasn't done.
Zap! He teleported again, right into Broly's path, and met him with another brutal kick to the chest. The second impact sent the hulking warrior careening back in the opposite direction, crashing through a ridge and erupting a shockwave that flattened trees for miles.
Ladies and gentlemen! The announcer's voice echoed across the packed arena, his energy matching the crowd's excitement. This has been an incredible tournament so far, but it all comes down to this final match.
Spotlights lit the ring, where two familiar fighters stood.
On one side, we have the former champion, Kakarot. He's been absent for the last few tournaments, but make no mistake, he's never lost a single match. The crowd roared as Kakarot stood tall, his orange GI barely shifting as wind whipped through the stadium. And on the other side, we have the crowd favorite, Krillin, a veteran of many tournaments, always full of surprises. Will today be his greatest victory? The cheers grew louder. Kakarot stood still, arms crossed loosely, a faint frown on his face. His mind wasn't here, not really. Far away, across the planet, he could still feel Bardock and Broly's energy shaking the world. So far, Bardock's still in the fight, he thought, but that could change in a heartbeat. He turned to Krillin with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Krillin, I'm gonna have to end this one quickly." Krillin smirked, stretching out and popping his knuckles. "You always say that, but I'm not going down without a fight."
The announcer raised his hand. "Ready! Fight!"
Kakarot disappeared in a flash of light, already charging forward as golden energy burst around him. His hair flared up, shifting to bright gold. Super sign. Krillin's aura exploded red as he screamed, "Kaioken!" He pushed his body to the max, maybe past it. His power surged, sweat flying from his brow. Kaioken X60! The moment Kakarot reached him, he was gone. An afterimage? Krillin's eyes darted around, but too late. Kakarot reappeared behind him with a silent chop to the neck. Krillin gasped, knees buckling. His red aura fizzled out like a dying flame. He hit the ground on hands and knees, coughing hard. Before he could recover, Kakarot's elbow came crashing down on the back of his neck. The arena shook. Krillin's body bounced off the tiles and left a dent in the ring. He didn't move. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer boomed, "that may have been the most one-sided fight we've seen all day. Kakarot wins with only 2 hits. The count begins. 1, 2, 3, 4. Krillin groaned, coughing. He pressed one hand into the tile and slowly pushed himself up. "Nice one," he wheezed, rubbing the back of his neck. "But I'm not down that easily." He knew Kakarot could end the fight any second, but he had to at least try. Maybe, just maybe. With a grimace, he clenched his fists and roared, "Kaioken! X75! His body glowed like molten lava. The pressure cracked tiles beneath his feet, gritting his teeth against the pain. Krillin charged, screaming as he threw a full-force punch straight for Kakarot's head, but it never connected. Kakarot blinked out of existence again. Krillin stumbled forward, caught completely off guard. Suddenly, he was there again. Same spot, same smirk. Pow!
Kakarot's fist rammed into Krillin's gut like a cannonball. The breath shot from Krillin's lungs. His body folded over the blow, eyes bulging.
Before he could even gasp, Kakarot grabbed his shoulders, twisted, and drove a knee into Krillin's face. The crowd gasped as Krillin's body lifted off the ground. But Kakarot was already above him.
Both fists slammed down onto Krillin's chest.
Krillin crashed into the ring, flat on his back. Dust flew up around him. The crater beneath him said it all. Krillin is down again, the announcer shouted. The count begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He paused. Kakarot is the winner. Back on the other side of the world, Bardock stood on a shattered cliff edge, panting hard, his arms trembling. The wind howled between them as bits of debris floated around from the sheer force of the battle. Broly hovered above him, bruised, bleeding, but still smiling. It was hard to tell if he was tired or just enjoying the chaos. Bardock clenched his fists, trying to steady his breathing. He couldn't keep this up much longer. Broly raised one hand, energy charging in his palm until it became a blinding sphere. "You can dodge this if you want," he said calmly, voice echoing like thunder. "But if you do, the planet dies." Bardock's eyes widened. He looked up slowly, sweat dripping down his cheek. "You wouldn't?" he whispered. "You'd die too." Broly's laughter echoed through the broken skies, mad and unshaken. He hovered above the battlefield like a god gone wild, arms raised, energy swirling around him like a storm of chaos. "Do you really think a planet exploding is enough to destroy me?" he shouted, voice rumbling like thunder. Without hesitation, he hurled the massive glowing sphere straight toward Bardock. The air around the energy ball howled as it ripped downward, lighting the sky in an eerie green glow.
Bardock didn't move.
He couldn't. Not when the earth was behind him. With a defiant yell, the young Saiyan thrust both hands upward and caught the attack head-on. Heat and force exploded against his palms, scorching his skin. The power pushed him down like a mountain falling from the sky. His boots scraped the rocky ground, then sank into it. The stone beneath cracked and shattered from the pressure, but he held it. He held it. "I won't lose!" Bardock roared, muscles straining, sweat flying off his brow. His golden aura fought against the green blaze pressing down on him. Every inch of his body screamed in pain, but still, he pushed. Up above, Broly narrowed his eyes. "No," he said calmly, raising his other hand. "You will die." A second orb of energy swirled to life in his palm, twice as big, twice as unstable, and Broly launched it straight into the first. The explosion lit up the entire sky. A wall of raw force slammed down, flattening forests, crumbling mountains, and ripping apart the landscape for miles. The shockwave burst out in all directions like a hurricane of fire and smoke. When it finally ended, everything was still. No sound, no movement, just dust. The sky turned gray, ash falling like snow. As the smoke thinned, it revealed a crater, wide as a city and miles deep. At its center, there was no sign of Bardock. Broly hovered above, grinning in silence. Back at the World Martial Arts Stadium, cheers echoed across the packed arena. The crowd stood on their feet, roaring with excitement as Kakarot stood tall in the ring, holding the championship belt. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer bellowed into the microphone, "your champion has returned. The undefeated warrior, Kakarot, has once again proven, without a doubt, that he is the strongest fighter in the world." The crowd exploded with applause. Kakarot smiled politely, stepping forward to take the belt, but suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Something's wrong. Bardock's power, it's fading fast. He reached for the belt, then paused. "Thanks," he said quietly, "but I've got to go." In the blink of an eye, Kakarot raised 2 fingers to his forehead. Instant transmission, zap! He vanished from the ring. The announcer stammered. "It appears our champion has left in a hurry, folks." The wind was dead. Ash still fell from the sky. Then, ZAP. Kakarot appeared in the middle of the crater. His boots landed beside Bardock, who was on one knee, bruised and burned, but still glowing in his Super Saiyan 2 form. His armor was shattered, face bloodied, but his spirit hadn't given in. "You all right?" Kakarot asked, kneeling beside him. Bardock let out a dry laugh. "I've been better, The boy grunted and pushed himself to his feet, wobbling slightly. His aura flickered, dimmed, but didn't go out. "Why don't you let me take over from here?" Kakarot said softly, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. "You look like you could use a break." Bardock gave a tired grin. "Yeah, that last attack was a killer." "I saw that," Kakarot replied. In the next heartbeat, his golden aura exploded outward, surrounding him in a blazing storm of light. Lightning crackled at his feet as his power soared. His hair spiked higher, his muscles expanded, and his presence flooded the crater with raw energy. Super Saiyan 2. "I'll take it from here," Kakarot said, voice now deeper, more serious.
Zap!
He vanished. In the sky above, Broly turned just in time for a golden fist to slam into his back like a meteor. Boom! The impact bent his body midair and sent him flying forward like a missile, but Kakarot didn't wait. He was already there, warping ahead with a blast of gold. He struck Broly again, and again, and again. Fists, knees, elbows. Every strike landed like thunder. Broly barely had time to raise his arms before Kakarot was on top of him, with a blinding flurry of kicks and punches, each one shaking the very sky. High above the arena, inside a private skybox Bulma had rented for the tournament, Raditz leaned forward, eyes locked on the viewing screen. "Bardock's power is dropping," he muttered. "He's already there," Vegeta said, from the corner of the room, arms crossed tightly. Raditz closed his eyes and focused. Kakarot's energy just spiked, but he might still need help. "You fools!" Paragus scoffed from his seat. "Don't you get it? Broly can't be beaten, not by anyone." Vegeta's eye twitched. His pride burned like fire. "I am the prince of all Saiyans. I'll defeat this so-called unstoppable warrior and prove, once and for all, that I am the strongest." Bulma raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Didn't Kakarot already prove that when he beat you?" A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. He didn't answer. His jaw clenched. He hated being reminded, but he wasn't backing down. "Vegeta's right," Raditz said, trying to calm things down. "If Bardock lost to that monster, then Kakarot might need backup." "Let's go then," Vegeta barked. With a roar of power, he blasted through the ceiling and into the sky, flying toward the battle like a rocket. "Wait up!" Raditz shouted, taking off after him. Paragus chuckled to himself. "It won't make any difference. Broly can't be stopped."
Paragus doubled over, coughing, as Yamcha's fist drove into his gut.
"Shut up already!" Yamcha said, shaking his hand out. Broly twisted in the sky, flipping himself upright after taking the full brunt of Kakarot's assault. Dust fell off his massive frame as he came to a sudden halt in midair. His hair whipped in the wind, and his eyes locked onto the new fighter now standing between him and destruction. That face. That name. It snapped through his mind like lightning splitting a tree. "Kakarot!" Broly screamed, his voice shaking the clouds. His rage, ancient and endless, ignited his power like fuel to fire. The ground below cracked under the sheer weight of his rising Kai. Energy exploded around him, warping the air in a violent green blaze. He raised one hand and pointed it at his most hated enemy. A split second later, the sky lit up with a swarm of emerald energy blasts. They raced toward Kakarot like angry comets, but the sign was already gone. With a flicker of light, Kakarot vanished, instant transmission. He reappeared behind Broly, fists clenched and aura flaring, but Broly was ready. With inhuman speed, the legendary Super Saiyan spun and caught Kakarot mid-strike, his massive hand wrapping around the smaller fighter's chest like a vice. Then, with a roar, Broly hurled him into the ground like a meteor crashing into Earth. Kaboom! Kakarot hit the ground hard, just as Broly's energy blast came around midair and followed him. Boom, boom, boom. Each blast slamming down in a cascade of explosions, burying him beneath fire and stone. Smoke curled from the crater. Slowly, Kakarot pushed himself to his feet. Teeth gritted, blood dripping from a cut above his eye. His uniform hung in shreds, singed and torn. His chest rose and fell with each breath, every muscle aching from the blow. Above him, Broly hovered with eyes full of fury and a grin that chilled the air. "Now you die, Kakarot," he growled, and this time he raised both hands. A swirling sphere of energy began to form, larger than the one he had used against Bardock. It crackled like a living storm, its heat melting clouds as it gathered mass. He threw it down. Kakarot looked up, eyes widening as the enormous blast screamed toward him like a falling star. He could feel it. He couldn't dodge this, not without letting it tear straight through the earth.
There was only one option.
He planted his feet, cupped his hands to his side, and began to focus every last ounce of energy he had into one final move. Kamehameha! A brilliant blue beam erupted from his palms, roaring upward to meet Broly's attack. The two forces slammed into each other with a thunderous crack, energy whipping in all directions. The sky above twisted and howled. The Kamehameha pushed against Broly's blast, slowing it, but not stopping it. The ground beneath Kakarot crumbled as the pressure grew. "I need more power!" Kakarot muttered, teeth grinding.
Up above, Broly laughed. "That crater will be your grave."
The giant green orb continued its slow crawl, downward, inch by inch, pressing against Kakarot's beam. "I will not lose!" Kakarot roared, his voice echoing for miles. Then he made a choice, one that could tear him apart. Super Kaioken!
Red lightning burst from within his golden aura as the two powers collided. His hair flared, his muscles trembled, and his energy shot upward in a blaze of red and gold.
The Kamehameha wave doubled in size. Broly's attack halted.
Then it reversed.
With a final scream, Kakarot's beam overwhelmed Broly's orb and slammed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Boom! The explosion tore through the sky like a second sun. A shockwave leveled a nearby mountain range. Flames erupted across the horizon, and then silence. Broly's limp body fell from the sky like a broken statue. His enormous form crashed into the ground with a deafening thud, carving out a deep crater of his own. Kakarot floated up from the wreckage of his own crater, arms heavy at his sides, chest heaving. The Super Kaioken had done its job, but it had nearly broken him. He flew over to where Broly had fallen. The monster was no longer monstrous. Lying at the bottom of the crater was a tall, skinny Saiyan with long, black, spiky hair. His breathing was shallow. He was unconscious. Bardock floated down beside his father, holding his ribs with one arm. He winced at the sight of the crater. "Is it over?" Bardock asked, voice strained. "He's out cold," Kakarot said, and no longer transformed. "What do we do with him?" Bardock asked. "We can't leave him like this."
"We can't just kill him," Kakarot replied. "Why not?" came a familiar voice.
Vegeta dropped from the sky with Raditz right behind him. The prince's eyes narrowed as he looked at Broly's body. "He's too dangerous to be left alive."
"I've got to agree with Vegeta on this one," Raditz said, folding his arms. "We can't control this guy. He is batshit crazy," Bardock muttered. Kakarot turned to him. "What do you mean?"
"Well, when I first started fighting him, he kept screaming your name like a madman," Bardock explained. "Every hit, every move, he was just shouting, 'Kakarot,' over and over. So, he's not evil," Kakarot said slowly. "He's just nuts."
"Does it matter?" Vegeta snapped. "He's a ticking time bomb. We destroy him, now."
"I've got an idea," Bardock said quickly. "Mom's been working on those energy-blocking wristbands and belts in the lab. Maybe we could use them on him, just until we figure something out."
"It's worth a try," Kakarot said. "Are you insane?" Vegeta barked. "That plan is completely idiotic."
Kakarot shrugged. "If it doesn't work, we'll just beat him again." "What about Paragus?" Raditz asked, suddenly remembering. "Who's Paragus?" Bardock said, confused. "He's Broly's father," Kakarot answered. Then to Raditz. "He didn't seem too dangerous. We can slap some blockers on him too, just in case." Moments later, a flash of light signaled their arrival at the Capsule Corp laboratory. Kakarot, Bardock, Vegeta, and Raditz stood with Broly's unconscious body in tow, his arms dragging across the floor.
The lab's lights flickered on as Bardock rushed over to a nearby case and pulled out 2 silver wristbands and a thick black belt lined with blue sensors.
He slipped the restraints onto Broly's wrists and buckled the belt around his waist. At once, the air shifted. Broly's power dropped drastically, from a raging inferno to a barely noticeable flicker. The 4 Saiyans stood still.
"That should hold him," Bardock said.
"Let's hope so," Raditz muttered. "Or there may be hell to pay." Bardock slouched at his desk, arms folded and half listening, as Miss Hamilton scribbled something about symbolism on the board. His dark eyes tracked the chalk, like it might suddenly attack. Honestly, he'd rather take a key blast to the chest than sit through another minute of this. The hum of the classroom lights, the rustle of paper, and the occasional drone of someone sneezing made it even harder to focus. To him, English class was like trying to fight blindfolded underwater. Slow, frustrating, and kind of pointless. This whole day had been dragging. Sure, it started out all right. He'd woken up before sunrise, muscles aching from yesterday's session, and jumped right into a sparring match with his father. For most people, a 15-minute bout would leave them lying on the floor, gasping for breath. For them, it was just a warm-up. By the time they wrapped up, an hour and a half had already passed. Bardock, dripping sweat and laughing, had zipped into the house, rinsed off in a 10-second shower, and blinked away to Orange Star City using instant transmission. He was almost late again. Almost. But managed to slip into class just before the bell. Now, here he was, stuck in a seat, watching the hands on the clock, like they were deliberately slowing down just to mess with him. A tiny paper triangle hit him square in the back of the head. Bardock blinked, straightened, and reached down to pick it up off the floor. He unfolded it, and in slightly messy handwriting, it read, "Wanna go to the mall after school?" He smirked. Glancing back, he caught sight of Arasa sitting a few rows behind him, flashing him a hopeful smile. Her bright blonde hair bounced as she gave a little shrug, like she was saying, "Why not?" Bardock grabbed his pen and scribbled back. Sure, then flicked the note over his shoulder like a dart. She caught it with a soft laugh. Hey, he thought, leaning back in his chair. A little fun wouldn't kill me. He knew it meant cutting into training time, but even warriors needed to relax sometimes. The day crawled along until it finally hit last period, gym. Now this was more his style. Bardock stood in the locker room, cinching a heavy gravity belt around his waist with a satisfying click. He wore a sleek black G, its fabric rugged and weighted, the kind built for real combat. Underneath, a forest green undershirt clung to his torso, and matching green wristbands wrapped his forearms. Black boots completed the look. It was a twist on his father's usual colors, his own way of stepping out of that shadow and forging his own path as a fighter. "You look the part," came a voice nearby. Bardock glanced over to see Sharpener tightening his own gloves. The school jock wore black pants and a white tank top, his arms flexing like he expected someone to clap every time he moved. His blonde hair gleamed like he polished it with ego. Bardock raised an eyebrow. "Some of us are real fighters," he said coolly, brushing past him. Sharpener huffed, but didn't say anything back. The two stepped out into the gymnasium, wide open, polished floors, mats rolled out across one side, and padded walls for safety, or at least attempted safety. Bardock could already tell there'd be holes in the drywall by the time this class was done. "Good afternoon, class." The voice was calm, but firm. One Bardock recognized instantly. He turned sharply. Standing at the front of the room was his uncle, Raditz. Raditz wore a deep black gi that mirrored Bardock's, but his lacked any undershirt or wristbands. His massive arms were bare, corded with muscle and battle scars. His wild mane of hair, usually untamed, was tied neatly into a thick ponytail that reached down past his waist. Beside him, tall as a mountain and twice as intimidating, was Broly. The legendary Saiyan's eyes were unreadable. He stood silent, his breathing slow and measured, the air around him somehow heavier, almost vibrating with latent power. He wore the same style of gi as Raditz, but it clung tighter to his massive frame. "My name is Raditz," he said, hands behind his back, "and I'll be your self-defense instructor for the rest of the year. Assisting me will be my teacher's assistant, Broly." There was a moment of stunned silence in the room. Then, Sharpener snorted, "Lame." A few of the other students chuckled nervously. Raditz slowly turned his head to look at Sharpener. His face was perfectly calm, but Bardock knew that expression, like a wolf smiling before it pounced. "Oh?" Raditz said, arching a brow. "It sounds like you believe we have nothing to teach you. Is that the case? Or am I mistaken?" "No offense," Sharpener said, trying to sound polite but smugness dripping off every word. "But I trained at the great Hercules Satan's dojo, you know, the world champion. I doubt there's much your assistant can show me." Broly didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Raditz, however, chuckled. "I beg to differ, but I'm a sporting man, so I'll offer you a deal. Land a single punch on Broly, just one, and I'll give you a guaranteed pass for the entire class." That caught everyone's attention. "But if you can't," Raditz continued, voice sharp as a blade, "then you'll sit down, shut your mouth, and let us teach you." Sharpener grinned like he'd already won. "Deal." He stepped onto the mat and cracked his knuckles confidently. Broly stepped forward, moving like a boulder come to life, and took his place across from him. He didn't raise his fists. didn't move at all. He just stood there. Sharpener looked confused for a split second, then forced a cocky smile. What, not gonna fight back? Gonna make this easy for me, huh? Raditz raised his hand. Rules are simple. If Sharpener lands one clean punch before he's knocked unconscious or forced off the mat, he wins. Ready? Sharpener dropped into his stance, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Broly didn't even blink. Begin! Sharpener launched forward, every muscle in his body firing like a spring-loaded trap. His fist shot straight toward Broly's head with all the confidence in the world. But Broly didn't flinch. At the very last second, the towering Saiyan simply leaned his head to the side. Sharpener's punch missed by a hair, sliding harmlessly past his cheek like wind brushing a mountain. The jock blinked. Huh? Before he could process it, he instinctively spun, sending a wide, sweeping kick at Broly's legs, aiming to knock the giant off his feet. Broly didn't block. He leapt. Sharpener's eyes widened as Broly soared clean over his head like a shadow. Then, wham! A massive heel slammed down on the back of Sharpener's head. The blow wasn't full force, but it was enough to send him stumbling forward like a ragdoll, crashing hard onto the mat. He grunted in pain, rolling once, but managed to get back to his feet with a shaky breath. He wasn't done yet. Okay, Sharpener muttered, more serious now. Lucky shot. He charged again, this time smarter. He feinted a step to the right, fooling even a few of the onlookers, then whipped into a rising uppercut aimed at Broly's chin. But again, Broly just tilted his head. The punch tore through air. Then Broly's fist came down. Boom! It landed square in Sharpener's gut, like a hammer slamming into steel. The shockwave rattled through the entire gym. The jock's breath exploded from his lungs. His knees buckled. He dropped to the mat, arms wrapped around his stomach, gasping. Broly didn't even break stride. He reached down with one hand, grabbed Sharpener by the collar, and, with all the ceremony of tossing out garbage, hurled him off the mat. Crash. The poor guy landed in a heap, groaning. Videl had been watching quietly the whole time, arms crossed, her eyes narrowed, studying every inch of Broly's form. No stance, no defense, just pure, effortless dominance. That was real control. Sharpener wasn't weak. Sure, she could beat him without too much trouble, but Broly annihilated him. She raised an eyebrow. Okay, she thought, maybe this class won't be such a waste after all. Across the room, Bardock laughed out loud as Sharpener hit the ground. Serves him right, he muttered, folding his arms with a grin. Mouth wrote a check his fists couldn't cash. Raditz stepped forward and offered Sharpener a hand. Are you ready to follow instructions now? The jock looked up, wheezing a little as he grabbed Raditz's arm. Yeah, he coughed. Can you teach me how to do that? The rest of the self-defense class? Boring, at least to Bardock. Raditz had them all going through basic stances, posture correction, and slow, repetitive drills. Stuff Bardock had mastered when he was still learning how to walk. He stayed quiet, respectful, but his mind wandered, back to sparring with his dad this morning, to flying over the city skyline, to the upcoming weekend tournament. So when the final bell rang, he stood up fast, like the sound of freedom itself had hit his ears. He was halfway down the steps when, "Hey, wait up!" He turned around. Arasa jogged toward him, her long golden hair bouncing with each step. Bardock smiled. Yeah? What's up? You weren't gonna ditch me, were you? She asked, with a mock pout, sliding up beside him and casually grabbing his arm. Her hand felt warm, soft. Bardock blinked at it for a moment, unsure how to react, but the corner of his mouth tugged into a smile. Okay, he thought, I could get used to this. So, what are we doing at the mall? He asked, trying to keep his voice casual. Shopping, of course, Arasa answered, eyes twinkling. Bardock's face went pale instantly. His brain flashed back to the horrors of going shopping with his mom and Chi-Chi, hours of holding bags, standing outside dressing rooms, and pretending he cared about shoes. Arasa giggled. Relax, I'm kidding. I know better than to drag a guy to a fashion show on a first hangout. Bardock let out a relieved breath. I figured we'd get something to eat, she said. Maybe catch a movie or something. Now that sounded good. Bardock's eyes lit up. Food? Yeah, that sounds great. Deep beneath Capsule Corp, where the walls hummed with layers of reinforced shielding and advanced tech, Broly walked alone through the prison wing. His heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Around him, cold lights flickered over thick metal doors and glowing force fields. The air was sterile, quiet. Today had been interesting. At first, when Raditz suggested they teach self-defense to a bunch of weak Earth kids, Broly had rolled his eyes. He wasn't exactly a people person, but to his surprise, it had been kind of fun, watching arrogant humans get humbled in seconds. And he needed the money. If he was going to live peacefully on this planet, he had to find a way to survive in their world. Raditz's plan, training humans, opening fighting schools, even teaching at public schools, seemed like a good enough path. Not perfect, but practical. And fighting was still fighting, no matter the audience. He stopped in front of a cell near the far end of the wing. Inside, behind a thick red force field, sat a man who looked older, worn, and bitter. Paragus, his father. The older Saiyan glared from inside, his wrists bound in glowing energy-nullifying bands. Stripped of power, trapped like a shadow of his former self. Broly said nothing at first. Then Paragus growled, voice full of contempt. "What do you want, traitor?" "Father," Broly said, his voice low, calm, but heavy with something deeper, hope. He stood just outside the glowing red barrier, arms folded, his large shadow cast long across the metallic floor. "I want what I always want. I want you to let go of your hatred, so you can live a normal life." Paragus stood slowly from the bench in his cell, the energy-dampening cuffs around his wrists humming faintly. His face twisted in bitterness. His eyes, once sharp and commanding, now looked worn and tired, but still burning with anger. "Can't you see, my boy?" he rasped. "They've brainwashed you. They couldn't destroy you, so they did the next best thing. They tamed you, turned you against me." Broly shook his head slowly. "No," he said. "They could have destroyed me, and maybe once they would have, but they didn't. They helped me, they healed me, they gave me peace." "No!" Paragus roared, slamming his fist against the force field, which flared bright red in response. "They turned you into their pet. I raised a warrior, a king, and now look at you." Broly didn't flinch. He didn't argue either. He just turned and began to walk away. There was no reaching his father tonight, not when he got like this. The fury always clouded him, made him unreachable. No matter how strong Broly had become, no punch could beat that kind of darkness out of someone. Maybe someday, but not now. Bardock leaned back in his chair at the food court, arms stretched, a wide grin on his face as he patted his full stomach. "That was good," he said, sighing like he'd just come down from a high. Arasa laughed and shook her head. "I still don't know how you eat that much," she said, with a teasing smile. Bardock sat up straight and smirked. That was nothing. I'll probably eat again when I get home." They stood up and started walking, the bright lights of the mall reflecting off the smooth tile floors. Bardock had never spent this much time in a mall before, at least not without a fight breaking out. And surprisingly, he didn't mind it. Then, Arasa reached over and gently slipped her hand into his. He blinked, looking down for a second, her fingers wrapped easily around his. Her touch was light, but the feeling hit him harder than a punch. They kept walking like that. No words needed. Just two teens moving through the crowd, laughing at random things, peeking into stores, talking about movies and food and life. Time passed like wind over clouds. Later, outside the mall, as the sun began to set, Arasa leaned her head toward him. "Will you walk me home?" she asked softly. "Nah," Bardock said. Her smile faded. Her grip on his hand loosened just a bit. She looked disappointed, but Bardock smirked. "How about I fly you home?" Arasa blinked, then smiled wide with a breath of relief. "Sure," she said, laughing. Bardock landed gently in the front yard of Arasa's house, the grass rustling beneath their feet. He lowered her down slowly, making sure she was balanced before letting go. "Wow," Arasa said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as she looked up at the sky. "I'm not sure I'll ever get used to that." She turned to face him again, her smile warm and playful. "Thanks for the good time, cutie." "Don't mention it," Bardock replied. Their eyes met, and something in that quiet moment held them in place. There were no explosions, no shouting, no battles, just stillness. He leaned in. She stood on tiptoe. Their lips met, softly, hesitantly. Their very first kiss. The kind of kiss that leaves your chest thumping and your thoughts tangled. When they pulled apart, both were a little breathless. "So," Arasa whispered, eyes sparkling, "does this mean we're dating?" Bardock grinned. "Sure," he said. "I could get used to this." The moment Bardock walked out of Arasa's yard, he exploded into a golden aura, electricity cracking around his body. He shot into the air as a Super Saiyan 2, trailing streaks of power behind him like a comet. He could have used instant transmission to get home, but he didn't want to. Not tonight.
He wanted to feel the wind on his face, the power in his blood, the thrill of flying across the sky like he was the king of the world.
Within minutes, he touched down on the grassy lawn in front of Capsule Corp in West City, his boots hitting the ground with a dull thud.
Kakarot stepped out from the front porch, folding his arms and smiling. How was school?
Bardock couldn't hold back the grin spreading across his face. It was good, he said, trying to sound casual. Kakarot chuckled. I know that look. Who is she? No one. Bardock said quickly, a little too fast.
Kakarot raised an eyebrow. Do I have to beat it out of you?
You can try. Bardock shot back, smirking. And that's it for today's episode, guys. If you watched to the end, then that could be an indication that you enjoy the series. So please leave a like on the video. Thank you and take care.